Chapter 1 Escape, Part 1. August 7, 2027, 10:45 p.m., City 404. Coordinates north 40 degrees, east 89 degrees. Zhao Jing now had 3 things to do. 1. Wait until 1 a.m. 2. Sneak out of the dormitory with the makeshift jammer he made. 3. He might have to kill 1 or 2 administrators. In 239 BC, he was inexplicably imprisoned in 404 and decades had passed. He'd been waiting for this opportunity. Every 696 hours, the monitors in 404 would shut down for half an hour to upload backup data, and the daily administrator shift change time was at 1 a.m. He finally waited for the day when these 2 time periods intersected, today. He was finally going to leave here. Leave this insane prison, leave his crazy cellmates behind. He ran wildly into the cold wind, appearing like a galloping steed in the darkness. A steed never stops its pace, and neither did he as he never looked back. Zhao Zheng's heart was pounding violently, the breath he exhaled hit his face again. His cellmates should all be sound asleep by now. He saw the administrators dressed in silver-gray uniforms, expressionless as they carried boxes of goods down. August 8, 2027, 10:45 a.m., City H. Coordinates north 40 degrees, east 89 degrees. Last night, something bit me. I didn't see clearly what it was. Kong Tu's complexion was pale, it was late last night, and I have some night blindness. I only saw a dark blur, about the size of a rat, with wings. A doctor sat at the desk, eyes on the computer, casually said without looking up, a bat? Kong Tu pressed his lips into a thin line and lightly nodded, maybe. The doctor finally looked up from the computer screen and said, let me take a look at the wound. Kong Tu's thigh was injured. The doctor also got shocked upon seeing it, so serious? Kong Tu asked, do I need a vaccine? You'll need some, the doctor said, go register downstairs, then come find me. Kong nodded, turned around to leave, and just before stepping out the door, heard the doctor ask, are there still bats in City B? Kong Tu emitted a faint sound from his nasal cavity as a sort of response. It might not be a bat, he thought, but he didn't say it because something about the matter felt off. He was bitten at exactly 1 a.m. last night on his way home after work. He didn't know what that thing was, but it bit so fiercely that he couldn't shake it off for a moment. At this moment, a man walked out from the side of the road, startling him with a single word, come back. He suddenly turned his head and saw a tall figure almost blended into the darkness, wearing a black t-shirt. It was exactly 1 a.m., this old street had long since ceased having pedestrians. At this time, people out wandering were either idealistic young men like himself or gangsters. Idealistic young men can't stand against gangsters. There was a small park by the roadside, with many unnamed trees planted. The man did not approach him but stood behind the green belt, his shadow flickering among the grove of trees. That person said again, come back, with a note of severity in the voice. Only now did Kong Tu realize that he was probably calling the creature that had bitten him. His wound began to ache again. What the heck is this? It hurts so much when biting. Is this yours? The man took a couple of steps forward. He was wearing a black t-shirt, his hair shaved very short, exposing the scalp. He replied, sort of. Perhaps sensing Kong Tu's guarded attitude, he stopped moving forward. Kong Tu suffered from severe night blindness. From such a distance, all he could see was the man's thick eyebrows extending into his temples, making him look quite fierce. But Kong Tu wasn't really afraid anymore. This man seemed more cautious than himself. But his leg truly hurt, so badly that his cold sweat poured out uncontrollably. What do we do? He asked. Don't move. Finally, the man stepped quickly over, crouched down, and grabbed the thing's jaw decisively and harshly. There was a terrible cry as it loosened its bite. Kong Tu looked down and saw that his pants had actually been bitten through, creating 2 holes roughly the size of a 50-cent coin. What the heck is this? Why don't you keep an eye on your pet? Kong Tu asked, his tone not very friendly, as this incident felt like an unwarranted disaster, which made him feel rather irritated. Because it isn't my pet, the man lifted his head and said. As he lifted his head, the dim yellow streetlight shone down, and Kong Tu suddenly saw his features clearly. It was a face with extremely high recognition. His eyebrows were thick and sharp, he had single eyelids, a high nose bridge, and because his face didn't have much fat, his chin looked angular. There were a few moles on his skin, one of which was precisely located right below the lips. Each feature individually seemed unremarkable. He wasn't exceptionally handsome, but for some reason Kong Tu felt that it was an unforgettable face, exuding an air of fierceness and a temperamental personality. Kong Tu couldn't help laughing in anger. Were you afraid I would extort money from you when you first said that this creature is yours? The man lowered his head and tossed carelessly the black living thing in his hand, then said, it indeed isn't my pet. Before the words had fully left his mouth, as the thing landed back into his hand, he suddenly clamped down on it harshly. Immediately afterward, a sharp cry, akin to the sound of death, rang through the street. Kong Tu's breath faltered, his pupils constricted as he helplessly watched him grab hold of the creature. He applied so much force that his knuckles slowly turned bluish white, but his expression remained normal. The creature's cries gradually became fainter until finally its head slumped over lifelessly. The man casually threw it away, kicking it to the side. He crushed it to death. Yo, Kong Tu started. The man asked, do you feel relieved? There's no way to get relief anymore, the man continued, I can't compensate you since I don't have any money. What an utterly unsocial world, Kong Tu thought. Then, the man said something that Kong Tu would never forget even to this day. Looking around, he asked, what year is it now? Kong Tu was at a loss. Then the man added, is there anywhere where you can earn money without needing proof of residence? In this situation, with these words spoken by this person, Kong Tu was somewhat lost in rhythm, myriad thoughts swirling chaotically in his mind, ultimately only managing to utter, ah. The man laughed, his laughter softening the severe look on his brow, and he pointed at his own head saying, there's a bit of an issue here. My memory's not too good, always forgetting things. Kong Tu said, you've forgotten pretty thoroughly. The man nodded indifferently, his tone quite casual, so there's no way to compensate you. Excuse me, I just can't believe it no matter what, thought Kong Tu. He was a young man well versed in modern scamming techniques, no matter how smooth someone's talk was, he wouldn't waver in his disbelief, this was basic training. Moreover, this deception was clearly half-hearted. The man dressed plainly, in a t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers, neat and tidy, but his age and social class were hard to tell. Kong Tu said, 2027, I'm not sure what to do to make money, but anyway, I think nothing really makes money these days. It was past 1 a.m., he'd been working overtime for 3 consecutive days, very tired and sleepy. He wanted to go home to sleep and didn't want to, nor dare to linger further. So he said offhandedly, you could ask at the construction site by the artificial lake early tomorrow morning. The man really glanced ahead and asked, is it the one in front of the park? Actually, Kong Tu made that up, but hearing the question, he quickly pondered it, yes, it probably doesn't require ID, though I'm not sure if they need workers. Alright, the man agreed readily, thank you. Kong Tu thought silently, what a hassle. I'm not even sure if I can show up for work tomorrow. Recently, our company has been extremely busy, asking for leave is harder than going home to visit parents after years apart. Yet, he waved his hand and said, forget about it. The man looked good, and didn't seem spineless, but somehow he ended up like this. After turning around and walking 2 steps forward, he looked back once more. The silhouette of the man appeared upright as he walked away in the opposite direction. Everyone's tough, Kong Tu thought. Hey! Someone suddenly called from behind. Turning his head, Kong Tu saw the man standing with both hands in his pockets. Your wound needs medical attention. The man said, we can put aside the money for now, I may pay you back when I make money. Kong Tu thought inwardly, I've got it extra rough. August 8, 2027, 8:05 a.m., City H. Coordinates north 40 degrees, east 89 degrees. Kong Tu woke up in pain, realizing he needed to visit the hospital. The doctor dabbed a little alcohol on the wound to disinfect it, perplexedly saying, how did it bite you so fiercely? Kong Tu replied, actually. It also hurts terribly. Half of my body feels numb. The doctor was shocked, what happened? Kong Tu, ? The doctor frowned, could it be poisonous? Kong Tu went crazy, whom do you expect me to ask? Why are you so hasty? The doctor snapped back irritably, why didn't you say earlier about these symptoms? Kong Tu was utterly exhausted, can you check it for me now? It really hurts, my muscles ache, what should I do? The doctor bent down to examine the wound, pressing on his thigh, you don't even have a bit of swelling here. Kong Tu himself was also unsure, the wound from last night had already begun to slowly heal, astonishingly fast. But he truly did feel pain, it wasn't like any kind of pain he had ever experienced before. He felt as though his tendons were contracting. And then there was the strange behavior of that man from last night, which made him somewhat afraid. This was probably the common ailment among modern people, having read too many legal news reports and gossipy Weibo posts, they always thought someone was trying to harm them, or they were sure they had some incurable disease. Who knew if that man from last night just wanted to avoid paying compensation and duped him with nonsense? The more he thought about it, the more Kong Tu believed he had acted foolishly, actually letting the man get away. If this incident became fodder for an online rant, everyone would surely call him a moron. But none of that mattered. What Kong Tu feared most right now was the doctor telling him, there's no saving you, your leg must be amputated. The doctor scribbled something on the medical form and said, all right. Kong Tu's heart leapt into his throat. The doctor continued, your symptoms seem different from others. Kong Tu held his breath. The doctor went on, although there are no signs of poisoning, it's not normal that you're in so much pain. Kong Tu was uncomfortable from holding his breath and let out a sigh. Then the doctor suddenly changed tone and asked, by the way, does City B really have bats? Are you capable or not? Kong Tu completely broke down, shouting, what's wrong with me? Can you just give me a straight answer? August 8, 2027, 10:45 a.m., City H. Coordinates north 40 degrees, east 89 degrees. The foreman pulled up his safety helmet, tilted his head back, and looked at Zhao Zheng. Is it you? Zhao Zheng nodded. The foreman said, we withhold 1 month's salary, then start payments the second month onward. Piecework contract, 1 pillar gets 2 yuan. Zhao Zheng responded clearly, deal. He had found work. Everything was starting anew, step by step. He wasn't in a rush. Sooner or later, one day, he would return, go back to his time, his country, where his people still waited for him. Chapter 2, Escape from the Abyss, 2. According to the doctor's implicit meaning, Kong Tu's illness was purely psychosomatic. Although Kong Tu himself did not agree, it was still good news for him. He happily accepted this outcome and went back to work with a cheerful heart. Kong Tu worked at a not-so-large advertising company. He didn't study much in college and didn't look for jobs seriously either. The person he admired most was Laozi's philosophy, firmly believing in tranquility and non-action. He didn't want to exert even an extra ounce of effort for this dreary life. His job was just a way to earn a living on the side. However, when the job got busy, it could be quite tiring. During any holidays or celebrations, those days would practically become their hell. When stepping into the gateway of hell, he sighed and raised his threshold of despair a little. Colleague Chang Jiu saw him as if he had seen God, saw divine light, saw hope for life. Dad. You ungrateful son, Kong Tu sat nearby and said softly, I bowed deeply this morning just to take a leave, but because of you, I have to come back and work overtime. Love you, Chang Jiu said, I've already sent the proposal to your email. That tricky devil gave us the task, deal with it yourself. Dealing with it himself was impossible, this was something he couldn't possibly handle alone. The proposal was sent to his mailbox at 4 p.m., he stepped into the office at 5 p.m., and the briefing meeting took place at 10:30 p.m. His presentation was rejected at 11 p.m., marking his third consecutive rejection. The art director was very harsh on Kong Tu, pointing out her dissatisfaction with him from head to toe. Every suggestion Kong Tu made, she vetoed one by one. Even if he had the best temperament, he was getting agitated now. The threshold of despair was nearing full capacity, precarious and unstable. Chang Jiu whispered to him, okay, next time let me present. She's in menopause and lacks affection. Just ignore her. The two had some unresolved grudges from the past, but many people in the company were unclear about it. This time, the creative department's presentation was indeed rushed, and he was put on the spot, losing face significantly. The art director slammed the folder onto the desk, leaned back in her chair, and rolled her eyes dramatically as if they could soar skyward. All right, another wasted night. So many people accompanied your creative department in playtime. Kong Tu's threshold of despair reached its critical point, his lips pressed into a thin line. He had been working overtime until 1 a.m. yesterday, and the entire company was left with only him and Chang Jiu. When the proposal failed so miserably that the creative department had to fix it, there wasn't enough time, and the task seemed simply impossible. They kept coming up with unreasonable demands, shortage of budget, tight deadlines, and design issues all piled onto the creative department. Asking them for a black that's 5 colors was like treating them not as humans but as Dorymans. Accumulated work pressure and recent events exploded simultaneously, causing him to bang the folder on the desk, lifting his chin and pointing at the art director. What the hell is wrong with you? This sentence shocked not his colleagues, but himself. Because he suddenly heard a beep, and a robotic female voice near his ear saying, the cerebral cortex is in an excited state, suspected of having criminal tendencies. Kong Tu was startled by this unexpected sound, dodging a little, and looked around. The art director's face turned extremely ugly, pointing her finger at his nose and yelling, who are you cursing? Things have varying degrees of importance, so Kong Tu immediately stopped paying attention to that warning sound earlier and countered more aggressively, I curse whoever deserves it. Can't you tell who the ass is? The colleagues hurriedly stood up to mediate, and the planner's face certainly looked awful. However, these things no longer mattered to Kong Tu. Because after uttering that insult, the warning voice in his brain began to ring deafeningly. Attention! Extreme danger tendency. Extreme danger tendency. He looked around and found that apparently, nobody else could hear this sound. Next, he remembered nothing because he only felt a chill in his skull, closed his eyes, and fainted. Communicator number 04 is locating. Communicator number 04 is locating. Please upload time axis coordinates actively, this will be the last warning. Repeat, please upload time axis coordinates actively. Then came a burst of noisy static, and a man said, Team 3 takes this mission. Kong Tu gradually regained consciousness. He was lying on a sofa bed in the company's restroom, covered with a piece of Chang Jiu's clothing. It was utterly meaningless. In this weather, how could covering up with clothes matter? Kong Tu woke up due to heat. Kong Tu sat on the sofa, cleared his mind, and slowly recovered his memories. There was still a faint coolness in his skull. It was insignificant. This weather wrapping in clothes meant nothing to Kong Tu, who woke up solely due to heat. Kong Tu sat on the sofa, regaining clarity, and the memories slowly returned. A trace of coolness remained in his skull. He realized that his cognitive structure was unable to assimilate this phenomenon. If it wasn't the people in the office playing tricks on him, then the problem should have been from the bite last night. He picked up his clothes and walked out of the room. Outside, it was already bright daylight. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. Chang Jiao and a few employees were still working hard in front of their computers. They had dark circles under their eyes, and the entire office was filled with a smell of overworked humans. Kong Tu asked, "You pulled an all-nighter?" Chang Jiao's brain wasn't functioning well. "Yeah, wait, no, you're awake." Kong Tu said, "Dad is resigning." Chang Jiao looked horrified. "No, Dad. Don't do it. Look at how scared Ms. Art Director got yesterday. She'll definitely never dare to mess with you again. You are Lin Daiyu incarnate in her mind now." Kong Tu thought that he made a good point. Indeed, this Lin Daiyu has run into some trouble recently. Kong Tu recounted the story of being bitten in great detail, embellishing it further as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Chang Jiao's expression completely changed. "Brother, you're not Lin Daiyu, you're Qin Xianglian." Kong Tu held a glimmer of hope. "Do you think I fainted because of the bite?" "I don't know," Chang Jiao replied. "Hey, let's go back to the hospital." Kong Tu said, "No, I can't swallow this humiliation. I must find that man." "You really are like Qin Xianglian," Chang Jiao rolled his eyes skyward. "Where would you even start looking? If there's something seriously wrong, he'd be long gone by now." Kong Tu said, "That won't work. You lack faith, comrade. For the slimmest chance, we must give it our all, right?" He just said that lightly, tidied up his things, and prepared to leave. Chang Jiao asked hesitantly, "Now?" Then began gathering his own things. "All right, I'll protect my father's honor. After all, a father-son team must stand united." Kong Tu truly didn't feel confident, he was quite afraid of the man. The guy looked too aggressive, which might explain why Kong Tu passed out so easily that night. Even though they set off to look for him, Kong Tu didn't have much hope in his heart. The two rushed directly to the construction site in front of the park, a place Kong Tu pointed to randomly the other night. On second thought, jobs requiring no ID were likely only limited to this kind. Most fantastical of all, the man was really there. The Red Hat foreman asked, "Looking for Zhao Zheng?" Kong Tu said, "I think so." The foreman shouted upward, "Zhao Zheng, hey, someone's here to see you." A head emerged from the steel rebar and concrete upstairs, exactly the same face as from the other night. "Kong Tu." Chang Jiao saw his reaction and exclaimed, "Holy crap, it's really him." The scaffolding was high and looked dangerous, but most workers didn't seem to have any safety measures. Zhao Zheng wore camouflage pants with the legs rolled up to his calves, revealing lean muscles and ankles. He swiftly descended in a few motions. Under his construction hat, his eyes still retained their sharpness. Kong Tu opened his mouth but found himself unable to speak. Instead, Zhao Zheng spoke first. "Is your wound healed?" Seeing Kong Tu struggle to say anything, Chang Jiao's tone grew hostile. "Friend, what happened?" "My buddy fainted last night after getting bitten by your thing." Zhao Zheng frowned deeply and asked, "What's going on?" Kong Tu was genuinely exasperated. "Who should I ask? How would I know?" But Zhao Zheng suddenly seemed to recall something, his face changing instantly. Kong Tu saw this expression and felt his face turn pale immediately. He was thoroughly confused, feeling as if something bad was about to happen. Like his life was coming to an end. Or maybe it was just one big eventful moment. Zhao Zheng locked his gaze on Kong Tu tightly. "Were you angry last night?" "What?" Intense emotional fluctuations, Zhao Zheng's seriousness was intimidating. "Did you experience any?" Kong Tu glanced at Chang Jiao and saw he was equally lost. He decided to cautiously reply, "Yes." "Did you hear any sounds?" Zhao Zheng quickly followed up. "I did hear something," Kong swallowed. "A woman's voice, I assumed it was a hallucination." "What did she say?" Kong Tu said, something about sending a signal, and another person talking about receiving a task. "I can't quite remember clearly." After listening, Zhao Zheng became calm instead. His eyes focused on Kong Tu as he took 2 steps backward, suddenly tossed his safety helmet, and turned to run. Chang Jiao roared loudly, "Hey! You little bastard, stop right there." Then he chased after him. Zhao Zheng ran fast, dashing recklessly into the traffic on the street, causing chaos. Car horns blared consecutively, trapping him among the vehicles, unable to move an inch. Kong Tu, trailing behind the two by a considerable distance, had chased them down 2 streets, panting heavily as if his lungs were about to burst. After much effort, he finally caught up, only to slump over against a nearby trash bin, catching his breath in large gasps. A while later, he looked up and froze. He saw a man dressed in silver-white clothes hiding in the bushes by the roadside. In his hand was a gun aimed directly at Zhao Zheng, who was trapped amidst the traffic. Kong Tu had never been in such a situation before, and for a moment, he was rooted to the spot, unsure of what to do. The man was extremely alert. The moment he noticed Kong Tu's gaze, he swiftly raised the gun barrel, aiming it straight at him. Kong Tu's pupils contracted sharply then widened suddenly. All sounds around him ceased as if the world went silent. His blood seemed to turn cold, and his breathing halted entirely. The only thing left was his heart pounding fiercely in his chest, thump, 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 as though it might leap out of his throat any second. At that very moment, an alarm rang again in his mind. Warning! Warning! Severe emotional fluctuations detected. Possible criminal tendencies. Once more, he felt a chill in his sixth sense and promptly lost consciousness. Chapter 3, Escape, Part 3. A person's life will have many turning points, and these turning points often come without warning. Kong Tu saw a news report when he was a child. It was about a lunatic who was an excellent student with a bright future, but one day, he was startled by the school bell while studying. Since then, he became very afraid of bells, lost focus on his studies, and constantly worried if the bell would ring again. Eventually, he became so sensitive to any noise that even an ant crawling past him would make him extremely irritable, forcing him to stay at home all day. Later, he turned into a madman. Kong Tu always remembered this story, not out of pity, but because he realized that fate could toy with someone without even providing a proper reason, and there is really no way for you to avoid it. Just like the sudden ringing of the school bell, how can you possibly avoid it? Don't daydream. He never expected that his life would change direction just because he was bitten by a bug after work. The door in front of him opened, and Kong Tu stepped through this gate wearing clothes that didn't belong to him. All the things he owned had been confiscated and were unlikely to be returned to him for the rest of his life. His future end was uncertain, but it should happen here, in the city named 404. The warden brought a cage to his face. Inside, a black creature resembling a bat was confined. One for each, it's yours. Kong Tu took it over and naively asked, is it a pet? The warden smiled and said, it's a pet that will bite you to death when you try to escape. Kong Tu. The warden added, cheer up, you don't have what it takes to escape anyway, not everyone has Zhao Zheng's skills. Kong Tu politely said, goodbye. The warden replied, all right. 404 was a prison, imprisoning all the great figures from ancient, modern, and future times. Anyone who changed the course of history with their own strength could be found here. They've been detained here for over 30 years, starting with 231 people, now only 140 remain because only one person can leave 404 alive, they must kill each other off. Kong Tu felt honored as he became the 141st resident because of being bitten by Zhao Zheng's pet, also becoming the first resident to enter due to a system glitch. And also became the first undeniable cannon fodder. The first task he received upon entering the beginner's village was repairing roads, literally, in the most basic sense. Kong Tu held a safety helmet, unsure what to do. An older man nearby saw the new arrival, took off his gloves, and stretched out a hand saying, welcome, welcome, you're Kong Tu, right? Kong Tu quickly shook hands and said, hello, hello. The man smiled warmly and said, no need to be polite, my surname is Oh Yang, my given name is General, I'm a few years older than you, call me brother. Kong Tu. Kong Tu, say that again, damn it. Who the hell are you? Oh Yang Zhen. Kong Tu wildly spun around in place, his hand on his head, staring incredulously at him. I didn't think I'd ever see a real-life version of you. When I was in high school, I really admired you, I even cried reading Yang Ting Dui. Oh Yang Zhen said. What's so emotional about it? Kong Tu. It's moving. Kong Tu said, don't you feel moved yourself? Not really, Oh Yang Zhen casually responded, I wrote it offhandedly. Anyway, Lu wasn't useful, I know better than anyone. Oh Yang Zhen looked at him and said, what's wrong with you? Kong Tu, nothing, fine, okay. Zi Shu brother, a medium-sized man approached, is this our new friend? Oh Yang confirmed, yes. The man said, nice to meet you, little buddy, my name is Gong Shu, single name Ban. Kong Tu firmly grabbed his hand and, with tears in his eyes, said, Lu Ban, right? Lu Ban. Oh Yang said, he's been like this since forever, no idea why. Within this hour, Kong Tu also met by Li Shi, Li Xian, and Xia Cheng. Kong Tu felt dazed, swinging cement with a shovel in one hand, listening to the background noises behind him. A woman shouted, Xia Cheng, not enough cement. Xia Cheng lazily replied, I did the last trip, don't look at me. The woman yelled again, by Li Shi. Cement. Bai Li Shi said, I can't leave. Kong Tu glanced around, hesitated a moment, and said, let me try. The woman glanced at his build and asked, can you handle it? Kong Tu replied confidently, I'll give it a shot. Kong Tu cautiously inquired, if I may ask, who are you? The woman said, you wouldn't know me. You're from the 21st century, the woman handed over the handcart to him, and I'm from the 29th century. Kong Tu didn't move, just stared at her. The woman smiled, her eyes exuding bravery. She had short hair that reached her ears, neat and efficient. I am the captain of the 3rd Division of the Galactic War, Chang Mingming, at the rank of colonel. This was an unfathomable life. Kong Tu dazedly pushed the handcart and started to walk away. Chang Mingming followed him, I'll take you there. Kong Tu recalled something and asked, have we found aliens by our time? Discovered in the 29th century, Chang Mingming said, on a planet 70 billion light-years away. Oh, Kong Tu asked, what do they look like? All kinds, ugly as hell. Kong Tu burst out laughing, ha 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 ha. Chang Mingming also laughed heartily, they think we're disgusting too. The last time I went to Hokkaido Star, the general met me with a gas mask. Kong Tu couldn't help but laugh again, ha 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 ha. What's so funny, Chang Mingming said, you kid don't seem to have a care in the world. Kong Tu said, worrying won't solve anything either. Chang Mingming wasn't entirely clear on this matter, how did you end up here? This was truly the most sorrowful thing about Kong Tu's entire life, briefly recounting how he was betrayed by Zhao Zheng. Chang Mingming, after listening, was equally at a loss for how to console him. This really was too much bad luck, 404 had never before seen an ordinary person come in. Yesterday, when they heard the announcement, not a single one of them knew who Kong Tu was or what background he had, assuming him to be some dangerous figure. But today, after reading the background information on his identity card, they realized he was simply someone who accidentally entered the system. Kong Tu sighed and said, even though I've been through all this, I consider myself fortunate to meet so many remarkable people, dying would be worth it. Chang Mingming gave a small smile, actually, it's not that easy to die. Kong Tu took this as reassurance and flashed her a grin. After all, since bad luck had landed on his head, he could only bear it himself. There was no other way. As the saying goes, there is no such thing as empathy. And Kong Tu, being purely negative and disinterested in worldly affairs, felt that no one even had the time to empathize with you. Fortunately, he had no deep attachments to any era or anyone. He just felt indignant about the whole situation, extremely so. By the time Kong Tu was released, it was already afternoon. Before doing 2 hours of work, it was time to clock out. A supervisor carrying something resembling a POS machine walked over, time to calculate labor points. Then everyone gathered forward, lining up in order to wait. Kong Tu looked around, making eye contact with Lu Ban. Lu Ban hesitated for a moment, then stepped back and made space for him in front. Kong Tu muttered, I didn't intend to cut in line. Lu Ban let out a sigh of relief and quickly moved back into position. Kong Tu asked, what's going on? Calculating labor points, Lu Ban explained, didn't you receive your data card? It's akin to wages. We need wages. Is our system really that comprehensive? The person with the highest labor points will eventually leave 404. Kong Tu exclaimed in shock, exclamation point. Lu Ban caught his expression, silently stepping back again, allowing Kong Tu to insert himself smoothly into the queue. Bai Li Shi protested indignantly, hey. Kong Tu shouted loudly, Lord Bai Li Shi. I truly admire you greatly. I know. Bai Li Shi retorted, who doesn't admire me? No cutting in line. Forget it, Oh Yang said, he's new. Why be so picky? Kong Tu remained in a trance-like state, feeling as if in a dream, this was Ouyang Zhen. Ouyang Zhen was speaking for him. What kind of good fortune did I accumulate in my past life? Chang Mingming stood right in front of him, looking back and saying, he was lured in by Zhao Zheng. Ouyang sighed, sigh. Kong Tu suddenly remembered something, who exactly is Zhao Zheng? Isn't he an ancient figure? I've never heard of this name. Chang Mingming replied, ancient, is just a relative concept. To me, you're also ancient. Just as Kong Tu was about to reply, he heard Lu Ban ask, how could you not have heard of Zhao Zheng? Kong Tu looked puzzled, I really haven't. Ouyang was also quite surprised, you don't know Zhao Zheng? Never heard of him. Lu Ban chimed in, if you know Li Guang but not Zhao Zheng. Are you selectively illiterate? Kong Tu, who on earth is he? Bai Li Shi rolled his eyes, why don't you ask Ing Zheng? Oh, right, Lu Ban added, he has another name, Ing Zheng. Kong Tu. Are you serious? Kong Tu turned back to ask bewilderedly. Bai Li Shi said, it's true. His surname is Ing, family name Zhao, and he was called Zhao Zheng until he was 9 years old. Kong Tu completely zoned out, alarm bells ringing in his head, warning. Warning. Abnormal emotional fluctuations detected, possible criminal tendencies. Then he suddenly heard startled exclamations around him, he fainted. Chapter 4 Hidden Dragons and Crouching Tigers, Part 1. In the first 3 days after arriving here, Kong Tu almost fainted every day. Although his willpower was indeed not strong, it wasn't fragile to this extent. The main reason he fainted daily was because he had been implanted with the 404 monitoring system. This system automatically monitored the state of the cerebral cortex and would immediately take action whenever the host became overly excited. Lu Ban taught Kong Tu an excellent way to effectively avoid this anti-human monitoring system. You know, this system is mainly for preventing escapes and riots within the city. Lu Ban adjusted his hat upward slightly, but it does not interfere with your normal physiological needs. Kong Tu asked, since they've locked us up already, what kind of physiological needs could there be? You just don't understand, Lu Ban said, we still have the right to marry. Kong Tu replied nonchalantly, impressive. This is mainly for those who want to pair up to complete tasks together, Lu Ban continued. Many people are afraid that when doing tasks they might end up in two opposing camps, so they bind themselves together. Kong Tu said, if only one person can go out in the end, even if we're bound now, won't we still separate later? You're absolutely right, Lu Ban agreed. If you've thought about it, how could they not have? Who knows what the future will look like, Lu Ban added. There's nothing wrong with holding on to hope. Kong Tu truly didn't mean to mock those who seemed naive. He didn't have the guts for it either. He just simply didn't trust anything involving relationships between two people. Ordinary people struggle to stay married till old age. In 404, where just staying alive is difficult, how could relationships possibly last? Moreover, isn't human nature inherently evil? Lu Ban then went on, because the monitoring system ignores these physiological reactions, there's a method to evade surveillance, you understand, right? Kong Tu stared expressionlessly at him. Lu Ban chuckled softly and got straight to the point. Whenever you experience emotional fluctuations, try thinking of a dirty joke. Kong Tu fell silent for a while before asking suddenly, do you all do that? Everyone does. Lu Ban confirmed. Kong Tu imagined Ouyang Zhen trying to think of dirty jokes while getting angry, which left him feeling very complicated. Apparently, idols should stay far away from their fans, farther, even. At the time Kong Tu entered the city, 404 had just finished an intra-city battle, reportedly extremely bloody. It was currently in the recovery phase, and people were repairing the city's infrastructure damaged by the war. He worked with others for 3 days fixing roads, then started repairing benches in the park. The next intra-city battle was 24 days away, and he felt that day would surely be his death sentence. However, his fellow prisoners treated him well, without any hint of bullying the newbies. Perhaps it was because they saw him as too harmless, or perhaps their manners were better, and their ways of bullying were more subtle and sophisticated. Kong Tu usually worked alongside these people, collecting food numbers for lunch in the cafeteria, tallying work points in the evening by swiping the watch on his hand on the POS machine. Working a whole day would earn him merely 1 point. Their labor was worth almost nothing. He worked alongside them for 3 days, glancing around during mealtime while settling accounts, but couldn't find anyone he was looking for. Finally, unable to hold his curiosity any longer, he asked, does Zhao Jing not need to work? Who? Chang Mingming pointed to some braised pork for the canteen auntie, who ladled a spoonful, trembling a little, leaving only 3 pieces of meat in her bowl. Turning back, Chang Mingming rolled her eyes coldly and replied, is he even alive anymore? Kong Tu was shocked. What? Somebody tried to escape last time and was caught at the city gate. They seem to have carried out the death penalty. Kong Tu cursed mentally, what the hell, nearly frightened to death. He'd been waiting to talk things through with Zhao Zheng since he felt he'd gotten so unlucky because of him. Now, finding out Zhao Zheng was dead, he suddenly found his own grievances insignificant. What mattered now was, Zhao Zheng, dead. Wasn't he Ying Zheng? He couldn't die. What would happen to history if he died? Chang Mingming kicked her chair aside, sat down roughly, picked up her chopsticks, and grabbed a piece of meat, but who knows, Zhao Zheng has a special identity. 404 probably wouldn't dare do anything serious to him. Maybe they've just put him in solitary confinement. Kong Tu said, in here, who doesn't have a special identity? That's different, Chang Mingming said, if people like us die, we just die. At most, history might regress 20 or 30 years. Zhao Zheng is not the same, he is the tide of historical momentum. Without him, there would be no Qin dynasty. Lu Bue might have a meticulous mind, possibly capable of great things, but he's too cautious and isn't legitimate either. Moreover, during the chaos of Lao Ai, only Zhao Zheng could bring about the proper convergence of 3 conflicting forces. Without him, history might take many more years to advance. These 2 sentences sent chills down Kong Tu's spine, a sense of grand ambition tied to a single individual. Chang Mingming said, Zhao Zheng is not an ordinary man. You shouldn't provoke him or harbor resentment against him. If he senses any hostility from you, he might act against you. Even if you lent me courage, I wouldn't dare, Kong Tu said in bewilderment. Am I insane to hold any grudge against him? Chang Mingming laughed, that's true enough. This world was truly a jungle where the strong preyed on the weak. Though it was originally Zhao Zheng's fault, Kong Tu couldn't even resent it in his heart, yet at that moment, neither of them realized this issue. In the few days Kong Tu had been here, he hadn't interacted much with others. On one hand, the identities of these people weighed heavily on him psychologically, and on the other, he was simply lazy to flatter anyone. He knew if he wanted to survive well, he would have to get along with these people, but he wasn't willing to degrade himself to the point of brown-nosing for survival. Even though his life might seem miserable compared to theirs, he had studied for over 20 years and received higher education. He had some dignity, so bowing low wasn't something he could bring himself to do. Living was good, after all, because dying was painful. But groveling to live, no way. Apart from the people he'd met upon entering 404, he didn't engage much with others afterward. However, he added countless friends on their social network. It was quite surprising that 404 provided members with phones, complete with a local internet service and a chat app that even allowed posting updates. Truly, it was bizarre and magical. There were only 141 people in the city, and almost everyone was mutuals, but as a newcomer, Kong Tu naturally had none. As a science major who wasn't particularly knowledgeable about history, he didn't know many of the people in 404 but understood they weren't simple folk. Originally, he intended to ask everyone for autographs, but now, he found himself asking everyone to add him on social media instead. His current hobby was roaming around, encountering someone and pulling out his phone. "Brother, can I add you as a friend?" He merely added people as friends, not daring to say a word more. Every day, he secretly checked what these people posted, such as their food preferences, selfies with whom, items they lost, etc. This alone amazed him. Who would have thought? I'm friends with Lu Ban. That was a bragging right for a lifetime. On the weekend, with scorching heat, the pet assigned to Kong Tu was named Xiongqi, dangling from the desk lamp, its green eyes glaring at him. Lying on the bed feigning death, Kong Tu tried encouraging himself for the 800th time to embrace life cheerfully. Then he absent-mindedly scrolled through his social feed. 3 minutes later, he suddenly sat up straight. Yan Lingfei posted an update. Fuck, Zhao Jing really was confined and has now been released. An attached photo showed a candid angle, just a profile shot, but from the silhouette, it was still unmistakably Zhao Jing. Without hesitation, Kong Tu grabbed the keys and slammed the door shut, running toward the confinement room. Seeing him leave, Xiongqi fluttered its wings trying to follow, but the suddenly closed door kept it inside, letting out 2 cries. The city's area was small, so Kong Tu reached quickly. When he got there, Zhao Zheng was standing outside the confinement room conversing with someone Kong Tu recognized. It was Yan Lingfei, a handsome young man looking sharp and intelligent. He'd spoken briefly to Kong Tu before, though Kong Tu struggled connecting with people who seemed as perceptive as Yan Lingfei, leading to limited conversation. Zhao Zheng stood with his back turned toward Kong Tu, posture ramrod straight. Looking again this time, Kong Tu noticed Zhao Zheng's tall figure lacked pronounced muscles, yet whether walking or standing still, his shoulders and back always remained tense. Now reflecting on it, Kong Tu guessed it might stem from rigorous etiquette training he received since childhood. Kong Tu panted heavily from running and shouted, "Zhao Zheng." Hearing his name, Zhao Zheng clearly froze, turning around and spotting Kong Tuesday. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Yan Lingfei greeted warmly, "Hello, Kong Tuesday." Zhao Zheng asked, "How did you end up here?" Kong Tu almost fainted, wishing he could grab him by the collar and roar, "You don't know. The 404 administrator told me I was implanted with a surveillance system, and once within signal range, I got caught." Zhao Zheng. Yan Lingfei said, "It's like this. After being bitten by Qiongqi, a surveillance system is implanted, sending out signals twice as strong, but we only found this out through the incident. Our friend Zulong and us didn't know beforehand." Kong Tu had no idea how they had come to this conclusion. He remembered that the administrator had mentioned Qiongqi would bite him if he tried to escape. It turned out the bite was for stronger monitoring, not killing him outright. He fully understood why the administrator hadn't been truthful, and also understood why they had privately discussed matters without informing him. Nevertheless, it all seemed too cruel from his perspective. Zhao Zheng straightforwardly said, "Let's go," then turned around and walked off. Kong Tu stared at his back, momentarily speechless. Yan Lingfei hesitated, taking a step forward. At that moment, Zhao Zheng turned his head and oddly told Kong Tu, "Come on." Zhao Zheng said to him, "Go back first. We'll discuss during the meeting tonight." Then he waved at Kong Tu, signaling to follow. Kong Tu felt extremely honored, while Yan Lingfei burst into laughter towards him. "Quick, take advantage of the situation for a deal." Chapter 5 Hidden Dragons and Crouching Tigers, 2. Zhao Zheng walked very fast, with a tall and straight figure and broad shoulders. Kong Tu followed behind him, looking at his back, and suddenly remembered the first night he saw him, when he looked back before parting ways. At that time, Zhao Zheng had just escaped from room 404. Back then, in complete ignorance, he didn't notice even the slightest excitement or joy on Zhao Zheng's face. He was calm, without any fear of arriving in an entirely strange era. Today, as he walked out of the isolation room, after years of plans had been reduced to ashes, there was still no sign of dejection. These matters would have been enough to crush anyone. It was now dinner time, and the canteen doors were already wide open. People were moving about here and there. Lu Ban emerged with a cup of soy milk, coincidentally encountering Zhao Zheng and Kong Tu, which came as quite a surprise. "You're still alive." "Still alive," Zhao Zheng said politely, "thanks to Mr. Gongshu." Lu Ban shook his hand, indicating not to talk nonsense. "This has nothing to do with me, don't involve me in this." Zhao Zheng smiled and said, "You jest." This time, Lu Ban did not reply but gestured with his paper cup to Kong Tu, "There's soy milk today." Kong Tu responded with an, "Oh," then said to Zhao Zheng, "Wait for me a moment," and ran into the canteen with his card. The daily menu in room 404 changes every day, paying great attention to nutritional balance. From Monday to Friday, the drink provided is milk, while on Saturdays and Sundays, it's soy milk. Kong Tu cannot digest milk well, so drinking it makes him uncomfortable, leading him to always give away his assigned milk. If he can't give it away, he throws it out directly. Lu Ban learned this after having 2 meals with Kong Tu at the same table. After Kong Tu rushed into the canteen, only Zhao Zheng and Lu Ban were left. The two of them didn't have deep connections. They greeted each other briefly and were about to separate. Lu Ban took 2 steps forward and suddenly stepped back, whispering, "The bug has been fixed." Zhao Zheng wasn't surprised, the time must have already been reset, or the monitoring system directly upgraded. Was it really 1 o'clock in the morning? Did you calculate it yourself? Is it accurate? Yes, Zhao Zheng answered simply, the timing is accurate. There was no alarm when I escaped. Lu Ban looked at him suspiciously, then how were you caught again? Zhao Zheng replied straightforwardly, unlucky. Lu Ban. But Zhao Zheng was far from just unlucky, it was pure bad luck. If it weren't for Cheongqi biting Kong Tu, allowing room 404 to trace the signal, he might have permanently escaped from room 404. Seeing that Zhao Zheng didn't want to elaborate further, Lu Ban sighed, who would have thought you'd come back alive? Truly, you have a big life. Zhao Zheng said, I didn't expect it either. Originally, there were only 2 possible outcomes, either escape and continue living, or be captured and die instantly. As for the possibility of surviving after a failed escape attempt, he hadn't counted on it at all. He truly planned to go all in. Before Lu Ban could say more, his peripheral vision caught Kong Tu already running out with something in hand, so he waved and asked, do you know about tonight's meeting? I know, Zhao Zheng replied, Mr. Gongshu, please take care. Kong Tu, fearing Zhao Zheng might grow impatient waiting, rushed hard and gasped for breath as he kept up, saying to Lu Ban, see you later. Lu Ban nodded, we'll work together tomorrow. Kong Tu had no objection and didn't ask who decided the schedule, simply responding, okay, good. In his hands, besides 2 cups of soy milk, there were also 2 paper bags, slightly shiny from grease. Here, Kong Tu handed over a cup of soy milk and a bag to Zhao Zheng, have you eaten? Zhao Zheng accepted it, thank you, my name is Zhao Zheng. I know, my name is Kong Tu, Healthy Kong, Graffiti Tuesday. Good name, Zhao Zheng said, a wide road for Kong Tuesday. Although both had been thrown into a very difficult situation because of each other and changed the course of their lives, it was only now that they could be considered properly acquainted. Zhao Zheng's dormitory was very clean. When Kong Tu entered, he quickly glanced around, finding it clean to the point that it didn't seem like anyone lived there. There wasn't even a single item on the desk, reflecting light from the window. Sit down, Zhao Zheng pointed at the single sofa while he turned and sat on the bed, facing Kong Tu. Kong Tu. Now that they were alone, he fell into a vague state once more, unable to believe the person sitting in front of him. Zhao Zheng, unaware of what Kong Tu was thinking, cut right to the chase, this matter, it's my fault. Kong Tu instinctively responded, no, it's not your fault. Zhao Zheng, don't worry, there's no need to be nervous. I'm not nervous, Kong Tu said, his heart pounding as he swallowed hard. It seemed Zhao Zheng had already encountered many similar situations, and he skillfully explained, when I arrived at room 404, I had just started my reign. I hadn't yet conquered the 6 states or burned books and buried scholars alive. I was about your age. But Kong Tu wasn't comforted by this subtle reassurance and sat nervously on the edge of the sofa, silently giving himself a pep talk. Seeing how stiff Kong Tu was, Zhao Zheng tried to ease the atmosphere. Do you think I'm going to behead you? Kong Tu's face changed dramatically, exclamation point. I was just joking. Zhao Zheng quickly added. Kong Tu. Zhao Zheng. Kong Tu thought, what kind of joke is that? Unable to help but laugh awkwardly, Zhao Zheng said, I really won't do anything to you. It's indeed my fault that you ended up here, and I sincerely want to apologize. Alright, Kong Tu sincerely replied, come on, I believe you can find a way out. Zhao Zheng, thank you. Kong Tu politely responded, you're welcome. After this sentence, both fell into silence. For a moment, Zhao Zheng couldn't quite understand what Kong Tu was calculating. He felt like he'd laid a good groundwork for conversation. If Kong Tu truly had any requests, he could have just voiced them directly, but even after bringing up 2 topics, they were all glossed over. Was Kong Tu trying to make him owe a favor? But what use would he have for this favor? Did he really expect to stand out in room 404? That was too naive. Because it was getting too embarrassing, Kong Tu felt he simply couldn't stay any longer and spoke up, maybe I should leave now. Feeling somewhat speechless, Zhao Zheng repeated, leave. Kong Tu truly couldn't conduct an easygoing conversation with him, feeling an immense psychological burden, and stiltedly said, good night. Having no choice, Zhao Zheng stood up to see him off and suddenly asked before stepping out, do you have any plans? No. The next intra-city battle is in 18 days, Zhao Zheng offered voluntarily, at that time, if you and I are assigned to the same team, come find me. Kong Tu said, yes, alright. Zhao Zheng smiled and said, I can tell you might be afraid of me, so if you truly can't handle being around me, it's fine. The psychological pressure from interacting with Zhao Zheng was genuine, greater than with anyone else. Kong Tu originally intended to question Zhao Zheng about the situation since it was Zhao Zheng who owed him something, but when he saw Zhao Zheng in person, he found it impossible to say a single mercenary word. He had always found it difficult to discuss matters of interest, thus suffering losses and missing many opportunities at work. This deep-seated problem became more pronounced now when facing Zhao Zheng, so even though he had reason on his side, he couldn't threaten Zhao Zheng with it. He didn't expect that Zhao Zheng would take responsibility willingly. "I can't promise you much either," Zhao Zheng said, "but if you encounter difficulties, come find me, and I'll do my best." Kong Tu thought about it and finally asked, "Does this mean I can never leave here?" Zhao Zheng looked at him and answered, "Yes." Although he had already accepted this outcome, Kong Tu still felt his heart sink a bit. He nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Zheng apologized earnestly, "I'm really sorry. Poor Qiongqi biting someone who isn't its host has never happened before, and I didn't expect it either. That night, I didn't know it followed me out, but talking about these things now is useless. All I want to say is that I didn't intentionally try to deceive you." Kong Tu didn't expect Zhao Zheng to be this way, at least he appeared very kind and friendly, which was quite different from what he had imagined. "What about your Qiongqi? Is it dead?" "It has been recycled," Zhao Zheng casually leaned against the door frame and said, "It will be sent back after repair." This was pretty terrifying. A pet constantly monitoring you, ready to bite you anytime, was like a venomous tongue flickering in the dark, making one shiver with fear. Kong Tu asked, "Won't it hold a grudge?" "It's just a machine," Zhao Zheng laughed, "perhaps it does, but I remember its grudge too." Finally, Kong Tu understood what Zhao Zheng meant and laughed along, "That makes sense." Zhao Zheng said, "You don't need to be afraid. That thing isn't useful, my situation is 1 in 10,000. Kong Tu sincerely said, "You're really unlucky." Zhao Zheng also sincerely replied, "So are you." Their eyes met, and after a while, they helplessly smiled. Kong Tu was really about to leave, but Zhao Zheng thought for a moment and said, "There is a meeting tonight to settle some matters from the last city battle. If you don't have anything else to do, you can come." "What am I going there for?" The atmosphere had lightened up a bit, so Kong Tu casually asked, after all he hadn't even entered the city for the last intra-city battle. Zhao Zheng still leaned against the wall without speaking, just smiling at him. Kong Tu suddenly understood and said, "All right." What else could he do? As a new guy who hadn't yet memorized all the people in the city, this was definitely an occasion worth attending. Even if it was just to get a feel of the situation, it would be useful. Zhao Zheng glanced at his watch. "It's at 9 p.m., under the big clock in the square." At that time, there were sure to be a lot of mosquitoes, and Kong Tu absently thought this as he responded somewhat unenthusiastically. Zhao Zheng was truly impressive. Kong Tu still couldn't believe everything when he was on his way back. He hazily thought, deserving emperor indeed, how good at dealing with people. He heard that Zhao Zheng had entered room 404 shortly after taking personal control of the government. Back then, it must have been the most chaotic period of the Qin dynasty. At that time, Lu Bui's power remained deeply entrenched, while Zhao Zheng's mother was entangled with Lao Ai. This woman, clouded by love, not only gave birth to 2 children for Lao Ai, but also granted him military power. Before coming of age, Zhao Zheng was always in an extremely awkward position. At that time, the court situation was uncertain. Although it wasn't like the building was collapsing, there was a trend of decline from prosperity. Zhao Zheng wasn't brutal when he ascended to the throne, using such skills to win over hearts smoothly was normal. However, after gaining power, Zhao Zheng immediately had his mother's 2 illegitimate children trampled to death and dismembered their bodies with 5 horses. Even his own mother ended up living her whole life in the cold palace. Also, Lu Bui, who had assisted him in growing up, couldn't escape death either. Zhao Zheng could be said to have cut off all ties completely and done it perfectly. Kong Tu woke up again and didn't dare to think more. He had no room for choice. The more he thought, the more wrong it seemed. He couldn't see any situation clearly. Like many others in this world, he could only go with the flow, unable to swim upstream. Even though he had decided long ago to live passively, at this point, he was really forced into it. The city was very quiet in the evening, it was summer, and the leaves occasionally rustled in the wind, reflecting green and glossy under the streetlights. Kong Tu arrived punctually. The big clock pointed to 9 o'clock exactly when he got there, and at that time, the square was deserted. He guessed that he was probably being played with. That's what he thought. "Hello." Yan Lingfei called out from afar, "Kong. You came so early." "It's not early at all," Kong Tu politely replied, "but you're quite early too." Yan Lingfei put his arm around Kong Tu's shoulders as familiarly as possible. "I haven't eaten yet, I'm planning to have a Huangmen chicken." "Kong Tu. Why is there Huangmen chicken everywhere? Is the whole world eating Huangmen chicken?" Yan Lingfei pulled him away. "Have you eaten? Let me treat you." Kong Tu stretched his arm and pointed to the clock overhead, reminding, "It's past 9 already." "Oh," Yan Lingfei suddenly remembered, "you're new here, you don't know. They are always late. Sometimes we don't gather until 10. Seeing that Kong Tu was very confused, he explained, "Think about it, who comes last during each meeting?" Kong Tu hesitated and said, "Leader." Yeah, something like that, Yan Lingfei said casually, people of higher status, just like the court. The emperor always comes last, and the ministers wait below. The people here, everyone thinks they are the most important person. Kong 2. Yan Lingfei said, so let's eat Huangmen chicken. Chapter 6, Hidden Dragons and Crouching Tigers, Part 3. In the first 25 years of his life, Kong 2 had eaten so much braised chicken that he could have opened a chicken farm. It wasn't that he particularly loved it, it was just too common. On any food street, every 3 steps there were 2 braised chicken restaurants. He never would have dreamed that at 404, he still couldn't escape this dish. The shop owner and chef were both Bai Li Shi. When Kong 2 entered the store, he couldn't believe his eyes. How can it be you? Why can't it be me? Bai Li Shi said as he lounged around in an apron, one leg crossed over the other while playing on his phone. Are you here to eat? Eat? Of course. Yan Lingfei quickly found a seat, tapping her fingers on the table and said, bring us 2 servings of braised chicken, hurry up, we need to attend a meeting. Bai Li Shi leisurely played with his phone, no rush. Yan Lingfei asked, are you cooking or not? Bai Li Shi didn't reply. Yan Lingfei pulled Kong 2 up, saying, then there's nothing we can do, let's switch to another place. Kong 2 thought to himself, what's going on? So, he stood up following her, only to see Bai Li Shi put down his phone impatiently, sit down. Yan Lingfei immediately sat back down, slightly spicy, no cilantro. Then she asked Kong 2, and you? Kong 2 had no choice but to sit back down again, sighing inwardly, anything is fine. Bai Li Shi rolled his eyes, there's no such thing as anything. Yan Lingfei said, then I'll have mine again. Your service attitude is terrible, be careful, or I'll leave a bad review. Bai Li Shi patted his apron and walked into the kitchen, I'm scared. As it turned out, he was scared because when the dishes were finally served, they came with 2 free drinks. Kong 2 still couldn't comprehend, how do you know how to make this kind of dish? I bought the recipe. Bai Li Shi remained aloof, slouching on the chair and playing on his phone. Previously, a person from the 20th century entered 404, I got it from him. Kong 2 curiously asked, who? Bai Li Shi lazily replied, forgot, he died soon after. Kong 2. Bai Li Shi suddenly remembered something, do you know any recipes? I can pay for them. Kong 2's head made a ding-dong sound, and an idea bulb lit up above his head. Bai Li Shi immediately saw what he was thinking about and warned unsatisfactorily, let me tell you, the entire catering industry has already been monopolized by me. If you dare to compete with me, watch out for retaliation. Kong 2 fell silent for a moment and said, I remember admiring you very much during my school days. Which means, you're extremely disappointing now. Oh, Bai Li Shi replied indifferently, will you sell or not? I don't have any. Kong 2 took a bite of the braised chicken, and even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to replicate it anyway, this simple dish tastes so bad. Bai Li Shi. Yan Lingfei burst out laughing, ha 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 ha, cough cough. She was choked suddenly, tears streaming down her face. After drinking some water handed over by Kong 2, she couldn't calm down for a long time. Bai Li Shi coldly glanced over and went back to playing on his phone. This shop was small, inside there were only 4 or 5 tables, with only the 2 of them eating, seemingly indicating poor business. Kong 2 originally understood why, it really wasn't tasty. But Yan Lingfei seemed to enjoy it immensely, like someone who had never eaten anything good. Maybe ancient times indeed lacked flavorful options. He also comforted himself with some self-deprecating thoughts, at least in his era, delicious food was plentiful, everything worth eating had been savored, all the luxuries enjoyed, he hadn't missed out on anything. At the end of the meal, Kong 2 footed the bill. Yan Lingfei wanted to pay, but he refused and paid 1 unit of labor credit. Yan Lingfei said, wow, that makes me feel awkward Kongzai. Kong 2 was genuinely heartbroken, he earned only 1 labor credit a day, but could only say, it's alright, it's alright. Bai Li Shi saw they were finished eating, removed the apron, casually tidied up, and followed them out the door. Kong 2 asked casually, heading home after work. Home. Like hell, Bai Li Shi said, I'm off to a meeting. Kong 2 glanced at his watch, it was 9:50, leaving him speechless. Yan Lingfei wrapped her arm around his shoulder and said, so you see, they're always late. Kong 2 silently remarked to himself, you're not exactly better either. The road ahead was quiet, and the 3 of them walked toward the square. Initially, since Kong 2 didn't know them well, he assumed the atmosphere would be awkward. However, Yan Lingfei kept talking non-stop, gradually relaxing Kong 2 until he could freely joke around, warming up the conversation. On their way, Bai Li Shi asked again, you really don't have any recipes? Kong 2 casually asked, how's your business? Bai Li Shi immediately looked at him with caution. I'm not trying to compete with you, Kong 2 said, I can't cook. I was just asking about your business, wondering how much 404 can endure when it comes to food. Bai Li Shi. Yan Lingfei burst out laughing again, ha 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 ha. By the time they leisurely reached the square, there were already some people gathered. Ouyang Zhen, sitting on the outskirts, saw them and greeted, you're here. Yan Lingfei said, yeah, Kung Zai treated me to a braised chicken meal. Good, Yang Zhen replied, Kung Zai is generous. Kong Tu almost got scared to death, no, would you like one? I'll treat you. Yang Zhen said, no thanks, it doesn't taste good. Bai Li she scolded loudly, do you want to die, Yang Zhen? Kong Tu also sat down beside them and echoed, indeed, it doesn't taste good. Yan Lingfei, ha 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 ha. On such a night, Kong Tu suddenly felt a sense of confusion, realizing that this kind of life wasn't bad. Interacting with intelligent people was really comfortable, regardless of whether or not it was intentional, he didn't feel any rejection or disdain from these people. Except for Bai Li Shi, everyone was kind and kept a friendly distance. This was truly good. He had never thought before that interpersonal relationships could be so comfortable. Zhao Jing finally arrived at 10:15, directly sitting down beside them and saying in surprise, so early today. Yeah, Chang Mingming unscrewed a bottle of water and took a gulp, I thought we'd have to wait till 11. I have a question, Lu Ban said, have you noticed how many mosquitoes there are? Bai Li Shi said, are you an idiot? You only realize after your face is covered in bites. Yan Lingfei raised her hand to speak up, let's run 2 laps around the square. You run if you want. Bai Li Shi rejected her outright. Yan Lingfei pouted and swatted her hand in the air twice. Chang Mingming tucked her short hair behind her ear, appearing softer under the lamplight, and said, by the time it's the 30th century, mosquitoes can only be found in labs. I'd never seen a mosquito before I came to 404. Lu Ban remarked, this confirms our hypothesis that this city was built before the 30th century. Not necessarily, Zhao Zheng leaned against his long legs with one arm, looking much more relaxed and dashing than when standing upright, it could also be established in some unknown third-dimensional space. We've been here 30 years and haven't aged a bit, something no era could achieve. They all sat under the lamplight, swatting mosquitoes with sounds of slap, 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 while discussing this issue. Kong Tu had originally planned to wait until their discussion concluded, but realized they kept veering off topic. Finally, he interrupted, do you guys want some flower water? Everyone. Did you bring it? Zhao Jing couldn't help but laugh, why didn't you pull it out earlier? Drenched in sweat, Kong Tu replied, I thought you guys didn't need it. Yang Zhen said, Kung Zai, even we get itchy when bitten. Yan Lingfei, ha 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 ha. Don't ha anymore. Bai Li Shi couldn't take it any longer, are you stupid? Yan Lingfei pulled out her phone as a threat, I'll leave you a negative review. So while the entire square buzzed with people slapping mosquitoes, this corner remained calm and filled with a heavy fragrance of flower water. At that moment, Kong Tu hadn't realized anything was unusual, assuming it was merely a coincidence that these people happened to sit together. It wasn't until the formal meeting started that he sensed this seemed to be a small group. And it seemed like he had just accidentally joined this small group. Bai Jing died, a woman softly and gently spoke, we don't know who killed him, do any of you have any thoughts? A voice shouted, isn't it Bai Li Shi? Everyone burst into laughter. Kong Tu didn't quite understand at first glance and looked at Bai Li Shi, discovering he nonchalantly chuckled and then went back to playing on his phone. Stop fooling around, the woman continued, it's pretty late, everyone must be tired. Kong Tu followed the sound and found a long-haired woman, slim and with pale skin, an ideal Eastern beauty. He didn't know who she was or what role she played in this meeting. Report, Yan Lingfei, sitting next to Kong Tu, suddenly raised her hand and said, I think it's Bai Yue. The woman looked at him and smiled gently, what's your reasoning? Kong Tu instinctively glanced at Yan Lingfei, discovering him half joking, half serious as he said, during the starship combat competition, he was wearing gloves. I accidentally saw the blood seeping out from under them. The woman turned to a man sitting in the corner with hair down to his shoulders and asked, Bai Yue, do you have anything to say? Bai Yue slowly stood up. He was exceptionally tall and broad-shouldered, even a simple t-shirt looked tough on him. His slightly curly hair fell down to his shoulders, highlighting his handsome and gentle face. He exuded a very masculine aura. Kong Tu thought silently, fate is really unfair. After giving someone extraordinary intelligence, it also bestows them with an outstanding appearance. Not to mention Zhao Zheng and Yan Lingfei, even people like Lu Ban, Yang Zhen, and Bai Li Shi had decent looks that were nothing to scoff at. Bai Yue slowly lifted his hand for everyone to see and said, the blood belongs to someone else. I don't have any scars on my hands. At that time, I killed a lower-ranking soldier in the fleet, and his blood splattered onto my hands. Yan Lingfei then asked, where were you when Bai Jing died? On the starship, Bai Yue answered calmly without emotion, we were cruising along the route, preparing to go support your army. Only you were there by yourself. Just me. When I issued the alarm at 3 in the afternoon, Bai Jing had already been dead at 2:50 p.m. Were you already on the ship by then? The first message I received wasn't your alarm but rather Yang Zhen's. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Yang Zhen. Yang Zhen casually waved his hand with a smile, at the time, I received information indicating someone planned to ambush and attack the planet where Bai Yue was stationed. Knowing if I truthfully informed him, he wouldn't run away, so I fabricated a military report instead. The flaw in this statement was far too obvious. The woman questioned, how did you get the information? That's a question for you, Yang Zhen replied nonchalantly, when we destroyed the enemy aircraft together, didn't you check their designed routes beforehand? All of the routes planning a large-scale attack on Bai Yue's planet 3 days later were prepared by 3 p.m. The woman said, I didn't check, not as thorough as you. Yang Zhen gave a slight laugh but didn't respond further. In the square, someone asked, Mr. Ouyang, do you remember the starship's number? AX 5784. Yang Zhen's photographic memory was well known, no one doubted his clarity in recalling such details. One rack star, another voice remarked, it has been hostile with Bai Yue's planet for many years. Exactly, Yang Zhen said, so I didn't suspect it initially. Now it seems likely to be false intelligence because the war never broke out later. But it might also have been cancelled due to excessive losses from the previous war. With that, the matter once again fell into a deadlock. All points were reset when Bai Jing died. Someone absorbed his work credits, the woman glanced at Bai Yue and said, can I check your work credit points? Bai Yue turned his gaze and fixedly stared at her, saying firmly, no. The woman didn't appear particularly surprised at being refused, shrugging as she said, do you have any other way to prove your innocence? Kong Tu was extremely shocked. He quietly leaned over to ask Zhao Zheng, will work credits be absorbed after death? There are cases like that, Zhao Zheng explained softly, if they're killed inside the city, the killer absorbs the credits. But if killed mistakenly outside the city or die naturally, the work credits remain unchanged. A cold sweat drenched Kong Tu's back as he dumbly stared at Zhao Zheng. Zhao Zheng chuckled, patting his back, don't worry. This kind of situation is rare, and your score is low anyway. No one would bother taking the trouble to mess with you. Kong Tu couldn't decide whether he should feel glad or worried about this fact. Still, he chose to be happy about it, he thought. Chapter 7 Hidden Dragons and Crouching Tigers, Part 4. Bai Yue had nothing to prove himself with, but he would absolutely not let others see his labor points. In room 404, everything could be public except for labor points which, under no circumstances, should ever be known by others. Yan Lingfei sat cross-legged, looking very at ease, then you can only blame Mr. Ouyang. Now you're the only one without an alibi and with the conditions to commit the crime. I seem to remember that Lu Ban, Jiang Liang, Bai Yue, and Bai Jing were all guarding the 4 nearby planets together, someone interjected, implying that there were others besides Bai Yue who could have committed the crime. The woman quickly spoke up, Mr. Lu Ban and I can mutually verify each other's alibis. Kong Tu secretly pointed at the woman, is she Jiang Liang? Yeah, Zhao Jing whispered back, so eager to prove herself. Kong Tu recalled, I haven't heard of this name. What does she do? Not sure, seems like some kind of entrepreneur, probably from around your era. Zhao Zheng was also confused. Although the two were chatting idly as if it didn't concern them, the atmosphere in the square took a turn and started heading in another direction. Lu Ban said, I did indeed go with Jiang Liang. At the time, I passed by her planet, so I sent her a parallel line request. She didn't respond, so I was worried something might be wrong. I planned to wait a while and then find her if she still didn't respond, but less than a minute later, her ship set off. We went together to support Yan Lingfei. Jiang Liang didn't say anything this time, just looking at Yan Lingfei. But at this point, perhaps not wanting further trouble, Yan Lingfei shrugged and said, I'm good, you guys figure it out. Lu Ban followed up smoothly, however, why didn't you respond to me at the time? Jiang Liang didn't want to answer this question, casually replying, I don't know, maybe the deputy did it. It was a good, cautious answer, leaving no loopholes. Zhao Jing suddenly spoke up, that day when you disembarked, wasn't it just you alone? I don't seem to recall seeing your deputy. Jiang Liang slightly furrowed her brows, still speaking softly, I guess you're mistaken. Many people saw him then, he was a young general with golden hair. Zhao Jing smiled and said, maybe I am mistaken. You really have foresight. If Bai Yue had also found a deputy, then perhaps we wouldn't even lack witnesses now. Yan Lingfei couldn't help but speak up again, a person outside the city, can they be a witness? If Jiang Liang hadn't realized at this point that these people were targeting her, she would have been truly foolish. Her tone became slightly harder, my witness is not my deputy, but rather Mr. Lu Ban. I have plenty of alibis, no motive or ability to kill Bai Jing. Could any of you suspect me? Don't overthink it, let's chat casually, Yan Lingfei said, Bai Yue has suspicions, you have suspicions, I have suspicions, and Mr. Lu Ban has suspicions too, so why don't we just clear things up? Lu Ban was called out by name and said, since I'm suspected too, I'll say a couple of words for myself. The part about me sending a parallel line request before was false because I doubted Jiang Liang. But at the time, Jiang Liang reacted quickly and didn't expose any flaws. He continued, actually, I met her above her planet. It would make sense if we'd happened to meet, but on my way, I saw her warship merging into a smaller spacecraft. I suspect Jiang Liang wasn't on the starship I first encountered. She entered halfway, and moreover, her starship was deliberately waiting for me to create an alibi. Finally, Jiang Liang dropped her smile, calmly waiting for him to finish with a serious face. Lu Ban threw up his hands, I'm done. I cast my vote for Jiang Liang. Jiang Liang retorted, my starship never merged with a small spacecraft. Sir, you're talking nonsense irresponsibly. You say you didn't, Lu Ban responded plainly, I say I saw it. Neither of us have evidence, isn't that pretty fair? At this moment, Ouyang Geng slowly added fuel to the fire. On that day, I saw the spaceship attacking Bai Yue's route. There should have been plenty of those ships on Jiang Liang's planet too, right? Many, someone agreed, these star systems have been plagued by years of warfare. Only then did Kong Tu realize it was a setup. These people beside him weren't actually suspicious of Bai Yue, but using him as bait to bring Jiang Liang into focus. He felt like he was here simply watching the spectacle without understanding it clearly. Jiang Liang smiled again, are you all suspecting me now? What about Bai Yue? I don't mind if you all suspect me, Bai Yue said politely, I swear to the stars that on my first day of employment, I signed a contract stating that if I betray my companions, I will forever be despised by my people. Yan Lingfei said, Jiang Liang, if you were going to kill Bai Jing, there must have been at least an hour when you weren't on your own planet. That's quite a big gap. Even if Lu Ban didn't notice that you weren't on that starship, do you really think it would have been foolproof? I did not kill Bai Jing, Jiang Liang seriously told him, I've never killed anyone, let alone one of my own companions. Do you really think, in front of all of you, I'm expecting to annex his share and walk out of room 404? Kong Tu had been observing quietly for a long time, listening to their conversation as if he was hearing scriptures from heaven. He didn't dare ask any questions, just watching these people exchanging words back and forth. Now, he was truly confused. When everyone suspected Bai Yue, he doubted Bai Yue too. When they doubted Jiang Liang, he joined them again, being a fence-sitter who swung back and forth dutifully. Now, upon hearing Jiang Liang's strong assertions, he didn't know whom to believe anymore. Zhao Zheng suddenly laughed, fine lines forming around his eyes, appearing less fierce than before. You look like a sheep that's wandered into a wolf den. Kong Tu forced a laugh, ha, ha, ha. Zhao Zheng asked with great interest, who do you think the murderer is? How should I know? Kong Tu said, I wasn't involved, and even if I were, I wouldn't have been able to figure it out. After saying this, he followed up with a question, do you know who it is? Zhao Zheng replied, I might have a rough idea. Kong Tu was startled, repeating his words, you know. Then why don't you say it, who is it? What if I'm wrong? Zhao Zheng said, pointing a finger at someone, I guess it's her. Kong Tu looked in the direction Zhao Zheng pointed, it was Jiang Liang. No, it couldn't be. Kong Tu played a small trick, trying to draw more out of him. Why couldn't it be? Zhao Zheng turned to look at him, resting his head on his knee and quietly looking at him. Kong Tu suddenly felt uneasy, diverting his gaze to a water bottle beside him. How could she kill a grown man herself? Never mind, I'm talking nonsense. Zhao Zheng laughed again, his tone softer this time. Killing doesn't really depend on body size, you know. In the end, no conclusion could be reached because none of them had evidence. The internal city battle of room 404 randomly drew scenes. The previous internal battle had a space background, so they were all teleported to the future. Now, after the war was over, both the crime scene and tools were left in the future, leaving them only with their memories and intuition. In other words, they had to rely purely on deduction. In such circumstances, anyone with some sense should have known that firmly denying everything was the smartest move. Jiang Liang's last words before it ended were, is it appropriate for all of you gentlemen to gang up on me like this? Although this statement couldn't possibly include Kong Tu, he himself didn't know the truth either, but standing among these people, he also began to feel embarrassed, as if he had truly made things difficult for a woman. Before adjourning, the group raised their hands to vote, and most people, including Kong Tu, voted for Jiang Liang. Since Zhao Zheng had raised his hand, Kong Tu also followed suit. Zhao Zheng whispered in his ear, you can abstain. What happens if someone gets the most votes? Nothing special, Zhao Zheng said, we morally condemn them. Kong Tu. Yan Lingfei burst into laughter, ha 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 ha. It's okay, he said after laughing and then comforted Kong Tu, let's give the deceased some solace, it wasn't in vain, right? This way, next time she participates in battle, no one will believe her, and everyone needs to stay vigilant to understand whose heart is black. Kong Tu was surprisingly moved, so when I die, you'll hold this meeting for me too. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Bai Li she hadn't said a single word all night. At this moment, without lifting his head from his phone, he said casually, then work towards that goal. After finishing his sentence, Kong Tu realized how inappropriate it sounded, so he could only nod, I'll try. Bai Li she added, I'm counting on you. The meeting dispersed, and the crowd left one by one. Bai Yue approached them. His physique was indeed excellent, though Zhao Zheng was already tall, Bai Yue was taller, and his aura was completely different from Zhao Zheng. Zhao Zheng's aura was very aggressive, despite being proper and respectful in daily behavior, giving off a feeling of ambition. On the other hand, Bai Yue exuded a completely restrained presence, like a gentleman from the medieval era. However, Chang Mingming told Kong Tu that Bai Yue was a peacekeeping warrior from the 30th century. If he hadn't been caught in room 404, his destiny would have been to usher in a new era of universal peace. Yan Lingfei asked, are you all right? Bai Yue nodded slightly. I'm okay, we've done all we could. Kong Tu realized they were indeed a team, and the next conversation wasn't something he should be part of, so he stood up consciously. I'll leave first. Bai Yue remembered at this point and extended his hand to him. Hello. Kong Tu hurriedly shook hands with him. Hello, hello. Zhao Jing also stood up and held Kong Tu's hand, preventing him from leaving first, saying to everyone, it's too late, let's talk while we walk. Everyone had no objection to this. It was nearing midnight now, as the group slowly walked towards their respective dormitories, chatting intermittently. The atmosphere was heavier than when they arrived. Chang Mingming said, her denial was the result we expected. There's no need to feel depressed. After this incident, no one will blindly trust her as a friend for life anymore, eventually someone will die on the battlefield, and we've avenged Bai Jing in a way. But Bai Yue's reputation has been damaged, Yan Lingfei said. Many people didn't actually think Bai Yue killed Bai Jing but voted for him anyway, Lu Ban said plainly, just to go against us. Kong Tu walked outside the group, feeling somewhat superfluous. Zhao Jing seemed to notice his embarrassment and spoke to him from time to time. Bai Jing was our good buddy. We worked together for nearly 30 years and was killed during the last intra-city battle, his work points were swallowed. We suspect Jiang Liang. I haven't experienced the death of a friend. 30 years of friendship, longer than Kong Tu's entire life, made it unimaginable how painful it would be. You must be very upset. Zhao Jing replied, not as much as the one who died. This statement perfectly blocked any comforting words Kong Tu might have said. He opened his mouth then closed it again. Zhao Jing probably realized his words weren't entirely appropriate, laughing afterwards. Actually, I think if someone dies, there's no need to comfort the living. Pain is a cheap thing, it will fade away eventually. Death affects only the deceased truly, so you see, we are all fine. Kong Tu responded, that line really fits your character. Zhao Jing didn't understand, raising his eyebrows to question him. Cold, insightful, living in the moment, with a strong heart, indeed, Zhao Jing reminded Kong Tu of Qin Shi Huang. However, Kong Tu kept this thought inside, patting Zhao Jing's shoulder and saying, what I mean is, you're a good guy. Room 404 was just so small, a few steps and they reached Yan Lingfei's dormitory. He greeted everyone and ran back after a short distance. Suddenly, he turned around, little two. Let me treat you to yellow braised chicken later. No need. Kong Tu said. Bai Lishi angrily said, do you want us to hold a meeting for you now? Everyone burst out laughing. Walking among the group, Kong Tu was inwardly very grateful to Zhao Zheng. He could tell that Zhao Zheng had forcibly included him in the team. Judging by the situation tonight, room 404 had already formed several factions. He was an ordinary person who joined midway, lacking both specialties and experience. If he recklessly participated in battles, it would surely lead to some horrific situations. Even though Zhao Zheng hadn't said anything, the others likely respected Kong Tu because of Zhao Zheng. As fewer people remained, farewells were exchanged until only Lu Ban, Kong Tu, and Zhao Zheng were left. Lu Ban reminded again, remember, tomorrow at work, we'll be partners. Oh, alright, Kong Tu didn't think much about it and agreed. Feeling this was a good time, he asked the question that puzzled him most throughout the night, did you really see Jiang Liang enter the ship halfway through? Of course not, Lu Ban said casually, I was bluffing her. Kong Tu. So everything you said tonight was fabricated? Exactly, let's fabricate together, right? Forget I asked. Kong Tu calmed down after a while, next time I ask you something, you can lie to me. Bai Lishi has already hurt me enough, please let some childhood idols remain intact. Is it my responsibility? Lu Ban looked curiously at Zhao Zheng, I thought you only admired Zhao Zheng. Zhao Zheng, question mark. Kong Tu suddenly became nervous and tried to change the subject quickly, I was joking, just joking. Lu Ban, however, paid no heed and, seeing Zhao Zheng's confusion, explained, he fainted from shock when he heard you were Zheng. Didn't you know? Kong Tu's face turned beet red with embarrassment, and he completely fell apart. Chapter 8, Who is the Mole, Part 1. Zhao Zheng paused in silence for a moment before patting Kong Tu's head. Kong Tu explained, it's not like that, really. I was just startled. Actually, it was mainly due to the emotion monitoring system. Lu Ban didn't understand their awkwardness and waved them off with a hand gesture, see you tomorrow. Kong Tu simply hated him, and wearily gestured his hand. Zhao Zheng pressed down on his head, guiding him forward and glanced back once, whispering, there's something I need to tell you. He suddenly became serious, and Kong Tu immediately pushed aside all the messy thoughts, looking up but only seeing his thin, sturdy jawline. Don't tell anyone your labor points, Zhao Zheng said. The next urban battle will start soon. Remember the people we encounter today, no matter which side you are assigned to, if any of these people are there, stick with them. But don't trust fully either. For anything related to labor points and personal interests, don't listen to anyone, got it? Alright, Kong Tu replied obediently, half-jokingly saying, thank you, big brother. No need to thank me, little brother, Zhao Zheng patted his hair gently, let's stay alive together. Perhaps because they were around the same age upon entering the city, and since Kong Tu wasn't some high-status individual, Zhao Jing seemed more at ease with him than he did with Yang Zhen or Lu Ban, less strictly adhering to formalities and behaving more like an ordinary young man. This night was fantastical. After bidding farewell to everyone, Kong Tu returned to his dormitory. He no longer felt as if everything was a dream like he did when he first entered the city, yet it still felt unreal, and he could hardly imagine himself working alongside these people, nor did they seem as lofty as what the world assumed. There were 17 days left until the urban battle, such a short period, it passed in the blink of an eye. At first, Kong Tu nervously counted down the days, but later because he'd blended in so well, he stopped living so cautiously. When he realized again, only 2 days remained. Not enough cement. Bai Tuwai went to drive the roller truck, find Kong Tu. Kong Tu had no choice but to put down his work and push the cement instead. Hold on, Lu Ban stopped him, shouting, he needs to be here with me to lay out the lines. Chang Mingming complained, can't we get someone else to lay the lines? Lu Ban stood straight, looking at her, you want to do it then? Chang Mingming shot back, what's your point? You think I'm slacking off? Kong Tu sighed inwardly and quickly said, fine, I'll do it. You're the only one, Lu Ban wouldn't budge, why come over here? Just then, someone else ran over and asked Kong Tu, where's the ink cartridge I asked you to deliver? I've been waiting forever. Kong Tu looked up bewildered, that's not my responsibility. No one told me to send it. Wasn't it always you? The person was also confused, then who should have sent it? Kong Tu asked, I don't know. Who used to send it before I arrived? Forget it, the person urged impatiently, quickly go get the ink cartridge, we're all waiting. Chang Mingming and Lu Ban both shouted, go get it yourself. The person. Kong Tu, now with a splitting headache, muttered, why don't you ask for it? I'm kind of busy right now. Who isn't busy? The person responded even more frustratedly, the job has to be finished by afternoon. Chang Mingming shoved him unrelentingly, go queue up behind. He's our group member, we've already got our hands full. Lu Ban added, is it appropriate to ask us for help with work meant for your own group? And you dare act so confident? Before the person could respond, Yan Lingfei interrupted abruptly, pushing a cart past them. They pushed over an empty cart swiftly, Kong Tu. Request for backup. Everyone chorused in response, get lost. Kong Tu was kept on his feet all morning without rest. By lunchtime, he collapsed onto the dining table, utterly exhausted, sprawled out like mud. He doubted that before he came, nobody in room 404 had actually worked. Only he was this sincere. Yan Lingfei served him a piece of chicken with chopsticks, great job, Kong Tu. We're taking a break in the afternoon today. Kong Tu shot up instantly, shocked, what? You didn't know? Chang Mingming asked casually, we'll be drawing lots this afternoon. Kong Tu exclaimed again, what? Do you seriously not know? Chang Mingming seemed somewhat helpless, we're going to draw for teams this afternoon and pick the battlefield scene too. How can you not know this? Kong Tu, overwhelmed, covered his head, no one told me. It's so sudden. Calm down, Yan Lingfei consoled, patting his shoulder lightly, facing it head-on or avoiding it doesn't change the result. Despite having mentally prepared for many days, his heart still raced fiercely when the day finally arrived. The urban battle would begin in 66 hours. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone gathered in the square. No one was late this time, everyone was extremely punctual. Kong Tu thought that people would still be late as usual and deliberately left half an hour later. However, upon arriving at the square, he saw a dense crowd of people. Kong Tu. He calmed himself down and randomly pulled someone standing on the outskirts, asking, are they drawing lots now? That person glanced at him and said, it's been finished long ago. Are you just getting here now? Kong Tu was shocked inside, feeling like things had gone awry. He quickly made his way to the front. The teams had already been divided, and everyone was waiting for the large silver screen in the square to draw the scene for this urban battle. The lottery bucket was very large. Kong Tu crossed what felt like countless mountains and rivers before reaching it, but when he looked inside, it was empty. His heart screamed, my life is over. Suddenly, someone pulled him from behind, causing him to fall backward. A paper ball was thrust into his hand. Zhao Zheng's voice rang in his ear, yours. We're in the same group. Kong Tu clutched the paper ball in his hand, unsure for a moment what to say. The crowd surged around him as the wheel on the big screen began spinning rapidly, then slowly decelerating until it finally came to a stop. Kong Tu heard gasps from the crowd and looked up as well. On the screen were 4 words, who is the mole? This game was familiar to Kong Tuesday. As he looked around, he didn't understand why everyone else's expression appeared so grim. When the gathering ended, Kong Tu finally expressed his gratitude, thank you today. No problem, Zhao Jing showed no hint of taking credit. Instead, he straightforwardly said, actually, I hadn't noticed you weren't there either, and after the teams were split, I wanted to ask you but couldn't find you. Someone up ahead mentioned there was an extra lot, so I took it. I wouldn't have been able to get it without your help, Kong Tu added, and you accidentally showed me your lot too. Exactly, Kong Tu hurriedly said, this doesn't matter at all, really. Anyway, they'd need to know eventually, there were only 2 camps, and everyone tore open their papers right away. It wasn't exactly a secret anymore. Zhao Jing told him, this game has some peculiar rules. They should send you them within the next day or 2. Read them carefully. Kong Tu asked, how is it peculiar? It hurts feelings. In fact, Zhao Zheng was being rather subtle. Kong Tu had originally thought the game would be similar to those mobile game versions, but when he actually read the rules sent to his phone, he understood what hurts feelings meant. Except for the term mole, this game had absolutely nothing to do with the traditional game called Who is the Mole. Both camps in this game each had a mole planted within the other side's team. From the start, they were positioned on opposite ends of the map, with a red flag placed in the center. The first team to seize the red flag would win. During the process of obtaining the flag, they would face many tasks as well as many irresistible interferences, during which the moles would hinder the completion of their team's mission. They needed to find the mole and capture the red flag. Such a game of trust wasn't just hurtful to feelings, it could be fatal. 15 messages received before the game started. Yan Lingfei sent Kong Tu a message asking about his camp. Kong Tu sent the contents of his lot over. Yan Lingfei replied, good. We're together. Kong Tu, so good. Zhao Jing too. As soon as the message went out, it was instantly marked as read. With a ding-dong sound, Yan Lingfei's reply arrived, I know, it's only us 3. The others are all in the other group. Kong Tu realized that they must have discussed among themselves privately and probably knew already, yet he couldn't have imagined there would only be 3 people in their group, so he asked, what should we do then? Yan Lingfei replied, let's play normally. Apparently, situations where they were separated into different camps had happened quite often, so they no longer found it strange. An hour before the game began, the members of a single camp gathered together. They had to place their watches in front of a machine to load a small program. This program would display the role assigned to them in the game. There were only 2 possibilities for one's identity, either mole or regular member. If one were the mole, they would be given all the traps located on their mole-planted team's map in advance. Their only hope for the victory of their real team was to delay and impede the progress of their current team as much as possible. Kong Tu knelt before the Buddha and pleaded for hours on end, humbly begging that he wouldn't be assigned as a mole. He really couldn't play with these people. He might get obliterated in the first round. Zhao Zheng was the first to finish drawing his roll. Seeing Kong Tu gnash his teeth anxiously, he chuckled, the odds are 1 in 35, it's unlikely to be you, so why so tense? Don't say that. Kong Tu screamed wildly, quickly take those words back. Zhao Zheng didn't quite understand, what's wrong? Kong Tu said helplessly, I'll tell you after I've finished. He walked up to the machine, swiped it to load the program, then heard a beep, immediately covering his eyes with a snap. Then he slowly uncovered his hand, gradually seeing the first character, apparently, it was the word team. He let out a deep sigh of relief, feeling reborn, finally opening his hand completely and clearly reading the 2 words, teammate. Thank heaven. Kong Tu clasped his hands together, even wanting to kneel down and kiss the ground. Zhao Zheng, you might as well just yell I'm a teammate, into the sky. It wasn't until then that Kong Tu realized this shouldn't have been told, and his reaction had been too obvious. But Zhao Zheng didn't mock him, instead asking, what were you going to tell me? I have a skill, Kong Tu said, while composing himself after the shock, which makes me prone to what I worry about actually happening. You know, our era has a specific term to describe this phenomenon, it's called Murphy's Law. Zhao Jing thought about it, suddenly saying, do I have it too? Kong Tu considered his fate and found it made perfect sense, it's very likely, brother, watch out in the future. Zhao Jing sighed, ah. Kong Tu echoed, ah. Yan Lingfei arrived very late, running up to the machine carelessly, swiping it with a ding, reviewing the information, then turning around to look for them, catching Kong Tu's gaze and waving happily, hello, Kongzi. Kong Tu was truly impressed by his composure. With a police siren sound, the urban battle officially began. Everyone wore a strange device on their heads, entering a white chamber. This cramped chamber gave Kong Tu an unsafe feeling. The blue fluorescence reflected on his body, making him feel somewhat overheated, not sure if it was psychological. Suddenly, an electric current surged from the headpiece, causing his whole body to tremble. He once again felt the muscle pain he experienced after being bitten by the Cheongqi. By the end, he couldn't distinguish whether it was him trembling or the cabin shaking. After enduring the pain, he passed out. After an unknown length of time, he woke up startled by the alarm ringing again. The cabin door was wide open, and everyone started filing out one by one. This was a pitch-black, completely unfamiliar place, like being inside a tunnel. Presumably, everyone was encountering this scene for the first time since not only Kong Tu was looking around everywhere. A cheerful melody played, similar to a nursery rhyme tune, followed by a mechanical female voice transmitted into everyone's ears, you have 6 hours to reach the first checkpoint. If you exceed the deadline, it will be judged as a failure. Someone shouted, no map. The mechanical female voice replied, the mole has the map. Find the mole, and you'll have the map. The group fell silent, left with no choice but to feel their way forward blindly. Kong Tu trailed behind Zhao Zheng and Yan Lingfei, lightly asking, are we underground? Unexpectedly, a man nearby answered him, not just underground, we're in an ancient tomb. Kong Tu turned his head. With his severe night blindness, all he could see was a vague silhouette resembling an adult male of similar build to him. He politely greeted, hello. Hello, the man responded, my name is Lu Miao. Kong Tu became excited upon recognizing him, extending his hand to shake, I've seen your social circle updates. I'm Kong Tuesday. Lu Miao smiled, I know you too, you've liked my posts. Kong Tu could only laugh awkwardly, saying, your content is interesting. Lu Miao was uncharacteristically modest, indeed, it is. When Kong Tu first arrived, he added many people as friends. Most didn't post often, except for Lu Miao who posted something trivial as eating a steamed bun for breakfast. It seemed like he lived inside his phone, but precisely because of this, Kong Tu developed a strange liking for him, reminding him of the girls who used to constantly post selfies on WeChat back when he had his old account. They were vivid, ordinary. Walking side by side, Kong Tu had to start a conversation to avoid awkwardness. How did you know this is an ancient tomb? Lu Miao casually said, I've been inside, when our emperor passed away, his tomb was arranged by me. As he spoke, he raised his voice to ask Zhao Zheng in front, has your mausoleum been built? Zhao Zheng hesitated for a moment, it has been. Lu Miao sighed, I really can't understand you emperors. From the day you ascend the throne, you start building your tombs, do you really feel that eager to die? At this point, Zhao Zheng returned to his social side and kindly said, you're right, sir. Yan Lingfei burst into laughter, ha 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 ha, he said you're eager to die, ha 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 ha. Kong Tu thought these people must think their lives were too long. How could they dare speak to Zhao Zheng like this? Hadn't they studied history at all? The world of great men was probably indeed very different from what he had imagined. He truly couldn't talk to Zhao Zheng without feeling burdened, he always wanted to shout loudly, long live my emperor. After walking in the darkness for less than 400 or 500 meters, they arrived at the first fork in the road. Without a map, they had no idea which path to take. Lu Miao sat on the ground, pressing his ear to the floor and listening carefully. Everyone unconsciously kept quiet, even breathing more gently. It's coming. Kong Tu became excited. A classic scene straight out of TV dramas. Listening for sounds by pressing one's ear to the ground. Soon after, Lu Miao straightened up, crossing his legs to sit on the ground. He picked up 2 stones and tapped them lightly against each other. Then, he walked to the entrances of the 2 tunnels, holding the stones near his ears and tapping again, carefully distinguishing. Perhaps everyone here knew his skill, as no one interrupted him. It should be this one, Lu Miao pointed at the right cave entrance, just a guess though, don't blame me if I'm wrong. Someone said, shit, so you wasted all that time just guessing? Yes, Lu Miao replied naturally, what kind of pattern does it have anyway? Of course, it's a guess. Besides, it's been over 30 years since I last entered a tomb. Show some consideration for an old man, would you? Consideration for you, who will show me any? That person countered, if we choose wrong, I swear I'll say you're the mole. Lu Miao angrily threw the stones in his hand and pointed at him, do it then, don't listen to me and walk yourself to the task location. You're provoking me. That person also angrily pointed back, you're trying to mislead me, accuse me of being the mole. Kong Tu watched helplessly as this unfolded, never imagining that such a war would break out so quickly. And he never expected that, when arguing, these people could be childish beyond belief. Chapter 9, Who is the Mole, Part 2. Even though Lu Miao was angry, he had not lost his mind. He knew that although what they were saying seemed nonsensical at this time, once an error occurred, it would inevitably be pinned on him. Therefore, he once again lifted 2 stones and struck them together again, saying, you should be able to see it too if you have eyes, our surroundings are made of earth rather than bricks, indicating that this place is just a replica where it doesn't matter if it collapses 100 years from now. Besides, the air is humid, which means either we're close to the surface after a rain or, more likely, this tunnel has only been dug recently. In this case, when 2 stones collide, the sound should be short and muffled. The caves on either side produce different sounds due to their internal structures. Usually, the fake cave entrances with traps in smaller spaces cause echoes to return quickly, while the real entrance does not behave this way. The last point is smell. Whenever a trap with hidden arrows is set, to prevent wooden parts from rotting, a layer of glue is applied. This glue has a strong odor that doesn't easily dissipate in such a confined space and can be detected immediately. Immediately, a boy rebutted, that's not reasonable. Since this scene is temporarily constructed for the game, why bother painting on glue that leaves traces? Lu Miao threw away the stones, brushed off the dirt from his hands, and said, there are 2 possibilities. One is that it's entirely modeled after an ancient emperor's tomb built realistically. The other possibility is that it's meant to confuse us. I'll give you a hint, Lu Miao added casually, during the Zhou, Qin, and Han dynasties, the right side was always considered more prestigious. I noticed that the inscriptions are written in seal script, but there's no need for me to continue, is there? Kong Tu wanted to applaud him with both hands but thought it would be foolish and restrained himself. Yan Lingfei, however, slung his arm around Kong Tu's shoulder and said in a nonchalant manner, with Lu Miao on our team, we've practically won. Kong Tu sincerely admitted, I'm convinced. He has exceptional senses, Yan Lingfei whispered quietly. It's rumored that when he was young, the sound of ants moving outside the house was so noisy that he couldn't sleep all night. He never eats salt, even as little as possible, finding it too strong. The voice was very low, but Lu Miao could still be heard from a distance. Do you believe that nonsense? It's all hearsay. Yan Lingfei continued undeterred despite being caught, asking instead, why do you rinse your food with water in the cafeteria every day? Lu Miao replied calmly, because it's too greasy, okay? I'm on a diet. Alright, Yan Lingfei surrendered, raising both hands. After a brief discussion, the group decided to take the right path. Sure enough, upon entering, they found the space inside quite vast. Initially cautious, after walking for half a day without any disturbances, they realized this road might go on endlessly. To avoid anyone getting lost in the darkness, they decided to line up in a single file. As they lined up, the question of who should go first became a problem. Since no one wanted to take that loss, they settled it by playing rock paper scissors. A girl, shorter and less willing, grimaced as she stepped forward reluctantly. It was obvious within 3 days that room 404 adhered perfectly to the theory of gender equality, executed exceptionally well, with no consideration given to women specifically, let alone gentlemanly courtesies. Although that's what everyone thought, Kong Tu definitely wasn't considering helping either. Don't joke around, she might look weaker, but she could be something else altogether. After walking in the dark for about less than half an hour, Lu Miao couldn't help himself anymore, asking, are you really unaware or just not saying anything? Everyone. So heavy lamp oil scent, Lu Miao remarked incredulously, didn't you catch that? Do we have to stumble around in the dark? They responded equally perplexed, you've smelled it since the start but only speak now. Why would I say it? Lu Miao reasoned, if I keep drawing attention, what if you consider me the mole during voting? I want to vote you out now, shouted the boy earlier, let's feel along the walls to find the lamps. Lu Miao warned lightly, don't touch randomly, there might be traps. No sooner had he spoken when there was a sudden click. This time, everyone heard it. Lu Miao hesitated for a second before shouting urgently, run. At that moment, they heard the piercing sound of something heavy cutting through the air as a massive object dropped down from above. Kong Tu could barely see in the dark, only sensing a shadow passing before his eyes, bringing with it a slightly damp breeze. Then came a clang, as an enormous iron cage descended and trapped them all. Kong Tu stood among the group, still dazed from the chaos, hearing several screams mixed with Yan Lingfei's voice. He immediately snapped out of it, startled, what happened? Lu Miao stood to one side, calm and composed, someone's injured. There are traps on the cage, he must be bleeding. In the darkness, Kong Tu moved toward the place where Yan Lingfei's voice had come from, pushing through the tightly packed crowd as he called out, excuse me, let me through. It took him a while, causing much frustration among the others, but finally, he touched the edge of Yan Lingfei's clothes. He saw Yan Lingfei bending over, holding onto his wound. Kong Tu asked, where are you hurt? Kongzi. Yan Lingfei gasped for breath, laughing faintly, don't come closer, there are blades on this thing. Kong Tu repeated his question, where are you hurt? My chest. Yan Lingfei slowly stood up to reveal the torn front of his shirt and added, and my thigh, I didn't manage to dodge in time. Kong Tu looked around frantically, but could see nothing clearly. Feeling anxious, he said, what should we do? Where's Zhao Zheng? He wanted to call out Zhao Zheng to ask what they should do now, he would surely have a solution. Yan Lingfei pointed outward, Zhao Zheng is outside. Kong Tu widened his eyes in disbelief. Li Xian just let him out, Yan Lingfei nodded again, you can call him back, he should be close by. At that moment, Kong Tu remembered the figure that had passed him closely just as the incident occurred, it was Zhao Zheng. But who was Li Xian? Are you hurt? At this moment he heard Zhao Zheng's voice from behind, turning around, he indeed saw Zhao Zheng standing outside the iron cage. Yan Lingfei replied, a small injury, luckily I brought medicine with me. Bandage it up, don't let it get infected, Zhao Zheng told him, then looked at Kong Tu, can you help call Lu Miao over? Just as Kong Tu was about to respond, Lu Miao shouted loudly, looking for me? Let me come over. Oh stop jostling. Let me through, let me through. Though Zhao Zheng had avoided the trap, there was no sign of joy on his face. Kong Tu understood, on one hand, Zhao Zheng was used to concealing his emotions, on the other hand, escaping so quickly inevitably raised suspicions, was he the mole responsible for triggering the trap? Unable to help himself, Kong Tu glanced at Zhao Zheng's back, where a tall, broad-shouldered man stood like a mountain, his long hair neatly coiled on top of his head, with a scar extending from his eye down to his jaw. The rest was indistinct in the dark. This man remained silent, holding a long sword in one hand, leaning against the wall with crossed arms. He was Li Xian, the man who had carried Zhao Zheng away with astonishing speed earlier. Kong Tu had never paid attention to this person before, but he had heard his name. General Li Xian of the Qin dynasty. By principle, he should have been Zhao Zheng's subordinate. All made sense, given how ancient people revered the relationship between ruler and minister as profoundly as that of father and son. It was natural for him to rescue his ruler. However, though Kong Tu understood this, could others also? As he applied medicine to Yan Lingfei's wounds, his mind wandered without worrying too much about their current predicament. After all, with so many people present, how could they really be trapped here forever? At last, Lu Miao also trudged across the seemingly vast distance to arrive before them. Zhao Jing asked, Master Lu, what should I do? I don't know. Lu Miao looked around left and right. It's just you and Li Xian. That's correct. These kinds of traps generally can't be solved easily. Lu Miao showed no signs of panic. Let everyone lift it together, it'll just take some time. And go to the wall, around 2 inches above Li Xian's height, and look for oil lamps. Just don't touch anything randomly. Though silent until now, Li Xian had evidently been listening. Upon hearing these words, he turned his head, feeling along the wall, locating a recessed hole. Yan Lingfei tossed a small metallic object towards him. Without even turning his head, Li Xian caught it smoothly, opened it swiftly, emitting a short laser which ignited the oil lamp. A flickering flame emerged and then suddenly, whoosh, all the oil lamps on the wall lit up, illuminating the entire area instantly. Now everyone could finally see the situation clearly. Yan Lingfei's shirt front was soaked in blood, his pants also marked with bloodstains dripping down. Many who had been near the iron cage when it came down were in similar states. The enormous iron cage was lined with countless sharp blades that glinted coldly, some still dripping with blood. Everyone had suffered this unexpected loss as soon as they entered, and being important figures, naturally none of them wanted to lose face. Yan Lingfei's eyes swept over all their faces, then he said, so eager, you've already made your move. The mole had a map marked with the locations of the traps. They couldn't be so naive as to believe someone accidentally triggered it. The mole had started to act. Kong Tu glanced down at his watch. It had been 2 hours already. There were only 4 hours left. If they didn't reach the target point by then, they would lose. Finally, someone noticed Zhao Jing standing outside and asked, how did he end up out there? Chapter 10, Who is the Mole, Part 3. Finally, someone noticed Zhao Jing standing outside and asked, why is he out there? Kong Tu suddenly held his breath. Li Xian stepped forward and said gravely, it was me who helped His Majesty escape. Is there any problem with that? There was a moment of silence, then Yan Lingfei sharply hissed, where's Aju? My Aju. Brother is dying. The little girl who had been at the front earlier popped out from the crowd, pointing her finger at him and scolding, you're summoning spirits or what? Good Aju. Yan Lingfei promptly grabbed her hand pointing at him, come see brother quickly, brother is dying. Aju unstrapped her bag and took out 2 medicine bottles, grinding her teeth as she said, with just 2 scratches you're already acting like you're on death's door, you effeminate jerk. Yan Lingfei. Zhao Zheng seemed not to notice the subtle atmosphere and calmly said, let's escape first. We'll talk about the rest once we reach the mission point. Someone hesitantly suggested, since you escaped with Li Xian, why don't you go find the mission point first? Otherwise, won't we all lose? Not possible, Li Xian immediately contradicted, without Lu Miao, even if I have martial arts skills, I can't guarantee that His Majesty will escape safely. Perhaps Li Xian didn't detect the implication behind these words, he just responded based on his purpose of protecting Zhao Zheng's life and directly refuted it. Actually, in this situation, no one would possibly leave the group. The person suggesting Zhao Zheng go first actually already suspected Zhao Zheng. What should you do when there's a mole in your team? In a group of 60 or 70 people, if there are 1 or 2 moles, it's definitely hard to catch them, and it's difficult to prevent their actions. But if you let them act alone, although it seems like you're giving the mole an opportunity, it actually makes it harder for the mole to act, because the mole only has the map. Even if they know the locations of all the traps, they can't harm themselves and also can't reveal their identity. Thus, they can only obediently search for the mission point. This way, the team will be safer. However, Zhao Jing absolutely couldn't agree. One reason is the safety issue. Without Lu Miao, the next part of the journey would be very difficult. The other reason is, even if he reaches the mission point safely, it wouldn't clear his suspicion. He understood well that once doubt arises, no matter what, it's impossible to completely uproot it. However, it doesn't matter because the journey has just begun, everything is still uncertain, anyone could be suspected, and there's nothing to be afraid of. Lu Miao, irritated, scratched his neck and asked, are you going to lift or not? If not, let's just admit defeat. I'm going home to sleep. There's less than 4 hours left, if we keep dragging, there's absolutely no way we'll make it. Lift, someone responded, now isn't the time to talk about this. Zhao Zheng and Li Xian shouldn't move either. Let's all try to lift together. With so many of us, we'll definitely succeed. Yan Lingfei very naturally stepped back a step, saying shamelessly, I'm injured, so I'd rather not get my hands dirty. The injured, please step back. Lu Miao waved his hand irritably, start now, stop being annoying. Enough dilly-dallying. He glanced at his watch and said, if we don't escape in half an hour, forget it. It's better to give up and still have time for dinner. Since Lu Miao had spoken, everyone naturally couldn't argue much further and started rolling up their sleeves. The iron wall stood with countless blades attached, too dangerous to touch by hand. Li Xian stepped forward confidently, drew his sword, and chopped down forcefully, sparks flying everywhere. From top to bottom, the blade shattered into pieces, truly living up to its reputation of cutting through metal like mud. Still, due to the time constraint, it wasn't fully clean-cut, there were still sharp remnants left above. Yan Lingfei began faking another bout of life-and-death drama. Aju. Where are you? You want to die? Aju yelled from afar. Yan Lingfei beckoned her over, and as she approached, he suddenly embraced her, whispering near her ear, "Good Aju, can you give me some of those bandages?" Aju became enraged. "It's just a minor injury for you, toughen up. Give me a little bit fast, and once we're out, I'll treat you to chicken stew." Aju deeply inhaled, unhooked her backpack, and pulled out a roll of bandages. Yan Lingfei quickly snatched it and ripped off a large piece recklessly. Seeing this, Aju's eyes turned red with anger and attempted to grab them back, but failed because of her short height. "Yan Lingfei. You want to die? Give it back." Yan Lingfei comfortingly semi-embraced her and patted her shoulder before returning the nearly half-empty bandage roll, smiling and saying, "Thanks, I'll treat you to 2 meals once we're back." At this moment, everyone had already started lifting the iron bars. Aju feared attracting suspicion and didn't dare to get further involved, so she glared at him angrily before joining the others in moving the pillars. Kong Tu had rolled up his sleeves, ready to help, when someone suddenly slapped his shoulder. Turning around, he found Yan Lingfei tying one end of a bandage onto his hand as he said casually, "You really came here with nothing on you, didn't you?" Kong Tu realized that almost everyone else carried first aid supplies and some self-defense weapons. Many had also put on gloves. It was his first mission. Apart from the supplies handed out, he only brought along a small fruit knife, which he hid inside his sock after watching TV shows teach how to conceal items. He had been uncomfortable all the way due to it pressing against his skin. Kong Tu muttered awkwardly, "I can do it myself." Yan Lingfei let go without insisting, laughing and saying, "Thanks for your concern earlier, my good Kong Tuesday." Kong Tu nodded vaguely, thinking inwardly, "Because you were screaming so dramatically before." Yet now Yan Lingfei looked perfectly fine despite having a deep wound. The blood had just stopped flowing but, aside from looking slightly pale due to blood loss, Yan Lingfei didn't display any sign of pain. Kong Tu finally understood while working hard under the heavy iron cage, sweating profusely like the rest of them. He was clearing up any suspicions about himself. By yelling from far away from the wall, Yan Lingfei was subtly telling everyone he wasn't the one who triggered the trap, and furthermore, he was clearly wounded too. What had Kong Tu been doing when the iron cage dropped? He hadn't fully comprehended what was happening yet. But Yan Lingfei and others had already thought this far within moments. Kong Tu suddenly recalled an event during school days. Once, after scoring high marks, a friend who always hung out with him jokingly asked, "Do you guys who are good students ever feel tired?" It seemed studying well required tremendous effort, playing games, socializing, or sleeping couldn't be indulged in thoroughly. Kong Tu couldn't remember how he answered back then, probably something casual to brush it off. But deep down, he had a clear answer, not at all tiring. Why would it be exhausting if it wasn't even difficult, and sometimes quite fun? He felt embarrassed to voice such thoughts then, but now upon reflection, the same went for Yan Lingfei and Zhao Zheng. They weren't tired either. Cleverness was their instinct. They naturally couldn't stop thinking 3 steps ahead, and perhaps in their eyes, much of the chaos in the world appeared clearly defined. For them, achieving such heights wasn't challenging, it was simply natural. People had different ceilings, they saw different worlds. This was cruel yet undeniably real. In the past, Kong Tu secretly looked down on those friends who wasted time with him, though he concealed it very well and never got caught. He wondered if Zhao Jing regarded him in the same way. After carrying the cage for 20 minutes, exhausted by its sheer size, everyone's arms went limp when it was finally set down, and Kong Tu directly collapsed to his knees. A pair of feet appeared in front of him. As Kong Tu attempted to look up, his arms suddenly gave out, causing him to fall forward. Zhao Jing grabbed him by the collar and hauled him up. Choking slightly, Kong Tu protested, cough, cough. Let me go. Zhao Jing helped him stand up, muttering softly, "You're taking this honest person role too far." Kong Tu's arms felt disconnected from his body, hanging lifelessly like they were broken. He sighed in frustration, "I'm following the honest man strategy now." "That works," Zhao Jing nodded approvingly, "it's a plan." On the remaining journey, the group proceeded with greater caution, splitting into 4-person teams. It was rumored that in the previous undercover game, each faction had 2 moles. A 4-person team ensured at least 2 members weren't moles, making supervision easier should anything suspicious occur. This time Lu Miao walked ahead, picking up 2 stones and tapping them against various surfaces as they moved along. The walls had lit lights continuously, reminding everyone they were diurnal creatures. With the presence of light, fear from when they entered diminished. Others' movements could now be seen, easing the tense atmosphere slightly. Less than an hour later, the lighting ended, plunging them back into darkness. Lu Miao halted and calmly announced, "There is hidden fire ahead." "What is hidden fire?" someone asked. "It's methane gas," Lu Miao explained, turning to face the group. His raised eyes finally showed a serious expression. Ancient tombs often contain traps like these. In the dark, traps are set along with methane gas, and if someone lights a fire, the entire tomb will ignite. With methane gas at this concentration, once exposed to flames, no one will survive. The group exchanged nervous glances but remained silent. Lu Miao continued, the humidity in this tomb has been stable so far, and with the presence of methane gas, water traps like moats are almost impossible. The tomb is approximately 2 meters high, a height only feasible if it's built deep underground. If it's that deep, the space of the tomb must be vast, and what we've seen is just a fraction. So, I speculate that ahead there will be iron chains or revolving trapdoors. The iron chains would be above us, and the revolving trapdoors beneath our feet. Both have solutions to bypass, not overly difficult. He fixed his gaze on everyone, speaking clearly. The hard part is, if someone ignites a fire in the dark, even a spark, we're all dead. Why kill ourselves? A man asked, if they light a fire, wouldn't they die with us? Not necessarily, Lu Miao replied. Once a safe passage is established within a trap, one doesn't need to die. Time is running out, make a decision quickly. What decision can we make? Yan Lingfei complained tiredly, we've got no choice but to push forward. Are you still dreaming about going home and sleeping at this point? Lu Miao glanced at his watch. At this time, the cafeteria should still be open for dinner. Everyone. Enough. Finally, someone couldn't bear him anymore and suggested, Mr. Lu Miao, kindly guide us through. Lu Miao had no objection, placing his hands behind his back as he said, there are too many people. If it's revolving trapdoors, at most only 2 can pass at a time. And since it's dark inside, if I am too far from you, you might not see which boards I step on, easily triggering the mechanisms. Zhao Jing pondered, then asked, how many do you think should go each time? 10, Lu Miao answered hesitantly, doubting himself, probably around that number. The group was exasperated, wanting to grab his collar and demand, are you sure you know what you're doing? But no one dared take such risks. Even if Lu Miao seemed unreliable, he still knew more about ancient tombs than anyone here. And that was a fact. Lu Miao was human, not a god. His abilities were limited, and all his uncertainties and doubts were his ways of leaving room for error. Should anything go wrong, the responsibility he would shoulder would be far greater than others. Alright, let's use the glow sticks now, Lu Miao instructed. There won't be a chance to use them later if we don't now. Before the game began, 3 lighting rods were distributed per person. They provided illumination for a limited time, could not be recharged, and once used up, they would be gone forever. Kong Tu took out his own glow stick, tossing it lightly in his hand. Why didn't they give us flashlights instead? You'd better just let us carry you straight to the destination. Yan Lingfei pulled out his own green glow stick, replying, besides, flashlight beams are direct, whereas glow sticks diffuse light, making them more suitable for exploring caves. Chapter 11, Who's the Mole, Part 4. Kong Tu's glow stick was blue. He took it out and acted cool for a moment, holding it under his arm like Bruce Lee. Ha! Yan Lingfei nudged him with her elbow, not bad. So Mr. Kong, please protect me well. Kong Tu stopped posing, caught his breath, and said expressionlessly, relying on others makes you a princess. Relying on yourself makes you a queen. Yan Lingfei burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha 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 queen, ha 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 what is this nonsense, ha 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 where did you learn this from? Kong Tu chuckled as his joke, even though cliched, had brought her some amusement. He said, I learned it from someone else. Been online for more than a decade and didn't pick up anything worthwhile, just jokes. Yan Lingfei sighed, that's nice. How is it nice? It feels like you used to have fun, Yan Lingfei smiled, unlike us older folks. Back then, my family was so poor. My mom supported me through school, so I just studied all the time, it was hard. At this point, Lu Miao had already led the first group into the darkness. The remaining people had nothing to do, so they began resting in place. They had been walking for several hours and had expended a lot of energy, so everyone was very tired. Leaning against the wall, Kong Tu asked, do you think studying is tough too? Rote memorization stuff, Yan Lingfei thought he was joking, who would like that? Kong Tu replied, I used to love memorizing Yang Pavilion Ode, it moved me. I really admired how Master Ouyang could write something so profound. It felt like he was so far away from me. He really was remarkable. Yan Lingfei leaned against the wall next to him and also sighed, he was truly a man of vision and compassion. So now that you're in the same city as him, do you feel closer to him? Kong Tu shook his head, no, I feel even further away from him. Afraid the topic might steer uncomfortably towards something that made Kong Tu uneasy, Yan Lingfei suddenly blinked and joked, I thought you only admired Zhao Zheng. On the first day Kong Tu arrived at Area 404, he had fainted upon hearing Zhao Zheng's name due to overwhelming excitement, triggering an emotional monitoring system. By now, most people were aware of this incident. Kong Tu had grown immune to it and could now deal with it naturally. I really wasn't expecting that back then, no other meaning. Zhao Zheng stood nearby and hadn't joined the conversation. When he heard them talking about him, he turned his head slightly to look over. Yan Lingfei had merely wanted to ease the atmosphere, not teasing him seriously. After hearing his response, she agreed, I was also shocked at first. Later, we got used to each other, and sometimes we forget who everyone really is. You're all wonderful, Kong Tu sincerely remarked, very different from what I imagined. When I talked to Zhao Zheng, Yan Lingfei recounted, I always thought he'd say, bring him forward and behead him. Yeah, yeah. A single sentence seemed to make Kong Tu feel like he'd met his soulmate. He exclaimed excitedly, exactly. During our first meeting, I didn't dare to breathe too loudly, afraid he'd find it annoying. Listening quite clearly, Zhao Zheng. Li Xian, who once survived a defeat due to Zhao Zheng's pardon. As if Yan Lingfei really didn't see Zhao Zheng standing right there, she continued, moreover, he looks too fierce. Don't you think he has that tyrant look? Do you know Dun Ruo? That famous strategist of Qin, who fled once because he thought Zhao Zheng looked nothing like a benevolent ruler and later returned to assist him after being captured. This anecdote dimly reminded Kong Tu of something familiar, but inside he indeed found Zhao Zheng somewhat intimidating. Yet, evaluating this would cross a line since Kong Tu wasn't close enough to Zhao Zheng to discuss his appearance behind his back. Therefore, he simply said, actually, I think he's quite handsome. Yan Lingfei replied listlessly, seriously. You think so? He is handsome, Kong Tu stated matter-of-factly, his features match what I expected, and it's probably better for an emperor to carry an air of authority. We aren't like that. I'm just surprised, his personality differs greatly from what I imagined. What do you think he should be like? This question wasn't asked by Yan Lingfei. The voice came from her right, sounding strikingly familiar. Zhao Zheng turned his head and smiled, asking directly, what do you think I should be like? Kong Tu. His face reddened visibly and rapidly, not out of shyness, but sheer embarrassment. Yan Lingfei laughed, he's been standing right next to us this whole time, didn't you know? Kong Tu helplessly tried to slide down the wall, night blindness is really a killer. He hadn't intended to say anything bad, he was just remarking that Zhao Zheng was surprisingly easy to get along with. But unexpectedly being caught in the act by the person himself was rather embarrassing. Zhao Zheng didn't press him to answer or make it difficult for him. Instead, to ease his embarrassment, he changed the subject, Mr. Lu Miao has been inside for a while now, he should be coming out soon, shouldn't he? About time, Yan Lingfei agreed, choosing not to push further, should we go in next? There was no visible change in Zhao Zheng's expression as he responded calmly, let's see. We'll arrange according to everyone's preferences. It was at this moment Kong Tu noticed that Zhao Zheng seldom initiated discussions when there were many people around. It seemed as if he even intentionally avoided voicing his opinions. He always went with the flow of the group. In contrast, Yan Lingfei skillfully used all available conditions to protect herself, she could advocate, she could voice her thoughts, just like before, she also knew how to leverage her injured state to continuously seek help. These were different ways they had chosen to protect themselves. When Mr. Lu Miao came back the first time, it took less than 20 minutes, and he brought news that wasn't good. The path is short but rigged with continuous trap panels, which I've already cracked. There's something off though, aside from methane gas, there are other scents present that have been masked by the methane smell, making it hard to distinguish them. This tomb is new, I can't yet figure out what other smells there might be. Mr. Lu Miao exhaled, looking serious, to avoid any unexpected mishaps, this time I'll take more people. We'll try to cross as quickly as possible. The second wave took nearly 20 people, lasting under 10 minutes. But Kong Tu felt very uneasy about it. He was especially afraid of this kind of unease, because he had an extraordinary sensitivity to unfortunate events. He had been like this since childhood. One day during school, he felt this same sort of anxiety, and that day his friend got beaten up. The friend's parents came to his house blaming him, accusing him of leading their son astray into trouble. That event left him feeling extremely wronged, and similar incidents happened several times. Perhaps some scientific explanation could clarify this phenomenon, but he never investigated it and wasn't particularly interested in doing so. He knew that fate never gives reasons for misfortune. He especially feared things that couldn't be avoided, just like the school bell ringing inevitably signaling doom. Due to the possibility of anomalies happening inside, everyone started instinctively gathering forward, the atmosphere becoming slightly tense. Previously, people had rested either leaning or sitting around, but now they all stood up. No one jostled, and when Mr. Lu Miao returned again, everyone naturally arranged themselves in order based on seniority. Looking back at Zhao Zheng, Kong Tu saw them seemingly unaware, still chatting casually. By this point, they were almost at the end of the crowd, furthest away from the Fuo road. They would naturally be in the last group. When Lu Miao saw them, he said, be extra careful. You have night blindness, Lu Miao addressed Kong Tu, stand behind me. Wherever I go, follow closely without a step's mistake, and move fast. Kong Tu hadn't expected Lu Miao to realize he couldn't see in the dark, deeply moved to the point where he almost burst into tears. Seriously, he said, thank you, master. Let's go. The Fuo road felt colder than Kong Tu anticipated, because the name certainly didn't sound like it involved cold weather. Lu Miao raised his pink glow stick, its warm color glowing in the darkness. The group identified his position based on its light. A chain flipboard trap meant that beneath a single path lay a deep pit filled with sharp swords, covered by thin layers of floorboards. People who stepped on these boards fell into the pit to be impaled by the swords. Such traps were quite common in ancient tombs. The original purpose of such traps was never meant to allow intruders to bypass them after solving puzzles. Thus, contrary to popular belief involving the patterns of Tai Chi, Bagua, or Zhouyi, they were usually randomly disrupted to prevent detection. However, this kind of trap had a very fatal weakness: it was extremely easy to crack. Even someone completely ignorant of traps could pass safely. All one needed to do was knock carefully. Places that crumbled were traps. And there wouldn't be any additional mechanisms like flying swords triggered when the floor broke, because such moving parts required too many materials and resources to set up. Although it might be possible to design something like that, many delicate components would be hard to preserve for a long time, which made it overly challenging for ancient people. If someone was truly tomb raiding, only a few people would actually fall victim to traps like these. But for the citizens of Area 404, they didn't have the luxury of time to knock on the floor, they had to rush to their mission points immediately. Mr. Lu Miao excelled precisely in this field. His hearing was sharp beyond normal human levels, he could discern whether there were sharp blades or wooden panels beneath based solely on sound. Kong Tu followed closely behind Lu Miao without missing a step, feeling somewhat reassured but simultaneously aware that it was self-hypnosis. In reality, his anxiety remained. In the midst of this daze, he thought he heard a faint whisper nearby and abruptly stopped in his tracks, lifting his head. He noticed that Lu Miao's glow stick had somehow turned blue. Chapter 12 Who is the Mole? Part 5. How could it be blue? Kong Tu's mind went buzz. He had been following the pink glow stick, so why did it turn blue? His glow stick was supposed to be blue. Kong Tu slowly lowered his head and saw the glow stick in his hand emitting a soft blue light, illuminating a small space. Lu Miao was walking ahead without looking back, taking quick steps. He subconsciously followed for 2 steps, then suddenly stopped. This isn't right. In this group, he was at the front, and his glow stick was blue. If everyone else took the wrong path, wouldn't they assume he led them astray? Everyone was following Lu Miao. What if Lu Miao was the mole, deliberately trying to frame him? The situation happened so suddenly that Kong Tu couldn't think through everything carefully, but he was startled by this thought and became extremely anxious. He turned around, lifting the glow stick to see others' reactions, then suddenly widened his eyes. The bright blue light shone on a stranger's face. Kong Tu had never seen this person before, he wasn't a member of room 404. In that instant, the surveillance system in Kong Tu's brain rang loudly with alarms, almost making him unconscious again from a tranquilizer. He stumbled back a few steps, then stopped abruptly. How could one move around randomly in such an environment? One misstep, and there would be sharp blades waiting below. Stiffly holding the illumination stick, he faced off with the man in the darkness. The man was dressed in black from head to toe, his cap covering half his face, exposing only part of his nose and a slightly downturned mouth. The light emitted by the glow stick slowly extending towards that man. The light split into several beams in the darkness, swirling and dancing continuously. When he opened his eyes again, everyone was standing in a circle far away from him. Their faces were unclear in the darkness, revealing only parts of their noses and slightly drooping mouths. He felt like a clown in a circus being watched by the crowd. They looked at him as if he were a monkey. That beam of light continued to extend, wrapping around each body as though endless, stretching all the way to the horizon. Following those beams of blue light upward, Kong Tu saw them transform into a blue sky. Colorful meteors fell from all sides, landing on the heads of the crowd and igniting them. Faces contorted ferociously in the firelight, lighting up the darkness as if it were daylight. Kong Tu swayed left and right amidst the strange and dazzling scene, when something suddenly hit him from behind. Turning around, he saw Lu Miao's glow stick still raised high and swaying, getting closer to him. The surrounding scenery gradually dissipated. Kong Tu stumbled around in the dark, his exhaled white breath clearly visible. However, at that moment, all he could hear was the sound of his own heartbeat. Boom, boom, boom. A human heart can beat 4 billion times in a lifetime. Wouldn't it get tired if it kept beating like this? With his eyes half closed, Kong Tu vaguely wondered these things, feeling himself running but not knowing where to go or what to do. He didn't know how long it had been until the chaos before his eyes gradually subsided, and the loud thumping of his heart stopped ringing in his ears. Kong Tu slightly moved and realized his headache was unbearable, his 5 senses slowly returning. He was slumped against the wall like a dead man. Are you awake too? Zhao Jing asked beside him. Kong Tu shook his head, trying to alleviate the lingering withdrawal sensation and intermittent headaches. What happened? Probably got tricked again. Zhao Zheng's cheek was cut somewhere, seeping blood, which he casually wiped off, thanks to Mr. Lu Miao, otherwise we would have all been lost today. The others weren't in good shape either, sitting or lying down, appearing as if they had just survived a major disaster. Seeing the group gradually regaining consciousness, Lu Miao stood up and said, I'll tell you all, from entering the hidden fire road until now, 3 hours have passed. Everyone. If the others haven't reached the mission point, we've basically already lost. So where are we now? A man painfully held his head and asked. After passing through the hidden fire road, we ended up here. Lu Miao's spirit seemed unaffected. Since everyone is awake, I'll explain what just happened. I mentioned earlier that there was another smell in the marsh gas that we couldn't identify. I suspect it might be the smell of melted beeswax. The hidden fire road usually has another trap, because the road underfoot is made of wooden boards, which is the most common use of a series of flip boards. Moreover, when I walked through it for the first time, I indeed found many places where the ground was hollow, and there were likely iron weapons hidden underneath. Therefore, I assumed these 2 layers of traps. The implication of a twist in this statement was too obvious, prompting someone to ask, But that's just an illusion." Lu Miao nodded at him. "If there really had been a trap, we would have fallen into it by now with how you all scattered around. We focused entirely on the marsh gas, everyone keeping watch over each other, checking if anyone tampered with the fire. However, we never expected the marsh gas to only be a cover-up. When we stepped onto this path and assumed the floorboards were rigged with consecutive flip boards, we all instinctively stood on what we believed to be the safe ones. Once the weight reached a certain limit, this might have activated the real mechanism beneath our feet." Yan Lingfei raised her hand and asked, "In other words, there weren't actually any arrows below us, this was all staged to hide the true trap, right?" Lu Miao hummed in confirmation, saying, "Right, it's disgusting as hell." "Ah," Yan Lingfei sighed, falling back down onto the ground, giving up on struggling. "You must have guessed, earlier, we all inhaled a certain amount of hallucinogenic gas. If such gas had been present from the beginning, I would have noticed immediately. However, initially, it was sealed by melted beeswax. When we triggered the mechanism, the beeswax was slowly heated, and once it was fully melted, the hallucinogenic substance began to vaporize gradually. I smelled beeswax melting when I first noticed the smell, not the drug itself. This scent was so faint and uncommon, and the smell of marsh gas overwhelmed my senses too much. So, I could only detect something off but couldn't pinpoint this specific mechanism." Someone remarked, "There's no way to fully guard against everything." Kong Tu quietly asked Zhao Jing beside him, "Didn't we say fire should not be present? Then how did the beeswax burn?" "There are many ways to heat it," Zhao Jing replied with a faint smile. "It doesn't necessarily require fire or even ancient methods. Wasn't the last trap also unprecedented?" Perhaps influenced by the dim light, Kong Tu felt Zhao Zheng's expression seemed peculiar, as though he held some deeper meaning but chose not to voice it. However, throughout this entire process, nothing seemed questionable, at least not to Kong Tuesday. He didn't spot any glaring inconsistencies. At this point, they were only 1 hour away from the final deadline. Despite Lu Miao stating that such short time wouldn't be enough to reach the goal, everyone decided to take a quick break before continuing. No one proposed giving up. The remaining route proved much easier, there were no more random traps. The lights on both walls extended forward unceasingly, though still appearing endless, but at least it eased the psychological panic. Humans tend to feel very helpless in the dark. After experiencing intense hallucinations, physical exhaustion sets in. Not only that, but Kong Tu still seemed unable to fully return to normal. He raised his hand in front of his eyes, clenched it, yet it still felt detached. And not only him, everyone seemed similarly affected. While practicing getting accustomed to the sensation of clenching his fists, Kong Tu accidentally glanced at his watch and suddenly exclaimed. Yan Lingfei was nearby and casually looked over, asking, "What's wrong?" "It's already 2 o'clock, Kong Tu stared blankly, replying. Yan Lingfei. Departing at 8 in the morning, 6 hours had passed, it was now time. "It's done," Zhao Jing continued walking without looking back. "They've reached the mission point. This path is smooth," Lu Miao lamented, sounding 10 years older, tired. "As long as they don't trigger any more unlucky traps, they'll certainly arrive safely." Kong Tu was no longer concerned about that. Since the first task had succeeded, he couldn't wait to ask, "Will we get some rest after completing our tasks?" "In theory, yes," Yan Lingfei pitted him with a glance. "But by the time you reach the mission point, it might already be over." Kong Tu. "I'm dead," he immediately felt like all hope in life was lost. "I can't go on anymore." "This counts as relatively easy," Yan Lingfei burst out laughing. "We previously fought in actual battlefields, sleepless for months at a stretch." Kong Tu exclaimed fearfully, "People die in that kind of situation, right?" "Indeed, many people do," she confirmed. This road still seemed endless, but after walking for a long time, an odd sense of self-doubt arose. What am I doing? The scenery ahead was pitch black, with flickering lights on both walls creating a monotonous yet eerie atmosphere. The group's breathing grew heavier despite the short distance they had covered, no one could be trusted. Suddenly, Lu Miao up ahead stopped abruptly, startling everyone into high alert. "What's wrong now?" "Nothing," Lu Miao responded calmly. "It's probably the people looking for us." Footsteps were growing louder and clearer, even audible to them. "Sir." A few shadowy figures gradually emerged from the darkness, panting heavily. "You finally made it out. We found the mission point. We waited for you outside for quite some time," the rescuers continued as they walked along with the group. "After discussion, we decided to head to the mission point first, finish the first task, then come back to pick you up." Zhao Jing suddenly asked, "How long did you wait?" "About 20 minutes, the man replied. "Mr. Zhang and I intended to go inside to check, but the door was blocked shut. It appears that the door can only be opened from the inside." Chapter 13 Who is the Undercover Agent, 6. This meant that they had spent at least 20 minutes on that road before leaving, and then dozed off for about 2.5 hours outside. Based on Kong Tu's perception of time, the duration of that hallucination could have been less than 5 minutes, akin to a brief dream. No one knew that 3 hours had passed until they woke up. When they finally reached the mission point, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. There was hardly any time for rest as a ding-dong sound rang out, followed by a mechanical female voice from above. Congratulations everyone, mission completed. The next mission will be assigned immediately. Upon hearing this, Kong Tu let out a despairing cry, clutching his head in agony and collapsing on the ground. Within a 2-kilometer radius of your current location, there are 3 keys hidden and 1 bonus reward. Collect all the keys to enter the next mission point, and obtaining the bonus reward will give you a clue about the undercover agent. Achio looked up, her voice crisp as she asked, what does the bonus reward look like? Confidential. How can something like this remain confidential? The group exploded with anger. What kind of game is this? The mechanical female voice remained calm, saying, although the form of the bonus reward remains confidential, I believe you'll recognize it once you find it. Please calm down, and if you can't handle it, feel free to leave the game. Kong Tu lay sprawled on the ground, his arm covering his face, and laughed helplessly, so worldly wise, huh? Yan Lingfei also sat on the ground, one hand resting on her knee, the other supporting her body, looking upward as she said, I'll report your poor service attitude when I get back. Mechanical female voice, let's talk about that after you leave. Yan Lingfei. Kong Tu's eyes widened in shock as he asked those around him, isn't this just a robot? It's a robot. A man beside him, equally exhausted, replied weakly, it always acts this way, you'll get used to it. The mechanical female voice continued coldly and without emotion, there's no time limit for this task. Everyone must manage their own time. After all, your opponents are not time but members of another team. Alright. Everyone quickly agreed. Their current location was a slightly sunken circular pit, surrounded by several columns, each topped with an oil lamp burning silently. Beyond these lamps stretched only darkness. The 2-kilometer radius surrounding this pit might seem manageable in size, but within such a treacherous environment, it was undoubtedly a significant challenge for the group. Let's tally things up, someone suggested. Kong Tu felt a pang of tension, thinking it was finally coming. Let's tally first and then take a short rest here. We still need to conserve some energy, someone proposed. Agreed, everyone had no objections. A middle-aged man with sideburns sat on the ground, his hands resting in front of his knees, fingers pressed together, pondering for a moment before opening the discussion. Starting from the very beginning, someone triggered the first trap. Does anyone have anything they want to say about that phase? Kong Tu recognized this man as Zhang Wen, one of the people who had gone to assist them earlier. Though Kong Tu didn't have much of an impression of this man, someone willing to speak in such a situation was sure to carry a certain level of authority. During the fiery road passage, he had been part of the first group. Mr. Lu Miao, do you have any clues? A young boy with a buzz cut named Yang Xian loudly asked. There should have been subtle sounds when pressing the mechanism, right? Did you hear them? This young boy seemed to have a good relationship with Lu Miao, constantly picking up his cues since the start of the game. I did hear something, Lu Miao responded, just the click of the mechanism, nothing else. I'll reiterate, Lu Miao added, I admit my senses are sharper than most people's, but I'm still human, not a god. If I were to notice every breath of everyone around me, would I even have the strength to live? I'd have long been dead from exhaustion over the years. Yang Xian smiled, don't get angry, alright? Lu Miao sighed, how am I supposed to explain this? You can all ignore everything and nobody will suspect you, but if I miss something, everyone doubts me. This stupid game clearly targets me. He patted the dust off his hands irritably, sitting cross-legged on the ground as he muttered, that's why I said we should have gone back to eat from the start. What about others? Zhang Wen interjected, trying to shift the topic, everyone speak up. We're all here to accomplish the task. Don't be afraid to offend anyone, and if you're identified, don't be upset. Once the task is over, we're still friends. Kong Tu thought to himself, is it really that good? This is more comfortable than my previous job, just a little dangerous. He looked around. Zhao Zheng was sitting on a tan, seemingly talking to Li Xian. Zhao Zheng was very perceptive and immediately noticed his gaze, tilting his head inquisitively. Kong Tu stood up, patted his butt, and walked over, saying, is your face okay? Zhao Zheng genuinely hesitated for a moment, touched the wound on his cheek, and smiled, I've forgotten about it. It's fine. I want to ask you something. Kong Tu sat next to him, watching everyone discuss, quietly said, did you see a stranger when we were on the Fohu Road? Hawk nose, corners of the mouth hanging down, probably around 40 years old, wearing black clothes. Zhao Jing frowned, no, did you see him? It might be an illusion. Kong Tu was also uncertain. The first hallucination I had was Lu Miao's glow stick turning blue, then when I turned back, I saw that person. It was too real. Everything that happened after, when I look back now, feels like an illusion, but at the time when I turned back, that feeling has always been unforgettable. Zhao Jing carefully recalled, making sure he hadn't seen such a person. In none of the previous tasks did anyone else participate, so it should be that you already had the hallucinations then. However, this isn't certain. We'll all stay vigilant. I actually feel like it was an illusion too, Kong Tu laughed, it was just pretty scary. Talking about it makes me feel better. Far away, the group was still discussing. Suddenly someone asked, if the mechanism was on the wall, doesn't that mean the people standing on the outer side are not suspects? Not necessarily, young Xian was still smiling and said, who says the trap mechanism must be on the wall? Could there not be one underfoot? Who knows if it wasn't exactly because of Mr. Lu Miao's hint about the oil lamp on the wall, they used the chaos to pull off a move and make themselves appear blameless. Kong Tu suddenly woke up, thinking carefully and realizing it was indeed so. At that time, Lu Miao had first mentioned there were oil lamps on the walls, causing everyone to go to the wall to find them. Then Lu Miao reminded again, don't touch recklessly, there might be traps, before the trap was triggered. Everyone naturally assumed the mole who set off the trap must have been among those looking for the lamps. But actually, the trap might not have been on the wall at all. This way, the only clue broke off again, leaving everyone as potential suspects. Kong Tu once again completely admitted defeat countless times, truly convinced. The first task ended with no one obtaining any clue about the undercover agent. Despite the lack of clues, the wrap-up was swift. Everyone quickly ate some food and lay sprawled on the ground to recover their strength. Lying on the ground, Lu Miao sighed, took out his phone, snapped a photo of the columns around him, and annotated, what a painful day, and the compressed biscuits are extremely unpalatable. Had it not been for the network being cut off during the mission, he would definitely have posted a friend's circle update. Yan Lingfei joked with him, is this annotation for fear of forgetting the caption when you post later? While flipping through the album on his phone absent-mindedly, Lu Miao replied, yeah. Ha ha ha, I'll give you a like when I get back. Lu Miao flipped his eyes and repeated the robot's words, let's talk about that after we're out. Yan Lingfei again. Kong Tu exaggeratedly burst into laughter, ha 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 ha. After finishing laughing, he quickly calmed down, saying, I call this Yan Lingfei style belly laugh. Yan Lingfei. Kid Kong, you just hurt me. At 6 o'clock in the evening, everyone divided into 5 small teams and set off in different directions. Kong Tu always had mixed feelings about such activities where people split into camps. He felt somewhat embarrassed to join either camp, always thinking he would just hold others back. So he stood still at his place. Li Xian had been inseparable from Zhao Zheng ever since the first trap was activated and naturally went into the same group as Zhao Zheng this time. Yan Lingfei suddenly hugged Kong Tu's neck from behind and pushed him toward Zhao Zheng, casually saying, back to the battlefield. Kong Tu was deeply moved, even moved to tears. He believed whether it was Zhao Zheng or Yan Lingfei, both truly treated him well. Zhao Zheng perhaps especially cared for him due to guilt, whereas Yan Lingfei had no compelling reason but consistently helped him without a trace. Zhao Zheng seemed to also accept Kong Tu as part of their group, naturally asking, are you rested up? I am. Kong Tu tried his best not to show any fluctuations in his emotions, what about you? Zhao Zheng smiled and said, I'm not, I'm exhausted, so a little later, it'll be up to you, Kong, to watch out for me. Kong Tu always felt that Zhao Zheng was incredibly perceptive, able to adjust the way he spoke to him based on his emotional state. When he was nervous or low-spirited, Zhao Zheng joked with him, when he was emotionally stable, Zhao Zheng returned to being steady and calm. He didn't think he was such an open book at this age, unable to hide his feelings. Maybe once or twice it was coincidence, but after so many times, it could only mean that Zhao Zheng truly had an extraordinary ability to read people. Even though Kong Tu found being around him very comfortable and natural, there were certainly others who would find it unsettling. Yan Lingfei frantically waved his hands and shouted towards the distance, Ah Jiu. Come over here, come to your brother. Ah Jiu seemed to also not have found a group, then gave a slow-motion big eye roll, ignoring him completely. Yan Lingfei cupped his hands into a megaphone shape and shouted, come on, we need a doctor, I'll treat you to braised chicken when we're done. Kong Tu found it surreal, asking, are you pursuing her? No, Yan Lingfei's face expressed pure disdain at the insinuation, why would you think that? I consider her like a younger sister. You are pursuing her, Kong Tu understood, I suggest you change tactics, even elementary students don't use this trick anymore, it won't work. Ah Jiu reluctantly approached, her backpack looking visually as if it was bigger than she was. Kong Tu quickly followed up, but then again, maybe not. Who knows, maybe they loved each other mutually. Chapter 14, Who is the Undercover, 7. Look how well equipped our team is, Yan Lingfei put an arm around Jiu's shoulder and pointed to Li Xian, the one who can fight. Then he pointed to Zhao Zheng, the one who can talk. Then at himself, the one who can think. And then at Kong Tu, the one who can eat plain rice. Then he patted Jiu's shoulder, we just need you. Your job is to stand by while we bravely fight and shout my name, saying, Big Brother is the best, that's all. Jiu shook off his hand from his shoulder, keeping a stern face, coldly replying, I am 1 year older than you. Yan Lingfei smoothly responded, I am 300 years older than you. When you were born, I had already been buried for over 200 years. It's already generous of me not calling you grandpa. Kong Tu really wanted to cover his mouth. Jiu's face had turned from red to pale, stiffly saying nothing. Yan Lingfei's current behavior was no different from a smelly little boy in elementary school who liked pulling girls' braids when he fancied them. And Yan Lingfei was even worse, telling ghost stories like this. Lu Miao wandered over leisurely. Add me, I'm good at recognizing the way. Can you stop always eavesdropping on our conversations? Although Yan Lingfei said this, there wasn't much dissatisfaction in his tone. In fact, he was secretly happy because Lu Miao was very popular and actually willing to be on their team. I don't want to either. Lu Miao swayed his hands as if he hadn't woken up yet. Who has the time to see you chase after women? With your clumsy skills. Yan Lingfei. Ajio's face once again visibly blushed crimson, almost about to burst gas from the top of his head, rigid like a perfectly straight utility pole. Yan Lingfei also felt somewhat uncomfortable, clearing his throat to speak, when Zhao Jing intervened with a smile. Is something bothering you, sir? Tired, Lu Miao yawned. It's exhausting concentrating. You've worked hard. I've only worked for my own survival. Lu Miao didn't buy it, continuing lazily. My efforts are for myself, I don't need others to appreciate it. Just make sure no one accuses me wrongly at a critical moment. Hearing the undertone in these words, Kang Tu quietly looked between the two, but Zhao Jing seemed not to have noticed anything unusual, smiling as he said, if it's for yourself, you wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Everyone appreciates your contribution. Lu Miao immediately lost interest, waving his hand and saying, let's set out quickly, I don't want to stay here a day longer. Upon hearing this, Kang Tu suddenly remembered something. How long will our mission last approximately? Shortest 3 days, longest half a month. Yan Lingfei recovered his calmness, turning back to explain briefly to him. His eyes gleamed brightly in the dark, full of spirit. There's no certainty on this. We don't know what stages have been designed, but games like this generally won't last too long. Kang Tu asked incredulously, doesn't your wound hurt? A little, Yan Lingfei murmured, softly, but it's bearable. Complaining about pain shouldn't be overused. I plan to use it only when necessary. Kang Tu glanced at Ajio walking ahead, carrying a big backpack filled with medicine, and nodded thoughtfully. Yan Lingfei clenched his fists and pressed them against both temples, gritting his teeth and demanding, clean those dirty thoughts out of your head. Kang Tu hastily begged for mercy, all right. The plan they had set was clear, no matter the result, everyone must return to the starting point before 10:30 p.m. They walked towards the southwest, treading on a rough road made of coarse stones, uneven with many pitfalls. The glow stick still emitted a faint light. Kang Tu slightly bent forward using the stick to illuminate the path below, carefully proceeding. Seeing Kang Tu's glow stick, Yan Lingfei suddenly recalled something, curiously asking, did you enjoy taking the fiery path? Kang Tu, ? Hallucinogens, Yan Lingfei teased, many people get addicted to these things. Kang Tu was just about to respond when something flashed through his mind, and he grasped onto it firmly, cautiously asking, why do you suddenly bring up the fiery path? Yan Lingfei hesitated for a moment, pointing at his glow stick. I just saw your glow stick. His earlier excitement subsided, and Kang Tu calmed down upon hearing this, thinking perhaps he had misinterpreted it. Yan Lingfei should have mentioned the glow stick due to their shared experience on the fiery path, naturally leading him to recall the hallucination. Did you see blue light in your hallucination? He finally asked. Yan Lingfei abruptly stopped in his tracks, looking at him and exclaiming, my God. How do you know? You saw it too. Kang Tu became excited again. He couldn't help but feel thrilled, knowing that if they had discovered even the slightest clue, they wouldn't have let the team down. Then did you see a strange man dressed in black? No, I didn't. Yan Lingfei furrowed his brow slightly as he recalled, but I definitely saw blue light, overwhelming light. Kang Tu was just about to get carried away when Lu Miao said casually, subconsciousness. Didn't the two of you play with the glow stick like sticks before entering the fiery path? The impression stuck too deep. When you got there, you just thought of it. You didn't see anything. Kang Tu's enthusiasm dampened by half, but still pressed on for an answer. Lu Miao shrugged, raising his hands, I wasn't much affected. The smell got stronger and irritated me, so I kept holding my nose. Besides, you were all shouting, any slight feeling I had was ruined by you. I didn't see it either. Zhao Jing turned his head towards Kang Tu to show his regret. Kang Tu sighed deeply. Yan Lingfei didn't seem very concerned about this result but curiously teased Zhao Jing, asking, what did you see then? Zhao Jing smiled faintly but remained silent. Come on, spill it. You must have seen a woman with your reaction. There wasn't anything specific. Zhao Zheng's expression didn't change, maintaining his calm tone. It felt like fleeting images of people I hated flashed through. Li Xian, who had been quiet like a solid rock until now, suddenly interrupted, Your Majesty. Zhao Zheng raised a hand to silence him, no matter, laughing lightly in self-deprecation. Since I was young, I've been in exile, and some faces always haunt me at midnight. This might be a hurdle I won't cross for life. He spoke so calmly that those hearing these words became uneasy. Actually, Kang Tu wasn't very familiar with his background. He only knew what great achievements Zhao Zheng had accomplished, or what evil deeds he committed. However, these weren't sharp at all, just a vague silhouette making Zhao Zheng appear stiff and cruel. History was unfair to Zhao Zheng. Lu Miao walking ahead remarked blandly, I heard you were exiled in the Zhao state as a child. If you hate Zhao so much, why keep Zhao as your surname? The name has no significance. Zhao Zheng seemed very relaxed, moving his arm as he replied, when I was young, I always used the surname, Zhao. After returning to Qin and changing my surname, fewer people dared call me by my name, so actually I'm not very familiar with Ing. I say this casually, maybe without much negative emotion, after all, I am an ambitious person. Sacrifices made for power only make me feel sweet in bitterness, but Kong Tu could always hear a sense of unwillingness from things Zhao Jing didn't want to discuss yet still answered. How much longer do we need to go? Kong Tu cut off the conversation, tapping his lower back. I walked my legs almost to breaking point today. Lu Miao yawned repeatedly, I don't know, exhausted. Haven't taken a nap today. By this time, the group had already spent 12 hours underground. With the long absence of sunlight, Kong Tu started feeling quite uncomfortable. The light here was always dim, and the place rather chilly. Even though they wore clothes and moved continuously, they still felt oppressed, and their bodies couldn't warm up properly. The surroundings around them were unlike when they arrived, a narrow tunnel. The current road was simply a stone path beneath their feet. It seemed they had entered a huge cave, surrounded not by walls, but by rugged rocks. As they continued deeper, winds began to blow, coming from unknown sources. Where does this wind come from? Yan Lingfei shivered in fear, hugging his arms and rubbing to try to create some heat. Probably ventilators. Lu Miao also found it ridiculous. How could wind enter a tomb? There is absolutely no temperature difference on the surface. It's probably an environment set up by managers to scare you. Yan Lingfei remembered the robot's threat, suddenly sensing danger. He regretted, I should have known better than to provoke that robot. Kong Tu immediately burst into Yan Lingfei-style laughter, exaggeratedly shouting loud in the darkness, ha 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 ha. Doomed, Lu Miao sighed hopelessly, didn't you hear? According to the echo, the space ahead could take 10 years to traverse. Be optimistic, Yan Lingfei ignored Kong Tu's pouring salt on his wound and counseled him, we might find it in a couple of steps. Unlike Kong Tu and Lu Miao's dejection, he had always been energetic, cheerfully overtaking everyone as if he had something to say. Suddenly, Lu Miao's pupils constricted sharply, and he shouted loudly, don't move. Yan Lingfei's foot suddenly missed the ground, causing him to pitch forward. In the blink of an eye, a hand quickly reached out from behind and grabbed his arm, pulling him back. The sound of falling rocks echoed beside his feet. Yan Lingfei was terrified, panting heavily as he stared at the bottomless abyss below him. By half a step. Chapter 15 Who is the Mole? 8. Li Xian released his grip and stepped back, scolding him, reckless. Yan Lingfei turned around and gave him a bewildered look, obviously not having recovered yet, his step somewhat unsteady. Kong Tu moved forward to support him, his hand tightly grasped in return, his fingers pale and slightly trembling. Kong Tu, with his clumsy mouth, could only comfort him, it's fine, it's fine. Li Xian looked ahead and said, there's no way forward. The way should exist. Lu Miao also gazed into the distance, squinting his eyes into slits, let's find the nearby iron chain bridge. With continuous pebbles sliding down, they finally saw clearly, before them stretched an abyss lurking in the darkness, and at this moment, they were standing on the edge of a broken cliff. Lu Miao took a breath and slowly exhaled, as if trying to calm his irascible temper. It's normal for there to be this kind of feature where we are right now in the southwest. In our ancient Bagua positioning, it's opposite to what common people perceive. Southwest belongs to Kuan in the Bagua, representing division, holes, deep ravines. The transformation between 2nd and 8th positions moves Gen to Kuan, and Gen represents mountains. Therefore, there are more mountains, ditches, and pits in the southwest, which explains why there are so many deep pits and karst caves here. But nobody paid attention to his nonsense at that moment. Yan Lingfei was still shaken, just felt my soul leave my body. You're too timid. Kong Tu patted his back, comforting him like a child, rub the hair, you won't be scared. Yan Lingfei recovered a little but very awkwardly pulled away from him, saying, that's enough. Feeling embarrassed now is too late, Kong Tu chuckled evilly with exaggerated mockery, every single move you made has been deeply engraved in my mind. I plan to savor it when I'm bored, keeping me company during my dull remaining life. Yan Lingfei choked for a moment. Do you know how many times you've hurt me today? I nearly died just now, don't you have any brotherly feelings? Yes. Kong Tu replied obediently. Aju, come over here Aju, I'm terrified. Do you have anything to say to me? Yan Lingfei reached out to summon Aju, gesturing with his fingers to indicate how small the margin was, by just a tiny bit, you would never see me again. Apparently, that moment had also frightened the young girl. She stopped arguing with him, her eyes wide open in the darkness, shimmering with some light. What should we do? Find the bridge first. Let's walk farther from the broken cliff. Lu Miao suddenly cursed loudly and asked, why does it have to be this extreme this time? Since the last fiery path, I wanted to mention that the hallucinogen concentration and intensity they introduced, if inhaled excessively, can make us real fools for life, with no cure. This was Kong Tu's first participation in the game, and Yan Lingfei's scare almost made his heart miss a beat. He thought it had always been like this with 404 and asked, wasn't it ever less dangerous? There had been cases. Zhao Zheng looked up to see if there were any surveillance devices here, and if so, whether anyone was watching their every move behind those monitors. His voice involuntarily grew colder, but the nature was somewhat different. Aju seemed even smaller, her skin highlighted whiter against the darkness, her lips losing color and turning slightly blue. in the past, we competed fairly with our opponents, life and death being on the battlefield. But now, it's supposed to be us quietly dying in these unseen traps, without daylight. Why should we die in the traps they've set? Why should we die by their hands? Ajo became increasingly angry, her face showing a hint of anger reddening. Who exactly do they think they are? Why should we die? They lock us up here for no reason, making us participate in these nonsense tasks, and we have to follow orders blindly. Her anger made her speech lose its rigor and restraint, repeating once more, who exactly do they think they are? Ajo, Yan Lingfei moved forward, placing an arm around her, covering her mouth with his hand as he whispered, all right, stop talking about it. Ajo, with most of her face covered, still had her eyes wide open, staying quiet without struggle, just briefly flickering with a hint of tears, which disappeared instantly. Zhao Jing patted Yan Lingfei, saying nothing, just stating, let's go. The road must still be continued. The young girl cursing didn't help, it only made the men present feel uneasy in their hearts. Kong Tu had never considered this aspect before. At this moment, hearing Ajo's words, he suddenly realized that as an ordinary person, he could never understand the feelings of these individuals. They were indeed humiliated. Locked up here for 30 years by some unknown figures, they felt like puppets with no room to fight back. Battling for just a fraction of their rewards, their pride prevented them from comforting themselves with, since we're here, let's make the best of it, as Kong Tu did. Even Ajo, who appeared to be the least ambitious among them, felt humiliated, so what about others? The atmosphere began to grow silent, and Yan Lingfei didn't try to ease it with any more jokes. We're here, the journey was less than 10 minutes, Lu Miao suddenly broke the silence, pointing ahead and saying, those massive stones are probably used to secure the iron chains. This bridge doesn't look easy to cross. The 6 of them approached and found it to be true. An iron chain no thicker than a child's arm stretched across the abyss, its other end nailed into a boulder, and the rest of the chain carelessly thrown on the ground. Kong Tu kicked the chain at his feet, looked up at everyone, and observed their expressions. I can't cross, Lu Miao bluntly said, it's impossible. The key is, do we even need to cross? Yan Lingfei glanced toward the other side, only seeing endless darkness, would crossing guarantee we'd find the key? Zhao Jing remained silent for a moment, then asked, Mr. Lu Miao, what's your estimate on the chances of finding the key? Lu Miao had a sour face, not sure who exactly made him angry, but clearly he hadn't been happy all day. He coldly replied, at most 1 in 10. I have analyzed the feng shui here, if there are 3 keys total, surely one would be located in the northwest. Northwest belongs to Qian in Bagua, representing kingship and eminence. Important regions lie to the northwest, coffins and tombs too. Placing valuable objects in the northwest would ensure peace for 100 years. One might be in the due west. Due west corresponds to marshlands, producing abundance and wealth. And the last one should be in the north. North relates to water, though not harmonious with underground structures, it is a new tomb. Moisture hasn't yet dissipated, and given this site has extremely adverse feng shui with fire and stone everywhere, having water present creates a necessary balance. Lu Miao raised his eyelids and swept his gaze over everyone's faces, stating, the least likely place would be southwest. Kuan represents extreme cold, being the most taboo direction for graves, where nothing important would ever be placed. Yan Lingfei smirked, saying, I finally understand why you want to come along with us. Exactly, Lu Miao didn't feel the least bit embarrassed by his behavior, openly admitting, I don't want to take risks, so I'll go with you. If there are keys, they will definitely come with dangerous traps. I still plan to live a few more years. Yan Lingfei nodded, admiringly saying, Sir, your planning is profound, truly profound. I originally thought you joined us because you saw we have a doctor. As he spoke, he proudly patted Aju's head. Aju rolled her eyes at him, asking, so should we cross or not? Rarely speaking, Li Xian now voiced his opinion, this path is perilous. Everyone was well aware of Li Xian's remarkable martial skills, after all, he was a prodigy who became a general at 20. Given his abilities and character, for him to voice such a warning meant this was genuinely treacherous territory. Kong Tu could tell that everyone was reluctant to cross. Such a flimsy chain, such an incomprehensibly deep precipice, how could they possibly complete this task? Even if by pure luck they crossed successfully, who knew what awaited them on the other side? Who could guarantee they'd return intact? Yan Lingfei looked down at his watch. This motion seemed like a silent cue and push, suggesting it was time to move. From the start, Zhao Zheng had been unusually quiet, his gaze piercing through the darkness, extending far away as if in deep thought. Kong Tu didn't dare overtly observe him, occasionally stealing glances out of the corner of his eye. He accidentally met Li Xian's gaze when trying to sneak another peek, causing awkwardness. Li Xian, being a warrior, had a piercing glare that immediately focused onto Kong Tu, making him feel as if he had nowhere to hide, likely assuming he harbored ill intentions towards Zhao Zheng. That was quite an injustice to Kong Tu. Kong Tu merely couldn't help but wonder what Zhao Zheng was doing, his curiosity mixed with concern. Yet he restrained himself due to Zhao Zheng's authority and dared not reveal it. Lu Miao suddenly asked, Kong Tu, what's your opinion? At this point, only Zhao Zheng and Kong Tu hadn't taken a stance. Lu Miao perhaps sensed something and decided to first approach the easier target. Suddenly, the hot yam was thrown into his hands, and Kong Tu readily stated, "I'm fine with it." Did he have any choice? He could only follow the main group. Zhao Jing finally spoke up. The master previously mentioned there was a 10% chance. Everyone fell silent. Perhaps the key isn't here. Zhao Zheng's tone was very calm, even adopting a consultative tone as he addressed them, but there is another hidden clue that would also be quite useful if we could obtain it. Lu Miao furrowed his eyebrows obviously, an expression of impatience showing on his face, but he didn't say anything. Yan Lingfei hesitated for a moment, but then still said, "So how do we cross over?" "It seems too dangerous." "I see that it's not very far," Zhao Jing said. "We can climb across by gripping the iron chain, or someone can accompany me while the rest of you wait here." Li Xian immediately responded, "I'll go." Zhao Jing nodded in acknowledgement, then said to everyone, "If we miss this opportunity now, it may waste a lot of time. We've already come this far. In my humble opinion, it would be best to take a look." His wording had become overly modest. With his status, there was no need for such humbleness. It was hard to imagine that these words came from Zhao Zheng, once referred to as a tyrant. But Kong Tu still bravely voiced his opposition. "Can you guarantee you'll make it across? It looks simple now, but once you're on it, just a slight sway could cost a life. What if you fall?" "It shouldn't end here." Zhao Jing smiled at him, wrinkles forming at the corners of his eyes, looking young and confident. "After all, I have the fate of an emperor." Chapter 16, Who is the Mole? 9. The ancients always believed in the taboo power of words, so when this phrase was uttered, Li Xian immediately intervened. "Your Majesty, please be careful with your words." Emperor Zhao Jing nonchalantly waved his hand and turned back to say, "All right, I will go with Li Xian, and you all stay here to provide backup. If anything happens, just inform everyone in return." What could possibly happen? Die along the way, or never come back? Kong Tu thought it was indeed too reckless, unlike something Emperor Zhao Jing would do. He wanted to suggest that he should follow as well, but upon looking at the abyss ahead, he couldn't bring himself to utter the words. His legs trembled just taking a step forward, let alone actually stepping onto it. Emperor Zhao Zheng had already taken off his coat, leaving only a t-shirt on, beginning to stretch and prepare to set out. Li Xian hesitated, then couldn't hold back anymore, stepping in front and saying, "How about I go instead? You remain here." "No," Zhao Jing swung his arms and replied, "You stay behind me. You can give me a pull if needed later. This isn't a task for one person alone. Everyone should avoid acting alone because their mission wasn't just to find the key, they also needed to catch the mole. Any attempts at solitary actions would make them suspicious." If not for Zhao Jing being in Zone 404, Li Xian wouldn't have been this restrained, and he wasn't exactly an easy person to control either. Therefore, no one would take any comfort from this situation, and suspicions remained inevitable. Finally, Kong Tu gathered up his courage and said, "Let me go too." Zhao Jing was truly startled for a moment, raising his eyes to look at him. "What?" Kong Tu. Suddenly aware that he might just be adding trouble, since Li Xian could only care for one person, his going would only cause problems for Zhao Jing. Thus, he quickly replied, "Never mind, forget I said that." Zhao Jing wasn't someone easily fooled. Within the blink of an eye, he understood Kong Tu's complex thoughts, so he casually asked, "Do you want to come?" Of course not. Every cell in Kong Tu's body screamed refusal. But he didn't want Zhao Jing to go alone, nor did he wish to appear cowardly. Ever since his worldview formed, he realized he wasn't afraid to die, he didn't love life enough. He felt fear often simply because he hadn't mentally prepared himself sufficiently to face death yet. Now wasn't the perfect time, and he still wasn't ready. However, after entering Zone 404, his youthful blood was reignited. That fearless spirit from his younger days finally started bubbling up again. His main reason for wanting to join was because of Zhao Jing. He had this slightly overbearing good nature mixed with a hero complex. There was something special about Zhao Jing that made him feel this man shouldn't be like this, that more people should support and rally around him. Zhao Jing patted his shoulder, kindly giving it a couple strong rubs to calm him down. "No worries, we'll wait for Big Brother to come back." Previously, Kong Tu jokingly called Zhao Jing Big Brother, but later never dared to blatantly rely on such familiarity again. Now, with this kind-hearted reassurance, he felt a surge of righteous vigor and blurted out before thinking, "If you're not afraid I'll drag you down, can I go with you guys?" Zhao Jing looked at him and asked, "Do you think you're up for it?" Kong Tu responded firmly, "Yes." "In that case, let's go," Zhao Jing decided without hesitation, seemingly not finding this much of an issue. If the ground below is flat, this distance shouldn't be a problem at all. Since you can't see in the dark, just close your eyes and walk forward. Yan Lingfei sighed, "Then I." "Just stay put," Zhao Jing interrupted him before he finished, "You're injured, don't mess around." In the end, 3 people set off while the other 3 stayed behind. Zhao Jing squatted by the cliff edge, attaching 3 iron rings to the chain and pulling hard to test its sturdiness. Turning around and noticing Kong Tu making no move, he urged, "Wrap your hands with clothes." Kong Tu now realized there was no need to climb. Realizing this belatedly, he also took off his clothes to wrap around his hands. Having only one garment available, Yan Lingfei removed his coat and tossed it over, saying, "Be safe." The remaining two also handed over their clothes to Zhao Zheng and Li Xian. Kong Tu waved at Yan Lingfei with 2 fingers raised near his forehead as though sending a salute, saying, "We'll wait for Big Brother to come back." Yan Lingfei replied, "All right, Big Brother." Estimating the distance ahead, Zhao Zheng gave Kong Tu final instructions. The slope of the iron chain is slight, and its surface is uneven. The initial stretch where we hold on to the tools and slide will not last long, the rest will depend on endurance. Remember this one thing, no matter what, don't let go. New paragraph starts here. He emphasized again, even in death, you cannot let go. Kong Tu nodded his head to show he understood but subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva and had already started feeling nervous. Challenging one's limits was never something one should pledge prematurely, who knew if one could stick with it till the end. He had recalled every single thing about his life so far, having convinced himself into believing that there would be no regrets. After all, whether there were regrets or not, only he truly understood deep within his heart. Holding onto the iron ring tightly, as Kong Tu's body fell downward, he mentally braced himself, figuring this might be it. It was harder than expected. The weight and slope propelled him forward by less than 10 meters, however, glancing ahead, he still couldn't see the end of the chain. Zhao Zheng followed after and also slid down, shouting loudly, "Don't waste time." In such circumstances, stamina diminished at an unimaginable speed. Every second mattered. One end of the iron ring was clasped around Kong Tu's hand, giving him a slight sense of security, at least providing some form of safeguard from falling. Still, progress remained slow. As he reached for the iron chain and swung forward slightly, his heart felt momentarily suspended. Contrary to his usual behavior, a rebellious thought sprouted up inside him. He needed to push himself harder and not hesitate. "I'm someone willing to give up my life, which makes me even more determined." Once sliding alone proved unsuccessful, Zhao Zheng instructed Kong Tu from behind while they both gripped the iron rings and supported all their weight on their arms, inching forward bit by bit. Pain crept in before he could complete 10 moves, his teeth grinding against each other. Kong Tu started regretting why he hadn't let Li Xian lead first, which might have spared him being dragged by his ever-slowing pace causing more exhaustion. But the more he regretted, the angrier he became. He clenched his jaw firmly and refused to stop. He could feel how ferocious his expression must look. He really couldn't hold on any longer. This was almost reaching his limit. How Zhao Zheng was doing from behind remained unclear, yet judging by the breathing, he seemed also enduring to the utmost extent. "Give up if you can't hold on, rest briefly," Zhao Zheng said from behind. Clad in only a t-shirt amidst such a temperature, sweat trickled down Kong Tu's forehead, blurring his vision. He shook his head vigorously to remove the perspiration, striving hard to keep his eyes open. When glancing upwards at the iron chain once more, it terrified him so much he shrieked aloud, nearly losing consciousness instantly. A snake slithered closer with its forked tongue slowly drooping towards him, just about to reach his head. "Snake," he muttered under his breath, barely audible even to himself. "Snake." Kong Tu suddenly snapped back to reality, screaming aloud, "Snake! Zhao Zheng! Run fast! There's a snake, there's a snake!" Zhao Zheng didn't respond verbally, but clearly had heard and noticed it, indicated by the heavy panting from behind. Kong Tu dared not move anymore, freezing stiffly, seemingly accepting his fate. His face went ghostly pale without any hint of blood color, feeling numb in his arms and hands. A modern man since childhood, he had never encountered real snakes, just the sight creeping near caused goosebumps all over his skin. And now it was about to crawl onto his body, staring directly at him, flicking its forked tongue out repeatedly. Kong Tu opened his lips and finally uttered words, "Just run." "Why run?" Zhao Zheng responded mockingly, "Look up there, how do you plan to run?" "I don't dare look up," Kong Tu whispered weakly, sounding like he'd lost 80% of his energy. He replied purely through some deep-seated spirit, "Describe what's happening." "Nothing but snakes," Zhao Zheng simply explained, "none of us can escape." Kong Tu fell silent again because sensation returned to his arms. His perception was that the snake was crawling onto his arm, tightly coiling itself around him, descending slowly. That damp and icy chill was so vividly tangible and lifelike. Should he resist or not? He reflected deeply upon this issue. Indeed, fate was always cruelly fickle. Whenever one made up their mind with high spirits to tackle a problem, reality quickly struck them with disappointment, making them fully realize who they truly are. He was full of righteous indignation for less than 10 minutes when destiny slapped him hard again. Suddenly, the iron chain above swayed, Li Xian climbed upward, flipped over swiftly, pulled out a long blade from behind, stood steady after 2 steps, and hacked away in a flurry of sharp blade-piercing flesh sounds, blood clots splashing down. It was worth resisting. After much contemplation, Kong Tu ultimately drew this conclusion and exerted sudden force from his waist and abdomen, trying to swing his legs up, attempting to climb the iron rope. Yet, drained of strength, he failed multiple times. Ultimately, it was nothing but raw anger sustaining him. Today, he wouldn't concede anything. If this was to be his final day, then today, he absolutely wouldn't compromise. New paragraph starts here. Kong Tu realized he probably couldn't climb up at this point. He suddenly released his right hand which wasn't gripping the iron ring, and instead grabbed the snake coiled around his arm. He didn't know exactly where the snake's vital spot was, and in the rush, he didn't even grab its head but a position slightly lower, firmly gripping it with his hand that was wrapped in multiple layers of clothing. The snake had wound itself around him many times and couldn't be pulled off. With only one hand, he angrily tugged as hard as he could. Zhao Jing shouted, "Kong Tu." Kong Tu didn't know what Zhao Jing wanted him to do with this cry, nor did he have any capacity left to care about anything else at this moment. He'd die dragging this snake down to hell with him if necessary. This snake was like all the roadblocks in his life that once stood before him, like every person who ever struck him down just when he made up his mind to persevere, and like all unpredictable sufferings appearing in an otherwise normal life. Driven by a resolution to die, he refused to forgive this kind of life, refused to forgive every person or thing responsible for bringing him pain. The snakes were multiplying rapidly now. Kong Tu gripped the snake's head tightly with his left arm, almost losing sensation, unable to do anything more except holding on desperately, clutching the snake with all his might. It seemed as though someone was shouting nearby, but his brain no longer responded to external stimuli at this point. Hanging heavy with snakes, Zhao Jing climbed laboriously onto Kong Tu's head, wielding Li Xian's blade aloft. With a clang, he chopped at Kong Tu's iron ring, which broke instantly. Kong Tu fell silently into the abyss without uttering a sound. Closing his eyes, Zhao Jing flipped over and leapt in after him. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 17, Who is the Undercover Agent, 10. An endless blackness, as if the world had shrunk to just himself. Silence surrounded him, and all senses dulled, vision slowed, perception waned. The sound in Kong Tu's ears gradually faded away. During the entire descent, his mind was blank, no thoughts could form. It felt so long. How deep was this place? Why wasn't there an end? With a clang, he landed, his back slamming against the ground. It felt as though his internal organs exploded, but then he bounced up again, rising and falling several times before finally coming to rest. Kong Tu, feeling as if he'd escaped death, opened his mouth wide and gasped for air. Tears streamed down his face involuntarily, yet he still clutched the snake head tightly in his hand. Then, he saw Zhao Jing land nearby. Snakes covered his body, and even in mid-air, Zhao Jing continued pulling them off. When he hit the ground hard, the air cushion beneath him trembled, and the aftershock caused Kong Tu to bounce slightly again. Kong Tu clearly heard Zhao Jing let out a pained groan and curse under his breath. This was rare, he also lost his temper sometimes. Kong Tu lay motionless on the ground, his mind flashing with this thought. Not that he didn't want to move, it was just that he couldn't control his body at the moment. He simply wanted to lie there, indifferent to whatever happened next. The air cushion beneath his feet moved up and down. Zhao Jing, clutching his chest, approached him and looked down at him. "How do you feel?" Kong Tu said nothing, like a doll whose functions had completely ceased. Surprisingly, Zhao Jing chuckled, crouching down to help remove the snake coiled around Kong Tu's arm. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it loose since Kong Tu was holding on tightly, nearly allowing himself to be lifted off the ground before letting go. Finally, he realized the snake had stopped moving altogether. Zhao Jing released his grip and remarked, "You've got quite some strength for a kid." A noise came from above, something cutting through the air. Without hesitation, Zhao Jing flattened himself on the ground. Moments later, Li Xian fell heavily, shaking both of them as they bounced several times. Li Xian let out a muffled groan, momentarily dazed by the pain, but then quickly sprang up, grabbing the long sword Zhao Jing had discarded earlier to deal with the snakes wrapped around him. Zhao Jing slapped Kong Tu's face gently, urging, "Snap out of it. Snap out of it." Li Xian approached, glanced down, and suddenly threw a punch into Kong Tu's chest. Zhao Jing froze, looking up at him in surprise. Li Xian explained, he was startled. Anyone could tell that Kong Tu was startled, and Zhao Jing found it difficult to argue, having fallen so harshly, and now taking another heavy blow, would they really kill him? Kong Tu gasped loudly, then began coughing violently. His face turned crimson instantly, and his senses gradually returned. At this point, Li Xian also realized his rashness and muttered softly, "In battle, soldiers often get scared to the point where their breath gets stuck, causing them to lose consciousness. A punch usually solves it." Color finally returned to Kong Tu's face, and he struggled to sit up. "Thank you, Brother Li." Zhao Jing couldn't help but laugh and sigh simultaneously. "You can still hear us speaking?" Kong Tu, a bit embarrassed, replied, "Yes, I've been able to hear you all along." Still not fully thinking straight, when Zhao Jing told him, "Throw the snake away." "Got attached to it, huh?" Kong Tu. Only now did he notice that the snake had already died, killed by his own grip. Instead of feeling any excitement, he only felt nauseated and threw the dead snake far away. Zhao Jing patted him on the shoulder. "You did well." After narrowly escaping death, Kong Tu's intelligence slowly returned, and he asked, "Where are we?" "Underground." Zhao Jing explained from the very start. Kong Tu, "No, I mean where did we fall?" "We're unclear about that," Zhao Jing said, "but there must be something here." Looking around, he could only see pitch-black darkness. He turned to look at Kong Tu and added, "Maybe the road above never led to the end anyway, and our destination was supposed to be here." Kong Tu stared silently at him for a moment, unable to comprehend how Zhao Zheng reached such a conclusion. Given what he knew about Zhao Zheng, his use of the word maybe was usually equivalent to, this is true, don't doubt it. Zhao Zheng glanced upward, the iron chains were too thin, and the surroundings too dark. They could no longer see where they had fallen from. In fact, I had this suspicion from the beginning, he pointed upward and said, this mission is far too difficult. Recalling Zhou's emotions from earlier, Kong Tu also said, indeed, we've been in danger from the very start. That's not what I meant. Zhao Zheng patted the dirt off his back and stood up. He extended a hand to pull Kong Tu up. None of us are clear about what exactly happened on Fuhua Road, so we shouldn't jump to conclusions too easily. There's only this road that is clearly visible before our eyes, and we can't cross it. Even without the snakes, we couldn't. Since he had known from the start that they couldn't pass through, why did he still try? Kong Tu wasn't sure what Zhao Zheng meant and could only look at him, silently urging him to continue. But what's the point? To create such an enormous project just to ensure we couldn't pass through, what's the meaning of all this? Zhao Zheng smiled as he asked him. Perhaps, someone like General Li Xian could make it through. Kong Tu ventured a guess. Impossible. Li Xian responded succinctly. The reason he had followed Zhao Zheng on this dangerous venture was because he had already made peace with dying. Zhao Zheng said lightly, so I wanted to give it a shot. Maybe there would be some hidden mechanisms in the road, but instead of encountering traps, we ended up with a pile of snakes. At that moment, I was certain, we weren't supposed to get through. He carried an innate air of confidence. Perhaps he himself was aware of it, so he always tried to suppress it, but one's nature is hard to erase, often revealing itself unintentionally, as it was now. Actually, such a demeanor was quite charming, allowing him to remain humble even in such dire circumstances. He came across like a confident man who spoke of what was rightfully expected. The snakes were non-venomous, none were large pythons, and they weren't strong enough to strangle anyone. Their intention wasn't to kill us, they were merely designed to bring us down here. Kong Tu still found it hard to believe, if you guessed wrong, we'd already be dead right now. This wasn't about courage, it was risking one's life. I don't think that's possible. Zhao Zheng paused briefly and then suddenly asked a seemingly unrelated question, who do you think is the undercover agent? Kong Tu blankly shook his head. Let's keep walking while we talk. Zhao Zheng took out 2 glow sticks from his bag, cracked them to activate and tossed one to Kong Tuesday, take your shirt off and wear it, it'll get cold. Li Xian marched silently behind them, carrying his large blade like a loyal soldier. The space below was immense, and the air cushion spread across the entire ground. It took them nearly half an hour, walking unevenly, before they finally emerged. During this time, Zhao Zheng cut straight to the point, you're not the mole, right? Kong Tu almost jumped out of his skin, speaking quickly and nearly biting his tongue, no, absolutely not. I figured as much, Zhao Zheng smiled. Just confirming. Kong Tu asked, are you the mole? You don't have to answer if it's inconvenient. Zhao Zheng tapped his head lightly. Already standing on the unstable air cushion, he lost balance and stumbled forward. Zhao Zheng immediately steadied him, sighing helplessly, if I were the mole, would I go through all this trouble? Kong Tu shrugged carefree and said bluntly, if you were the mole, wouldn't you desperately seek clues to destroy them? That's why I was hesitant to follow earlier, I didn't want to hold you back if you turned out to be, that person. After all, compared to Li Xian, Kong Tu couldn't measure up. Li Xian would stand by Zhao Zheng no matter what. But Zhao Zheng countered, have you ever considered another option, where nobody searches for clues, and no one gets the information? At this point, Kong Tu more or less understood Zhao Zheng's implication. Here, who could sway everyone's decisions? Only Lu Miao. Apart from him, no one else could. Zhao Zheng started recounting the most recent events. Do you remember who first said we definitely couldn't pass through this road? Kong Tu swallowed hard, Lu Miao. Yes, it was him, Zhao Zheng confirmed, nodding firmly. With his experience, he was like a general leading soldiers in the team. If he declared something impossible, the morale of the soldiers would plummet. Kong Tu recalled that it indeed began when Lu Miao repeatedly said things like, it's fundamentally impassable, or even if we passed, we wouldn't find anything, and slowly, he really stopped wanting to take this risk. Zhao Zheng continued, have you ever wondered why he suddenly joined us on this route? He said it was because there was no key here. No key is correct, Zhao Zheng smiled with hidden meaning. Without a key, combined with how perilous the journey was, what should exist then? Kong Tu suddenly understood, snapping his fingers. Clues. Mixing truths with lies is the easiest way to deceive someone. Zhao Zheng's tone remained calm and steady. He knew that both Yan Lingfei and I had definitely studied the Zhouyi and understood some aspects of the 8 trigrams, so when analyzing the direction of the key, he was truthful. But he concealed the truth about the clues. They had all studied the Zhouyi and the 8 trigrams, which meant they were familiar with the ominous signs in ancient tombs. Yet, none of them had revealed it, and Kong Tu hadn't figured it out. Judging by his expression, Zhao Zheng seemed to have a grasp on what Kong Tu was thinking, explaining, in situations where things aren't clear, ignorance serves as an excellent protective coloration. As for Lu Miao, he openly displayed his capabilities because everyone already knew how talented he was, making it impossible to hide. Furthermore, he needed to stay under the spotlight, using it as a means to protect himself. Kong Tu suddenly thought of something and said, "He has a map." "Right," Zhao Jing replied, "he knows what's beneath this road." "Then why didn't he stop us?" Zhao Jing smiled contentedly. "What are you thinking? Did he not try to stop us?" Indeed, every word out of Lu Miao's mouth had been a deterrent. Lu Miao couldn't be too obvious, but he desperately hinted at not proceeding further. Moreover, I suspect he doesn't know what's on the other side either. When I claimed I have the Emperor's destiny and wouldn't fall, he might have actually believed me, thinking we would discover nothing useful after crossing back. We always knew the mole had a map, but I guessed it wasn't as complete as we imagined. It likely only marked the locations of traps. Places like the opposite bank of this iron chain, impossible for us to reach, might not even be noted, leaving him uncertain as well. Kong Tu stared at him and said, "But now that we've fallen, he knows we can obtain the clue. It won't scare him much, one single clue alone isn't enough to put him in a fatal situation." With such preconceived notions in mind, Kong Tu gradually noticed many suspicious points about Lu Miao. From the very beginning when he came in, he warned about oil lamps, and immediately afterward, a trap was triggered. It was far too coincidental if done by someone else. How could one accidentally walk to a place with a trigger mechanism just as he spoke? Even more alarming was during the Fuhua Road event. If Lu Miao knew the nature of the trap from the start and intentionally gave wrong information to activate it, it was simply too easy, like free bonus points. Zhao Zheng's mood was good as he said, "I first suspected him due to the 3 hours wasted during the Fuhua Road. This trap was quite redundant, the hallucinogen triggering slowly only affected our last group, while those before still found the task point, rendering the trap useless altogether. That number of people walking each time was decided by him. He could have easily claimed fewer should go at once, leaving more behind in the end." "No," Zhao Jing shook his head, draping the clothes tied to his hand over his shoulder casually, "that also made no sense. As long as someone crossed, they'd have a chance to find the task point, whether one or a crowd, it made no difference. The number of people passing each time was precisely calculated by him, ensuring the trap was activated exactly during the final crossing. His purpose wasn't to block us, but to block himself." A voice inside Kong Tu exclaimed, "Shit," as he suddenly grasped everything. Without him, no one would have found the task point. "So, I said he probably didn't have the full map." Zhao Jing gave him a thumbs up for being sharp. The path entering was smooth, possibly leading him to believe the following route would become increasingly difficult, and without his guidance, everyone would lose their way. Therefore, he needed a reasonable excuse to remain behind on the Fuhua Road. Chapter 18, Who is the Mole, Part 11. With this thought, Kong Tu also began to find the speculation increasingly reasonable. The person who came to rendezvous with us at that time said the door was locked from inside. This makes it seem like it might have been done intentionally. Zhao Jing nodded his head. "It's possible, but all these things we're saying are just guesses, there's no real evidence." Kong Tu still found it hard to believe. "You mean, you guessed it was Lu Miao based on just these clues?" Ever since they entered this scenario, he had basically not been apart from Zhao Jing. They both experienced the same events and witnessed the same things, right up until they fell here. He hadn't felt the mole had shown any sign of their cover being blown, yet Zhao Jing had already pieced together so much. "It's not entirely so," Zhao Jing said, "there is a trick to it. Try to imagine this, if you were the administrator, who would you set as the mole? For a scenario with this level of difficulty and tasks requiring complex execution, I think the mole shouldn't be someone like either of us." Kong Tu quickly interjected, No, we're not the same kind of person. Words can't be spoken casually." Zhao Zheng looked somewhat exasperated. If those words were said to anyone else, they'd certainly carry a derogatory tone, as if Kong Tu didn't want to be lumped into the same category as others. But at this moment, both of them clearly understood what Kong Tu meant. Zhao Zheng helplessly commented, "Sometimes I feel you're especially afraid of getting beheaded by me." "Seriously," Kong Tu replied, "your gut feeling is spot on. Just relax," Zhao Zheng reassured him in line with his mood, "this sort of crime doesn't warrant death." Spoken lightly and without airs, Zhao Zheng gave Kong Tu the confidence to jest with him, saying, "Thank you for your boundless kindness." Zhao Zheng waved his hand dismissively, "Rise, rise." Kong Tu laughed, finding this man quite interesting. Speaking frankly, Zhao Zheng was really good at dealing with people. He interacted appropriately with elders and swiftly found common topics when among peers, maintaining a balanced attitude and knowing how to make humorous remarks. This way of relating made it very easy for him to win people over. However, from Kong Tu's observations, Zhao Zheng seemed far from being outstanding among the members of Team 404, one could even say he lacked brilliance. He never held the positions of leader or decision-maker, nor did he belong to the core group. Even during tasks, Yan Lingfei seemed to have a higher presence than him. Kong Tu had strong preconceived notions about him, initially assuming that this person was deliberately staying low profile, concealing his true strength. He had never considered other possibilities beyond that, not even whether it was due to differences in ability. He could sense that because of this choice, Zhao Zheng had become more amicable toward him. Though Zhao Zheng had treated him well before, there had always been a certain distance. In the past, Zhao Zheng wouldn't have given him such detailed analysis of who the mole was, let alone brought it up at all. Maybe he thinks I'm deliberately trying to flatter him. During the conversation with Zhao Zheng, Kong Tu suddenly had an idea that grew stronger, making him feel as if sitting on pins and needles. Given Zhao Zheng's acumen and reflective nature, it would be impossible for him not to have thought of this point. But Zhao Zheng didn't have this suspicion at all. Initially, he hadn't anticipated that resolving the matter would go so smoothly. At that time, he had prepared himself to sacrifice if necessary. There was no consideration of this potential issue, especially since he dreaded being misunderstood, and worse still, by someone like Zhao Zheng. The discomfort grew almost explosively in his chest. Despite everything, this matter couldn't be explained, not even mentioned. It would be stupid to do so. The only thing he could do was to act a bit more straightforwardly going forward. His mind was spinning, his emotions complicated, and the journey, which had seemed long and arduous, didn't feel so anymore. Unknowingly, they walked out of the air-cushioned path. For nearly half an hour, they had been walking on a road where each step caused them to bounce. Walking normally afterward felt unreasonably stiff, and he nearly collapsed to his knees after the first step. Li Xian roughly hauled him back up by the collar, and his neck took a sharp pull, causing him to lose breath and begin coughing furiously. Zhao Jing chuckled slightly. You might as well have let him fall. Upon hearing this, Li Xian immediately released him. Kong Tu, not having stabilized himself yet, directly fell to his knees on the ground. The three stood silently. No problem. Kong Tu's knees felt like they might be broken, and he urgently signaled away Li Xian's attempt to support him. I'll handle it myself, don't bother with me. Li Xian also felt awkward and coughed lightly. Zhao Jing firmly grabbed Kong Tu's elbow, pulling and dragging him to his feet while asking, Are you alright? You're too powerful, Kong Tu sighed. This truly shows how full of danger this place is. This comment was made in jest, but in reality, after walking a stretch of road filled with suspense, they realized there wasn't a single trap underneath. What should the clue look like? Kong Tu shone the fluorescent stick on the pitch-black wall. All they could see were rocks slightly streaked with watermarks. Not sure. Zhao Jing walked at a brisk pace in front, his back straight, and he didn't have the air of searching carefully. Let's just keep walking and take a look. But you haven't even been looking. Kong Tu was making sarcastic comments in his head. What if there's a clue hidden somewhere we missed? Though he thought this, he didn't dare voice it, only hastening to keep up. Half a day later, Kong Tu suddenly realized, asking, Hey, aren't we separated from them? Zhao Jing found himself speechless this time. Yes. Kong Tu let out an, oh, muttering to himself, I've just figured that out. In reality, it wasn't completely just now that he'd realized. When they fell, he had been aware of this issue already. It's just that at that moment, the sense of relief after surviving a near-death experience was too strong. Additionally, Zhao Zheng and Li Xian both seemed completely unworried, instead discussing the mole's actions, so he had put his worries aside. Only when he noticed that neither of them had any idea what lay ahead did he truly understand, they really had lost the others. Zhao Jing glanced back at him. Relax, let's look around first. If they designed us to fall here, then there must be a way out. Kong Tu asked, do you think anyone will come find us? That depends on how well the mole has acted. If they're doing a good job, no one will come. If Lu Miao doesn't want the clues revealed publicly, she would probably do her best to stop others from coming to search for them. At this point, Kong Tu found that deep down he already believed without a doubt that Lu Miao was the mole. Hush, Zhao Jing suddenly turned back, putting his finger to his lips to signal silence as he listened attentively. There's a sound. It was the sound of dripping water. In the empty cavern, it was exceptionally clear. The stone walls had been wet from the beginning, so the dripping water wasn't strange. Kong Tu instinctively held his breath, trying to identify if there were any other sounds. Li Xian suddenly spoke up, the rhythm has changed. Seeing the two in front of him looking back, Li Xian tapped the wall with his fingers. When we came in, the water droplets sounded like this, dong, dong dong, dong. Now the frequency is, dong, dong dong dong, dong. And it's faster. Zhao Jing chuckled, I also felt it wasn't as noisy earlier. Kong Tu. Are you guys seriously human? Who would normally count the frequency of dripping water? He had actually been working hard to keep up with Zhao Zheng and the other steps. He felt like brain cells were dying faster than ever before in his 25 years, but who can compare with someone paying attention to the background music? What does this sound mean? Zhao Jing asked. Drumbeat for war, Li Xian said solemnly. In battles, morale is key. Soldiers need to hear the drumbeat before going to war. The initial rhythm resembled the pre-war drumbeats meant to signal soldiers to prepare, arm themselves, and get ready to fight enemies. The current rhythm signals an all-out assault during a battle. Kong Tu got scared. We're about to fight. Probably not, Li Xian replied. We haven't engaged in combat with outsiders inside the city, and such a space wouldn't allow fighting anyway. There isn't even enough room to swing a sword. Zhao Jing exhaled, saying, let's go. Midway through their journey, the frequency of the water drips changed again. According to Li Xian, it sounded like the drumbeats played when withdrawing troops, yet they still encountered nothing along the path. As they continued, the light from the fluorescent stick began to dim gradually, and they still hadn't met anything unusual. Kong Tu slipped into anxiety again. He dreaded being without light since his vision was practically useless in the dark. That might hinder the team's progress. Once this fluorescent stick ran out, he would only have one left. Roughly around 12:20 a.m., they reached a relatively larger space within the cave system. After descending 4 or 5 steps, they found themselves standing in a huge circular venue where there was a giant drum placed in the middle. It's a gift question. Kong Tu opened his mouth intending to say this, but after reconsidering, it wasn't entirely one either. Had it not been for the two people with monster-like perception recognizing the change in the water drip rhythm, who could have deciphered the meaning behind the drum? Everyone understood what the drum represented. Now there was only one problem in front of the three of them: there were no drumsticks. Li Xian clenched his fists, ready to give it a try, but was stopped by Kong Tu shouting and crying, "Big brother, please calm down. Once you bash it apart, we'll all be done for." Think carefully. Zhao Zheng, who had been walking for so long, was also quite exhausted. He sat on the steps, his hands resting on his knees to take a break. Have we missed any clues? Kong Tu collapsed beside him as if completely drained, his heading on the step, and despite feeling no discomfort at all, he wished he could lie like this forever. There's nothing left, brother. We even factored in the rhythm of the water droplets. Zhao Jing also slumped, then lay down on the stone steps. Think again. What shape did we follow when we came here? Was there anything significant about it? Kong Tu turned over, looked up to think for a moment, and immediately gave up. Come on, who could possibly remember that? After walking for such a long time, he was drenched in sweat, his head buzzing, and his vision blurring with vague red and green shadows. He blinked hard a couple of times, took a closer look, and suddenly his pupils contracted. What do you see over there? Kong Tu nudged Zhao Jing next to him and whispered, as if afraid to startle someone. Zhao Jing looked down. Chapter 19, Who's the Undercover? 12. Kong Tu pointed upwards, still lowering his voice, and said, that should be the outline of what kind of thing? Zhao Jing also looked up, furrowed his brows and asked, where? He had already examined the above when he first came in here and didn't discover anything. Now, squinting again for a closer look, he still saw nothing. Kong Tu said, don't fixate on one place, look at it as a whole. It seems like there is a vague shadow. In the darkness above, it seemed to have some indistinct light changes. Kong Tu murmured, is it an M? Zhao Zheng waved Li Xian over, come take a look, is there anything up there? Li Xian tilted his head upward with wide eyes. After a long pause, he lowered his head and nodded, there is. Zhao Zheng frowned, you saw it too. Kong Tu extended his hand and drew out strokes in the air for him. Here, see how some parts are particularly dark. Follow along this edge. Finally, Zhao Zheng slowly started to see it. Once he got a clear view of it the first time, subsequently, the figure appeared very obvious. All he could see now in the dark above was this shape. You guys probably have too good vision. Kong Tu lying on the stone steps felt more at ease. I've always seen things blurred, so I can only make out such big objects. But what does this mean? He asked leisurely. Zhao Jing shrugged at him helplessly, I don't know. Kong Tu immediately froze, repeating, you don't know. Zhao Jing nodded helplessly, saying, I'm unclear about the meaning of this symbol. Suddenly Kong Tu realized something, recalling that this was a symbol only written into textbooks in the future. Li Xian also sat down, remaining silent. For a moment, none of them spoke. Zhao Jing crossed 4 or 5 steps with his long legs. He placed his elbow on the topmost step, supporting the weight of his body while resting his feet on the ground below. By himself, he took up the entire length of the staircase. He continued looking upwards, suddenly speaking, the pattern has changed. Kong Tu felt a trace of despair deep in his heart, mixed with even stronger hope. He couldn't believe Zhao Zheng would truly leave them trapped here. Hearing his words, they followed his gaze and noticed the pattern had turned into O. The following patterns kept changing back and forth many times, resulting in a total of 20 letters. They paused once without any change for about 10 minutes before resuming the cycle starting from M. Therefore, they judged that 18 letters constituted one period. Squatting cross-legged on the ground, Kong Tu chewed on a glow stick, placed the notebook on his thigh, and wrote while saying, so, they are respectively, MOBMOCTBXDDLSQLJBTDJL. That's exactly 20. Zhao Jing stood in front of him. Squatting down, he patted his shoulder, keep going, it all depends on you now. Kong Tu. Are you serious? With deadpan eyes, Kong Tu looked at him lifelessly. You know that this phrase sounds to me like it means we're done. Believe in yourself. Zhao Jing made a gesture of encouragement, do not give up easily, Kong Zi. Kong Zi really can't do it. Kong Tu's emotions were on the verge of collapse. This is clearly a code, and I wouldn't understand it. Zhao Jing bent down to examine the letters he had written down and pointed, does this represent a symbol? Equivalent to a Chinese character? Not quite, Kong Tu thought for a moment, explained, there are 2 possibilities. If these represent Chinese pinyin, they are similar to the ancient use of Fanxia phonetics where Lu character can be annotated as Li and Gu characters, and these letters seem like Li and Gu, which are elements composing a character. If they stand for English, then they resemble our brushstrokes. Zhao Jing didn't say anything at first, carefully pondering and asked, so we still don't know which system these letters belong to. Correct, Kong Tu sighed again, finding it incredibly relaxing conversing with him, saying, whether using pinyin or alphabet letters, neither can piece together. I roughly know a little bit. Zhao Zheng still spoke conservatively. Someone mentioned something, so this should be broken down, forming a code. He pointed to the letters B and D. These two symbols appear quite frequently. Might they be common words like the? Kong Tu marked the repeated letters with his pen and said, go on. To crack the code, one must first identify the language. Let's try each systematically. Kong Tu raised his head bewilderedly. How to try? Read them aloud. Do they sound homophonic? It made a lot of sense. Despite Kong Tu thinking the analysis was absolutely correct, there seemed to be no meaningful homophones. Kong Tu couldn't help but feel disheartened, finally feeling a sense of urgency welling up inside him. If it wasn't him here but someone else, perhaps they would have already cracked it by now. Zhao Jing remained unperturbed, even speaking casually. Let's try this. List out all the letters and see the position of the clue letters in the middle. Kong Tu didn't have much hope, but still followed his suggestion, writing all the letters on the notebook, circling the ones that appeared in the hints and marking the repeated ones. While marking them, he suddenly remembered playing code-breaking games before where a similar step existed. Back then, players were given a stencil with holes cut out one by one that could be placed over a lettered document beneath, revealing the combination for a password box. But now, they had nothing, only a string of letters. Life was indeed harder than games, and unlike games, there was no option to press give up. All the letters from the clues were marked, even the letters before and after them, yet no pattern emerged. Li Xian also came over, standing nearby and looking at it for a while before saying suddenly, there are 20 letters altogether. Write 10 each in 2 horizontal rows, aligned neatly. Following his instructions, Kong Tu wrote as Li Xian pointed to the 2 vertically aligned letters at the beginning and asked, what does this mean? Kong Tu paused for a moment, then truthfully said, shit. Li Xian. Hastily stepping back, Kong Tu exclaimed, don't draw your sword. I wasn't cursing you, M and D literally mean that. You asked. But this reminded Kong Tuesday. He rearranged the letters according to the vertical alignment order but still couldn't piece anything together. Among the 3 of them, only Li Xian had some prior experience with ciphers, but even he was stumped by these unfamiliar symbols. As intelligent as Zhao Jing might be, this was like trying to leap across 2 insurmountable mountains. Li Xian squatted down on the ground, using his broad hand to pull the notebook closer and said, when we transmitted top-secret intelligence, we often use certain characters as keys, fixed substitutes for other words. The sequence would also be randomized, and upon receipt of the documents, the message would be combined based on its meaning. This thing may look hard, but actually isn't so bad once you figure out the pattern. Kong Tu nodded, then asked, so what's the pattern? Li Xian straightforwardly replied, I don't know. Kong Tu felt like he was pulled out of despair just to be thrown into another abyss. He lowered his head again to think about the 20 letters, trying nearly every method available. Then he attempted combining letters spaced apart. When drawing lines between J and T while ignoring B in between, he noticed that the preceding letters in the alphabet formed is. It meant nothing significant on its own, but when continuing, he found the next hint letters J and L, whose previous letters in the alphabet exactly formed in. He paused, stunned. Zhao Jing glanced at him and asked, what? Kong Tu looked again in disbelief, raising his head and saying, I think I get it. Zhao Jing smiled, ruffling his hair, that's great. Kong Tu immediately noted the letter before each clue letter in the alphabet's positions. If the 2 letters pieced together previously weren't coincidental, the order of these letters must have been shuffled. He alternated the placement of all the clue letters, resulting in the first row being, Botsch, corresponding to, Lanswarisi, in the alphabet. Inevitably excited, he slapped his hands and drew 2 circles exclaiming, the word answer. The word is. We found it. Although they had only obtained 2 words, it at least proved their method was right. Following this line of thought, they rearranged the remaining 10 letters, but failed to produce a result. Kong Tu didn't think he had decoded it wrong earlier, this kind of phrase definitely wasn't a coincidence. Zhao Jing suddenly realized something and said, if the pattern of the preceding letters is indeed interlaced, then maybe we went in the wrong direction. He took the pen, drawing 2 slanted lines from the notebook, aligning the letters diagonally between the 2 rows. Maybe it interlaces this way, shifting the first letter below to the second spot above, continuing in this manner rather than matching one by one. There's such a case, Li Xian confirmed, and it's common. Kong Tu weakly said, why didn't you say so earlier? I don't understand this symbol, Li Xian said unflappably, so I'm not sure if it can be universally applied. Kong Tu looked at him as if he had seen through him, you've forgotten, haven't you? Li Xian suddenly coughed loudly. Kong Tu sighed, no longer entangling with him, and rearranged the letters. By this time, he had already deduced the second row of letters, LMCBDLQBDL. In correspondence to the alphabet, they read as backpack. Excitedly, Kong Tu sketched out 2 words, it means backpack. The previous clues led to random letters but now another, I, neatly connected with the starting, N, forming the word in. Kong Tu's feelings were indescribable, like a hot air balloon rising and swelling inside him, his heart burning fiercely, almost reducing him to ashes. He had actually done it, though he couldn't have succeeded alone. This was more than enough to make him proud. Their final string of letters was LANSWRSNLBACPKPACK. There remained only one L that couldn't be deciphered, but judging from the context, it was easy to determine that this letter represented the. Kong Tu tapped the notebook cap twice, lightly rapping on the notebook, smiling with 100% satisfaction. Ladies and gentlemen, the answer is. The answer is in the backpack. Zhao Zheng's legs were numb from squatting. He stood up, stretched his waist, gathered their 3 backpacks together, and said to him, "Good job." He didn't lavish praise on Kong Tuesday. At the beginning when Kong Tu was flustered, he offered a few encouraging words, but when the solution was cracked, Zhao Zheng didn't say much. Both he and Li Xian appeared very calm about it all. This calmness deeply moved Kong Tuesday. He mistook it for them not treating him as a burden but rather genuinely considering him as a teammate and friend. When he hadn't contributed anything, they hadn't thought of him as extra weight, and now that he had accomplished something, there wasn't any condescension or thoughts like, he finally has some use. The riddle mentioned the backpack given to them upon entering the scenario. They carried it for a whole day, never imagining it harbored an important clue. Zhao Zheng took out a large thermos, weighed it slightly in his hands. "I've suspected there was something peculiar about this thing all along." The upper half of the thermos protruded, while the lower half was shaped perfectly for gripping. When he pulled hard, it revealed a hidden mechanism, extending by about half its size. Inside, the color was red, identical to the drum's hue. Zhao Zheng tossed it into the air, twirled it twice, then caught it before walking over to the drum and slamming it down on it. Fonchia phonetic system, an ancient phonetic annotation method where the first character takes the consonant, the second takes the vowel. The encryption method used here was Caesar cipher. The method adopted was rail fence transposition cipher. Chapter 20, Who's the Mole, Part 13. The drumbeat was in the rhythm used on battlefields to command soldiers. Li Xian stood ramrod straight with a serious expression, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, just as he had been in Qin waiting for orders to march into battle. Kong Tu didn't know what Li Xian was feeling, all he could see was that both he and Zhao Zheng were silent. Zhao Zheng's lips were tightly pursed as he beat the large drum with great strength and precise motions, looking quite solemn. In this moment, did he remember his homeland? Did he think of his people and soldiers? A sense of reverence returned to Kong Tuesday. Although he had never set foot in Qin and knew nothing of the first half of Zhao Zheng's life, he felt as if he suddenly understood their weight of spirit. He also grasped why he always felt estranged from the members of Team 404. It wasn't just their intelligence that made him respect them, it was the heavy burden of history they carried. That was something irreplaceable by anyone else. A sharp mind is a gift from heaven, ultimately not much related to personal effort. What's truly precious is a heart that refuses to give up, resistance, defiance, going against the current, growing stronger after every setback. Those are earned abilities. Zhao Zheng had these qualities, not only him but all members of Team 404 shared them. Kong Tu came from an era abundant in material culture. From birth, he had no worries about food or drink. Aside from his own romantic troubles, he hadn't faced any real blows. Even so, he remained dispirited, in modern terms, depressed. After entering university, he started indulging in the Taoist teachings of Huang Lao, even believing that such apathy was good, the choice of truly intelligent people. He took pride in being dispirited, despising anyone who tried hard. After coming to Team 404, he saw a group of such people and realized his own narrow-mindedness and ignorance. Though everyone has the right to choose their way of living, his depression and negativity weren't self-chosen. They were driven by life's sharp edge. Unable to fight back, he comforted himself that it was for the best. He saw a group of truly rebellious souls, people who, even when crushed by fate, still fought tooth and nail. Kong Tu felt shame for himself and was moved to tears by their resilience. The drumming went on for a long time. Playing the drums wasn't an easy task either. Zhao Zheng showed no change aside from his chest rising and falling more dramatically. His hands continued to strike the drum steadily. At this point, Li Xian no longer suggested helping either. All of them respected the ceremony, including Kong Tu, even though it was merely a mission. The instant the drumming stopped, the drum's surface burst, revealing an electronic screen inside. On the screen, white song font read, 618 to 907. There was nothing else. An era? Kong Tu thought that the format of the letters resembled a period and hesitantly looked at the two of them. Do you know what this means? I'm a science student, not good at history. The reason he asked so anxiously was because he really hoped this wasn't another code. He looked at the remaining teammates full of anticipation. Zhao Zheng supported his chin and thought for a moment before slowly saying, if I'm not mistaken, this interval exactly matches the Tang dynasty. It's the Tang, Li Xian confirmed, people like Li Su were born during this time. Li Su was a member of Team 404 assigned to their opposing side in this mission. Born a military commander, Li Su and Li Xian got along well due to their shared interests. Lu Miao too, Zhao Zheng calmly stated. Every member of 404 would be shown the profiles of fellow members when entering the city. Behind each name, there would be information about which dynasty they belonged to and the years. Even if they weren't close acquaintances, they had some knowledge of each other. How many of us belong to the Tang dynasty? Kong Tu turned around and asked. This was a question requiring significant thought, as there were over 70 members. Therefore, neither Zhao Jing nor Li Xian answered immediately, they had to go through the list one by one. What dynasty is Zhang Wen from? The 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. Yang Xin. He must be Southern Song. Before, he wrote a couple of overly sentimental poems, obviously a scholar from the Song dynasty. Li Xian said disdainfully. Kong Tu. He hadn't expected Li Xian's personality to be so rich. Until now, he'd always thought Li Xian acted like a selective mute who only knew how to say, Your Majesty. Is song poetry not good? Kong Tu tentatively asked. Sour, Li Xian replied concisely. Rarely agreeing with someone else, Zhao Jing added, Indeed, it is. Kong Tu had nothing to say in response. After all, he lacked cultural sophistication, so whatever others said was what it was. They sat cross-legged on the ground again and went through the list of more than 70 people one by one. Kong Tu jotted down a few names in his notebook. There were 2 or 3 people he'd never spoken to, with unfamiliar names. So, he said, letting out a yawn while trying to suppress his drowsiness, the clue means all moles are from the Tang dynasty. Right? It seems so. Zhao Jing glanced at his watch and said, we need to rest a bit. We've been awake for too long. Kong Tu also checked the time and found it was already 3 a.m. They had spent too much time deciphering the codes before. Li Xian volunteered, I'll take the first watch. Don't bother. Zhao Jing stood up and stretched casually, no one can find us here. Let's all sleep. Tomorrow will be another hard fight. Kong Tu was already too sleepy to care. Once Zhao Jing said they could sleep, he directly leaned back into the sitting position, hugging his backpack as if ready to doze off. Zhao Jing kicked him gently and said, there's a sleeping bag in your pack. You carried it all day, use it. A muffled escaped from Kong Tu's throat, but he didn't move an inch. Zhao Jing sighed, squatted down, pulled the backpack away from his arms, took out the sleeping bag, and patted his face, saying, crawl in yourself. Kong Tu actually seemed irritated, frowning and sitting up before clumsily crawling into the sleeping bag. His exhaustion made him lose respect. He slept very soundly. It felt like he wasn't scared at all. Surprisingly, these last couple of years, this was the best night's sleep he had gotten, right here in an underground pit. Zhao Jing must have been utterly exhausted as well, though he didn't look tired. The next morning, he slept straight until 7 o'clock, if not for Li Xian, the physical powerhouse combat machine waking them up, they wouldn't know when they'd wake. Kong Tu sat up straight, disheveled, and roughly scratched his head. Zhao Jing urged him, wake up. Have something to eat, we need to get going, we've overslept. Kong Tu looked up blankly, what time is it now? Zhao Jing, 7:10. Kong Tu. Only 4 hours of sleep. How did they manage to oversleep? But Kong Tu dared not complain, even with a temper tantrum upon waking up. Not only because of fear, but mainly because everyone had the same level of fatigue. If others could overcome it, how could he dare to complain? He shook his head, finally gaining some clarity, crawled out of the sleeping bag, indignantly preparing to face another unwelcoming day. While munching on compressed biscuits, Li Xian calmly said, I scouted the route this morning. There are steps leading upward 5 kilometers ahead. We should be able to climb up through this path. Kong Tu paused momentarily in the act of eating, his mouth still full of food, and looked at him, asking, Big brother, what time did you wake up? 6:10. Kong Tu asked further, what time did you sleep? 3:30. Kong Tu asked again, are you sleepy? Yes. Kong Tu gave him a thumbs up, then stopped speaking and quietly accepted his role as an ineffective food container. The physical exertion over the past 2 days had been immense. Short sleep and insufficient food from the compressed biscuits quickly took their toll. Specifically, he began panting heavily after climbing less than 100 steps. To relieve the fatigue, Kong Tu started small talk, do you think where we'll end up after climbing up? Zhao Zheng, walking with hands behind his back and looking slightly better than Kong Tu, turned around a little and said, we walked underground for a long time, and it wasn't in a circular route. So, we're probably near the final mission location. The ultimate location, that was the place to seize the red flag. Kong Tu's sighs increased exponentially in frequency recently, just thinking about the impending events made his heart ache. A faint red light flashed above, Li Xian reacted swiftly, drawing his long blade immediately. A quick bell tone followed by a mechanical female voice announced, congratulations on obtaining a clue. Your team has been notified of this new clue. Meanwhile, a new task has been issued. Everyone, please identify the moles by 8 o'clock tonight. The number of moles is 2. If both identified moles are correct, you can move the red flag 10 kilometers towards the campsite. If only one is correct, a clue about the other mole will be provided. If neither is correct, all members are forbidden to move for 5 hours and must wait on the spot. Kong Tu collapsed, covering his face and kneeling down. The mechanical female voice said, wish you good luck. Zhao Jing consoled him, at least we now know there are 2 moles. Li Xian put away his long sword and pulled him up forcibly by his arm, let's continue walking. We need to meet up with everyone before 8. The mechanical female voice was still present, saying, here's a friendly tip, don't take any turns. Kong Tu slumped onto Li Xian like a lifeless lump of meat and asked incredulously, you would still give us a hint? It was hard enough to believe, and saying it made analyzing even harder. Yes, the mechanical female voice continued coldly, you're doing great, especially Zhao Zheng, very handsome, keep it up. The three of them. After its departure, a brief moment of deathly silence followed. Then in the vast dark emptiness came Kong Tu's loud shout, this is allowed. Chapter 21, Who is the Undercover Agent, Part 14. This time it was gone for good. After a brief, deathly silence, in the vast darkness, Kong Tu's shout echoed, can this even happen? Zhao Zheng also felt torn between laughter and tears, raising his hand to make a circle in the air as if wanting to say something before lowering it again. Kong Tu took a deep breath and said, it's showing favoritism. I refuse to accept this. Why do you get special hints? That's unfair. What were we killing ourselves over then? We might as well have just asked it directly. Those are things that can't be revealed, and the hints are for us, Zhao Zheng quickly consoled him. We're on the same team. Kong Tu shakily pointed at him, saying, you can't fool me, those hints were clearly for you. Stop acting, Li Xian said impatiently. Hurry up. If we don't participate in the vote by 8, you'll just wait to be accused of being the undercover agent, then eliminated. Kong Tu was indeed pretending, he was simply too exhausted and had taken advantage of every opportunity to rest. He crouched low for a moment, then said, let's go. He wasn't the same clueless person he used to be. As they walked, he casually said, even if we don't make it back, I'm not going to get voted out. What am I, really? It's obvious with my eyes closed that I'm not the undercover agent. If anyone should be voted out, it's you too. Li Xian didn't respond to Kong Tu's remark, his face completely devoid of anger, continuing to silently walk behind them just like when they started. His long blade remained unsheathed, held loosely in his hand, its tip dragging against the ground as he moved. In such dark stretches, where you can't see anything ahead or behind and never know what will appear around the next corner, it creates a sense of unease. Along the way, Kong Tu listened to the sound of Li Xian's blade scraping against the ground, his heart gradually calming down. The security Li Xian exudes is unmatched by anyone else. Zhao Zheng is adventurous and daring, always ready to take risks. Even though you know nothing bad will happen while you're with him, your heart still won't fully relax. On the other hand, Li Xian's loyalty and steadiness feel far more dependable. With these two now together, Kong Tu's confidence soared, feeling fearless. On this staircase path, they encountered 3 forked roads. After a brief moment of silence, they unanimously decided not to turn but continue straight. That decision turned out to be correct. After climbing a section of stairs so steep it resembled a straight line, they finally ascended. The journey up was a torturous experience, mainly because Kong Tu was utterly exhausted, wishing only for death. Zhao Zheng stopped him from committing suicide, while Li Xian stood behind with his blade pressed against Kong Tu's back, implying death if he didn't move. When Kong Tu stepped onto the last step of the staircase, he collapsed completely, his sweat-soaked shirt sticking to his back, half his leg dangling limply as if he were about to faint. It didn't lie to us, but I'm even angrier now, Kong Tu muttered face down into the ground. Zhao Zheng's condition wasn't much better either, he was merely managing to keep his form intact, unlike Kong Tu who had sprawled out like a lump of flesh. His wet hair stuck to his forehead, sweat making his skin slick as if coated with oil, and his black t-shirt, indistinguishable from perspiration, was plastered tightly to his body. Li Xian leaned on his long blade after ascending, sitting heavily on the first stair and exhaling deeply. Kong Tu lay on the ground, helplessly moaning a couple of times in exhaustion, feebly slapping Zhao Zheng's back, I'm dying. Then he realized how wet everything he touched was. Are you tired? Kong Tu asked, fully aware it was a pointless question, yet Zhao Zheng hadn't uttered a single word of complaint about fatigue. He heard Zhao Zheng let out a long sigh. Kong Tu detected the bitterness in that one sigh, bursting into laughter, damn, my stomach hurts, damn it. This time, even Li Xian ceased urging him to hurry. For an unknown amount of time, the three of them, seated or sprawled out on the spot, recuperated. Kong Tu remained completely motionless, collapsed on the ground, asking, hey, what time is it? No one answered. Kong Tu repeated his question. Zhao Zheng slowly raised his arm, gazing at his watch for some time before responding, 11:20. Oh, replied Kong Tu, though his mind no longer engaged in any further thought, slipping back into a vacant state. We should go, Li Xian stated. No one responded. After a while, Li Xian spoke again, let's go. Kong Tu emitted a muffled from his throat, not moving. Shouldn't we eat soon? He suddenly asked. However, Zhao Zheng abruptly sat upright, startling Kong Tu, what's wrong? Zhao Zheng took a deep breath and stood up as if he had made a decision, saying, let's go. Kong Tu. I thought you were going to blow up the bunker, he said. Zhao Zheng kicked his leg, get up Kongzi, we can take a good rest later. Kong Tu didn't intend to delay any longer, struggling to flop around a few times. In the process, he pulled the sore points on his belly, thigh, lower leg, and heel. He finally understood why Zhao Zheng had looked so grim just moments ago. The three moved much slower now, even the sound of Li Xian's dragging blade grew heavier. Kong Tu said again, next time when it shows up again, wouldn't it be better to ask more questions? Zhao Zheng. I think it'll tell you. I think it won't. Zhao Zheng seemed to have lost some weight, looking rather worn out himself. Stop thinking these dirty thoughts, or I could live 2 years longer. Kong Tu slapped his hand and suddenly understood. Zhao Zheng glanced at him uneasily and asked, what did you understand? Kong Tu said, is this why you weren't severely punished after your last escape? Zhao Zheng tried to reorganize his words many times but still ended up palely replying, no. The road ahead continued straight. Around 3 p.m., they met a team member who had come out to explore. By 3:30, the trio rejoined the group. When they arrived at the temporary base, Kong Tu didn't say a word, not paying attention to anyone's mood. He took out his sleeping bag from the backpack, quickly spread it out, dived inside, zipped it all the way up, and almost immediately fell into a deep sleep. Whatever happened next, he no longer cared about, even if they would vote him out tonight. At that moment, he only wanted to sleep. I heard people came back. Yan Lingfei's voice carried from afar, rushing back with excitement when seeing Zhao Zheng. He wore a pleased expression. How are you? Not bad, Zhao Zheng nodded, sitting on a large rock, seemingly drained. We brought back clues. Then shall we hold a meeting now? Zhao Zheng gritted his teeth and insisted, go ahead. However, Yan Lingfei suddenly remembered something and slapped his head, saying, oh, didn't you guys rush for a long way? Why don't you rest a bit first? I forgot because I got too excited. You know what? We found all the keys. After we vote out the undercover agent at 8 tonight, we can start the final mission. Excited? Excited, Zhao Zheng replied. Yan Lingfei cautiously tested, you don't look very excited, though. Didn't things go smoothly? Do you remember the cliff we fell off? Zhao Zheng didn't directly answer his question but instead asked an unrelated one. Remember? Yan Lingfei replied. We climbed up from there. Yan Lingfei was horrified. Shit. Zhao Zheng pointed behind him. Yan Lingfei turned his head and saw the sleeping bag on the ground, asking, this is Kong Tu? Yes, Zhao Zheng said, if there's no meeting, let me take a nap too. Yan Lingfei couldn't be more perceptive, responding right away, sorry, you go sleep, I'll call you for the meeting. Zhao Zheng stood up, waved to him, and made some space next to Kong Tuesday holding his arms behind his head and using the backpack as a pillow. He found a comfortable position and closed his eyes. He could feel many people looking at him, their gazes circling around his body. 2 people among them were different from others, they were on guard, fearful, and worried. Zhao Zheng shifted slightly, turning towards the wall. Kong Tu had hastily dived into the sleeping bag and carelessly left his backpack outside, clearly visible. It held his own clothes and a few items given by Yan Lingfei and others before. Zhao Zheng easily reached out and grabbed a piece of clothing, wrapping it around himself while pulling the backpack closer, blocking it with his body. Generally, won't you take a break? Yan Lingfei asked after glancing at Zhao Zheng, then turning back. Li Xian re-entered his mode of being economical with speech to save energy, shaking his head, holding his sword in his lap, and sitting cross-legged on the ground. Yan Lingfei roughly understood why he wasn't resting, marveling, what stamina. After climbing a bottomless cliff and completing a task along the way, even Zhao Zheng was exhausted. Yet, Li Xian showed no signs of fatigue. But in fact, Yan Lingfei was crystal clear in his mind that although Li Xian's stamina was indeed stronger than the average person's, at this point, he was likely also enduring with great effort. Zhao Zheng had retrieved the clues about the undercover agent and was now completely exposed under the eyes of the mole, which made it a dangerous time. Earlier, Zhao Zheng didn't tell him about the clues for exactly this reason, knowing them at 8 would mean entering into a dangerous situation as well. The land of Qin has always produced heroes. Yan Lingfei had long heard about figures like Bai Qi, followed by Meng Ao, Meng Wu, Wang Jian, among others, who served their monarch loyally throughout their lives, shedding blood for the soil of Qin and sacrificing everything for the king of Qin. Today, he truly witnessed firsthand what loyalty to the monarch actually meant. Perhaps Zhao Zheng had no idea that Li Xian was guarding on his behalf. With so many people watching, the chance that the mole would make a move was very small. If this wasn't understood, there was no way Zhao Zheng could fall asleep even if he was exhausted to death. Li Xian was being cautious against the slim possibility of an attack. A warrior dies for someone who understands him, Yan Lingfei thought to himself. Chapter 22, Who is the Undercover, 15. When Kong Tu opened his eyes again, it was just past 6:30. At this time, everyone was already sitting together, ready for a meeting. Zhao Zheng obviously had just woken up as well. He sat on the ground with one leg bent and his elbow resting on his knee, slowly becoming more alert. Yan Lingfei stood next to them. Seeing that Kong Tu still didn't show any sign of waking up, she kicked him again. The meeting is starting. At this point, Kong Tu didn't care about saving face anymore, muttering, I'm not attending. There's no use arguing with someone who's still half asleep, so Yan Lingfei wasted no words. She squatted down and slapped his face. Kong Tu flipped over, forcing himself to open his eyes, and wiped his face with his hand. Zhang Wen called out loudly, everyone, get ready. Let's start. The first sentence of the meeting was Zhang Wen scanning everyone's faces and saying, "We need to have a meeting to decide who will vote for at 8 o'clock tonight." Zhao Zheng has also brought back new clues. He looked in their direction and continued, "Can you tell us now?" There was nothing preventing Zhao Zheng from doing so. He simply stated, "The hint is a string of numbers, 618 to 907, ... He didn't mention anything they later deduced from this clue. Even if he didn't say it, these people could infer it themselves, making it unnecessary for him to speak up and take on the responsibility of offending anyone. Sure enough, Zhang Wen immediately reacted, "Is it Tang?" Only then did Zhao Zheng slightly concur, "That's what we guessed too." A young man who had never spoken before suddenly asked, "How did you get the clue?" "I heard you fell into an abyss." "The bottom of the abyss is a mission point," Zhao Zheng replied succinctly, leaving out unnecessary details. "We solved a set of ciphertext, found the clue, then located the stairs leading upward and climbed back up." "What was the ciphertext?" Zhao Zheng glanced at Kong Tuesday. When he was deciphering the code, neither he nor Li Xian were much help because they were unfamiliar with the language system, making it difficult for both of them to answer such questions effectively. Upon receiving Zhao Zheng's signal, Kong Tu took a deep breath, adjusting his nervousness at speaking publicly for the first time, and said, "The ciphertext was MOBMOCBTBXDDLSQLBDJL." The first step in solving it was restoring the jumbled order. During encryption, the 20 letters were divided into 2 rows of 10 each, aligned after being interlaced. Once reorganized, it can be restored. The second step is to identify the letter preceding each letter in the ciphertext according to the alphabet. The third step involves replacing the frequently occurring yet unsolvable letter M with the, resulting in the final answer being THNSWSNHBACKPACK. There was a thermos in the backpack which acted as a drumstick. Striking the drum gave us the clue. Kong Tu also skipped many intermediate steps, summarizing it directly. Yang Xian expressed surprise, "You solved the cipher." Zhao Zheng and Li Xian shouldn't have been able to understand modern foreign techniques like these, yet the code was cracked, making this claim somewhat unbelievable. "It was him," Zhao Zheng nodded, seemingly unaware of the implications behind Yang Xian's words. Kong Tu appears to have quite a talent for cryptography. Kong Tu was almost frightened to death by this statement. After all, some of the tricks Zhao Zheng and Li Xian mentioned at the time were crucial, and all he did was follow their instructions. However, with so many people present, he couldn't contradict Zhao Zheng, so he swallowed his embarrassment and accepted it. This method of decryption is indeed correct. It seemed someone in the crowd was an expert, reacting quickly but then questioned, "Have you studied cryptography?" Kong Tu knew these people weren't questioning his ability to crack the code but rather doubting the authenticity of the clues brought back by Zhao Zheng and Li Xian. Despite knowing this, he still explained, "I haven't studied it." General Li helped immensely, and when we got stuck, Brother Zhao Zheng offered some ideas. We completed it through the efforts of the 3 of us. Apart from successfully cracking the ciphertext, many other questions were raised, such as, why choose to walk the iron cable, why jump down instead of running back upon encountering a snake, and, how were you able to find the main group so accurately? For all but the last question, they could provide good answers. As for how they smoothly found their way back to join the group, Kong Tu very cooperatively concealed the fact that the management system had given Zhao Zheng special treatment, glossing over it casually. In theory, returning with clues after risking their lives should have been met with glory, but instead, they were interrogated for a long time by everyone. Anyone would understandably feel frustrated, but their situation was special. Kong Tu dared not show any dissatisfaction, and Li Xian didn't even seem to care at all, only Zhao Zheng remained calm throughout. His steadiness helped Kong Tu maintain his composure as well. When Zhang Wen saw that the questions had run their course, he cautiously asked, "I believe we already know who we should vote for with these 2 votes. Everyone, take another moment to organize your thoughts," Zhang Wen continued, "and then reconsider the clues brought back by Zhao Zheng's group." Although it was essentially redundant, Zhang Wen still delivered a speech. "After such a long period, there must be something suspicious you've noticed. We're now at this crucial point, so let's stop holding back. This concerns our own interests. Everyone knows how many points we'll gain from victory in the urban battle. And don't worry, you are all doing this for the mission. Whatever is said today doesn't need to affect our future friendship." Kong Tu thought to himself, he was probably some sort of official in the past, his words are as irritating as a Chinese teacher turned class monitor. Kong Tu wanted to see Lu Miao's expression at that moment, pretending to glance around. However, his eyes locked directly onto Lu Miao's deep gaze, which made him instinctively flinch and look away. Before Zhang Wen finished speaking, Yang Xian straightforwardly said, "I will cast my vote for Mr. Lu Miao." Everyone knew that Yang Xian and Lu Miao had a fairly good relationship, joking and arguing often. No one expected him to accuse Lu Miao without hesitation during this serious moment. Achio followed suit, "I also vote for Mr. Lu Miao." Yan Lingfei raised her hand high, "Lu Miao." Subsequently, about 4 or 5 other people voted for Lu Miao as well. It was only then that Kong Tu realized that, unlike him who was completely clueless as if he had forgotten his head, many others, just like Zhao Zheng, had already detected Lu Miao's anomalies. Sitting on the edge of the crowd, Lu Miao did not appear particularly concerned after being accused. He simply shrugged as if expecting this. Zhang Wen asked, "Why do you choose him?" Yan Lingfei obediently raised her hand again before speaking, only Lu Miao stayed awake when we passed through the fire path. For those 3 hours, we had no idea what happened, and he did nothing to solve the problem, he just waited for us to wake up. I think this is very unlike Lu Miao. He's usually not the kind of person who passively waits. Then during the key search, wanting to join our group was strange too. Normally, he always teams up with Yang Xian. When combined with Zhao Jing finding clues in the southwest direction, I believe it was deliberate, trying to prevent us from discovering the clues. Also, he kept trying to persuade us to give up along the way. Jill felt that Yan Lingfei's analysis was thorough and agreed. I was present as well, and Mr. Lu Miao exaggerated the danger of the iron cable road and refused to let us go across. Indeed, it influenced us until later when we started feeling something was off. Yang Xian half-joked, I knew he was from the Tang dynasty. But at this moment, no one laughed at this joke, any humor would be inappropriate at such a time. Yang Xian helplessly shrugged, alright, I don't have other reasons, I just feel like his state isn't the same as usual. He seems tense. Last night, I had insomnia and tried talking to him. The moment I touched him, his eyes instantly opened. That has never happened before. He used to wake up once someone approached him. I feel like he's thinking deeply about something really difficult, Yang Xian added, like whether Zhao Zheng's team obtained any clues related to the undercover. Discussing intuition and conjectures under such circumstances might sound absurd and baseless, yet it proved emotionally effective. Intuition is an important factor, and Zhao Zheng had suspected Lu Miao from the very beginning when he first entered the underground palace, because it was hard for anyone else to accomplish such a task. This was a kind of hidden ability, one more prominent among accomplished individuals, making it more credible. Furthermore, since entering the underground palace, Lu Miao's behavior stood out conspicuously, all his actions were witnessed by others, seemingly drawing attention deliberately. When every move seemed reasonably justified and verified by someone, Lu Miao managed to shake off suspicion. The people present had all become savvy to the core. They wouldn't overlook any slight anomaly, and naturally wouldn't miss this one. If Lu Miao was indeed the mole, then this was probably the method he had to employ to conceal himself. Zhang Wen looked at Lu Miao and politely said, Mr. Lu Miao, do you have anything to say? No, Lu Miao waved his hand in annoyance, I deserve my bad luck. This mission is really incompatible with MY. Do you admit that you are the mole? Zhang Wen went through the motions and asked another useless question. I'm not. Lu Miao's expression became serious, a rare sight, but would you believe me if I told you? If it weren't for me, you would have died on the path of concealed fire already. Such a high concentration of hallucinogens, do you think it was a joke? You accuse me of being ineffective, but do you know how much effort it took to drag all of you out from there? Yan Lingfei immediately reported, he's getting angry. Zhang Wen could only step forward helplessly to smooth things over, sir, please don't get angry. We're all doing this for the mission. Would you explain a little more since everyone suspects you? I have nothing to explain, Lu Miao rolled his eyes, clearly irritated, do as you wish. You people are too stupid. If I were the mole, would I be so stupid to make myself a target? Besides, don't you think about it, if you vote me out, how are you going to complete the remaining tasks? He says, do as you wish, Lu Miao continued, defending himself anyway, but if you want to vote me out because you think I didn't put in enough effort, remember that no one is perfect. My misjudgment on the path of concealed fire was unexpected. When we crossed the iron cable road, everyone was scared, but just because I spoke up first, you assume it was me leading you? You depend on me sometimes and then suspect me others. What's your logic behind it? Zhang Wen comforted again, Mr. Lu Miao, we're merely sharing our thoughts. Please calm down. If someone is identified as a mole, even if they are falsely accused, they are not allowed to participate further in the mission. His team would not receive any points for the task even if they won later. It's a terrible situation, calming down is easier said than done. Anyone wrongly accused would feel upset, regardless of how much reassurance was offered. Therefore, Lu Miao paid no heed and completely ignored him. Kong Tu actually envied Lu Miao. Only those who are capable and confident dare to act like this when feeling frustrated. In his own case, during questioning, even though he had been irritated inside, he couldn't let it show. He wondered what Zhao Zheng had felt like at that time, his thoughts wandered again and thought, it couldn't have been pleasant. But Zhao Zheng truly excelled at endurance, there was nothing visible on the surface. He realized he must have revealed some signs of anxiety, even though he tried to control it as much as possible. These people's eyes were too sharp, they noticed every little detail like breathing deeply, making it incredibly stressful. Even if one has nothing to hide, the pressure can still overwhelm. Chapter 23, Who is the Mole, 16. Let's have a show of hands, Zhang Wen suggested, seeing no one else wanted to speak. Raise your hand if you think Mr. Lu Miao is the mole. Kong Tu cautiously observed the situation before slowly raising his hand when others started to do so. Lu Miao had been good to him, even specially taking care of him due to his night blindness, so at this moment, he felt somewhat uneasy, as though he was betraying someone. About half of the people here suspected Lu Miao. This was the number of people who actively raised their hands in agreement. If Zhang Wen had asked, raise your hand if you think Mr. Lu Miao is not the mole, the number of people suspecting him might be even greater. Zhao Jing also raised his hand, followed by Li Xian. Since they were sitting close together, Kong Tu stole a glance at Lu Miao twice and felt somewhat restless inside. It was that unsettling premonition again, sharp and accurate. The second round of accusations began with Lu Miao speaking up first. "I accuse Zhao Zheng." Kong Tu's heart raced several beats before gradually calming down. He had a sense that it should be like this, but he didn't know where the feeling came from. "Even if you suspect me, I still have the right to accuse someone, right?" Lu Miao said nonchalantly. "I find Zhao Zheng suspicious." Zhang Wen said, "Any reasons?" "You all should remember, when the trap was triggered for the first time, only Li Xian and he managed to escape. We aren't short on skilled warriors among us, yet with the speed at which the iron cage fell then, it left little room for reaction and none of us managed to escape except them. If it had been only Li Xian, fine. But the key is he also brought Zhao Zheng along. Without some kind of preparation beforehand, who could have done such a thing?" From the start, Kong Tu thought Zhao Zheng had left behind some telltale signs in that incident. However, since no one mentioned it at the time, he let it go temporarily. Now that Lu Miao brought it up again, he thought, of course. After hearing these accusations, Zhao Zheng remained silent while Li Xian stood up. He leaned his long blade against the ground and stated firmly, "If you're claiming there are martial artists here, why don't you point one out and challenge me?" Lu Miao narrowed his eyes slightly, making the atmosphere suddenly very subtle and tense. Li Xian stated straightforwardly without any detours, "At the age of 4, I started training in martial arts, received my general title at 20, and have slain countless enemies on the battlefield. In the whole of Qin, aside from Meng Wu and Wang Ben, no one can match me in combat. Even if the trap was 5 times faster, I would have still saved His Majesty. If you find it impossible, I personally don't feel it difficult." He spoke openly, revealing the truth plainly, leaving many embarrassed. For a while, no one dared to respond. Seemingly unaware, Li Xian continued, "His Majesty did not know what was going on back then, it was my own initiative. If anyone doubts, come talk to me." Saying that, he bent down, picked up a stone from the ground, and flung it high into the air. As the stone soared upwards, he disappeared in a blink from his original spot. Sparks burst mid-air, and his movements were so fast that residual images flickered continuously, captivating everyone's attention. He stopped the motion, retracting his long blade back onto his back. The shattered stone turned into powder falling silently to the ground, and his breathing remained steady without a single waver. If it was an emergency situation, Li Xian remarked, "I could move faster than this." Kong Tu saw him standing straight in the center of the field by himself and couldn't help but feel somewhat uncomfortable, wanting to call him back, yet knowing he wasn't close enough with him for such familiarity. "Alright," Zhao Zheng looked at Lu Miao and said, "Do you have any other questions?" Then, he waved his hand toward Li Xian, signaling for him to come back quickly. Zhao Zheng's interaction with Li Xian actually didn't resemble that of ruler and subject much, instead, they were more like old friends who'd known each other for years. It was only Li Xian who strictly maintained the proper decorum. When not performing missions, he acted independently, while during missions, his sole focus was on ensuring Zhao Zheng's safety. He rigorously guarded a boundary line, making sure Zhao Zheng wouldn't feel uncomfortable about his presence nor overly familiar. Although Li Xian went to this extent, Lu Miao would not have accused him based solely on this suspicion. Pressing his hand down, signaling everyone to calm down, he calmly returned Zhao Zheng's gaze and continued, "In fact, you weren't under the influence of the hallucinogen during the Fu Fire Road incident, were you?" As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent for a moment as everyone's eyes uniformly shifted towards Zhao Zheng. Startled, Kong Tu instinctively turned his head to look at Zhao Zheng beside him, observing that his expression remained unchanged. Naturally, he questioned, "Mr. Lu, why do you say that?" "Because I saw it," Lu Miao said matter-of-factly, "I'm different from you. I am very sensitive to smells. After realizing something was wrong, I covered my mouth and nose and stayed semi-conscious. Later, when all of you started shouting due to the hallucinogen, I became even more awake. Aside from that, when you injured yourself, I saw it clearly." Zhao Zheng said, lifting up his short-sleeved t-shirt to expose a series of bite marks on his upper arm. Clearly untreated, the marks were already swollen, exposing pale flesh and blood. It was easy to imagine how much force had been used. Indeed, he admitted, to prevent any accidents, I've been holding my breath ever since we entered that road. However, since the road is long, I accidentally inhaled some anyway. After everyone gradually began having hallucinations, I realized there was something wrong, so I thought of a way to stay clear-headed. This was something Kong Tu had never known, Zhao Zheng had never told him. When Yan Lingfei asked Zhao Zheng what kind of hallucination he had, Kong Tu remembered Zhao Zheng's answer at the time. He claimed he had seen people he'd hated since childhood. It was too terrifying, how complex these people's minds must be. Holding his breath from the moment they entered Fu Fire Road means he hadn't trusted Lu Miao since the beginning, or anyone else for that matter, only counting on himself. Lu Miao shifted into a more comfortable position, asking casually, "Then why didn't you take action? And why did you pretend to be dazed when I was rescuing you?" "To find the mole," Zhao Zheng replied smoothly as if it should be obvious, if a mole triggered the trap, then this would be a good opportunity for them to act. "That's why I waited for the mole." "Are you saying you don't care about your teammates' safety just for the sake of finding the mole?" If I hadn't endured the headache and let everyone out, we would all have died there. Aren't you waiting for me too? Zhao Jing retorted, looking directly at Lu Miao and speaking word by word. You never lost your senses either, why didn't you rescue people? You only brought everyone out when it became dangerous. And then Zhao Jing answered for Lu Miao, because you were waiting for me, you assumed I was also the mole. Whatever you say, Lu Miao shrugged indifferently, I just want everyone to know what happened at that time. After all, it's not only me who failed to act. He repeatedly mentioned this statement, clearly annoyed by it, with the main offender Yan Lingfei feeling extremely dissatisfied, raising his hand again, he really got mad at me. Zhang Wen interjected, everyone, calm down, calm down. Someone followed up on Lu Miao's words and questioned, in this case, between Zhao Zheng and Lu Miao, one of them must be the mole. But if that's true, isn't the clue Zhao Zheng brought back unreliable? Kong Tu hesitated over and over again before finally speaking up. At the time, the three of us obtained the clues together. The clue appeared on a large screen, it couldn't have been forged. If you still refuse to trust Li Xian, I can testify, the information regarding the mole is indeed true. Cut it out, a man immediately scoffed at Kong Tu, aren't you always admiring Zhao Zheng? Kong Tu. What? Didn't you faint when you heard Zhao Zheng's name upon entering the city? Kong Tu. When will this chapter ever end? Zhang Wen stepped forward and suggested, raise your hand if you suspect Zhao Zheng to be the mole. Kong Tu suddenly felt restless, glancing around and seeing that no less than 10 people raised their hands. Yan Lingfei, Jiu, Li Xian, and Kong Tu did not raise their hands. The direction this situation was taking was something Kong Tu could never have predicted. 1. Zhao Zheng was considered a suspect and now both he and Lu Miao were caught in trouble. 2. Inexplicably, Kong Tu himself had been labeled as Zhao Zheng's accomplice and lost his voice before even starting his quest. Chapter 24, Who is the Mole? 17. To be honest, when Kong Tu heard that Zhao Zheng was not actually drugged at Fuwa Road, he started doubting whether Zhao Zheng was really not the mole. How could he have hidden so flawlessly? If it weren't for Lu Miao's revelation, no one would ever have known. Lu Miao suddenly turned around and accused Zhao Zheng too, which directly made Zhao Zheng's brought-back mole clue unreliable. If they had fabricated the mole-related clues to frame Lu Miao, then without Lu Miao in future missions, things would surely get difficult. Perhaps this was Zhao Zheng's scheme. However, Kong Tu was very clear that the clue was real. He couldn't guarantee anything else, but Zhao Zheng absolutely couldn't fake the mole-related clues, because the setup of the scene and the method of cracking the cipher back then were beyond Zhao Zheng's control, he simply couldn't have faked it in this part. The clue back then did indeed point to Tang. Could there be some other meaning behind those numbers? This worry was probably destined to remain with Kong Tu alone since, given Zhao Zheng's suspicion, this lead might already be invalid. Judging from the current situation, Lu Miao and Zhao Zheng are completely at odds, and the mole might likely be between these two people, yet no one can tell who is lying. Maybe, just to be on the safe side, everyone will directly vote for both of them, ensuring that at least one mole is hit. Kong Tu thought about it with a little unease, he was worried Zhao Zheng would really be framed. He himself had personally gone through that period, he knew everything was real, but couldn't prove it, right? Could all the efforts they put in just be easily wiped away like this? He racked his brains trying to recall the entire process, hoping to find something that could verify that all of this was truly existent. The password was in English format, only the final step could be done by him, neither Zhao Zheng nor Li Xian could accomplish it. So why wouldn't everyone believe him? This was the first time he succeeded in such a high-difficulty task, was it all in vain? Suddenly, a notion flashed through his mind like a streak of white light, and Kong Tu quickly latched onto it. Recalling something, he hastily got up and took out his phone from the pocket of the jacket draped over his backpack. Because of his sudden move, everyone fell silent and began looking at him back and forth. Kong Tu's hands were trembling slightly due to excitement as he unlocked the screen. But when he opened the photo album and paused for a moment, he glanced at Zhao Zheng. He wasn't sure why he looked at Zhao Zheng at that moment. The reason was probably complicated. His brain hadn't calculated the cost of the behavior accurately yet, but his body acted first. Afterward, he concluded roughly that what he was about to do would prove that Zhao Zheng was telling the truth, and it might cause him to lose his neutral stance, leaning towards Zhao Zheng. Zhao Zheng was also looking at him. Seeing that he suddenly raised his head and didn't look away, Zhao Zheng naturally showed no signs of panic. Kong Tu lowered his head again and clicked on the photo album. The newest picture was of a notebook filled with encrypted text photographed under a dim glow stick, and in the background, there was a small corner of a bright white screen showing some black letters, 618-9, although not fully captured as the rest was blocked by the notebook. Raising the screen, Kong Tu tried to calm himself down and said, "Last night was my first time decrypting the code, and I was quite excited, so I took a picture as a memento. You can see that the clue we received at that time was also photographed. Since I didn't take the picture on purpose, it wasn't fully captured. If you still don't believe me, then forget what I just said. I am not the mole, nor am I taking sides," he continued, scanning the expressions of everyone in the room nervously. "We three spent a lot of effort on this clue, so we don't want our efforts wasted. You all analyze things quite well, so I won't hold everyone back any longer. At that moment, I saw these, so I mentioned it. The rest is up to all of you." Kong Tu had done his best to make his position clear. He didn't want to take a stand for either side, and deep down, he regretted getting involved in this whole matter. His inexplicable sense of mission forced him to speak up, but he worried that he'd steer everyone wrong and result in the mission failing. If someone else had been there instead of him, they probably wouldn't have handled it as awkwardly as he did. Everyone took turns checking the photo album, and the discussion reached an impasse. A woman with gray hair but a youthful face said, "Why don't we vote for both? Saves the trouble." Zhang Wen immediately furrowed his brow slightly, an almost imperceptible motion, but Kong Tu just happened to catch it at that moment. He clearly disapproved of this suggestion. As expected, Yan Lingfei also rebutted, "Lu Miao can guide the way, and Zhao Jing can bring back clues. If they were wrongfully voted out, would you be able to do all these things?" The woman's face turned extremely grim, angrily replying, "What do you mean? Do you think I'm sitting idle?" "Not," Yan Lingfei answered, "I just think you're incompetent." The woman shot back with a retort, "Then what can you do?" Yan Lingfei replied indifferently, "At least I don't say such foolish words at this time." Actually, this was not really stupid at all. Kong Tu thought that Yan Lingfei probably said this because he wanted to side with Zhao Zheng. He hadn't kept up with Zhao Zheng on the Iron Chain Road, and after returning, it seemed like he felt somewhat indebted. Thus, Yan Lingfei was very nice to Kong Tu and his group. Moreover, since Yan Lingfei had always been close to Zhao Zheng, although his statement made some sense, it mainly stemmed from emotional bias. "Alright," Zhang Wen stopped them with an expression of immense headache, saying, "Let's continue pointing fingers. Who else does everyone suspect? Let's hurry up. It's almost 8 o'clock. I have something to say." A young man with very thick eyebrows spoke hesitantly. In fact, at that moment, I was also partially conscious on the Fuhua road. The argument and noise suddenly ceased. Uncomfortable under everyone's stare, the young man touched his nose and said, "I held my breath too." "Who asked you about that?" Oh, the young man quickly responded, "I originally wanted to say this, but Mr. Lu Miao mentioned it first. Actually, I didn't see clearly at the time either, so it might not be entirely accurate." Someone sighed and supported their forehead, "Get to the point." "The young man, I vaguely saw Zhao Jing standing on the road, seemingly looking for something." Lu Miao snapped his fingers, with a faint smile playing on the corners of his lips, "Didn't I say it before?" "I was looking for you, sir," Zhao Jing calmly replied, "as I already said, I just wanted to know what you intended to accomplish with your carefully planned scheme." Lu Miao rolled his eyes and remained silent, apparently unwilling to waste more words. The young man hurriedly added, "I'm not saying Zhao Zheng is the mole, no, I don't mean that. Later, I became confused as well, so I'm just mentioning it." Yan Lingfei groaned and fell backward in frustration, refusing to listen to any more rambling. Ultimately, this merely reiterated Lu Miao's testimony without adding anything new. The witness would only hold value if Zhao Jing denied the event, but since Zhao Jing readily admitted it, it naturally lost its significance. "What I mean is," Zhang Wen brought the topic back again, "let's not get stuck here. Continue sharing everyone's clues. Remember, there are 2 moles among us." There was still one more mole among them, but who? After spending nearly 2 days together with over 70 people, it was almost impossible to leave no traces behind. The white-haired woman questioned sharply, "Zhang Wen, aren't you from the Tang dynasty too?" When the blame suddenly shifted onto him, Zhang Wen froze momentarily before frowning and asking, "What do you mean?" "Nothing much," though the woman claimed so. She asked further, "Where is your third glow stick? You left for more than an hour when we were all sleeping last night. What did you do?" Zhang Wen glanced at her briefly, "Are you suspecting me?" "Take out your glow stick and let us take a look," the woman said, "I'm curious." Zhang Wen fell silent for a while before replying, "I lost it." The crowd. Yan Lingfei stirred the pot even further, "Big brother, it seems you're desperate to be voted out." "I indeed lost it," Zhang Wen helplessly explained, "I went out to use the restroom last night. You all know, as one gets older, such needs tend to take longer. And what good will going out do me? Nothing happened last night anyway. Stop messing around." Someone couldn't bear to see this and interjected, "Don't treat others like fools, okay? The mole's task and our task aren't the same. Even though nothing appeared to happen to us, doesn't necessarily mean everything is fine." Zhang Wen's main issue wasn't the mysteriously missing glow stick, nor whether he used it for something specific. It was rather the fact that he too came from the Tang dynasty. This fact raised some major concerns. Because of the photo Kong Tu revealed, along with Kong Tu's special nature as a newcomer, though teased for admiring Zhao Zheng, his statements proved far more credible than anyone else's. Could an ordinary person, quivering with fear, truly dare to lie and deceive? There was no way he could become the winner, the only person to walk out of 404. There was neither any conflict of interest, nor the ability, even less a 1% possibility of being a mole. Why would he need to lie and offend people? Kong Tu was different from others. All the liars here had the means to protect themselves even if they incurred enmity. But what about Kong Tu? He almost had nothing in his hand. Although everyone still did not fully believe him, there must have been some weighing done in their hearts already. Among them, there were 5 people from the Tang dynasty. Hei Chi Changji was a long-haired man who neatly tied his hair into a ponytail, revealing his prominent facial features. Since the beginning, he had been sitting quietly in the corner without uttering a word. Seeing that trouble was about to befall him, he said, the clues pointed to Tang, but it didn't say both moles are from the Tang dynasty, right? Lu Miao was practically on the verge of laughing in anger. What do you mean by that, huh? Is the other one me by default? Now Zhang Wen also lacked any stance to reconcile further. For a moment, everyone talked over each other. They argued noisily, unwilling to concede to each other. Yan Lingfei placed his arm around Ajio's shoulder and asked quite perplexedly, what exactly is going on with Zhang Wen? So eager to be a mole. Ajio didn't reply or acknowledge Yan Lingfei. Kong Tu took a deep breath, still feeling startled. It turned out so many eyes had been watching him all along, regardless of what he was doing, there was no escape. They just waited for the final reckoning. It was exhausting, living like this. Zhao Jing sat cross-legged beside him. Although it wasn't obvious whether he felt nervous or not, there should have been some weight on him. He shook his head slightly and then turned to ask Kong Tu, are you scared? Kong Tu, yes. Zhao Jing placed his hand on his own chest, my heart is pounding here. Give it a rest, Yan Lingfei interjected, if your heart weren't pounding, then you'd be dead. Kong, you'd better watch out, perhaps the mole is him. Kong Tu weakly responded, anyone would do, just end it quickly. Zhao Jing laughed and continued with the previous question asking Yan Lingfei, then why didn't you vote for me just now? I'm saving it, Yan Lingfei nearly leaned onto Ajio, looking like a carefree boss, I'll save face for you in front of everyone, but will secretly vote against you at 8 o'clock. Kong Tu, me too. Zhao Jing replied as well, let's see when the time comes. Yan Lingfei burst out laughing heartlessly, ha ha ha, what can you do to me? Kong Tu admired his calmness endlessly. At such a crucial moment, he acted as if nothing happened. It was unclear whether he had strong psychological endurance or was simply ignorant. They subsequently accused several more individuals. The information provided was extremely fragmented, making the scalp tingle, seemingly pointing every fingered individual to be the mole. In the midst of the argument, Zhang Wen didn't feel overly anxious. Witnessing everyone talking aimlessly, he couldn't help but moderate, I suggest you reach a consensus first, so as not to split the votes and waste this opportunity. Everyone understood the logic, yet none of them could convince the others. Each person was assertive, with no concept of minority-majority existing in their lifetimes. Everyone stood firmly by their respective reasoning and struggled for their claims. At first, Kong Tu followed attentively, but later his eyes kept rolling, and he got completely lost. Having so many unique souls gathered together was undoubtedly interesting, but indeed very noisy. It seemed as if he could feel the thinking heads buzzing everywhere, emitting a constant hum. An airy bell sound rang from above. Its duration allowed the crowd to slowly quiet down. The mechanical female voice asked, hello everyone, are you ready to vote? Yan Lingfei dragged out his response, not yet, oh. Alright, the mechanical female voice continued, voting begins now. A machine rose from the ground at the center of the field. It looked similar to the one used to record identities before their mission started. The mechanical female voice stated as coldly as usual, all members please stand up, turn your backs toward the machine. When I call your name, step forward to input the name of the mole you suspect. Time limit is 2 minutes. If there's a tie in votes, then everyone will re-vote between these two people. No one is allowed to abstain. Yan Lingfei raised his hand high, report, I have a question. Go ahead. If you're here, who is issuing the task on the other side? I am the monitoring system of 404, the mechanical female voice sounded indifferent yet mocking, I can simultaneously appear anywhere within the coverage of the 404 monitoring system. Yan Lingfei seemed to not have picked up on her sarcasm, and asked very matter-of-factly, then is our mole still safe over there? As if he had never broken the rules. The mechanical female voice paused for a moment, indeed shocked by his blatant audacity. She then directly ignored him and said, hurry up, the final mission will begin soon. If time is wasted, it will be your own loss. This sentence worked better than anything else, and everyone immediately started to act. Kong Tu was nervous inside. He turned his back and shortly after heard the female voice start calling names. He could hear someone leave the crowd, walk to the machine, tap on the screen, make a muffled sound as their finger pressed down, confirm their choice, then walk back into the crowd and stand correctly with their back turned. The order of calling names seemed random. The entire process was silent. When Zhao Zheng's name was called, he turned and left. Kong Tu started thinking, who will he vote for? The first one must be Lu Miao, so who will the second one be? Not me, right? He suddenly thought. Then he refuted himself immediately, how could it be? But who knows, he debated with himself like he had multiple personalities. Actually, aren't you suspicious too? Why were you so eager to follow Zhao Jing across the iron chain? Wouldn't that seem overly enthusiastic to others? You're just cannon fodder, what kind of enthusiasm is this? He went through a jumble of thoughts. By the time Zhao Jing came back, the next person was Li Xian. Li Xian would probably break the buttons for Lu Miao's name, Kong Tu guessed again. Each person has 2 votes, so Li Xian might cast both of them on Lu Miao. Kong Tu found it amusing and almost raised the corner of his mouth when he heard the mechanical female voice call out, Kong Tuesday. And immediately his lips sagged again. It wasn't just his lips, but his heart sank too. He didn't know who to vote for. He wasn't like these people here who all had their own ideas and sharp eyes, he could only follow everyone's reasoning. But when everyone's opinions didn't align, what could he do? Kong Tu stood in front of the voting machine and saw two input boxes displayed on the screen. After hesitating for about 3 seconds, he filled both with Lu Miao. Talking about Li Xian, isn't he doing the same thing? Still, there was a difference. Kong Tu believed he made a rational decision. Compared to Zhao Zheng, Lu Miao's suspicions felt more substantiated. Accusations against Zhao Zheng were mainly based on speculation, lacking the coherent evidence connecting every detail from start to end that was visible in Lu Miao's case. He still trusted what he had seen and heard, he watched the cryptic message being deciphered with his own eyes and clearly witnessed the clues unfold. Even if Zhao Zheng's words weren't entirely reliable, relying on his own judgment, he still found Lu Miao suspicious. Unsure about the other person, he simply bet solely on Lu Miao. The voting process took nearly an hour and a half. After the last person cast their vote, the system let out a ding-dong sound, and the mechanical female voice immediately announced, the results are out. Highest number of votes, Lu Miao. 56 votes. Zhang Wen, 34 votes. He Qichangji, 23 votes. Zhao Zheng, 19 votes. Zhao Zheng had only 19 votes. It was far less than Kong Tu expected. Stunned for a moment, he looked at Zhao Zheng and noticed the slight upward curve at the corner of his mouth, a faint smile. It seemed Zhao Zheng wasn't surprised. This was his usually suppressed confident side. The two confirmed moles are Lu Miao, Zhang Wen. The mechanical female voice monotonously stated, "Congratulations, one mole has been correctly identified." Lu Miao automatically stepped out of line, turned around with a somewhat helpless smile, put his hands together in gratitude to everyone as if feeling much lighter. "Sorry everyone, it was indeed me." Kong Tu's anxious heart finally settled. His inner self cheered wildly, feeling relieved that he hadn't inadvertently sabotaged things. Lu Miao nodded at Zhao Zheng, "Sorry buddy." Zhao Zheng indicated no problem. Even though everyone played for victory, Lu Miao acted so well that Kong Tu momentarily doubted whether he'd mistakenly accused someone innocent. "Isn't this awkward? Everyone is watching. You acted angry and helpless, but turns out it was all a performance, more professional than any actor." Since there was only one real mole, it meant someone had been wrongfully judged. The mechanical female voice coldly stated, "Zhang Wen, team member." Everyone. Zhang Wen shrugged, trying to appear resigned, but since the journey had reached this point abruptly, ending passively under these circumstances, he still seemed somewhat unnatural. Yan Lingfei asked in confusion, "So where did your fluorescent baton go?" "I'm so curious." Zhang Wen also looked rather speechless. "I really lost it." Where it was lost and how it was lost, he still didn't say a word about. The other mole was still among them. The mechanical female voice continued, "According to the rules, you can obtain one clue about the mole. Mole clue, 37. According to the rules, the next mission map will be unlocked. Please insert the 3 keys into the voting machine, and the system will automatically distribute the task. Good luck to you all." None of them acted immediately, looking at each other. What does 37-foot mean? "Shit," a woman spat, "I'm 37 this year, I swear on my life that if I were the mole, I would not end well." "You guys, start the mission first," Zhang Wen reminded them. Even though he had been unfairly eliminated, it's time to make every second count. But because he was wrongfully judged, he would be excluded from the entire task completely. In comparison, Lu Miao still had a slim chance of survival. If his partner succeeded, their combined scores would be highly considerable. Lu Miao had a look of finally being relieved from his duties, sat on the ground, took off his shoes to knock off some dirt, and said, "This costs me 10 years of life." He relaxed, while those who still had to continue the mission were suffering. 3 keys were placed into the voting machine, and they obtained the map for the next mission location. This would be the last mission. The flag capture phase happened right here. Kong Tu looked at the little pattern representing the red flag on the map and muttered softly, "I sincerely hope the other team guesses the mole wrong." If both moles guessed incorrectly, they would be forced to stay put for 5 hours. By this point, these 5 hours could determine the outcome. Yan Lingfei tapped his head, dreaming might feel good, but they probably consider themselves lucky just to have figured it out. Kong Tu sighed with sadness, saying, "To lose now, isn't that incredibly unlucky?" "There are always losers. What do you mean by unlucky or not unlucky?" Yan Lingfei was quite puzzled by his argument. "There's a 50-50 chance between victory and defeat. Someone has to win and someone has to lose." Kong Tu humbly admitted, "You're right, I was too shallow." Yan Lingfei threw his arm around his neck like buddies. "I tell you, I have a premonition that will definitely win." "Why?" "My winning rate is usually pretty high." Yan Lingfei raised his chin and said to him. Zhao Zheng stood aside, smiling and said, "He was called a mascot before. Teams with him tend to have a very high probability of winning." Then added another sentence, "Even though he never contributes anything, his team still win that kind." Oh, Kong Tu seemed to understand metaphysics. This was a trendy term used nowadays. Zhao Zheng wasn't sure where the reference came from, but nodded, "Probably, but in recent years, his effectiveness isn't as good as it used to be." Kong Tu said, "Maybe he has been nerfed by the system." Zhao Zheng and Yan Lingfei looked puzzled, ? Kong Tu found it rather uninteresting and touched his nose, nothing, just rambling for fun. A burst of hurried footsteps echoed through the confined space. The task must continue, and a group of people quickly moved forward with the map. Split into 3 groups. The person at the front suddenly stopped and pointed to the forked road ahead, saying, there is a mechanism on each of these roads, and simultaneously pressing the mechanisms will open this door. As he said this, his finger pointed to a wall blocking the path forward. This was another common enough mechanism, only when 3 points were activated simultaneously could the next path be opened. People automatically grouped themselves. The white-haired woman anxiously checked her watch and said, there will certainly be traps inside preventing everyone from easily activating the mechanisms. Let's set a time point and press together at that moment. It was 10:12 at the moment. Yang Xian suggested, why don't we aim for 11 o'clock then? Everyone take note of the time. If 11 o'clock fails, then push it back 10 minutes successively until it succeeds. This suggestion was sound, everyone agreed without dissent. Without wasting words, they split into 3 groups and entered the different forks of the road. Everyone's nerves felt stretched tight like a string, trying to save time. Kong Tu became increasingly nervous as well. The cave was very dark, the final fluorescent baton proved useful at this moment. Kong Tu's final fluorescent baton was pink, lighting up beautifully. Holding it in his hand gave the feeling of being the sole romantic factor in this somewhat cruel game. He wanted to take a picture again. They moved cautiously and swiftly in the dark. Yan Lingfei lifted the fluorescent baton to shine on the cave ceiling, rough, uneven soil, and said casually, but didn't Lu Miao die too easily? How come he didn't care this time, exposing so many mistakes? This task is just too difficult. Kong Tu couldn't bear the awkward silence, so he responded awkwardly, it seems impossible to take action with all these people watching. Moreover, these people were all sharp individuals. He dared not say that aloud. Yan Lingfei wrinkled his nose and glanced at him, then he was too reckless. Something feels very off. I'm quite accurate, he stated seriously, there's something strange about him. What could possibly be wrong? Wasn't everything going smoothly? Kong Tu went over the entire process again, cause and effect connected perfectly, revealing nothing unusual. Perhaps Yan Lingfei couldn't see it either, since he didn't continue speaking. They arrived at a dead end, where a steering wheel stood against the opposite wall. Yan Lingfei simply took a glance before saying, Kong Tu, shine the light on the wall for me. Kong Tu didn't fully understand but sensed there might be some connection, so he immediately stepped forward and raised the fluorescent baton. There were 5 barely noticeable lines on the wall. Another young man came forward to help as well, and the combined glow of their 2 batons illuminated an entire wall. They finally made out the image on the wall, 5 lines intertwined in dense complexity across the surface, then extended downward into 5 lines pointing toward the 5 handles of the wheel. Each handle on the steering wheel was painted a different color, corresponding to the endpoints of the 5 lines. It should only be able to turn once before being locked permanently. So, we've only got one chance, Yan Lingfei touched the wheel gently, whispering. Zhao Jing stepped forward, looking up and said, should we search slowly? The uppermost ends of the lines had colors drawn on them corresponding to the patterns on the wheel handles. They were supposed to trace through the tangled lines to find the correct endpoint, rotate the wheel to align properly, and activate the scene. I have an idea, Yan Lingfei paused briefly after a moment of silence, frowning slightly, these colors, don't they seem familiar? Zhao Zheng, the 5 colors of the fluorescent batons. Right, Yan Lingfei snapped his fingers, do you think there's any meaning behind this? No, Zhao Zheng calmly shot down his attempt to speculate, just follow the lines honestly. The roads we chose and the teammates we followed were random, and so were the fluorescent batons. We can't take risks based solely on such a coincidence. Yan Lingfei shrugged, then let's find out. Starting from the topmost endpoints of the lines, they traced each line step by step, finding its final destination. Because the lines were incredibly chaotic, it took nearly 20 minutes to match them all. The steering wheel was tightly secured. Li Xian put down the knife and used both hands to turn it. With a loud bang, the stone door opened. Only now did they realize what those colors signified. In front of them, 5 more forks appeared, each marked above the cave entrances with lights of different colors. Everyone began to feel uneasy. A 9 instinctively took a step back and whispered, they're trying to split us up. Even Yan Lingfei's expression turned grave. Someone quickly said, let's go back. Turning to leave, before anyone could stop them, there was a thunderous roar, the stone door slammed shut. They were trapped. Now, there was only one way forward. By the design of the setup, it seemed to suggest using the color of the fluorescent baton they carried to decide which path they should take. Yan Lingfei's was blue, Kong Tu and Zhao Zheng's were pink, Li Xian and A9's were yellow. Originally, their group had 23 members, and after splitting further, each small team was left with fewer than 5. This inevitably caused panic. Looking back, it seemed the mention of triggering mechanisms on 3 paths to open the road was merely a lie designed to separate them even further. Had the system deliberately planned it this way, or had they been sabotaged by the remaining mole? And if it was the latter, when did they do it? Despite the unanswered questions, they had no choice but to proceed according to the instructions. Time didn't permit further thought. No matter what awaited them ahead, they could only move forward, only forward, and one path remained. Before they set off, everyone silently encouraged each other. Yan Lingfei pulled Kong Tu over with one arm, patted his back as if to comfort him, and quickly whispered in his ear, "Watch out for Zhao Zheng." Kong Tu's eyes immediately widened in shock. Chapter 25, Who's the Mole, 18. He had a hard time digesting this fact, but he quickly wiped all expression from his face and returned Yan Lingfei's hug as if everything were normal. Zhao Zheng was too perceptive, any abnormal behavior on his part would certainly be discovered. He controlled his expression as he walked back, nodding to Zhao Zheng with pursed lips as if giving encouragement. Zhao Zheng smiled at him and nodded. Besides the two of them taking the pink glow sticks, there was also Yang Xian and a boy with a mushroom haircut. From the moment Kong Tu arrived until now, he hadn't been able to clearly remember what this boy looked like because his bangs were too thick, his glasses covered half his face, and he had an archetypal bookworm appearance. The boy seemed somewhat introverted, smiling shyly at them. Since Kong Tu was new, they had never spoken before, this was their first interaction. Kong Tu took the initiative to extend his hand, saying, "My name is Kong Tuesday." "Hello," the boy quickly grabbed his hand in response. "I'm Hua Yu." Another completely unfamiliar name, likely from the future. Kong Tu's palm was icy cold, drenched in cold sweat from the brief moment earlier. The instant he reached out, he regretted it, fearing someone would notice the anomaly, but Hua Yu appeared not to have noticed at all. After shaking hands, Hua Yu stepped back, waiting for the departure. Zhao Jing glanced around at everyone's readiness and said, "Shall we go?" Kong Tu was internally anxious, trying hard to act calm. Just as he began to understand the situation more clearly, it immediately became chaotic again. Why did Yan Lingfei suddenly say such a thing? He rolled his eyes thinking, is she trying to divert attention or really warn me? If it were 3 days ago, he would never think like this. In just 3 short days, he had grown, not necessarily growth so much as being corrupted. He had transformed from an honest, kind forhaving youth into a nervous skeptic. Anyone here undergoing such a transformation wouldn't have issues since their brains processed fast enough to keep up with their doubts, but Kong Tu couldn't keep up. His current state was pitiful, full of suspicion but no evidence. Suddenly, he recalled that day on the square when identifying the murderer. Afterward, when he and Zhao Jing returned to the dormitory together, Zhao Jing told him, when it comes to matters involving work points and benefits, trust no one. At the time, he didn't take those words to heart. Everything that followed almost made him unconsciously believe every comment everyone said about him. He believed first, then doubted later. This process drained him mentally, with constant fluctuations in his emotions, nearly causing mental instability. Zhao Jing suddenly spoke, his voice loud in the darkness, "Isn't there wind?" Kong Tu paused for a second, then realized what Zhao Zheng was hinting at, responding, "Seems like there is some." "How can there be wind in a basement temperature-controlled space?" Hua Yu said. "Wind is produced by horizontal pressure gradient forces." Everyone. Kong Tu retaliated with, "Maybe it's a fan." Hua Yu countered energetically, "Why use a fan? Are we about to take wedding photos?" Kong Tu had originally intended to make a witty remark but stopped himself mid-thought, scolding himself mentally, "Are you going to grow up soon?" From now on, he decided to remain silent like a chicken, avoiding trouble and refraining from expressing opinions, quietly following along as a fence-sitter, enduring this mission. Right after he resolved to do this, he turned his head and saw a ghastly face right before his eyes, the glow stick placed under the chin, distorting the entire face into a horrific grimace. Instantly, Kong Tu was terrified, his hair standing on end. "Ay. Yang Xian burst into laughter, putting away the glow stick, "You scaredy cat." After realizing what happened, Kong Tu was actually somewhat angry, but he didn't show it on his face, only nodding slightly toward Yang Xian. Zhao Jing said, "Stop fooling around." He was like a parent leading a group of children on a field trip. Even though he rarely talked, everyone mostly listened to him. In this briefly assembled team, he seemed to be the captain. Zhao Zheng's ever-suppressed aura was impossible to ignore when surrounded by so few people. Yang Xian shrugged, finding it uninteresting, whistling as he strolled ahead. Kong Tu was a little puzzled, remembering that Yang Xian wasn't usually so lively and active. His suspicion towards everything had become extreme. Even when Hua Yu pushed his glasses nearby, he wondered if it was done at a fixed frequency to send signals outward. Too mentally exhausted, he wanted to end this task as soon as possible. Zhao Jing casually asked, "What's wrong?" Kong Tu stared blankly at him, perplexed, question mark. "You seem a little down." Kong Tu's inner warning bells went off, and then he laughed and said, "I feel too annoyed." "It is annoying," Zhao Jing consoled him with a pat on the back as he moved closer for a bit longer than necessary. "You can have a good sleep when we get back." Kong Tu froze instantly, trying hard to act naturally without being so tense. This close to Zhao Zheng, what was going on? He was over here hypnotizing himself to relax his muscles while Zhao Zheng had already let go, smiling at him before retreating to a safe distance. He found out. That was all Kong Tu could think. Zhao Jing realized that Kong Tu was doubting him now. He was almost certain Kong Tu knew something. Words can lie, but the body can truthfully reflect one's mind, he had been afraid just now. Afraid that Zhao Zheng would hurt him, and this fear must have been felt by Zhao Zheng. He simply couldn't hide his feelings, especially not from this person. It was a task of hellish difficulty. Kong Tu inevitably felt burdened, partly due to his own inadequacy and partly because of his distrust towards Zhao Zheng. A sense of guilt arose in him, and he remained silent throughout the journey. However, Zhao Zheng didn't show anything unusual. He stayed approachable and occasionally interjected a word or two. At the end of their route, they faced 4 doors. They were all about to part ways. The next step could only be taken alone. Strangely enough, Kong Tu actually felt relieved about this arrangement. Each person casually chose a door, leaving Zhao Zheng with the one no one picked. In fact, Kong Tu hadn't wanted to choose first either, but since it was too much trouble to politely yield to each other, he just randomly selected one. These things usually depended on luck, and his luck had always been bad. There was no need to even try in this area. Zhao Zheng said, "Wish you guys good luck, hang in there." Kong Tu mumbled to himself as if talking alone, "Hang in there." They waved goodbye to each other and entered the final door. Success or failure hung on this decision. What lay ahead was still unknown. Kong Tu had no idea what others' paths looked like, but upon stepping through, he almost got blown back by a strong wind. The violent gusts hit his body and face, making it impossible to open his eyes. Squinting, he tried to look around, but all he saw was an empty expanse with nothing but wind. He was rather slim, and with an unsteady step, his body was pushed backward. For every step forward, he took 2 steps back, his hands flailing wildly in the air with nothing to grab onto. Now he finally understood where the earlier wind had come from. Even worse, the wind carried an overwhelming smell of blood. The closer he walked forward, the stronger it became, as though there was a murder scene ahead. Kong Tu would never give up unless there was absolutely no way to proceed. Determined to walk this path through to the end, he vowed to crawl if necessary until he reached the destination. Amidst the raging wind, stones started being thrown around, painfully striking his face and tearing his clothes, which fluttered against his body. Clenching his teeth, he struggled forward. He knew his progress was slow and persistence might not mean much, but he would keep going. These people here were smart, sharp-witted, and mentally tough. In many ways, they were better than him, yet willpower was something he could achieve through effort. He wasn't going to lose in that aspect anymore. He needed at least some kind of advantage. Later, the wind began carrying metal pieces, dense and numerous. The tears streamed down his face from the strong wind mixed with sand, mixing with mud to leave streaks across his face. One piece of iron struck him right on the forehead, causing him to fall instantly, getting blown several meters away. With difficulty, he managed to brace himself on the ground using his fingertips. A buzzing sensation overwhelmed his head, and the pain made him cry again, fearing a possible concussion. He suspected that traps should exist on this road, otherwise, how could they aim to kill? Still, there was no way for him to find any such trap, especially having traveled so far, it wouldn't make sense now to spot them. Lying prostrate on the ground turned out to be a surprisingly effective method. Having accidentally discovered this, he didn't bother standing up again and simply crawled forward, avoiding much of the debris rapidly flying through the air. But there was an exception. A large sheet of iron rolled several times on the ground, and just as Kong Tu looked up, he only saw a shadow falling toward him. Once again, he was slammed straight in the face. The sharp edges of the iron sheet cut into the skin of his fingers as he clawed at the ground. Kong Tu had gone completely numb. He reached out to grab the iron sheet, holding it behind him as a shield against some of the wind while continuing to crawl forward with his other hand. By now, Kong Tu was fully desensitized, focusing solely on pushing ahead despite everything. When will this end? That was the only thought in his mind. The iron sheet was extremely difficult to control, and his arms and the backs of his hands were covered in cuts. At this point, Kong Tu had no thoughts of keeping up appearances, he was just mechanically persevering. He'd been stubborn since he was a kid, if he lost at tug-of-war and everyone let go, he wouldn't. His palms had even peeled from the rope until a teacher dragged him away. He got angry easily and didn't like losing. The harder it got, the more determined he became. At home, he'd suffered because of this temper, so he tried to restrain himself. But now that he was here in 404, all those traits were resurfacing bit by bit. The button to control the wind was at chest level. Braving the intense gale force winds that could rip his flesh apart, Kong Tu used all his strength to stand up, being blown away twice before finally managing to hit the red button on the 3rd attempt. Everything stopped instantly. Covered in blood, he stood there gasping for breath, looking like a lunatic. A cheerful bell chimed, followed by a robotic female voice, "Everyone has the potential to seize the red flag. The challenge area is ahead. Hold the red flag for over 2 minutes to win. Good luck." Good luck, they kept saying, good luck. Looking at his body riddled with injuries of varying sizes, Kong Tu couldn't help but feel a sense of self-mockery. What kind of good luck did he have? Chapter 26, Who is the Undercover Agent, 19. Kong Tu felt that he had never been related to the word good luck in his entire life. The red flag stood on the high cliff, and the sound of the wind echoed as it flapped loudly. He walked out of the road intersection and just by looking up once, his legs felt weak. This precipice almost formed a right angle with the ground. There were hundreds of cave openings surrounding the cliff. Next to the precipice, neatly arranged were 40 or 50 huge white stone lions, each one being taller than the cave openings by a head. The robotic female voice announced, "Congratulations. You are the first one to come out. Please use every method you can think of to seize the red flag. A friendly reminder, there are now 3 people approaching the cave entrance and will soon start competing with you for the red flag. 13 people have definite hope of walking out of the cave. 45 people have already passed the hardest checkpoint." Kong Tu wasn't very concerned about these statistics. He now had an utterly incredible question: "I am the first?" The robotic female voice responded, "Yes." Kong Tu exclaimed in shock, lifting his hand to his head, looking left and right several times. "I don't believe it. How could he be the first? Just him?" It's not that he underestimated himself, but the fact was indeed so, he was too mediocre here. He seemed far from the word first, whether judged positively or negatively. The robotic female voice continued indifferently, "Cold enough to drop ice chips. We have set up a total of 141 caves. Actually, 138 people entered the caves, among which 50 caves' endpoints are sealed off and cannot be walked out from. 44 caves have tasks with difficulty levels exceeding the average, 10 caves have difficulties below the average level, the remaining 34 cave entrances are equipped with different obstacles, their difficulty classified as average." Kong Tu found it extremely hard to comprehend, to the point of anger, and directly interrupted her, "Are you saying that 50 people can never walk out?" "Yes," the robotic female voice replied coldly, "opportunities and luck are important conditions for success, both are essential. People with bad luck do not get a chance to participate in the final flag-grabbing phase." Kong Tu didn't know how to respond at the moment. She spoke confidently and shamelessly, meaning that 50 people who had persisted until now simply couldn't take part in the final stage. Even though winning ultimately wouldn't affect their earning points, they would still receive what they should, but it's different. They worked so hard precisely for this moment, only to be disqualified before they even started due to a light-hearted excuse like bad luck. So why did he end up being one of the lucky ones? Kong Tu asked, "Then what about me? A cave with simple difficulty level?" "Not exactly," said the robotic female voice, "you drew a cave with a difficulty coefficient beyond the normal level. Do you really need to talk about all this nonsense?" Kong Tu retorted, "There are already 3 people about to exit their caves." Kong Tu stretched his limbs, scrutinized the cliff carefully, squinted while raising his head for breathtaking courage, then his bloodied hands touched the first rock. "Why was it harder?" he asked, trying to divert his attention. Clearly, there were no mechanisms. Exactly because of that. Since there was no mechanism to cancel the strong wind, that made it difficult. Everyone entering the cave, upon encountering resistance, would certainly look for mechanisms first. But there isn't any, causing them to hesitate between persistence and giving up. With increasingly challenging obstacles, they would eventually fall into doubt and quit. This conclusion was drawn after we went through multiple deductions and studied the personality traits of all members of Unit 404. After climbing just 2 or 3 times, Kong Tu already started feeling unwell overall, panting as he said, "I don't believe it. There's no need to deceive you." The robotic female voice sounded equally bored, actually starting to chat with him. "They spent too much time searching for mechanisms. By that time, you had already covered more than half the distance. You are quite resilient." Unexpectedly praised, Kong Tu responded, "It was because I knew I couldn't break anything, so I toughed it out anyway, and initially, I didn't even consider this point." "Because your mental fixation isn't strong enough," explained the robotic female voice, "they have participated in too many city battles, always seeking clues no matter what they encounter." An entire 30 years of city battles. Kong Tu suddenly understood. When he climbed about 7 or 8 meters, a cheerful bell sound came from under his feet. The robotic female voice announced, "Congratulations. You are the second person to come out of the mountain cave." "Oh yay," Ouyang Zhen said with a flat expression, completely insincerely chiming in and asked, "Who was the first one out?" The robotic female voice, "On the cliff." Ouyang Zhen looked up, and after scrutinizing carefully, he shouted, "Kong Tu." "It's me." Kong Tu recognized the voice immediately and excitedly replied, "Mr. Ouyang. You've made it out too. What are you excited about?" Ouyang Zhen couldn't help but laugh through his confusion. "We're from 2 different teams." Kong Tu completely lost his mind over his idol, forgetting everything. After listening to the task, Ouyang Zhen did not act right away but instead walked to each cave entrance and inquired, "What pattern do these caves follow?" Kong Tu had an epiphany as if something suddenly clicked. He instantly understood what Ouyang Zhen was trying to do, so scared that he almost fell off. The robotic female voice answered nonchalantly, "Figure it out yourself." This seemed like confirmation that there indeed might be a discernible pattern to the arrangement of the cave entrances, making Kong Tu regret it deeply. Ouyang Zhen wanted to find the cave entrances of the opposing team and block them before they could emerge. He finally realized why he had seen those 40 or 50 enormous stone statues when he first came out. By this time, he had climbed more than 10 meters, but looking up, the red flag still seemed very far away. However, he dared not go down because, as the saying goes, it's easy to climb up the mountain, but hard to descend. He didn't even dare to look back, let alone try to descend. Just fighting against the wind earlier had exhausted all his energy. Now, he felt like a spent arrow, merely persisting for persistence's sake. The mechanical female voice dutifully reminded, there are now 2 more people about to reach their cave exits. Kong Tu earnestly prayed in his heart, hoping these 2 were his teammates and preferably smart ones at that. Otherwise, their team might die due to their own foolishness. He hadn't observed the cave entrances below him when he climbed up, not sure how easy or hard it would be to find a pattern. So he could only continue climbing while worrying all the way. Every spot he passed left blood traces, his blood. His body, his hands, nothing was spared. Yet such efforts might well be meaningless, which he knew full well. But he had never been comparable to others, except by putting effort into working harder. What else could he do? There was no choice. Some people envy those who stubbornly stick to just one path, but perhaps they have merely limited options with few other roads to take. Ouyang Zhen probably stayed down there for less than 5 minutes before decisively abandoning his plan, warming up to begin climbing. Hey Kong Zai, he shouted loudly, is it difficult to climb? Kong Tu had no extra strength to answer him, regardless of whether it was Ouyang Zhen asking. Ouyang Zhen gasped sharply and then shouted, alright, I understand. Understand what? Bullshit, Kong Tu rolled his eyes in exhaustion and thought, clearly you came through an easy route. You don't seem hurt at all, nor does it look like you expended much energy. On the cliff face, there were small, slightly protruding stones where he could rest for a brief moment. But staying too long would cause the stones to snap and fall. After falling victim twice, Kong Tu learned his lesson. Each time when he couldn't hold on any longer, he counted his rest times and started climbing again at the 9th second, avoiding crushing the stones. Daring not to look down, and hearing no sound of Ouyang Zhen getting closer, he presumed Ouyang Zhen must be far behind him. Then another bell rang above. The robotic female voice announced, congratulations, you're the 3rd person to pass through the cave exit. Li Xian, covered in chicken feathers, sporting streaks of blood on his face, looking like a disheveled warrior, emerged from the cave. Currently, 6 people are approaching their respective cave exits. Everyone, please get ready. Kong Tu wanted to tell her she was wasting her breath, but he couldn't shout it out and thus gave up. Subsequently, roughly 20 people came out one after another, among them our side and the enemy side were roughly split evenly. People from both sides faced each other in a tense standoff, not knowing who struck the war drum. Without even having started to climb, they got into a fight. Even smart people ended up pulling hair, grabbing clothes, spitting when brawling. Kong Tu could no longer hear the commotion below him. Bell sounds continued ringing repeatedly as more people came out. He was feeling somewhat nervous. Doing some psychological preparation, he glanced down and saw Ouyang Zhen right by his left foot, no more than 2 meters away. Below him, many others were slowly catching up. Kong Tu couldn't help but panic a little, but seeing that his teammates were also among those ahead, he felt that the outcome wouldn't fall solely on his shoulders, which made him feel more at ease. Even if they lost this time, he had already given it his all. In his life, this was one of the rare moments where he'd truly put everything into something. It was this mission, this day, and right now. He could ask his heart without guilt. He was still overtaken though, once one person surpassed him, others followed in quick succession. Li Xian appeared as if his feet were equipped with suction cups, giving everyone a live demonstration of walking, as if on flat ground. The robotic female voice, friendly reminder, there are now 10 people approaching the cave entrances. A man shouted loudly, you motherfucking son of a gun. Who the hell wants to know about this? Kong Tu clasped his hands together in his mind, greatly appreciating that this fellow had spoken out what Kong Tu himself had been suppressing along the way. Yan Lingfei met Kong Tu halfway up the cliff and was shocked, what happened to you? Kong Tu shook his head, not speaking, panting like an ox. Yan Lingfei understood and remarked exasperatedly, this task is completely crazy, I'm going to die from exhaustion, I might not be able to keep going. Kong Tu glared at him. Yan Lingfei smiled upon seeing this, I can't do this. I lack the 5 elements of effort, I simply can't play this game. Through everyday interactions, Kong Tu had actually noticed that Yan Lingfei always gave up easily on whatever he did. Sometimes just persisting a bit longer would get them past it, but Yan Lingfei seldom stuck it out, he let go quite readily. I see a lot of our teammates above. Yan Lingfei glanced upwards, leaning his body out dangerously close to falling, the first place must be Li Xian's. Kong Tu paled, are you saying Zhao Zheng? If you make it up, beware of Zhao Zheng and Li Xian. Yan Lingfei interrupted him when he saw how much effort Kong Tu was putting into speaking, I suspect Zhao Zheng is a mole. When we were at Fuhua Road, someone saw both him and Lu Miao fully conscious, so they decided to accuse each other to ensure one of them survived. If that's the case, Li Xian might lean towards Zhao Zheng. Kong Tu stared at him, expressionless. Yan Lingfei consoled him, these moves are all for the win, understandable, don't take it personally. But yeah, he really knows how to play the game, acting so well no one could tell. Normally people do small nervous actions or speak more, but he didn't do any of that. You've been standing too long. Kong Tu said. Yan Lingfei. Kong Tu, 886. A faint sound came from beneath his feet, causing Yan Lingfei to stiffen all over immediately. He quickly flailed his arms and fell backwards shouting, go for it, Kong Tu. The stone shattered, and he cleanly fell onto the air cushion, being swallowed by it entirely before bouncing back up again, then being swallowed once more. Yan Lingfei mused aloud amusingly, this thing's actually pretty fun. Kong Tu looked down, unable to understand why Yan Lingfei had so casually abandoned a task he persisted on for such a long time. If Kong Tu had a brain like Yan Lingfei's, he wouldn't give up at the very last moment. He would fight to the death to claim the top spot. Chapter 27, Who's the Mole, 20. Hey Kangzi, Chang Mingming caught up from behind, looking as though she still had plenty of energy. Her hair had grown a bit longer recently and was neatly tied back with a rubber band. A few strands of bangs had fallen down, drenched in sweat and sticking to her face. She asked, "Are you injured?" Kong Tu took a moment to catch his breath, trying not to sound too out of breath as he said, "I feel like I haven't seen you for a century." Chang Mingming laughed heartily, "How does it feel?" "Your first mission." "It's fine," Kong Tu appeared calm and casual, just a little life-threatening. As Chang Mingming spoke, she had already climbed past Kong Tuesday. Her speed wasn't fast but she hadn't stopped at all, moving steadily. Glancing down at Kong Tu, she said, "Don't give up, I'm going ahead." Kong Tu sighed. Everyone seemed so relaxed, while he looked like he was about to die, completely disheveled. He hadn't seen Zhao Jing yet. Given Zhao Zheng's abilities, if he hadn't come out by now, he might be on a dead-end path. A mechanical female voice announced, "Currently, there are 8 people approaching the cave entrance. Everyone, hurry up." Lu Ban leisurely walked out of the cave entrance, listened to the rules, then stood below to take a look, shouting, "Go for it." Bai Li Shi was hanging onto the cliff wall and instantly understood his intentions, turning back to curse, "Get your ass up here, old man. I'm afraid of heights." Lu Ban replied, "It's all on you, babe." Bai Li Shi felt nauseous from being called babe and almost let go, glaring fiercely at him. Yan Lingfei came over, placing his arm on Lu Ban's shoulder, happily asking, "Shall we have yellow braised chicken when we get back tonight?" "Sure," Lu Ban responded, "aren't you going up?" "I don't have your thick skin," Yan Lingfei scratched his neck casually, "I fell accidentally." "Oh," Lu Ban drew out the word, with a deep meaning, accidentally. Yan Lingfei watched as everyone above struggled in sweat, unconsciously nodding, accidentally, accidentally. "Did your team catch the mole?" Lu Ban asked. "One of them, what about yours?" "Just one," Lu Ban crossed his arms, "the other suicided, right at the start." Yan Lingfei turned to look at him, momentarily speechless. Lu Ban shrugged, indicating that was indeed the case. Yan Lingfei reorganized his words, "What shitty luck do you guys have? And our remaining mole is Bai Yue." Lu Ban was completely entertained, deliberately wanting to piss Yan Lingfei off, "Isn't that funny?" Yan Lingfei was really pissed, removing his hand from Lu Ban's shoulder and spinning around on the spot, "Why?" Bai Yue was notoriously old-fashioned, synonymous with seriousness and rigidity. If he could lie, the sun would rise in the west to illuminate the world. Lu Ban, who knows, maybe just good luck. "Who's your mole?" "Lu Miao," Yan Lingfei rolled his eyes, completely speechless, "and we still don't know who the other one is." "You're playing pretty well," Lu Ban sneered, showing admiration. "Really smooth," Yan Lingfei also marveled, "you'll understand once you find out who the mole is." "He's incredible, I bow to him." Lu Ban glanced at him, a flicker of light in his eyes, but said nothing. Yan Lingfei was completely unaware. By this time, Kong Tu had already fallen to the very last place. Every time the bell rang, he looked back, but couldn't see much. At this point, those who should have given up had already done so. The remaining ones were determined to stick it out until the end. Despite being overtaken again and again, Kong Tu remained very composed. No matter what, he was determined to hang on until the end, so the whole process became a waiting game for Zhao Zheng. Since the system announcement, the bell had rung 8 times. By the end, Yan Lingfei started feeling a little strange, as Zhao Zheng still hadn't come out. He suddenly felt somewhat uneasy. Lu Ban finally confirmed, "Wasn't Zhao Zheng the mole?" "Yan Lingfei. As soon as you mentioned it, I figured it out." Lu Ban looked around, whistling, he's always been good at these kinds of games. This time he actually got to be the mole. "I'm guessing," Yan Lingfei didn't seem particularly worried after revealing the clue, saying, "Pure speculation." Lu Ban didn't care much about the truth, and continued, "Last time during the battle outside the city, we killed a general, then Zhao Jing impersonated that person to steal food supplies. I was the one who accompanied him that time, and since then, I've decided I can never trust him again." When he put on the armor, it seemed like he had completely transformed into another person, the general we had killed. Even his speaking speed changed. I can't describe how it felt, it was terrifying. Yan Lingfei nodded in agreement, he played well this time too. Nobody manipulates hearts better than he does. Lu Ban sighed, pointing upwards, signaling Yan Lingfei to look and said, "He is the one who commands all 9 provinces." Following Lu Ban's gaze, Yan Lingfei saw that Zhao Zheng had somehow climbed high up onto the cliff top, looking down upon everyone as if he ruled them all. Apparently, they weren't the only ones who noticed this spectacle. The current situation showed Li Xian in first place, almost reaching the cliff top. Ouyang Zhen was still a distance away from Li Xian, holding the second position, with the others not too far behind, scattered along the cliff face. Zhao Jing bent down, giving Li Xian a subtle eye signal. Li Xian hesitated for a moment before reacting. With sharp eyesight, Yan Lingfei chuckled. Our general Li finds himself in an awkward position. Before his sentence even ended, everyone watched as Li Xian stepped on a rock, exaggeratedly losing his footing in an overly theatrical manner. He flailed around dramatically for a few seconds before falling. Seeing all of this, Yan Lingfei and Lu Ban could only mutter. Now he's not awkward anymore. Lu Ban sighed, shaking his head helplessly. Li Xian fell onto the air cushion below, brushed the dirt off his body, and walked over calmly to stand by the side. Yan Lingfei couldn't help but comment, you two share deep loyalty. Li Xian paid no attention to him, instead planting his sword into the ground as a warning gesture. As everyone knew, Zhao Zheng was the mole, and Li Xian must have been aware of this. Normally, helping Zhao Zheng wouldn't attract any suspicion. But since Zhao Zheng was the mole, aiding him would mean Li Xian lost his impartial stance for loyalty towards his leader. While this might be advantageous for Zhao Zheng, it would place Li Xian in a very difficult position. Perhaps Li Xian could have chosen this path, but Zhao Zheng didn't let him go down it. Li Xian still had to survive within Zone 404. The cheerful bell rang once again, followed by the robotic female voice, all participants are present. Since the mole survived the first round, they received special privileges, arriving directly at the cliff top. Please proceed, brave warriors. Of course, Zhao Zheng was the mole. Kong Tu looked up at him and surprisingly thought that such an ending felt perfectly logical. He was supposed to be the one standing above, looking down on all, decreeing life and death. Who else could it be? Ouyang Zhen was less than 3 meters away from the cliff top, and the remaining people were also closing in. Zhao Jing glanced down and said, Mister, we're in the same team. I know, Ouyang Zhen replied, out of breath, but getting up there feels safer. Zhao Zheng looked at him and leaned down to offer a hand. Ouyang Zhen grabbed it after climbing a step, dragging himself to the summit, collapsing on the ground, gasping heavily, blood tinging his breath. Leave it to you, I'll go get the flag, Zhao Zheng said. Why don't I do it instead? Zhao Zheng paused mid-step, slowly turning back, smiling faintly, all right. Forget it, Ouyang Zhen waved his hand, don't you moles get extra points for grabbing the red flag? Zhao Zheng replied, if Mr. is not comfortable with it, of course you can handle it yourself, but how am I to ensure Mr. isn't also a mole? Of course, I'm not, Ouyang Zhen thought to himself, all our moles have been revealed. But now he didn't feel like explaining, apologizing instead, sorry, my brain got foggy from the exertion earlier. I believe you, go ahead. Even when Zhao Zheng had already come this far, Ouyang Zhen instinctively doubted his identity. Truly, thinking like someone from Zone 404, being there too long makes you skeptical of everyone. Sitting on top of the cliff, Ouyang Zhen shouted to those below, you guys should just give up. It's impossible to succeed. Let's wrap this up sooner and get some rest. At this point, the two people who had reached the summit belonged to the same team. This outcome was essentially settled. As per the rules, if they held the red flag for more than 2 minutes, it would count as a success. They calculated that even if others managed to climb up, Ouyang Zhen would just push them down. Yang Xian, Jiu, and 10 others subsequently gave up, gracefully falling down, maintaining a stylish posture while airborne. Bai Li Shi also let go, spreading his arms to feel the fast wind rush past him. Lu Ban teased, why are you jumping so much? What's left for me? Bai Li Shi retorted irritably, let these two play on their own. Ouyang Zhen looked down and asked, Kong Tu. Kong Tu's face had completely lost all color, his lips turning blue, an obvious sign of blood loss. Despite this, he sped up his climbing as if he were risking his life. By this time, Zhao Zheng had already pulled down the red flag, and the system automatically started counting down. There were still 120 seconds. 119 seconds. 118 seconds. I can do it, Kong Tu began to hypnotize himself again, discarding all kinds of disordered thoughts, I won't give up. Zhao Zheng's expression was cold when he looked down. Perhaps his normal expression was just like that, only the weather today was too cold, making him feel a bit dazed. Yan Lingfei stood there like a wooden chicken, muttering, is he crazy? Chang Mingming had just finished tidying his clothes and followed to look, is that Kong Tu? Yes, Lu Ban said, he has been climbing non-stop. We didn't notice him just now. 105 seconds. 104 seconds. Kong Tu had bitten his lip until it bled, the blood flowing slowly down his jawline. He began to surpass others. During school physicals, there was a 1,000-meter run. Kong Tu would always overtake everyone in the last half lap. He enjoyed that feeling, like he was the best, the focus of attention, and the most skilled person at controlling his own state. But in reality, he was forcing himself through sheer willpower. Now, Kong Tu knew he wasn't the best, nor would he be the focus, but he still pushed on because he wanted to be someone who wouldn't abandon himself. Under such survival rules here, he didn't want to be looked down upon, something he had reiterated many times. However, his desire grew stronger each time. The mission could fail, could be ignored or mocked, but it couldn't be abandoned. After all, aside from this, he had nothing else to offer, only a life that could be thrown away at any moment. 88 seconds. 87 seconds. Kong Tu's consciousness blurred, he couldn't feel his limbs anymore. He was currently in first place, surprisingly taking the lead again, because all the smart ones had given up. They all knew how to calculate, their minds holding great plans. He vaguely understood he wouldn't win, but why? Why still couldn't he willingly let go? 50 seconds. 49 seconds. Suddenly, Zhao Jing braced one hand against the ground while stretching the other out below, saying, "Come up." In a hazy state, Kong Tu subconsciously reached out to grab Zhao Jing's hand. Biting tightly onto his teeth, Zhao Jing used all his strength to pull Kong Tu up. Lying on the ground, tears flowed unconsciously from his eyes mixing with blood and dirt on his face. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. With the flag in his hand, Zhao Jing knelt half on one knee next to Kong Tu, flexing his stiffened hand a little. "You lost," he whispered softly, "but you're also a hero." Kong Tu's lips twitched, but no sound came out. Ouyang Zhen had a complicated expression, not knowing what to say for a moment. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. The robotic female voice announced, "Congratulations to Zhao Zheng and his team, which included the mole, for winning the victory in this mission. Mission reward points will be credited to your accounts before 8 o'clock tonight. Thank you all for your hard work. See you in the next task." Unexpectedly, everyone fell silent, neither cheering nor sighing. The mood among both victors and losers alike was heavy. We often say, those who reach the top of the pyramid are either eagles or snails. But this world never gives snails the time to climb, offering them no room for effort. Even if they manage to climb up, what good does it do? Chapter 28, Recovery, Part 1. After the system announced its judgment, Zhao Jing casually tossed the red flag aside. He grabbed one of Kong Tu's arms and turned his back to the group as he hoisted Kong Tu onto his own back, standing up slowly but steadily. Ouyang Zhen also silently stood up. The two followed the secret passage provided for undercover agents and went straight down to the ground. The crowd quietly parted ways to let Zhao Jing walk past with Kong Tu, who had already lost consciousness on his back. His expression was both cold and ruthless, it was unclear for what reason. The weather today was extremely cold. Kong Tu had no memory of what happened afterward. The last thing he remembered was Zhao Jing extending his hands toward him, and instinctively, Kong Tu reached out to grasp them. Once again, he had believed him, and that's always how things went. Today was utterly embarrassing. "You are a hero," echoed repeatedly in his ear, confusing him further, the sound growing louder and clearer until Kong Tu abruptly opened his eyes. A group of people were sitting on the ground eating takeaway chicken. Yan Lingfei burst into laughter, shouting loudly, "Ha ha ha ha, why did he self-detonate? Bai Yue managed to hold through. They're not the same type, don't compare him to Bai Yue." Chang Mingming removed some chili from his lunchbox, frowning slightly. At least Bai Yue is a general who follows interstellar combat rules, absolute no surrendering during battle. Bai Yue silently ate his meal without lifting his head. Yan Lingfei shook his head and sighed, "Brother, you must have endured so much." Bai Yue wiped his mouth with a napkin and replied, "All right, I've given my best." Kong Tu's throat was sore and painful. He sat up himself and looked for water but found none. He asked, "Are you guys having dinner?" Startled by the voice, everyone raised their heads to see Kong Tu sitting up on the bed and exclaimed together, "You're awake." Kong Tu responded with an, and then asked, "Is there any water?" Chang Mingming panicked for a moment and said, "Water? Where is it?" "Oh right. I remember putting it on the bedside table, where has it gone?" Suddenly Yan Lingfei choked a bit and began coughing awkwardly while raising his hand to explain, "I drank it." Chang Mingming became furious and hit Yan Lingfei on the head with a fist. "Who told you to drink it? The dish today was too salty." Yan Lingfei complained, "All thanks to Bao Shi, he made the dish overly salty, I didn't expect Kong Tu to wake up so fast." It's fine, Kong Tu felt something odd about the atmosphere among these people. He pulled off the blanket and got out of bed, planning to take care of himself. Yan Lingfei screamed loudly, "Don't move." Kong Tu froze instantly. "I'll go buy you some water, stay still." Yan Lingfei extended all 5 fingers to emphasize Kong Tu shouldn't get out of bed, "Don't move, I'll be back in no time." Confused, Kong Tu looked up and asked, "What's wrong with him?" "Not a thing." Zhao Jing retrieved a boxed meal from behind the desk, "Are you hungry?" "Hungry." Kong Tu slightly leaned forward to take the boxed meal. Looking at his bandaged and swollen hand, the pain returned which had been numbed before due to various reasons. Even the slightest movement caused severe pain as if connected to his tendons. "Hold on." Zhao Zheng stood up and rummaged through a pile of messy plastic bags to pull out a disposable spoon and handed it to him, "Use this." Kong Tu quietly muttered a, "Thanks." Ouyang Zhen smiled and said, "We're worried that no one would be around when you woke up, so we ate in the medical room. We usually visit Bao Shi's store after every mission." Kong Tu was touched and wanted to cry. Lowering his head, he tried poking at the rice with the spoon, holding back tears, while attempting to eat in an awkward position without aggravating his wounds. Swallowing the first bite, he paused. It still tasted terrible. He had thought that starving for days would make eating feel better. How naive that had been. Kong Tu lifted his eyes and looked at Bao Shi. Upon seeing his gaze, Bao Shi instantly exploded. What kind of look is that? Kong Tu questioned everyone else. Did any of you eat braised chicken before? They all shook their heads. No, Lu Ban said. How fortunate you all are. In our era, we had nothing. Ouyang Zhen confirmed. Same here. We drank nutritional fluid. Only rich people could afford this kind of solid food. Have you ever eaten? Chan Mingming tilted his chin towards Bai Yue. Bai Yue shook his head and scraped his food box clean with his chopsticks. Kong Tu gestured with an okay sign, indicating he understood, and said, that makes sense. Bailey Shi became uncontrollably angry and abruptly stood up. You'd better know your limits. Yan Lingfei returned with a stack of water bottles, bursting into laughter even before he stepped in. Ha 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 ha. Kong Tu also found this amusing and couldn't help but laugh, his eyes squinting shut. It was finally over, and he felt a sigh of relief. But this was just the beginning of the first mission. He didn't know how many more challenging missions awaited him. Yan Lingfei tossed a water bottle to him and said, I told you that Zhao Zheng is the undercover agent. Isn't the big brother impressive? Very. Kong Tu sincerely agreed. You're such a Monday morning quarterback, Bailey Shi mocked. If you guys are so great, how did you lose? Yan Lingfei crossed his legs and sat back on the floor, opening a water bottle and said, don't blame me, I was too naive. How could you be so bold? Lu Ban also asked Zhao Zheng, if they really threw you out, wouldn't it have been game over? I had no choice. Zhao Zheng grabbed a bottle of water, opened it, and handed it casually to Kong Tu, saying, I got spotted on Fuhua Road. I knew he would definitely accuse me of being the spy, so I let Lu Miao step in first. This way, I could still take advantage of his identity as the spy to clear myself. How did you figure everyone would point at Lu Miao? We guessed. Zhao Zheng smiled, looking young and handsome. For the sake of making the game playable, there must be one obvious clue and one hidden clue for the spy. We guessed the initial clue would point towards Lu Miao because that makes the difficulty reasonable. Even if he does nothing, he'll naturally be suspicious. However, since I've never been a spy and don't stand out, between us two, the obvious line points to him while the hidden line is on me. If initially, the spy pointed at me, the game would become unplayable for the spies as we would surely get caught in the first round. Ouyang Zhen slightly furrowed his brow and disapprovingly said, that's risky. We didn't originally plan to play like that. Zhao Zheng admitted that he indeed chose an imprudent method, explaining, we intended to save both of us. But I exposed myself on Fuhua Road. Somebody saw that I was awake. If they accused me based on this evidence during the final count, I could only claim Lu Miao was truly the spy, which would clear all suspicion off me. And then once Lu Miao was confirmed to be the spy, he could turn around and accuse me, saying he saw me on Fuhua Road. This would make everyone believe we were from opposing camps. As Kong Tu listened, he thought this strategy sounded absurd, that people would surely grow suspicious. But he had personally experienced the whole process, and he had been thoroughly deceived. Zhao Zheng behaved too normally. He revealed clues proactively, even putting himself at risk, and Kong Tu, who practically ate and slept with him, never noticed any abnormalities or signs of nervousness, even when Zhao Zheng was being accused. When the person was genuinely standing by his side, his behavior was so sincere and reasonable, much different from simply explaining plans verbally afterward. If someone else had done it, Yan Lingfei gulped down a big sip of water and said, this time, you would have lost for sure. Lu Ban curiously asked, then what would you do if you had actually been voted out? That won't happen, Zhao Zheng grinned, pulling out a fluorescent stick from his trouser pocket and spun it once before placing it in front of everyone. Yan Lingfei sucked in a deep breath, almost choking before recovering. The fluorescent stick you stole belongs to Zhang Wen? Yes. Yan Lingfei rubbed his forehead, feeling conflicted and utterly confused. Zhao Jing explained, Zhang Wen was seen going out for a long time the previous night. Everyone was talking about this secretly, as Lu Miao told me. Then I took away his fluorescent stick. This way, he would surely occupy one of the spy slots, leaving the other between me and Lu Miao. Regardless, we'd guarantee to keep one of us. You beast. Yan Lingfei condemned, you tricked me and Kong Tu. Kong Tu was silently eating when he suddenly got mentioned, dazedly looking up. Just keep eating, Yan Lingfei waved his hand, I'll beat him up for you. Zhao Jing showed an unusually hesitant expression, awkwardly saying, sorry. Kong Tu. It's fine. Realizing this after a moment, he laughed again and said, this is just a game, I understand. You shouldn't feel guilty. That was exactly what he thought and said. From start to finish, he never complained about anyone, not Lu Miao, Zhao Zheng, or anyone on the opposing side. This was just a game. The purpose of games is to win, and no one has an obligation to be candid with him. Being deceived himself and too easily trusting others were his own problems, and he had already paid for it. Room 404 didn't have any medical room. Every time someone got injured, a Jiao would take care of them, but this time a Jiao herself was injured as well. The cave she drew from the lots was above the usual difficulty level, plus climbing cliffs left her without the strength to take care of others. Kong Tu simply took some medicine and went back. The group tidied up the takeout boxes and carried a pile of trash out when they were shooed away by a Jiao. Yan Lingfei stretched hugely and sighed, finally over. Lost again, he added lightly, we'll try harder next time. The next game will be outside the city, right? Chang Mingming stood 3 meters away and threw the trash into the bin accurately, stretching his muscles that had been sitting for too long. According to principle, it should be. If nothing unexpected happens. Adieu. Yan Lingfei turned around and shouted loudly at the closed door, "Big brother's leaving." Lu Ban walked ahead, whispering in confusion, "Strange, haven't those two hooked up yet?" "Not yet," Kong Tu replied, "you know." Bailey, she snorted coldly, "The whole city knows except Yan Lingfei and Ajio about their situation." Kong Tu. "You're wrong about that." Lu Ban looked very experienced, like a veteran, saying, "They are quite aware, it's just that they choose not to point it out, since the price for being together is too high. The way things are now is best." It was then that Kong Tu remembered this fact. Falling in love in room 404 means they were destined to separate anyway, after all only one person can leave eventually. He looked back at Yan Lingfei, seeing him walking behind. Yan Lingfei slapped Zhao Zheng hard, chatting and laughing with him. They were walking side by side, and Zhao Zheng patted Yan Lingfei's back encouragingly like a big brother. Kong Tu turned his head away and stopped looking. Speaking of which, Chang Mingming complimented him, "You did great today." Kong Tu really didn't want to bring this up, but he couldn't stop Chang Mingming either, so he could only awkwardly laugh and mumble, "Is that so?" "We are all proud of you," Chang Mingming sincerely remarked, "you always underestimate yourself, but there isn't such a clear line between people, it's not just clever or stupid, good or evil. It's not that simple. If you always categorize yourself with such strict lines, you're just sentencing yourself. In my eyes, you're also excellent. But it doesn't help if only I think so, you must recognize your own worth." "I do recognize myself," Kong Tu had to seriously respond, "I am trying." Chang Mingming seemed to understand what he was thinking and said, "You aren't laughable." Kong Tu froze, looking up at her. Making efforts is never something to be laughed at, her expression was serious and determined, neither is believing in others, they are the noblest qualities in the world, and shouldn't become reasons for your inferiority complex. Kong Tu felt a lump in his throat and nearly shed tears, hurriedly tilting his head back to hold them in. Chapter 29, Rest and Recuperation, 2. The knot in his heart was hit right on the mark. Long ago, qualities like honesty and diligence had gradually deteriorated and were no longer entirely commendable traits, instead, they carried some opposite connotations. Kong Tu grew up in the 21st century, where he spent 25 years of his life. He also gradually felt that overworking oneself was shameful, making one appear neither composed nor carefree but rather overly calculating. Now Chang Mingming told him, this isn't funny. He was too trusting of others, so he began to think that maybe he wasn't that laughable in everyone's eyes. Ouyang Zhen remarked from behind, Kong Tu looks very handsome today. Kong Tu was flabbergasted, unsure how to respond, nervously denying, no. Yes, Yan Lingfei's hearing and vision were so acute that he could rival Xiao Lu Miao from room 404. Following along and joining the fun, he said, you look super cool today, only second to me, almost as good, just a little bit behind. Don't be down, keep it up. Kong Tu humbly nodded and agreed, all right. You're definitely someone destined for great things. Yan Lingfei struck his chest with a fist and pointed at him, giving him a trustworthy look, I have an excellent intuition, you will surely become successful. Kong Tu, you previously also said our team would win. Yan Lingfei paid no heed, that was a mistake, you should remember what I say now, Big Brother has high hopes for you. Please stop boosting my morale already. Kong Tu said between laughter and tears, your winning rate must have been secretly tampered with. Just close your mouth quickly. There was no ill will between him and Yan Lingfei, so their conversations were always very casual. Recently, they've become more and more like good friends. I found a problem, Yan Lingfei suddenly stopped walking. Everyone? Yan Lingfei asked, hasn't Kong Tu been showing less respect for me lately? Together, everyone turned back around and continued walking, not even giving this matter a second thought. Zhao Zheng had been slowly following behind since before. Now, walking next to him, he chuckled through his nose and said, isn't this your own fault? It's comforting him, Yan Lingfei argued unreasonably, don't young people these days know any gratitude or propriety? Gratitude, Kong Tu didn't even turn around as he put up a pretense, ahead, I'm deeply grateful, shedding rivers of tears. Yan Lingfei detected an even greater lack of respect in his tone and warned with a voice tinged with threat, all right, keep this attitude, don't change. How do you intend to? Zhao Zheng asked this question. Caught off guard by this sudden insertion of dialogue, Yan Lingfei questioned nonsensically, how do you plan to? The implication being, what does it have to do with you? Zhao Zheng laughed heartily and said, I'm protecting Kong Zi, Kid Kong. Yan Lingfei. Kong Tu. You're troubling me, Lu Ban forcefully held down his complex emotions, unable to take it anymore, can't you Zhao Zheng stop learning all this useless stuff from Yan Lingfei? You don't learn the good things and stick with these bad habits, aren't you becoming too frivolous? Suddenly slapped with responsibility, Yan Lingfei widened his eyes, utterly rejecting it, where have I wronged you? Ignoring Yan Lingfei completely, Zhao Zheng readily admitted, okay Master Gongshu, I'll make sure next time. Furious, Yan Lingfei smacked Zhao Zheng across the back of his head, causing him to stagger. Clutching his neck and glaring daggers, Yan Lingfei scolded him, do you still feel so talkative after one victory? Kong Tu gasped inwardly, thinking, how dare you hit Zhao Zheng? And it hurt so much. Slowly raising his head, Zhao Zheng smiled, pinched Yan Lingfei's cheeks, and shook them while articulating word by word, say that again. Kong Tu once again sucked in a breath of cold air, quietly asking, did you sense a dangerous vibe? Been long since I last witnessed it, Ouyang Zhen remarked reminiscently, it must have been about 10 years. Bai Yu silently pulled Kong Tu away, and everyone unconsciously took a step backward. Stiffening momentarily, Yan Lingfei ran off without saying another word. Zhao Zheng was holding a bottle of water Kong Tu had drank from earlier. There was still some leftover water inside. He raised his hand, squinted, aimed carefully, and then decisively threw it out, squarely hitting Yan Lingfei's head. From afar, Yan Lingfei painfully clutched his head and screamed, ah. Reacting instinctively, Kong Tu clapped his hands, feeling incredibly impressed. Smiling crookedly, Zhao Zheng glanced at him, carrying an inexplicable aura of malevolence. As if nothing happened, everyone resumed chatting. Chang Mingming waved goodbye to the group, I've arrived. Everyone's worked hard, I'll go back first. A few people waved goodbye. Before leaving, Chang Mingming took Yan Lingfei along, and even after they'd walked far away, you could still hear him yelling at Yan Lingfei, try going to Zhao Zheng if you have the guts. Now shut up. Kong Tu was amazed and thought it was incredibly bizarre. Ouyang Zhen asked, isn't it fun? Kong Tu nodded, it's fun. Not often seen, Ouyang Zhen turned around and teasingly glanced at Zhao Zheng, saying to him, Ancestral Dragon was in a good mood today, that's why all this happened. Kong Tu thought inwardly, he must be in a good mood, defeating more than 70 people alone and winning a game, anyone would feel happy. Lu Ban criticized Bai Yu with an air of deep disappointment, you are also a mole, look at the others. Bai Yu helplessly shrugged and smiled, I just can't do it like that. He would feel extremely awkward uttering one lie, let alone completing the tasks as a mole. I saw Lu Miao when my mission ended, Lu Ban said, he was grinning so much that his mouth nearly reached his ears. How many bonus points do you moles get? This question was quite sensitive. Kong Tu perked up immediately, wondering if Zhao Zheng would reveal it. He remembered that Zhao Zheng had instructed him before not to disclose his work points to others. However, Zhao Zheng didn't seem to intend hiding anything and answered very candidly, moles earn 280 extra points. If a mole captures a flag, they receive another 20 bonus points. Alright then. Yes, it is alright, Zhao Zheng stood with his hands behind his back, unusually casual, 600 meals of yellow braised chicken. Kong Tu performed an explosive laugh just like Yan Lingfei, which caused him immense pain by pulling the muscles on his stomach. Ouyang Zhen waved to them and announced, I've arrived, see you all tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Rest well, Kong Tu, Ouyang Zhen walked backwards and continued, if you need anything, you can find me. Touched almost to tears, Kong Tu excitedly replied, thank you, Mr. Ouyang, smooch smooch Mr. Ouyang. Zhao Zheng tilted his head and asked, what does smooch mean? Kong Tu casually fabricated without any pressure, it means you're handsome. Zhao Zheng arched an eyebrow, indicating he understood. Later on, Bai Yue and Li Xian also reached their destinations. Lubian remembered something and hurriedly reminded, when you work again, we'll still be partners, alright? Alright, Kong Tu hesitated a little and responded, but I'm not sure when I can return to work. This doesn't matter, Lubian stated, however, if someone else invites you, remember to tell them you already have a partner. Kong Tu felt somewhat burdened by his favor, but still nodded, sure, though actually no one has approached me yet. Lubian didn't waste any more words on him. After settling this issue, he bade everyone farewell in a hurry, claiming he was super sleepy and wanted to go back for some extra sleep. Kong Tu slept all afternoon and now felt full of energy, leading to his current very lively experience of embarrassment. Only he and Zhao Zheng remained. Their dormitory was located furthest west, and every time everyone arrived, they still had to walk a segment of the path. To avoid looking as though he were sulking, Kong Tu broke the silence first, pretending to be carefree, so, aren't you super happy right now? Zhao Zheng faintly smiled once, seemingly not as relaxed as when everyone was present earlier. He shoved his hands into his pockets, kicked a pebble underfoot, and said, all right. Kong Tu nudged him with his elbow, acting like they were very close friends, why, isn't this amazing? This tone and gesture he'd learned from his former friends, everyone did this, and it was always useful whenever there were uncomfortable situations. It made it seem like they were close buddies. I never expected you to be so smart, I would have died scared if I were you. You're too cool. Zhao Zheng gave him face and replied, pretty cool. Kong Tu again laughed, ha ha ha. How's your wound? Zhao Zheng asked indifferently. They're only surface wounds, a few days of rest and they'll heal. Zhao Zheng fell silent again, and Kong Tu also had nothing left to say. The two lapsed into a moment of silence. In fact, finding topics wasn't hard, but Kong Tu didn't want to keep pushing since he noticed Zhao Zheng didn't seem eager to talk about it either. After less than half a minute, Zhao Zheng spoke up, sorry. This was the second time he'd apologized. Kong Tu didn't understand why he kept apologizing to him. It wasn't just Zhao Zheng who believed in it back then. Moreover, this was originally just a game. Before Kong Tu could speak, Zhao Zheng had already chuckled somewhat helplessly, I don't know why I feel especially sorry for you. I used to live this way too, but this time I just feel like a jerk. Kong 2. Don't be like that, he said with great pressure and unnaturalness, I really don't think you've done anything wrong. You already told me not to trust anyone before, it's my own problem. Zhao Jing pursed his lips and quickly wiped his nose. Kong 2 couldn't help but laugh, this is the first time I've seen you so nervous. I also see it for the first time. Zhao Jing replied. You did really well, he rearranged his state again, very sincerely saying, much better than I expected. In that case, I'm extremely happy to be praised by an idol. Kong 2 teased. Of all 404, only Zhao Jing believed Kong 2 wasn't his fan, then added, stop using me as an excuse, isn't your idol Ouyang Zhen? Kong 2 pretended to be very surprised, how did you figure that out? Who am I? After thinking for a moment, Kong 2 said, actually, I think you're not bad, don't belittle yourself blindly. Zhao Jing stopped joking with him and pinched his shoulder for a long time without letting go, as if trying to convey his feelings to him. The two stood in front of Zhao Jing's dormitory door, still no one spoke, but the atmosphere was no longer awkward. Go back, Zhao Jing finally said, remember to apply medicine. Okay, Kong 2 replied. Zhao Jing gave another reminder, Lu Ban always slacks off while working, don't spoil him too much. Kong 2 laughed and looked at him without speaking. He could tell that Zhao Jing wanted to make up for something to him, even though Zhao Jing had done nothing wrong in principle. He felt happy about such an outcome, not because of Zhao Jing's attitude towards him, but more importantly, he actually sensed Zhao Jing's sense of responsibility. He was glad that King Qin was someone who was smart to a frightening degree yet had conscience and responsibility. History has never been entrusted to the wrong person. Kong 2 turned around gracefully and waved at his back. Zhao Jing didn't enter immediately, suddenly remembering something, shouted, Kongzi, smooch smooch. Kong 2 stumbled and almost fell over. Chapter 30, Recovery, 3. Zhao Jing saw his reaction and found it very interesting, with a trace of a smile he turned around and went into the dormitory. He finally put down some worries, his steps also becoming lighter. The midnight breeze rustled through the leaves, the moon hung on the tips of tree branches, scattered stars flickered faintly in the sky. The calls of owls echoed repeatedly, bringing a bit of noise to the serene and mysterious night. Everything was peaceful that night. Kong 2 lay in bed, stretching out his hand in the night to scrutinize it carefully. Qiongqi was hanging upside down on the doorframe, staring at him with wide eyes. He felt the pain from the wound, slowly reminiscing about all of his life up to today. It seemed like his life had been neatly divided into two parts. Before coming to room 404, if life were soil, then he had continuously buried himself, always hiding and concealing. After coming to room 404, it was as though an invisible hand forcibly dug him out and exposed him once again to the sunlight. Living this way was very hard, especially for him. But it was fulfilling, every step, every day seemed not to have wasted his youth. The memories from the past raced through his mind, things he previously hadn't cherished brought fleeting happiness back to him. And now, there was a sudden longing for home. He feared that any emotional fluctuation would be detected, so he didn't dare think further. He lowered his hand and pulled the blanket over his head, falling asleep in this tranquil night. Sleep could cast everything aside, as though none of it had ever happened. Tomorrow's affairs, leave them until waking up to deal with them. Because Kong 2 was more severely injured, he could skip work and recuperate at home for a few days. Facing Qiongqi's gaze daily became unbearable, and he proactively requested several times to resume work. Because he applied too frequently, a Jiu was sent by the organization to check his recovery progress. You're still not ready, a Jiu retied his bandage and said, the wound hasn't healed yet. You can't do heavy labor right now. Kong 2 pouted, his shoulders slumping. A Jiu asked incredulously, why are you so eager to return to work? Kong 2, with his back facing Qiongqi, gestured discreetly towards it behind him, winking at her. A Jiu lifted her chin, letting out a long, oh. Actually, you don't need to mind it. It can't hurt you. Kong 2 said, I'm scared of it, you understand that, right? He got into room 404 because he was bitten by Zhao Zheng's Qiongqi, so naturally he didn't have much affection for this thing. Moreover, he had heard it was just used to monitor them, making it even harder for him to feel comfortable living in the same space. Before, it wasn't a problem as he only returned to sleep in the evenings, but now spending every day at home made him constantly uneasy. A Jiu tidied up her medical kit and suggested, how about applying for some clerical jobs? What kind of recording? Just updating member information or calculating previous game win rates. A Jiu didn't know much about it herself, but she gave an outline. However, I think you need to pass a small test to qualify. Before she finished speaking, she turned around and saw Kong 2 already opening his phone to search for enrollment channels. A Jiu asked, do you really want to do this? Why not try? Kong 2 found the enrollment entry, filling out forms while saying, besides, there's nothing else I can do now. It's not exactly easy either, a Jiu slightly frowned, you definitely need to use your hands. No problem, Kong 2 didn't care much, I can handle it. With such persistence, a Jiu couldn't persuade him anymore. She stood up, intending to leave, and said before departing, I remember Yan Lingfei might have done something like this before. You can ask him what the test includes, I'll go first. Kong 2 quickly stood up and escorted her to the door, thanks a lot. No problem, Jill hesitated for a moment before finally adding, don't push yourself too hard. This isn't something to rush. Kong Tu blinked, understanding her meaning after a second, and smiled, it's not for points. I just want to find something to do. Seeing Jill still doubted his words, he reiterated, really, I can't stay here idling any longer. I've stayed still for too long already. That's good, Jill said, you can get used to here sooner. By the way, Kong Tu suddenly remembered something and hastily asked, when is our next mission? Wait for more than 10 days. Jill wasn't very sure, last time the mission basically resulted in no losses, so there's no need for rest and recuperation. In such cases, the date of the battle outside the city may be moved up, and the exact date will be announced in a few days. What's wrong? Just asking, Kong Tu smiled, I want to be mentally prepared. Jill comforted him, don't worry, the battle outside the city will be relatively easier. Only fighting is fine with me. Kong Tu. After saying this, Jill walked out of the door, I'll leave now. Oh, Kong Tu hurriedly thanked her again, thank you, take care on your way back. Jill casually nodded, picked up the large medical kit, and went back. She was slim and tiny, contrasting strongly with the medical kit. It seemed like she was carrying it effortlessly even though it looked heavy. This reminded Kong Tu how dedicated everyone was in their tasks. He encouraged himself once again and proceeded to fill out the application form. When submitting the application, Kong Tu didn't even know exactly what job he was applying for. The approval process was extremely fast, he submitted it online in the morning and received a reply in the afternoon, instructing him to prepare quickly for an upcoming evaluation. Kong Tu then contacted Yan Lingfei online, hoping that Yan could help him understand the key points of the exam. Ding dong. His phone received a new message. Yan Lingfei, I took the exam without any preparation. Nothing prepared. Can't remember the questions much, except maybe a dictation of Yang Ting Dui. All were quite simple. There was also a practical section, where I had to input data into a computer. I knew nothing about it. Kong Tu originally felt waves of despair creeping in until he saw the part about using a computer, which rekindled his hope slightly. He started typing, asking, does the computer section carry a lot of marks? Do you think it's easy? Yan Lingfei promptly began typing, replying without hesitation, it's probably worth 20 to 30 marks, quite doable. Even though Kong Tu asked Yan Lingfei if he thought the exam was difficult, he didn't feel it would offer him much reference value. After all, something like this was simply too easy for Yan Lingfei. Yan Lingfei asked, are you really taking it? Kong Tu hesitated to give a definitive answer and only replied, I want to try. It's exhausting. This job is particularly troublesome, and no one wants to do it. You should rest for a few days. Kong Tu wouldn't listen to advice, exactly, I'm a brick from room 404, ready to be placed wherever needed. Yan Lingfei. Seeing that Kong Tu was really determined to take the exam, though not very supportive, Yan Lingfei still gave careful thought to some potential questions from the previous test and recommended several useful books. They kept chatting until past 11 o'clock at night before saying goodnight. The next early morning, when the sky was just beginning to brighten, the mobile phone alarm hadn't rung yet. Suddenly, the person on the bed sat straight up. Kong Tu shook his head vigorously to wake himself up fully, quickly got up and brushed his teeth, picked up a piece of bread from the table, stuffed it into his mouth as he walked out of the door. The sky wasn't lit when he woke up, and it still wasn't lit when he left. The librarian at the library was Hua Yu, who wore thick glasses like the bottom of a bottle and had a mushroom-shaped hairstyle. With a lazy lift of his eyelids, he said, card. Kong Tu placed his identity card onto the machine and heard beep, beep twice before he took it off. Hua Yu obviously wasn't fully awake yet, yawned, and said, no cell phones allowed, no photography either. We close at 11 in the morning, make sure to leave ahead of that. Kong Tu, alright. As he walked out, he could still hear Hua Yu muttering behind him, why come so early? He rushed directly to the second floor and found the ancient Chinese literature section. Last night, Yan Lingfei had given him a few important tips, focus on Ouyang Zhen, Kong Qiu, and Chu Yuan. There's no need to study Tang and Song poetry, they won't be tested, especially from the Song dynasty. Kong Tu was utterly confused and finally voiced his question, what did Song poetry do wrong? Why does no one seem to appreciate it? Song poetry didn't do anything wrong, Yan Lingfei replied, people here generally prefer ancient poetic forms, and Tang and Song poetry styles had already changed considerably from earlier periods. Plus, they're too sentimental, he added. Kong Tu didn't have much to say. Actually, he had always thought that Song poetry was beautiful. The design layout of room 404's library was exceptionally elegant, with walls soaring up to the ceiling, densely packed with books. There were numerous ladders nearby, enabling access to both the second and third floors via these ladders. There was a gap between the ground and the walls, perfectly suitable for sitting on while reaching up to grab books or reading directly from them. It was the time for everyone to earn their work points, so there weren't many people here. A man with a long beard sat beside Kong Tuesday. His hands were full of calluses, and every time he flipped a page, he licked his fingers. He was reading quietly. Kong Tu spent over an hour just picking books. At first, he thought he had coincidentally found the section with poetry, but later, he gradually realized something was off. Every single book in this library was poetry, from all eras, and there was nothing else besides them. He began searching from before the Tang dynasty, carrying a large pile of books as he wobbled to a seat at the table. Picking out several key figures, he painfully started memorizing. It had been too long since he last memorized anything, and it felt like his brain was rusted. The progress was slow, but much of the content he'd learned before required only slight recall. During school days, Kang Tu enjoyed reciting such works. Back then, his memory was sharp, and it didn't take much effort. He could remember things casually and not forget them for a whole semester. Now that he'd grown up, his interest hadn't waned, but the most significant change wasn't in his declining memory, but rather in the fact that he shared the same blue sky with those great poets who had once written these pieces. In just 2 hours, he began to feel dizzy. He placed a book on the desk, and the bearded man sat opposite him, looking at him briefly. Kang Tu paused his actions for a moment, then politely nodded and greeted him. The man grunted roughly from his throat, responding. In such an environment, Kang Tu didn't dare break the silence, lowering his head to continue studying. Although currently, there were only 2 people in the entire library. The man suddenly asked, "Are you Kang Tu?" Kang Tu looked up, blankly, ing before replying, "Yes, it's me." When the man spoke, it was as if he was scolding someone. His lips moved minimally, with little muscle activity on his face. He asked seriously, "What are you reading?" Kang Tu felt like being caught by his homeroom teacher reading some irrelevant books, and a bit nervously showed the man the book he was holding. The man then asked, "Why are you reading this?" Like a little student, Kang Tu obediently answered, "I'm preparing for an exam." The man nodded without expression and then went back to reading his own book. Kang Tu cautiously glanced at the man's book. It seemed to be modern poetry. Unexpectedly, the man directly handed his book over to him. Kang Tu quickly apologized, sorry, I didn't mean to." The man said, "Zhu Xiang, Caomong, Grass Jungle." Kang Tu saw the cover and was somewhat stunned, mumbling a couple of acknowledgements, oh. He pointed at the book, asking, "Are you asking me to read it?" The man lowered his head again and picked up another book, neither turning around nor looking at him. Kang Tu actually wasn't very interested in reading it, finding himself somewhat at a loss while holding the book. But to avoid seeming ungrateful for the man's kindness, he pretended to flip through 2 pages, then couldn't resist glancing another page or 2, and finally ended up reading more than half in one breath. Then he heard the sound of packing, realizing the man was already ready to leave, dressed properly. Looking at the watch, it was 10:55. Kang Tu exclaimed loudly in surprise. The man stood nearby, glanced at him, and waited instead of leaving immediately. Kang Tu quickly gathered his stuff, though inconveniently, stacking all the books together, planning to keep studying that afternoon. Suddenly, the man came over, picked out a book, and placed it on the other side. It was Zhu Xiang's Caomong. On one side were ancient poems, on the other side were modern ones. Kang Tu couldn't help but ask, "Do we have no other books?" "No," the man answered succinctly and coldly. "Why?" Wisdom brings rebellion. Chapter 31, Recovery, 4. Wisdom will lead to rebellion. Kang Tu's hand slowed slightly as he packed up his things, trying to digest this sentence. Hua Yu poked his head in from outside, tapping on the glass door and saying, "It's time to go home." Kang Tu quickly responded, hastily picking up his clothes and draping them over his arm, stuffing his access card and ID carelessly into his pocket. "Let's go." Hua Yu stayed behind to lock the door, asking, "What did you look at?" Kang Tu thought for a moment and replied, "Chow Mang." The rest of the books could not really be considered reading, they were just being forced into his brain. Hua Yu hadn't heard of it, confirming whether the door was locked well enough, casually saying, "What, Chow Mang? All morning, you just looked at that." "I also memorized some things." Kang Tu waited by his side for him to finish up, then all 3 of them went out together to eat. "I plan to apply to become a recorder." Hua Yu looked at him in shock. "A recorder?" Kang Tu extended his hands, bandaged thoroughly, showing him. He really couldn't do anything else right now. "You're in a hurry." Hua Yu adjusted his glasses, looking every bit the bookworm, and said, "This job isn't simple. Over the years, almost 20 people have been replaced, none staying long, always leaving vacancies. Do you think it'll be easy?" Kang Tu was open-minded and instead asked, "If it were easy, would it be my turn?" They walked to the library's main entrance. The man stood on the outside, stepping forward to push the door open as they approached. Kang Tu hurried 2 steps ahead, smiling at him. "May I ask who you are?" The man barely moved his head, saying, "Family name Shan, given name Yi Hu, style name Shi Ji." Kang Tu's gaze drifted vaguely, unable to recall much about this person. He could only say, "Nice to meet you, sir." Hua Yu explained for him, "Mr. Shan Yi Hu is a recluse. He served under Duke Qi Huan as an official and was a scholar of Jiaxia Academy. His style name, Shi Ji, was bestowed by Duke Qi, meaning the learning of this gentleman is profound and earnest, a treasure to the world." Now Kang Tu understood, snapping his fingers knowingly. "Ah, the Warring States period. That's something I know nothing about, don't recognize anyone." Actually, he recognized a few, but the tradition of fostering scholars back then was so prevalent, everyone was shining brightly. Except for the most famous Grand Masters, others were easily drowned in the sands of history. It might not be due to the era. Hua Yu adjusted his glasses again, stuffing his hands into his coat pockets, shrugging his thin shoulders as though swallowed by his large coat. This gentleman never appeared in any historical records. Why? Since coming here, Khan Tu had been asking why almost every day, finding countless things incomprehensible. Shan Yi who voluntarily provided an explanation, my talents are modest, not worth mentioning. Hua Yu shrugged toward him, indicating that it was not that he wouldn't tell but that the other party didn't want to reveal. Though somewhat curious, Khan Tu didn't press further at this point, laughing and saying, "You're too humble. If someone truly possessed inconspicuous talents, how would they end up here?" If it was his first day, he would definitely be dying of curiosity and inquire immediately. Even if he didn't investigate now, later he would eventually find out information about Mr. Shan. But now he took it more calmly. After all, what 404 was lacking the least were stories and people burdened with those stories. So hungry. Khan Tu called out cheerfully. It was precisely the time when everyone was finishing work, and there were quite a number of people wearing their uniforms rushing towards the cafeteria. Khan Tu took 2 quick steps forward, waving at them. "Hurry up. The food will run out soon." Hua Yu called out loudly, "Go inside first and save a seat." All the dishes mixed together, baked by the late summer heat, gave off a characteristic cafeteria smell that hit them as soon as they entered. All cafeterias had the same scent, Khan Tu mused. Suddenly, an arm locked around his neck from behind, and Yan Lingfei chirped happily, "Guess who this is?" "It's you, Kangzi." Khan Tu didn't even bother to turn around, pointing out the dish he wanted to the serving auntie and said, "How have you been lately? Tired or not?" Tired. Yan Lingfei stopped his attempt to swipe his ID card, swiftly placing his own on the machine instead. Brother's treat. Without hesitation, Khan Tu gladly accepted, holding his tray and standing beside him waiting for his food, asking, "Seems like you've been pretty relaxed." "That makes you too ungrateful," Yan Lingfei said half-jokingly, "your and Jio's workload has fallen onto us. Mr. Ouyang also took a break for 2 days, and we've been rushing these last few days." "What are you doing?" "I didn't destroy any scene in the last mission, did I?" "I'm building the administration building," Yan Lingfei replied with an expression that said, "Don't even ask. They say we're going to build a comprehensive management building, and all our appeals, task distributions, and medical treatment applications will be managed there." Khan Tu clicked his tongue, feeling sorry for it, a huge project. "Yes." Yan Lingfei picked up his food box and looked for an empty table. "I don't know if you're lucky or unlucky." Hua Yu and Shani Hu also arrived at this moment. They greeted them briefly and went to get their food boxes. Yan Lingfei leaned closer to Khan Tu and asked, "Do you know them?" Just exchanged a few words. Khan Tu was a little puzzled. "Why?" "Stay away from those two." Yan Lingfei hit his left chest with his fist, indicating "believe me." Khan Tu instinctively turned around and glanced at these two people, then asked softly again for the 3rd time today, "Why?" Yan Lingfei mysteriously said, "My intuition." Khan Tu. "Look at you, having such a stubborn look again." Yan Lingfei looked disappointed as he said, "My intuition is very accurate. I knew on the first day that they were not people to mess with, so I have been avoiding them." Khan Tu coughed lightly, and Yan Lingfei immediately stopped talking and took out a piece of meat from his bowl, naturally saying, "The braised pork today is good. A bit salty." Khan Tu replied. Hua Yu sat next to Khan Tu and smiled, "Then it's terrible." Yan Lingfei widened his eyes, "Why give you so much meat?" "Because I bought 2 portions of braised pork." Khan Tu said, "It's not that salty actually." Shani Hu came over at this moment, sitting next to Yan Lingfei. He took out a cloth from his pocket, which contained chopsticks. Without paying attention to everyone, he lowered his head and started eating. "Do you have an exam tomorrow?" Yan Lingfei casually asked. "Tomorrow afternoon at 4, Khan Tu worriedly said, "I'm done for." "Don't say that." Yan Lingfei pointed at him with his chopsticks and warned, "You remind me of my colleague who always claimed during school that he would fail, but ended up becoming the 3rd-place winner in the exams." Both had equally disgraceful expressions. Khan Tu gave him a dead fish eye stare. Yan Lingfei put down his chopsticks and continued eating. "Forgot, you don't have that ability. Thanks for reminding me of this fact again." "You're welcome." Hua Yu curiously asked, "What did you score?" "I seem to have forgotten." Yan Lingfei, the 1st place. Khan Tu. "Then what are you angry about?" "What does that have to do with anything?" Yan Lingfei shoveled his rice while saying, "His actions and disgracefulness have nothing to do with my academic success." Khan Tu expressionlessly said, "Enough already." Hua Yu laughed, "That's interesting. Brother Yan lives up to his reputation." "We're both in the same city," Yan Lingfei helplessly said. "Where is this fame and spread coming from?" Khan Tu said to Hua Yu, "Ignore him, he has issues." A clear sound echoed, and Shani Hu put down his chopsticks. They were startled, thinking they had disturbed him, only to see him slowly pick up his chopsticks and stand up to wash them at the sink. Hua Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, smiled at them, and continued to eat quietly. He ate very little. The dining table was silent, and Khan Tu broke the silence. He eats vegetarian. Kong Tu looked at the large amount of leftovers left by Shanihu, thinking that the problem might not be about being vegetarian. Hua Yu pushed his glasses that slid down to the tip of his nose and explained, he's been practicing abstinence, not just in abstaining from meat, but also regarding satiety, sound sleep, rest, and more. All these things, he tries in moderation, without delving deeply. Yan Lingfei summarized, he's trying every way possible to make himself uncomfortable. Hua Yu nodded, precise. What is he doing this for? It was the first time Kong Tu had met someone like this, not even heard about such behavior before, and felt quite confused. Making life more arduous, Hua Yu furrowed his brow, seemingly pondering how to convey this sensation to him, to experience the texture of life. He extended his hand to demonstrate, it's like a form of cultivation, experiencing life through suffering. Kong Tu listened with a completely blank face. Yan Lingfei patted his head, ordinary person. Kong Tu nodded guiltily, I am an ordinary person. Hua Yu waved his hand, tidied up his things, stood up, and said, I'll leave first, then said to Kong Tu, see you this afternoon. See you this afternoon. Yan Lingfei kicked him and winked, I told you, they're strange. I think they're fine, very cool. Kong Tu remained unfazed and mimicked the tone of Hua Yu earlier, life is a journey of cultivation. Cultivation my grandma's legs, Yan Lingfei scoffed, when it comes to, they're ruthless. Kong Tu suddenly remembered something and asked casually, why doesn't Shanihu work with you guys? Is he injured? Yan Lingfei raised his eyebrows meaningfully, he is indeed injured, but not from this mission. He has been injured for a long time, castrated. He gestured a snip motion and whispered, it seems that the person who performed the procedure back then didn't do it right and damaged the root, so he can't do heavy labor. Kong Tu was utterly dumbfounded, and the food in his mouth dropped down. Yan Lingfei showed distaste and turned his head away. Do you think why there's no record of him in history books? Kong Tu realized something was off, but it's not normal that after being castrated, he should just disappear completely from history. Isn't Sima Qian still writing books even after being castrated? What difference does that make? It's not because of that, Yan Lingfei explained, after the punishment, he felt humiliated and didn't want his name recorded for posterity. So, he always hid behind others. He helped the door guests of Duke Qi plan strategies, and those guests used his strategies to flatter Duke Qi, and he would receive land and money as rewards. Kong Tu had nothing to say for a moment, finding the entire story absurd. He is very talented, Yan Lingfei sighed with regret, it's just his bad luck, and he's stubborn-headed, really. It's not like only he went through castration. Kong Tu fell silent for a moment and then said, we haven't experienced it. Yes, Yan Lingfei agreed with a sigh, we haven't, so we don't have the right to judge him. But stay away from him. Yan Lingfei abruptly brought the conversation back to the point, he is absolutely someone you don't want to mess with. Kong Tu could only reply feebly, all right. After knowing this fact, he strangely felt no sense of satisfaction from curiosity being satisfied, only discomfort. He shouldn't have pried so much. He felt guilty for knowing about it. When they returned to the library, Shanihu wasn't there, but Hua Yu was still yawning at his seat. Kong Tu picked up the book again, determined to forget about this matter. Chapter 32, Recovery, 5. At 2 o'clock in the morning, on the 3rd floor of the library. Hurry up, Yan Lingfei urged in a low voice, looking around furtively like a sneaky thief. Kong Tu's heart was pounding, feeling incredibly nervous. Glancing at the surveillance equipment above him made him feel even more suffocated, it's over. I'm too nervous now, and it might trigger the emotion monitoring system. Useless thing, Yan Lingfei kicked him, you dare. If you pass out, I'll leave you here and run away. Do you believe me? Kong Tu swallowed hard and started deliberately daydreaming to distract himself. What if we get caught on camera? Yan Lingfei pointed at the surveillance cameras above them and said to him, you have 8 360-degree cameras above your head, no blind spots, got it? Kong Tu opened his mouth slightly, dumbly swallowing saliva again. We are definitely going to get filmed, there's no point struggling. Kong Tu seemed to already hear the alarm bells ringing in his head. Yan Lingfei looked at his expression as though he were looking at a hopeless case, disdainfully saying, is this all you're capable of? The position of recorder has been vacant for a long time, anyone who wants to do it can, even if we get caught stealing test papers, no one will pursue it. Don't worry, we just need to avoid the patrol personnel. Kong Tu caressed his heart, feeling finally alive again, sliding down the wall slowly, why didn't you say that earlier? You scared me half to death. I originally planned to let you take the exam casually anyway, after all, these exams are just formalities. Yan Lingfei glanced at him while checking the situation inside, who would have thought you'd be such a coward? I am really a coward, you should remind me next time, or I might faint right away from a tranquilizer. Tonight, Kong Tu had originally planned to study through the night. During his efforts, he disturbed Yan Lingfei again. Being unable to sleep because of Kong Tu's disturbance, Yan Lingfei directly called him out to steal the exam papers. At the time, Yan Lingfei jabbed his finger into Kong Tu's head and gritted his teeth, you're driving me insane. Bro Yan is awesome. Kong Tu crouched lower. The reading room was completely silent as Yan Lingfei took a bunch of keys out of his pocket and smoothly unlocked the door. Kong Tu was so shocked that he almost bit his tongue off, muttering, where did you get the key? Stole it at noon. Yan Lingfei looked around, grabbed his hand, and pulled him straight into the reading room, handing over the flashlight from his phone, letting Kong Tu shine it for him while he searched for the exam among a pile of files on the table. Kong Tu recalled the events of noon and asked word by word, "Did you steal Hua Yu's key during lunch?" "Yes." Yan Lingfei answered while flipping through the documents. Kong Tu couldn't help but laugh, "You truly are." Yan Lingfei glanced at him with a smirk, putting a piece of paper in his mouth like a pro and leaning with one hand, raising an eyebrow. The difference between a top scorer and a bookworm is being prepared. Kong Tu snatched the paper back, hastily scanning it before running off. "Let's go quick." Yan Lingfei. Kong Tu was so happy that he wanted to jump despite knowing there was nowhere to hide. He still kept low as he went downstairs when suddenly, he was slapped on the back of the head and cried out in pain, "Are you crazy?" Yan Lingfei had just caught up, exasperatedly asking, "Do you even know what gratitude is?" Kong Tu said, "You're making things too difficult." Just as Yan Lingfei was about to respond, a beam of flashlight light flashed across their heads, and both froze instantly, glancing at each other. "Run!" Yan Lingfei immediately realized the situation, leaping down to the ground by flipping off the staircase railing. Kong Tu lacked his agility, descending quickly in 3 steps where it usually takes 2, using every ounce of his strength, working harder than ever before, even surpassing any physical test he's taken. An administrator upstairs used a flashlight to scan downward, shouting loudly, "Who's there? Stop right now." Then came the sound of footsteps chasing after them. Kong Tu's heart was racing, yet, he tried thinking of jokes to disperse his attention to avoid being monitored by the emotional detection system. Yan Lingfei had already escaped through the main entrance and waited outside anxiously for him. As Kong Tu pushed himself harder again, almost losing his shoe in the process, Yan Lingfei left the door wide open awaiting his arrival. Once Kong Tu bolted out, Yan Lingfei locked the door from the outside with the key, then tossed it on the ground, panting heavily, "Go." Exhausted, they collapsed on the stairs, catching their breath. The administrator was trapped behind the door, furiously banging on it and shouting, "Yan Lingfei. Are you looking for death?" Yan Lingfei responded dismissively, "Yes, I'm looking for death." "I'll give you 3 seconds," the voice came through the glass door, sounding somewhat distorted. The administrator, calming himself down, warned, "Open the door now, 1, 2, 3, Yan Lingfei held up 3 fingers, waving at Kong Tu behind him, "We're leaving now." Kong Tu felt uneasy, "Will it work?" "It will," Yan Lingfei said, "they have a central control room, they'll be out in a moment." "What about us? We've been caught red-handed." "No problem," Yan Lingfei yawned casually, "as long as we don't get caught, it's fine. These guys are like security guards, actually having no power at all, as long as no one higher up pursues it." Kong Tu remembered something he'd never quite understood and asked, "Who is actually managing room 404? Yan Lingfei shrugged, indicating he didn't know. "I'm exhausted to death," he yawned again, pointing at Kong Tu, "I'm going back to sleep. Don't disturb me unless necessary." Kong Tu was still very happy, quickly fawning, Sure, you must rest well." Yan Lingfei tapped his head, scolding, "Unambitious thing." Then he turned around and walked away, yawning continuously. Kong Tu laughed until his eyes almost disappeared. He went back to study through the night and carefully reviewed the test questions when he returned to the dormitory. He found that there were indeed many questions he couldn't solve, and he couldn't find them in the books he borrowed either. He only managed to find less than 60% of the answers, the rest would need another trip to the library. Speaking of the library, he still felt a bit guilty, considering Yan Lingfei stole Hua Yu's key for him, not knowing whether Hua Yu had discovered it yet. The next morning, as soon as Kong Tu pushed open the door, he saw Hua Yu already slouching over the table taking a nap. "Do you ever sleep?" Hua Yu took his identity card, swiping it and putting the returned books aside neatly, asking casually. "Not really, I slept for quite a while." Hua Yu lifted an eyelid, looking at him, and said, "Didn't you steal the test papers last night?" Kong Tu. "What's the matter?" Hua Yu, seeing his expression, sighed helplessly, "Didn't you steal my key?" Kong Tu's face turned red with guilt, saying awkwardly, "Ah, so you knew." Hua Yu almost laughed out loud, saying, "I use the key every day when I open the door. Even if I didn't notice it at first, I should have realized it by noon when I returned to the library." "Why didn't you say anything then?" "What's the point of saying anything?" Hua Yu finished organizing the books and returned his identity card, asking, "Did you manage to steal the test papers?" Kong Tu smiled, "Yes, I did." Hua Yu sat back down and continued dozing off. "The reading room clears out at 11 a.m., make the most of your time." "All right." Shani, who was also there today. As Kong Tu entered, he adjusted his expression, trying to appear natural and unknowing, devoid of any unusual emotion. But Shani, who sat upright at the desk, not even glancing at him. Kong Tu let out a sigh of relief, searching for the books he needed, then holding them and sitting opposite him. Finally, Shani Hu looked up, prompting Kong Tu to flash him a radiant smile. Today, the poetry collection in his hand was called Summer. He nodded slightly and lowered his head again. All morning passed peacefully, amid the quiet flipping of pages and the rustling of pens on paper. Shani Hu always packed up his things 10 minutes before 11 and stood waiting for his colleagues. Today, he asked, "Did you manage to steal the test papers?" Kong Tu was just drinking water and hearing this, choked on a mouthful, spraying it from his nose while coughing violently. Shani-Hu slowly handed him a tissue, and Kong Tu fumbled to take it, wiping his mouth. You know too. Is the whole city aware? Shani-Hu spoke without much inflection. I saw Yan Lingfei stealing the key. Kong Tu exclaimed, ah, was that when you suddenly said you'd finished eating? At that time, he had suddenly put down his chopsticks, surprising Kong Tu. Shani-Hu replied, yes. I wasn't sure if I should say anything, so I left. Kong Tu recalled a comment Yan Lingfei made about Shani-Hu, he's got a wooden brain. The exam was scheduled for 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Kong Tu was alone in the entire examination room, and before entering, he felt his mind was utterly blank, not having memorized any part of the test questions throughout the day. After finishing the test haphazardly, he instantly felt relieved. Yan Lingfei had blocked his phone, but when Kong Tu came out of the exam room, he tried again and found that he could send messages once more. He cheerfully said, I'm done with the exam. Yan Lingfei replied, go to hell. Kong Tu, very accommodating, said, I'll treat you to braised chicken. Yan Lingfei sent a 3-second voice message, and Kong Tu opened it, hearing some noise on the other end. I'm at work right now, let's talk later. There was also Zhao Zheng's voice in the background, faintly asking, how did he do on the test? Yan Lingfei was extremely annoyed, scratching his head and saying, ask him yourself, I've been pushed around by the administrator all day, forcing me to cart bricks. That stupid administrator dares to mess with me. Zhao Zheng praised, great job, showing real dedication. Yan Lingfei's phone rang again, and Kong Tu sent a voice message back. He opened it, turning up the volume due to the noisy environment, hearing Kong Tu excitedly say, Brother Zheng. I think I did pretty well. What are you doing? Yan Lingfei. Kong Tu, he pressed the button to speak into his phone, grinding his teeth, go die. Zhao Zheng laughed heartily, patting him on the head and comforting, I'll treat you to braised chicken. Fuck your braised chicken. Yan Lingfei roared angrily, what kind of thing is braised chicken anyway? I'm a man of principles. Bai Li Shi shouted from afar, what the fuck do you mean? Chapter 33, Rest and Recuperation, 6. Yan Lingfei had nowhere to vent her anger, and in a fit of rage, she blocked Kong Tu once again. Kong Tu's 2 messages were rejected, which was not unexpected. Anyway, he had nothing else to do during the remaining time, so he directly turned around and went to the square to look for them. He hadn't been here for several days. The square was filled with construction equipment, there wasn't even a place to step on the ground. Scaffolding was everywhere. Kong Tu stood at the edge and tiptoed to take a look. Everyone was wearing work uniforms, and with his poor eyesight, he couldn't distinguish who was who for a moment. Hey, someone suddenly called him from above. Kong Tu looked up and saw Chang Mingming smiling, adjusting her safety helmet and revealing a pair of black shiny eyes. I heard you went for an exam. I've just finished. Kong Tu smiled as he squinted at her. As long as you go, you can pass, Chang Mingming affirmed, don't worry. What are you doing here? Kong Tu said, I'm looking for you guys. Without hesitation, Chang Mingming replied, Zhao Zheng is helping Yan Lingfei pick up the car. They will need a truck to load materials tomorrow. Kong Tu was somewhat disappointed and asked, when will they be back? Chang Mingming smirked, didn't you say you came to see us? Kong Tu. Chang Mingming burst into laughter, then turned around and continued working, saying, before we finish work, it won't take long. Kong Tu decisively said, then I'll leave first. However, before he could leave the square, a large truck turned around the corner. Kong Tu. Yan Lingfei stuck out her head from the passenger seat of the truck, giving him the middle finger. Kong Tu was quite excited, ran forward a few steps, opened the door and sat at the back. There was a strong smell of leather cushions in the car, reminding him of the old days when he returned to the countryside and his elders drove farm vehicles to the fields for labor. He actually didn't like returning to the countryside, nor did he like the endless croaking of frogs and mosquito bites there, but that period was full of warmth, which he could not deny. It was also late summer at this time, what a coincidence. The sunset shone through the car window, dyeing everything inside red. Zhao Zheng casually rested his left elbow on the car window, loosely holding the steering wheel with his right hand. He wore a set of work clothes, with his shirt open, revealing a black t-shirt underneath. His sleeves were rolled up to his forearms, and his wrists and finger joints were clearly defined. The car windows were open, letting in a gentle evening breeze, which was not as scorching as in the daytime, but still warm. Kong Tu always felt that Zhao Zheng was missing a cigarette in his hand. Wouldn't he smoke? Even if 404 had such things, he wouldn't let himself touch anything addictive, would he? Kong Tu guessed privately. Yan Lingfei's anger obviously hadn't subsided yet, pointing at him and saying, today, the manager made me push the cart all day, for the whole day. Kong Tu regained consciousness and absent-mindedly responded, is it the same manager from yesterday? Who else could it be? Yan Lingfei turned back to look at his expression, where's your guilt? It's right here, Kong Tu pointed to his chest, because I feel so guilty, I even heard a warning from the emotion monitor, telling me to pay attention to adjust myself. Go away. Kong Tu said, see, you don't believe me again. Zhao Zheng laughed, covering his mouth with his left hand resting on the car window, shaking his head. Has he gained a bit of weight these days? Kong Tu frowned, feeling that he was a little more solid than during the last mission. Back then, Zhao Zheng's figure was already a bit thin compared to his height, but now he seemed just right. Thinking about this, Kong Tu asked directly, "Big brother, have you gained a little weight?" Zhao Zheng hesitated for a moment, glanced at him through the rearview mirror, and said, "Seems so." "Did you notice?" He scrutinized his own reflection in the mirror. "Is it obvious?" Kong Tu said, "Not really." Zhao Zheng smiled and said, "I respond quickly to gaining or losing weight. I lose weight during missions, but I can gain it back within 2 days after returning." Kong Tu furrowed his brow. "Is this good or bad?" Yan Lingfei expressionlessly said, "Of course it's a good thing. Being slightly heavier makes people notice and care. However, I suffered injustice all day because of my bravery in standing up for justice, yet no one paid any attention to me. This distinction should be obvious." Kong Tu patted her face. "Look how sad Yan Gu is." "I'm sorry, write it down on my tab, I'll definitely pay it back next time." Zhao Jing also joked, "Ignore him, he won't stop." At this point, there was still some time before the end of the shift, and they were driving to collect materials. Kong Tu decided to stay in the car instead of getting off, going with them. He said, "Big brother, you can drive too." "I learned a few years ago," Zhao Jing said, pointing at a dormitory building they passed. "We built this building ourselves. After we came to 404, they've been trying to avoid letting outsiders in. There are only 2 management personnel, and they switch every year. The cafeteria staff have been there for longer, but they're not allowed to interact with us. So any work that requires a lot of laborers, we do it ourselves." Kong Tu looked around and lowered his voice before he even managed to utter a word. Zhao Jing cut him off. "I know what you're thinking. These managers also have something similar to the emotion monitor installed, but much stricter. In case of an emergency, they'll faint directly like dead people, unable to help you in any way." Yan Lingfei mocked him. "How can you be so naive?" Kong Tu stubbornly retorted, "I haven't even said anything yet. Do you even know what I'm going to say?" "You're planning to bribe the managers." Yan Lingfei covered her face with her hat, reclined on the car seat and closed her eyes. "Do you think I don't know you?" Kong Tu refused to admit it, deliberately teasing her. "I was just about to ask what we're having for dinner tonight." "Yellow braised chicken." "You owe me that." Yan Lingfei wasn't affected by his banter as she replied, "Let's change restaurants today and give Bao Lishi a taste of despair." Kong Tu felt deeply moved. Thank you, I might cry." "Is it really that bad?" Yan Lingfei asked lazily. She seemed a bit tired, possibly from not getting enough sleep last night. "I think it's okay." Kong Tu turned to Zhao Zheng. "Big brother, what do you think?" "Not bad," Zhao Zheng responded casually. "I can't tell the difference between good and bad." The car drove forward on the asphalt road, bathed in the fading glow of the sunset, which stretched over the land. Their casual chatter and laughter marked the end of another late summer day. Kong Tu later helped load the truck for a while. Even if he didn't bring up wanting to help, Yan Lingfei wouldn't let him off easily, as his hand was mostly healed already, so he might as well show some initiative. All 3 of them finished work together. By the time the sun had almost set behind the northern hemisphere, leaving long shadows of everyone. They found a shop where the owner had just finished working, opening the roll-up door to let them in, saying, "What a rare guest." Yan Lingfei patted the dust off her hat on the doorframe and asked, "Are you quick or what?" "Quick," the owner replied, "I'll heat up the pot now." They picked a random seat and sat down. Kong Tu rested his head on the table and asked, "Did you guys see Bai Lishi's expression just now?" "No." Zhao Zheng was pouring water for them as he replied, didn't dare to turn around. Kong Tu seemed a bit dazed as if the sun had gotten to him, and chuckled stupidly, "Neither did I actually." Yan Lingfei settled down casually. "He didn't even notice us anyway. As long as I'm not in the photo, fine." Kong Tu dragged out the syllables slowly. "I don't want to upset him." "Ha." Yan Lingfei sounded amused. "You don't normally upset anyone." Zhao Jing suddenly remembered something and asked Kong Tu, "When are you starting work?" "Results should be out the day after tomorrow." Kong Tu continued lazily. "Start working the day after that?" "Probably." "What's up?" "Nothing," Zhao Jing replied, "just that you might have a new mission those days when you start." Kong Tu immediately perked up and sat straight. "That fast?" Yan Lingfei leaned on the back of her chair, sitting in a very relaxed posture. "What did you expect? It's almost 10 days. "Ah." Kong Tu sighed. Yan Lingfei patted his shoulder earnestly. "As long as you don't die outside, no one inside the city will touch you." "That's hard." Kong Tu kept hearing descriptions of the battles outside the city. It all involved real-life combat. Who could predict how it would go? The more he thought about it over these few days, the more exhausted he felt. Zhao Jing comforted him. "The mortality rate is very low, don't worry. This kind of thing, you always understand it only when you experience it. Weren't you scared before the city battle? But it turned out alright, right?" Kong Tu was speechless for a moment before responding. "Do you really think I'm alright? I feel like I'm dying." "Come on." Zhao Jing smiled and didn't say much more. He patted Kong Tu's shoulder as encouragement. The store owner brought meals for 2 people, placing them in front of Zhao Zheng and Yan Lingfei, who were seated on either side, saying, "The rest will come soon." Zhao Jing casually pushed the food towards Kong Tu, tapped on the table lightly, and glanced at Yan Lingfei, really taking photos? Of course, Yan Lingfei mumbled with chopsticks in her mouth, taking a photo and sending it to Bai Lishi. He made me lose face today. Kong Tu took a bite and silently raised his head. Yan Lingfei glanced at him in confusion, slowly tasting the flavor in her mouth, then she also paused. Kong Tu said coldly, so, do you guys in 404 share a recipe for braised chicken? What's this, you guys in 404, Yan Lingfei replied discontentedly, it's we. How can you have no sense of collective honor at all? At this moment, his phone ding-dong edition. It was a 3-second voice message from Bai Lishi. Upon opening it, he heard Bai Lishi saying on the other end, his recipe is still bought from me, you fool. The three of them fell into silence. This meal was eaten in great discomfort. After Kong Tu paid the bill, he sighed, it's my fault. I shouldn't have had any expectations in the first place. Zhao Jing seemed truly not to care what they ate. He was still thinking about his work matters. I heard that it might be very hard. Try it first, Kong Tu said, if it doesn't work out, then don't do it. Staying here is staying here anyway. I just hope your hand will heal by the time of the battle outside the city. Zhao Zheng, walking between them with his back as straight as if there was a steel plate inserted, worried now, I see you still have some trouble using chopsticks. Kong Tu was so moved that he felt like crying, saying, thank you, big brother, woo woo woo. Yan Lingfei hit the back of his head hard and said, why didn't you thank me yesterday when I helped you steal the exam papers? Chapter 34, Recuperation, 7. Kong Tu, why do you always make a fuss for no reason? Can't you control yourself? Yan Lingfei tried to hit him again but Kong Tu cleverly dodged. Zhao Jing stopped Yan Lingfei and said, calm down. Luban shouted at them from the canteen door, where are you going? Yan Lingfei said, home. We're working overtime tonight, Luban said, don't you know that? Zhao Zheng, Yan Lingfei. Kong Tu decisively said to them, goodbye. Luban shouted from afar, is Kong Tu ready? Do you need to work? Not yet, not working. Kong Tu answered resolutely and then waved to them, go for it, see you later. Zhao Jing waved with amusement and said, have a good rest. Kong Tu heard Yan Lingfei cursing him as a little rabbit while leaving. That didn't matter, as long as he didn't have to help out. Although now returning early still had to face Zhongqi's big, knowledgeable eyes. By this time, the sky was already beginning to darken, carrying a slight cool breeze. Kong Tu strolled to the dormitory building, taking a deep breath before entering. After turning the key twice, before opening the door, he indeed saw a pair of large black eyes peering through the door crack, unblinking as they stared at him. Kong Tu sighed inwardly, walked in, and closed the door. Zhongqi closely followed him step by step. This was too scary, he thought, no wonder Zhao Zheng wanted to strangle it back then, and now he also wished to strangle this thing. Brother, Kong Tu stood in front of a door and said helplessly, I'm going to the toilet. Zhongqi stood beside his feet as if understanding, stepping back slightly. When Kong Tu came back, Zhongqi was still in the same spot without moving. He simply could not tolerate it anymore, grabbing the small black thing and calmly gazing into those big eyes. A moment later, he lost strength, his shoulders slumping as he threw Zhongqi away. Since the creature could fly, it flapped around in the air a few times before following him into the bedroom. You're too scary, Kong Tu fell onto the bed, pointing at it on the ceiling and said, you need to give me some personal space. If you keep doing this, you'll never get a girlfriend. Girls nowadays all seek freedom. Zhongqi didn't budge, hanging upside down on the ceiling, its eyes faintly gleaming in the dark. Kong Tu had nothing better to do, so he might as well try to communicate sincerely, what do you do when I'm not here? Do you stand at the door waiting for me without eating or drinking? He asked himself, then negated it by saying, no, you don't eat anything anyway. But it's quite romantic, like raising a dog. I would have thrown such a dog away by the second day, really haven't seen a mandatory pet being pushed this way, and since we've done it, couldn't they design you guys to look more attractive? Zhongqi naturally wouldn't answer him, even if it could recognize most human words. It had no speaking function. Kong Tu slightly opened his eyes, his gaze focused somewhere unknown, muttering softly, it's almost autumn. He had been here for more than a month. Human adaptability is a very frightening thing. He seemed to have forgotten how he used to live now. Without warning, his life cut off from the past, he was thrown into such a place filled with pressure, yet he managed to adapt. Clearly on the first day, he even planned his own death. Now he felt somewhat inclined to live on, continuing this existence. You're pitiful, Kong Tu looked at Zhongqi and said, you can neither eat nor sleep, lacking faith, living mechanically and numbly. So am I. Zhongqi couldn't sense his sorrow, still staring at him with its large soulless eyes, not blinking for a second. It would immediately upload information when he showed any abnormality, always prepared to bite him fiercely. Kong Tu covered his face with a pillow, without changing his clothes, turned over on the bed, facing away from Zhongqi, closing his eyes quietly to sleep. That's how it is, he thought, I always end up making myself unhappy. He was overly fragile yet overly strong. Even if life went smoothly, he could still detect traces of stress and unease, willing to go with the flow, continuously descending as long as it allowed him to avoid pain. But when life began battering him like a storm, he could also be forced to fight against the current, clumsily dealing with difficulties. It seemed to be the quality of every ordinary person. Life had not truly been harsh on him, but he lived unhappily. When life really began to mistreat him, he was just as unhappy. The weight didn't increase. All these years, fate had pulled him forward, suddenly tripped him up, pulling him down another road. Then he stood up, brushed off the dirt, sighed, and continued down this road. He didn't know which path destiny would pull him toward now. The results came out in the afternoon of the next day, full marks being 100, he scored 61. According to Yen Lingfei's speculation, it was probably because they couldn't find anyone else, so they had to use Kong Tuesday. Good or bad, they could only use him. Kong Tu was pretty happy about it, tidied up his things, and started work cheerfully. Hua Yu handed him a large pile of documents and said, "You need to categorize everyone's files and encode them according to their codes into the computer. Tomorrow I'll give you a key to the archive room, and you can do the rest yourself. You'll receive your tasks on your phone. The score is 70 for 1 month, paid monthly. From 8 in the morning to 5 in the evening, with 2 hours for lunch break." Kong Tu was very satisfied. "Wow. Don't get too excited," Hua Yu advised very matter-of-factly, "there's no rest time in between, this job gives headaches." Looking at the pile of documents on his desk, Kong Tu roughly understood already. His work wasn't idle either when he was on the job. Pulling all-nighters was common, and the nature of the work was creative, with constant pressure. But he always kept going. Compared to changing jobs, he preferred stability. Once settled, he didn't like any changes anymore. After all, that felt more secure. His first task was to record the performance of everyone from the last mission, including what they said, subtle actions and expressions, and their choices when facing problems. The code for a smile was E704, for calmness it was RF16. These were the two most frequent expressions of Zhao Zheng. After Kong Tu organized everything, almost the entire passage was filled with these two codes. What was the point of recording this? Kong Tu speculated, was it analyzing the causes of these people's personalities? Kong Tu slowly recorded the behavior of 141 individuals in this mission based on the footage. This work was very complicated. He had to start from the beginning when everyone drew their identity cards. He saw how ecstatically thankful he had been after drawing his own identity, telling Zhao Zheng that he had always been troubled by Murphy's Law, fearing something only to see it happen, and then Zhao Zheng asked him, "Am I also affected by it?" Zhao Zheng responded very naturally, "Am I also affected by it?" At that time, he hadn't suspected a thing, thinking Zhao Zheng was talking about getting caught up in room 404. Now looking back, it seemed that Zhao Zheng might have been lamenting the twists and turns of his own fate at the time. Even with a probability of 1 in 35, the odds still fell on him. All undercover agents, including Bai Yue, showed no change in expression when they drew their identities, even their breathing remained steady. When Kong Tu recorded the pupil contraction situation, he found that aside from himself, almost no one shared his level of expressive richness. He had always known he wasn't good at pretending or lying, but he hadn't expected to be this bad. It was like black spots on a blank sheet, painfully obvious. While others' expressions could be encoded using 4 or 5 codes, he required over 10. On his first day of work, apart from some profound self-reflection, he liked the job. Hua Yu knocked on the door from outside and said, "Time to go home." Kong Tu looked up from the stack of folders, squinted his eyes to adjust, and said, all right. Hua Yu pointed outside, "We're waiting for you out there." Shani Hu was there today as well, apparently only coming in the morning. Kong Tu asked, "Do you like reading poems?" Shani Hu replied calmly, "I have nothing else to do." Kong Tu. It was almost like deliberately mentioning Shani Hu's health issues. He was awkward beyond measure and tried every way possible to change the subject, but the two of them had little in common, leaving him unsure what to say. Hua Yu asked proactively, "How did your first day at work feel?" "Not bad," Kong Tu answered cautiously this time, "right now, I'm feeling okay. Maybe I'll get tired of it in a few days." Hua Yu said, "Everyone feels that way. Just get used to it, and it will be fine." Kong Tu nodded, "Yes, once you get used to it, it will be fine. But what is the point of recording this?" Kong Tu couldn't help but ask, "Do you know?" Hua Yu shook his head, "I don't know, but since they brought us here to do this task, it's probably to analyze the influence of everyone's personality and decisiveness on success. By compiling big data, combining factors of environment and genetics, as well as individual subjective efforts, to summarize whether a successful person can be replicated, or something like that. That's my guess." Kong Tu. Hua Yu looked at him, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Kong Tu was slightly embarrassed, "That was well said." Shani Hu suddenly said, "It cannot be replicated." Seeing both of them turn to look at him, Shani Hu continued, "The right timing, place, and harmony among people create greatness. Only mediocre successes can be replicated. True changemakers whose achievements last for centuries are predetermined. You simply can't achieve this by effort alone." Kong Tu smiled and said, "So all of you are already predestined ones." He sincerely believed this, though there was some sadness from being an ordinary person. But because he was so far away from these individuals, it was like a beggar not envying a king. He felt excited even knowing why kings became kings. After all, he and Shani Hu were in completely different realms. He had never reached the world in Shanihu's eyes, so he firmly believed in what he said. Hua Yu adjusted his glasses, awkwardly and stiffly comforting Kong Tu. Mr. Shan is a determinist, you don't have to take it too seriously. We eventually embraced historical materialism, didn't we? Kong Tu burst into laughter. I'm fine. I've never thought about achieving great accomplishments anyway. I've never asked you. Kong Tu looked at Hua Yu curiously and asked, what did you do before? I studied nutritional engineering. Hua Yu seemed shy when mentioning himself. He again adjusted his glasses which weren't slipping down and said stiffly, in the new human era, I developed a low-cost, high-calorie new type of nutritional fluid, which entirely replaced solid food for the common class. Kong Tu nodded, you mean the nutritional fluid? It's somewhat different, Hua Yu hurried to explain, it can also serve as a culture medium for plants and animals. The extraction process is extremely simple and can produce units up to the 9th digit daily. Kong Tu nodded and said, Chang Mingming must hate you quite a bit. He remembered how Chang Mingming once mentioned the nutritional fluid with obvious pain. Maybe. Hua Yu looked somewhat awkward, but because of this, everyone in the world has something to eat. So, it's alright. It's more than alright, Kong Tu praised, you're a hero of the new era. Hua Yu appeared somewhat bashful and adjusted his glasses again, thank you. Look at that, he wasn't any bookworm. There are no failures in 404. Even Hua Yu, who Yen Lingfei didn't think much of, was actually this significant. Chapter 35, Rest and Recuperation, Part 8. Their working hours were basically the same as everyone else's, so they also faced the issue of crowding in the cafeteria at noon. Kong Tu was squeezed with everyone at the entrance to the dining hall, moving with the flow of people. Hua Yu said, I dropped my chopsticks. Just forget about it for now, Kong Tu called out, let it go. His phone dinged, not just his, but almost everyone's phones simultaneously made a sound. Everyone immediately stopped pushing forward, uniformly picking up their phones to check the message. Kong Tu paused, it was the first time he experienced such an event, and he didn't know what had happened yet, so he also pulled out his phone. The notification bar contained a news-like announcement, member Yang Xian of 404 unexpectedly passed away at 2 a.m. today. Yang Xian was dead. Kong Tu's mind buzzed with shock. He looked up at the people around him. Everyone stood frozen, apparently processing the news. He still remembered Yang Xian's face clearly, a young man full of vitality, always picking up on Lu Miao's jokes, scaring him by putting a glow stick under his face when they went through tunnels together. He tried to open the details of the message but realized there was only this one sentence, no further information provided. Kong Tu turned around and asked Hua Yu, is it true? He held on to a faint hope, wanting to hear a denial, maybe such news was unreliable. Hua Yu slowly nodded, yes. When each member dies, we receive a notification like this. A loud crash suddenly came from the other side of the cafeteria. Lu Miao had thrown his lunch tray on the floor and rushed out without looking back. Kong Tu watched him run out, slightly worried that Lu Miao might do something dangerous, but did not follow. Many people here had closer relationships with Lu Miao than he did, and since none of them moved, Kong Tu also did not want to take the spotlight now. Although he really wanted to comfort Lu Miao. Zhao Zheng had once told him that death, aside from the person who has died, doesn't truly harm anyone, family and friends would eventually forget those who have passed, so they are not worth comforting. At the time, Zhao Zheng's friend Bai Jing had died, and he used this argument to persuade Kong Tu that he didn't need comfort. Now, however, Kong Tu felt that the wounds endured were real and undeniable, even if they eventually healed somehow, they could never be erased. The living are indeed worthy of pity. Yang Xian was dead, and the last interaction between him and Yang Xian wasn't pleasant. Back then, he was very angry because of Yang Xian's prank. But right now, he still felt deeply saddened. A lively life had come to an end, from now on, nothing in this world would ever be relevant to him again. He died in a strange era, among strangers, unable to return to his hometown. Being part of 404, this was the most ordinary of fates, life, vibrant one moment, gone the next. Even though he tried hard to live, compared to death, he remained exceedingly fragile. He would be scattered to the dust and forgotten by the masses. The crowd in the cafeteria suddenly became less dense. Although people showed no outward signs of grief, silence seemed to envelop them all, and movements became quieter. Kong Tu lost his appetite and turned to put his lunchbox back, but a pair of hands stopped him. Looking up, he saw Zhao Jing shaking his head slowly at him. Do you know what happened? The two sat across from each other at the dining table, with 2 servings of freshly served food that no one had touched yet. Zhao Jing wasn't entirely clear about the current situation either. He said, I just saw the message. He didn't come to work today, and we assumed he took leave. Kong Tu let out an annoyed sigh and ran his fingers through his hair. Zhao Jing tapped the lunchbox and laughed, saying, no matter how big the event, you still need to eat. Come on, let's eat first. Kong Tu also smiled along, this is the first time I've really experienced the death of a close friend. He had lived for 25 years, seemingly quite lucky. Aside from some distant relatives, the friends around him were all safe and healthy, living ordinary and stable lives. Zhao Jing picked up a bite of food with his chopsticks. He loved eating fish, particularly the belly part, enjoying his meal while saying, I've been through this many times. Kong Tu found himself, somewhat sympathizing with the people of 404, feeling sorrow for Zhao Zheng as well. They must have experienced countless things related to death in their lifetimes. People are not insentient plants or wood, who can be without feelings. Just because they always plan carefully and stay calm, does not mean they don't understand pain. Death had been a constant theme in Zhao Zheng's life, but it was unlikely that he welcomed such a destiny. Though Kong Tu knew he would face the same in the future. Has 404 lost a lot of people? He asked softly. Zhao Zheng raised an eyebrow, replying, it's not just 404. He ate very quickly and had already finished the fish belly. Without lifting his head, he said, my father died 3 years after taking the throne, when I was 13. Kong Tu apologized awkwardly with an, unsure of what to say or why this topic had suddenly come up. He could only wait quietly for Zhao Zheng to continue. Zhao Zheng casually added, nothing special. I spent my childhood in the Zhao state, and didn't actually interact much with him. It was my mother who raised me. Kong Tu recalled this fact, commenting, you've mentioned living in Zhao wasn't too pleasant, right? It was terrible, Zhao Zheng replied. Back then, the Qin and Zhao states were at odds, frequently engaging in battle. My father, originally sent as a hostage from Qin to Zhao, narrowly escaped execution along with Lu Buwei, leaving my mother and me behind. Kong Tu paused silently, then asked, why? If a hostage fled while the Zhao state suffered repeated defeats under the Qin, one could imagine the dire circumstances for Zhao Ji, his mother, and her son under such conditions, yet they still remained in Zhao. Zhao Zheng faintly smiled, because of money. The bribe required to sneak out of the city was calculated per person. Kong Tu was momentarily speechless. Zhao Zheng acted as if it wasn't a big deal, continuing his meal while saying, after my father returned to Qin, he acknowledged Lady Huayang as his mother and changed his name from Iran to Zichu to please her. He eventually became crown prince, and only then did Zhao realize he might become king of Qin. Consequently, they stopped hunting us down and sent us back to Qin. Even so, he reigned for only 3 years before dying. Kong Tu found it difficult to continue the conversation. He couldn't grasp Zhao Zheng's feelings and attitude regarding these past events. At least your mother was always by your side, Kong Tu offered. Zhao Zheng sighed deeply, looking up at him with exasperation, how are you supposed to be fine? Kong Tu looked perplexed. Do you know nothing about history? Zhao Zheng asked, puzzled. Some things may be unknown to others, but how can you not know about what happened later? What thing? Kong Tu genuinely didn't know, anxiously asking, did I say something wrong? Zhao Zheng let out a sigh, helplessly explaining, my mother engaged in a long-term affair with Lao Ai, giving birth to 2 sons. When it came time for my coming-of-age ceremony, Lao Ai realized he would not survive if I ascended the throne, so he planned a rebellion. His conspiracy was secretly supported by my mother. She wanted me dead so she could give my position to her illegitimate sons. Kong Tu. I really had no idea, he stammered awkwardly, how could it come to this? Who would have guessed that even the fate of the king of Qin was so tumultuous, a difficulty far beyond what an ordinary person could endure? Zhao Zheng shrugged, saying, I don't know either. How could he understand the malevolence of his own mother, who consecutively engaged in affairs with Lu Buwei and Lao Ai during his childhood? Not only did she betray him, but she also plotted to overthrow the dynasty. Despite sharing the toughest times together in Zhao, they were capable of enduring hardship but not sharing prosperity. So what happened next? Kong Tu questioned. I threw the 2 children to their deaths, Zhao Zheng said nonchalantly. Lao Ai was torn apart by chariots, my mother was exiled to the Yong Palace. I planned to lock her up for life, but then I came to 404. What happens next, I'm unclear about. This was the first act he undertook upon truly gaining power, also the first significant wrongdoing noted in the annals of history. From that moment onward, he bore the label of cruelty and inhumanity, which lasted for thousands of years. Kong Tu said, you haven't done anything wrong. Zhao Zheng laughed, doesn't matter. I am certainly no filial son, so it's justified that others blame me. People often criticize me for violating moral norms, but since childhood, I hardly experienced any familial affection. It felt like I was being abandoned all the time, left behind by everyone. Were my parents really following human ethics? Kong Tu opened his mouth but couldn't find any appropriate words to say. At moments like these, he always felt awkward and unable to articulate anything useful. But Zhao Zheng hadn't shared this story expecting solace from him. He finally finished eating, set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and said, still, we must eat. I've been going through death and separation, whether it's my past life or the life after coming to 404, it has never stopped. But people who are still alive must keep fighting, don't skip a single meal, and don't have any intention to retreat. Destiny will hit you with huge waves, but you need to swim against the current. Kong Tu finally understood what he was trying to say, his brain suddenly flooded with an inexplicable sense of agitation and gratitude. Yan Lingfei appeared with a sliding move, sitting next to Zhao Zheng, and excitedly asked, do you know? Seeing them nod, Yan Lingfei smacked his lips twice and said, I just found out, it should be murder. Yang Xian's work points were taken away, and when confirmed, there were only 3 points left. His mood showed no sign of depression at all, as if he were talking about what he had for lunch today. Kang Tu remembered that when everyone met to discuss Bai Jing's death, Yan Lingfei was also like this. He would point fingers at Jiang Liang for Bai Jing's sake, but he didn't show excessive sorrow, maintaining his playful demeanor throughout. Who did you inquire from? Kang Tu picked up his chopsticks to start eating while asking casually. The supervisor. Yan Lingfei winked at him and continued, the one who chased us that day. Kang Tu asked incredulously, didn't he beat you up? Just by a bit, Yan Lingfei demonstrated with his fingers, but I win because of my thick skin. Kang Tu remarked sarcastically, you sure have an accurate self-awareness. Chapter 36, The Battle of Ma, Part 1. Yan Lingfei ignored his provocation and suddenly leaned in, lowering his voice. Can you guess who killed Yang Xian? Kang Tu quickly glanced at Zhao Zheng, seeing that he had no reaction, then slowly shook his head. Yan Lingfei rolled his eyes and sat back down, sounding disinterested. Weren't you just talking about this? He thought Zhao Zheng and Kang Tu had been discussing this matter earlier but were unable to come to any conclusions. Kang Tu asked, do you know? No, I can't figure it out either, Yan Lingfei shrugged. Besides, who cares, we're not close acquaintances anyway. Kang Tu, feeling uneasy, asked, could others be in danger? Since this person had absorbed Yang Xian's work points, they might simply have targeted him for the points. If so, wouldn't everyone be in danger? Yan Lingfei didn't seem too concerned as he said, relax, maybe it was just personal revenge. Yang Xian didn't exactly make many friends either, and even if it was for the points, you wouldn't be in danger. Though the situation wasn't favorable, Kang Tu was undoubtedly the one with the least work points among the members of Room 404. In a way, this put him in both the safest and most dangerous position. Suddenly, Kang Tu remembered something. He slapped the table loudly and shouted, the surveillance. Zhao Jing chuckled slightly, pressing his hand down to signal calmness, saying, yes, there's surveillance, but all of Room 404's recordings are inaccessible to us. The management will remain impartial and won't tell us who the murderer is. Kang Tu felt a chill run down his spine, feeling quite terrified, and somewhat helplessly said, it's like raising venomous insects. It is like raising venomous insects, Yan Lingfei snapped his fingers, saying, only one person will escape alive in the end. What did you expect? Kang Tu thought Room 404 was like a bird flying through fog. It came closer, and Kang Tu thought he could see it clearly, but once it flew away completely, it was devoured by a mountain-sized beast. This monster turned out to be Room 404. All the members were like that first bird to fly out but couldn't escape. Yang Xian truly died this way, dead in his dormitory at 2 o'clock in the morning, without surveillance footage or any eyewitnesses. Kang Tu hadn't even seen the body. Everyone said Lu Miao applied for access to view the corpse, and after returning, remained silent about the cause of Yang Xian's death. When Yang Xian was alive, his relationship with Lu Miao didn't appear especially deep. Lu Miao's temper wasn't very good, so their usual interactions generally saw Yang Xian trying to accommodate her. After his death, however, Lu Miao's reaction was very intense, she stopped working for half a day. Kang Tu, filled with dark thoughts, dared to speculate that if the dead person had been Lu Miao instead, Yang Xian might not have reacted as strongly. People were always like that, surface-level passion rarely aligned with internal depth. He started hoping he wouldn't die, at least not here. In this place, everything seemed too easily blown away by the wind. Yang Xian died early in the morning, the notice was issued around noon, and a new mission notification was released in the afternoon. Because the square was under construction, all members were gathered below the library to draw lots for the mission scene and divide into factions. This time, they drew a scene outside the city walls. Having never seen what a battle outside the city looked like before, Kang Tu learned from his past experiences and arrived early at the library, sitting quietly on the floor waiting. Gradually, Ouyang Geng and other people from their group arrived. When they saw Kang Tu, they also sat down next to him. Pretty sudden, huh? Kang Tu patted his seat, standing up politely to greet Ouyang Geng, smiling. We got a sudden notification about a new task when we expected to wait until tomorrow or the day after. Ouyang Geng pressed his hand on Kang Tu's shoulder, signaling for him to sit back down, then crossed his legs beside him, saying, a member's death is a big deal to those managing us upstairs. Seeing Kang Tu still didn't fully understand, he kindly explained, they are analyzing us. A single death likely creates a lot of things to sort through. They need time to clean up the mess. A historical person died in room 404, Oh Bai Wei added solemnly, his mature tone resonant, so an explanation should be necessary. Kang Tu couldn't grasp one thing. If that's the case, would Yang Xian disappear from history? Who will fulfill his historical role? All of these are unknowns to us, Ouyang Geng smiled and said, we don't know how it will play out either, this is how 404 has always handled this issue, the members have never known. Kang Tu was a bit confused, muttering, this isn't right. History can make mistakes. Right and wrong are just relative concepts. Ouyang Geng looked up at the huge electronic wheel used for scene selection and spoke, his voice echoing somewhere distant, just like our existence or non-existence is also uncertain. Kang Tu seemed to understand what he meant, yet not quite. In such circumstances, he chose to stay silent. Yang Gung turned to look at him and said, "You're a good kid, you must live well." The topic somehow shifted here unexpectedly. Kong Tu was still delighted by the compliment, solemnly nodding. At precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone had arrived. A cheerful bell rang, followed by a mechanical female voice saying, "Good afternoon everyone, now we'll start the process to select the battle scene outside the city. The rules may seem inconvenient, when your name is called, please stand up." Hei Chi Changji. A man sitting on the far end with braids raised his hand and stood up. As the electronic wheel spun, within 5 seconds, Hei Chi Changji, arms crossed, somewhat indifferently said, "Stop." The wheel immediately stopped, the needle pointing to 4 characters, Ma battle. Below it was a small annotation, 341 BC. Kong Tu looked up at the screen, involuntarily swallowing. He heard Yan Lingfei whistle beside him, seemingly very satisfied with the result. The Warring States era, Yan Lingfei explained to him, that's where every man should be born. Kong Tu. Zhao Jing joked, that's where every man should conquer all. Yan Lingfei. Kong Tu burst out laughing, ha ha ha. He actually didn't know much about the Battle of Ma, he had only vaguely heard of it before. There were just too many famous historical battles, and he had forgotten most of them long ago. However, mentioning the Warring States period stirred some excitement in him similar to Yan Lingfei's. It was an era of turmoil but also an age of heroes, a savage yet highly civilized time. Every person of ambition could spread their wings, and even children from humble families could rise to the position of prime minister. In any other historical period, such a rough yet powerful beauty did not exist. The mechanical female voice continued, "Now begins the selection of factions. Please step forward orderly to draw a piece of paper from the box which indicates your faction." Yan Lingfei had been excited from the start, rushing straight to the front, drawing a lot, finding it not to his liking, and putting it back again and again. Finally, people waiting behind grew impatient and shouted, "Are you done yet? This is just picking a slip, why so fussy?" Kong Tu thought this made him appear undignified, wanting to tell him to stop. Zhao Zheng, being held back by Li Xin for a discussion, now interjected smoothly, "Go help me pick one." Huh. Kong Tu hesitated momentarily, turning around without moving. Seeing Kong Tu's hesitation, Zhao Jing dismissed it saying, "It's fine, I'll do it myself later." "No," Kong Tu quickly justified, "my luck with hands isn't that great." Hearing this, Zhao Zheng pushed him from behind, urging, "Then go, pick 2. Kong Tu couldn't find an excuse to decline anymore. He clenched his fists to boost himself, then pushed through the crowd, grabbed Yan Lingfei by the collar, threw him aside, and picked 2 pieces of paper with his eyes closed. Yan Lingfei held one of the slips, dramatically shouting towards the sky, "It's the choice of fate. Everything is destiny's call." "It's my call," Kong Tu said coldly without emotion, "if you don't choose another slip soon, you'll get beaten, believe me or not." Yan Lingfei ignored him, trembling as he opened his slip. After looking at it, he fell to his knees instantly, "Ah. Thank you, heaven." Kong Tu took his own slip and read it briefly. It wrote, "Group A, Sun Bin Team." "This is good," Kong Tu remarked cheerfully, "is Sun Bin the guy who had his kneecaps cut out?" Yan Lingfei didn't want to talk to this history ignoramus anymore, snatching his own slip, treasuring it carefully into his pocket, asking, "What's yours?" "I haven't checked yet," Kong Tu replied, "I picked one for Brother Jing too, let him choose first." All present had varying expressions of joy or worry. Thanks to Yan Lingfei's earlier impatience explaining history, Kong Tu slightly understood why people wore such expressions now. In his hand, he currently held 2 slips of paper. Zhao Jing casually picked one and said, "Then this one." He had initially intended to let Kong Tu choose first, but was seriously refused by Kong Tu, so he just randomly picked one and took a quick peek. Then he shook his head helplessly. Kong Tu's heart sank when he saw Zhao Zheng's expression. He tore open the slip in his hand, and the words were the same as Yan Lingfei's, "Group A, Sun Bin Team." Zhao Jing already knew the answer upon seeing his reaction, shaking his head, saying, "I can't be on your team this time." He waved the paper in his hand, which read, "Group B, Pangwan Team." Kong Tu felt very uncomfortable, hesitating for a moment before suggesting, "How about we switch?" "What are you thinking?" Zhao Jing immediately dismissed this idea, saying, "This is my own choice, it has nothing to do with you." Yan Lingfei also didn't care, saying, "What switch? It's his own fault for not drawing." "I just wanted to try something." Zhao Jing threw the crumpled piece of paper into the trash can stylishly, with a laugh in his voice, saying to Kong Tu, "Our luck is really not good." "Mine's debatable," Kong Tu said, "but yours is really bad." According to Yan Lingfei's earlier explanation, Sun Bin's Qi state could be said to have achieved a great victory in the Ma battle. This meant that from the beginning of the camp division in this city outskirts battle, it was unfair. From being drawn as the undercover agent last time, to being assigned to Group B this time, Kong Tu realized now that Zhao Zheng's luck wasn't just bad, it was terrible. Even if he asked him to draw instead, it wouldn't make any difference. The emotionless mechanical female voice announced above everyone, "All lotteries are completed. Please prepare briefly. We will set off promptly at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll see you tomorrow." Chapter 37, The Battle of Ma, Part 2. Its so-called preparation included the following: turning off utilities like water, electricity, and gas in the dormitory, hiding any prohibited items, carrying one's own essential items apart from uniformly distributed luggage, being searched, and undergoing hypnotic amnesia about the Battle of Ma. When Kong Tu was called by Cheongchi, he was still completely clueless and received a big fright in the dormitory. After a moment, he realized it was Cheongchi speaking. Cheongchi stared at him with its massive eyes and said motionlessly, "Mr. Kong Tu, according to the rules, we are about to conduct a small hypnosis on you. Are you prepared?" Kong Tu hesitantly stepped forward, waving his hand in front of it, trying to figure out what this thing was. A tiny red dot flashed in Cheongchi's eyes, slowly expanding into a red circle that gently spun. It repeated the question and continued, "Considering this is your first task of such nature, let me explain. To prevent memories of this war from influencing the outcome of the mission, we will erase everyone's related memories before starting historical warfare missions, ensuring absolute fairness. The entire process will not harm you." Kong Tu asked, "Are you Cheongchi?" Cheongchi stared intently with its large eyes and replied, "I'm sorry, you might have misunderstood. Hypnosis is just a programmed function, but the command is not." Kong Tu pinched its face, tugged it, held its cheeks to make it open its mouth, and leaned in to inspect the structure inside, amazedly saying, "What exactly are you?" "You're impressively realistic." Despite having its mouth open, Cheongchi emitted an alarm sound, repeating, "Please proceed with the hypnosis as soon as possible." Realizing it lacked vocal cords and only had sharp teeth, Kong Tu instantly stopped fooling around and released it, saying, "Go ahead." Hypnosis was also something he was experiencing for the first time, never imagining that in a high-tech era, such activities could be carried out by an amusing robot without human intervention. The design of Cheongchi's voice may have referenced a male host's tone, deliberately lowering it to create magnetism, a type Kong Tu didn't much care for, feeling it somewhat contrived. As soon as Cheongchi uttered a sentence, Kong Tu raised his hand and said, "Sorry, can I interrupt? Your voice might cause some difficulty in hypnotizing me." Their conversation earlier went smoothly, but when Cheongchi spoke alone in this confined space, Kong Tu grew increasingly uncomfortable. Cheongchi immediately switched to a lowly voice and cheerfully responded, "Of course." For some reason, Kong Tu felt there should be a tilde symbol at the end. "Switch back," Kong Tu said while supporting his forehead. Cheongchi reverted to a low male voice, creating a 360-degree stereo surround effect, saying, "You can try another if you wish. I offer 16 different voice options." Then it swapped to a seductive elder sister voice, saying, "Certainly." Uncle voice, "Sure." Dominant tycoon voice, "Humph, certainly." Mechanical voice, "Absolutely." Being bombarded by these voices made Kong Tu extremely restless, feeling as though he were seated among cheap inflatable dolls, causing goosebumps to rise all over. Hearing the last one, he excitedly exclaimed, "This one. Let's stick with this one." Cheongchi confirmed again using the mechanical voice, "Is this the one? Are you sure?" "Yes, absolutely," Kong Tu sighed tiredly. "I like this one. No more trials. Let's start." He began feeling relieved now knowing this device wouldn't talk unnecessarily during regular times. "All right," Cheongchi responded. The red circle in its eyes continued spinning. They gazed at each other briefly as it instructed, "Please close your eyes and imagine you're standing in a green meadow." Kong Tu actually thought such hypnosis would be tough to succeed, yet he obediently closed his eyes, almost detecting the earthy aroma and fresh grass. "The weather today is wonderful," Cheongchi said. "Gently raise your arms and feel the breeze flowing over your body." As if real wind started blowing, tenderly caressing his cheeks and hair. Kong Tu obeyed and lifted his hands. The mechanical voice chimed in, "A flock of black-backed swallows fly through the sky, drawing arcs across the blue expanse." The bird chirping in the room continued as the hypnosis went on. After about 3 or 4 minutes, Cheongchi sent a message to the central controller, "Kong Tu cannot be hypnotized." The central controller replied, "Continue the hypnosis. We will proceed with the backup plan." Cheongchi whispered again, "You have lowered your hand." By this time, Kong Tu's arms were already sore. He felt happy hearing this and quickly lowered his hands. He still thought he was very much aware. The words from Cheongchi had no effect on him at all. Nevertheless, he kept cooperating without saying anything. Cheongchi said, "You feel very sleepy." Kong Tu was originally going to mentally dismiss this, but suddenly he felt a cooling sensation between his eyebrows, something he knew very well, it was a sedative. Then he lost consciousness and fell in the room. The red circle in Cheongchi's eyes disappeared, reverting to its usual blackness, while it continued to gaze steadily at him. Sleeping soundly until 7 o'clock the next morning, he was woken by an alarm clock. It wasn't one he set, probably arranged by Cheongchi to make sure he wouldn't oversleep. But Kong Tu didn't care about it anymore. He had packed things up halfway yesterday, hastily washed up, ate something, and grabbed 2 sets of underwear before rushing out. Before entering the hall, he handed over his phone, was searched, and received a backpack of general luggage, wrapped in ancient cloth. Then, he entered the changing room and put on the clothes of an ancient soldier. Only after completing these tasks was he allowed inside. By then, it was past 8:30, and most people waiting for the mission in the hall were almost ready. Kong Tu immediately noticed everyone's camps. He was wearing the uniform of Qi soldiers, while another 70 people wore Wei war garments. It took him some time to find Yan Lingfei and others, so he pushed through the crowd and hurried toward them. Yan Lingfei waved at him and straightened his collar, asking, "Am I handsome?" "Handsome." Kong Tu glanced at him and gave a perfunctory reply, "Very good looking." Yan Lingfei said, "Of course. A man should wear armor." "You're a scholar champion," Kong Tu remarked, "is that making you lose face?" Yan Lingfei coldly said, "Shut up." Kong Tu followed suit, "All right." Zhao Jing arrived at this moment. Warriors' clothes are usually loose enough for various body types, yet despite Zhao Jing's towering figure, they fit him perfectly. When Kong Tu turned and saw Zhao Jing coming, it took him a while to react. Zhao Jing usually wears t-shirts and jeans, his overly upright stance looked slightly odd. However, once dressed in military attire, his demeanor became outstanding. His cold, hard quality combined with a frosty armor made him seem like a general walking out of a book. As Zhao Jing approached, he waved his hand in front of Kong Tu's eyes and chuckled, "Back to reality." Kong Tu sighed, "So cool." Actually, Yan Lingfei also looked good, and Li Xin suited it well too. But the person whose daily appearance contrasted the most with his warrior outfit was Zhao Jing. His physique and presence matched the icy armor perfectly. Zhao Jing pinched the wig on top of Kong Tu's head, as if checking if the hairstyle was right, then said, "Our Kong Zai isn't bad either." Kong Tu laughed and asked, "Why are you so late?" "I overslept," Zhao Jing replied, "just got up, didn't even eat breakfast." Kong Tu said, "Were you given a sedative?" Zhao Jing looked puzzled, asking, "What?" "Sedative." Kong Tu found this situation hilarious and explained, "They said they'd hypnotize me, but failed for quite a while. In the end, they injected me with a sedative, and I slept until now." Zhao Jing stared at him and asked, "Do you remember anything about the Battle of Ma?" "No," Kong Tu shrugged, "I only knew a little anyway, and now I've forgotten everything." "So?" "Not much," Zhao Jing patted his shoulder meaningfully, "I just woke up naturally without any sedatives." "Do you think the hypnosis worked?" Kong Tu seemed confused. "Yes," Zhao Jing responded, "we always do it this way. I haven't heard of anyone using sedatives." His expression became serious as he repeated the question, "Are you sure it was a sedative rather than being truly hypnotized into sleep?" After being questioned like this, Kong Tu became unsure again. He carefully recalled last night's events and hesitantly answered, "Seemed like. It feels pretty similar to when I've been sedated before, but I'm not sure." Zhao Jing nodded, patting his shoulder, "All right." Kong Tu still couldn't help himself and said, "I think that hypnosis was silly." "Do you really think it's useful?" Zhao Jing smirked with a mischievous air that oddly matched his military attire, making him look like a spirited young man. He said, "It is a bit silly, but every time they start speaking, I lose all sense of self after just a few sentences." Kong Tu thought to himself, "What kind of electrical charm are you throwing out there?" But he didn't dare say it out loud. A cheerful bell rang as a mechanical female voice announced above, "All personnel are accounted for, the mission officially begins. Please ensure your identities remain hidden. Anyone from before the Warring States period is strictly forbidden to disclose their names to those outside the city, otherwise, they will be penalized and disqualified from participating in future missions. No protective measures will be provided during the mission. Everyone should take care of their own safety. Good luck to all of you." Everyone then entered their respective chambers, and with an intense shaking and pain coursing through them, they drifted off to sleep. Yellow sand swirled, lifting fallen leaves into the sky while the scorching sun hung high overhead without a single cloud in the sky. Nothing unusual occurred in Linzi this day. Majestic red structures stretched across the land, tall white steps leading upward as if touching the heavens, with two dragons carved onto the stone blocks at the center of the stairs. Inside the grand hall, scholars and generals were arguing incessantly. Sun Bin sat on a chair, covered by a cloth that extended down to the ground. He respectfully bowed, burying his head between his arms, and spoke firmly, "Your subject believes we must offer aid." The Han and Wei armies were engaged in battle. As Han witnessed its imminent downfall, it appealed for assistance from Qi. Opinions among the ministers were divided about whether they should extend their support. Sun Bin continued, "The summit of Pengza claims alliance among feudal lords but secretly dreams of unifying under heaven. Wei's arrogance has grown rampant. Now daring to invade Han signifies their intent to dominate. If victorious, it will become a great peril to our Qi state. Their ambition must not be allowed to grow unchecked, or calamity will surely follow." His words resonated powerfully. The Duke of Qi looked at him and slowly asked, "How do you suggest we provide aid?" Sun Bin once again bowed deeply and replied, "We must come to the rescue, strengthening our alliance with Han. However, we should not rush to their defense immediately. Your subject suggests waiting until both sides have exhausted themselves through prolonged fighting. By striking then when Wei's forces are weakened, it can instill respect for our state from Han, and fear in Wei. Through this battle, let all under heaven understand that no one dares to move against our Qi." Notes. Sun Bin, historically, his name lacks an accurate definition, so a common name was used for convenience. His original words were, "By deepening ties with Han and taking advantage of Wei's weaknesses later, substantial benefits and renown can be achieved." Essentially, this translates to forming friendly relations with Han, but not rushing to their defense immediately. Instead, wait until both armies are worn down before offering assistance. This way, Wei's morale will suffer a significant blow. Avoiding direct confrontation will ensure a profitable outcome. Chapter 38, The Battle of Maliang, Part 3. Chi Ho nodded slightly, then said, agreed, let Tianji be the general to gear up for battle, Sun Qing as strategist in a tent, and we'll save Han once again. Tianning took a step forward and bowed deeply, saying, if we must rescue them, this minister is willing to join the army. Chi Ho sat in front of the low table, looking at his son without speaking for a long time. The ministers very opportunistically praised the courage of Prince Ing, while Tianning buried his head between his arms and remained silent. Chi Ho turned and asked, what does Sun Qing think? Sun Bin naturally wouldn't tell the truth, just saying, the courage of the prince is commendable, with him on the battlefield, it will surely boost morale. In reality, if Tianning was wise, he shouldn't have joined the battle. He was the prince of Qi state, even if he won the battle, he'd still be the prince of Qi, forever the youngest son, no matter how great his achievements were, he couldn't inherit the position of ruler. If he lost, however, he would lose his own life. Sun Bin, as the strategist, naturally couldn't speak the truth, if we lose, you'll lose your life. Speaking such words in front of Chi Ho would be like courting death, foretelling failure before the battle is something greatly taboo among military strategists. But clearly, Tianning wasn't that smart, he insisted on participating in the battle. Chi Ho supported himself on one knee leaning casually against the low table, watching his son for a moment, then said, all right, Tianji shall be the main general, you as the deputy general, set out immediately when the opportunity comes. The logic here, Chi Ho surely understood thoroughly. However, the ambition of certain individuals might not be entirely useless, perhaps their desires could be harnessed to achieve something great. Even if this person was his own son. Tianning knelt again solemnly, your subject obeys the order. Sun Bin again congratulated himself for not saying too much. His master and son understood everything as clear as daylight, there was no need for him to meddle further. Thus, today, he survived. Under the blazing sun, a gentle breeze swept through. On the large training grounds of Qi. Kong Tu, wearing a thick wig with a helmet atop it, ran lap after lap around the playground with everyone else, panting and nearly dying from exhaustion. Yan Lingfei didn't fare much better than him. Although they weren't in the same squad, Yan Lingfei belonged to Squad 1 of Column 2 in Division 2 while Kong Tu was in Squad 3 of the same column, they were relatively close in location but rarely interacted during daily drills. They could only see each other's exhausted backs as Yan Lingfei fell behind in his line. Of the people from Group 404 in Kong Tu's unit, only Jiang Liang was with him. And Jiang Liang was suspected of having killed Bai Jing. The others had been divided into different units, some even stationed at different training grounds and hadn't been seen since their arrival. When he found time, Yan Lingfei analyzed their situation and evaluated their chances of success. Look, isn't it reassuring knowing Mr. Ouyang is on our side? Kong Tu, squatting by the wall surrounding the training field, catching his breath and swallowing a mouthful of saliva, barely managed to say, yes. Yan Lingfei cast his eyes over the crowd practicing on the field, searching for advantageous figures for their side, and said, Bai Yue is here too, but his brain isn't so sharp, thus he's not much help. As for Li Xian, never mind, don't count on him either. Kong Tu really couldn't take it anymore, sitting down on the ground abruptly, leaning against the wall as he groaned, our platoon leader is truly monstrous. Yan Lingfei remembered something, and said, Jiang Liang is on your team, right? Yes, Kong Tu replied, even I can hardly keep up with this intensity, and she's a woman. She's having it pretty rough. You worry about yourself first, Yan Lingfei said without glancing at him, still focused on observing the training grounds, her abilities are formidable. 10 of you probably can't match her. Kong Tu obediently answered, oh. The troops are almost deploying, Yan Lingfei finally turned to face him, saying, we won't be training anymore. South Korea's envoy has already arrived yesterday. Sun Bin will surely seize this chance. Just hold on for 2 more days, Kong Tu slouched along the wall, sliding down until he rested against Yan Lingfei's shoulder, like a lump of dead meat, lazily mumbling, our greatest security comes from having Sun Bin on our side. Right, Yan Lingfei looked down at him disdainfully and shoved him away saying, I have a premonition we'll win. Shut up. Kong Tu was immediately alerted and clapped a hand over his mouth, the force causing it to feel like he slapped him across the face. Yan Lingfei gave him an icy glare, am I giving you too much credit? Kong Tu, still shaken from earlier, placed his hand over his chest, imploring, please stop being overly optimistic, alright? Your mouth seems blessed or something, I'm truly afraid of what comes next from you. We're definitely going to win. Yan Lingfei's eyes were unusually serious, almost convincing, but Kong Tu was too familiar with his antics. Whenever Yan Lingfei got carried away with exaggerated words, this is how he looked, spewing nonsense. Kong Tu shrugged lazily and said, all right, elaborate. Yan Lingfei became excited and leaned closer, saying, think about it, their main general is an idiot. How long can a person like that survive? Kong Tu stared at him coldly without any reaction. Yan Lingfei tilted his head in confusion, asking, what? With thin lips slightly parted, Kong Tu disdainfully muttered a word in a high-class tone, get lost. It felt as though giving Yan Lingfei another chance to explain himself made Kong Tu look foolish. After all, Yan Lingfei never came up with anything sensible in these situations, so why would today be any different? Yan Lingfei initially seemed speechless, then began explaining once again, I'm serious. Sun Bin must be boiling with hatred right now, and he's absolutely determined to win. Heaven itself will help him, since this is the course of destiny. Kong Tu responded dryly, you've bewitched me. He didn't believe that success or failure could hinge on righteousness or malice. Personal desire alone couldn't possibly ensure victory. It's not a kind world where good always triumphs over evil, nor are there endless stories where heroes inevitably escape danger unscathed. This isn't some cartoon like Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. Ordinary people should just stick to ordinary dreams, they shouldn't depend on either this world or themselves, let alone talk about some so-called benevolence of heaven. The team captain from Squad 3 started calling them for more drills. Kong Tu wiped his face painfully, stood up, and patted the dust off his backside. Fuming silently, Yan Lingfei pushed him from behind, muttering, now go. As Kong Tu walked along, he wondered if Sun Bin lived life fueled by resentment, like many others who harbor sorrow. Yet, those he'd seen carrying such emotions rarely rose to power. The weight of life grew heavier and harder with each step forward, especially when someone persisted through hate in anticipation of good fortune. If bad fate once struck before, even a successful outcome wouldn't represent mercy or destiny. After all, during these exchanges, he had lost both legs. The captain shouted furiously at Kong Tu, hurry up. Did you not eat today? Kong Tu jogged a few steps to rejoin his group and awaited further instructions. The captain pointed at him and barked, step out of line. Kong Tu obeyed reluctantly, groaning inwardly. The captain glared fiercely with large eyes, bellowing roughly, what's your name? Kong Tu. He replied loudly. Run 10 laps. No dinner until you finish, roared the captain. Kong Tu exclaimed obediently, yes. Then raising his arms, he started running, only to get kicked by the captain as he passed. He didn't attempt to dodge, being a soldier meant following orders without complaint. Pointing at Kong Tu's retreating figure, the captain warned the rest sternly, all of you bastards better move faster. Get into position within 3 counts after my command, or you'll end up like him. All the soldiers shouted in unison, yes. Inside, Kong Tu lamented bitterly, unable to comprehend how he'd become so careless. He'd performed admirably earlier and created a diligent yet weak image for himself, but when the captain went berserk, he became the perfect example of what not to do. They'd been assigned here for exactly 3 days. Military service indeed trained one's willpower. In merely 3 days, Kong Tu already felt like he was part of the machinery of the state, responding to commands automatically, reflexively. This wasn't the spring and autumn era anymore. In these times, great ambitions required genuine sacrifices. Relations between the feudal states were life and death affairs, and training armies constituted one of the most vital national priorities. There could be no trifling around. Any initial sense of curiosity that Kong Tu had on the first day had vanished without a trace, while Yan Lingfei still acted overly excited as if injected with energy. This period marked the time of Wei Yang in Qin. Kong Tu wondered idly about the thoughts swirling through Zhao Zheng's mind, now exiled in the state of Wei. In the end, all these states would fall. Kong Tu pondered vaguely as exhaustion consumed him, forcing himself to entertain these random thoughts to divert attention. They would all be conquered by Zhao Zheng's hand, despite all their struggles and reforms, ultimately futile. Fate decreed it, he thought, for Zhao Zheng was born to be king material, unlike others, mere inheritors of titles. To have known such an extraordinary individual in life might be something to boast of forever. Even as his mind drifted elsewhere, Kong Tu still failed to complete the 10 laps. By the 8th lap, the field was deserted except for a few stragglers tidying up. With a glance around, Kong Tu stopped decisively, wandered casually to catch his breath, and returned to the barracks. In order to not be caught slacking off, he didn't return too early. When he got back, the meal was already over. Yan Lingfei and a group of people were sitting in front of the military tent boasting about their achievements. As the top scholar in literature, he spun tales so convincingly, even adding embellishments to his character. She forced me to study, what could I do? He had a blade of grass dangling from his lips, looking every bit the soldier rascal. But your brother has tricks up his sleeve. Which teacher doesn't have a few underprivileged students under him? Everyone burst into laughter. A young man asked, you paid them? Yan Lingfei scoffed, did I pay them? Do they want to survive or not? Kong Tu. He thought silently. It seemed Yan Lingfei truly disliked being associated with those who read and took the imperial exams, always trying to break free of that label. Following suit, he crossed his legs and sat in the corner, listening to the group's nonsensical chatter about state affairs and discussing women and wine in great detail. Speaking of women, those from Chu are the best. Yan Lingfei joined the conversation, acting like he was sharing a secret while glancing at Kong Tu in the corner. From his robes, he pulled out a steamed bun and tossed it to him. Kong Tu caught it and asked, do you have pickled vegetables? Do I look like pickled vegetables to you? Yan Lingfei rolled his eyes and then smiled as he introduced him to everyone, this is my little brother. Tender like a baby chick, a man leaning against a pillar said mockingly, lifting his chin toward Kong Tu, how old are you? Without hesitation, Kong Tu replied, big brother, I am 18 this year. Yan Lingfei almost choked on his own spit and started coughing violently. Chapter 39, The Battle of Malian, Part 4. Perhaps men's age and appearance are inherently enigmatic, but Kong Tu added to this with his unique background. Only 2 years out of university, he hadn't quit or changed jobs, so society had yet to grind him down too much. Although on the inside he was already hollowed out, outwardly there wasn't much wear. When he claimed to be 18, at least no one shouted for him to stop lying. He didn't feel embarrassed about exaggerating either, saying, "Who can't brag a bit?" The man then casually asked Yan Lingfei, "Cousin, how old are you?" Yan Lingfei, even more confident than Kong Tu, responded proudly, "I'm 19. Kong Tu said to everyone around, "My brother just looks older." Yan Lingfei, smiling politely, patted him firmly on the back. There weren't many buns left, and Kong Tu quickly swallowed them before freeing himself from Yan Lingfei's hand and resumed listening to the others' chat. The group of young men gathered together, without mobile phones and with very limited forms of entertainment, had only brief leisure time during the day. The few things they could do, as well as their conversational topics, were predictably limited to women, the nation, and the war. As if nothing else existed in the world besides these 3 topics. New recruits, the man who'd earlier asked Kong Tu his age addressed them again, "Have any of you been in battle before?" He sported stubble and 2 strands of hair falling loose across his forehead, swaying haphazardly, while prominent cheekbones framed a rugged, manly face. Following the script given to him by room 404, Kong Tu shook his head, "No, we escaped from Lu. It's hard to find a place to settle," someone lamented, "it's actually the same everywhere." Kong Tu simply hummed in response, feeling little resonance since he didn't belong here. He felt sympathy for these ordinary people amidst the chaos of war. Chaos breeds heroes, but for every hero, there must also be those destined to become the scattered corpses under their feet. Yan Lingfei, putting an arm around the man, exclaimed passionately, "We've come to Qi and we are now its citizens. We will certainly win this battle to repay Lord Qi for accepting us." Despite his fervent words, Yan Lingfei received no strong response, as the group seemed slightly discomfited by his excessive enthusiasm. The stubbled man chuckled, arms crossed, looking at everyone around and commented, "Young friend here probably hasn't started a family yet." Yan Lingfei appeared puzzled, replying, "Not yet, why do you ask?" "Half of us here already have wives and children," the man continued, "and almost all the rest have parents." By this point, Yan Lingfei knew where the conversation was headed, choosing silence over interruption. To tell the truth, the man gazed at everyone, seeking both acknowledgement and agreement, continuing, "What difference does it make whose world this is to us? Whether it's Qi, Zhao, or Wei, for us, it's merely about where we happen to be born." With this sudden shift in the discussion, the lively atmosphere dissipated entirely. A man who looked older chimed in with a comment unrelated to the subject, "Since the reign of Lord Huan, it has indeed not been easy for Great Qi to get this far." Kong Tu remarked, "Maybe we can continue progressing like this." The man glanced at him, then turned his head away, calmly saying, "Or maybe we can't." Kong Tu didn't expect that reply, following up, "Why?" "I don't know," the man laughed, his laugh lines softening his features, "just random musings. With 7 parts of the world divided, who could predict the final outcome? A victory in this battle might just be the end of Wei's path. I've heard that they've deployed all their troops," a youth suddenly interjected. "An insect with 100 legs doesn't stiffen even after death," the man countered, "only heaven can end Wei's fate. Even if Wei is destroyed, there are still Han, Zhao, Qin, wars will never cease. Their belief in heaven shaped their lives. This endless warfare, fates without resolution, were best placed into the hands of heaven to determine, making the hopelessness seem less absolute." Yan Lingfei, unaffected by the despondency, joked, "Why all the gloom? You have your families and loved ones at home waiting for you. Once this war ends, you'll return home. My friend and I, we're still single lads with no future prospects. All we need to do is win this fight." Kong Tu also grinned at everyone. He knew that Yan Lingfei wanted to fight, yearning for the chance to serve his adopted country with undivided loyalty, even though it wasn't his own nation and the people he would protect were not his own. Yet deep down, Yan Lingfei harbored such sentiments. However, he wouldn't impose these thoughts on his fellow warriors nor lecture them about grand ideals like repaying one's ruler or the common man's responsibility towards the state. Everyone chose their own path, and Yan Lingfei neither interfered nor mocked others. He lived contentedly in his own world. Moreover, Kong Tu felt they had no right to criticize others. After all, they were merely bystanders of history. "Kong Tu," roared the squad leader of Team 3, "get your ass back here." Startled, Kong Tu instinctively froze, then quickly stood up and scrambled back to his tent. From a distance, he could still hear the squad leader scolding him, "What are you doing hanging around other teams? Are you done running your laps?" Kong Tu shouted back loudly, "Yes, I'm done. If I catch you mixing with people from another team again," the leader threatened, "I'll break your legs." Kong Tu snapped to attention, almost saluting as he barked back, "Understood." By now it was getting dark, so to prevent fires, each tent only lit one small fire with a few soldiers assigned to keep watch and patrol regularly. In theory, this task rotated among everyone. But theories often diverge from reality. It always ended up being the new recruits who kept watch. Since yesterday had been Kong Tu's turn, today should logically have been Jiang Liang's. However, after the bell rang, Jiang Liang didn't show up, so Kong Tu just sat by the fire. There wasn't much danger inside the camp anyway, so Kong Tu wasn't very alert. When tired, he simply slept, finding it slightly uncomfortable but manageable overall. At some point in the middle of the night, there was movement in the tent. Half asleep, Kong Tu woke up instantly, clutching the stick used for tending the fire when he saw it was nearly extinguished. Quickly shoving 2 pieces of wood into the flames, his eyes darted behind him where someone quietly moved to the left. Kong Tu said casually without turning around, "The patrol hasn't left yet." Jiang Liang hesitated momentarily before resuming normalcy, then turned back into the tent. Kong Tu yawned and continued slouching around. About half an hour later, Jiang Liang apparently couldn't hold it any longer and ran out again. This time, Kong Tu ignored her. A voice suddenly came from behind, "Are they gone yet?" This jolt woke Kong Tu fully, detecting the slight offense. He frowned minutely before answering, "No." "How long has it been?" Jiang Liang asked, accusingly, "Are you fooling with me?" "Nope." Kong Tu pointed to the left with his stick. 2 torches could be seen approaching from afar. "They've caught you at the perfect time." "Who's over there?" One of the soldiers spotted Jiang Liang and shouted. The sound reverberated through the quiet darkness. To prevent desertions, the military enforced a strict rule against nighttime movements. Raising his hand, Kong Tu reported, "Sir, he wants to use the restroom." "I refused him." Jiang Liang. The patrolmen were also regular soldiers with no rank, seeing their new faces and knowing they were rookies, gave a brief warning before nodding at Jiang Liang, whispering, "Go to the back, quickly." Jiang Liang hesitated awkwardly for a moment before complying. Though the rule against using the restroom at night seemed unreasonable and difficult to enforce, many soldiers circumvented it by sneaking to the rear of the tents to relieve themselves. But they were men, Jiang Liang wasn't. Being summer, most tents were completely open, allowing views inside of shirtless men. Kong Tu sat back down, now too awake to sleep, staring blankly at the fire. The patrolling soldiers waited for Jiang Liang to return and squatted in front of the fire, asking, "Is it hot?" "Yes, it is," Kong Tu replied. "There aren't many days left," the soldier added. "Do you know why they're checking so thoroughly today?" Kong Tu, inspired by a flash of insight, tested the waters. "We're going to march soon." The soldier looked around, then whispered, "They're deploying tomorrow. General Tian is coming soon to train the troops." Upon hearing that Tian Ji was coming, Kong Tu felt nothing in particular, but the idea of setting off sooner rather than later pleased him. At least things might end faster that way. He hated missions, they were exhausting. He was already tired despite doing nothing, and utterly weary of the whole ordeal. Looking ahead wasn't something Kong Tu enjoyed. The more pressing matter was the heat. "You're pretty young," the soldier casually started a conversation with him. "Not married yet, huh?" "Nope." Kong Tu shyly smiled. "Got a girl you like?" Kong Tu lied through his teeth, yeah. "Thinking of marrying her when I get back." "That's good," the soldier said. At this point, Jiang Liang finally returned, nodding at both of them. Her voice was very feminine and had to be intentionally lowered, so it came out muffled, "Thanks." Kong Tu knew better than to think it was for him, so he didn't react. The soldier naturally patted her butt and said, "Be more careful next time." Kong Tu. He clearly saw Jiang Liang clenching her fists and forcefully pulling back the tent curtain before storming in. But Kong Tu wasn't mad at all, he felt rather amused instead. What the soldier had said proved true when Tian Ji arrived at the training ground early the next morning, alone. Rumors were that Sun Bin never appeared in public due to physical disabilities, even during real battles where he would just sit on a carriage commanding from afar. Tian Ji was still making the pre-battle speech when Kong Tu suddenly remembered Shani, who was also a Qi national. Turning around to look for him, someone behind abruptly shoved him back. Li Xian's voice was barely audible as he reprimanded, "Why are you moving around during drills?" Kong Tu didn't expect it was him, wanting to say something but hearing Tian Ji announce from above, "Sacrifice 30 oxen, comrades can feast on meat and drink heartily. Tomorrow we set off." Everyone raised their weapons in unison shouting, "Invincible in every battle! Invincible in every battle!" Throughout this, Kong Tu could distinctly hear Yan Lingfei's voice, yelling the loudest and most heartfelt, almost pouring his soul into it. Chapter 40, The Battle of Maliang, 5. Departing from Qi, they moved towards the southwest. After leaving Qi, one must first pass through Fan County and then head for Dingtao. Warriors who have led armies know well the principle that marching 100 miles results in the loss of upper generals, while marching 50 miles leads to half the troops falling behind. Following Sun Bin's predetermined pace, the tens of thousands of troops advanced at a speed of 30 miles per day. Given such a large number of people and a not-so-easy journey, Kong Tu got separated from all the city team members on the very first day, leaving only Jiang Liang in the same squad as him. This task was clearly not an easy one for Jiang Liang, who looked extremely haggard after just 3 or 4 days, almost as if she had been transformed from her previous self. On the night before crossing the Puyang River, it was again Kong Tu's turn to keep watch. The patrolling soldiers, who had finally noticed something off, lit up their torches and peeked into the tent. "Isn't it you again?" In principle, bullying newcomers during the march should be completely stopped, and everything should proceed according to military law. Kong Tu had become somewhat familiar with him and greeted warmly, "Hello there, it's you. Are you always on duty, or did I just happen to run into you again?" Kong Tu didn't answer, instead smilingly asked, "What's your name?" "Kong Yaij," the soldier replied. "And you, brother?" Kong Tu grinned, "We're from the same family. I also surnamed Kong, my name is Kong Tuesday." The soldier squatted down in front of him and asked, "How old are you?" Kong Tu, without batting an eye, said, 18. "I'm older than you by a few years." Kong Yaij smiled kindly at him. He had darker skin, long arms, and long legs, with a rather ordinary appearance. People like him were common on the streets. Now he told Kong Tu, "Don't tell me, but my younger brother was about your age." Kong Tu asked, "Then what about your younger brother?" "Dead," Kong Yaij said quite nonchalantly, kicking the firewood with his foot. "If he hadn't died, he would have likely ended up in this army. There's nowhere else to go." Kong Tu, staring at the flames, blurted out, "Died on the battlefield?" "Of course," the soldier affirmed. "He didn't starve or fall ill, he was simply stabbed in the neck and died instantly. That's considered a pretty peaceful death." Kong Tu responded, "Cool." "What?" Kong Yaij didn't understand at first, and then asked again, "Is there no one to replace you?" "There is." Kong Tu, now getting sleepy, yawned and said, "It's just my turn today." Kong Yaij sighed and stood up. Since squatting made his legs numb momentarily upon standing, he paused to catch his breath and said, "You don't need to be too scared of these guys, they're just little thugs." Kong Tu casually responded, "Okay." It seemed he didn't take it seriously. Kong Yaij scanned once more, noticing the other patrol person gesturing at him, so he bent his head and said, "I'm leaving." Kong Tu very obediently and amicably called out, "Okay, big bro." Kong Yaij tapped the steel helmet on his head and walked around him. Patrols changed shifts 3 times a night, covering different areas each time, with an hour interval between shifts until dawn. After this group left, there was still someone guarding in front of the large tent, with less than 2 meters separating each large tent. Today, the situation was slightly different. From the 1st Battalion all the way to the 3rd Battalion consisted of elite soldiers who marched ahead and were stationed in the front lines, making up a total of 43 large tents. Kong Tu stretched lazily, having walked past 2 large tents and kicked Yan Lingfei's leg. "Come on, it's time for the meeting." Yan Lingfei, drowsy and disoriented, wiped away his saliva and followed him in standing up. The 43 large tents, the people keeping watch in front, were all from Team 404. It was currently 2 a.m., still 1.5 hours before the next patrol shift. 30 people standing guard in front of the large tents gathered together, while the remaining 13 continued their watch to avoid disturbing those still keeping vigil in the back. "Tomorrow we'll cross the Puyang River," Yang Zhen said in an extremely low voice. "If I were on the opposing side, I'd certainly try to do something right about now. According to our marching speed, the enemy's people will reach the Puyang River latest tomorrow. The smartest strategy would be to directly assassinate one among Tianji, Tianing, or Sun Bin, thus causing chaos in our army. Tomorrow, Li Xian, Haichi Changji, Li Su," Yang Zhen pointed at them one by one, giving them orders. "You stay ahead of the formation, you cannot let your guard down for even a moment, and must ensure the safety of both general and the military strategist." Li Xian, Haichi Changji, and Li Su all responded affirmatively. "Shouldn't the people we sent over have arrived by now?" Yan Lingfei asked, slouching onto Kong Tu's back as if about to fall asleep. Yang Zhen replied, "Wen Yu has an irascible temperament and great physical strength. If I haven't miscalculated, he should have reached the Wei territory by evening today." According to Yanggen's analysis from the previous day, Wei attacked Han, eager for victory, intending to shift its main force towards Qi. They would likely head directly for Daliang, taking a straightforward route toward direct combat. On their departure day, they had already dispatched a member of Team 404 to infiltrate the opposing side with orders to eliminate the other general. Yang Zhen spoke in a very low but calm voice, bringing everyone immense confidence. He continued, "Pang Wan is arrogant and self-reliant, this works to our advantage. The member of Team 404 on the enemy's side will have a hard time being trusted by him. A little bit of sowing discord will make it so that they won't be able to do anything. Our job is simply to ensure the safety of our general and military strategist. Pang Wan doesn't necessarily need to die. Killing him might disrupt Sun Bin's plan, causing him to lose focus without a clear target." Shani Hu opened his mouth and asked, "What if Wen Yu really manages to kill Pang Wan?" "He can't." Yang Zhen looked at him and said, "Of course there will be guards protecting him. Wen Yu alone cannot kill the general leading 70,000 lions. Our goal is merely to create confusion within them. Once they know that we've started to act, it will unsettle them naturally." Shani Hu nodded silently and did not speak again. Yanggen's eyes met each person one by one, confirming if their expressions were resolute, instilling belief among them. He said, "We will win." At this moment, Kong Tu truly believed that they would indeed win. Yang Zhen said, "Tomorrow, all of you should behave just like today, standing at the front. At any sign of unrest, under no circumstances should you panic the soldiers. It wouldn't be good for them to know someone is attempting assassination, as that would only spread unease among them. So, everything must be handled secretly and without chaos." Kong Tu murmured quietly, okay. No one heard him, it was just a reminder to himself not to be a weak link. Oh Yang Zhen smiled lightly at the end and told everyone, you've worked hard. We won't get much sleep tonight. Remember to pass on this information to your teammates. Let's go back. Perhaps Sun Bin was very capable, being Qi's military strategist directing tens of thousands of young warriors toward victory. But in this army, he wasn't the only strategist. Sun Bin acted openly, commanding countless men for a decisive battle. Meanwhile, Yang Zhen operated covertly, leading only 70 individuals to guarantee that this army could reach the battlefield smoothly. Kong Tu felt as though his blood had been heated up. Carrying Yan Lingfei, he dashed out in a single leap. Yan Lingfei, jostled violently, started coughing madly, yet dared not wake anyone else with loud noises. He said, do you want to die? In a frenzied state, Kong Tu exclaimed, Mr. Yang, my goodness, I admire him. Leaning on his shoulders, Yan Lingfei stood unsteadily, looking like a thug. I've been saying that as long as he's around, we'll definitely win. Kong Tu's expression turned cold instantly and somewhat dispassionately remarked, back then, you said the same thing about Lu Miao. The outcome was nothing short of catastrophic. Yan Lingfei waved his hand dismissively, indicating those were accidents and denied it completely. He doesn't count for anything, does he? Lu Miao, who was roughly 10 meters away, suddenly turned around and stared at both of them. Kong Tu quickly took down Yan Lingfei's arm, drawing a boundary, and walked forward a couple steps. Their group paraded through the campsite as if it were the plaza of Team 404, striding brazenly without a care. Suddenly, a large tent flickered with some movements as someone hadn't fully woken up yet, walking unsteadily while unbuttoning his pants, probably going outside to sneakily relieve himself. Everyone immediately rushed back furiously, taking their positions instantly. Yan Lingfei's mischievous heart ignited. Directly pulling a blazing piece of firewood out of the bonfire, he held it aloft and barked in a low voice, who goes there? With his pants halfway off, the soldier was startled and unconsciously loosened his grip, causing his trousers to slip straight down, revealing his thighs. Despite himself, Yan Lingfei managed not to laugh, maintaining a serious face. Which team are you from? One rather handsome youth guarding the front of this large tent stood up and kicked the soldier's leg, joining the act. I said you're not allowed to go at night, didn't I? How dare you ignore me? Please forgive me, he flattered Yan Lingfei further, I'll discipline him on your behalf. Kong Tu was utterly shocked. These people really were adept at performing impromptu comedy routines anytime and anywhere. Yan Lingfei pretended to be displeased and glanced over the soldier from head to toe. The youth gave an indication behind his back, hurry and apologize. The man finally came to his senses and quickly pulled up his pants. I was asleep. Yan Lingfei waved his hand impatiently, signaling him to scram. The soldier immediately turned and ran back, almost tripping and falling on the flat ground. Yan Lingfei strutted over to Kong Tu as if he were a proper officer and gave instructions, behave yourself. If I catch you sleeping, I'll deal with you according to military law. All right, sir. Kong Tu said humbly. Yan Lingfei was about to speak again when suddenly a voice shouted from afar, hey! Who's there? He instantly threw away the firewood stick and panicked, looking around for somewhere to hide. Kong Tu tackled Yan Lingfei by the legs so he wouldn't run, struggling to extend one hand to report to the patrol guard, I've got him. Yan Lingfei. Chapter 41, The Battle of Maoliang, 6. Kong Tu, in order to save himself, decisively betrayed Yan Lingfei, explaining, I don't know him, I have no idea what he does. Yan Lingfei glared at him, hatred evident in his gaze and expression. Then a patrolling soldier slapped the back of his head, shouting, what are you looking at? Yan Lingfei straightened his body, preparing to take the beating. In the heat of battle, discipline wasn't overly stringent, soldiers usually let things slide between each other. After receiving a couple of warnings, Yan Lingfei was released. As he left, he pointed 2 fingers at his own eyes, then turned and pointed at Kong Tu, clearly implying he would settle the score with him later. Kong Tu wasn't particularly afraid. After the last patrol had passed, he took a short nap. When dawn broke, he saw Li Xian and others standing guard in front of the general's tent, likely having stood watch all night. There might be a tough battle today. He yawned and waited for the distribution of breakfast. Lu Miao's hat almost covered his eyes as he walked slightly tilted upwards, carrying a large pot on his shoulder filled with dry rations. Behind him followed another person holding a large bag. 20 for each big tent. Lu Miao struck the pot loudly and said, come and collect one by one. What's going on? Kong Tu overheard someone mutter behind him, when will this end? By the rules, each ration should be specific to each soldier, precise down to the last man. While issuing it, they normally weren't so strict. Leaving 20 rations at each tent usually sufficed. Today, Lu Miao's new method was bound to delay things, causing discontent among the soldiers. With Lu Miao's acute hearing and sharp perception, he definitely heard every word clearly. Holding an iron stick in his hand, he walked to one tent and struck the iron pot, saying, line up and collect your ration one by one. This was not their first experience with this kind of process, so everyone quietly formed a line. Since Lu Miao's vision was partially obstructed by his hat, he looked upward to see them. It was a man who seemed rather slim's turn. Without lifting his head, he accepted the dry rations and turned to leave. Lu Miao blocked him with his stick, asking, "Wait, which unit do you belong to?" The man turned around, confused, replying, "Unit 5. Lu Miao questioned someone nearby, "Do you know him?" "Yes." Someone from the same tent looked over and confirmed. Lu Miao then asked, "Do you know his name?" That soldier hesitated. Lu Miao turned again to another nearby person, "Do you recognize him? Tell me his name." "Mister," a man came running from afar, grabbing Lu Miao's arm and whispered, "He's my younger brother, we swapped tents yesterday temporarily." Lu Miao cast a glance over the slim man again, and probably believing him, didn't ask further questions. The man flattered him, please don't tell the general. My younger brother in Unit 7 gets bullied and can't sleep every day, this is just once, it won't happen again." Lu Miao waved his hand dismissing him, then commanded, "Next." There was no need for further explanation. The man quickly replied, thank you. If you need anything in the future, just say." How could Lu Miao possibly use his services? Such words were meaningless, so he didn't take them seriously and continued distributing the rations. With his heightened sensitivity, Lu Miao could precisely grasp the subtle changes in people's expressions and voices. And because of his remarkable memory, even though he couldn't name everyone here, he would certainly recognize those he'd seen before. He was the best person for this task. In such a large group, if enemy infiltrators managed to sneak in, it would be terrifying. They started handing out the rations half an hour earlier than usual, but still hadn't caught up. Sun Bin sat in his tent dressing himself, hearing the sounds outside. He asked, "What's happening out there?" Due to health issues, he always traveled accompanied by caregivers. A middle-aged man with sideburns dressed in armor went out to take a look and returned to report, "They are distributing the rations." Controlling his four-wheeled chariot by himself, Sun Bin lifted the curtain slightly and glanced out, suddenly asking, "Whose order is this?" "I do not know, sir," the middle-aged man responded. "Shall I go check?" Sun Bin paused briefly as he watched Lu Miao almost finish distributing the morning rations, then he ordered, "Call him over to me." "Yes, sir." Lu Miao bowed respectfully and announced loudly, "This subordinate pays respects to the military strategist." After carefully examining him for some time, Sun Bin inquired, "What's your name?" "Lu Miao." "I've never seen you." Sun Bin, with a long sallow crown atop his head, even features, a full mid-face, looked very amiable and was markedly different from the rest of the warriors. He asked now, "Have you always been the one distributing the grain?" "Not really," Lu Miao replied, "I'm part of the latest recruitment batch." Upon hearing this, Sun Bin inquired further, "Then how did you end up with such an assignment?" There wasn't much difference between those who distributed provisions and conducted patrols compared to the ordinary soldiers outwardly. Yet it wasn't something just anyone could do. Usually trusted intimates of the tent commanders were given these roles, individuals whose origins and conduct were clean. No mistakes were allowed during military campaigns, and almost all squad leaders, tent commanders, and top generals had started out here. Success in this role meant the potential for promotion. Lu Miao simply said, "I bought it." Sun Bin wasn't surprised by his answer, and instead smiled as he asked, "How much did it cost?" "Half a year's ration," Lu Miao answered. Sun Bin didn't plan on pressing the matter. Glancing outside he finally brought up the main issue, "Who told you to distribute dry rations like this?" "There was someone who gave me a tip." Lu Miao's attitude remained respectful but firm, calm and deferential. "They told me to start doing this after we set off. Within 3 days I would gain great merit and win the favor of the Grand General and the military strategist." "Who was it?" "I don't know." "You don't know?" "I truly have no idea." At that moment, the curtain of the main tent was abruptly lifted, revealing a tall and robust young man with a clean-cut appearance, though he seemed somewhat out of place. He wore a general's armor and had to bend over to enter the tent. Lu Miao bowed, hands raised to chest level, and lowered his head respectfully, saying, "I pay my respects to the general." Tianji slightly raised his hand, sweeping his eyes over Lu Miao before asking Sun Bin, "What are you doing so early, sir?" Sun Bin chuckled, "The general has arrived at a good time." Following what they had already agreed upon yesterday, Lu Miao addressed both of them. Before setting off, my wife sought a local fortune teller known for being accurate to pray for my safety. This wise man recommended I take on the responsibility of distributing provisions. While the rear troops can be lenient, we must carefully distribute supplies by headcount for the vanguard elite soldiers. Tianji frowned slightly, seemingly finding this excuse extremely absurd. However, Sun Bin found it intriguing and gestured for him to continue. The sage predicted that Master Strategist would surely summon me to the inner tent, instructing me to pass these words along to you. Lu Miao raised his gaze slightly, not avoiding eye contact, continuing, "Be cautious of spies." After their defeat at the Battle of Guiling, Pang Wan began widely recruiting advisors, and these subordinates of his have been staying indoors without fail until our departure day. They hadn't shown themselves for exactly 10 days. What do you suppose they're up to? Moreover, this battle is extraordinary. Prince Shen of Wei leads the expedition personally. His advisor is notorious for cunning strategies and manipulating hearts. The first step of Wei will directly aim for Daliang, almost as if they already know which route we will take. Tianji interrupted, "And how exactly do you know all this?" Whether or not Pang Wan's strategists disappeared, and where the Wei army was heading for Daliang, this information was still unknown to them, let alone a fortune teller spouting it off randomly. Lu Miao showed no sign of nervousness, responding, "The sage didn't say much at the time, and I also dared not ask more questions." In the Warring States period, people held absolute respect and fear for heaven and deities. Such supernatural talk was the best tool to deceive others. Tianji had grown highly impatient and regarded Lu Miao's expression with obvious irritation, dismissing him as a desperate individual craving promotion. However, Sun Bin seemed somewhat intrigued, smiling throughout. Lu Miao bowed again. "I do not seek anything, merely wish to oversee the distribution of food over the next few days. Best if everything goes smoothly. Should any unexpected happenings arise, Grand General can choose to believe later if needed. This process wouldn't actually cause much loss, yet Sun Bin observed and remarked, it will waste much time." "Only 30 li per day," Lu Miao responded fluently, "and you certainly aren't short of time." As Tianji opened his mouth to scold, Sun Bin stopped him, and although he halted the outburst, he still remained silent, observing Lu Miao. Lu Miao tactfully stepped back, saying, "This bit of time is worth investing, solely for peace. And now, having heard my words, can you still confidently distribute rations as usual?" "All right," Sun Bin conceded, "let a few men accompany you." He maintained a gentle countenance, but every word and action, each pause and breath, made those around him feel far more tense than Tianji's explicit displays of emotion. Lu Miao finally exhaled a breath of relief, breaking a sweat. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Miao was suddenly called back by Sun Bin, who asked from behind, "I wonder where your hometown is? There are such divine strategists in the world. Once I return, I must recommend them to Lord Qi." Lu Miao turned around again and said, "I am from the Yi County, but that man is not a native of Qi. He arrived here on a tour and does not reside long-term. After our victorious battle, it will still be possible for us to catch up with him." He spoke convincingly without any fear of being exposed upon his return, because immediately after the war ended, he planned to leave. Whatever happened afterward would no longer concern him. Now, no matter how exaggerated his lies were, they didn't matter during the march, as who could verify them then? It would always be what he says goes. As he left the main tent, he passed by Ouyang Zhen and subtly exchanged a glance. Ouyang Zhen brushed past him. From start to finish, they never intended for Sun Bin to fully believe them. They just wanted to make him alert, allowing him to sense that this war would be unlike any previous victories he had achieved. This time, there would be unprecedented tricks and countless traps waiting for him. Even if it made him suspicious, it would be better than knowing nothing at all. Soldiers could remain ignorant, to some extent, it might even be necessary for greater success, but generals and strategists could not. They must have a sense of crisis. This entire charade would, at the very least, earn them a daily chance to count heads, significantly reducing the possibility of enemy spies infiltrating their ranks, even if Sun Bin remained inactive. After everyone finished their rest and packed up, General Tianning sat atop his horse ahead, waving his long halberd, shouting loudly, "Let's go." This day, we crossed the Pu River horizontally. Tens of thousands of warriors shouted in unison, "Yes." Kong Tu joined the chorus with others, loudly yelling despite his internal unease. As his voice blended into the masculine roar, he felt a surge of ambition. He now understood why they shouted slogans. It indeed boosted morale and gave him a slight sense of belonging to this unfamiliar group. Annotations. Prince Shen, the Crown Prince of Wei. At the time, Wei had already claimed its king, so he could also be called Crown Prince. Yi County, one of the cities of Qi, located to the northeast. Chapter 42, The Battle of Maliang, 7. Tianning looked resolute, gripping the reins to control his steed, and shouted loudly to the soldiers, "For many years, the sons of our great Qi have been looked down upon by the world. Cowards. Weaklings. Unable to withstand a single blow." Tianying's voice seemed to reach the ears of the soldiers in the last row with every word striking like thunder. "This is how they have always described us. Wei despises us, and Qin also looks down on us. They haven't even taken us seriously." This was a pre-battle rally, something Tianji had already done before the battle began, but it wasn't enough. In order to keep the soldiers always filled with anger and morale, these men must be continuously inspired, and even enraged, so that they would have the determination to win at all costs. Tianning did an excellent job. The soldiers, including Kong Tu, were ignited from within with burning ambition. Kong Tu could easily empathize and feel others' pain. He connected emotionally with people and adapted to environments quickly. This was not necessarily a good thing. Like now, no matter how much he tried to distance himself and avoid being influenced by emotions affecting his actions and judgment, it was hard to do. He was just like all the ordinary soldiers here, starting to realize that he belonged to a country through war. However, unlike the others who were genuine citizens of Qi, he did not belong to any place. Tianning continued, "Warriors, are you willing to accept this?" The soldiers roared back, "We are not willing." The atmosphere was slowly building up, and Tianning fanned the flames further. With anger, he said, "Today, we will break through Daliang, wash away past humiliations, and let the bugles of great Qi sound across the land." The soldiers raised their weapons, shouting together, "Invincible in battle! Invincible in battle!" Kong Tu got goosebumps all over and felt almost moved to tears. He thought it was because he didn't belong here but was stirred by the warriors' determination. But looking around, he saw that many soldiers had tears streaming down their faces. It was difficult to describe this feeling. They were bringing glory to their country, risking their lives, standing side by side with all their fellow warriors united with one purpose. Despite having divisions, or some not being voluntary participants, they gathered here for one goal with only one belief in mind, to win. Khan too joined all the warriors, screaming his lungs out, invincible in battle. Invincible in battle. He wondered if Yan Lingfei had once felt this way too. Tian Ying, as a deputy general, wasn't doing a bad job at all. Khan too silently thought to himself that he originally believed this person was just after honors so he could slack off later. Clearly, the Duke of Qi hadn't sent an incompetent person to the battlefield. However, King Wei had sent someone useless. Prince Shen angrily slammed the low table with a shake, accusing, the army of Han lingers near the border, yet you waste time here. Do you know that each day of delay adds danger to Daliang? Pang Wan bowed deeply and replied, My lord, compared to us, Han's forces are like ants against elephants. They absolutely will not dare to sneak attack at this moment. Even if we take an extreme view, assuming they do manage a surprise attack, there are elite troops guarding our capital, and we can definitely make it back in time. The urgent reports from Daliang need a day and night to reach here, and another 3 days for us to return. With less than 3,000 elite soldiers left behind, tell me how we can possibly make it in time. Pang Wan tightened his fist secretly but bent his body lower and more respectfully, speaking calmly, My lord, Han absolutely will not dare to attack. Please have peace of mind. Pang General, Prince Shen stood straight, tidied his clothes, and asked arrogantly, You lost Daliang due to the same reason in the Gilan campaign. Have you forgotten this in such a short span of months? Inside, Pang Wan cursed this idiot from head to toe, but as always, he maintained self-control. Once again, his expression remained calm. In the Gilan campaign, Qi launched a surprise attack. This time, however, it is Han instead of Qi. Han's military strength isn't on par with Qi's, plus Han fears Wei immensely and rather wishes to direct calamities elsewhere to save themselves. They lack both the spirit and the will to invade Daliang. My lord, please guard against arrogance and impatience. It is most taboo for a commander to waver between decisions. We've come this far, and now there's only one path ahead of us. Only by eradicating Qi is it possible to reclaim what we lost from Han. Prince Shen was impetuous and indecisive, wanting to engage the great Qi forces face-to-face over 100-li journey one day, then fretting over the safety of Daliang the next day. Clearly, he was not the material fit to be a general. And what's worse, he brought along a dog-faced strategist, dabbling in theories of natural and geographical advantages. Pang Wan, as the chief general, controlled the military power in this battle. However, his position was still under that of Lord Shen, and thus he had to cater to this master. Despite being a military officer who had accumulated anger for several days, some of it subtly showed in his words, which immediately provoked Lord Shen. This prince mocked him, Now you tell me that Qi and Han are not on the same level, but why didn't you say so back then? Haven't you always looked down on Qi's army? So how could you lose so easily? The Qi that you despise the most took our capital of Wei. Your classmate Sun Bin, whom you framed by cutting off his legs, defeated you completely without leaving any chance for counterattack. My 30,000 brave soldiers died because of you, General Pang. Aren't you supposed to be formidable? Where is your talent? Pang Wan remained silent, still lowering his head. Lord Shen, witty with sharp teeth, said countless hurtful things, then glancing at him and continuing, What are you calculating now? Do you also want to send me to my father the king, have him chop off my feet? No one except Lord Shen would dare to say this so straightforwardly. Pang Wan, of course, would never admit it. But now, standing before this crown prince, he had no choice but to endure. He originally did not need to endure all this. He could live honorably in this world. Unfortunately, Sun Bin did not die and even led him into such a deep abyss. Even if he were cut off from his feet due to unexpected calamity, Sun Bin survived. And after learning that everything was due to the jealousy of his brother, he lived through poisoning and imprisonment in a pigsty. Not only did Sun Bin survive, but he also defected to Qi, winning battles one after another. This let Pang Wan be laughed at by the world. All of this was because Sun Bin did not die and did not go insane. Lord Shen sneered and turned to exit the main tent. At this point it was already time for departure, and the army was getting ready to set off. Due to their large numbers, it was very chaotic. As he stepped out, a soldier collided with him. He suddenly widened his eyes, involuntarily opening his mouth, slowly bending his waist, letting out a slight groan from his throat. The soldier's hat covered half his face, with a long scar on his cheek, brushing past as he walked by. Lord Shen tried to catch him, but due to intense abdominal pain, he lost strength, falling to his knees. There were many soldiers around him, but they seemed as though they saw nothing until he collapsed and blood from his wound spread all over the ground when everyone rushed over. Lord Shen extended his bloody hand, pointing in the direction where the assassin escaped, making ho, ho sounds from his throat. He didn't know if anyone followed to chase, because he quickly fainted. Zhao Zheng hid behind a tree, casually threw away the dagger covered in blood, wiped his own hands with leaves, then tore off a fake scar given to him temporarily by a Jiao and tossed the inappropriate hat. Turning back, he rejoined the ranks. Aren't you just coming back? They just distributed dry rations, and I kept one for you. A young teenager laughed as he took out a pancake from inside his shirt and handed it to Zhao Zheng. Zhao Zheng, picking up a cap from the big tent and adjusting it properly, responded, "Thank you." Suddenly, someone shouted from the front, "Everyone, stay put where you are, we will not depart for now." Oh. That young man continued packing his stuff, muttering, "What happened again?" Chan Mingming turned her head back from the front and exchanged a glance with Zhao Zheng rapidly. The fire had been extinguished, and the tents were all packed up. Everyone sat on the ground, too tired from the journey to talk much. Chan Mingming, dressed in a male soldier's armor, possessed a naturally heroic aura, creating a unique kind of beauty. She pretended to quarrel with Lu Ban, loudly cursing, and walked out of her team to sit next to Zhao Zheng. "Did you take action?" After a short while, she whispered. Zhao Zheng briefly emitted a sound from his nostril. "Is he dead?" "No." "Are you sure he's not dead?" "Yes, I'm certain." Chan Mingming sighed in relief and stopped talking. No one wanted to do this job. In the end, it fell to Zhao Zheng, and he completed every task perfectly each time. Their goal was to make Lord Shen this wildcard disappear from the battlefield. It was a difficult decision they had made the previous night. They finally decided, because this person was incredibly foolish, and the conflict with Pang Wan was irreconcilable. If this situation persisted, it would drag Pang Wan into losing his mind, and they would definitely lose the war. On the battlefield, a general cannot die, nor can he be randomly injured during an expedition. Otherwise, if the soldiers found out that there was a spy within their ranks, it would surely lead to chaos in the army's morale. Thus, Pang Wan would definitely need to suppress this news. But although it could be concealed for a while, it couldn't be done forever. Lu Ban walked out from the main tent of the general, with some faint traces of blood still uncleaned on his sleeve. A patrol soldier stopped him and asked, "Ji brother, what's going on?" Lu Ban belonged to the Warring States era, of the Ji surname in Gongshu clan. At this moment, he could not appear under his real name, so he used an alias, Ji Ban. He rubbed his hands and casually replied, "The senior general is feeling unwell, after a short rest, we'll be ready to set off." He glanced left and right, then pointed at two individuals and said, "Go inside to help." If it were truly due to illness, how could so many people be required? Any vigilant person might have caught this point, but none of the soldiers here showed any hesitation. Seizing this brief resting time, they quickly recovered from fatigue. Zhao Zheng and Ajio, following orders, stood up and entered the grand tent. Once inside, they immediately saw Prince Shen lying on the ground, pale-faced. His torso was bare, and a white cloth covered the wound around his waist, held down by someone kneeling beside him with their hands pressing hard to stop excessive bleeding. At the sight of this scene, Zhao Zheng and Ajio instinctively lowered their heads and bent over, paying respects without uttering a word as if they had seen nothing. Pang Wan looked flustered, waving his hand to dismiss all these formalities. Ajio mimicked a coarse male voice and feigned panic, asking anxiously, "What's wrong with the lord?" "Save him." Pang Wan impatiently pointed toward the person on the floor before responding. This Prince Shen had already caused quite a lot of trouble. Now being stabbed mid-march added insult to injury. With nearly the entire army of Wei, 7,000 strong, under his command, defeat in this battle meant certain death for him. And judging by the current situation, it seemed like everything was heading toward disaster. Ajio squatted down, taking over the task of controlling the wound, carefully untied the covering cloth, examined the neatly sliced knife injury, and mentally applauded, "That's steady work indeed." Actually, killing Prince Shen would be the simplest solution, dealing with a corpse would certainly be easier than handling an injured person, also making it possible for Pang Wan to lose all hope and follow their plan entirely. But they couldn't do it that way, they were on a mission, not assassins. Then, how could they ensure Prince Shen suffered severe injuries and was unable to join the military campaign without dying? There were 3 Wu generals present among them who were dispatched to the opposite side on the first day of the conflict, leaving no one confident enough in handling this situation now. No one wanted to take such a risk, which ultimately led to Zhao Zheng taking responsibility. Ajio exaggerated deliberately, saying, "The prince is in critical condition, it's unlikely he can continue traveling." "Revive him." Pang Wan sat nearby with closed eyes, speaking coldly, "Let him survive until our armies clash regardless." After pouring wine onto the wound, Ajio stimulated it further, yet Prince Shen remained unconscious. Pang Wan's chest rose and fell violently, as though suppressing intense emotions. All this seemed incredibly ridiculous to him, it was as if heaven was deliberately teasing him. If his previous life journey was moving forward, since letting Sun Bin escape, every twist of fate had been fiercely pulling him back. Lu Ban, showing anxious distress, skillfully guided, saying, "General, the prince may not wake up anytime soon." Pang Wan closed his eyes again, staying silent for a long time. With a worried and agitated expression, Lu Ban continued, "We cannot lose the crown prince, what shall we do?" Pang Wan abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping the room, eventually landing on Zhao Zheng. Zhao Zheng reacted instinctively to the sudden attention, straightening his body. Pang Wan asked, "How tall are you?" Footnote. Daliang, the capital city of the state of Wei. Chapter 43, The Battle of Mali, Part 8. Zhao Zheng's expression flickered for a moment, then he said, 8 chi up or down." Pang Wan pointed at Gongzi Shen lying on the ground and gave an order, "Lie down next to him." Even a common soldier would be able to tell something was off. Zhao Jing didn't say a word, appearing as if he dared not disobey. He lay stiffly beside Gongzi Shen, their feet aligning roughly and shoulders almost even in height. Pang Wan looked at their figures, silent for a while. Zhao Jing was thinner than Gongzi Shen. A lot thinner. Lu Ban now saw what was on Pang Wan's mind and leaned close, whispering 2 sentences in his ear. Pang Wan waved him away, not speaking immediately, as he was still pondering. This was a grave matter, no small issue. He might be considering whether there was a trap and whether taking a risk was worth it. If Gongzi Shen were to die in battle, he would surely be in trouble, even if they won this war. King Wei would have his issues with him. In the current situation, it seemed he had no other choice but to send this crown prince back for treatment. But while he could accept such an arrangement, the soldiers couldn't. Losing a deputy general before real fighting began, and worse, within their own camp, this kind of occurrence unsettled morale greatly, which was a serious taboo during military campaigns. Pang Wan had no alternative route. He stared at Zhao Zheng, who had already adjusted his emotions and appeared calm as before. Pang Wan asked, "Do you know what you've seen?" Zhao Zheng stood up, bowing as if understanding the hint that this should not be revealed, saying, "Your subordinate has seen nothing." Pang Wan stopped him mid-word, saying, "The crown prince is severely wounded." "But we must still have a crown prince," he continued. At that precise moment, Zhao Zheng lifted his head, meeting Pang Wan's eyes filled with deep meaning. Their camp rested by the left bank of the river, beside a small grove of trees. The sun-baked pebbles beneath them were scorching hot, standing barefoot on them was impossible. The entire troop extended all the way to the end of this small river. Soldiers tore branches from the forest, some leaves still attached, placing them over their heads to shield against the harsh sunlight. This year's summer was exceptionally hot. Ji Ban, a Jiu emerged from the general's tent and called out, "The general orders you to fetch spears and lances to execute the army laws." Lu Ban sat with the elite troops fanning himself with tree leaves. On hearing this, he hurriedly patted his buttocks and stood up, anxiously asking, "What happened?" Everyone became instantly lively at the news. Whispers murmured among the crowd about who had caused another disturbance. A soldier grabbed Lu Ban, quietly asking, "Who are they punishing?" Only capital punishment required the use of spears and lances. Only 6 people had entered the main tent earlier, aside from Pang Wan's trusted subordinates and Gongzi Shen, the rest were Zhao Zheng, a Jiu, and Lu Ban who had just come out. Lu Ban shook off the soldier's hand, signaling not to cause any more trouble as the general was angry, delaying would mean self-destruction. The young boy in Zhao Zheng's squad quickly understood that since a Jiu had walked out issuing commands, Zhao Zheng must have gotten into trouble. Racing forward a few steps, he intercepted Lu Ban and asked, "What's going on? Is it Zhao Zheng? What happened when he went inside just now?" Lu Ban frowned and replied, "I don't know," then moved past him, grabbing the spear and lance, heading towards the general's tent. The boy jogged alongside him, hands clasped together, pleading earnestly, "This is Zhao Zheng's first time being a soldier. He doesn't know how to speak properly. If he made any mistakes, please ask General to forgive him." Lu Ban cast a quick glance at him, puzzled about when Zhao Zheng had befriended such a little companion. Why did these kids always gravitate toward him? When Lu Ban entered the tent, Zhao Zheng had already changed into Gongzi Shen's clothes and sat on the ground. For a brief moment, Lu Ban hesitated, then swiftly understood and looked at Pang Wan. A Jiu had dressed Zhao Zheng's clothes onto Gongzi Shen, wiping some blood from his body onto the clothes. He told Lu Ban, "All right." Lu Ban responded blankly, "How so?" His question was sincere because he truly hadn't grasped the situation yet. A Jiu, however, mistook it for an act and thought Lu Ban was pretending too much like a fool, rolling his eyes silently. "Break the clothes," said a Jiu, his temper miraculously good at this moment as he pretended to be extremely patient. "Make it look like he's been punished according to the military laws." Pang Wan then spoke up, "Young master." His sudden call bewildered everyone else in the tent since Gongzi Shen, sweating profusely, was unconscious and unable to respond consciously. But unexpectedly, Zhao Zheng answered, "Present." Pang Wan seemed quite satisfied with his response and said with a pleased expression, "Young master will have it tough from here on." Zhao Zheng gave a slight nod, fully embodying a state of unease and fear. He pretended to shout loudly for mercy several times, leaving the people outside the tent momentarily stunned as they exchanged looks, hearing no further sound from within. A Jiu and Lu Ban dragged Zhao Zheng out of the main tent and walked toward the small grove of trees. The young boy waiting outside let out a loud cry and made a move to rush forward but was stopped by someone. "Zhao Zheng," the young boy shouted, his eyes red-rimmed, seemingly overwhelmed with sorrow and anger. Pang Wan sat inside the tent, sipped some tea, and said, "You have a good brother." Zhao Zheng glanced outward, seeing that those who had held back the young boy all belonged to Team 404. This was normal because every step of today's operation had been carefully planned beforehand. It was just an act, even an act within another act. Nobody invested any real emotion into it, making the boy's reaction seem somewhat laughable. Inevitably, Zhao Zheng thought of another person so full of fiery passion. He wondered whether Kong too still lived life in such an almost self-consuming way while carrying out this mission. He had been good to this young boy, and so the boy was grateful to him. He had also treated Kong Tu well, and he didn't doubt that Kong Tu would be willing to lay down his life for him. He had never met anyone before who lived life so fervently. If the members of 404 were compared to lamps, bright and long-lasting, then Kong Tu was like a wildfire, burning and shining in a highly self-consumptive manner, yet emitting heat, human warmth. It was the warmth that made humans truly human. If Kong Tu were here now, what would he do? Zhao Jing couldn't help but think about it. If Kong Tu were the young boy, perhaps he would have rushed inside just now. Or maybe after everyone left, he would have secretly gone looking for the body. Or perhaps he wouldn't have come out at all. He realized he couldn't analyze Kong Tu. Because Kong Tu wasn't rational or purely emotional. He was a three-dimensional human being. Perhaps for every event, if Kong Tu were given the chance again, he'd make different choices. He had no template to follow. Pang Wan stood up and said, "Come, young master, it's time to set off." Zhao Jing followed suit, gazing outward. The river shimmered under the sunlight, its destination unknown. "Brave soldiers!" Tian Ji commanded loudly, "Cross the river." The horse under him took 2 steps in place before stepping into the rushing river waters. The river was wide, the water reaching halfway up a person, with swift current slightly tinged yellow, washing the riverbanks clean of yellow sand. Ouyang Zhen quietly clutched Li Xian and whispered, "Be extremely careful." Li Xian nodded, maintaining a calm and determined demeanor. This was the second time Ouyang Zhen had confirmed this with him. They did not believe he truly wished to protect Sun Bin, enemies of Qin. He was too lazy to explain and didn't want to say much more to them. Kong Tu felt a bit tense, swallowing hard. At some point, Kong Yi-gu appeared and comforted him upon noticing his discomfort, saying, "Though it looks dangerous, as long as you hold on tightly to the person in front, there should generally be no problem." Although Kong Tu was not worried about this at all, he still thanked him with a grateful smile. What was truly perilous about this route was not the river itself but rather the geographical position of this river. They were in a low area, flanked by high mounds suitable for setting up ambushes with hidden arrows. Kong Tu looked up and saw nothing but quietness above. Because of his physical condition, Sun Bin was carried across the river by a soldier. This position was too risky, so Li Xian silently followed behind them, shielding Sun Bin's back. He Chi-chong protected Tian Ji, while Li Su safeguarded Tian Ning. These 3 individuals were all former generals who had experienced countless battles. In such situations, their direct perception of hostility and reaction capabilities were far superior to anyone else's. Any other interference would only add to the chaos. The riverbed was very wide, and all soldiers connected shoulders as they slowly moved forward. Feeling bored, Kong Yi-gu struck up a conversation with him. "How many siblings do you have at home?" Kong Tu didn't feel much like playing along anymore, simply saying, "Just me." "Only you?" Kong Yi-gu asked, surprised, "Are you serious?" Only now did Kong Tu realize that having just one child in a family might seem abnormal in the current context, so he replied, "My younger brother, he starved to death." "Oh," Kong Yi-gu responded, "is Chu suffering so badly?" "Kong Tu. How do you know I'm from Chu?" Back when the troops hadn't yet set out, Kong Tu had casually mentioned Chu to Yan Lingfei. How did Kong Yi-gu know? "Someone told me," Kong Yi-gu said naturally, "I inquired about you." "Why would you inquire about me?" Kong Tu was at a loss, feeling quite surprised, and amazed at how fast rumors spread within the army. "I thought you were being bullied in the team." Kong Yi-gu showed no sign of embarrassment, stating plainly, "You share the same surname, Kong, so I casually asked a couple of questions." Kong Yi-gu added again, "My younger brother is about your age." By now they had already reached the middle of the river. Kong Tu anxiously looked up once more. Kong Yi-gu also glanced up and asked, "What are you looking at?" Kong Tu replied, "If there's an ambush here, we're done for. The Wei army won't reach here." Kong Tu couldn't reveal the truth to him either, only muttering, "I was just saying." Chapter 44, The Battle of Maliang, Part 9. The banks were naturally overgrown with grass and shrubs that reached half a person's height, and a flock of birds suddenly flew out from within. Kong Tu's heart was filled with sudden alarm as he quickly turned around to look for his teammates. Yan Lingfei gave him a warning glance, subtly gesturing for him not to make his actions too conspicuous. At the moment, Kong Tu looked like a startled marmot, suspicious of everything around him. Kong Yaich felt a bit puzzled and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Kong Tu casually brushed it off, saying, "I feel a little unwell." He really didn't have the mood for idle conversation, especially knowing that someone was watching them, intending to kill them along this stretch of the journey. Truth be told, they weren't entirely sure whether the people coming at them would truly dare to take action and assassinate Sun Bin. Given their stance and ability, whether to kill or not would ultimately depend on personal choice. Should I really kill? Su Daming asked himself silently. He had been lying in wait here for 2 hours, without moving a single inch during that time. They had to seize this opportunity to remove Sun Bin, the military strategist, from this team. His 2 companions were concealed at other vantage points, waiting for the best timing. Li Xian stood guard behind Sun Bin, while another soldier carried Sun Bin on his back, essentially providing protective shields both front and back. This setup created significant trouble for taking Sun Bin out all at once. Taking 10 more steps, just 10 more steps, Su Daming could guarantee that an arrow would pierce through Sun Bin's head. Yet, he hesitated slightly, unsure if he really intended to do it. Was he truly going to kill Sun Bin? They were only carrying out a task. Should this task alone justify killing a rare military genius seen only once in a century? Sun Bin was gradually getting closer. Why haven't those two moved yet? Su Daming began to grow restless, tapping his fingers lightly twice against the lacquered bow, and his breathing slowly became a little faster. He couldn't give up at this moment. His teammates trusted him enough to let them act, and he bore the success or failure of 70 people. There was absolutely no room for hesitation now. Su Daming squinted his eyes and gazed down at Sun Bin below. In appearance, he seemed to be quite ordinary. The soldier carrying him wasn't one of the 404 group but probably an attendant soldier who had always followed Sun Bin closely. The two seemed familiar with each other, occasionally exchanging a few words. This person was about to die. Su Daming felt an indescribable emotion arise within him. He had killed countless others, but rarely had he observed so meticulously someone he was about to kill. One second they were joking around, and the next they'd breathe their last breath. Regardless of talent, this person was soon to lie buried forever beneath the earth. There were 5 more steps. Su Daming twitched his fingers slightly, firmly gripping the lacquered bow. Judging by his teammates' lack of movement, he shouldn't expect them to initiate the strike. He never abandoned tasks and had never been a deserter, this time would be no different. Suddenly, a soldier down below shouted, causing Su Daming's breath to catch, and his eyes tightly locked onto the scene below. A sudden complication arose. Yan Lingfei hugged his leg, shouting loudly, "What just bit me?" People around him lifted his leg and found a spot of blood when they touched it, startling them enough to step back. Not sure who said it first, but immediately someone shouted, "Protect the general." Instantly, everyone surrounded Sun Bin, and several others crowded together to protect Tianji and Tianing as well. This is a tactic, Su Daming thought to himself. It was nearly obvious that almost everyone rushing forward to defend Sun Bin came from the 404 unit. Yan Lingfei had even gone as far as self-inflicted harm so they could legitimately protect Sun Bin under the pretense of helping him after being bitten. Now that there were more people protecting Sun Bin, the mission had become even more difficult. Gripping the lacquered bow tighter in his hands, his lips clenched, he made up his mind. Li Xian murmured softly to He Chi Changdao, within shooting range. He Chi nodded, replying quietly, only 5 more meters. Less than 5 meters separated the point where the front and rear shooting ranges would meet. At this very instant, there should have been at least 3 archers keeping watch on them. Strangely, no one had moved during the earlier chaos. Sun Bin appeared to sense something unusual and questioned, "Is there anything strange in the water? Bring that soldier over." "Advisor," Tianji intervened, "let's cross the river first, and we can verify upon reaching the shore." Sun Bin glanced around at the guards surrounding him and said nothing further. As a strategist, he hadn't spent years living with soldiers in the same military camp, nor did he usually expose himself unless absolutely necessary. Therefore, he didn't know much about these soldiers. However, these people's faces seemed a bit too unfamiliar. The elite soldiers had always been following the general at the front, and after so many battles, there were still so many unfamiliar faces. The royal guard thought he heard something in the river and quickly carried Sun Bin higher up his back. Just then, they heard Kong Tu shout loudly as he began hopping on one leg in the river while holding his leg. Kong Yaij was startled by his sudden yell and immediately asked, "What is it? Were you bitten, too?" Kong Tu secretly threw the iron clamp in his hand into the murky water and winced, silently cursing Li Xian for making the clamp so painfully sharp. They feared that Sun Bin would check the wound upon getting out of the water, so they asked Li Xian to prepare a simple iron clamp. It was very sharp and could leave bite marks when clamped onto the leg. Kong Yaij supported him and asked, "How about it, can you walk?" Kong Tu nodded, covering the wound on his leg with his hand in an attempt to stop the bleeding. It was enough to create a commotion and make everyone believe there was something in the river, which might help reduce Sun Bin's suspicion. Otherwise, being surrounded by a group of elite soldiers he didn't know could be frightening. Tianji had little caution regarding this situation because, as the commanding general, the bodyguards around him had always accompanied him. At that moment, few from 404 went to protect Tianji, most were guarding Sun Bin. Tianji loudly shouted, "No one let go. Don't spread out, maintain formation, we need to cross the river quickly." The remaining soldiers circled around the general and military advisor, vigilantly staring at the water surface, moving slowly forward. Su Daming gradually tightened the bowstring. Only 3 steps remained. 2 steps. 1 step. Within range. An arrow whistled sharply through the air as expected, followed shortly thereafter by his teammates' shots. He quickly drew the next arrow from the quiver on his back. After firing the first arrow, everything else flowed naturally and smoothly. The arrows sliced through the air, startling Li Xian who turned suddenly and shouted, "Protect the strategist." He drew his longsword, stepped forward, and waved it mid-air creating a trail of shadows just as the second and third arrows arrived. He Chi Changji favored the use of a spear, executing a beautiful backflip landing deftly in front of Sun Bin. He glared with narrowed eyes, raised both arms, and flung his spear forward angrily. In mid-air, 2 successive fireworks exploded as the sound of metal meeting metal rang out. Incredibly, he had managed to cleave the incoming arrows in half mid-flight. Heichi Changji seized a spear from a soldier behind him, forcefully pushing aside the unresponsive soldier. He spun the spear skillfully in his hands, causing Li Su to snap irritably, "Stop fooling around." The 3 of them stood in the water facing away from Sun Bin, shielding him from behind. Sun Bin looked up and saw all the flying arrows heading straight for him. Li Xian wielded his sword fiercely, deflecting the arrows. Behind him, it wasn't just Sun Bin, there were quite a few soldiers as well, so occasionally a couple of arrows fell, and he yelled, "Block them." Elite soldiers, after all, weren't ordinary individuals, quickly assuming a defensive posture. However, it wasn't enough to withstand the barrage of arrows shot by the generals of the 404 unit. An arrow slipped past the spear and aimed directly at Sun Bin's chest. Suddenly, a snapping sound rang out. Tianji leapt, breaking the tip of his spear off into the water, springing into the circle and shoving the other soldiers aside, growling, "Get out." Tianning loudly commanded all the soldiers, shouting, "Don't move. Anyone fleeing will be dealt with according to military law." All soldiers. Tianning yelled, "Be alert." The soldiers picked up their spears, positioning themselves in battle formations in the water. Another volley of arrows came hurtling in. A scratch left a bloody streak on Li Su's arm, and the arrow continued its flight backward. He immediately called out, "Li Xian." But Li Xian was entirely engaged and unable to disengage. There were 3 archers against their side with only 3 of them to counteract. Tianji turned around in an almost indiscernible blur, reaching out with a swift motion to catch the incoming arrow barehanded. Knocked back slightly due to the momentum, he gripped the arrowhead with one hand and the tail with the other, snapping it cleanly and discarding it behind him. "We're running out of arrows," Su Daming thought. His team members also ran out since they started shooting simultaneously. Each of their quivers contained only 35 arrows, which they had carried for 3 days. This mission hadn't gone well, they underestimated their opponents. The main mistake happened due to Tianji. If it had only been Li Xian and others, it would have been impossible for them to defend against all the arrows, at least 2 would slip past and strike Sun Bin. Unexpectedly, Tianji was not weak, he might even be considered rather strong, and blocked the arrows that had slipped through. After firing the last arrow, Li Xian stood upright with his blade, expressionless, and moved forward directly. The blade tip met the arrowhead mid-air, producing a tiny spark before splitting into several halves like wooden sticks, falling into the water. Finally, it's over, Su Daming thought. He actually let out a sigh of relief. Li Xian looked in his direction and sheathed his sword, ceasing to guard himself. It seemed he had been counting Su Daming's arrows all along. Every one of his arrows was aimed at Sun Bin's life, because Sun Bin was carried on someone's back, with people protecting him from both front and back. The only place where serious injury could be inflicted was the head. If hit, there would be no chance of survival. Fortunately, none of them had hit their mark. Su Daming saw Li Xian open his mouth slightly, as if shaping the words, Su Daming. He smiled, shook his head, realizing that despite having little interaction beforehand, Li Xian had still recognized his arrows. He signaled subtly to the other 2, then threw away the lacquered bow and climbed out from the hiding spot they had dug earlier, running off. This was just the beginning, they wouldn't return to their team anytime soon. All their remaining energy and time would be spent on Sun Bin. Perhaps this time, it would also include Tianji. Chapter 45, The Battle of Ma, 10. The arrows stopped flying, yet the soldiers still dared not to relax. Li Xian and others made no obvious moves but had already put down their weapons, thrusting them into the water through the surface, awaiting further instructions. Regardless of their previous status, here they were just ordinary soldiers who needed to follow Tianji's orders. Tianji glanced around and said calmly, "Get ashore." This time, all the soldiers dared not hesitate anymore, hurrying across the remaining half of the path. Kong Tu's wound hurt unbearably after being soaked in water. When he got ashore, his wet pants clung to his thighs, staining the left leg of his pants with a light red color from blood. Yan Lingfei hobbled over, watching Kong Tu lie half on the ground, and gave him a kick with his injured leg, saying, "Get up, prepare to face the storm." Kong Tu said, "I'm scared." "Who isn't scared?" Yan Lingfei sighed, "Hurry up and get up." Sure enough, as soon as those words were spoken, someone relayed an order, "The 2 soldiers who were just wounded, the advisor wants you." Both sighed in unison again, with Kong Tu extending a hand for Yan Lingfei to help him up. The 2, one old and weak, supported each other as they walked toward the front. Upon arriving, they found not only themselves but also Li Xian, Heichi Changji, and Li Su there too. Sun Bin sat on a 4-wheeled chair, with a blanket still draped over his legs dragging onto the ground. "How are your injuries?" he asked with a smile. Kong Tu wanted to shiver, sensing that this smile held hidden meaning. At this moment, Yan Lingfei's superior acting skills became apparent. Although he had just acted like a frightened little boy, he now vividly portrayed humility, bowing low and thanking Sun Bin sincerely, "Thank you for your concern, advisor. There's no serious issue." Sun Bin gestured them closer, saying, "Quickly let the doctor examine your injuries." There was a medical team within the army to treat wounded soldiers, and there were 4 or 5 such doctors waiting by the side, obviously having arrived early. Without hesitation, Yan Lingfei rolled up his trouser leg, anxiously asking, "Is it poisoned?" Before the doctor could open his mouth, Yan Lingfei interrupted, "It's fine, just tell me the truth. I can take it." "Doctor." Kong Tu thought he was utterly embarrassing and wished he didn't know him. Then he realized he needed to roll up his pants too, but found that his wound was too high for him to pull the pants up. He felt extremely awkward at this point and considered removing his pants entirely, though he very much did not want to do so, his cheeks flushing red with embarrassment after just a brief moment. Yan Lingfei looked back at him just as Li Xian stepped forward, crouched down, and with the tip of his knife tore open the hole in Kong Tu's pants caused earlier, then ripped it apart to expose the swollen wound soaked in water. Kong Tu smiled at him and said, "Thanks." Li Xian didn't say anything, stood up, and returned to his original position. A bearded doctor came over, squatted down, and carefully examined his leg. Sun Bin concernedly asked, "How is it?" "It looks like it was bitten by something," the bearded doctor said, "such sharp teeth, I've never seen before." "Are these two the only ones bitten?" he asked looking up. Sun Bin replied, "As of now, it appears that only these two are injured." He then turned to Tianji, "General, do you know if anyone else has been bitten?" Tianji shook his head, "No one has reported anything." Yan Lingfei kept asking about his safety, "Am I really in danger?" "Looks like there's no big problem," the doctor responded, clearly exasperated by Yan Lingfei's bold fear of death. "Apply some ointment to prevent infection and it will be fine." Kong Tu raised his hand, "Give me some too." Yan Lingfei seized the chance, "Can I have something for the pain? It really hurts." Kong Tu agreed again, "Yes, yes. Doctor." Sun Bin watched with a smile, seemingly having no objections. However, the more he behaved this way, the more frightened Kong Tu became, sensing that he might be calculating something in his mind. Tianji, who had been standing aside the whole time, spoke up now, "Never heard of biting creatures in the Pooh River. Is this related to a sneak attack?" Sun Bin absent-mindedly touched his fingers, replying, "Perhaps it is." The real meaning of this statement, however, was, "Perhaps not." Who is Sun Bin? All the military strategies used by future generals were originated from him. This was what he left behind. They have probably been discovered by Sun Bin. It might not be that serious, perhaps they were just found to be a little strange. But there was really nothing more they could do to be less conspicuous. Under the circumstances, they were already trying their best to make it appear natural. Last night, after a lot of reasoning and calculation, their final conclusion was that there was no way to resolve the crisis without alerting Sun Bin. This was all they could do despite risking exposure. "Why are there hidden soldiers?" Tianji frowned and asked. "This is a very strange matter. There appeared to be fewer than 5 people. If it was truly an ambush, how could such a good opportunity involve only so few? The Wei army should be in no position to reach here. But if this wasn't the Wei army, who could it be? And it seemed like these people were specifically targeting Sun Bin." Sun Bin smiled and said, "General, you must take care." Tianji questioned with confusion, "What does master mean?" "Someone wants my head," Sun Bin replied calmly, "It appears that someone wants me dead within the ranks." Tianji immediately declared, "It's Pang Wan." Few now knew about the issues between Sun Bin and Pang Wan. He himself had some close relationship with Sun Bin and understood it even better. In his mind, he had always resented Pang Wan deeply, determined that during this campaign he would personally eliminate him to avenge the severed foot of Sun Bin. "Who it is we do not yet know," Sun Bin's gaze briefly scanned Li Xian, saying with deep meaning, "But we don't seem entirely powerless either." The performance of Li Xian and the others earlier had completely exceeded the capabilities of ordinary soldiers. They suddenly appeared, all newly recruited troops. Although some had clear backgrounds and even fellow townsfolk to vouch for them, it appeared that before this campaign, none of them existed in any records. How was this possible? Even martial arts prodigies couldn't achieve such reaction times and decisiveness in such a short time, let alone the perfect coordination among the 3 of them which showed that they clearly had connections long before now. If it weren't their first time enlisting, why did no one know their names? Firstly, what Sun Bin considered was that the King of Qi sent these individuals to secretly protect him. Other than that, there wasn't much clarity. After that incident, Tianji had thought about promoting these 3 individuals and having them guard Sun Bin closely, but Sun Bin stopped him. Given their uncertain origins, Sun Bin wouldn't use them, instead opting to distance himself as much as possible from these people. A delay occurred on the Pooh River, resulting in them arriving at Dingtao later by nearly an hour than usual. The sky was gradually growing darker, the moon ascending above the branches. Kong Tu endured immense pain and bitterness along the way. His wound had been simply bandaged but was continuously rubbed against as he moved. For the umpteenth time, he complained that Li Xian's creation was too effective. Tonight, it shouldn't be Kong Tu's turn to stand watch, by both logic and fairness. Since the start of the march, the night watches had been rotating among large tents, but occasionally someone would claim discomfort and ask Kong Tu to replace them. Such individuals were everywhere. Kong Tu didn't want to cause trouble, especially when meetings involving Section 404 occasionally took place, so he had never refused. The only thing that made him extremely dissatisfied was that Jiang Liang had never stood watch. Originally, in the period before the battle began, it should have been her and Jiang Liang's duty to rotate shifts, but Jiang Liang never voluntarily took up the task. Because Jiang Liang was a woman, Kang Tu felt awkward speaking up, so he never brought it up. However, now that they were on the march and tonight it was Jiang Liang's turn, she still hadn't appeared. Kang Tu wondered how someone with such poor character could ever enter section 404. Before entering the main tent, Kang Tu leaned against a tree, extending his injured leg, trying not to move the lower half of his body, idly saying, "I won't replace her tonight." There's going to be a meeting tonight. Yan Lingfei recently developed a habit of holding a grass stick between his lips, giving him a ruggedly handsome look. "Are you sure?" Kang Tu said, "She's also part of section 404, it's perfectly fair." Yan Lingfei sneered, "I don't like attending meetings with her." Kang Tu recalled something and asked, "You once said she's an entrepreneur, right?" "Just talk, nonsense actually," Yan Lingfei shrugged dismissively. "Back then, nobody was telling you the truth." At that time, when Kang Tu had just joined section 404, everyone, regardless of how friendly they acted, definitely didn't treat him as a true friend. Perhaps even now, Kang Tu didn't think he had many friends. "So, what does she really do?" "She's quite impressive." Yan Lingfei's tone carried no admiration for her accomplishment. "A nationwide scandal, female fraudster." Kang Tu. Yan Lingfei glanced at him, toying with a stone in his hand, tossing it back and forth carelessly as he said, "Yeah, she's the only one who came in because of too much negative impact." Kang Tu seemed as though a new world had been opened before him, speaking incredulously, "Aren't they all great men?" "Who told you that definition?" Yan Lingfei said. "You figured that out yourself, didn't you?" "The criterion for entering is influence, whether positive or negative, as long as it's big enough. But it's hard for a negative influence to grow so large. Jiang Liang even impacted the economy back then, so there's only her in section 404. Kang Tu finally understood why everyone here disliked her. It wasn't just because of Bai Jing's death. Dogs will always go back to eating shit. Yan Lingfei concluded finally. At this point, a team leader walked over shouting, "Into the tent." The two stood up, dusting off dirt from their clothes. Yan Lingfei asked, "You're not coming tonight?" With a firm decision in mind, Kang Tu responded firmly, "Not going." "All right then." Yan Lingfei waved at him, turning around after walking a couple of steps and suddenly looking back to add, "Don't get on her bad side." Without looking back, Kang Tu gave an "okay" gesture. Jiang Liang still hadn't come out to take her watch. Kang Tu appeared as if he hadn't noticed anyone missing, directly entering the main tent and lying down on his bed. When the patrolman reached this spot and realized someone was missing, he immediately pulled open the tent and shouted, "Where is everyone?" All gazes swept between Jiang Liang and Kang Tu, but no one dared speak. Kang Tu, as if he hadn't heard, turned over. That patrolman seemed to have caught on, striding directly towards Kang Tu, kicking him saying, "Hey, get up for your watch." Chapter 46, The Battle of Maliang, 11. Kang Tu flipped over and calmly said, "It's not my turn today." The patrol soldier swore loudly, "What a load of rubbish. Didn't you hear me tell you to get up?" If this man had spoken politely, Kang Tu might not have insisted on such trivial matters. But with this kind of attitude, it was unlikely he would do him the favor. Kang Tu sat up, crossed his legs, and said, "I already said, I'm not on night duty today." He didn't want to look back at Jiang Liang's expression, he was just trying to reason with this man. But people here don't recognize reason. In the Warring States period, and mostly soldiers from poor commoners, 80% are illiterate, let alone having received systematic education. The patrol soldier kicked him again, right on the leg he injured today, shouting loudly, "What the hell are you?" Kang Tu replied, "Nothing special, just a soldier who doesn't have to be on guard duty today." "You should have the roster in your hand, why don't you take a look? Who's supposed to be on duty tonight?" By this point, Jiang Liang still hadn't stepped forward. Kang Tu thought she was simply foolish. Even if she dealt with one patrol soldier, but considering the current situation, if he were determined to make trouble, what could a single patrol soldier possibly do? Bullying among soldiers is more rampant than anywhere else. Taking advantage of strength to bully the weak and looking down on others are extremely common. Kang Tu wasn't someone who could ignore these things, he lacked the ability and courage to uphold justice, but when it came to being bullied himself, he would resist and absolutely wouldn't act as a pathetic victim. Given this situation, he definitely wouldn't back down. If it got to this point, no matter what, he would ensure Jiang Liang takes her turn at standing guard. At this hour, everyone in front of each large tent was already in place. Since Team 404 was having a meeting tonight, people in charge of tents ahead had all managed to swap shifts to work today. Only Team 3's tent was still empty. Yan Lingfei saw at a glance that something was wrong. He looked around, then slipped away to find Ouyang Zhen. "What brings you here?" Ouyang Zhen whispered quietly. They usually pretend not to know each other to avoid revealing their identities. If it ever got to the point where Sun Bin couldn't tolerate them, they wanted to at least make sure a few out of the 70 could stay behind. Kang Tu is about to get into trouble. Yan Lingfei confirmed there were no patrol soldiers nearby, squatted next to him and said, "These last couple of days he's been glaring at Jiang Liang, finding everything she does irritating." Ouyang Zhen frowned slightly, because of the night watch thing. Yan Lingfei gave him a thumbs up. Aside from Yan Lingfei, Kong Tu hadn't told anyone about the night duty issue. Ouyang Zhen had somehow guessed correctly. You wouldn't know, that kid is too stubborn, Yan Lingfei said quietly, I'm worried about fights breaking out. Ouyang Zhen certainly wasn't ignorant about the situation. After a moment of pondering, he suggested, shall we call the captain over? Yan Lingfei was startled, this big a commotion. He originally hoped to settle the matter privately. Ouyang Zhen acted immediately. He stood up, glanced at him, and said, we can't let her keep bullying him either. Yan Lingfei remained crouching for the moment, not moving. Ouyang Zhen frowned, what's wrong with you? Another patrol soldier will come by soon. You're so handsome, Yan Lingfei said in stunned tone, Aren't you Ouyang Zhen? Ouyang Zhen pulled him up and casually said, I've been watching her for a long time, she's irritating. Set some things on fire, Ouyang Zhen pulled out a burning log from the fire pit, weighed it, and asked, burn what? Yan Lingfei. He was so scared he almost went limp. Ouyang Zhen hesitated in front of a cart of grain, turned back and asked, how about this? Isn't it a little too small? Yan Lingfei said, big brother, are you serious? Ouyang Zhen replied without hesitation, of course, how else would we summon the captain if we don't set fire? So. Yan Lingfei had nothing left to say, and could only answer, then go ahead. Just at this time, Huayu approached. The large tent he was guarding was close to the grain cart, naturally asking, planning to burn the grain. Ouyang Zhen pointed to a pile and asked, how about this one? This side is tomorrow morning's pancakes, Huayu pointed to another pile, burn this. These are extra blankets, I don't want to get beaten up in the morning while also being hungry. While setting the fire, Ouyang Zhen consoled Yan Lingfei, anyway, they already know there's an assassin. Just pretend the assassin did it. Huayu urged, hurry up. What are you doing, dancing around like that? Someone will come by soon. Yan Lingfei was speechless, you also know. Huayu shrugged and nodded for him to look up. Everyone from Team 404 on guard duty tonight was watching them. Lu Miao gave them a glance indicating that people were coming, so they quickly returned to their positions. Take this opportunity to settle accounts with Bai Jing properly. Huayu whispered as they passed by. After setting the fire, Ouyang Zhen ran off. By the time the blue smoke rose and was put out by Huayu, the entire process hadn't exceeded 3 minutes. The bedding filled with dry straw caught fire easily, just waiting for a few corners to burn. After coughing twice, Huayu waved his hand signaling them to find someone quickly. Yan Lingfei rushed to find the tent captain behind the general's tent. Inside the large tent of Team 3, Kong Tu snorted, you are protecting her so much, must have received some benefit, right? The patrol soldier became angry and grabbed his collar, lifting him up, saying, what did you say? Repeat it if you dare. Kong Tu's temper flared up too. Staring at him, he said, I said, Jiang Liang must be serving you very well, making you care about her so tenderly, fearing she'll endure any hardship. A mechanical female voice sounded in his head, warning. Warning. Emotions exceed normal levels, suspected criminal tendencies. Kong Tu calmed himself down to avoid being knocked out by tranquilizers in such a situation, it would be too embarrassing. Before entering university, he had never been a patient person, quick-tongued and sharp-witted without holding back words. He once went through a hot-headed phase. Later, after attending university, surrounded by people from all over, different personalities caused him trouble many times when handling interpersonal relationships, which gradually made him change. It was what everyone called maturity, no longer daring to provoke trouble because the cost of causing trouble was becoming increasingly high. This year, he had gotten into 2 arguments with people, one before joining Team 404, the quarrel with the art director, and now, this one. The patrol soldier shoved him against the big tent. This temporary structure wasn't sturdy at all, shaking violently under Kong Tu's weight and momentum. Seeing the situation escalating, Jiang Liang frowned and stood up. She seemed extremely impatient, ready to speak when a shadow walked towards the front of the tent. The burly tent master roared loudly, what are you all doing here? The soldiers on night duty tonight, stand out in front of me. The patrol soldier's face changed instantly as he loosened his grip on Kong Tu's neck. Losing his balance, Kong Tu slid down the tent and started coughing uncontrollably. Another patrol soldier standing beside the tent master opened the roster, found Kong Tu's name, and read aloud, Jiang Liang, step forward. The tent master's expression looked fierce like an evil spirit, looking at Kong Tu, saying, are you Jiang Liang? Scared by this question, Kong Tu hurriedly replied, no, I'm not. Who is Jiang Liang? Step forward immediately. Even Kong Tu was terrified, let alone a woman. Jiang Liang's confidence dwindled significantly, and she slowly stepped forward. No one expected the tent master to take a step forward without another word and lash out a whip, striking Jiang Liang squarely across the face, drawing a streak of blood. Jiang Liang screamed, and tears fell instantly. Kong Tu was dumbfounded. The tent master, holding a black flexible whip, pointed at them and ordered, all 3 of you, come out here. By the time Kong Tu limped outside, all the night guards from the elite troops were already lined up neatly outside, meaning all members of Team 404 were there. It seemed like he understood something. If he understood, then Jiang Liang should have realized it too. Turning around, the tent master wasted no time and lashed the whip onto the patrol soldier, a red bloodstain appearing instantly. The patrol soldier stood stiffly, unable to suppress a groan. His body trembled, not from pain but out of fear. Each tent master had more than 100 soldiers' lives in their hands. In the army, a tent master killing a soldier was as easy as stepping on an ant. "What the hell are you doing?" the tent master asked, whipping the patrol soldier again, the crack echoing sharply. "I'm asking you again," the tent master shouted, grabbing the patrol soldier's collar and pulling him close. "What the hell are you doing? Speak!" the tent master roared, each word accompanied by a whip stroke landing on him. Startled, the patrol soldier's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, possibly from pain or sheer terror, and stammered, I am calling someone, for night duty." "I'm asking you again," the tent master seized his collar, dragging him closer. "What exactly are you doing?" The patrol soldier was at a loss for words. He indeed didn't know what the tent master wanted to hear. Swallowing, he stammered nervously, "Fighting again." "Do you know what time it is now?" asked the tent master. "Someone attacked during the day, and you let the front of the main tent be unguarded." The patrol soldier didn't dare utter a single word in rebuttal, barely standing, with his eyes turning red. Kong Tu was terrified, feeling as if this man's aura resembled Lord Yama himself, even scarier than his high school homeroom teacher. He didn't dare take a deep breath. But fear invited more fear, and when the tent master turned back and pointed his flexible whip at Kong Tu, asking, "What are you supposed to do?" Kong Tu tried to speak loudly and calmly. "This military officer told me to guard at night, but I didn't go, so we argued." The tent master struck him immediately with the whip. "Do you think you're right?" Kong Tu. Yan Lingfei couldn't help cringing as he watched nearby, his lips downturned, clearly unable to bear seeing this. After actually being hit with the whip, Kong Tu felt relieved, though it really hurt. He spoke up loud, "No. No," the tent master repeated, "if you had no reason, why didn't you go? Is guarding at night too hard for you?" "Because yesterday it was my turn, and out of the 8 days since I joined the army, I've already guarded on 5 nights. It wasn't my turn today. Besides, I was bitten while crossing the river." The tent master glanced down at his leg. His pants were still torn open, revealing an inadequately bandaged wound. "So you're the one who got bitten today?" "Yes." With that, the tent master waved him off. "Get lost." Kong Tu sighed. Being a soldier like this without even stepping onto the battlefield had left him battered and bruised. Truly terrible luck, and then he quickly scurried away. Jiang Liang had been standing by his side just moments ago, shaking uncontrollably like she'd switched to vibration mode, clenching her fists tightly the whole time. Watching her, Kong Tu regretted pushing things this far. It wasn't even necessary anyway, it was just about taking turns to guard at night. Why should a big man make life hard for a woman? The tent master pointed the flexible whip toward Jiang Liang's face, almost poking her nose, and asked, "And you, were you also bitten?" Chapter 47, The Battle of Malin, 12. Jiang Liang opened her mouth, stuttering a bit as she said, I forgot. If it weren't for the circumstances, she might have come up with a more convincing excuse. But now, out of sheer fear, she barely managed to respond with an almost comical answer, because she knew all too well that hesitation and stumbles could anger the master. But this answer would also anger him. The master whipped her leg with a lash, glaring at her like a bull, growling, "I'll ask you again, why didn't you keep watch? Isn't it obvious? Who in the army doesn't know these things? Any master has risen from being a new recruit, they can see through the events easily. In ordinary times, these are just open secrets that no one bothers about unless problems arise. But today, a problem arose." The master grabbed Jiang Liang by the collar, dragging her a few steps to the pile of supplies and shoved her head into the blackened remains of bedding, yelling angrily, "You motherfucking look at this. What is this? The fire nearly reached the general's tent, and your asses were still fighting inside." Only then did the patrol soldier understand what had happened in those moments, realizing why the master who normally wouldn't patrol suddenly appeared here. He was so scared his legs trembled like pistons, feeling as though the sky was about to fall. The grain supplies were on fire. Nothing in military affairs was more terrifying than this. No wonder the master was so enraged. If the fire hadn't been put out in time, those keeping watch tonight, including the master himself, might not have made it out alive. Kong Tu had only just learned that this group of lunatics had actually set the grain supplies alight. He made an expression of disbelief at Yan Lingfei. Yan Lingfei grimaced and nodded. He had no other choice. Hadn't they gone too far? When Kong Tu looked at Jiang Liang, he felt utterly at a loss. He thought this incident had become outrageous. This group of people may not have done this for him. There were certainly much simpler and safer ways to deal with the matter, rather than letting him get beaten by a whip. Clearly, they were taking the opportunity to torment Jiang Liang, exacting revenge for Bai Jing, and for the past accumulated grievances. He, as the trigger for the event, felt guilty. Because there wasn't such deep hatred between him and Jiang Liang, even if their contradictions would eventually burst, he should not be the cause. Kong Tu usually lacked any sense of grandeur or heroism, and he wasn't reflecting from the standpoint of a man either. Given the current situation, even if Jiang Liang were a man, he would still feel uneasy. It had nothing to do with identity, intelligence, or capability. Kong Tu felt that anyone getting caught up in trouble because of him was unfair. Jiang Liang owed him only a few nights of hard work, and all she needed to do was keep watch. There shouldn't have been anything else. Now, Kong Tu believed it had gone too far, and he also felt insulted. However, due to various reasons, this sense of insult was suppressed by unease. He couldn't vent anger at others, nor could he stand up to say anything on behalf of Jiang Liang. He could only remain silent, retreating like a turtle into its shell. He was an incompetent person. Jiang Liang's arms were very thin, struggling to support her own body pressed against the pile of grain supplies. The master's rage wasn't subsiding anytime soon, his whip swiping over one face after another, warning them, even if it didn't catch fire today, if it had, none of you would have escaped. All the great men of the era remained silent, humbly bowing their heads, acting submissive beyond measure. Kong Tu found it somewhat amusing. If this master knew exactly who he was scolding, who knows what expression he would make. Since there was little damage, they didn't get scolded severely, and most of the blame fell on Jiang Liang and the patrol soldiers. At that time, Yan Lingfei went to find the master, and deliberately avoided disturbing the people from Team 3. They lined up on their own, and after the master investigated the situation, he saw that not only was Team 3 understaffed, but they were also fighting among themselves. His anger was unsurprisingly boiling over. There's no way he could ever guess that a group was playing tricks on him. Thinking about it this way, he seemed rather pitiful. Kong Tu empathized, thinking he was also quite unfortunate. Of course, Jiang Liang was even more pitiable. Whether or not the supplies were damaged, setting fire to grain was absolutely a crisis. It meant enemies were lurking within the army or someone was secretly watching them. Whenever such an event occurred, there had to be someone to take responsibility, and there was no better candidate than Jiang Liang. On the morning of the next day, the master reported everything truthfully to Tianji with a heart full of trepidation. At that time, Tianji was with Sun Bin, and on a low table was laid out a military map with 2 little red flags sticking out. Upon hearing this news, Tianji slapped the table so hard that all the things on it trembled. The 30-year-old master's heart also trembled along. "General, please calm down." Sun Bin sat on his 4-wheeled chair. This news seemed to not have caused much of a stir for him as he said in a steady tone, "Last night, no one woke us up because there was no loss, right?" His eyes then focused on the imposing man who was kneeling halfway, like a small mountain when he knelt, at this point quickly lowering his head and saying, "Yes, only 2 quilts were burned before being extinguished." Just then, outside the tent came Lu Miao's voice. After tapping the pot, he shouted, "Mealtime. Everyone line up." Sun Bin glanced outwards, and then turned back around, staring at Tianji for a moment. Tianji paused, sighed, and told his personal guard beside him, "Go call that person over here." It seemed to be a good day. The morning started off with a breeze that brought down the heat from the past few days. Kong Tu used his hand to block the sunlight, slightly squinting while gazing at the sky. Then he heard someone summoning Lu Miao from General Tianji's tent. Yan Lingfei flopped over beside him and asked, "How's the wound?" "Hurts," Kong Tu replied casually. Yan Lingfei glanced at Jiang Liang who was sitting on a rock, quietly nodding towards her with his chin, asking, "Did she cause you any trouble?" "No," Kong Tu said numbly, "she's been very quiet, which is why I'm scared." Yan Lingfei made a sucking sound, somewhat uncertainly saying, "She probably won't cause any more trouble. Let's imagine, if you were Jiang Liang and I were you, what would you do now?" Kong Tu turned his head to look at Yan Lingfei, expressionless as he said, "I'd kill you." Yan Lingfei. "You're too wimpy." Yan Lingfei also didn't have much to say, adding, "Even I don't decide these things. Mr. Ouyang insisted on doing it this way, how could I argue against it?" Kong Tu grabbed both his hands on Yan Lingfei's shoulders and shook him hard, yelling, I'll kill you." It's fine, Yan Lingfei quickly stopped him, reassuring, "Don't worry, brother will definitely protect you." Kong Tu coldly gave him the middle finger. "Look at you." Yan Lingfei grabbed his middle finger and flung it aside, saying, "Why are you getting so emotional? It's such a small matter, isn't brother just trying to help?" Kong Tu gently breathed out one word, "Get lost." While they were fooling around, completely ignoring Lu Miao being called inside earlier, there wasn't really anything to worry about, it was all going according to plan. "Indeed, the master behind you has marvelous strategies." Sun Bin smiled and asked, "Do you have any other insights?" Lu Miao bowed and respectfully replied, "No further plans yet." Sun Bin nodded understandingly, leaned back against the chair, and slowly said, "Earlier, it was our negligence not to know such a distinguished figure existed, hope you can forgive us." Lu Miao bowed even lower, extremely respectful as he said, "There truly aren't any other plans. That day, I left hastily and didn't ask much." Nobody believed that. From the start, Sun Bin never believed the excuse of having a fortune teller, and now he believes even less that he didn't inquire thoroughly. This battle seemed wrong from the beginning, making him feel uneasy, as if there was someone in the dark contending with him, but he couldn't figure out who his opponent truly was. This person doesn't seem like a friend, but even less like an enemy. Outside the tent, Ouyang Zhen brought them a message, saying, "Tianning is handling the grain supplies." "About what kind of punishment?" "A few sticks can't be avoided," Ouyang Zhen said, "and it probably won't be too severe, just a warning." Kong Tu was somewhat worried, but did not show it in front of him. Ouyang Zhen patted his shoulder and said, "Relax, don't carry any psychological burdens, Jiang Liang should understand well enough why she got into trouble. And we need this chance exactly to meet Sun Bin." If these words were spoken by someone else, Kang Tu might have pulled his ear and asked him what this had to do with him, but because it was Ouyang Zhen, he could only accept it. Inside the tent, Lu Miao finally agreed, saying, "You belong to wood element, you should get more sunshine. If you're always on the war chariot without interacting with the soldiers, it can lead to estrangement, and it will be difficult to command on the battlefield. If you want the soldiers to be convinced of you, it's not necessary for you to live with them, but you should at least eat with them. Once the warriors see the grace and talent of the military strategist and general, they will surely feel confident and firmly believe that they can win." Sun Bin looked up at him, temporarily unable to figure out which move Lu Miao was making. He had already sent the opportunity right to Lu Miao's lips. If there were any requests, now would be the time to speak them, but this person only said some insignificant nonsense. It was indeed nonsense because the scheduling of soldiers was done by Tianji and Tianing, and the military strategist had no obligation or necessity to mingle with the soldiers. In all previous victorious battles, Sun Bin had never stepped off the war chariot. He considered himself a cripple, never claiming military achievements for himself, always giving them all to Tianji. It was also a way of showing gratitude for Tianji's recognition of his talent. But if Lu Miao did not say it, he could not force him. The several soldiers from yesterday who protected him were all highly skilled, making him dare not act rashly. An enemy within was more fearsome than tens of thousands of enemies outside. Outside the tent, Tianing adjusted his sleeves as he walked out of his own tent, took the black soft whip from the hands of the nearby bodyguard, personally enforced the law, and checked. One soldier got 3 lashes, Jiang Liang only received 2. Tianing looked at everyone and spoke loudly, "There is no defense in the world that cannot be broken. I don't blame you. You have secured the grain supplies and prevented us from running out of ammunition and food." His voice was filled with confidence and vitality, continuing, "This punishment is just a small warning. I hope all of you will not let your guard down and continue to maintain such vigilance until the very last moment." All the soldiers were somewhat stunned, not expecting Tianing to handle the matter this way. Tianing noticed everyone's surprise, taking this opportunity to make a pre-battle mobilization, saying, "Warriors, we've come out here to fight for Qi. We are all sons and daughters of the state of Qi. I know you all want victory more than I do. We should unite and work together to overcome difficulties instead of blaming each other. After this battle is over, we'll slaughter chickens and cattle, distribute gold and silver generously, ensuring that every warrior can return home gloriously." Hua Yu sat beside, somewhat discontentedly asked, "What is he doing?" Winning the hearts of the people, Shani, who removed the grass debris sticking to his clothes piece by piece without looking up. Getting others to do things for oneself involves either coercion or temptation. Forcing people onto the battlefield, merely spiritual encouragement isn't enough, one has to give some rewards. Hua Yu actually disliked the behavior in the army and said, "All right, then our efforts last night went to waste. What more do you expect?" Shani Hu replied indifferently, "Killing Jiang Liang." Hua Yu paused momentarily, turning back to look at him. Shani Hu was still picking the grass debris off his clothes. They had endured hardships while marching, lying directly on the ground at night with quilts full of dry grass, making everyone somewhat disheveled except for Shani Hu, who kept trying to maintain cleanliness. He now said, "That's enough. People like Jiang Liang will react counterproductively when pressed too hard." Hua Yu exhaled, turning back around and saying, "You're right. By the way," he suddenly remembered something, "are you also from Qi?" Seemed like there wasn't much difference between him and Sun Bin in years. Shani Hu lightly acknowledged without speaking further. Hua Yu realized he didn't want to talk about it anymore and tactfully changed the subject. In front, Tianing was still passionately proclaiming, "One day, the territory of Qi will cover all of Shenzhou land, and history books will attribute the achievements to all the brave warriors. You will be eternally remembered in history. You are all meritorious officials of my great state of Qi. And this battle will also make the whole world understand the strength of our men from Qi." Perhaps these words were just randomly spoken by Tianing to inspire everyone's morale, but he was right. For countless future generations, all would remember this battle, which would shine brightly among many, becoming an everlasting beacon of inspiration for posterity. Chapter 48, The Battle of Maliang, 13. The army traveled across an endless meadow, the land slightly damp from shallow stream water. In the distance, a military force approached from the horizon, getting closer and closer. Their line stretched on without end, and a huge red flag stood in front of the troops inscribed with an ancient character, Qi. It was nearly noon by this time, and they were less than 2 days' journey away from the state of Wei. "General!" A soldier from the rear came running over shouting loudly, "Another man has fallen." Tianji, mounted on his warhorse, squinted as he looked at the seemingly infinite plain ahead and said, "Let us rest here then." After days of marching, soldiers who lacked stamina collapsed before reaching the battlefield. According to Sun Bin's arrangement, the daily travel distance had been reduced to 25 kilometers, yet soldiers continued to fall unconscious from heat exhaustion one after another. "The weather is terrible," Sun Bin murmured softly as he was carried down from the war chariot by a personal soldier. Tianji dismounted his horse and walked forward, assisting Sun Bin's four-wheeled cart. Together, they stood in front of the troops observing the tens of thousands of soldiers taking a break. Lu Miao ran over from afar with a large pot on his back and another tied to his chest like a double-sided Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. He shouted while drenched in sweat, set up camp and prepare food. The sun was blazing overhead, its intensity feeling as if it could dry out the men beneath it. 2 people from each unit gathered hurriedly digging a pit in the ground, throwing stones inside, adding dry grass and firewood beneath, igniting it, and placing the pot atop to serve as a makeshift stove. Kong Tu felt parched with clothes sticking to his skin due to heat. He squatted beside others in his team, setting up the dirt pit together. Kong Yaij was a patrolman, not assigned directly to a squad but often wandering around. Upon seeing Kong Tu nearby, with a long spear in hand, he pointed towards Jiang Liang standing idly nearby and ordered, "You, come over." Then he gestured with his spear downwards indicating the cooking pit and commanded again, "Dig." Jiang Liang glanced at him, unwilling to create conflict, yet did not crouch down to dig but only watched from where he stood. Kong Yaij criticized, "I've long noticed your problem. Why aren't you working? Did you join the army just to be idle?" Jiang Liang replied, "There are enough people already, so I did not step forward." "If you had stepped forward, there would always have been room for you. What excuse is that?" Kong Yaij scolded. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liang knelt down. She had no tools, she had never done such work, nor did she know where to obtain them, and began digging with her hands instead. Kong Tu moved awkwardly to make room for her. Watching her delicate hands plunging into the dirt, his emotions became complicated. Plop, plop, 2 tears fell down. Kong Tu thought he might have seen wrong, scrutinizing carefully, only to realize that 2 drops of tears had fallen from Jiang Liang's eyes, sliding along her wrist into the dirt. Kong Tu. He didn't dare speak, fearing to disturb others or even strike Jiang Liang. The army was not somewhere else, no one would pity these 2 fallen tears. Jiang Liang was already disliked by the group for being weak, having only one favor with a useless patrolman. If she endured more beatings, it would likely be too much for her to bear. Fortunately, she regained self-awareness and stopped crying. Kong Yaij, eager to eat, ceased provoking her, patted Kong Tu lightly on the shoulder, and left. Kong Tu used a spade to cover his hands, gently pulling her backward and moving forward himself, squeezing Jiang Liang out. Jiang Liang paused briefly, wiped her face with her clean hand, and pushed him aside before squatting back down. Kong Tu had nothing left to say, estimating that she held grudges against him and wouldn't accept any favors. Therefore, he ceased persisting. They didn't need a big hole anyway. Within a moment, 3 people finished digging, placed stones inside, added uniformly distributed dry grass and wood, using flintstone to light a fire shielded from wind, and hung the pot above it. Kong Tu wished to have a proper conversation with Jiang Liang. However, as soon as he straightened his body, he saw her walking away again. Lu Miao led 2 people holding large sacks yelling, "Mealtime." Each regiment received 3 handfuls of beans and 1 handful of millet, which they threw into the pot with some water, mixing beans and rice directly inside, with no seasoning. After covering the lid, they let it cook into porridge. Sun Bin casually approached a group of elite soldiers' cooking station, saying, "I will dine with all our warriors today." The soldiers of this unit clutched their bowls looking at each other. Only pausing for an instant, they quickly stood up and vacated the space. Sun Bin waved his hand and said, "It's all right. Let's sit together. It's only the matter of adding 1 more pair of chopsticks." Someone close by attended to him and served a bowl of rice, but the food for each team was distributed per head. If he ate, someone else would have less. Sun Bin said, "Take 2 rations and divide them among them." Everyone hurriedly said it wasn't necessary. Sun Bin acted as if nothing happened and said, "Your food should not be shorted. Being a soldier is tough enough already, we shouldn't also starve." After saying this, he took 2 bites of his food without any expression of disdain, accepting a ration handed over. He broke it into several pieces and threw them into the congee to moisten before eating. Although he didn't eat voraciously, it was quick, looking as though he had been eating such meals all along. No matter how, the fact that the military strategist ate the same meal as the ordinary soldiers gave everyone a different feeling. Sun Bin casually asked, "Are you tired?" "Not tired," everyone put down their chopsticks and answered in unison. Sun Bin smiled, "Don't be overly formal. Let's just chat casually." In this group of soldiers, there was Bai Yuhui from 404. In the elite troops ranks, every team had at least 1 member from 404, which was why Lu Miao wanted to draw Sun Bin out, because they could ensure that as long as Sun Bin came out to meet the soldiers, at least 1 member of 404 could complete the mission. It was just unlucky this time, it fell to Bai Yuhui. Yan Lingfei sighed deeply upon seeing him from afar. This person ranked in the top 3 for being the worst actor in 404. Aside from knowing how to play StarCraft, he seemed completely useless. Apart from the sound of chopsticks clinking against bowls during mealtime, there was little noise on the plain. Looking far away, it seemed like the army extended beyond the horizon. Bai Yuhui suddenly asked, "Master, how many men fell today?" All those from 404 eavesdropping with their ears perked up. Sun Bin seemed surprised by this sudden question as well, replying, 19. Bai Yuhui nodded, stating, "We're almost reaching 1 platoon's worth." Sun Bin agreed, "That's true. We've been marching for 4 days now, so inevitably some will fall behind, but your unit, being composed of elite soldiers, has suffered no losses since setting out. As he spoke, a look of relief crossed his face. Bai Yuhui responded, our mission is to fight, we have no reason to die en route. Never say that, Sun Bin replied hastily, our mission is only to bring prosperity and peace to Qi. This is what we strive for our entire lives. That's right, Master Sun, Bai Yuhui drily replied. Kong Tu closed his eyes in despair, then opened them again with a glimmer of hope, continuing to eavesdrop. We reach Huang tomorrow, Bai Yuhui resumed, I fear we will encounter Wei's forces. What are your plans, Master Sun? Sun Bin paused mid-chopstick, his expression becoming more serious, how do you know Wei's forces will be stationed at Huang? Bai Yuhui answered, this place is where Wei and Song border. It is an inevitable stop for Wei's armies. The terrain is treacherous, making ambushes easy. Advancing further can attack faraway targets, retreating secures the capital Daliang. If I were Pang Wan, I would definitely guard here, this is reason number 1, our march to Wei is ill-conceived, morale falling day by day, stamina gradually declining. On the other hand, Wei's troops stationed outside Huang are strategically placed in their homeland, where morale thrives and provisions abound, making this the optimal choice. Very good, Sun Bin praised, is there anything else? Bai Yuhui replied, nothing else. I was thinking along the same lines, Sun Bin said, perhaps tomorrow we'll already be on the battlefield. How do you feel about that? I think it's excellent, Bai Yuhui bluntly remarked, Wei's army has always looked down on our Qi state. With our elite troops, we can surely humble their arrogance. It's not that simple, Sun Bin said kindly, if Wei suffers even slight defeat, they can directly retreat and return home. But if we venture deep into their territory, it would surely be an unwinnable battle for us. Encircling Wei to rescue Zhao cannot work a second time. Before this battle, Sun Bin and Pang Wan once clashed, during the Battle of Guiling. Wei's ambition was growing daily, attempting to dominate the region. Their first target was Zhao, who frantically sought aid from Qi, and once again the troop was led by Sun Bin. That time was when Sun Bin was young and ambitious, full of brilliant strategies seeking victory amid risks, while Wei and Zhao's troops engaged fiercely in front, Tianji's troops directly rushed toward Daliang. Later military textbooks attributed this plan to Sunzi's Art of War, annotated as, attacking where the enemy must rush to defend. No matter how fierce the iron hoof tactics of Pang Wan, he would have to return to Daliang to protect his capital, thus Zhao escaped through this narrow opportunity. Sun Bin stated, military strategy differs between use or non-use. Once a scheme is employed, it can't be used again. Bai Yuhui felt deeply convinced and said, Master, you won brilliantly last time. It was merely a combination of timing, geography, and people support. Bai Yuhui concluded, since we cannot penetrate deep into enemy lines, this battle must end at Huang. Otherwise, there is another method. By now Sun Bin had finished the porridge in his bowl. He leaned back on his four-wheeled chair, breaking the half-piece of flatbread left in his hand into smaller bits as he slowly said, we should let them taste the hardship of long travels and transport. This time it wasn't Bai Yuhui who spoke, but a soldier nearby who chimed in, if the first battle fails, we can pretend to retreat, letting them chase us. This indeed was a plan that could lure Wei's army away from their advantageous terrain. Sun Bin remarked, to injure an enemy costs one's own side dearly too, 8 losses for every 1,000 inflicted on the foe. Bai Yuhui also voiced, and we cannot guarantee if they would pursue us or not. If they detect deception, how could they possibly chase? Leaning against his four-wheeled chair, Sun Bin fiddled with a small piece of flatbread in his hand, seemingly deep in thought. Lu Miao observed quietly beside him. Seeing this opportune moment, he suddenly stood up, tapped on the cooking pot, and loudly shouted, fill in the stoves and pack up the pots. Everyone fill in the stove pits. Lu Miao ordered, not a single trace should be left behind. Sun Bin's contemplation was interrupted, he turned his head slightly and suddenly paused. Fill in the stoves and pack up the pots. He repeated these 4 words silently in his heart, struck by a sudden flash of inspiration. Turning to the people behind him, he said, summon the general to the war chariot. Then he wheeled his chair away. Bai Yuhui sighed in relief, looking back at everyone and seeing that they all smiled toward him. Tianji crouched into the war chariot, followed by Tianning. After exchanging greetings, Sun Bin said, I've just thought of a strategy. Tianji sat cross-legged, his armor clinking with each movement as he asked, what strategy? Tianning also seated himself close to Tianji. Though a nobleman, he carried no airs and respectfully said, please elaborate. Sun Bin stated, attempting to strike where the enemy must save has proven futile. We might consider shifting our approach, tempting them where they must enter. Tianji questioned, Master, what do you mean? Pang Wan's forces always perceive Qi's soldiers as weak. They possess an army of 10,000 men which comprises the entire strength of Wei's forces. If their initial advance is unsuccessful, they will not dare to become overconfident and continue advancing, instead, they will immediately retreat to Daliang, because they simply cannot afford defeat. This makes sense, Tianning, still confused, added, but isn't this the same idea we discussed yesterday? They had already debated this issue several nights prior, struggling to determine how they might completely annihilate Wei's forces so that they would have no means of resistance. Their goal in this battle was not merely to drive Wei's forces back but to utterly destroy them. With neither option of retreating Wei nor letting Wei triumph being viable, they remained unsure of how to proceed. Sun Bin explained, this is about luring the enemy into certain entry points. If we can make them absolutely confident that victory is assured, they will chase us down. The closer they get to Qi, the greater our chances of success will be. Tianji inquired, how do we do that? How many stoves do we dig daily? Uncertain what Sun Bin meant, Tianji calculated in his mind before replying, roughly 500. Pang Wan studied under the same master, Gigazi, as I did. Our teacher once mentioned that during military campaigns, one can estimate the size of the opposing army simply by counting their stove pits. I imagine Pang Wan hasn't forgotten this. Suddenly understanding, Tianning stood up quickly and looked at Sun Bin with admiration. Sun Bin nodded, smiling, saying, the young master truly is astute. Tianning bent down and explained to Tianji, the master's suggestion is that we fake a retreat, reducing the number of stoves daily to create the illusion that the numbers of our army are dwindling. This will entice the enemy further inward, making them confident in inevitable victory. Deserters, Sun Bin added, in any case, after engaging with the Wei army, some of our soldiers might flee out of fear. If we significantly reduce the number of stoves day by day, when Wei pursues us and finds fewer and fewer people, naturally they won't give up such easy prey. Pang Wan has always been eager for quick results, this strategy suits him perfectly. Finally grasping the plan, Tianji sighed deeply and remarked, truly a perilous move. Tianning, however, was excited beyond measure. Full of youthful vigor and ideals, he exclaimed passionately, excellent. Let's do it. With that, Sun Bin responded gently, from here onwards, everything relies on the generals. Tianji gazed at Sun Bin, a shadow of sorrow evident in his eyes. Solemnly and with quiet resolve, he pledged, Master, we will certainly avenge you. If not this time, then surely someday. Sun Bin declared firmly, General, it's precisely this time. As the sun sank low on the western horizon, red twilight clouds settled between two towering gorges. These high canyons reached hundreds of zhangs upward, barren cliffs showing no vegetation. A light breeze swept through, carrying sand everywhere. Report, came a loud cry as a horseman rode dust-covered towards the camp, shouting, an order from the king has arrived. All soldiers were hidden among the branches of wooden sticks stuck on their armor, concealed atop the canyon. Bow and arrows lined from the start to the end nearly filling the entire canyon, while rolling logs and stones were prepared at the rear. They awaited the enemy's arrival to ensnare them deeper. Hearing that the king's order had arrived, Pang Wan hurried out and knelt halfway. The soldier hadn't even dismounted yet, with a tshu, he controlled his horse to rise its front hooves and stop. On horseback, he announced, by royal command, General Pang, this battle must not be lost. Pang Wan paused for a moment, then replied, understood. King Wei was now issuing orders, merely stating that the battle must not be lost, meaning that if need be, they should rather retreat than risk defeat. The premise was always preserving strength. Standing up, he turned to look at the magnificent mountains and rivers, where the sun had already set, leaving the land enveloped in darkness, blurring all clear separations of the world. It was nightfall. Suddenly, without warning, a whistling sound cut through the air, and an arrow shot straight towards him. Pang Wan bent over and rolled forward, shouting loudly, on guard. Everything in the dark was unclear until the soldiers raised their torches, illuminating everything in the canyon as though it were on fire. Zhao Jing rushed out from the tent. He wore a misfit helmet covering half his face and without saying anything, pulled Pang Wan aside, shielding him behind himself, yelling, protect the general. Put out the fire, he barked sharply, extinguish all flames. Don't leave any light sources. His voice resembled Master Shin's perfectly, except that Master Shin's fear could never be mimicked. Zhao Jing excelled at imitating others but could not replicate cowardice. As another piercing sound of arrows came through the darkness, Zhao Jing kicked a long spear lying by his feet, dragging Chang Mingming toward him. You protect him, he said before turning to run head-on toward the source of the flying arrows. Chang Mingming shouted back loudly, are you crazy? Lu Ban clenched his teeth and tossed a wooden crossbow from his chest. Use this. Zhao Jing caught it in mid-air and ducked behind a rock, only to see two arrows embed themselves into the spot he just vacated. Shoot back, he yelled to everyone else, there's only one man. Only one man dared to intrude so deeply into these tens of thousands of troops. Enraged, Pang Wan shoved Chang Mingming aside, snatched a lacquered bow from a nearby soldier's hand, and squinted his eyes to search for the opponent amidst the darkness. Chang Mingming was beside himself with anger, wanting nothing more than to knock him unconscious and drag him away since the target was clearly after Pang Wan, who still brazenly revealed himself. Gradually awakening, the soldiers took up arms to move forward. Lu Ban suddenly bellowed, all of you stay here and fire blindly. Anybody stepping forward will die instantly. Stay back. The group picked up the lacquered bows and fired aimlessly in the direction of the incoming arrows. But such a steep canyon surely provided well-hidden spots. How would the enemy take such rash action unless they were confident? Zhao Jing scowled intensely, concentrating hard on finding the hiding place. A shower of arrows filled the sky like rain clouds obscuring stars above. Bailey Shi shouted loudly, that tree. Without hesitation, Zhao Jing grabbed the large pot used during dinner as a makeshift shield and crouched closer upward. Now disguised as Master Shen, he realized he'd been noticed, feeling his wrist jolt violently followed by a sharp crack. The pot was pierced through. Abandoning cover altogether, he stood and rushed forward. The giant tree grew atop a cliff edge, and he quickly rolled below the cliff, drawing his crossbow directly aimed at a shadow on the tree. Chapter 49, The Battle of Mali, 14. How could the man on the tree fail to see him? Tension built in the lacquered bow as when you squinted and aimed his arrow at him. With a whoosh, the arrow had already left his hand. Zhao Jing did not dodge, he took advantage of the moment when the other was unprepared after releasing his arrow, and let loose a volley from his repeating crossbow. Liu Ban was an expert with weapons, and the repeating crossbows that passed through his hands were extremely powerful, allowing no pause as thousands of arrows flew simultaneously. Zhao Zheng was thrust backward by the recoil, and just then, an arrow that when you had let fly mercifully was now heading straight for his face. Zhao Zheng immediately rolled to one side. His helmet made a clang sound as it tilted, and that arrow nailed itself into his helmet, missing his head by only the tiniest margin. There was some noise from the tree, presumably indicating that when you had also been injured and fled. Chang Mingming cried out painfully, "Zhao Zheng! Give chase!" Zhao Jing dared not discard his helmet. He looked nothing like Lord Shen, and for several days, he had been concealing himself with it. Plus, soldiers dared not look directly at the crown prince, which helped keep things hidden. The arrow carried barbs, so Zhao Jing could only break it off where it protruded and then stood up, saying, "We must catch him." He couldn't kill Wen Yu, so he had held back, hitting his arm instead to stop him from shooting. If Wen Yu escaped today, he would surely return another day. No sooner had these words come out than he had rushed out. Pang Wan gritted his teeth and threatened, "My lord, take your leave and rest." Zhao Zheng paused, but only for a moment before leading his men onward. Pang Wan was livid. He put his hands on his hips, turning around once before dismissing several personal soldiers with a wave, "Go support my lord, make sure he's not harmed." This fake Zhao Zheng was becoming more arrogant, dispatching troops with greater authority than Lord Shen ever did. Anyone who didn't know better might think he was a general. In just 2 days of dealing with him, Pang Wan had already started to harbor doubts. One of Pang Wan's soldiers approached quietly, knowing the backstory, whispering, "General, this man cannot be spared." Pang Wan's expression darkened. He stared at the direction Zhao Zheng had disappeared to, remaining silent as night fell swiftly and everything was cloaked in darkness, swallowing Zhao Zheng's figure along with it. "Just wait," Pang Wan said slowly, "wait until after this battle. After this battle, the first thing he should do would be to kill Zhao Zheng." That soldier suggested, "Then I'll kill him for you then." Pang Wan, "No, I'll do it myself." What troubled him now wasn't Zhao Zheng showing too much prowess, rather, he was thinking deeply about who exactly Zhao Zheng really was. Given his abilities, how could someone like him still only be a Class A soldier at this age? Reflecting further, the very act of replacing Lord Shen with Zhao Zheng seemed suspicious. As if everything had been arranged beforehand, right after Lord Shen sustained a serious injury, Zhao Zheng showed up, ready to take his place. In a sudden flash of insight, he shouted loudly, "Go intercept Lord Shen." The soldiers stood frozen in place, looking baffled at him, but when he roared again, "Quick! Move!" they sprang into action. In the army, the soldiers recognized their general above all others, and they cared little for Lord Shen, thus grabbing their weapons without delay. A cold sweat broke out on Pang Wan's body. What if Zhao Zheng was a spy from Qi? At this moment, he could be marching towards Qi with elite troops to dismantle Wei's main camp. His anxiety mounted the more he thought about it. He discarded the torch in his hand, angrily flinging it against the cliff wall, sending sparks flying. Footsteps reverberated through the dense forest. Wen Yu, his arm injured, was pale and breathing heavily, clearly exhausted. People were still hot on his trail, judging by the footsteps, there were over 10 individuals. Wen Yu surmised that most, if not all, of these pursuers likely came from Unit 404. Wen Yu had reached the end of the dense forest, stopping abruptly at the edge of a cliff, letting out a peculiar call, part ape-like yet strangely childlike. Zhao Zheng and his group, trailing behind, stopped upon hearing it. Chang Mingming frowned. What kind of sound is that? Unusual occurrences usually meant something sinister was at play. Zhao Jing decisively commanded, "Hurry, chase him before night draws out our dream too long." As soon as he stepped forward, however, a multitude of presences suddenly surrounded them. Lifting their heads, the dozen or so people saw countless bright eyes gleaming in the night light, staring at them. Liu Ban retreated a step, muttering near them, "Monkeys." Zhao Jing quickly realized what happened and said, "They've been led here by Wen Yu, he abducted a baby monkey." Without anyone needing to give orders, among such chaos, none of them needed any leader. All of them raised their lacquered bows together. Almost instantly, a mother monkey screamed fiercely and leapt down at them. Zhao Jing decisively dropped his repeating crossbow, wielding his long spear to strike. The spear pierced straight through its chest, piercing deep inside. In an instant, the mountains and forests echoed with ear-splitting cries. Chang Mingming snapped irritably, "You've angered them. We must kill." Zhao Jing sighed helplessly, with so many monkeys around, they had no other way to extricate themselves. Even using arrows wouldn't guarantee avoiding casualties. What do we do now? Xia Cheng was scratched by a claw, and a monkey pounced on his face, pounding him. Bao Lishi picked up a stone and smashed it on the monkey's head. Just as this monkey fell, another male monkey from afar landed with such force that it slammed Xia Cheng straight onto the ground. Xia Cheng used the lacquered bow as a weapon, wildly swinging it in madness. Bao Lishi weakly protested, "Don't yank my hair, it's a wig." Xia Cheng sarcastically retorted, "Are you explaining to it?" Zhao Jing roared, "Get out of the way." Bao Lishi and Xia Cheng lay flat on the ground, together with the others covering their heads to avoid the attacks. Zhao Zheng and Lu Ban held repeating crossbows under one arm each, fiercely shooting all around, resulting in mournful cries echoing everywhere. 2 more monkeys leapt at them from behind. Zhao Zheng, tall and long-armed, grabbed one in each hand, crashing their heads together, then pounded both fists into the ground. Lu Ban tossed the crossbow aside. He looked utterly disheveled, his wig torn off, leaving scratch marks all over his face. Zhao Zheng urged, "There's no time to rest. Keep chasing." They hadn't expected Wen Yu to still have such a trick up his sleeve, which delayed them quite a bit. By the time they chased back into the dense forest, they saw Wen Yu holding a makeshift glider on his injured arm, standing on the edge of the cliff, seemingly waiting for them deliberately. Upon seeing their sorry state, he burst into laughter. Zhao Jing beckoned him mockingly, "Come over here. Stop aggravating me." Wen Yu, unable to hold back his laughter, said, "I've never seen Qin Wang so flustered before. Now come over," Zhao Jing continued, "or once we get back to 404 and I catch you, you'll be finished." With a slight kick-off, Wen Yu soared away as Zhao Jing instantly lunged forward but failed to grab him. Wen Yu shouted loudly below, "Zhao Jing, we'll meet again on the battlefield." Zhao Jing slammed his fist against the ground in frustration, causing his hand to hurt, then shook it off. Chang Mingming gazed down at the cliff base and commented, "Truly born from military lineage, underestimate him at your peril." Zhao Zheng was exhausted but still lying on the ground, thinking about what to do next day. Their current ambush plan wasn't brilliant, but Pang Wan was arrogant and obstinate, impossible to reason with, forcing them to rely on meticulous planning. If they lost, they could retreat entirely to Wei to regroup, whereas if they informed Wen Yu of all secrets now, there would be no hope for victory. While Zhao Zheng was still contemplating how to solve this thorny problem, distant footsteps sounded, appearing as if at least 100 people were coming. Bao Lishi asked confusedly, "What's going on now?" "It's not the Qi army," Chang Mingming replied, "they won't arrive tonight." As soon as Zhao Zheng sat up, he saw Pang Wan's personal soldiers emerge from the dense forest, pointing at him and saying, "Escort the young master back to camp." Zhao Zheng. Everyone else. They roughly understood what happened. It seemed Pang Wan's suspicion had flared up again after witnessing Zhao Zheng's abilities, leading him to question his background. Everyone felt helpless, feeling that they were fighting a war where enemies attacked from the front while allies caused trouble from behind. What was called escort was practically no different from escort under guard. The soldier's spear was pressed against Zhao Zheng's spine, ready to pierce his neck at any slight movement. Thus, he was escorted in this position all the way to the general's tent. Pang Wan was sitting on the main seat, sipping tea, raising his eyebrows slightly upon seeing Zhao Zheng walk in. Zhao Zheng acted as though he was unaware of his hostility, sitting casually and asking, "General, you summoned me." "I did summon you," Pang Wan responded, "I'm concerned for young Master Zhao's safety." Zhao Zheng ignored the sarcasm in his words and drank a cup of tea calmly. Pang Wan remarked, "Tomorrow in battle, you will stay on the war chariot. Arrows don't recognize who they hit, it's better not to harm the young master." Zhao Zheng paused mid-motion, looking up at him. But Pang Wan didn't respond, taking a sip of tea and commenting, "It's been a while since I've enjoyed good tea or fine wine. This war has turned us into monsters." Zhao Zheng replied, "If you win this battle, General, good days lie ahead for you." Pang Wan glanced at him, "Even if I don't win, I am still Wei's Grand General." "Not necessarily," Zhao Zheng nonchalantly countered. Pang Wan frowned, his expression irritated, "How dare you? Do you really think yourself as Wei's crown prince?" "I dare not," Zhao Zheng retorted, "I'm not the real crown prince, and you truly are Wei's Grand General." He sipped his tea with a smile on his face, acting as if the tea brewed by the soldiers with not quite boiling water was the finest of elixirs. Pang Wan asked, "What do you mean?" Zhao Zheng put down the teacup, placed both hands on his knees, and said, "If we lose this battle again, it'll be your second defeat at the hands of Sun Bin. If I were King Wei, it would already be clear who is more capable between you two. It was you who deceived King Wei, saying Sun Bin had treacherous intentions, leading to King Wei severing Sun Bin's legs and never employing him again. Now Sun Bin is greatly contributing in qi, can you guess what King Wei might be thinking right now?" Pang Wan leaned forward, hands on the table, staring into his eyes word for word, "Do you know what you're implying?" "What I'm saying," Zhao Zheng said straightforwardly without averting his gaze, "is that if you lose this battle, there's no way you'll survive. You'll either die at Sun Bin's hands or under the order of King Wei." Pang Wan suddenly threw his sleeve aside and shouted loudly, "Somebody, guard the tent." Then he turned around and left. Zhao Zheng closed his eyes and sighed deeply, resting his forehead, slightly irritable. Pang Wan suspected Zhao Zheng of being a spy, thus planning to confine him here. But this reason wasn't solely because of such suspicion. In the past, when Pang Wan had plotted to frame Sun Bin, it was due to jealousy over Sun Bin's superior talent. He feared Sun Bin would gain King Wei's favor. With Pang Wan's small-mindedness, he could never tolerate someone more powerful than himself. This simple fact escaped Zhao Zheng's consideration. His eagerness for victory brought calamity upon himself. The next day dawned on the battlefield. Zhao Zheng ran his fingers over the rough teacup and reorganized all plans in his mind once more, seeking survival. This tense night passed quickly. Even if their unease grew stronger, time wouldn't stop for them. The first ray of light broke across the horizon. The sun rose. Chang Mingming walked over and looked down at Xia Qing, saying, "Zhao Zheng has been placed under house arrest." "I know," Xia Qing replied, lazily opening his eyes. "It's all his fault." Chang Mingming furrowed her brows slightly, voicing some uneasiness. "I think we're going to lose this time." "Me too," Xia Qing responded indifferently. At noon, all the large tents were taken down. 10,000 soldiers hid themselves high up in elevation. It was an overcast day. Dark clouds covered the blue sky, pressing heavily above everyone, as if making it hard to breathe with no breeze at all. The canyon stood tall and perilous, like two giants rising from the ground, looking distantly at each other, filled densely with hidden soldiers on both sides. Su Daming returned with 2 messages at this moment. They hadn't managed to kill Sun Bin, and the Qi army was about to arrive within an hour. "It's fine if we couldn't kill him." Lu Ban understood simply. "Our general hasn't been killed either." Bailey, she coldly remarked, "But our general is nothing but a waste of food, might as well die." Su Daming asked somewhat confusedly, "What do you mean?" "We replaced Lord Shen with Zhao Zheng," Lu Ban explained briefly, "but Pang Wan locked him up." Su Daming glanced at the sealed war chariot ahead and nodded, uncertain whether he understood, and roughly suggested, "Let's sneak him out." The others were speechless, replying, "Take a rest, will you?" Su Daming. Regardless of whether it's possible to let Zhao Zheng out amidst so many guards, doing so would be like adding fuel to the fire, urging Pang Wan to eliminate Zhao Zheng sooner. All people waited anxiously, crouching near the edge of the cliff for the arrival of the Qi army. Chang Mingming used a large leaf to shade herself, possibly because of the upcoming rain. Insects were moving chaotically. A caterpillar climbed along her neck and was crushed by her hand. Minds restless, Chang Mingming expressionlessly gazed at the remains of the bug on her hand and silently reflected that they had already lost before even beginning. A drop of water splashed onto the yellow earth, raising a tiny patch of soil. Immediately after came another, then another, and heavy rain began pouring, enshrouding everything in a hazy bluish-green veil. Torrential rain soaked all clothes, blurring all shapes around. Far away, through the pressure of dark clouds, the sound of approaching hooves grew louder and louder. All soldiers' clothes were drenched through, clinging tightly to their bodies, but remained motionless, holding their breath, waiting for the Qi army to step into the canyon. An uncountable number of soldiers stepped into the canyon, viewed from above like ants swarming densely, endless to the eye. Tianji sat on his horse, wearing silver armor and a red-plumed helmet that highlighted his heroic bearing. Tianning followed behind him, dressed in military garb, his youthful and sturdy face with lips tightly pressed together. The long spear clenched tightly in his hand revealed his current tension. This battle they had to lose, but they could not tell the soldiers. He felt guilty, but he had no choice but to act this way. Finally, the first arrow was shot out, cutting through the rain with a sharp whistle. A soldier groaned, knelt down, an arrow piercing his chest inscribed with "Wei." "Ambush," one soldier screamed hoarsely, "Ambush. Here it comes." Kan Tu's hands were trembling as he fumbled to straighten his helmet. "Here it comes," he said to himself. "I can't die, I cannot die here," he hypnotized himself. "I will not die, I won't." Then, countless arrows flew toward them like a blanket of clouds. Lu Miao shouted loudly, "Shields! Get your shields up!" The cavalry in front had shields, but the infantry did not. Completely disregarding everything else, Kan Tu ran to the war chariot and grabbed a shield to hold over his head. He knew this battle was meant for sacrifices, but it couldn't be too fake. They still had to pretend they didn't know anything and attempt a futile resistance. The steep cliffs proved nearly impossible to scale, and the Qi army surged like a tidal wave onto the cliff, only to be pushed back by rolling stone carts, suffering massive casualties. Kan Tu shouted, "Go right! Escape out!" Yan Lingfei leapt and embraced him, and the two rolled toward the right as a large tree trunk fell, narrowly missing their heads. "Don't be stupid!" Yan Lingfei yelled loudly. "We're already deep into the ambush circle." Behind, Tianji's horse reared high as he roared, "Fetch the cloud ladder." Some soldiers managed to bring the cloud ladders under a shower of arrows, connecting the pieces and setting them against the cliff walls just as another rolling rock tumbled down from above, smashing those standing on the ladder below. Kan Tu watched helplessly as soldiers' heads caved in, falling hard at his feet, leaving him momentarily stunned. Yan Lingfei grabbed the collar of his robe, pulling him into her embrace, hiding under a straight angle of the cliff to avoid stray arrows. However, this exposed them to danger from stones and logs hitting their heads. Yan Lingfei shouted loudly in his ear, "Don't cry." "I'm not crying." Kan Tu shouted back. Yan Lingfei said, "Follow me." Clearly not a rookie, she instructed, "Don't go first, the rolling stones are limited and will fall on the first group." Afterward, all we'll have is wooden logs cut from the forest. Logs won't kill you. Fortunately, it was a rainy day today, and hot oil couldn't be set aflame, otherwise, they would have ended up disfigured here. Yan Lingfei looked up at the situation and said, I'll count to 3, then we charge. 1, 2, finally, she yelled loudly, 3. Without hesitation, Yan Lingfei and Kong Tu climbed up the cloud ladder, 7 of which had been set in place. They climbed these ladders using the bodies of their comrades. Around them were cries of pain and fury, soldiers' eyes stained red with the blood of death rushing forward without thought. A log crashed down, and Yan Lingfei yelled, watch out. Kong Tu suddenly released one hand, raising his spear to prop it against the cliff wall at an angle. The log rolled along his spear and slid off, crushing his hand, causing him to shout in pain. Yan Lingfei shouted, hurry. An arrow whizzed past, and Yan Lingfei groaned. Kong Tu turned back and shouted, what's wrong with you? Go, go. Yan Lingfei yelled back. The first batch of soldiers surged onto the cliff, stepping over the bones and blood of their comrades, gripping the collars of enemies, their bodies pierced with countless arrows as they struggled to climb upward. Enraged beyond control, tears streaming down his face, Kong Tu drove his spear into the abdomen of an enemy, screaming as he slammed the man against the wall and violently yanked it out. Death, death, endless death surrounded them. He charged into the enemy's ranks, surrounded by spears. A roar came from behind when the Xian appeared, pushing a huge boulder-loaded cart straight toward the battlefield, crushing countless foes beneath it. He wielded 2 long spears, unstoppable, decapitating enemies left and right wherever he went. Kong Tu suddenly remembered and ran to the edge of the cliff shouting, Yan Lingfei. I'm here, Yan Lingfei replied, slumped beside a repeating crossbow, don't mourn for me. Kong Tu stepped forward and tightly embraced him. Yan Lingfei's emotions were also complex for a moment, but she patted him and said, don't hug me like that, there are arrows piercing my body. Kong Tu laughed again and wanted to pull them out, but Yan Lingfei said, you can't do it. If you try, I'll be ruined. Let's wait for the doctor. Kong Tu dragged him to the side of a big tree and covered him with several branches he broke off, saying, once it's over, I'll come back for you. Yan Lingfei weakly nodded. Kong Tu turned and ran, passing a war chariot where an idea flashed through his mind, causing him to pause. He then turned back. On this side, Zhao Zheng had heard some noise outside and became alert, tightening his grip on the crossbow hidden beneath the soft cushion. Kong Tu carefully inspected the war chariot in front of him, hesitating to get too close. All the way army's war chariots were up ahead, and at this point, they had already used up about half of their weapons. Yet, no one had touched this particular vehicle, leaving Kong Tu with a vague feeling that something wasn't right. Zhao Zheng leaned against the small window of the war chariot and slowly turned his head to look, then suddenly laughed helplessly. Kongzi, he said gently, it's been a long time since we last saw each other. Kong Tu immediately widened his eyes and approached the small window of the war chariot, exclaiming, Brother Zheng. Chapter 50, The Battle of Mali, 15. Zhao Zheng said, I've been locked up. Kong Tu was at a loss for words, asking, what did you do? Zhao Zheng didn't answer, just shrugged and smiled. This matter was an internal secret of the Wei army, and he couldn't tell Kong Tuesday. He also didn't give any random excuses but remained silent. After Kong Tu asked his question, he realized he had acted rashly, feeling a bit hesitant. Finally, he still asked, should I let you out? I advise you not to, Zhao Zheng replied. In fact, Kong Tu had no confidence either. If he let Zhao Zheng out, it would only bring trouble to his own troops. Moreover, what should they do after Zhao Zheng is released? Should they fight each other? So it was just empty talk. He poked at the small window that revealed only half of his face and asked, how are things going for you recently? Zhao Zheng responded, not bad, how about you? I'm injured. The chariot was high up, so Kong Tu had to slightly tiptoe to reach the window. It was pouring rain, and with his head tilted upward, squinting, he said this. Zhao Zheng was startled and sat up to check him out, where? On my leg, Kong Tu laughed, got whipped for making mistakes. Zhao Zheng sat down again and said, good whipping. The rain grew heavier, blood mixing with rainwater flowing on the yellow earth, everywhere were armors from both countries engaged in fierce combat under the storm. Countless bodies lay on the ground. Kong Tu had concerns about Yan Lingfei's injuries and exchanged only 2 sentences before quickly saying, Brother Zheng, I have to go, be sure to stay safe. However, Zhao Zheng replied, go south along the forested area, it will allow you to descend the mountain, where you can rejoin the main force below, which will be safer than here. Kong Tu understood this was Zhao Zheng encouraging him to escape, as descending would let him rendezvous with the main forces, much safer than staying up. He agreed by saying, I know, pretending to have listened but actually running in the opposite direction. Zhao Zheng watched his slim figure in the downpour, knowing fully well that he would never escape down the mountain. Kong Tu was a man of principle, and he would never become a deserter. But he himself became one, closing his eyes and listening to the fighting sounds outside the chariot, the metallic pierce through flesh, wailing cries, wondering if one of them belonged to Kong Tu. A series of fast footsteps drew nearer, causing Zhao Zheng to instantly open his eyes. Did Kong Tu come back? He cautiously moved toward the small window. A young lad held a stone in his hand, gritting his teeth and hitting hard against the lock. The first strike failed, so he steadied the lock with his spear point to keep it from moving and hit again forcefully. Looking at the boy's shape, Zhao Jing furrowed his brows and asked, Shiren. Shiren looked up, drenched in rain, completely soaked with bloodstains on his body. He said, I knew you're still alive. Zhao Zheng was genuinely surprised, bending over near the small window, saying, wait a moment, stop smashing, you. Click, the lock broke apart. Zhao Zheng was taken aback. Shiren opened the door happily, saying, run now. Zhao Zheng stared at the scene in front of him, somewhat amused yet speechless for a while. Shiren recounted, that day, I saw your corpse, planning to bury you quietly that night. Then, I saw. You saw Lord Shen, Zhao Zheng completed for him, awaiting people to pick him up. Shiren nodded, exactly, so I guessed it was you inside the camp. You're smart, Zhao Zheng acknowledged, but I cannot leave. Shiren lifted his head, confused, why? Zhao Zheng stepped out, patting Shiren on the shoulder, stay safe, thank you. He stretched his shoulders, rain splashing against him, soon soaking his clothes underneath the armor. At this moment, the cliff edge seemed like a hellish place. Logs were nearly depleted, giant rocks all used up, and soldiers didn't even get the chance to throw anymore. The Qi army would climb up without hindrance once ascended. Zhao Jing picked up a long spear off the ground and took step by step into the battlefield. Blood water flowed down the edge of the cliff, pouring onto the heads of soldiers climbing up. Soldiers filled the 100-foot-high cliffs continuously, their cries echoing in the heavens, one wave higher than the last. Kong Tu searched everywhere for medical personnel while dodging enemies. Suddenly, he was stabbed by a Wei soldier from behind. It grazed past his armor and pushed him unsteadily forward. Immediately, Kong Tu turned around, but lost his balance. Without martial skills, having merely practiced briefly during military training, though extremely serious then because of worry, now all forgotten in battle, his survival instincts were left. The Wei soldier swung a long spear toward his neck. Kong Tu, lying on the ground, abruptly dived lower and kicked the Wei soldier hard so that he toppled over. The spear plunged into the soaked earth with great force as the man's body collapsed nearby. Frantically, Kong Tu's hands fumbled around the ground until they grasped a broken spearhead. Holding it upright against his chest, he thrust forward. The soldier fell on him, the spearhead piercing directly through his chest. Kong Tu panted heavily, catching his breath for a moment, his mind blanking out briefly as his eyes listlessly stared at the dim sky above. The soldier lay still on top of him without moving. With an ah, Kong Tu emitted a sound from his throat, devoid of any meaning. He hoarsely shouted, ah. For the first time in his life, he had come this close to death, and this was also the first time he had killed someone. The corpse atop him was pulled away. Li Xian said, get up. Looking at Li Xian, Kong Tu's lips trembled, his body seemed uncontrollable at that moment. Li Xian yanked him up and yelled loudly, some people die so that more may live. Kong Tu murmured, all right. But deep down, he didn't believe these words. In chaotic times, the people lived miserably, while wars were waged only for the ambitions of kings. As they say, whether kingdoms flourish or perish, it is always the common people who suffer. Those who died today did so for the king, not for the common masses. Li Xian, unclear what Kong Tu mumbled, barked, what did you say? Calmly, Kong Tu replied, I understand. Nodding his head, Li Xian stopped paying attention to him. He seemed like a heavenly god, turning invincible upon reaching the battlefield, wielding a long blade that no one could approach. Kong Tu then thought about Yan Lingfei left exposed in the rain. Since Qi strategists don't take part in frontline battles, his only option now was to find a doctor from the Wei army. Suddenly, an ominous presence emerged behind him. Turning around swiftly, an arrow just grazed past his face. A Wei cavalryman sat on horseback and fired another arrow. Shocked internally, Kong Tu realized fleeing wasn't an option, exposing his back would be even more dangerous. Barely managing to dodge by shifting sideways, the arrow slashed across his armor, leaving a deep gouge mark. Stepping back, he clung closely to the cliff edge where slight mounds built to hide soldiers existed. The rider fitted his lacquered bow, drawing the third arrow and slightly squinting his left eye, aiming straight at him. If this continued, he'd die eventually. With blurred vision due to the heavy rain, Kong Tu summoned all his willpower to remain stationary, resisting the urge to flee. Running from a cavalry charge was ill-advised but, even if he stood his ground, how could he possibly survive? Attempting to drag a nearby corpse for protection, he found dead bodies surprisingly heavy, their clothes drenched in rainwater. Surprisingly, his hand couldn't move the corpse, causing it to slip downwards just as the third arrow was released. Semi-reclining against the stone mound, Kong Tu tightly shut his eyes. But suddenly, a dark shadow appeared before him followed by the clang of colliding weapons. Zhao Jing appeared holding a shield which deflected the arrow. He then threw the shield forcefully, striking the cavalryman off his horse, knocking him unconscious. Kong Tu excitedly exclaimed, you. However, Zhao Jing remained silent, stepping toward the soldier and squatting down. Supporting the man's head, he twisted it fiercely. Kong Tu's footsteps paused momentarily, remembering that Zhao Jing still wore Wei military armor, making them unable to speak openly or rescue each other. If Zhao Jing were saved, he would have to silence him permanently. Arrows whizzed through the air endlessly, blood flowing hundreds of miles, as the battlefield became littered with corpses. Standing amidst it all, Zhao Jing turned around and looked at Kong Tu for a brief moment. Neither exchanging words, they went their separate ways. Seizing a Wei soldier, Kong Tu pushed him to the stone mound using a long spear pressed against his neck. He demanded, "Where is the medic?" The man stared at him defiantly, "Kill me." Kong Tu was at a loss for words due to this unexpected response. Though outwardly fierce, his internal uncertainty caused him to press harder, glaring menacingly, "Tell me, where is your medic? Dog of Qi." The man roared, eyes bloodshot, "May you both perish." Frustrated, Kong Tu knocked the man unconscious. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, he could not locate anyone capable of saving Yan Lingfei. Yan Lingfei awaited him. But under such a scene of devastation, who could these suffering soldiers wait for? Feeling too confined and limited in perspective, Kong Tu couldn't embrace the broader cause. Witnessing such scenes, he only felt immense sorrow. 3 resounding beats of war drums sounded from below the mountain. Tianning roared, "Retreat the army. Retreat temporarily." Pang Wan rode his black stallion, brandishing his long spear shouting, "Do not let them escape. Brothers, kill." At this point, the Wei army fought even more fiercely, and the Qi soldiers couldn't disengage immediately. Tianning shouted in anger, "Do not be greedy for battle. Retreat immediately." He kicked a Wei soldier aside with his foot from the warhorse and raised the Qi army flag high in the air, roaring, "Where are the men of Qi?" "Here," all the soldiers yelled. "Retreat," ordered Tianning. The soldiers on the cliff climbed down the cloud ladder. Just as Kong Tu turned around, he was stopped by Kong Yaich, who ran over. "Where are you going?" "Retreat." Kong Tu said, "My friend. Go." Kong Yaich unceremoniously turned his body and pushed him forward, saying, "Don't hold us back." Kong Tu struggled a bit, and Kong Yaich said, "Are you crazy? This is the battlefield, nearly 1,000 have already died today. If everyone were like you, how could we fight?" Abandoning wounded comrades on the battlefield was no rare occurrence. Many didn't actually die in battle but became captives after the retreat, either tortured to death or left alive as slaves. Unable to convince Kong Tu, Kong Yaich directly hoisted him onto his shoulder and jumped onto the cloud ladder. Instead of descending step by step, he used one arm to grab a section of the ladder and let go, dropping downwards before barely catching himself again. Within moments, they reached the base of the cliff. Kong Tu looked almost despairingly upwards. From the issuance of the evacuation order until the Qi army exited the valley, it only took a moment. Pang Wan stood angrily on his horse, "Victory is right before our eyes. Heaven favors the Wei kingdom, chase them." "General, do not." Lu Ban ran up, saying, "There's no sign of decline in their forces yet, the sudden Qi retreat might be a ruse." Pang Wan dismounted, grabbing Lu Ban's collar and staring intently at him, "Where has Zhao Jing gone?" Lu Ban paused. Pang Wan accused, "Don't think I don't know what you're plotting. Zhao Zheng is your man, you tricked me." "General," Lu Ban tried to reason, "Zhao Zheng is just." Pang Wan wouldn't waste any time, interrupting, "Since he fled, may he never appear before me again, or else both of you will fall beneath my sword." Lu Ban seethed internally, wanting nothing more than to impale him there and then, but Chang Mingming gave him a slight shake of his head. They all bore marks from the monkey's scratches alongside wounds inflicted in battle, looking utterly disheveled. Mounting his horse, Pang Wan roared, "Chase them." The heavy rain showed no signs of stopping. The green leaves in the forest were washed clean, while mud mixed with the smell of blood filled the air. "I guessed you'd be here," Zhao Jing said. "Kong Tu has no reason to wander around near the chariots unless someone's hurt and hidden in the woods. Yan Lingfei had just been struck by a hand knife and woke up feeling helpless. Why are you staring at me? You should be capturing Ouyang Zhen instead." A Zhou knelt down and snipped off the arrow protruding from Yan Lingfei's chest. She declared, "It needs to come out." Yan Lingfei looked down at her and smiled, "Still our Zhou has a conscience." A Zhou soaked the blade in alcohol and swiftly cut around the wound, immediately sensing Yan Lingfei's muscles tensing together. She whispered, "Why weren't you more careful?" Yan Lingfei gently tucked her hair behind her ear and said, "Weapons have no eyes, A Zhou. You were almost dead." A Zhou's voice trembled slightly as if suppressing emotion, "A little closer. My fate is strong, isn't it?" Yan Lingfei smiled, "I still wanted to return to see you." He knew that the arrow wasn't close to his heart and why A Zhou spoke thus, merely to make him be more vigilant since life was far too fragile here. A Zhou gritted her teeth, the knife making a quick upward slash and pulling out the arrow tip. Yan Lingfei sharply drew in his breath, then exhaled long and hard. After thorough bandaging, Yan Lingfei felt like he would pass out from pain. Zhao Jing said, "Let's talk." "There's nothing to talk about," Yan Lingfei replied in a way akin to laziness, "unless you want to kill me." Chapter 51, The Battle of Maoliang, 16. Zhao Jing glanced at Zhou, as if to say, "You tell them." Who knew Zhou had already packed her belongings and said, "I need to go." Now that the Wei army was moving east in pursuit of the Qi forces, they were certainly not moving slowly. Yan Lingfei smiled and waved, "You'll have a long journey ahead, take care." Zhao Jing felt somewhat helpless but had no choice in the matter, and so also said, take care. When Achio passed by him, she whispered, there's a meeting tonight, remember to return to base. Let's see how it goes, Zhao Jing said. If I can manage to blend in. Achio said, Pang Wan probably thinks you were captured by the Qi army as a spy, so he wouldn't expect you to come back. And today, chasing the Qi forces, they will surely cover about 50 li. By evening, all the soldiers will be exhausted, so you should be careful, you won't be discovered easily. Zhao Jing thought it made sense too. Besides, the Qi army was currently retreating, and with the Wei army having an advantage in momentum and favorable winds, their night patrols would likely be cursory. Taking this opportunity to slip back shouldn't pose much danger. Achio glanced back at Yan Lingfei and said to Zhao Zheng, you two continue chatting. Don't rush things, otherwise, he might not hold out. Zhao Jing replied, understood. Achio nodded slightly to indicate she was leaving, then disappeared into the jungle with her large medical box on her back. The rain soaked through the trees, and Zhao Jing sat idly beside Yan Lingfei. He asked casually, are you cold? Yes, Yan Lingfei didn't hesitate to answer. Can I borrow your clothes for a bit? Zhao Jing replied, try enduring, it's not like you can fit into my armor. Yan Lingfei tilted his head back, peering through the shadows of the trees toward the overcast sky. The heavy rain caused him to squint his eyes, and he sighed, I wanted to fight properly. Zhao Jing said irritably, who doesn't? Yan Lingfei burst into laughter, chuckling hard, then coughed from the pain in his chest wound when he touched the bandaged area, calming down finally. Zhao Jing glanced at him, saying, after all these years, it's enough, stop dreaming. Yan Lingfei responded, I'm not dreaming anymore, I just love fighting. Zhao Jing did not argue further. The two sat side by side under the fierce beating of the rain. Do you wonder, Yan Lingfei suddenly said, what Kong Zi is doing right now? Zhao Jing nonchalantly replied, he's figuring out how to escape and come save you. Yan Lingfei wore a faint smile. Do you envy him? Zhao Jing half-heartedly concurred, yes, I do. Mud churned underfoot as tens of thousands of troops crossed the land, trampling grass into the ground, their iron hooves causing an immense thundering noise for miles around. Kong Tu's speed gradually slowed until he dropped behind into the lower ranks of soldiers. Panting heavily, he appeared utterly exhausted. It was chaotic all around, and he couldn't find his team members. With no other option but to act alone anyway, there wasn't much reason for him to seek out others since returning or not ultimately depended only on him. There was little left for him to decide, except maybe his own fate. Others might have clever strategies and know what to sacrifice and gain, but he refused to accept it. Even though he understood their reasoning, he simply could not agree. Worse still, he did not wish to inform Team 404, if they voiced anything he did not want to hear. Kong Tu feared how he would reconcile his emotions later or face them again calmly. His whip wounds, which had not yet fully healed, reopened due to the intense exertion, and the thin scabs bloomed white under the rain. Under his tattered pants, the sight was shocking, yet nobody seemed to notice his slowed pace. Kong Yaij went against the flow, pushing people aside while shouting, Kong Tu. Kong Tu furrowed his brow and stopped instead. Kong Yaij grabbed onto his arm, intending to drag him away forcibly, but Kong Tu broke free. Startled, Kong Yaij turned to look back at Kong Tu. Kong Tu spoke calmly, don't interfere with me anymore. Kong Yaij turned and also calmly responded, you're blaming me. Indeed, had it not been for Kong Yaij stopping Kong Tu before, they wouldn't have reached this point. Kong Tu remained silent, merely looking at him. Kong Yaij continued, you don't deserve to be a soldier acting like this. This statement left Kong Tu stunned, wide-eyed and unable to articulate any rebuttal for a moment. If you want to leave, then leave, Kong Yaij said coolly, but in my eyes, running away today makes you no different than a deserter. Kong Tu angrily retorted, I am not a deserter. And what do you think defines a deserter? Kong Yaij countered. Being cowardly, seeking survival at all costs. I'm telling you, every deserter doesn't think they're a deserter. You're cowardly and arrogant, thinking only of your own interests. You look down on every soldier who fights and obeys orders here. Kong Tu was stung by this sharp accusation but still didn't know how to refute it. Indeed, deep in his heart, he could find such seeds of thought, although even he hadn't noticed it. Kong Yaij continued, on the battlefield, everyone may die. They are all prepared for death. Your hesitation disgraces the determination of the warriors. Kong Tu stammered, trembling as he whispered hoarsely, I haven't. Kong Yaij looked at him with eyes full of disappointment, saying, do you think only you have friends? Only you can deeply care and be willing to take a sword for a brother? Everyone here can do that. No one's feelings are cheaper than yours. The team leader up ahead shouted loudly, hey, what are you two doing? Move it. Kong Yaij obeyed the order, slightly turning his head while walking away, saying over his shoulder, if you want to leave, go ahead. If we meet again, don't say you know me. We'll be strangers. Kong Yaij left, leaving Kong Tu standing there alone. Amidst the heavy rain and violent wind, his thin body swayed unsteadily, feeling aimless and uncertain where to drift. In this mortal world, no one is ever completely free. The team leader pointed at him with a leather whip, angrily yelling, are you waiting to have babies? Move. Kong too snapped back to reality, slowly took a step, then quickened, catching up with the group. The torrential rain finally slowed down toward evening, turning into a drizzle. In half a day, they had traveled more than 30 li, which was usually an entire day's journey. Exhaustion swept through the soldiers who just survived a fierce battle. As the sun finally set, so did the last traces of warmth. Many soldiers began developing fevers. The firewood soaked by rain couldn't light a fire for warmth, causing them to shiver under damp blankets. Within 2 hours, at least 200 people were completely unable to move. Tianji ordered, "Rest here. Set up camp." This storm, Sun Bin furrowed his eyebrows slightly, somewhat worried, couldn't have come at a worse time. With the ground soaked, according to common sense, it would be impossible to dig cooking pits, thus delaying the plan to reduce fires. While they could endure this hardship, without the baiting strategy, the Wei army might not follow suit again. The clouds are all gone, Tianning seemed to be consoling Sun Bin, or perhaps himself, tomorrow will surely be sunny. Let things dry out, and by evening, everything should be fine. Sun Bin said nothing for a moment before suddenly asking, how many soldiers were lost today? 1,200 men, plus several severely wounded soldiers who probably won't survive, Tianning answered, and due to shock and exposure to the rain, some caught a fever and cannot fight anymore. Sun Bin asked again, how many? Over 200, increasing further. I estimate it'll reach about that many again. Tianying's tone carried a slight hint of uneasiness, well concealed. Sun Bin decisively stated, collect all the broken weapons from the soldiers. Tianying wasn't sure why Sun Bin suddenly brought this up, asking, issue new ones. They had indeed brought enough weapons, but it seemed unnecessary to replace everything after just the first battle. Sun Bin tapped his fingers on the four-wheeled chair, continuing, place the broken weapons along the edges of the grasslands and woods randomly, especially next to some smaller paths, making it appear like someone discarded them hastily while fleeing. Tianning understood immediately and couldn't help but admire Sun Bin's quick tactical adjustment. Seeing discarded weapons, the Wei army would certainly guess that Qi troops were beginning to desert. Hold on, Sun Bin pondered for a moment, adding, also collect any damaged armor and short brown cloaks. Place these along the riverbanks. This, of course, was to leave a clue for the Wei army, letting them assume that many Qi soldiers died and stripped their armor off to avoid being discovered, throwing them into the river. Sun Bin closed his eyes, leaning back, saying, to make them believe it, when these injured soldiers pass away, actually throw their bodies in as well. Tianning was silent for a moment before turning and walking out of the tent. He didn't answer Sun Bin, but Sun Bin knew he would do it. Among all present, the one most desperate to win was Tianning. His father was the Marquis of Qi, and he was defending his country and his family. Others harbored more complex sentiments. What Sun Bin didn't believe in was loyalty to the king and patriotism. He merely performed his duty in his position, eking out survival in a chaotic era. On such a quiet night after the torrential rain, he suddenly remembered those years in Yangcheng, when his master Guiguzi taught him and Pang Wan different military strategies separately during the day. At night, Pang Wan would come to him to seek advice, believing he shared everything without reservation. During their heart-to-heart talks, Pang Wan always praised his intelligence, admitting he could not match him. Indeed, Sun Bin himself believed so too, but he still urged and consoled Pang Wan to study hard and think deeply. Guiguzi had once hinted that Sun Bin shouldn't form deep ties with Pang Wan, but Sun Bin hadn't listened. He grew up together with Pang Wan, and they shared a profound bond. He even thought his master was being narrow-minded. However, looking back now, among the 500 disciples under Master Guiguzi, not one was misjudged. It was he who was narrow-minded, unable to see through human hearts despite learning many strange arts of debate and stratagem. Now, reflecting further, it seemed clear that signs of danger were already subtly revealed back then. In each late-night conversation, it was always he who did most of the talking. He went on speaking non-stop while Pang Wan only nodded, never expressing any opinions of his own. By that point, Pang Wan had already begun to guard against him, yet he remained clueless all the way until his execution. The tent curtain opened as Tianji walked in, asking, military strategist, do you feel unwell? Sun Bin chuckled, saying, I've been sitting in the chariot all along, how could I possibly be unwell? Many soldiers developed fevers today. Tianji, concerned, said, you'd better not go out anymore. Catching a cold won't be good. Sun Bin replied, agreed. I heard from Lord Tian that you ordered them to throw away weapons and armor, Tianji said. Some people don't have much sense. Let me leave my men there. You should sleep well tonight, things will only get harder from here. General Tian has a considerate heart. Sun Bin couldn't help but feel grateful, saying, but you don't need to do everything yourself. Get some rest as well. Tianji was an admirable general, not particularly outstanding in ability but very diligent. Last night before entering the canyon, he discussed with Sun Bin for the entire evening and then conducted a patrol of all the tents in the middle of the night. The closer they got to Wei territory, the greater the danger became. They couldn't afford to make any mistakes. This bulky man stood like a small mountain inside the tent. Now this mountain said, well, I'll leave then. Sun Bin said, be cautious at every step. Tianji nodded, pulling open the tent flap and pointing at several nearby guards, don't slack off. The guards immediately straightened themselves and acknowledged. Tonight was going to be a sleepless one. By midnight, countless soldiers began passing away. Kong Tu wrapped himself in a damp cotton blanket because the ground was covered in mud, so there was no place to sit. Crouched down, he kept hearing the cries of medical officers outside the tent. He had just informed Ouyang Zhen about Yan Lingfei's situation, but Ouyang Zhen didn't say anything after listening, merely replying, "Understood." Kong Tu felt unsettled but could only his hope on the comrades on the wayside discovering Yan Lingfei, or repeatedly reassuring himself that with Yan Lingfei's wit, he certainly wouldn't give up passively. Until now, he still wasn't sure if his final decision had been right, but what else could he do? A small bottle landed in front of him, and Kong Tu instinctively caught it. Looking down, Kong Yaij regarded him haughtily, saying, "Golden wound medicine." Kong Tu looked up, somewhat hesitantly. "Thank you." Kong Yaij said nothing more, resting his long spear behind his neck, arms draped over its shaft, swaying slightly while continuing his rounds, occasionally warning others, "No stealing someone else's blanket." "You know him well." Hua Yu held another bottle of medicine and shook it in front of him. "I stole this for you, seems useless now." "Not really close," Kong Tu struggled to describe their relationship, "he's pretty decent." Hua Yu fiddled with the bottle, squatting beside him, saying, "He belongs to our team, though quite difficult to handle." Kong Tu recalled Kong Yaij's harsh scolding earlier in the battle, and couldn't help but laugh. "That's true. He might treat you like a younger brother." Hua Yu smirked, drawing a circle in the air between Kong Tu and Kong Yaij's figures. "Both of you share the same surname Kong." In fact, Kong Tu had heard Kong Yaij talk about having a younger brother, but at the time, his mind was preoccupied, and he didn't listen carefully. Hua Yu said, "People say Kong Yaij and his younger brother died together on the battlefield." "Really?" Kong Tu asked absent-mindedly. "Yeah," Hua Yu reflected briefly, 2 years ago, during a battle against Wei. During the daytime skirmish, his younger brother's unit was completely surrounded and captured by enemy forces. They were tied with ropes around their necks, used as hostages on firewood stacks. That night, Qi forces launched a surprise attack, not for their rescue, and the Wei troops set the stack alight, burning everyone alive. Ultimately, the battle was lost, and all those men were gone. Kong Tu. Hua Yu shrugged, "Wei people are a bit stupid. Who would care about soldiers as hostages, considering how cheap their lives are? How foolish can they be?" Kong Tu opened his mouth but ultimately didn't know what to say. It was at this point that he finally understood the position from which Kong Yaij had cursed him as a deserter. However, Hua Yu wasn't thinking so deeply. He simply said, "These people should read more books. Their minds are too rigid. They follow an order blindly and are willing to sacrifice their lives, living without any sense of personal dignity." Kong Tu responded, "Maybe their dignity is the nation." "What exactly is the nation?" Hua Yu looked back at him seriously, suddenly becoming earnest. "You need to figure out whether it's the nation or the monarch. Are they really fighting for the country or just for the rulers?" Kong Tu was once again speechless, though something inside him told him that Hua Yu was wrong. "All right," Hua Yu relaxed and offered some comfort. "Actually, everyone sent me here to check on you and chat with you." "I'm fine," Kong Tu replied. After all, according to Zhao Zheng's words, no matter how much pain he was currently feeling, it couldn't compare with Yan Lingfei's suffering. There was nothing worthy of sympathy in his case. Hua Yu added, "All right then. Actually, we all think Yan Lingfei will be all right. He's probably been captured by those guys on the other side. No one's smarter than him. Even if you die, he'll still survive." Kong Tu truly felt somewhat consoled and nodded with a smile. Chapter 52, The Battle of Maliang, 17. That night, Qi's army lost fewer than 60 men, with over 100 injured. This short battle brought them heavy losses. The death of their comrades also affected the living soldiers' morale, and the fear of war that followed was the most fatal. But luckily, they weren't the only ones facing this issue. Wei's ambush for an active attack resulted in losses exceeding 500 men, which was quite substantial. At dawn, in the Wei military camp. "Hey," Lu Ban greeted, "why are you here again?" Yan Lingfei found a spot to sit beside them. "Isn't it because I've been captured?" "Injured?" Lu Ban asked. "Injured," Yan Lingfei replied. As expected, that night the defense was lax. Zhao Zheng and Yan Lingfei seized the opportunity and sneaked in. They were right in the middle of a meeting. Chang Mingming briefly informed Zhao Zheng of the current situation. "Tonight's order is to chase another 100 miles and drive the Qi army completely out of the border. If we still can't catch up by then, we retreat." Zhao Zheng was a bit surprised. Pang Wan's orders. When did he start making sense? "He isn't totally useless," Chang Mingming said sarcastically. "He does know something about commanding troops, and didn't the Wei King give him an order? Even if he runs, don't lose." After pondering for a moment, Zhao Zheng seemed to be considering something. Lu Ban said, "The Qi army retreated too fast today, and it feels off to me." Zhao Zheng thought the same. It's true. They were overly reckless when entering the canyon. In theory, given this terrain and being within Wei's territory, with Sun Bin's caution, there's no reason not to be vigilant. "Moreover, I didn't see you on the battlefield." He said, "See you on the battlefield," the other night, but he hasn't shown up today. There must be some other plan ahead. Chang Mingming said, "Pang Wan always considers the Qi army as weak. Today, he appears not to suspect any problem with the retreat at all. Overconfidence will lead to defeat, Xia Qing remarked. He underestimates the enemy too much. Sun Bin has lost to him before, Lu Ban interjected. He cut Sun Bin's legs, nearly getting him killed. Winning once, it's understandable that he might become complacent. He glanced at Yan Lingfei, who was sitting aside nonchalantly, and gave him a kick. So, what exactly are your plans? You guess, Yan Lingfei retorted. Lu Ban. Mister, calm down. Xia Qing quickly hugged Lu Ban. You can't beat him, he's injured. Yan Lingfei fearlessly taunted, come on then. Lu Ban was furious. Zhao Zheng slapped the back of Yan Lingfei's head to warn him to stop messing around and continued, we need to make Pang Wan realize that pursuing further won't work. The terrain of the next 100 miles is open, there's no need to worry about ambushes, Su Daming reported, having traveled this road clearly. As long as Pang Wan doesn't change his mind along the way, there shouldn't be any problems. Bai Li Shi chuckled coldly, that's uncertain. Our general is as free as the wind. Yan Lingfei burst into laughter, why are you so unlucky, huh? Even Zhao Jing couldn't bear his antics anymore. He made eye contact with everyone, prompting them to prepare seriously. Yan Lingfei cautiously moved backward a little, what are you guys going to do? I'm injured. Zhao Jing decisively said, go. Everyone leapt forward together. Several people pinned his legs down to keep him from moving. Lu Ban and Zhao Zheng held his arms tightly, forcing him onto the ground. Chang Mingming rolled up his sleeves and gave him one last chance, are you going to confess or not? Yan Lingfei boldly declared, kill me then. Chang Mingming extended his 10 fingers like eagle claws, heading toward Yan Lingfei's armpits. A 9 removed Yan Lingfei's shoes and casually picked a tuft of foxtail grass from the ground, tickling the bottom of his feet. With Yan Lingfei firmly pinned down, unable to move, and unwilling to shout loudly to avoid waking others, tears streamed down his face due to the mixture of pain and humiliation as he got tickled. Lu Ban asked again, speak. What conspiracy do you have? Yan Lingfei shouted, I really don't know. Let me go please. Ha ha ha. Ah, my chest hurts. Lu Ban responded, don't play dumb. Everyone, continue. Yan Lingfei cursed through the laughter, you, just wait, ah ha ha ha. Lowering his head, Zhao Jing explained reasonably, we won't betray you, don't worry, Yan Ji. Yan Lingfei closed his eyes tightly, gripping his fingers as if truly tormented. Since he had already been injured, seeing that he wouldn't talk, everyone finally let him go. Chang Mingming mocked him, look like you've been utterly ruined. Everyone let go, leaving Yan Lingfei still struggling to recover for a long time. His eyes were vacant as he said after a while, you guys are too ruthless, and you resort to such tricks when I'm already like this. You're the one who's too ruthless, Xia Qing retorted, we've suffered so much, yet you refuse to tell us anything. Yan Lingfei readily agreed, you guys are indeed pitiable. Bai Li Shi was quite upset inside and said, let's just defect to Sun Bin's side and atone for our crimes by killing Pang Wan. Zhao Jing interjected, you need to calm down. As they sat opposite each other, they all started to worry somewhat. Lu Ban said, how about we just kill Pang Wan, and Zhao Jing will impersonate him. Zhao Jing said, you should calm down too. Not only did their height differ significantly, but Lord Shen and Pang Wan were completely incomparable. Lord Shen had his death faked, and the court sent reinforcements. If Pang Wan tried the same trick, who could save him? Moreover, Lord Shen was the crown prince and hadn't previously led any troops, so the soldiers were unfamiliar with him. But Pang Wan had been through countless life-and-death battles with his soldiers over years, so switching someone instantly would be utterly impossible, it would be detected immediately. They went around discussing, but Pang Wan never gave them the chance. Everyone felt despondent, sitting on stones in silence. Zhao Jing looked at the sky and asked Yan Lingfei, what do you plan to do? Follow me or stay here? I'm fine either way, Yan Lingfei shrugged, do whatever is more convenient for you. Stay then, Jiu suggested, he can't travel anymore. Change his clothes, let him mix with the wounded soldiers. Zhao Jing didn't object but said, then keep an eye on him. Yan Lingfei laughed, what, don't trust me? Not trusting, Zhao Jing pointed at him, behave, the patrol is coming. I'm leaving. Lu Ban also stood up, what's your plan? I'll steal a horse, chase after the Qi army, and see what they're planning to do. Zhao Jing said. Everyone echoed together, be careful. Zhao Jing responded softly with a low, and returned, you guys be careful too. Even as they looked out for each other like this, everyone knew deep down that these words held no real weight. Staying safe or alive here was highly questionable. At dawn, a cold streak of sunlight fell onto the earth. No one had slept well the whole night. Tianning stood on a big rock and made a pre-battle speech to the soldiers, inspiring them to regain courage and find anger once again. Kong Tu yawned and stood in the crowd with Jiang Liang on his right, her neck curled inward as if she was very cold. Kong Tu glanced at her covertly, thinking about it for a bit, and finally chose not to open his mouth unnecessarily. He had lost interest in Tian Ying's speeches now, his heart was full of thoughts to end the war quickly and go back to sleep. Everything here was so heavy, both his body and mind were tired. It was hard to imagine how those living perpetually in battle managed to hold on. According to today's plan, they pretended to flee eastward, carelessly discarding worn-out weapons everywhere, traveling 100 miles per day. This is exhausting, Khan Tu muttered during the short rest time at noon to Ouyang Zhen. At this pace, everyone will lose their strength before even entering battle. Ouyang Zhen replied, it doesn't matter, because we won't have to fight anymore. On the surface, it seems like Wei's army is chasing us, but actually, we control everything. How many miles Wei's army moves every day, where the decisive battle will happen, everything depends on us. Once we wear them out and scatter their forces, we can ambush them and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Khan Tu didn't fully understand but noticed a problem and asked, what if Pang Wan doesn't fall for it? There's also that possibility, Ouyang Zhen answered, if he follows the advice from that group of 404 people, he might not chase us anymore. In that case, we'll have to confront them directly. We've lured them out of Wei, let's see how skilled they really are, we might not lose even in a straight-up fight. Khan Tu shuddered upon hearing the word fight again and sighed mentally, alright. Heard you're quite worried about Yan Lingfei, Ouyang Zhen chuckled, if I'm not mistaken, he should be in the hands of that group over there now. In fact, he isn't someone waiting around for you to come and save him. Not keeping up must mean he's being held back somewhere. Khan Tu had immense trust in Ouyang Zhen, and last night Hua Yu had said the same thing. Though he was still uneasy deep inside, after hearing Ouyang Zhen's words today, he felt much more reassured. Ouyang Zhen was like a reliable elder, smart, wise, always calm, and his words naturally commanded belief. If Yan Lingfei stays with Wei's army, Khan Tu said worriedly, might they extract some information from him? Ouyang Zhen said, I don't think so. Yan Lingfei is very tight-lipped when it comes to things he shouldn't say. Khan Tu glanced back at their trail marked by footprints of varying depths and said, even if he doesn't speak, our tactics might be figured out by the other side anyway. Yes, Ouyang Zhen replied calmly, it all depends on whether or not Pang Wan takes the bait. After the torrential rain just a few days ago, the ground was already scorched dry. The sky stretched endlessly without a single cloud, and beneath the blazing sun, came the majestic footsteps and hooves pounding first, followed swiftly by an endless troop racing from afar, vanishing beyond the horizon soon after. Report, a mounted rider galloped far away, then knelt before Tianji, Wei's army is pursuing us. Tianji burst into laughter, the master truly has divine insight. Sun Bin sat on the war chariot and said, reduce another 300 stoves tonight. The Wei army chased yesterday, and the day before that too. They started reducing cooking pits the evening before, continuing today as well, but the Wei army persisted. Pang Wan became increasingly anxious, he fell for the trap. Tianing frowned deeply and spoke, Master, the soldiers are already exhausted beyond bearing. We can barely march further. Just in these few days, over 100 horses have died from fatigue, let alone humans. Sun Bin then declared, tonight I will ask the general to dispatch 1,000 elite soldiers to accompany me to Maling while Lord brings the rest southward, choosing a flat place to rest. There's another tough battle tomorrow. Tianing exclaimed in shock, 1,000 men. Plenty, Sun Bin said calmly, select those in good physical condition, and we must arrive at Maling before dawn. Tianji tentatively asked, Master, do you intend to? Pang Wan can no longer hold himself back, Sun Bin stated, he must have calculated that our forces now number less than 60,000. Unable to wait, he's eager to sneak attack us overnight. Ordinary soldiers can no longer persevere this way, leading a contingent of elites traveling 150 miles daily, he should arrive at Maling by tomorrow evening. We'll await him at Maling. Less than 50 miles from the Qi army, another enormous army paused briefly to regroup. The Qi army has fewer than 60,000 troops. After listening to the reported count of cooking hearths, Pang Wan stood tall upon his war chariot and shouted aloud, Brothers, heaven protects Wei. Today is the day we shall crush the Qi army. The assembled soldiers cheered loudly, bloodthirsty for battle. Lu Ban crouched beside a soldier and touched the soil within a cooking pit, sighing, meal after meal, the Qi army sure eats well. The soldier laughed, most likely just porridge, what's there to envy? Lu Ban grew curious, asking, then why aren't their firewood damp? They've probably dried them out, the soldier replied, these past days under the scorching sun would have done it. To travel 100 miles per day yet still find time to dry out wood, truly impressive preparation. Lu Ban remarked. The soldier detected something odd in his tone and turned to look at him, questioning, what's wrong? Nothing, Lu Ban smiled, just thought it strange that despite having the leisure to dry firewood, the cooking pits were buried so carelessly. It's rather unsatisfactory. Upon saying that, the soldier furrowed his brow slightly. Lu Ban patted dirt off his hands and said, rest yourself, I'll fetch some water. At the hottest moment of the day, every soldier lay or sat in relaxation, treasuring this rare respite. Pang Wan rested inside his war carriage to avoid the heat, with a servant outside reporting quietly, General. Pang Wan was scrutinizing a map and shot him a glance, speak. There's a first-class soldier seeking an audience, the servant informed, he says there's an urgent matter to discuss with you. Pang Wan peeked out through the curtain, spotting the man hiding behind the guard, his face obscured. Well. Speak then. He said indifferently. General, the person continued to lower his head, this is highly confidential. Lifting his arms, he indicated he bore no weapons. Pang Wan cared nothing about possible assassinations. This fellow's behavior was like he believed Pantwan to be extremely cowardly. With a slight frown, Pantwan ordered, "Bring him aboard." Respectfully stepping onto the chariot, the man raised his head, revealing it to be Yan Lingfei. As soon as he boarded, Yan Lingfei knelt down half on one knee before Pang Wan, exclaiming, "General, you're in grave danger." Pang Wan. As Yan Lingfei saw Pang Wan about to kick him, he immediately bowed deeply and said, "General, do you still remember Zhao Zheng?" Upon noticing that Pang Wan indeed paused, Yan Lingfei quickly continued, "An enemy spy has infiltrated our army." Pang Wan sat back down again and ordered, "Speak." For several days now, the Wei army's number of injured soldiers had gradually increased. Ajo carried her massive box back and forth, suddenly stopping to look around, asking, "What about the person lying over here?" "What person?" Without another word, Ajo put down what she was carrying and went to find Chang Mingming, asking, "Have you seen Yan Lingfei?" "Chang Mingming. I haven't seen him," Chang Mingming replied expressionlessly, "Don't tell me he ran away." Ajo looked utterly dismayed, saying, "It's all over." Chang Mingming pointed at her, so angry yet unable to scold, pulling at her hair furiously, and let out a frustrated, "Ah." In principle, it shouldn't have been possible for him to escape. Lu Ban was on guard with Pang Wan, Ajo herself and Chang Mingming guarded the wounded, and his hands had been tied up as well. So when exactly did he run? "Go find Master Gongshu," Chang Mingming instructed, "he's guarding right by Pang Wan." If Yan Lingfei wanted to get close to Pang Wan, he must have passed by him. He didn't see anything. Lu Ban fanned himself with his hand and said, "I chatted with Pang Wan's guards, wanting to give them a bit of advice to warn Pang Wan." Chang Mingming was about to lose her temper, but Lu Ban comforted her saying, "It's all right, Pang Wan doesn't trust anyone, not us, not even Yan Lingfei." "How can he not trust us?" Chang Mingming looked at him. Pang Wan has already suspected Zhao Jing to be an enemy spy, suspecting there's an accomplice in the army. Yan Lingfei just played along. Pang Wan will believe him instead of us. Lu Ban could only helplessly spread his arms, saying, "It is what it is." "It's all my fault," Ajo said. "No worries," Lu Ban shrugged casually, "anyway, it's a loss we couldn't avoid." Pang Wan is desperate to win. Bai Lishi lay on the ground covering his eyes with his arm and lazily spoke, "There's no reasoning with a madman, Yan Lingfei won't get far, and Pang Wan won't stop until he collapses. Enjoy life, brothers." Inside the general's war carriage, Yan Lingfei rolled up his sleeve, making Pang Wan immediately alert, thinking he might pull out a weapon. Instead, Yan Lingfei revealed two purplish red marks on his wrist. "Yesterday I accidentally overheard their secret talk, and they were going to kill me," Yan Lingfei explained while taking off his shirt to reveal arrow wounds. "They threw me among the wounded during the night after seeing me hit by arrows. Luckily, I didn't die and woke up, coincidentally being treated by the medics. This morning when they found this, they bound me up and stationed 3 people to watch over me. They wouldn't let me approach you, General. If I hadn't escaped earlier, they would have surely killed me tonight again." Pang Wan looked at his wounds but didn't say anything. Yan Lingfei then declared, "Every single word I've said is true, and if there's any falsehood, may my corpse rot in the wilderness without a proper burial." "As you say," Pang Wan fell silent for a moment before continuing, "Young Master Shen was also hurt by them?" "That's correct," Yan Lingfei confirmed. "And these people," Pang Wan asked, "can you identify them?" Yan Lingfei hesitated carefully before replying, "I can recognize less than 5 individuals, those who guarded me today and the ones I recognized last night. But respectfully, General, I think you shouldn't alarm them prematurely." Pang Wan wasn't stupid, stating, "Since you've managed to escape, they must have already known they're exposed. How is alarming them relevant?" Yan Lingfei had his counter ready, suggesting, "You can pretend not to believe me, publicly punish me according to military law, then apparently appear to believe in them afterward. Once the spies pass intelligence back to Qi, you take action, catching Qi's army off guard." This plan sounded pretty convincing. Yan Lingfei privately evaluated himself inside. Pang Wan arched an eyebrow and asked, "According to military law, are you willing?" "I am a citizen of Wei, and my parents wait for me to return victorious," Yan Lingfei answered earnestly, "Of course, I'm willing." Pang Wan was unpredictable and extremely suspicious, unsure of how much Yan Lingfei's words he should believe. Perhaps he could perish right here today. Just as Yan Lingfei was feeling uneasy, a sudden roar from above startled everyone. Pang Wan slammed the table fiercely, yelling, "How dare you! You beast, full of nonsense attempting to deceive your general." Yan Lingfei hesitated momentarily before bending down and begging, "Please forgive me, General. Bring him down." Pang Wan commanded, "Beat him with 10 heavy blows." Yan Lingfei's ears perked up at the sound of pain, clenching his fists, feeling bitter deep within. These 10 blows were for the 404 operatives in the Wei army. If Yan Lingfei didn't intend to save their lives, he would have revealed their identities when Pang Wan asked him about the spies. However, this way, Pang Wan would surely start a massacre. To temporarily protect these people, Yan Lingfei was willing to endure the physical pain himself. During the punishment, except for the 404 operatives, no one else among the soldiers knew what had happened. Bai Lishi watched as if it were none of his business and coldly said, "How touching. Will he die?" Lu Ban was a little worried and asked Ajo, "He's still injured?" Ajo replied, "Let him die then." Lu Ban smirked, "It's just a game." Ajo said nothing and walked away. After enduring the 10 strokes, Yan Lingfei almost passed out. 2 medics came up and carried him away. He could feel that someone was taking care of him and immediately fell into a deep sleep. Bai Lishi knew without thinking that this performance was staged for them, the so-called spies. Confused, he asked, if this is the case, why don't we stop acting? Why don't we avoid exposing ourselves? Would Pang Wan still believe Yan Lingfei? It's too late, Lu Ban sighed while covering his forehead, it's already too late. One of Pang Wan's personal guards climbed aboard the general's war carriage and whispered something into his ear. Lu Ban explained, just now, I subtly hinted to a personal guard. Bai Lishi. Heaven intends to destroy the Great Way, Bai Lishi said sarcastically, we've done our best. Zhao Zheng is still waiting ahead, Lu Ban lamented, if he finds out we've ruined things, he might be angry enough to die. Recalling Zhao Zheng made Bai Lishi feel somewhat uncomfortable, after all, Zhao Zheng could win alone even as an undercover agent but lost when following their team. Sigh. Both let out a sigh together. Chapter 53, The Battle of Malin, Part 18. Pang Wan's teammates now had a very calm mindset. This was probably the will of heaven, and the destiny of the great state of Wei to dare claim kingship first was about to end. King Wei originally did not dare to call himself king, Sun Bin said while sitting in the general's tent. It was merely due to Qin's persuasion. How do you mean? Tianji asked. Wei Yang is a talented person, Sun Bin replied. He saw King Wei's ambition, then fanned the flames, directing it eastward. If we look at the bigger picture, we are all but pawns of the state of Qin. Tianji said, Wei Yang implemented cruel reforms in Qin, causing hatred among the royal family and fear among the people. He is certainly no good ruler, perhaps the strategist overestimates this man. General, Sun Bin smiled as he looked at him, the time when we paid tribute to the Son of Heaven has already passed. It is no longer an era where civilians shouting, benevolence, can win over 10,000 followers. In this world full of enemies, with no allies left or right, the only way to survive is by becoming strong. Let's set aside Wei Yang's notorious reputation, the state of Qin has become incomparable. Often, only those who take extreme risks can achieve victory in perilous situations, yet we have always been too stable. Duke Qi still acts like a vassal under Zhou's emperor. Although he has aspirations for kingship, deep down he still sees his fief as a gift from the emperor. Despite being in these current times, he hasn't transitioned his thinking. It's not just him, the rest of the large states are also like this. They don't dare to fully transform, fearing collateral damage and hesitating to act. Like this, they can only be good vassals of the emperor but cannot become kings of their own nations. Tianji's complexion changed. He glanced at the curtain of the tent and whispered, military advisor, be careful what you say. If someone heard these words and reported them to accuse Sun Bin, beheading him would not suffice as punishment. Sun Bin said calmly, I know the general is a loyal and righteous person who understands my mood, which is why I dared to speak them out loud. Tianji didn't reply anymore. He quietly contemplated these words. Being a mere general, he only understood how to lead troops in battle, but he never thought about the political maneuvering beyond the battlefield. In the eyes of a true sovereign, Sun Bin said, the common people are merely tools to consolidate rule. Their suffering is for achieving a greater purpose, for future fame and glory. When all becomes peaceful, naturally there will be prosperity. History will only record the great achievements of the rulers. Who would remember how the lives of ordinary people were during the founding of a nation? The state of Qin has already realized this, striving for strength regardless of the means. Tianji felt that Sun Bin's calmness when speaking these words seemed somewhat cruel. Although Sun Bin was originally a commoner without roots, and despite Duke Qi never having granted him an official title or noble rank, how could he have such thoughts? He didn't understand what was going through the minds of these intelligent individuals. It seemed like they cared for the realm, past and present, and even all living beings, yet there was nothing specifically personal within them, and they had none for themselves either. In this endless wave of history, Sun Bin appeared frail, powerless, unable to prevent his own tragedies. But at the same time, he was grand and wise, as if everything could fit within his heart. There were times when he remained silent for long periods. What exactly was he thinking about then? Whenever this happened, Tianji wished, if only for a second, to feel what Sun Bin perceived in his mind, understanding the world as he did. Military advisor, Tianji said, human life spans only a few short years, let us live freely. Sun Bin paused, smiling faintly. You're absolutely right. This is tonight, after years of your patience and concealment, finally you will break through. Tianji said with relief. Sun Bin merely said, we haven't reached the final moment yet, the outcome is still unknown, do not underestimate the enemy lightly. It's time, let's march. A horn sounded, followed by the thunderous drumbeats echoing into the sky. Tianji raised his horse's hooves high, shouting loudly, depart. The two armies split ways. 1,000 elite soldiers accompanied Sun Bin and Tianji to Maling, moving swiftly under the cover of night. The remaining troops followed Tianning towards the south, ready to charge out once the smoke signal arose. You shouldn't go, Kong Yi-go came lazily walking up, saying to Kong Tuesday, stay behind and recuperate from your injuries. Kong Tu's leg wound had never healed properly, always reopening just as the scabs formed. He glanced at it and said, just a flesh wound. This doesn't require your participation, Kang Yi-go said perplexedly, as if this was the time for Kang Tu to insist. We are guaranteed victory in this battle, it won't matter if you don't go. If this injury continues, it might turn chronic. Kang Tu simply said, no problem, I want to see this through from start to finish. Once Kang Tu had made his decision, Kang Yi-go stopped persuading him. Everyone has their own persistence. Encouraging him, he said, good luck then. Kang Tu smiled, and you, good luck too. Kang Yi-go pounded his chest and said, invincible in every battle. Kang Tu also followed the gesture, saying, invincible in every battle. This was the slogan of the Qi army's march. When they first set out with 10,000 men, they all shouted these 4 words, now only 1,000 remained, yet the weight of them hadn't changed at all. Each time they were spoken, it seemed as though these 4 words carried the entire spirit of Qi's warriors. This night was not an easy one for both armies. Pang Wan's forces had finally reached their limit, leaving behind over 80,000 men. He led the cavalry and elite soldiers without rest, following the hoof prints to the east. He left all the so-called informants behind on site to recuperate, quietly ordering that they be executed once the battle was over. People like Lu Ban could no longer hide their identities. In Pang Wan's eyes, their roles were already defined. They didn't bother struggling anymore, calmly waiting for after their loss to return and sleep. The teammates whose identities had not been exposed mixed into the elite soldiers' ranks, holding their final posts. When the sky began to grow faintly light, the Qi army arrived at Ma Ling. The road here was narrow, with dense forests on both sides. Against the backdrop of the blue-gray dawn, it felt like entering the mouth of some giant beast. Looking further inside revealed an impenetrable dark green darkness, endless. Sun Bin said from the war chariot, stop. Tianji raised his long spear, halt. Sun Bin descended from the chariot with his 4-wheeled cart, speaking calmly, the soldiers have worked hard. After tonight, everything will be over. Tianji commanded, leave no trace, enter the forests on both sides and set up crossbows. Move quickly. No need to rush, Sun Bin softly told him, the Wei army should arrive around midnight. Tianji knew Sun Bin had already calculated this carefully but still worriedly said, we should prepare early just in case. Sun Bin nodded and didn't add more. By now, the elite soldiers had traveled non-stop day and night. Everyone was exhausted, taking a brief rest before rising again for the final effort of the battle that night. Ouyang Zhen advised the other teammates, we're far from the main road, at night we might not even see the Wei army has already entered Ma Ling. Send Wenyu, Li Xian and others to stand guard below, returning the moment they hear any sound. There's no need, Bai Yu Kai interjected, pointing downwards, Sun Bin has probably already handled it. The group looked where he pointed and saw Sun Bin instructing several people to strip the bark off a large tree in the middle of the road, revealing the white trunk. Sun Bin ordered, find someone who can write. Carve a few characters on the tree. Lu Miao, with sharp ears and keen insight, heard what Sun Bin had said from afar and related to his team. Hua Yu asked confused, what characters is he going to carve? Lu Miao leaned in closer, turned back to them, and said, Pang Wan shall die beneath this tree. Everyone. Speechless. Ouyang Zhen paused, then laughed understandingly, truly Sun Bin. Kang Tu watched them all appear to understand and shamelessly asked, what does it mean? Anyway, he didn't feel embarrassed showing ignorance before them anymore, having stopped caring about it completely. We need a signal, Ouyang Zhen explained, with such distance, we won't be able to confirm whether the Wei army has entered the ambush. By the time it gets completely dark, we might miss the best opportunity. I just sent Li Xian and others down as a backup plan, Ouyang Zhen continued, but Sun Bin's plan is the better one. This tree lies directly on the route the Wei army must take, and its peeled bark will be very noticeable in the dark. Pang Wan is naturally suspicious and will surely dismount to inspect, then he will see the characters carved onto the tree trunk. Kang Tu seemed to understand, then asked, but he won't see them clearly. Yes, Ouyang Zhen smiled, he'll light a torch. Kang Tu gaped, good grief. Lu Miao also smiled, saying, our strategist has a great brain, indeed. The torch would serve as a signal initiated by Pang Wan himself. As soon as firelight appeared in the dark, it would indicate the Wei army had entered the encirclement. By the time the sun was high in the sky, all the arrows from an entire carriage had been distributed. Soldiers hid in the dense forest, alternating between short naps to restore their strength as much as possible. Those from Unit 404 had it worse, still guarding closely by Sun Bin and Tianji to prevent any unforeseen events. Kang Tu sat in front of a rear war chariot, placing a leaf atop his head and asked Wenyu, who was keeping watch together with him, tired? Wenyu whispered back, exhausted, I'm dying. He had been through more hardship than everyone else these days, even going to the Wei camp to make a presence known and barely resting at all. Seeing the red bloodshot in his eyes and the scruff covering his face, Kang Tu felt sorry for him and said, why don't you sleep a bit? I'll wake you up when it's time. Wenyu hesitated a moment before saying, that wouldn't be good. Kang Tu gave him a thumbs up and said, sleep, I'll watch over. By now, they all realized that their adversaries would not be able to mount a comeback. Wenyu, seeing how agreeable Kang Tu was being, said, thank you. In this sweltering summer heat where the air seemed to smoke, it wasn't long before when you started snoring softly. His snores were light, but Kong Tu thought silently, he must be exhausted. Li Xian came from the other side and asked casually, got to pee? Kong Tu, having nothing better to do, stood up and brushed the dirt off his clothes. Let's go. They didn't go far. A bunch of men weren't ones for ceremony, so they just found a spot behind the war chariot and turned their backs to take care of business. With his leg injury, the friction on his pants always brought pain, and Kong Tu carefully pulled back the cloth, suddenly feeling something amiss. Instinctively, he lunged forward swiftly. Li Xian's chop fell short and was about to strike again. Kong Tu immediately rolled on the ground, not wanting to alarm others and hoping Wen Yu would notice the situation soon, then ran toward Wen Yu. Li Xian wouldn't let him escape so easily, swinging his arm and locking Kong Tu's neck in an instant while whispering, I won't harm you, don't move. Kong Tu bit down hard with all his might, and Li Xian broke into cold sweat, his muscles straining tightly yet holding firm without letting go. Kong Tu struggled soundlessly, stretching out his hand toward Wen Yu. He already understood, someone like Zhao Jing must have arrived for Li Xian to betray them mid-task. Tianji's life was now endangered. During a campaign, the strategist is crucial, but in the decisive period, Tianji determined success or failure. An army that lost its general was already defeated. Suddenly spotting the pebbles beneath his feet, he took advantage of Li Xian's distraction and kicked one out strongly. Wen Yu woke instantly upon hearing and sat upright in response. The scene made Wen Yu dazed momentarily, but then he realized what was happening and charged over fiercely. Kong Tu struggled painfully and shouted, go save Tianji. Wen Yu hesitated briefly, then changed direction, rushing toward the war chariot. Finding the door locked from inside, he kicked it hard. Afraid of alerting ordinary soldiers but caring only to rescue people, there was no fear there now. Such a thunderous noise naturally alerted everyone, and the soldiers became instantly alert, shouting loudly, who's there? Sun Bin was just detailing arrangements below and now looked up, asking sharply, what's wrong? Wen Yu broke through the main entrance but saw no sign of Zhao Zheng. The area beneath the chariot was empty and had been neatly broken open as if prepared ahead of time. Zhao Zheng had already fled with his followers. He won't get far. Ouyang Zhen heard the commotion and ran over. Recognizing the situation instantly, he commanded firmly, he hasn't gone far. Find him. Li Xian released Kong Tu, saying apologetically, sorry. Kong Tu. He was at a loss for words. The betrayal itself wasn't the most important issue, the key point was that after this act, no one would trust Li Xian in future missions. Lu Miao suddenly shouted, there. Grab him. He pointed to a hunched soldier dressed in Qi army armor, his arms buddy-like around another tall soldier, but the faint glimmer of silver from his fingertips exposed the lethal intent. Upon realizing he'd been spotted, the soldier turned immediately, pushing Tianji in front of him and yelled, don't move. As he straightened his body, he appeared taller than Tianji, revealing himself to clearly be Zhao Zheng. Pandemonium broke out among the group. Zhao Zheng declared, I don't mind killing your general. Surrender and retreat your troops 100 miles back, and Tianji can live. If not, I'll gladly meet my demise alongside your general. Tianji had a ball stuffed in his mouth that prevented him from speaking, only allowing him to shake his head frantically. Sun Bin asked, brave warrior, who are you? Make a decision, sir. Zhao Zheng avoided responding directly, giving no delay by saying, I'll count to 3. Someone who could dare to raid an enemy camp alone deserves respect. Sun Bin remained calm on the surface, unconsciously rubbing his fingers but showing signs of anxiety as he continued, it would be wise to remain here in Qi and atone for past misdeeds. We'll grant you a high rank, ensuring a bright future ahead. Zhao Zheng responded flatly, 3. Sun Bin. Kong Tu's heart leaped to his throat, but he wasn't worried for Tianji, rather, it was Zhao Zheng. Tianji had a full 1,000 men guarding him, this after all was a real clash of strength where Zhao Zheng's chances were too slim. He didn't know why Zhao Zheng would go so far, why had things come to this? There were still plenty of ways left to reverse the situation. If Zhao Zheng already knew there was an ambush ahead, why not return and inform Peng Wan? Why risk such a desperate and lonely path? Ouyang Zhen discreetly signaled, and a dart shot out from under He Chi Changji's sleeve. Kong Tu drew in a breath, momentarily rooted to the spot. Without hesitation, He Chi Changji flung the dart. Zhao Zheng immediately noticed the commotion here and plunged the sharp dagger deeper into Tianji's neck. At the same moment, a black dart embedded itself into his right hand. Sun Bin roared angrily, don't move. Who dared make a move? A trail of blood appeared on Tianji's neck, mixing with saliva. He froze for a moment, then glanced down at himself. Now the negotiation had utterly broken down, and Zhao Zheng decisively abandoned Tianji, turning to flee. Save the general. Sun Bin screamed desperately. Don't harm the general. Where are the medics? Li Xian was subdued immediately, while the remaining men spontaneously circled to chase Zhao Zheng. The group of 404 members all dived down in unison. By now, some soldiers had mounted their horses, stirring up dust as their horse hooves galloped wildly. Zhao Zheng's mount had died from exhaustion, it was truly an individual struggle. Pulling a long spear from his back, Zhao Jing suddenly wheeled around, gripping the spear horizontally as he charged back. Unprepared for his sudden counterattack, many riders were caught off guard, unable to stop their steeds in time. Zhao Jing brandished the spear, thrusting it into his waistline, shouting loudly before rushing forward head-on. Horses stumbled over the spear, sending their riders tumbling down, charging toward Zhao Jing. Zhao Jing fought recklessly without any thought for his life, making it impossible for anyone to get near him. Tianji's wound looked severe but only caused heavy bleeding, yet Zhao Jing had already let him go once the negotiation failed. Now regaining his freedom, he furiously seized a spear, plunging into the battlefield. Sun Bin shouted, "General!" Anger brought recklessness and blindness, and because the soldiers worried about harming their general, they became hesitant and refrained from rash actions. Seizing this opportunity, Zhao Jing jabbed forward with his spear. Spitting out what was in his mouth, Tianji growled like a wolf, locking onto Zhao Jing. "No one comes closer, or there will be military punishment." His teeth were stained with blood, giving his face a terrifying appearance. With a roar, Tianji charged forth. Spear tips clashed, sparking violently before splitting apart completely. Still, Zhao Jing lunged forward, knocking Tianji to the ground. Already wounded, Tianji inevitably lost his advantage. Zhao Jing picked up an arrow that had been aimed at them, clenching it tightly and aiming to pierce Tianji's chest. Seeing this, Kong Tu ignored Tianji's orders and rushed forward, grabbing Zhao Jing's hand. They struggled secretly, though Kong Tu soon realized how immense Zhao Jing's strength was compared to his own. Leaning back, Kong Tu placed himself in front of Tianji, trembling slightly under the strain of resisting the arrow point aimed at Zhao Jing's target, staring intently at Zhao Jing. Zhao Jing also looked at him. Kong Tu was afraid. Zhao Jing's eyes were fierce yet calm, akin to a lion in the jungle surveying its prey. When the arrow tip was less than a centimeter from Kong Tu's neck, Zhao Jing suddenly let go and turned to flee. Kong Tu took deep gasps of breath, hearing Sun Bin call, "Pursue." The archers prepared, shifting their crossbows and aiming collectively at Zhao Jing. Another wave of cavalry advanced, encircling Zhao Jing entirely with spears aimed at him. The infantry holding spears and shields jogged in and squatted, forming another circle. In this dense envelopment, there stood Zhao Jing alone. All by himself. Regaining his wits, Kong Tu scrambled to his feet, lifting the shield and shouting aloud as he pounced forward. His spear pointed toward Zhao Jing's chest, yet when it reached him, it struck against armor instead, producing a metallic clang, the spearhead sliding away. Carried by the momentum, Kong Tu collapsed onto Zhao Jing, and together they fell back. Everyone instantly backed away to create space. The group from 404 acted seamlessly, moving aside. Zhao Jing kicked Kong Tu away, who knelt on the ground pretending to suffer greatly. With the formation disrupted, the arrows from the archers became harder to shoot, as they had to avoid hitting their fellow warriors amidst the chaos. Seated in his four-wheeled chariot, Sun Bin, stern-faced, ordered, "Kill." Zhao Jing kicked away 2-foot soldiers and swiftly grabbed 2 shields, swinging his arms to throw them, knocking several cavalrymen off their horses. All of his teammates surrounded Zhao Jing, aiming for places that wouldn't cause severe injuries despite this. Even so, Zhao Jing, fighting alone, gradually began to struggle. Kong Tu was becoming anxious and no longer cared about subtlety. He used the same trick again, pushing Zhao Jing backward. Behind Zhao Jing, the horses of the cavalry moved slightly just in time for Zhao Jing to fall back smoothly. His whole body covered in blood with the dart still embedded in his hands, an alarming sight, he used these very hands to grab a spear behind him and jabbed backwards. A rider fell instantly as Zhao Jing mounted the horse. This was the most perilous moment. The archers immediately unleashed a barrage of arrows. Zhao Jing tightened his legs around the horse's flanks, shouting loudly, "Charge!" Startled, the horse reared up on its front hooves and bolted forward. Kong Tu quickly seized another horse and mounted it too. Many of the remaining team members followed suit. They pursued Zhao Jing from behind, seemingly attacking him but actually shielding him from more incoming arrows. Sun Bin, eyes blazing with fury, seized a lacquered bow from an archer and shot it forcefully. The arrow zipped through the air and struck a tree. After all, Sun Bin had never learned martial arts, and no miracle could happen even if he were consumed by rage. Zhao Jing escaped 5 li away when Ouyang Zhen gave a "whoa," and turned to the other cavalrymen, "Leave some of us here to chase, the rest return to camp temporarily. If the enemy uses the tactic of luring the tiger away from the mountain, our military advisor will be in danger." The cavalrymen pulled their horses to a halt, looking at each other uncertainly without moving immediately. Ouyang Zhen said, "Let's leave a few elite soldiers here. The assassin is severely injured, likely unable to escape far. What do all of you think?" A man hesitated and replied, "Our advisor said we need to bring this person's head back." He Chi Changji sneered disdainfully, "Is this any difficulty at all? Let's go." Li Su led the way, turning his horse around. "We acted too rashly coming out. If there are more assassins, we'll be finished." Before his words ended, Bai Wei had already galloped back. One of Tianji's personal guards seeing this, said, "His words make sense. Let's return a few of us." Kong Tu didn't want to waste time waiting for them, shouting aloud, "I'll go after him first." His heart was truly uneasy. Zhao Zheng's wounds numbered at least 8 if not 10. Blood was flowing non-stop, and after such a long ride on horseback, the situation was absolutely bleak. He sought out Zhao Zheng's direction and found an unattended horse grazing by the stream within less than a li, precisely the one Zhao Zheng rode. Kong Tu immediately dismounted, running a few steps down the small stream, shouting loudly, "Zhao Zheng." This place wasn't open terrain. He assumed that Zhao Zheng must have become too exhausted to control the horse, fallen off, and subsequently hidden somewhere. "Zhao Zheng. Over here," Lu Miao said irritably from behind, "do you have to shout like that? Do you want people to discover your acquaintance?" Kong Tu turned and saw Zhao Zheng leaning on Lu Miao's back, both riding the same horse together. Judging from their expressions, there was nothing unusual about them. Kong Tu ran over and looked up, asking, "What happened?" "No idea," Lu Miao replied, "I picked him up following the blood scent." "You'd better ask him yourself." Zhao Zheng smiled and shook his head, "I fell." Lu Miao said, "Take care of him then, I'm going back. There's still battle tonight." So Kong Tu took Zhao Zheng off the horse and said, "Just tell them I died in his hands when you return. I won't go back." Lu Miao nodded, "Sure." He threw a bottle of medicine to Kong Tu, given by Ouyang. "Just deal with it for now. We'll be back at 404 tomorrow." Then leisurely rode toward Maling. Kong Tu carried Zhao Zheng on his back and glanced at the two horses, hesitating, "Can you ride a horse?" "There's no point," Zhao Zheng said casually, "there's no pursuer, staying here works fine too." Kong Tu helplessly said, "Why do you insist on doing things like this? If Tianji dies, there's still Sun Bin, this war will still happen regardless. Why not just return to find Pang Wan?" "That guy's an idiot," Zhao Zheng retorted, "no one believes me." It was the first time Kong Tu heard him curse someone, indicating he must be genuinely mad, laughing and saying, "So you came alone?" As he said this, he placed Zhao Zheng down gently against a large rock and continued, "But you sure look cool doing it." Zhao Zheng responded, "I think so too." Kong Tu chuckled and started tearing apart Zhao Zheng's clothes to apply medicine. When he tore it open, he discovered several gashes that nearly went to the bone. "Kong Tu." Zhao Zheng also glanced down at his wounds and commented, "Wow." Kong Tu realized he was being teased, but couldn't feel happy. He squatted down to sprinkle medicine on the wounds. They didn't even have a single bandage. Zhao Zheng said, "Look serious, but it's all superficial injuries." Kong Tu felt uneasy and changed the subject, "Why do you know how to fight?" He had previously sensed that Zhao Zheng had decent martial skills, but never expected them to be so good, comparable even to Tianji. From getting beaten, Zhao Zheng endured the pain of his medication being applied, his breathing slightly disordered. "As a child in the Zhao state, I got beaten. As an adult on missions, I got beaten again. A person should learn something from repeated experiences." Kong Tu didn't buy this excuse at all and asked, "Did you learn from Li Xian?" "No," Zhao Zheng sighed with both laughter and sorrow, "What's wrong with you?" Kong Tu smiled and said, "I don't trust you, you always deceive people." Now Zhao Zheng was speechless, awkwardly touching his nose. By the way, Kong Tu remembered an important thing, "Have you seen Yan Lingfei?" She is at Wei's camp." Kong Tu felt relieved and said, "That's good." Zhao Zheng thought for a moment and said, "Li Xian. It wasn't actually my idea to." "I know," Kong Tu interrupted, "he saw it himself, right?" Zhao Zheng seemed to also feel dissatisfied with the outcome of that matter, lying back on the rock, covering his eyes with his hand. "I acted too hastily." "That's true," Kong Tu bluntly remarked, "it's not just haste, it's reckless. Why are you risking your life like this?" Zhao Zheng pondered over this question, then unusually sincerely answered him, "Because I fear losing. Losing once would lead to another, continued failures become habitual, one loses fighting spirit and lives numbly." Kong Tu. Hearing no reply, Zhao Zheng took his hand away and looked at him. After finishing applying the last bit of medicine, Kong Tu finally spoke up, "Feels like you're talking about me." Zhao Zheng. "Not." He hurried to explain. Kong Tu refused to hear his explanation, interrupting calmly, "I know, Mua." Blocked by Kong Tu's words, Zhao Zheng also felt powerless, laughed and said, "Then Mua back." In the dead of night, all around was tranquil except for the summer cicadas chirping and occasional wind sounds. From above looking down, Ma Ling resembled a colossal beast lurking silently in the darkness. A cluster of torches suddenly lit up in the forest. Kong Tu excitedly said, "They've come." Leaning against a tree, Zhao Zheng lazily commented, "He truly is an idiot." The two of them sat on top of a mountain, overlooking the battlefield where soon rivers of blood would flow. Pang Wan ordered the lighting of torches, seeing written clearly on one, "Pang Wan will die under this tree." Before he could react, a loud shout was heard, "Shoot!" Dark arrows surged forth, torches fell to the ground, burning into the bark of trees, sparking blazing infernos. With every flame rising, a life was extinguished, the forest was filled with cries of anguish, and the sound of arrows piercing flesh filled everyone's ears. Tianji roared another command, "Shoot!" The second round of shooting began. Not even birds could escape through the sky. The Wei army was completely defenseless. Amidst the heavens and earth, there seemed to only be killing. Hundreds of elite soldiers were riddled with arrows before their swords left the scabbards, as if nothing could stop these relentless flying arrows. Tianji commanded again, shoot. Standing under the tree, standing in a pool of blood, Pang Wan shouted loudly, this will make those young ones famous. Swinging his sword, he committed suicide. The Qi army threw away their bows, raising their arms in unison shouting, invincible in every battle. Invincible in every battle. Invincible in every battle. At dawn, wolf smoke ascended high into the sky as Tianning led 10,000 warriors to encircle the remaining Wei forces. Leaderless, the Wei army disintegrated without a chance to form ranks. In the year 341 BC, Pang Wan committed suicide at Maling. In the year 339 BC, Qi's prime minister Zhou Ji, out of jealousy for Tianji's achievements, falsely accused him of treason. Sun Bin suggested Tianji take the initiative, but unwilling to cause internal strife in Qi, Tianji did not act, eventually being squeezed out politically and not reused during his lifetime. In the same year, Sun Bin retired to seclusion in the mountains, never holding office again and thereafter disappearing from public records. In the year 321 BC, Tianning was en fef to Shui, having more than 40 children and leading a life free from worry. In the year 249 BC, Qi was conquered by Qin. In the year 225 BC, Wei was conquered by Qin. Annotation. Wei Yang, Shang Yang. Chapter 54, The Battle of Maoliang, Part 19. Thus, this magnificent war came to an end. The Qi army suffered less than 5,000 casualties, and not a single Wei soldier could return to their homeland. This war was more like a one-sided massacre rather than a war. At dawn, when they were counting the number of people, Kong Tu took advantage of the chaos to bring Zhao Zheng into the camp. Most of the soldiers they saw were wounded, some even had one ear or hands chopped off, lying on the ground groaning. Feeling uncomfortable, Kong Tu frowned and pulled Zhao Zheng forward, wanting to find his teammates. Their mission was completed, but they didn't know when they could go back. Afraid of being left behind if he didn't stay with these people, Kong Tu hurriedly brought Zhao Zheng back early in the morning. Seeing that Kong Tu couldn't find anyone and became worried, Zhao Zheng helplessly said, if it was so easy to leave you here, would I have gone through such a hard time escaping from the city? Kong Tu thought about it and realized it made sense, yet he still felt uneasy and asked, should we check ahead? The team members from Group 404 had found ways to join the forefront battle to protect Sun Bin and others. However, yesterday, Kong Tu had told Lu Miao to return saying that he died chasing after Zhao Zheng. Even though the current situation was chaotic, someone would eventually notice. Zhao Zheng said, let me go. He was still wearing the Qi soldier's armor, and since he hadn't mingled much with the soldiers, blending in would be easier for him. Kong Tu frowned and said, Tianji knows you. Zhao Zheng crouched down, picking up some black ash from the fire pit from last night, smearing it on his face. Turning his handsome appearance into something unrecognizable, he then picked up a piece of grass and placed it on his ear, giving a bit of a roguish smirk as he raised his brow. Kong Tu looked at him silently for a moment. Clearly now another person, Zhao Zheng resembled a stylish yet somewhat disreputable soldier, the kind who would whistle at pretty girls on the street. Zhao Zheng asked with a grin, how am I looking? Kong Tu responded, pretty good looking. Zhao Zheng sighed, that's not what I meant. Only then did Kong Tu realize, quickly giving a thumbs up, amazing. You're really talented. Can't recognize you at all. Just looking at Zhao Zheng's current appearance, even without closely observing, Kong Tu couldn't identify him. He believed that the main reason Zhao Zheng changed so drastically wasn't due to makeup or posture alone, it was mainly due to the transformation in demeanor, almost like creating an entirely different persona. Kong Tu stared at him and asked, are you suffering from split personality disorder? Standing up, Zhao Zheng lightly patted his head, scolding him humorously, look at how spoiled you are. Kong Tu burst out laughing, following Zhao Zheng toward the front camp. Zhao Zheng stopped him and said, you wait here. Once I find our people, I'll check the situation. This mission had dragged on long enough, normally, the win/loss would be determined once the war ended. They should have returned during the early hours. Waiting outside, Kong Tu felt bored. The camp smelled of blood and sweat, suffocating under the summer sun. Soldiers were busy carrying the injured while the dead had their heads covered by a white cloth before being taken away for burial. There were too many deceased, who fought for Qi but could no longer return home, instead forever resting in this unfamiliar and barren land. Though Kong Tu didn't experience the war firsthand, he inexplicably felt ashamed, as if he were a coward deserting the fallen. Two soldiers carried a person past them, his face concealed by a white cloth. Move aside, the leading soldier commanded. Kong Tu quickly stepped aside, glancing momentarily at the face covered by the cloth before looking away. It was a strong young man, who likely didn't live very long. It was truly regrettable. Was he the only son of his family? Did he have parents and wife waiting anxiously at home? Now that this man has passed away, what will happen to his family? No one should die easily, Kong Tu reflected. In the past, he often detested life and genuinely considered ending it all when faced with hardships. Back then, everything seemed trivial, and life didn't feel like something worth taking seriously. There wasn't anything in the world worth treating solemnly. However, ever since he came to Area 404, whenever he struggled between life and death, he always desired to survive. He wanted to keep living. Living always meant there was hope for joyful moments, whereas dying meant there truly was nothing. Apart from the sorrow of loved ones and temporary relief, everything returns to nothingness. Standing amidst this brutal battlefield, he realized how narrow and selfish his previous sorrows were. All pain has weight, but compared to those battling here, his anguish weighed nothing significant. Though these thoughts indeed troubled him sleepless nights, upon reflection, they seemed insignificant. This mission had a profound impact on Kong Tu, prompting him to rethink his overly clever worldview. Kong Tu. Hua Yu approached from behind, uncertainly calling out his name. Seeing him turn around confirmed his identity, and Hua Yu asked, "How did you come back?" Kong Tu replied, "I'm checking the situation." "Why haven't we gone back yet?" Hua Yu shrugged helplessly and said, "Sun Bin decided to settle accounts after the war, detaining several of us." Kong Tu couldn't quite understand how the story was unfolding. Perplexed, he asked, "What happened?" Hua Yu explained, "There might have been suspicions before. Yesterday our people let Zhao Jing escape, and by the time we returned, Sun Bin's expression was already grim. Master Ouyang suggested quick action, run immediately after the war ended, but we didn't manage it in time. We've been detained and Sun Bin wants to interrogate us." Kong Tu fell silent. "What should we do?" he exclaimed exasperatedly. "How are we getting out?" "Wait for the system." Hua Yu wasn't too worried. "Our mission was solely focused on the Battle of Maoliang. Now that the war is over, the mess is for Area 404 to clean up. The ones who should be nervous aren't us, it's the managers of Area 404, they'd be in trouble if anyone found out." Thinking along these lines, Kong Tu finally felt more at ease. However, Hua Yu suddenly recalled something and added casually, "By the way, Kong Yi-gu has passed away." Kong Tu didn't catch it, somewhat confused as he questioned, "What?" Hua Yu looked directly at him and repeated, "Kong Yi-gu died." Blinking several times, Kong Tu glanced back at the wounded soldiers behind them, then turned again and asked, "Who?" "Kong Yi-gu." Hua Yu sighed with some impatience, "Yes." Kong Tu slowly asked, "Where's the body?" He had no particular thoughts in his mind, just instinctively feeling like he should see it at least once. "In the morning, we buried him, I helped with it." Hua Yu continued, "With the heat right now, dead bodies can't be kept for even a second, we're afraid it will cause disease." Such was life, the painfully realistic version. There was nothing melodramatic about death here. Kong Tu didn't witness Kong Yi's final breath or get any proper farewell. Not a word or a single item was left behind upon his demise. He just faded away silently. Kong Tu opened his mouth slightly, his eyes reddening, but only for an instant. Tears didn't fall, and his emotions quickly stabilized. Hua Yu tried to comfort him, "People will die eventually." Kong Tu smiled faintly, saying, "Yeah." At this moment, Zhao Zheng walked over, noticing the two stopped, and asked curiously, "What's going on?" Seeing Zhao Zheng's disguised appearance, Hua Yu almost didn't recognize him. Tentatively, he asked, "Zhao Zheng." Zhao Zheng laughed, while Hua Yu blurted out incredulously, "What happened to your face?" Initially thinking it was due to the charcoal he smeared on, Zhao Zheng instead heard Hua Yu ask, "Did someone scratch you?" Hearing this reminded Zhao Zheng briefly about the injury on his face from earlier, simply stating, "A monkey." Kong Tu voiced concerns, "Will there be scars?" He hadn't mentioned it yesterday since he didn't want to seem rude, but deep down he was indeed worried, it would be a pity if such a handsome face got disfigured. Hua Yu also remarked, "It shouldn't leave scars. Let Jiu take a look, I've heard that scratches rarely lead to permanent marks." Kong Tu added, "I've heard the same, it's quite scary, there are so many cuts on his face." Discussing Zhao Zheng's facial condition made him unusually uneasy, as both were closely scrutinizing his face, analyzing which cut seemed deeper and where they were lighter, treating it like reviewing a military map. It was the first time Zhao Zheng experienced such attention and felt somewhat unsure of how to react. "How did you feel earlier?" Zhao Zheng awkwardly shifted the conversation, asking Kong Tu, "What were you discussing?" Hua Yu answered, "He met a friend last night who died." Upon understanding, Zhao Zheng nodded knowingly and patted Kong Tu on the shoulder. Kong Tu didn't want to burden others with his gloomy emotions nor seek comfort from them. Finding solace in solitude seemed far better than accepting unnecessary consolations. Yet over these days, Kong Tu gradually realized Zhao Zheng was also not very good at offering comforting words. He remained mostly silent, patting Kong Tu's head or shoulder occasionally. Initially misinterpreting this as coldness during their initial meeting, through living together for the past 2 months, Kong Tu learned Zhao Zheng wasn't skilled in expressing feelings. Perhaps due to being bullied as a child with minimal affection from his parents, his feelings had nowhere to go, ultimately leaving him without the ability to express them. Under that strikingly handsome yet stern countenance lay a resilient soul unwilling to surrender. Yet further introspection revealed that, surprisingly, this warrior also exhibited a shy demeanor. Reflecting on all this, Kong Tu found it amusing and pushed Zhao Zheng's hand away, laughing, "Stop fiddling around." Instead, Zhao Zheng forcibly placed his arm around Kong Tu's shoulders. Being tall, this action pulled Kong Tu completely into his embrace, and with the other hand he gripped Kong Tu's chin, lifting his face to look at him as he teased, "Did my little brother cry?" Kong Tu, manipulated like a squirrel, had a flushed face as he mumbled, "Get off me." Leaning closer, Zhao Zheng asked wickedly, "What did you say?" Hua Yu asked Zhao Zheng, you've just come back, what's the current situation? Sun Bin summoned Ouyang Zhen, Zhao Zheng casually responded, they're discussing something. Seeing Hua Yu's worried expression, he added, 20 minutes left, the system will forcibly send us away. Of course, if we can break free ourselves, it'll be better, there's extra points for that. Taking advantage of Zhao Zheng speaking without guard, Kong Tu struck his abdomen with an elbow. Zhao Zheng grunted and let go, bending over to clutch his ribcage. Kong Tu stated, don't play those tricks. Zhao Zheng waved his hand, still unable to straighten up as he murmured, I have an injury here. Don't make me laugh. Kong Tu didn't believe it for a moment. He knew well enough that in fear of injuring Zhao Zheng, he hadn't used any strength. Half kneeling, Zhao Zheng was clearly in agony. Seeing this, Kong Tu hesitantly stepped forward, saying, if you're tricking me, you're dead. He still suspected he might have hit one of Zhao Zheng's wounds and squatted down to ask, sorry, where does it hurt? Hua Yu stepped back, crossing his arms to watch the scene unfold. Sure enough, Zhao Zheng suddenly locked Kong Tu's neck with his hand and tripped him with a swift foot movement, knocking him onto the ground. Kong Tu landed sprawled out like a starfish. Furious, he struggled to get up, gritting his teeth and declaring, you're finished. The team leader loudly cursed, hey. What are you bastards doing? The three quickly ran off. By this time, it was nearing noon with the sun at its harshest. The whole division was almost done gathering. The messy, dirty military camp gradually calmed down, but the air remained stifling. Sun Bin looked outside briefly and said to the people inside, after winning the battle, it's time to return to court. Ouyang Zhen respectfully replied, congratulations to the military strategist. Sun Bin turned his gaze back, looking at him faintly and stating, it's also thanks to auspicious people. Otherwise, even with Sun's ability, how could things have gone so smoothly? Ouyang Zhen ambiguously responded, master is jesting. Sun Bin lightly laughed, suddenly saying, I reckon the fortune teller Lu Miao mentioned is probably you. Calculating isn't fate but human action. Lu Miao spoke convincingly, seeming mysterious, but all were caused by human affairs, which could be derived through reasoning and deduction. Fortune-telling, what was calculated was fate, not using brains. Ouyang Zhen explained, just a fellow townsman, the two of us drank some wine. I like to brag, and I said too much, who would have thought he remembered and used it to claim credit. If that's the case, Sun Bin said, with such talents, why not serve the country and its people? How could you be content hiding in the army, living the life of cutting your teeth on blood-stained knives? Ouyang Zhen firmly declared, alright, I'll do whatever master commands. Sun Bin didn't expect him to agree so readily and was somewhat taken aback, asking. Seriously? Seriously, Ouyang Zhen had been waiting for him to say this. With less than 10 minutes remaining, they were leaving, so he seized the opportunity to take this bonus question. He said, look, there's nothing wrong with my brothers, they truly lack the ability to catch the assassin. Can I first set them free before becoming an official? With only the last 10 minutes remaining, Zhao Zheng and the others gathered everyone to release the captives. Returning, they saw Ouyang Zhen still negotiating with Sun Bin on the war chariot. He waved to them and mouthed silently, let's go. Since the war had already been won, no one guarded the general's tent now. Li Xian, seeing Ouyang Zhen lingering during negotiations, directly stormed into the tent, taking out the guards within with a single blow. Then, addressing Sun Bin, he declared, we're short on time. Caught off guard by this unexpected turn, Sun Bin prepared to defend himself but saw Li Xian lift up Ouyang Zhen and carry him off while quietly telling him, just run away. Walking a couple of steps, Li Xian suddenly remembered something and went back to knock Sun Bin unconscious. Ouyang Zhen said, let's talk more, give me 2 more minutes, I can persuade him. Maybe he'll even recommend all of you to King Qi. Everyone. Let's go. Zhao Zheng mounted his horse first, shouting, we're returning. The commotion caused by their horse riding was not insignificant, and soon soldiers noticed someone had left. However, seeing their brazen behavior, the soldiers assumed they were following some order and did not rashly pursue them. Tianji emerged from the wounded soldiers upon hearing the thunderous sound of galloping horses, somewhat confused, and asked, who are those people? Soldier. Realizing the situation, Tianji shouted, pursue them. Don't let them escape. As he finished speaking, he leaped onto a horse and rushed out. Zhao Zheng looked back and said, even if we send you 1,000 miles, we must part eventually. Farewell, General Tian. They reached the base of a small hill, where the terrain hid their figures. Tianji chased on his horse and suddenly pulled the reins. He couldn't believe what he saw and stared wide-eyed. At the bottom of the slope, there were only 70 horses left, not a single person in sight. Chapter 55, A Fog of Doubt, Part 1. In a vast open land, several skyscrapers sprang up. Modern buildings with futuristic designs were interconnected by 2 elevated roads. From the sky above hung a white metal rod suspending a massive lamp, and on each skyscraper stood a screen displaying an image of a clock. In an expansive square, a colossal European-style clock towered as tall as a building, its every movement producing a sound loud enough to be impossible to ignore. Ah! Kong Tu fell out from a white pod, kneeling on the ground of Area 404. For the first time, he realized just how much he missed this place, he practically wanted to kiss the soil. They had returned, and so had the opposing group. Everyone emerged from their pods, dazed and disoriented. Yan Lingfei exclaimed, "What the hell? Where are we? Did we get teleported to the wrong place?" Kong Tu was equally confused. Looking up at Area 404's transformed appearance, he too became frozen in astonishment. When they left, it was just a typical small city like any other in the 21st century. And now, less than half a month later, everything had changed completely. Kong Tu asked in bewilderment, "Where is this?" A soothing melody played as a mechanical female voice coldly stated, "Everyone has worked hard. Now we will tally your task results." Yan Lingfei moved to tears, saying, "Wah, I've missed you so much." The mechanical female voice asked, "Why?" "Just saying," replied Yan Lingfei. Everyone looked silently at one another. Unaffected, the mechanical female voice continued, "This round's winners belong to Group A, Sun Bin's team, who also completed the bonus tasks. Winning the battle outside the city adds 300 points, totaling 320 points. Number of deaths, 3. Light injuries, 2. Please accept our condolences." Upon hearing this news, Sun Bin's group immediately glanced around anxiously, trying to find out who had died. Sure enough, 3 of the pods were still empty and had never opened. Lu Ban said, "3 people from our side have died. They went to Ma Ling with Pang Wan. It seems they couldn't escape." Everyone fell silent. The battle in Ma Ling was known to all who participated. It was a horrifying massacre. The Wei army had no means of retaliation and could only be slaughtered one-sidedly. "It shouldn't have come to this," Lu Ban said, "you guys were too harsh." Ouyang Zhen shook his head, "It wasn't us being harsh, but Sun Bin himself, he loathed Pang Wan so much. That night, when we shot from afar atop the high ground, we couldn't see clearly if there were our people down below." The sudden death of 3 people gave Kong Tu goosebumps, and a sense of dread began to creep over him. He realized that the people from their side could meet fatal danger in war, but Zone 404 would not intervene. They could simply watch someone die before disappearing entirely from the city. The atmosphere grew heavy. After hearing this, even the interest in exploring the new look of the city waned. The new city blended future and retro elements, Eastern and Western styles, creating an intense clash of aesthetics. High-floating lanes soared through the air, silver-gray towers and huge screens stood alongside a massive European-style clock, making the city feel more like an alternate reality detached from actuality. Even the sunlight felt cold, accompanied by grey foggy air. Zhao Jing said, "We've jumped to another era." Previously, when Zhao Jing escaped, he ended up directly in the 21st century, where the city design matched that period. The sudden transformation indicated that they might have skipped forward through time by an entire era. Chang Mingming sighed and asked Bai Yue, "Do you recognize this place?" Bai Yue nodded and replied, "Earth Star." Earth Star in the 30th century, Hua Yu explained to the others. The population is 1 billion, decreasing by 1 million per year. Due to the loss of national boundaries, both Eastern and Western architectural styles have been preserved, and the technology is underdeveloped, putting it behind compared to other allied planets. Chang Mingming said, "But it's our homeland." Yes, Hua Yu adjusted his glasses, "It's our homeland." Only these 3 in the city were originally from the 30th century, having been born and raised there. Despite knowing it was all not real, seeing this scene stirred some emotions within them. Kong Tu stood on a high platform overlooking the city and said, "So beautiful. People say Earth Star is God's tear." Chang Mingming smiled gently. "When viewed from the starship, it looks like a pearl on a curtain." Kong Tu agreed, "I've seen pictures of Earth. This planet is falling, but she is truly beautiful." Chang Mingming gazed into the distance as he spoke. She loved her hometown so much, Kong Tu thought. Chang Mingming must have spent a wonderful time in her homeland, and combined with her identity, she should be the pride of Earth Star, beloved and supported by its people. That was why she could feel such a strong love and sense of belonging towards a place. Just like Kong Tu, who hadn't accomplished anything, so he couldn't even love his own era, nor miss the people there. Zhao Jing probably felt this way about the Qin dynasty too. Thinking of this, Kong Tu looked back at Zhao Jing. Zhao Jing squinted slightly as he gazed at the scene ahead. Noticing his stare, he smirked at him. Zhao Jing's face was still in bad shape. Black charcoal marks and scratches from an unknown attacker made him look like some kind of rugged hobo, but his looks were still strikingly handsome, possessing a wild and untamed charm that struck with forceful presence once again. Kong Tu's heart skipped a beat, inexplicably turning away quickly and not looking anymore. "Living gives us a chance to see great things," Zhao Jing said as he stood next to Kong Tu, looking forward together. "Who would have thought the land beneath our feet would one day become like this?" Kong Tu let out an "ah," unsure what else to say, replying simply, "Yeah." Zhao Jing didn't seem to notice his discomfort, continuing, "All those efforts in building roads and houses were wasted then." Yan Lingfei finally reacted, angrily shouting, "Are you messing with us?" The mechanical female voice responded, "What is there to mess around with?" Confused, Yan Lingfei exclaimed, "What did you just say?" Kong Tu hurriedly held him back, saying, "Big brother Yan, calm down." Yan Lingfei's injuries weren't fully healed, yet he rolled up his sleeves and wanted to fight, but found no outlet for his frustration. The mechanical female voice kindly informed, "There's a mini speaker in your upper left corner. Hitting it will lower my volume a bit. You're really annoying. Kong Tu snapped. The mechanical female voice calmly stated, all your work points have been transferred to your accounts, and we'll give everyone more days off this time. Enjoy your vacation, farewell. Exhausted both mentally and physically, everyone just wanted to go home and sleep. Ouyang Zhen tentatively suggested, shall we eat some braised chicken? Before anyone could respond, Bai Li Shi rejected it outright, nope, I'm going to sleep. Great, everyone said unanimously. Ouyang Zhen smiled faintly, then rest well, everyone. The new city had introduced shared anti-gravity floating cars, streamlined models available in blue and yellow options. Everyone could withdraw their credits to rent one, each 5 kilometers cost 1 credit. The boys were all eager to try them, especially Yan Lingfei, who was nearly losing his mind. Pulling Ah Jiu, he urged excitedly, let's go. Big brother will take you flying. He had seen these things during missions before but never got a chance to test them out. Once aboard, he struggled to figure out how to start it, and suddenly the car shot forward abruptly. Ah Jiu screamed, turn. Turn. A huge skyscraper loomed in front of them. Yan Lingfei sharply twisted the direction, and the hovering car turned at a 90-degree angle, skimming alongside the building in parallel. Ah Jiu panicked, yelling, ah. Watch the front. Kong Tu couldn't help laughing, though initially disinterested, seeing others having fun, he also wanted to give it a try. He brushed his phone and hesitated for a moment before asking Zhao Zheng, do you want to try it? Unexpectedly, Zhao Zheng readily agreed, sitting in the passenger seat as he replied, all right little brother. With no choice, Kong Tu stiffly climbed aboard, not knowing where to start. These cars could set destinations and operated under autopilot mode, but for retro purposes, 2 handlebar-like controls were designed as well. Zhao Zheng lifted Kong Tu's chin, aligning his pupils to look straight ahead, then pushed his back gently to signal readiness. Instantly, the car surged forward. Kong Tu. In a panic, not knowing what to do, he yanked the handlebars, causing the car to flip vertically momentarily before charging ahead. Kong Tu went completely white, shouting, why is it so fast? Zhao Zheng showed no reaction, laughing softly, nothing wrong, it's driving quite well. Kong Tu screamed frantically, we're going to crash. Zhao Zheng instructed, turn right, use both hands, not just the right handlebar. Kong Tu roughly yanked to the right, tilting his body dramatically just as Yan Lingfei had moments ago, scraping along the wall while flying past. Just as he relaxed slightly, he saw Yan Lingfei's floating car hurtling toward them head-on. Both drivers locked eyes through the windows, horrified. Without delay, Zhao Zheng leaned forward, grasping Kong Tu's hands on the handles, exerting force while tilting his body to the right, narrowly avoiding collision midair. Their cars passed each other closely, then zoomed into the sky. Kong Tu had nearly lost his color in that instant, while Zhao Zheng maintained his position, leaning sideways and gripping the handle as he said, it senses your body movement to tilt and turn. The handles are just for assistance. Use both hands to turn right, keep the left hand's movement smaller, imagine this is a circle's 2 endpoints. Got it? Their bodies were extremely close. Kong Tu, having his hands held by Zhao Zheng, felt somewhat uneasy and hastily nodded, yeah. Zhao Zheng sat back and said, you try. Kong Tu's head was still a little dizzy, unsure if it was from earlier or something else. He didn't even know what he'd been doing, but after circling the city twice, he stopped. Everyone dispersed. Kong Tu paused the mileage tracking app on his phone. Zhao Zheng asked, how much did you use? Huh. Kong Tu replied, 0.8 points. Zhao Zheng said, 1 careless moment and a day's worth of work points are gone. Kong Tu recalled something and said apologetically, if it weren't for me yesterday, maybe you all really could have won. Zhao Zheng looked puzzled, what? Kong Tu explained, when you were dueling Tianji. At the time, Tianji was so consumed with anger that he ordered everyone not to intervene. Zhao Zheng had already gained the upper hand, and it seemed like he was about to kill Tianji. But then Kong Tu stepped in the way. Originally, Kong Tu couldn't have stopped Zhao Zheng, but Zhao Zheng let go voluntarily at that moment. With a faint smile, Zhao Zheng said, we wouldn't have won anyway. Even if you hadn't blocked me, someone else would have come out. There were so many people, they wouldn't have just watched their general get beaten to death. You think too highly of me. I always think you can do anything, Kong Tu chuckled along, candidly stating, others might doubt, but when it comes to you, I believe you can achieve it. Zhao Zheng was momentarily stunned and didn't speak for a second. Kong Tu said, you can definitely leave here. I believe in you. Are you stupid? Zhao Zheng hooked his shoulder, reaching over to pinch his face. Shut up. Kong Tu glanced sidelong at him, aren't you embarrassed? Zhao Zheng. You're embarrassed, Kong Tu saw through everything with those eyes of his, too thin-skinned, huh? I take back what I said earlier, you still need more practice. The less disciplined you become, Zhao Zheng slapped his head, frowning as he scolded him, I gave you too many smiles, didn't I? Kong Tu complied, yes, yes, yes. They fell silent for a moment. After some time, Zhao Zheng said, where has all the respect you used to show me gone? Chapter 56, Layers of Suspicion, 2. Kong Tu naturally replied, long gone already. Zhao Jing asked, where did it go? Kong Tu replied without sincerity, yeah, where did it go? Zhao Jing. Proof that you've got the hearts of the people, Kong Tu perfunctorily flattered. Oh. Zhao Jing glanced at him sideways, his expression calm. Kong Tu thought he was truly upset and cautiously looked at him, becoming a bit meek. He realized that his attitude towards Zhao Jing over these past 2 days had been too casual. The interaction between people is like a mutual tug-of-war. Since Zhao Jing usually treated him casually, his boundaries became loose, making him more casual in return. Perhaps Zhao Jing didn't like that. Seeing his careful demeanor, Zhao Jing teased him, look at how timid you are. Kong Tu. His face turned red instantly, and he quickened his pace to distance himself from Zhao Jing, unwilling to continue fooling around with him anymore. Zhao Jing quickly caught up, what's wrong? Are you mad? Kong Tu didn't answer, slightly lowering his head while walking even faster. Zhao Jing couldn't help but jogged in front of him and then turned around to walk backwards as he looked at his expression, let me see what's wrong. Are you really angry? With no choice, Zhao Jing admitted, I was wrong, I shouldn't have joked with you. In reality, Zhao Jing was barely in his early 20s. If not for all those titles and responsibilities, he would simply be a young man still behaving like an immature boy. Back in his world, someone of his age would still be considered a kid under his parents' care, studying in university. Therefore, it was inevitable that he occasionally exhibited some mischievous traits. The composure he usually showed was something life had shaped in him. And this side, occasionally revealed before friends and those close to him, might well represent who he truly was, a common person at this stage in life. Kong Tu was indeed somewhat annoyed, muttering, I don't even know how to interact with you people. I'm always worried about doing something wrong. He had been genuinely concerned earlier about how to defuse an awkward situation if Zhao Jing got upset, feeling unsure regardless of any prior mental preparation, knowing deep down that he wasn't here to ingratiate anyone. Still, he couldn't help but feel inferior when facing Zhao Jing, even initially being so flustered that he dared not utter an extra word. Such emotions were quite disheartening, though he had worked hard to resolve them. However, once Zhao Jing lowered his guard, Kong Tu crumbled internally again. As Zhao Jing leaned down to check if he was crying, he earnestly apologized, Big brother is wrong, truly wrong. His tone was sincere. Looking up, Kong Tu found his face clean and asked guardedly, do you really regret it? Truly from the bottom of your heart? I do, from the depths of my heart, Zhao Jing hurriedly swore with raised hands, are you not mad anymore? Seeing his cautious demeanor, Kong Tu couldn't help but look at him briefly, pausing momentarily. In the gentle afternoon sunlight, Zhao Jing stood a half head taller than him, bending over to cajole him. His handsome face bore battle scars, making him seem like an awkward soldier. For some reason, Kong Tu felt a strange sensation, as though something had struck his heart. Later, Zhao Jing seemed to say something else, but Kong Tu's mind was elsewhere, forcing out an indifferent grunt. After observing that Kong Tu's expression wasn't as tense anymore, Zhao Jing sighed in relief, returning to his original stance and walking shoulder to shoulder with him. He draped an arm over Kong Tu's shoulders and lamented, what are you scared of? Kong Tu restrained himself and began to regret revealing his honest thoughts just now, replying, it's not fear either. I was obviously just teasing you, Zhao Jing assured him, in future, whenever such situations occur, think this way, it's only playfulness, I won't get genuinely upset with you. Kong Tu said, alright. But Zhao Jing insisted, I still think you're upset. Exasperated by the cluttered thoughts in his mind, Kong Tu snapped, I'm really not. Zhao Jing pointed at him immediately, see, passive resistance. Alright, Kong Tu conceded helplessly, then what should I do to prove that I'm not angry? Furrowing his brows, Zhao Jing said, that's not how it works. You haven't truly moved on from this. How will you deal with similar situations with others in the future? Even if Zhao Jing was willing to comfort him now and admit his mistake, it may not be the same with others. Kong Tu had a very strong sense of self-respect. If he sensed disdain from a friend, how would he handle it? As Kong Tu reflected, he thought Zhao Jing was an exceptionally good person. Individually, there wasn't a perfect quality about him, but altogether he was truly very good. He and Yan Lingfei were also different. Yan Lingfei had an unconventional personality and approached life carelessly. If it were Yan Lingfei today, he would definitely not have kept questioning this deeply, noticing his inner sense of inferiority, and discussing how to interact with others in the future. Alright, Kong Tu said, then what do you suggest we do? Zhao Jing said, how about you call me out once? Kong Tu, ? Zhao Jing said, break the fear you have for me inside. Kong Tu said, I don't fear you. Do you respect me then? Zhao Jing asked. Kong Tu coldly replied, not that either. Zhao Jing got interested, then why are you being so insecure? Kong Tu denied it, I'm not being insecure. It's just I feel I don't know how to deal with people. Like I'll mess everything up. Alright? Zhao Jing said, alright, isn't that great? Is there anything else? Kong Tu paused momentarily, realizing unconsciously that he'd already expressed everything on his mind, spilling out the problem that had been troubling him since childhood. I used to. Kong Tu hesitated somewhat, and for some reason decided to seize the opportunity to speak out everything at once. My parents, they argued every day but never divorced. Zhao Jing said. Divorce is when two people stop living together, like dissolving a marriage contract, Kong Tu explained for fear he might not understand. Zhao Jing couldn't help laughing, I know that. Kong Tu said, oh, and continued, every time my mom got hit, sometimes I interfered and got beaten too. My mom would shout she wanted a divorce. I thought, finally, they're going to separate. But by the next day, my dad would apologize again, beg her, even kowtow to her while she cried on the side. That's when I realized, they wouldn't end it this time either. It's really not that big a deal, Kong Tu denied himself again habitually, who doesn't have fights at home. I'm not particularly unfortunate compared to others. Zhao Jing directly asked, do they love you? Kong Tu gazed at him blankly, then turned away, maybe they feel something towards each other slightly. Not much though. Isn't it always said, if there were no children, they would have divorced long ago? Why should I get involved with anyone or anything? Zhao Jing laughed, that's right, isn't it? Kong Tu said, I really hate telling others my personal stuff, sounds overly dramatic plus some cheap sentiment. He didn't take these matters seriously either, they were all in the past, yet those shadows from his childhood left defects in his character that would stay with him for life. Until now, prompted by Zhao Jing, everything was traced back to its origin. Zhao Jing said, it's not as dramatic as mine. Kong Tu admitted, that's true. They both laughed. Zhao Jing still hugged him, saying, looks like we're both equally unlucky. Kong Tu became uneasy again, wanting to break free, but dared not for fear Zhao Jing might be angry. He found himself entangled in another round of struggle. Kong Tu's mind was a mess, wanting to forget that feeling. Suddenly, he blurted out, how about I call you out? Zhao Jing felt it was unnecessary, isn't that uncalled for? Kong Tu cupped his hands to his mouth and yelled skyward, Zhao Jing, big dumbass. You've gone too far. Zhao Jing roared in mock anger. Kong Tu took off running. The sunlight filtered through the misty haze, casting a bluish glow over the city. The renovation of 404 brought changes in dormitory allocations. Everyone went to the management center to see the new distribution chart first. By the time these two got the news and headed over, everyone was already there. With his height advantage, Zhao Jing stood at the back row and said, you, see District B building, room 503. Fifth floor, Kong Tu questioned, is there an elevator? Zhao Jing ignored him and continued, me, the floor below you. Kong Tu persisted, is there an elevator? Is there an elevator? Is there an elevator? There is, someone in front irritably answered, we're in the 30th century. Kong Tu realized it was indeed reasonable and felt amused. Zhao Jing glanced down at him, you're just domineering in our little circle, aren't you? Kong Tu straightforwardly admitted, exactly. Zhao Jing had nothing more to say. Kong Tu laughed and shoved him playfully. That strange feeling seemed to fade away. It must have been an accident, Zhao Jing was a charming man and looked handsome. He must have been dazzled by the sunlight, getting momentarily disoriented. The new dormitory building had great conditions, with minimalist-style decoration. Each dorm had 2 rooms and 1 bathroom, accompanied by a small kitchen, and even provided nutrient fluid that was hard to eat. Kong Tu quickly adapted to his new dorm, especially since Zhao Jing lived right downstairs. Now they could go to work together every day. He enjoyed being around Zhao Jing, it was a feeling he'd never experienced before. He always kept a distance from others, never daring to give out his true feelings because he believed everyone would eventually leave. But he somehow inexplicably felt that Zhao Jing wouldn't. It was a very mystical feeling, like an intuition. Animals use their instincts to determine if there's an enemy nearby, and Kong Tu felt as if he could intuitively sense who would be good to him. A person powerful enough would never leave easily. Lying in bed, Kong Tu stared at the ceiling blankly. Suddenly, he recalled Kong Yaij carrying him down from a ladder and scolding him for being a deserter on the battlefield. Now he had safely returned here, enjoying the convenience of advanced culture, but Kong Yaij had died on the battlefield. It wasn't until this moment that Kong Tu found time to miss him, yet not a single tear could flow. All he felt was regret for not properly saying goodbye. If he had known that would be the last time they'd meet, Kong Tu wanted at least to call his younger brother, brother. Xiongqi hung on the ceiling, staring at him wide-eyed. Kong Tu asked, do you miss me? A gentle light constantly illuminated the dorm 24 hours a day. It was already night outside, and this soft light gave the room a warm atmosphere. Xiongqi didn't answer. Kong Tu said, 3 people died this time. If I die, you will probably be recycled, right? Then you should think of me. He sensed loneliness. He had heard that when a person truly dies, it is when no one remembers them anymore. By the time he forgot about Kong Yaij would be completely dead. But who could remember him? Yan Lingfei. Yan Lingfei was someone carefree, and if he were to die, Yan Lingfei might feel bad for a while, then forget him. He also heard that Yan Lingfei got along well with Bai Jing, yet rarely mentioned this person, making Bai Jing seem like someone who never existed here, leaving no trace behind. People like Ouyang Zhen and Lu Ban wouldn't remember him either. They always followed the tide of life to continue existing. They appeared friendly but didn't have anyone truly inside them, not even Kong Tu. Would Zhao Jing? Turning over, Kong Tu faced away from Xiongqi and thought, Zhao Jing doesn't seem like a cold-hearted person. He was kind to Li Xian, recalling the past with sadness in his eyes, seemingly someone who valued emotion. As he tallied up Zhao Zheng's good points one by one, he suddenly realized how much he didn't want Zhao Zheng to forget him. Unwarranted memories surged uncontrollably, of Zhao Zheng holding his hand on the control handle during the day, and Kong Tu's face turned crimson red instantly. Throwing off the covers, he leapt off the bed abruptly, shouting, "Ah! What's going on?" Startled, Zhongqi flapped its wings a few times and backed away. "It's not like that," Kong Tu thought to himself, trying to regain calmness. "It's not like that." Kong Tu yelled heartrendingly, tilting his head upward. "Hey!" came a shout from outside, jolting Kong Tu out of his hysteria. Baffled, he walked to the window and noticed it was still open. Following the sound downward, he saw Zhao Zheng poking his head out of a window downstairs, visibly relieved upon seeing that he was fine. "Why are you yelling?" Zhao Zheng asked. Zhao Zheng should have been asleep already because he had nothing but his bare upper body showing. His hair was messy, and his arms and abs showed defined muscles despite how thin he looked when clothed. Kong Tu froze immediately, sensing a wave of heat surge within him. He slammed the window shut with a slap. "Zhao Zheng." After a short moment, Kong Tu's phone rang. It was Zhao Zheng. "Why are you running away?" Kong Tu was nearly dying of anxiety, devoid of the calmness he tried to maintain earlier through self-hypnosis. Embarrassed, he typed and deleted messages repeatedly. Having waited a long while without receiving a reply, Zhao Zheng sent again. Growing increasingly desperate, Kong Tu erased a long string of text and hastily typed 2 words, closing his eyes before sending it, "Good night." Zhao Zheng. Chapter 57, Layers of Doubt, 3. Kong Tu jumped onto the bed, pulled the blanket over his head with one hand, and became as red as his ears, completely acting like a turtle hiding its head. He had never liked boys before. During his restless teenage years, he developed a crush on a girl wearing glasses from the next class. The girl had fair skin, and during a hot pot gathering at a club meeting, she turned around to take off her coat, revealing a part of her skin behind her ear when she was wearing a high-neck sweater. For a moment, Kong Tu felt that he liked her, but whenever he interacted with girls, he felt uncomfortable and constantly thought that he wasn't worthy of them. In the end, it remained at just obtaining her WeChat ID by asking others indirectly, occasionally opening her moments to see what she posted, until the feelings gradually faded. Later, he didn't meet anyone suitable again, and he began to feel that someone as negative as himself didn't deserve love, so he stopped having such thoughts. Who could have guessed that one day he would suddenly fall for a man? And worse yet, Zhao Zheng. Perhaps it wasn't real affection, Kong Tu thought. Zhao Zheng was too good at being seductive, anyone might lose their composure around him, and this must be a temporary fluke. Yes, that's right, it's just an accident. His phone received another message, and he blindly fumbled for it outside the blanket. The screen illuminated his face buried in the blanket. It was Zhao Zheng. "Are you sure nothing's wrong?" Reply. Kong Tu. He finally remembered why Zhao Zheng was so anxious. Before the Battle of Maoliang, Xian mysteriously died in the dormitory, and the truth still hadn't been uncovered. Kong Tu felt even more overwhelmed. He threw off the blanket in despair, laying lifelessly on the bed like a dead fish, kicking his legs a couple of times, then starting to toss and turn uncontrollably. In his mind, he cursed furiously, "Why do you have to treat me like this? Don't care about me." "Zhao Zheng, I'm going up." Kong Tu immediately sat up and quickly typed, "I'm fine." "Zhao Zheng, question mark." Kong Tu, really, I was just a little excited earlier. Unconvinced, Zhao Zheng feared that Kong Tu was coerced into responding this way, so he said, "Take a selfie," making a funny face. Kong Tu obediently opened the camera app but then closed it immediately after seeing his reflection on the front camera. Apparently getting impatient, Zhao Zheng asked, "Did you take it?" With no choice, Kong Tu had to reopen the front camera, looking disdainfully at his own face. After standing up and looking around for better lighting, he decided not to make a funny face after all. Instead, he made a wink, feeling it looked too gay, and wanted to take a few more pictures, but Zhao Zheng had already become very upset. Afraid that Zhao Zheng would storm in, he hesitantly sent the picture. Then came the tense wait for Zhao Zheng's reply. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Kong Tu stared at the picture record of himself, finding it more and more unappealing. How ugly was he? Is this how he always looked in everyday life? "Zhao Zheng, what kind of funny face is that?" Lying effortlessly, Kong Tu replied, "That's how young people in the 21st century make funny faces." Zhao Zheng didn't know much about this and casually examined the photo while lying in bed with one arm under his pillow. Thinking Kong Tu looked quite youthful, he saved the image and responded, "You actually look pretty good." Kong Tu lost it again, collapsing back onto the bed, silently clutching his chest in anguish without making a sound. The night was filled with such restlessness. Sometimes, he would think about Zhao Zheng's family and inheriting the throne. How would they manage without children? Other times, he would worry about only one person being able to escape room 404, what should he do then? Every time he rolled over, he realized he faced a crucial question, was he supposed to return to the Qin state with Zhao Zheng in the future? What if Zhao Zheng married a queen? Unfamiliar with everything there, would he be banished to a cold palace? All night, his thoughts were jumbled, and Kong Tu fell asleep in such a state. The next morning, woken up by Cheongchi's alarm clock, he was dazed, his hair tousled like a bird's nest, with dark circles under his eyes, looking absolutely disheveled. I can't tell him, Kong Tu decided, looking at the simulated mirror on his phone's screen. Let's just bury this forever deep inside. He and Zhao Zheng belonged to two different worlds, and in Zhao Zheng's life plans, there likely wouldn't be room for anyone else, and even if there was, it wouldn't be him. Once again falling into despair, Kong Tu felt like doing anything was pointless. Still, he forced himself to go to work. As soon as he stepped out the door, he saw Zhao Zheng leaning against the wall near the elevator, playing with his phone. Hearing the footsteps, Zhao Zheng turned around and asked, "Why are you so late?" Kong Tu replied, "I woke up late." "Why did you come up?" After all, Zhao Zheng waiting downstairs shouldn't normally mean coming all the way up to the 5th floor. "I thought you left earlier." Zhao Zheng stretched lazily, put one hand into his trouser pocket, and casually pressed the elevator button. "I came up to check." "Kong Tu, how do you confirm?" Zhao Zheng pointed at the metallic button beside the elevator door indicating going down, and said, "This is clean, no one has pressed it." "Kong Tu." Zhao Zheng raised an eyebrow at him, just as the elevator arrived. He went in first and asked Kong Tu, "What are you looking at?" Kong Tu thought, "Looking at your handsome face." He realized that Zhao Zheng was really cool. A lot of his charm came from his consistent personality, not overly ostentatious or excessively reserved. He clearly knew his uniqueness and accepted it. There seemed to be no flaws detectable in the core of his personality. The two people fell into a brief silence inside the enclosed elevator. Fortunately, elevators of the new era were very fast, so such atmosphere didn't last long. As Kong Tu walked out, he distinctly felt Zhao Zheng's aura change again. He stood up straight and took his hand out of his pocket, just like how Kong Tu saw him for the first time on the street outside room 404. Kong Tu asked, "What kind of work will you guys be assigned this time?" Not sure, Zhao Zheng wasn't too concerned, probably preparing the venue for the civil war within the city. Anyway, they won't let us idle. Kong Tu, isn't taking a break good? If the body idles, the brain will start to wander aimlessly. Zhao Zheng pointed to his head and smiled, maybe I'll end up doing something bad. In short, being idle is not an option. Kong Tu understood, thinking about the poetry collections in the library, nor did he feel particularly sad. They were already in a place with almost zero freedom, so the slight difference between 0 and -1 wasn't that sorrow-inducing. In this era, sunshine seemed forever unable to pierce through the gray air. It was nearing 8 in the morning, yet the sky was still dark, as if it were about to rain. Zhao Zheng waved briefly to him under the library, "I'm leaving." Kong Tu looked at his retreating back for 2 seconds before turning around himself. The two of them went off to work separately. From now on, he planned to live without always looking at Zhao Zheng's back. He used to live freely and wouldn't let any change caused by someone else affect him. But although he thought that way, he was still somewhat distracted at work. Hua Yu explained the operation process of the new machine to him nearby. "There's no switch, mainly it scans the iris. Look here," he pointed to a dot on the wall. "After confirming it's you who's operating, it automatically starts the screen. The left side is the database, the right side is for entering data. The import process doesn't require code. You press here, yes, then drag it down and throw it over." Kong Tu showed little interest and operated it casually twice. Hua Yu glanced at him. "What's wrong? Still missing your friend?" His mention reminded Kong Tu, making him feel guilty. He had completely forgotten about Kong Yaij. Hua Yu unknowingly said, "We've all said move on. Even if you die, he probably won't remember you. Relationships are just words to play with." "Hua Yu." Kong Tu suddenly looked seriously at him. Hua Yu looked bewildered and alertingly said, "What? Have you ever been in love?" "Hua Yu. What are you asking this for?" He scanned Kong Tu up and down. "Kong Tu, have you been in love or not?" "Been in love." Hua Yu said, "Who do you have feelings for?" "Kong Tu, how did you get together back then?" "Just working together. I'm a bookworm, she's also peculiar. We just compromised and ended up together naturally. I suggest you do the same, don't go for someone vastly different from you. Generally, those relationships won't last long." Kong Tu simply doubted that he knew whom he liked and felt quite speechless. As they were arguing, they suddenly heard the mechanical female voice broadcast overhead, "Alert! Alert! Everyone gather below the clock square, repeat, everyone gather at the clock square. Trouble." Hua Yu immediately said, "Let's go." Kong Tu still didn't know what happened, following along in confusion, only knowing that some important event must have occurred. The library was far from the clock square. By the time they got there, it was already crowded with people. A virtual big screen was projected in front of the clock tower. A blue digital figure flickered twice, and then its silhouette gradually became clear. His rough-edged hands were clasped together, appearing thoughtful. Then a mature man's voice spoke, "Hello everyone, I believe you're all curious about my identity. You can call me Wang Ji." No one below responded, all remained silent and just looked at him. A big question mark popped up above Wang Ji's head, his eyes two black lines like Tussie rabbits, which oddly made him look a bit cute. He said, "It seems like you all don't like me much. Kong Tu had already started looking for Zhao Jing among the crowd, finding the situation extremely boring. Wang Ji then said, "Alright then, I'll keep it short not to annoy you more. I represent the will of room 404 and have come to announce a new mission for everyone." Ouyang Zhen sharply asked, "You represent the will of room 404? What is room 404 exactly? A group? So they let a string of data speak these words because their will can't be unified? Did something happen between you, like an internal conflict?" Wang Ji. Kong Tu's shoulder was tapped, and Zhao Jing directly draped his arm around Kong Tu, saying, "This name he picked, Wang Ji, does it mean he lacks what he needs to fill in?" Kong Tu admitted guiltily. "Actually, I didn't feel like he said anything wrong." Ouyang Zhen courteously gestured with his hand, "Please continue." Wang Ji paused briefly before continuing, "Find an object that has been stolen from us by a member." Yan Lingfei raised his hand and said, "Report." "I have a question." Wang Ji, "Go ahead." Yan Lingfei, "What thing?" "Unfortunately, I cannot disclose further," Wang Ji said. "If the other party gets this object, there will certainly be action. With your intelligence, you will undoubtedly discover something. Whoever finds it last will receive a reward of 10,000 work points." "So many?" Kong Tu was startled and instinctively looked at Zhao Zheng. If he got it, would that guarantee that his total work points ranked first? Zhao Zheng understood his thoughts and whispered, "We'll talk later." "Is your base in the city?" Ouyang Zhen asked, "Otherwise, how could it get stolen?" Wang Ji calmly replied, "Mr. Ouyang, you're overthinking. The object wasn't lost in the city. Don't forget, we've also fought outside the city walls several times." Ouyang did not argue back but clearly didn't believe his explanation either. He continued asking, "What have you lost?" "The secret behind the operation of room 404. It ends here." Wang Ji ignored his question. "Friends, wish you luck, and we'll meet again next time." Following this, the little blue figure on the screen turned into a line and finally disappeared from the screen. Everyone glanced at each other, emotions unclear. "Shall we hold a meeting?" Bai Yue asked. "Meet my ass." Bai Lishi rolled his eyes. "Surveillance devices are everywhere, even a fart could be detected. Would a meeting make any difference?" "What is it exactly?" Kong Tu couldn't help but ask. Zhao Jing said, "Whatever it is, their mistake is our opportunity." Kong Tu noticed he didn't seem overly focused on those 10,000 work points but rather on something far more crazy. Staring at Zhao Jing, he couldn't help but say incredulously, "You want to find them the person they're looking for?" Zhao Jing grinned, "He must know things we don't." Zhao Zheng's thinking always seemed different from everyone else's. It seemed like he never thought about waiting until room 404 let him out, but instead, he was constantly contemplating breaking the rules and escaping. Chapter 58, Veil of Doubt, 4. Kong Tu asked, "Do you have any ideas?" "No," Zhao Jing shrugged, "we'll wait. If he doesn't say anything, will that person take action?" Yan Lingfei walked over and said, "Let's skip work and go out to play." "Where to?" Kong Tu asked, "Where could there be any entertainment here? All there were some boring buildings, not even a claw machine." Yan Lingfei said, "Let's buy something to eat and go to my dormitory. Is this okay?" Kong Tu asked, his eyes glanced at Zhao Jing covertly, secretly wanting to go. The three of them gathering like ordinary best friends chatting on the couch or playing games sounded nice. Besides, he also wanted to hang out with Zhao Jing. Zhao Jing readily said, "Let's go." Kong Tu immediately cheered up, smiling, "Then I'll buy the food." Yan Lingfei looked at him strangely. Kong Tu couldn't help feeling a bit uneasy, and changed the subject, "Do we have a gaming console?" "You wish." Yan Lingfei rolled his eyes at him. "Does playing heart telepathy with the person in front of the surveillance count?" Kong Tu. Yan Lingfei forgot his earlier doubts and turned to Bai Lishi, "Hey, shall we make yellow braised chicken when we get back?" "How many portions?" Bai Lishi inspected them, seemingly reluctant to return just for a few small orders. Yan Lingfei held up 3 fingers, 3, I'll give you a tip. Kong Tu said, "I'm not responsible for the tip, if you want to pay it's on you." Yan Lingfei grumbled unhappily, "Why are you so stingy? I don't even want to eat." Kong Tu didn't fear him, answering right away. Bai Lishi fumed, "I won't do it." Zhao Jing smiled slightly, grabbing Bai Lishi and putting his arm around his shoulder, forcibly leading him while saying, "I'll cover the cost, mister, thanks for your hard work." Kong Tu almost ridiculed their tradition of eating yellow braised chicken every time they had an issue, but had no choice, so he could only follow them. Zhao Jing quickly let go, maintaining some distance, looking back and asking, "Is there anything else to prepare?" Bai Lishi asked, "Are you skipping work?" "Yeah," Yan Lingfei said, "You're not coming." Bai Lishi looked numbly at him, "Do you think I want to go with your little band of petty thieves?" Kong Tu puzzled, "What little band of petty thieves?" "Our group name for you guys," Bai Lishi said, "So, do you want to debut directly? You seem quite knowledgeable." Kong Tu said. Bai Lishi said, "Indeed, I remembered, the person who taught me yellow braised chicken, one of the actors from your era, seemed pretty famous too, but wasn't too bright and died soon after." Kong Tu was excited, "Who?" Bai Lishi, who could remember that, never bothered. Kong Tu turned to ask Zhao Zheng, "Do you remember, who is it? Male or female?" Zhao Jing thought back, seeming to have some impression, turning to ask Yan Lingfei, male or female again. Yan Lingfei casually replied, female, probably. Zhao Jing, how do I remember it as male? Kong Tu. His face showed his disbelief, you can't even remember if it's male or female. It's been more than 10 years, Yan Lingfei defended himself, died in the first mission, didn't even finish the opening line, should I memorize the character introduction? Kong Tu didn't really care about this either, just curious, suddenly realizing an issue, he asked Bai Li Shi, that means, you've been making yellow braised chicken for more than 10 years. I know what you're going to say, Bai Li Shi said expressionlessly, but if you say it, I'll go back to work right now. Kong Tu could only reply, alright. Yan Lingfei burst into laughter, ha 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 ha. The three bought a large amount of junk food at the supermarket. Here, it's the appearance of the 30th century, but for convenience, the previous city's food is provided. Yan Lingfei even mortgaged 100 labor points to buy 3 bottles of beer. If they return the empty bottles safely at last, they could get half of the points refunded. It was quite expensive and made Kong Tu quite heartbroken. But then he thought that it was Yan Lingfei, the big shot, spending the money, so it was alright. If it were Zhao Zheng, he estimated that he would definitely try to stop it. When leaving, he noticed a pack of cigarettes on the self-service counter selling for 30 labor points. Yan Lingfei followed his gaze, what exactly is the fun in this thing? Kong Tu looked at him, have you smoked? Tried, Yan Lingfei replied, a little hard to take. Kong Tu asked Zhao Zheng, what about you? Zhao Zheng replied, not very good at it. Kong Tu snapped his fingers and decisively paid for the work credits, big brother will take you guys to try it out. The three returned to Yan Lingfei's dormitory with a large amount of stuff. As soon as they walked in, Yan Lingfei immediately picked up a heavy ball from a nearby small table and threw it away. Qiongqi was prepared and flapped its wings to dodge. However, Yan Lingfei then took out another ball, throwing it forcefully. Qiongqi screamed and got knocked unconscious. Yan Lingfei walked over, kicked it into the wardrobe, and closed the door. Kong Tu was shocked by his fluid set of actions and asked, is this okay? It's fine, Yan Lingfei invited them to sit closer and said, this one has been hit too many times, reacting slower now. I guess they'll secretly replace it for me in a few days. Kong Tu asked, have you replaced it before? Many times already, Yan Lingfei nonchalantly said. Qiongqi woke up inside the wardrobe and started fluttering and calling out. He shouted loudly, behave. Indeed, the sound stopped. It had obviously been disciplined many times already. Even Kong Tu was startled by his shout, shivering slightly. Zhao Zheng, however, had already sat down on the sofa unapologetically, unpacked the takeaway Huangmen chicken, and curiously handled the lunchbox. It says this can be folded to the size of a coin. Kong Tu readily cooperated and said, you try it later. Subconsciously, he sat down next to him. Yan Lingfei's gaze scanned over them again, opened a bottle of beer, and asked, what's going on between you two? Kong Tu. He suddenly realized that he might have overreacted, but usually, he and Zhao Jing interacted like this, which didn't seem particularly special. He was a little nervous as he also opened a bottle of beer, wondering why Yan Lingfei, being a man, was so sensitive. Zhao Jing glanced at Yan Lingfei and casually said, what's going on? Yan Lingfei directly said, are you two dating? Phew, Kong Tu choked beer into his nose, tears streaming, suffering immensely. Zhao Jing handed him 2 tissues, saying, take it easy. Yan Lingfei sighed, why do you react so strongly? Kong Tu frantically waved his hands, and Zhao Jing irritably slapped the back of Yan Lingfei's head. From their reactions, Yan Lingfei thought something wasn't right. Raising both hands, he signaled he wouldn't say anything else, I'll drink, just drink. The three of them indolently leaned against the sofa, with piles of eaten leftovers beside them. Each holding a white hard paper card, they carefully cut them out. I've cut out 17. What does it say? Yan Lingfei, with a cigarette in his mouth, crossed his legs comfortably and leisurely said. Plum blossoms, squares, Kong Tu thought for a moment and then gave up, never mind. From 1 to 13, for each, plus draw 2 cards with flowers. Just chatting during the gathering seemed too boring. In Kong Tu's suggestion, they decided to play farmer versus landlord, making poker cards themselves since there were none available. Both of these guys were quick-witted, after Kong Tu led one round, they all knew the rules. They played with these rudimentary homemade cards. The first landlord was Yan Lingfei, while Zhao Zheng and Kong Tu teamed up. Yan Lingfei asked, what if we lose? Seeing how Yan Lingfei struggled with smoking, Kong Tu said, if you lose, finish that cigarette. Change it, Yan Lingfei, crossing his legs, fiddled with the cards in his hand, this isn't fun. Kong Tu lit a cigarette using Yan Lingfei's fire, blew out a smoke ring, and said, what's fun? Do you confess your feelings to Joyo? Yes, Yan Lingfei said, then what if you lose? Kong Tu said, I'll call you dad. Yan Lingfei, if I had a son like you, I'd die regretting it. Stop ruining my reputation. Kong Tu lazily leaned back on the sofa, looking dismally at his poor hand of cards, and said, then you decide. Yan Lingfei gestured toward him and Zhao Zheng, if you lose, you two kiss. Kong Tu. He inhaled deeply on the cigarette, burning off half of it instantly. Now, he felt Yan Lingfei must have figured it out. Then, did that mean Zhao Jing knew too? Was his behavior really that obvious? Zhao Jing didn't change any expression, now discarding a joker, raising an eyebrow as he looked at Yan Lingfei. So are you sure? He didn't refuse. Kong Tu felt somewhat uneasy, shifting his posture and said, whatever. He was now very uncertain about what Zhao Jing was thinking. If Zhao Jing already knew, how could he be so at ease playing along with Yan Lingfei's joke? And if he didn't know, Kong Tu found it hard to believe that Zhao Jing was unaware. Zhao Jing wasn't one who could keep secrets, his acting skills were nowhere near good enough to fool even Yan Lingfei, let alone Zhao Jing. Kong Tu had thought of keeping it a secret forever, but clearly in vain. Zhao Jing glanced at him, you're quite good at smoking. Ah, Kong Tu looked at the short cigarette stub between his fingertips, I haven't touched it for a long time. I learned when I was young. From his rebellious youth to submission, he never missed a step. So inevitably, there was a period where he smoked in arcade halls with hair dyed in messy streaks. Later, he found it meaningless and stopped doing such things. His defiance and rebellion always carried a theatrical interest. When no one paid attention to him, such behaviors lost all significance to him and naturally faded away. Kong Tu pondered for a moment, then asked again, won't you give it a try? Actually, his original intention of buying cigarettes was to see Zhao Jing smoke, always self-disciplined person breaking the rules and holding a cigarette while exhaling smoke, looking distant expression contrasting beautifully with the soft fog of the smoke, it would definitely be a pretty picture. Zhao Jing played a pair of cards and said, no thanks, heard it's addictive. His attitude seemed more indifferent, looking a little cold again. Kong Tu took one last deep drag, pressing the cigarette butt into the takeaway box which was said to be foldable to the size of a coin. He drank some water to rinse the taste from his mouth, so he wouldn't have bad breath when they kissed later. Yan Lingfei sneered and said to Kong Tu, this guy is no fun. Kong Tu replied, not smoking is actually a good thing. You can't afford it, Yan Lingfei said, anything that can make people addicted is a luxury. This inexplicably shifted the topic in another direction. Kong Tu raised his head, puzzled and looked at both of them, but neither gave him an explanation. Chapter 59, A Sea of Doubts, Part 5. Zhao Jing asked, will you play this hand or not? Quickly. Yan Lingfei replied, I can't play it. Once again, Zhao Jing threw down another set of cards and asked, how about now? Yan Lingfei replied, still can't play. Kong Tu was enjoying the scene on the side. Just then, Zhao Jing played his final few cards, 3 with 2, and cleared his hand. He said, make a call, come on, I'll watch you do it. Calling is so dull, Yan Lingfei, having bad cards and conceding gracefully, suggested, what if I go for a personal chat with a Jill? Leaning lazily against the back of the sofa, Zhao Jing remarked, I'm too lazy to go with you on this trip. Completely shocked, Kong Tu couldn't believe how quickly things were changing. Yan Lingfei naturally took out his phone and started dialing. Zhao Jing pointed at Kong Tu and asked, isn't that impressive? Yeah, Kong Tu replied hesitantly, then suspiciously whispered, did you cheat? Zhao Jing remained silent. Yan Lingfei held his phone to his ear and said casually, impressive enough, right? What else does he want? He just had good luck. Luck itself is also a kind of ability, Zhao Jing shrugged helplessly, you don't even have an option not to admit it. Kong Tu and Yan Lingfei simultaneously said, shut up. Kong Tu preferred to believe that Zhao Jing cheated rather than attribute his success to good fortune. The man really had been unlucky before, it was as dire as Kong Tu's own misfortunes. When the phone connected, Yan Lingfei extended his hand to indicate they should be quiet and said, hello, a Jill. Kong Tu leaned in closely to find out he wasn't acting, it really was a Jill. After some conversation, Yan Lingfei softly spoke, I have something to tell you. His voice was exceptionally gentle, which made Kong Tu shiver slightly, as though chicken skin fell all over the floor. Kong Tu felt uneasy, unsure whether trouble would arise today. He could tell Yan Lingfei liked a Jill, much like a little boy awkwardly trying to care for a flower, sometimes clumsy and overly forceful. It was said modern girls didn't favor this type of boys. Boys who express affection by pulling a girl's braid tend to get scolded quite harshly online. After a while, when the other party responded, Yan Lingfei blurted out, what about us getting married? Kong Tu. Room 404 has a marriage system, reportedly allowing the applicants to stay on the same team during missions. No one seemed to have applied until now. Zhao Jing gestured quietly to keep silent, as Yan Lingfei stood up and moved aside, explaining something softly but showing remarkable gentleness and reliability. Kong Tu thought inwardly, finally, he's starting to act more like a real man. Both Kong Tu and Zhao Jing sneakily followed him, crouching by the wall to eavesdrop on Yan Lingfei's phone call. They heard him say with a hint of resignation, why do you believe me only now? No, it's not because of losing a game. Kong Tu and Zhao Jing exchanged glances and intended to retreat silently at that moment, but then Kong Tu's phone rang. Though not particularly loud, the ringtone was clear in the silence of the room. Hastily pulling out his phone, he saw it was a Jill calling. Stunned, Kong Tu stared at the screen. Zhao Jing whispered urgently, turn it off. Seeing this chaos, Yan Lingfei desperately explained, yes, they're here, but it's not what you think. The two of them no longer dared to cause trouble, and after hanging up, they returned to the sofa. A while later, Yan Lingfei returned in frustration, tossing his phone onto the couch, and tilted his head contemplating life. Kong Tu ventured carefully, why don't you explain in person? Even though Ajio had called just to test if they were teasing her, Kong Tu still felt deeply guilty and squatted uncomfortably on the sofa saying, let me come along to explain as well. Forget it, Yan Lingfei, clearly extremely irritated, wiped his face and muttered, just keep playing. Kong Tu immediately protested, not playing anymore. Yan Lingfei had already begun washing the cards in an aggressive manner. Kong Tu thought to himself, you shouldn't let your stalled romance lead you to deliberately retaliate against others. But seeing Yan Lingfei in such low spirits, he didn't dare to say anything. Zhao Jing also declared, not playing anymore. How unfair of you two. Yan Lingfei accused. Rising from the couch, Zhao Jing retorted, that's just how unfair we are. You should go check on her right now. We're leaving. Kong Tu also hurriedly got up and tried to persuade, it'd be better to sort this out face to face. Otherwise, girls these days hold grudges terribly. Zhao Jing glanced at Kong Tu and asked, so experienced? Kong Tu modestly replied, very much so. If only he could adapt to this disguise, he would do a decent job. In order not to make their relationship awkward, Kong Tu decided to keep acting until the end. If he could even fool himself, then he could fool anyone. The two of them dragged Yan Lingfei towards the door, and Kong Tu complained in confusion, why did you have to play this? Reasonably speaking, Yan Lingfei and Ajio had been pretending to be oblivious to each other for so many years. Why couldn't they resist breaking through this invisible barrier now? Yan Lingfei didn't answer but replied with a bitter smile, let me walk by myself. They originally planned to take Yan Lingfei to Ajio, so he could formally apologize. But just as they walked out, alarms went off everywhere. Everyone's phones started ringing simultaneously as they received the latest push notification, team member Haichi Changji passed away at 3 p.m. today. A light-hearted ringtone played, and a mechanical female voice announced, team member Haichi Changji has died. All his work points were confiscated. This time, to help everyone find clues, the crime scene will be revealed publicly. Everyone can orderly apply for an on-site visit. The three of them immediately clicked into the link sent by the notification. It showed, currently waiting in line, 3 people ahead. Someone was quicker than them. Another person had died in the city. Besides heartache, there was much less shock this time. I didn't expect it to be him, Yan Lingfei said, I always felt that his skills were quite good. Kong Tu asked, can we apply to look at the surveillance footage? There's no use, Zhao Jing said, it might be poisoning, otherwise, there would definitely be some traces left. Yan Lingfei said, radioactive poison, controlling the dosage can predictably kill someone within a specified time. Yang Xian probably died the same way, which is impossible to trace. Kong Tu followed them while asking, then why should we go see? To figure out why it was him, Zhao Jing said, and we cannot allow those who are ahead of us to mess up the scene. Waiting for the application submission from someone named Ouyang, when they arrived, Ouyang Zhen had already come out. Sitting silently on the steps, upon seeing them running over, he said, don't rush. The person ahead has already gone in. You'll need to queue. Zhao Jing asked, what's the situation inside? Poisoning, Ouyang Zhen replied indifferently, choked to death by his own vomit. What else could there be? Very clean, no one had entered. Zhao Jing sat beside him, placing his elbows on his knees, pressing his hands together, and said, what do you think? Ouyang Zhen questioned instead, how did the three of you end up together? What were you doing? We were at Yan Zi's dormitory, Zhao Jing said, we went there right after the meeting ended and chatted casually. Ouyang Zhen sighed, hard to understand. You tell me what conclusion you've drawn first. The three fell into an awkward silence. Yan Lingfei had to admit, in fact, we were just playing landlord. Ouyang Zhen. Zhao Jing coughed and said, now, it seems that the things that person got hold of guided him to kill. That brings up 2 points, either he was provoked or forced to do it. Ouyang Zhen nodded, exactly, I tend to believe the second point. He learned something that made him have to kill and seize work points, or the act of seizing work points was merely a decoy, meaning the people he killed were necessary victims. How many work points did Haichi Changji have? A little more than 180,000, Ouyang Zhen replied, that counts as quite a lot. Kong Tu thought about his own triple-digit work points and couldn't help but ask a question, how many points do you think Yang Xian had? No more than 150,000, Zhao Jing said, his win rate wasn't high, but he might have completed some bonus missions. In the first 10 years, our work points were secretly distributed based on performance levels, and none of us knew how many others had. This was to prevent anyone from secretly calculating other members' work points. Mixing up the first decade scores, followed by a few more random secret distributions of the city battle scores, effectively avoided such situations. Yang Xian's points weren't high, but they also wouldn't be low. To kill him for the sake of work points wasn't impossible, and normally, there wasn't any special interaction between Yang Xian and Haichi Changji except for the common ground of work points. Zhao Jing said, could it be because they accidentally found some clues? After a moment of silence, Ouyang Zhen said, very likely. Their original thought was that these people were passively murdered, but perhaps it wasn't like that. Maybe they had caught the culprit red-handed. If so, Zhao Jing said, given Yang Xian and Haiqi Changji's characters, they absolutely must have left behind something. Ouyang Jin said, but nothing was found in the dormitories. It was now their turn, and Kong Tu, with his fast reflexes, was the fourth person to go in. Despite having prepared himself mentally, he was still shocked by Haiqi Changji's ghastly appearance. Kong Tu only remembered him as a man with artistic braids and neatly trimmed beards. But now, his face was swollen and suffocated into a dark purple hue, his mouth and nose filled with vomit that smelled unbearable. Everyone looks ugly after death, luckily they cannot see themselves. Kong Tu held his breath and approached. He found that all four limbs had stiffened. The thick calluses on his hands, from years of practicing martial arts, gripped nothing but air, perhaps subconsciously clenched during his final struggle of pain. Someone ahead had probably loosened his grip suspecting there might be something inside, but turned up empty-handed. A moment later, Kong Tu came out looking very pale. Just as Zhao Zheng was about to laugh at him, he saw Kong Tu pinching his lips and ran to the side to throw up beside a pillar. The three couldn't help but chuckle. Zhao Jing jogged over wanting to pat him on the back, but Kong Tu pushed him away, saying embarrassedly, I'm still throwing up, don't come near me. Yan Lingfei shouted from afar, your turn already. Zhao Jing made a gesture asking for more time, but as more people started lining up, Kong Tu urged him, you go first. Alright, Zhao Jing didn't insist any longer, go rinse your mouth with water inside, I'll be right back. Kong Tu quickly said, yes, yes. No matter who went in or how many times, there was nothing new discovered. Another person was dead, and it seemed no clues were left behind. After discussing for a while, everyone dispersed. Yan Lingfei parted early with them since he just met Ajio and tried to talk to her but got ignored. So, he was not in a good mood and didn't want to see these two culprits. Zhao Zheng and Kong Tu then headed back towards their dormitory. Kong Tu seemed to be out of sorts, and Zhao Zheng assumed he was nauseated and told him, drink some hot water when you get back. Kong Tu. He thought silently to himself that ancient sayings were indeed true, this was so stereotypical of a straight male solution. Zhao Jing asked, what's wrong? After exhaling a long breath, Kong Tu said, don't fool me again this time. Caught off guard, Zhao Jing turned around and asked, what? Kong Tu said, do not lie to me, the murderer is not you, right? Zhao Jing laughed, I really have zero credibility anymore. But I swear, it's not me this time. If it was my doing. He hesitated for a moment, unsure what misfortune he should wish upon himself, but before he could continue, Kong Tu interrupted him, I found something earlier. Fearing his unusual expression would give him away, he decided to fake being sick after coming out of the crime scene. Yet, he wanted to tell Zhao Zheng and help him leave this place. Even if Zhao Zheng was still deceiving him, at least this clue was one he discovered personally, not someone else. And this would benefit Zhao Zheng, ensuring Kong Tu wouldn't divulge this information further. Chapter 60, Clouds of Suspicion, 6. Zhao Zheng paused for a moment and suddenly said, don't tell me. Kong Tu, ? Deal with it yourself. Zhao Zheng walked quickly ahead, looking like he really didn't want to hear, don't tell me, and don't tell anyone else. It's dangerous, not a game, Kong Tuesday. You're too careless. Kong Tu understood why he was angry, and chuckled, would you kill me then? Zhao Jing turned around seriously and said, I would, if I were the murderer. If you spoke up, you'd surely die. Kong Tu asked again, is it you? Zhao Zheng was nearly driven mad by him, we shouldn't be discussing this now. You're too careless. I've told you, trust no one. Did you even listen? Who else do you intend to tell? Yan Lingfei? Ouyang Zhen? And who else? Do you plan on sharing it with everyone? His anger stemmed from frustration at Kong Tu's inability to grasp the gravity. He had so openly told Zhao Jing that he found clues, causing Zhao Jing to break into cold sweat once he realized, if Kong Tu were standing in front of a real killer instead of him, the next victim would undoubtedly be Kong Tu. Zhao Jing said, do you still not know how Haiqi Changji and the others died? Kong Tu quickly replied, I haven't planned to tell anyone, just wanted to tell you. Zhao Jing immediately fell silent. Kong Tu said naturally, you must want to return to Daqin, right? I also wish to help you. He believed he hadn't overstepped boundaries. Even if they were merely friends, he deeply wished for Zhao Jing to go back to his time, among his people. In his heart, Zhao Jing should not miserably remain in 404 at someone else's beck and call. Anyway, Kong Tu himself had little hope left. Zhao Jing said, but I'm not worth your trust, nor is anyone here. How many times do I need to repeat it? Don't regard us as friends. In his anger, his words became impulsive and overly harsh. After pausing momentarily, Zhao Jing said, do you understand what I mean? Just listen a bit. Kong Tu disregarded his embarrassment, persistently asking, please stop yelling at me, okay? With such persistence, Zhao Jing could no longer maintain a stern face. Although still unhappy, he moved faster ahead, his long legs covering much ground, leaving Kong Tu to jog after while saying, I'll start telling now, just check if it's useful. Zhao Jing shouted furiously, shut up. Kong Tu, out of breath, said, did you notice? Hey, don't run, it's exhausting. Zhao Jing ran forward hastily, I'm not listening. Kong 2. The dormitory door recognized Zhao Zheng's face with a beep and swung open. Kong 2 hurriedly squeezed inside. Zhao Zheng glanced at him but didn't expel him again. Tossing his clothes aside carelessly, he said, "Sit down." Kong 2 said, "Not mad anymore." "Not worth getting mad," Zhao Zheng said, "you never learn." At bottom, Kong 2 understood. Zhao Zheng reacted like this because he cared for him. For anyone else, there wouldn't be complaints about willingly offered benefits. But this kindness made it even harder for Kong 2 to detach his feelings. Sometimes he thought Zhao Zheng already knew, keeping quiet to respect his face. Other times, he felt Zhao Zheng also viewed him differently, yet unsure how much of that difference included affection. He didn't want to have hope, yet believed their current relationship wasn't bad. Still, when emotions took the lead, he hoped for more closeness. Kong 2 said, "Don't be mad, you'll wrinkle." Zhao Zheng ignored his cutesy behavior, sitting casually on the sofa with arms resting behind the chair. "Speak." Kong 2 said, "No one among you has noticed, right? The time in his room doesn't match." Zhao Zheng frowned. "What? A minute faster," Kong 2 said, "or maybe less than a minute. Anyway, it doesn't match the phone's time." If this were the previous city, slight discrepancies between clocks in different rooms wouldn't matter much, but the new city equipped dormitories with network-connected clocks, controlled entirely by the central data center and incapable of manual adjustment. In such conditions, Kong 2 observed his phone showing approximately half a minute ahead of the clock in He Chi Changji's room. To avoid making the following person wait too long, Kong 2 kept timing upon entering. By some coincidental circumstance, he saw the electronic clock numbers not budging. Kong 2 initially didn't catch on, staying a while before suddenly realizing something was amiss. Repeated confirmation sent his heart pounding. As Zhao Zheng looked up, catching sight of the high-tech clock displaying transparent numbers flashing on the wall, he was temporarily speechless. Kong 2 said somewhat uncertainly, "Do you think there's an issue?" Zhao Zheng replied, "Regardless, keep your distance from Lu Ban." Kong 2 nodded, "All right." Tampering with time, Zhao Zheng pondered aloud slowly, did He Chi Changji have any fixed habits, things he had to do at certain times? Kong 2 almost cried, "You're really smart." Zhao Zheng laughed. In that moment, no longer angry, he became handsome again, teasingly saying, "How about Ouyang?" Kong 2 didn't feel the need to argue as long as Zhao Zheng was happy, and responded, "You're talented." Zhao Zheng clearly didn't believe his words but oddly felt very pleased anyway, momentarily losing for words. Kong 2 asked, "Do you think someone adjusted He Chi Changji's clock in his dormitory, making him misjudge the time?" However, half a minute wasn't enough for much, too short indeed. Zhao Zheng spotted his confusion and explained, "He wasn't altering this current timing, the half-minute difference is probably an error generated when resetting it back to normal time. The time you saw was already after the second adjustment." Comprehending quickly, Kong 2 asked, "Then why did he adjust He Chi Changji's clock?" Zhao Zheng said, "At 2:30 in the morning, everyone would realize He Chi Changji must be on guard, and within half an hour of reaching the dormitory, there's still a chance he could have been saved." Kong 2 suddenly grasped it, following up, "If the time were advanced, it would ensure He Chi Changji's inevitable death." "Yes," Zhao Zheng said, "the question now is how the murderer poisoned him and how they ensured He Chi Changji would die precisely during this period." Kong 2 thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Today was an important day for him." Clearly Zhao Zheng had also noticed this problem and approvingly smiled, saying, "You're smart." He restyled his hair this afternoon, Zhao Zheng continued, and possibly shaved, something he wouldn't normally do in the afternoon. Kong 2 added, "He seemed to have used face cream as well. His face doesn't look like its usual self, but there are oily traces on the sheets." Exchanging a glance, both arrived at the same realization, Kong 2 muttering, was he going to meet the murderer? To discuss terms with the murderer, hence dressing formally, was that it? Suddenly standing up, Zhao Zheng said, "Is the face cream still around?" "Oh," Kong 2 said, digging into his pocket, "it's this one." He took out a small bag containing some creamy liquid. "Zhao Zheng." Kong 2 explained, "I stole it along with some bristles from his toothbrush." Pointing at a tiny hair in the bag, he said, "This one." Since Zhao Zheng had initially mentioned it being a poison agent, he gathered these items upon seeing them, believing only these could silently enter the body unnoticed. If it hadn't been impossible to take out the cup, he might have even stolen it too. "When?" Zhao Zheng, somewhat dazed, said, "You've changed quite a bit." Kong 2 grinned, "Right?" In the past, he'd never been the dull type. It was only since coming to 404 that he appeared rather mediocre in comparison. And love made one stronger, he truly wished to catch up with Zhao Zheng and found himself motivated to move forward. Sitting down again, Zhao Zheng said, "Excellent, so what should we do now?" "You tell me." Kong 2 pondered, holding up the item, "Let's see if these contain poison first." "No," Zhao Zheng cooled down, replying, "If they did, you wouldn't find them so easily." Even so, he opened the bag and sniffed, reflecting thoughtfully, and besides, doing this would be too stupid and require destroying evidence afterward. When deep in thought, he had a cool aura, as if plotting everything meticulously. Feeling awkward, Kong 2 had no choice but to continue, "I don't know." Feeling somewhat dejected, Kong 2 believed they hit another dead end. For comfort, Zhao Jing said, "You've done exceptionally well. What needs to be done now is to keep quiet and not tell anyone. Swear to me now, not to divulge anything to anyone." Zhao Jing essentially held zero trust in him, always thinking of him as overly naive and sweet, unsure of when he might accidentally sell them out. Frustrated, Kong Tu replied, "All right, if I reveal it, may lightning strike me down and bring an unfortunate end." "Hold on," Zhao Jing realized this seemed inappropriate, "let's switch to something milder." Kong Tu suggested, "Gaining 10 pounds sound okay?" Zhao Jing snapped his fingers, agreed, "Small punishment, big lesson." Chapter 61, Many Suspicions, Part 7. Kong Tu burst into laughter and said, "All right." Zhao Jing thought for a moment, then reiterated his warning, especially stay far away from Lu Ban. Apart from him, I don't know who else could manage such things. Let's wait a bit longer to see if there are any more clues. Given the current situation, with the enemy hidden while they were exposed, everyone felt insecure. They could only proceed cautiously. Zhao Zheng had always acted alone, once he was fed, it didn't matter what happened to others. But now, he unconsciously included Kong Tu in his considerations. He paused, then asked, "Do you want to move in?" Kong Tu was so shocked that his scalp tingled, and he immediately replied, "No." Zhao Zheng had only meant it as a suggestion, but being rejected like this made him very annoyed. Furrowing his brow, he retorted, "Am I going to eat you?" Kong Tu laughed awkwardly and said, "I'm just not used to living with other people." Heaven as his witness, it wasn't that he didn't want to move in, it was that he didn't dare. Right now, their relationship could still be covered by the title of brothers, but if they lived together day and night, and he accidentally overstepped some boundaries, it would be incredibly embarrassing. Feeling irritable, Zhao Jing became less friendly and no longer bothered to keep up appearances. He asked, "So what do you plan to do?" Kong Tu said, "I don't think I'm in danger, I have neither money nor brains, so it doesn't seem like anyone would target me." "But you're terrible at pretending." Zhao Jing remembered how Kong Tu had acted when coming out of Black Teeth Changji's dormitory. It seemed off, and because he had no suspicions about Kong Tu, he initially assumed Kong Tu's discomfort stemmed from nausea. Reconsidering, he realized Kong Tu hadn't performed particularly well, throwing up but producing nothing, and this might make others suspicious. "Someone might try to test you, but whatever happens, don't say anything." Kong Tu assured him again, "Spare me, I really won't say a word." Zhao Jing found himself amused and said, "Let me tell you a way to act more convincingly. To deceive others, first deceive yourself. Convince yourself that you truly know nothing, and only then can others believe you as well." Kong Tu thought inwardly, "Is that all? I already knew this." He had always been deceiving himself, in the same way, he had killed his budding feelings for Zhao Jing right after they surfaced. Still, he wasn't very good at faking it because he wasn't born to lie. Intelligent people tend to excel everywhere, probably including deception and concealment. Zhao Jing warned, "If you feel someone is dropping hints to you, don't get involved. Do absolutely nothing, these wolves will tear you apart." Kong Tu nodded, having memorized the lines, "Don't trust anyone. Don't consider anyone your friend." Zhao Jing nodded approvingly, "Good." Kong Tu asked, "Have you figured out who to suspect?" "No, but you don't need to worry." Zhao Jing stood up confidently. His words carried an air of assurance. When Kong Tu glanced up, it seemed as though he saw a king towering above, looking down on commoners. This was an unseen, suppressed side of Zhao Zheng. He restrained his pride and arrogance, forcing himself to live as a polite and modest person. But as their relationship grew closer, he gradually revealed a livelier side. "Now," Zhao Jing said, "I'll take you back, and forget everything that happened today. If something seems wrong, call me." Kong Tu also stood up, unsure how Zhao Jing intended to handle it because in his eyes, this matter was still a tangled mess. He said, "Be careful too." The deaths of two people gave Kong Tu a premonition of impending stormy weather, yet he didn't know where to start or how to help. Zhao Jing looked at him knowingly and said, "Living well is helping me." So Kong Tu indeed tried to live life properly. He attended work full-time, balancing study and rest. Every day, his routine was library, cafeteria, and dormitory. In the morning, he would meet Zhao Jing downstairs, and both would head off to work. In the evening, Kong Tu waited for Zhao Zheng at the library for a while before leaving together. After this incident, group activities involving more than 3 people from room 404 obviously decreased. People became more distant, naturally avoiding risks and suspicion. It was rumored that this wasn't the first time room 404 had felt desolate. Over the 30 years of living together, there had been no fewer than 3 crises, all weathered in such an atmosphere. At the founding of the city, there were 231 people, now, only 136 remained, nearly 100 had died. Those who had survived until now must be experts at survival, fully aware of what it took to stay alive. Archive, Hua Yu passed a document to Kong Tu without looking up and said, "Before tonight." Kong Tu accepted it on his side and watched as the progress bar kept updating. He marveled at how large the file was and asked, "What is this?" Hua Yu replied, "An integrated analysis of criminal tendencies, combining each member's upbringing and personality traits to analyze their likelihood of choosing crime when faced with problems." Kong Tu whistled in amazement as streams of data filled the entire screen. He said, this place can be renamed Sin City. Sin City. Hua Yu adjusted his glasses, sounds cool. A continuous flow of information began coming in, and Kong Tu processed it one by one. Left-handedness added 1 point, having a history of alcoholism added 3 points, being easily agitated and prone to anger added 5 points, having a parent or relative die due to a man-made accident added 10 points, experiencing childhood misfortune added 20 points, and having killed someone before added 100 points. There were countless entries listed, and Kong Tu couldn't help but ask, do we really need to count left-handedness? Yeah, Hua Yu said nonchalantly, the probability of serial killers being left-handed is 3 times higher than ordinary people, and the chances of left-handed individuals among psychopaths are also much greater than usual. Kong Tu reluctantly accepted this and then pointed to another item, asking, what does this mean? High cheekbones, protruding eyebrows, 4 white eyes, add 5 points. Hua Yu explained, people with such physiognomy tend to have weak familial bonds, a choleric temperament, and are impulsive and quick to anger, very ominous. Kong Tu was thoroughly convinced and stopped questioning. He started analyzing according to the items provided, realizing just how inhuman this work truly was. It was complicated and overwhelming, and deadlines were always tight. From the moment he arrived every day, he worked straight through until quitting time without rest. The sole advantage was gaining insight into the backgrounds and personalities of many members during the process, far more beneficial than rushing headlong into tasks alone. By around 4 in the afternoon, Kong Tu had compiled the rankings and sent them to the central controller first. Then, standing in front of the screen, he examined the rankings for the 136 individuals. Hua Yu came over, handed him a cup of coffee, and sat on the table, saying, really can't imagine it, huh? Kong Tu nodded. Shawnee who ranked first. He almost hit all the possible high-scoring criteria, losing his father in childhood, his mother dying in his youth, a long-term alcoholic habit, and being favored by a wealthy widow solely because of his good looks. In the open-minded climate of the time, while officially employed as her servant, secretly he entertained her, drawing criticism from others. Though clever, he used his intelligence unwisely, finally entering public service at nearly 30 and soon thereafter being castrated for daring advice. Kong Tu found it hard to finish reading, unable to imagine how someone could live through such hardship. Hua Yu sipped his coffee and said, all this is nonsense, Shawnee who wouldn't be the murderer. Kong Tu said, I think so too. Using this method, Shawnee who ranked first, yet Jiang Liang fell outside the top 30, a result that seemed absurd. Do you know? Hua Yu said, Shawnee who, Sun Bin, and Pang Wan were classmates under the same master. Kong Tu spat out his coffee several meters and exclaimed loudly, what? He was also a disciple of Giga Zi, Hua Yu said casually, I mentioned it to him during the Battle of Mali, and he didn't say much back then, but I knew something was off. When I returned, I carefully investigated and found this out. Hua Yu continued, I initially thought he was hesitant due to fear of exposing his identity, but later reconsidering, even if there are many disciples under Giga Zi, he may not necessarily have known Sun Bin personally. However, seeing Sun Bin achieve success despite similar fates might make him feel melancholic. Thinking about the current Shawnee who, Kong Tu fell silent as well. Comparisons among peers were inevitable, and surely it would be difficult to let go. Among the top 10 were also Li Xian and Yan Lingfei. This group was never short of stories. Li Xian was infamous for killing countless people, while Yan Lingfei's case revolved around avenging his mother by killing his father. Kong Tu said, I never understood why Yan Lingfei loved war so much before. Hua Yu sighed with a smile, a scholar-turned-warrior naturally isn't for defending his country, but rather to protect his elderly mother. The record stated that at the age of 13, Yan Lingfei had killed 3 men, one of whom was his biological father. During a war between 2 countries, when their city fell, 2 enemy soldiers broke into a small courtyard. Yan Lingfei's father locked the door from the inside, leaving him and his mother outside. A tragedy unfolded from there. These were stories Kong Tu had never known before. Yan Lingfei had never spoken of them, and neither had anyone else. It wasn't the kind of thing people would talk about, and Kong Tu decided he'd rather remain unaware in the future. Kong Tu's ranking was well below the 100th place, indicating almost no criminal tendencies. Hua Yu ranked even lower, having grown up smoothly to become an acclaimed researcher. Apart from entering room 404, his life had seen no significant setbacks. Hua Yu said, this report will be publicly displayed on the screens at Clock Square tomorrow morning. Everyone will see it. Kong Tu said somewhat uneasily, surely they wouldn't really believe it. They wouldn't, Hua Yu replied, you don't believe it either, do you? Kong Tu turned around again to look, seeing Zhao Zheng's name prominently listed at number 11, nearly making it into the top 10. It was quitting time, and Shawnee who tapped on the glass door, signaling that it was time to leave. Hua Yu smiled and waved at him, saying, we're leaving, what about you? Kong Tu, waiting for Zhao Zheng, replied, I'll wait a bit longer. I knew it, Hua Yu said with a knowing smile. His expression carried some subtle innuendo, and Kong Tu didn't feel like offering unnecessary explanations, so he held his tongue, though still feeling somewhat troubled by this ranking in his heart. If room 404 couldn't catch the person eventually, they might resort to a vote. Ranking too high wasn't exactly a good thing. All the lights in the library went out, and as he stepped outside with some confusion, he saw Zhao Jing leaning against a pillar, playing with his phone while waiting for him, just as usual, as if there was nothing to worry about. Chapter 62, A Sea of Doubt, 8. Let's go. Zhao Jing saw him coming and put his phone away. Kong Tu said, Room 404 has created a ranking of everyone's criminal tendency. You are ranked 11th. Zhao Jing didn't quite understand, why so high? Kong Tu was slightly at a loss, thinking to himself, brother, you know who you are, don't you? The reason you're ranked so high is because you've killed people and have an obstinate and extreme character, but he dared not say it directly, so he replied, it's randomly ranked. Zhao Jing asked, what about you? 112, Kong Tu replied, I am a good citizen. Zhao Jing found his ranking quite accurate while pondering over his own rank, feeling something amiss, and inquired, based on what was the ranking done? Things like personality and background, Kong Tu responded, but don't worry about it. I think it's not very accurate. Zhao Jing said, never mind. Kong Tu observed his expression quietly, unsure of his current mood, yet afraid to look too obvious. Zhao Jing chuckled at his cautious demeanor, what's wrong? Kong Tu hurriedly said, don't be angry. People always say successful personalities have flaws, it means you're meant for great things. Who said my personality has flaws? Zhao Jing sensitively seized on the handle of his words, Kong Tu. He said, I have flaws. Satisfied with this point, Zhao Jing stopped teasing him, saying, alright, you were scared enough. Kong Tu then realized that Zhao Zheng had been joking with him ever since he arrived. Yet recently, it seemed he had been overly cautious, always struggling to find the right distance and measure when interacting with Zhao Zheng, haunted by guilt and unable to be open-hearted. He had to review every action in his mind to see if it was appropriate, making him resemble a startled groundhog, startling easily and frequently. Zhao Zheng asked, what shall we eat tonight? Anything works. In Kong Tu's heart, however, he wondered whether Zhao Jing knew he liked him. If Zhao Jing did know and was still pretending to be oblivious, he would feel extremely embarrassed. Privately, he hoped Zhao Jing wasn't such a person. Instead, he preferred if Zhao Jing clearly set boundaries with him, stating that they couldn't be together and thus they should maintain distance. This would be best. But as he considered this, Kong Tu thought maybe Zhao Jing maintained this ambiguous relationship, not to toy with him or revel in his admiration, but out of fear that clarifying things would make their relationship awkward, making it impossible for Zhao Jing to continue protecting him. With some clarity, Kong Tu suddenly felt even more complex emotions arise, feeling disheartened and restless. He already knew their relationship was impossible, yet he always wavered and changed his mind. Somehow, known facts hurt him again, leaving him nearly overwhelmed after just a few days. They had been on vacation for over half a month. Judging by the recent work assignments in the library, it seemed they were going to start preparing for a new mission soon. The issue remained undecided, and Kong Tu subconsciously felt uneasy, thinking it wasn't proper to head into battle with such unresolved tension. The wounds Zhao Zheng sustained on the battlefield last time had almost healed, leaving 2 blood scabs near his temple and chin. Though he didn't care much about them, Kong Tu constantly nagged him, forcing Zhao Zheng to eventually seek out Ajio for some medication. In fact, it's quite terrifying, Kong Tu said, looking worriedly at the scar on Zhao Zheng's temple, a little more to the side, and it would have hit your eye. Zhao Zheng said, it was aimed straight for the eyes, and I dodged. Ajio lazily handed him a jar of medicine, dangling her legs off the armrest of the sofa and lying on the sofa saying, you should have been more careful washing your face initially. You might end up with scars. Moreover, you came too late. All the others have already come for the medicine, only you haven't. Kong Tu said, wouldn't it get infected? I heard there are incubation periods and such. Ajio looked bewildered, I don't know, I practice traditional Chinese medicine. Lying on the sofa, her long hair fell onto the floor, and she looked tiny. At one glance from Kong Tu, he noticed she was indeed a pretty girl, no wonder Yan Lingfei liked her. Even someone like him, a man turned gay later in life, found her cute. Still, heterosexual relationships seemed better, as when Yan Lingfei confessed his feelings, though rejected, he wasn't deemed a freak. Previously, Kong Tu hadn't thought liking men was problematic, but after experiencing it firsthand, he realized there were too many concerns to consider. Zhao Jing stood up, let's go. Ajio reminded them, be careful when washing your face, otherwise, it could get inflamed. For these open wounds, if improperly treated, even dead people can result from infections. Zhao Jing suddenly paused, looked back at her and asked, what's wrong? Nothing, Zhao Jing said to Kong Tu, let's go. Kong Tu felt something was off and quickly followed out. Sure enough, as soon as they exited the door, Zhao Jing asked, you didn't tell Ajio anything, did you? No, Kong Tu replied. Zhao Jing said, let's take a trip to the supermarket. After moving to the new city, Kong Tu had only been there twice. The place was entirely self-service now. Everything was placed on counters, with points swiped for goods that were taken by oneself. Zhao Zheng's gaze swept over the counter until he finally found what he was looking for. His finger tapped on the transparent glass, and his furrowed brow turned severe. This, Zhao Jing muttered, I've been thinking, how can someone poison without a trace in half an hour while wiping out all evidence? What is it? Kong Tu asked. Razor blades, Zhao Jing pointed at a row on the topmost shelf. He Changji was from the Tang dynasty, conservative and inflexible, adhering strictly to rules. He wouldn't easily accept new things, thus, when shaving regularly, especially before significant events, he always used these razor blades which closely resembled those used during the Tang dynasty. Such a blade might not usually lead to death, but He Qi had just experienced a war. His body, including his face, was riddled with wounds. Kong Tu suddenly understood, the toxin seeped through the wounds, and afterward, he habitually cleaned the razor after shaving, unintentionally washing away the poison himself. To what degree of meticulous thought could someone reach to devise such a method? Kong Tu couldn't help but feel his spine grow cold. If this was truly the way the killer had murdered He Qi, he believed no one in this city could escape from this person. Zhao Jing said, "This is exactly it. The murderer just needed to tamper with the razors and the self-service machines to cleanly eliminate He Qi." Who could achieve this? Kong Tu asked again. Zhao Jing remained silent. They couldn't conceive of who could evade 404's pervasive surveillance to replace the items on the shelves. Zhao Jing said, "I'll apply for access to the surveillance here." Speculating blindly made no sense anymore, they required a concrete target. As matters stood, they were getting closer to the truth, and more dangerous too. Zhao Jing reiterated the warning countless times, "Don't trust anyone." Kong Tu wanted to ask, "Not even you," but refrained from voicing it, simply nodding instead. "Maybe we're not the only ones finding clues," Zhao Jing continued, unaware of his hesitancy. "A Jiu may have also figured it out. She knows medicine well and would be more sensitive to this." If that was true, then a Jiu certainly showed great courage, hinting so boldly like this. If there were a murderer among them, a Jiu's situation would become very perilous. "She has always been smart," Zhao Jing added, "like vines seeking walls to cling to, she often finds stronger people to protect her." Kong Tu blurted instinctively, "Why doesn't she rely on Yan Lingfei?" Zhao Jing smirked at him as if questioning why he had forgotten so easily. Kong Tu fell silent. "Are they still not together?" "They argued this afternoon," Zhao Jing explained. "Yan Lingfei got tired of trying to pacify her." Kong Tu thought for a moment, feeling strangely sympathetic toward Yan Lingfei. But on the bright side, Zhao Jing would never scold him like this. Moreover, judging from the current situation, even if he were to come out later, Zhao Jing probably wouldn't treat him the same way A Jiu treated Yan Lingfei. Kong Tu had already planned to seriously talk with Zhao Jing once everything settled down. They couldn't keep their relationship awkward and ambiguous anymore, even though doing so might push Zhao Jing further away. It would take roughly 3 days to obtain approval for the surveillance footage, likely arriving just before the announcement of the new mission. Kong Tu became increasingly cautious, genuinely sensing danger for the first time. As it turned out, this sensation was not a mere figment of his imagination. Yan Lingfei moped around for a few days but couldn't resist being idle. Dressed in sports attire and wielding double nunchucks, he came looking for some playtime, making a series of crackling noises while asking, "Do I look cool?" Kong Tu, almost exhausted to death, gasped for breath while lying on the desk, croaking out, "Cool." Yan Lingfei said, "How about we form a team? We'll call it, the Capture Mysterious Killer Squad." "You sure know how to pick names," Huayu mocked as he came to deliver documents. "Sounds absolutely amazing." Yan Lingfei retorted, "I seem to hear some discontentment. Are you doubting my literary talent?" "No doubt," Huayu said, "I was simply mocking you." Yan Lingfei. Kong Tu weakly said, "I'm going to quit." "Then why don't you come up with a name?" Yan Lingfei reluctantly stuffed his nunchucks into his pocket, as if watching a show. "I'll listen." Huayu said, "The Shadow Action Group, what about that? Capture the shadows in the night." "What nonsense," Yan Lingfei shot back, "immature." Kong Tu slowly reached out. I'm dying." Huayu said, "How about the Black Panther Action Group? Not catchy, we are on the side of justice, representing light," Yan Lingfei suggested. "Let's call it the White Flame Action Group." Kong Tu had been ignored all along but didn't care to play anymore. He saw through Yan Lingfei's little calculations and interjected, "Then my code name should be Bruce Lee." "Oh." Yan Lingfei quickly responded, "No way, I'm Bruce Lee. You can name our group." "So, let's call it San Petian," Kong Tu decisively offered. "I'll give you Bruce Lee." Huayu complained, "This name doesn't sound intimidating enough." Kong Tu said, "Then I'll give you Iron Man." Huayu said, "Alright, let's go with San Petian, catchy." Kong Tu couldn't help but laugh inside and said, "Then my code name should be Ancient One." "Oh." "Wait," Huayu regretted again, "I want to be Ancient One too." Kong Tu coldly stared at the screen. "It's too late, I'm Ancient One." Yan Lingfei had never seen these random comics, knowing who Bruce Lee was already hard enough. Cheerfully he said, "We 3 will be the initial members, then later depending on their performance, we will gradually add them." Kong Tu and Huayu said proudly, "Sure." But the group was just a shell without any concrete actions. The 3 played a while pretending to be characters and soon found it boring. Yan Lingfei asked, "Where's Zhao Jing?" By now it was time to go home, only the 3 of them were still chatting in the library. Recently, the weather was getting colder, it got dark earlier than usual. The sky outside had taken on the colors of the sunset, and the room became dim. They had to turn on the lights to see clearly. Kong Tu said listlessly, "Who knows? These people always looked for Zhao Zheng when they saw him or searched for him when they saw Zhao Zheng. Kang Tu thought it didn't matter, but once realizing that one day the two might have a falling out, he didn't want to appear too close right now, saving himself from embarrassment later. Yan Lingfei hopped off the desk, saying, "Let's go then, it's no fun here." Before he finished speaking, all the lights in the library suddenly went out. Kang Tu's computer turned pitch black instantly, plunging the entire room into semi-darkness. With his severe night blindness, he almost couldn't see anything. Kang Tu instinctively stood up, his chair dragging backward with a harsh screech. Yan Lingfei whispered lowly, "Shoo." A series of heavy footsteps approached them, getting closer and closer, faintly hearing something sharp being dragged along the ground. Hua Yu immediately locked the door, but all three knew this wouldn't work. The library was beautifully designed, all constructed using new metal materials, somewhat like glass, transparent, and quite solid. However, no matter how strong the material was, it could not stop someone determined to break in. Hua Yu and Yan Lingfei exchanged a glance, both with some uneasiness flashing in their eyes. The person behind the door was creeping closer, long shadows casted into the room first. They were inches away from the murderer, yet there was no expected excitement. Yan Lingfei whispered, "Is there another exit?" "No," Kang Tu replied, "this office is at the furthest corner, and the windows are ventilating ones, unable to open." Without hesitation, Yan Lingfei swung a stool hard onto the window, shattering its surface with a thunderous noise. At the same moment, the office door received a mighty blow, and the cracking sound was heard almost instantaneously. Quickly, Kang Tu smashed the window with a chair, fear had left no time for caution. Fragments sprayed on his body unnoticed as he wildly swung whatever was in his hand. From the power outage to their beginning action, less than half a minute passed, yet only a small circular hole was made in the window, far too small to escape through. Suddenly, the sounds behind stopped. Hua Yu exclaimed, "Wait! Someone's coming." Only then did Zhao Zheng shout loudly from outside the door, "Who's there?" The figure outside the door disappeared instantly from sight. Kang Tu leaned against the wall, his hands trembling. In the dark, he couldn't see clearly and his helplessness was stronger than anyone else's. Yan Lingfei helped him up and said, "You almost hit me several times just now." "Sorry," Kang Tu managed to smile weakly, "I was terrified." "Good thing Zhao Zheng came," Yan Lingfei said, "or we'd all be gone by now." Kang Tu suddenly remembered something and stood up abruptly. "Is Zhao Zheng out there alone?" He hadn't finished speaking when he already ran out the door. Yan Lingfei shouted something after him, but seeing that Kang Tu didn't hear, had no choice but to run after him as well. By the time they got outside, they only saw Kang Tu holding onto Zhao Zheng to stop him from continuing the chase. "He has a weapon," Kang Tu said, "you might not be able to catch him anyway." Zhao Zheng glanced at him, then looked back at Yan Lingfei and asked, "No one is hurt?" Kang Tu quickly replied, "Not at all." He keenly felt Zhao Zheng's mood was bad right now, but it seemed not because of this unexpected attacker. There was something else mixed in, so he naturally took responsibility for what made Zhao Zheng angry and apologized, saying, "Sorry." "Why are you apologizing? What did you do wrong?" Zhao Zheng asked. "Kang Tu." Zhao Zheng said, "What's going on with you recently?" Kang Tu opened his mouth but could say nothing. Instead, he asked, "Then why are you mad?" Zhao Zheng said, "Let's have a proper talk." Chapter 63, Mysterious Fog, 9. Yan Lingfei and Hua Yu had found a pretext for reporting an accident and lingered behind. Kang Tu was somewhat uneasy, already roughly guessing what Zhao Zheng wanted to say to him, but thought that speaking out clearly wouldn't be bad after all. After all, he couldn't possibly really turn Zhao Zheng from straight to gay, that would be considered a historic error. Kang Tu didn't want Zhao Zheng to feel burdened in his heart, so he took the initiative to say, "What do you want to talk about?" "Say it." Zhao Zheng hesitated for a while and decided not to talk about it anymore. "Never mind, let's go back home early." Kang Tu firmly said, "No, speak clearly." Zhao Zheng tried to change the subject. "Every day when I come to pick you up, the guy still comes at this time to attack you. Either he is too stupid or he has another purpose, but obviously, he is not stupid." This matter was also very important, but Kang Tu was obviously not buying it, continuing to ask, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Feeling helpless, Zhao Zheng said, "Don't make trouble." "Then I will say it." Kang Tu gazed forward as he continued on in a voice tone without much fluctuation, "I think I like you." "Forget it, I like you, but I don't plan to be with you." Zhao Zheng. After initiating the conversation, Kang Tu felt that the rest of the words weren't so difficult to say either, continuing seamlessly, "If you feel uncomfortable, I can keep my distance from you later. This kind of feeling is not something I can control myself. If I could control it, I wouldn't have caused you this trouble. However, I will adjust as soon as possible." "Kang Tu," Zhao Zheng interrupted, "stop talking." Kang Tu said, "Let me finish. I don't feel excessively attached to you, that death-defying kind of love. I don't think it reaches that level. If we were separated for 2 days, probably it'd dissipate naturally. I'm really afraid you might feel indebted to me because of this. It shouldn't be the case, understand?" Zhao Zheng could only nod in agreement. Relieved, Kang Tu said, "Now you can say whatever you want." Zhao Zheng was silent for a moment, then said, "Let's at least solve this problem first, okay? Kong Tu smiled and said, okay. Zhao Jing always felt like there was something he wanted to say, but ultimately didn't say anything. Kong Tu guessed his current mood should be pretty complex too. Although he hadn't done anything wrong, being liked by someone was inherently exhausting, and the more conscientious a person was, the more tired they felt. Given Zhao Zheng's identity and his mission, rejecting Kong Tu was a decision beneficial for both of them. This point Kong Tu actually understood clearly inside, but he was indecisive, unable to sever this relationship himself, and could only leave it to Zhao Zheng to handle. He even thought Zhao Zheng might have some feelings towards him as well, but mixed with many other things, pity, guilt, admiration, or maybe just a hint of attraction. In total, some kind of amicable emotions drove Zhao Jing toward him, but it could only go this far. They couldn't take another step forward. Zhao Jing said, can I pick you up from work? Would that be alright? Of course, Kong Tu said, didn't we just say we'd deal with this first? Zhao Jing said worriedly, I'm afraid of causing delays for you. Though I don't think you believe it, I haven't regarded you as such. Actually, I would very much like us to be friends, or you could be like my younger brother, whom I protect. We could accomplish tasks together. Kong Tu made a resolution, not necessary. I think I'm almost crying now. Despite this, he persevered stubbornly, we better not. Zhao Jing softly said, alright then. Kong Tu didn't want to disappoint him, so he explained, I won't be able to control my feelings if we continue that way. Also, I fear leading you astray. I understand, Zhao Jing said, we're still friends, aren't we? Kong Tu laughed, of course. Actually speaking it out wasn't that terrifying. The huge rock weighing on his heart was moved away but did not disappear. Instead, it shifted to another place. Of course, it wouldn't vanish because of a single conversation. Kong Tu was prepared to carry this burden for a long time ahead. Kong Zai. Yan Lingfei estimated that their conversation was almost over and called out from behind, our Sang Patian action group has a task. What action group? Zhao Jing asked. Kong Tu had just been in such a negative mood that he came up with this name on the spot. Now, when Zhao Jing asked about it, Kong Tu felt quite embarrassed and replied, it's just something for fun. We decided to form a team to catch the murderer, named Sang Patian. Zhao Jing asked, what does it mean? Kong Tu fabricated, it means courage breaking through the heavens. Hua Yu stepped forward and asked Zhao Jing, do you want to join us? Considering Kong Zai's face, we'll count you as an original member. Zhao Zheng had no objections and didn't mind playing around with them. Hua Yu said, you need a code name. Zhao Jing asked, what kind of code name? Hua Yu pointed at himself and said, me, Iron Man, him, Ancient One, Yan Lingfei, Bruce Lee, you, got it? Zhao Jing couldn't understand all this mess and was about to let Kong Tu randomly assign something, but then remembered their earlier conversation and stopped. Kong Tu however said, him, Aizen. Holy crap, Hua Yu suddenly remembered there was such a character and said to Zhao Jing, I want to be Aizen, switch with me. Kong Tu replied, no way. We've already agreed I'm Iron Man. Why are you always grabbing others? Are you in charge? Oh. Hua Yu looked at Zhao Jing, switch or not? Zhao Jing. Kong Tu said, no switching. Hua Yu, why are you like that? Yan Lingfei's face expressed clear disbelief, are you two still in elementary school? Shut up, Bruce Lee. It was already completely dark outside. The night started getting cooler with misty air enveloping the 404 area, making everything softer while hiding the stars from sight. So, Zhao Jing awkwardly steered the topic back on track, the electricity cut off and the person appeared immediately, right? Yan Lingfei tried to mediate, will you two stop fooling around? Let's talk seriously, I want to go home. Kong Tu said, probably less than 5 seconds, we heard footsteps. That doesn't make sense, Zhao Jing said, if he cut the power in the library, it wouldn't be possible for him to appear so quickly, one person couldn't achieve that. Yan Lingfei said, if there's an accomplice, that makes it easier. It'd also be a good thing if someone is helping him. There should be someone who is around 178 to 180 centimeters tall, weighing approximately 80 kilograms, Hua Yu adjusted his glasses and calmly said, judging by the figure and strength, it should be a man. Is he trying to mislead us about that? Kong Tu thought of the razor blade incident and felt that this could perhaps be a warning. Someone was watching them and issued a warning. He glanced at Zhao Zheng, knowing well that Zhao Zheng hadn't told Yan Lingfei and the others everything. Zhao Zheng must have thought the same thing, but chose not to say anything. Zhao Zheng said, it might be someone intentionally creating trouble. This move doesn't quite match the killer's style. Anyway, apply to review the surveillance footage first. He turned to look at Hua Yu and said, you and Kong Tu don't need to work these 2 days, right? What started as a declarative sentence turned into a question when Zhao Zheng's gaze shifted to Kong Tu, as if asking for his opinion. Kong Tu found it a bit amusing and responded with a soft, yeah, sure. Yan Lingfei said, this guy suddenly exposing such a glaring flaw has thrown me off. You're into pain, huh? Kong Tu remarked. You're dirty-minded. Yan Lingfei countered. Kong Tu didn't expect Yan Lingfei to understand the meaning of the term and teased, did you come from the BC era? Yes, Yan Lingfei answered, I've been constantly learning new things unlike your brother Zheng, who stays stuck in his ways. And let me tell you, if I were really into pain, I'd have long been in a relationship by now. Kang Tu ignored the first half of what Yan Lingfei said, sensing the dissatisfaction in his tone and consoled, girls need sweet talk, you should take the initiative. Forget it, Yan Lingfei agitatedly ruffled his hair, so annoying. Kang Tu laughed, you should strive harder. Yan Lingfei gave him a sidelong glance, how about you try striving? Kang Tu. We're the same, Yan Lingfei hugged Kang Tu and whispered, what did you two just talk about? No hope, Kang Tu didn't intend to hide anything, so revealed straightforwardly, don't bring it up with him again, alright? Yan Lingfei gave a, okay, gesture, puzzled, is he really that clueless? I just can't believe it. Kang Tu snorted coldly, I feel the same about ninth brother. Yan Lingfei was left speechless and dumbfounded muttered, why bring up something that shouldn't be discussed? Same to you. Kang Tu retorted. In some sense, both could be considered pitiful, yet each thought the other was better off. Neither was in high spirits, too lethargic to mope together any longer. After exchanging bits of information, they stopped talking. Following a short discussion, Team Sang Patian entered a subtle atmosphere of awkwardness. As an innocent bystander, Hua Yu said, if there's nothing else, let's head back to the dormitory. Back. Kang Tu had been waiting for this word, feeling greatly excited. Yan Lingfei and Hua Yu were going the same way, and the top scholar even volunteered to escort the seemingly frail researcher. The four of them split into two groups. Kang Tu turned around and immediately foresaw how awkward the rest of the journey would be. He tried to start a conversation, saying, do you feel like? Zhao Jing put a finger to his lips, shoo. Kang Tu instantly tensed up, thinking someone was following them, and walked forward with stiff movements. Zhao Jing whispered, let's talk about this when we get home. Let's talk about something else. Kang Tu had nothing else to say, everything that needed to be said had already been said, and the rest couldn't be mentioned. Zhao Jing said, your current appearance reminds me of the first time I saw you. Kang Tu fell silent and listened attentively. Zhao Zheng, without looking at him, smiled faintly and said, like a scared groundhog, Kang Tu added himself, they all call me that. Alright, Zhao Zheng accepted the term, I can almost see what's on your mind, changing thoughts every second, all showing on your face. Kang Tu replied, you were really scary back then. Zhao Zheng continued, back then, I thought you were pretty interesting, like a blank sheet of paper, but pretending to be an adult. Sociable person, Kang Tu added, that's my other side, thank you. Zhao Zheng still didn't pay attention to his teasing and said seriously, you're too simple here. It's like lambs entering a den of wolves. It's not out of guilt that I'm good to you. I've never met anyone like you before, and I want to know if someone protects you, can you live more purely? But you don't like me. Kang Tu mentally added, what's the point of saying these things? Even if you talk well, you can't give me anything. I know you don't want to be friends with me, Zhao Jing finally said, but if you run into trouble, still come to me, alright? Kang Tu still said, alright. Zhao Jing no longer seemed as hesitating as before, appearing somewhat relaxed, and said to him, I won't tell you the rest. If you know, it won't stay secret, others will notice at once, so just ignore it all. Kang Tu nodded, you should be careful. Zhao Zheng looked quite pleased, I will. But most importantly, so should you. Kang Tu thought in his heart, shut up, I just adjusted my mentality, and you messed it up again. After the ups and downs, he finally finished this conversation. It seemed like they hadn't talked much, yet somehow everything was clarified. Lying in bed, Kang Tu wondered, if after this incident he becomes distant from Zhao Zheng, could he still be friends with Yang Zhen and the others? It was Zhao Zheng who brought him into this little circle. If Zhao Zheng weren't the bridge anymore, Kang Tu wasn't sure whether these relationships would change. No matter what, adjust the mindset, life must go on. Kang Tu decided to take each day as it comes and live well. This accident postponed the battle outside the city slightly. They rested for 2 days and then got back to work. The piled-up tasks nearly cost Kang Tu half of his life. Hua Yu knocked on his office door and said, the higher-ups sent out a questionnaire. Kang Tu asked without looking up, what kind of questionnaire? An administrator appeared from behind Hua Yu, waving the test book and throwing it to him. This was the same administrator they had encountered while chasing the stolen exam paper with Yan Lingfei. Kang Tu started answering questions while chatting, why not send an electronic version? Someone complained about disliking the new city, the administrator leaned against the door, staying 8 feet away from him to avoid any suspicion and now waited somewhat idly, all virtual data and electronic devices, said they're not used to it. Kang Tu laughed, crossed off the box marked married, and asked him, are you used to it? Don't try to fish for my words, the administrator said, just behave. Kang Tu gave up, originally planning to probe where this person was from, but hadn't expected him to be so alert, probably having undergone some job training. The first 20 questions of the questionnaire were objective, requiring only yes or no. From the 21st question onwards, subjective questions began, and the first one asked, who do you think the murderer is? Kang Tu wrote, don't know. That's a bit extreme, isn't it? The administrator stood far away with his arms folded and said remotely, at least write something down. Kong Tu cautiously covered the questionnaire, looking guardedly at him. The administrator pointed to his eyes. I've got a display device installed here. If I wanted, I could even see your underwear. And the reason I'm standing so far away from you is because there are rules against too much interaction, not because I care about your privacy, okay? Kong Tu said, oh. Only then did he notice the man's eyes hidden beneath the guard cap, shimmering with a faint blue light, as if they had something embedded in them. He must have never paid attention before, but now realized this person was rather young. The wide grey-blue work uniform made him seem ordinary, but actually, his skin was pretty good, and he looked somewhat like a foreigner. The second question on the questionnaire was, why? Kong Tu wrote, because I am stupid. The administrator said, could you please cooperate a little better? Kong Tu immediately asked suspiciously, why are you talking so much today? Because I've got targets. The administrator rolled his eyes. None of you guys in the West Zone write anything. What am I supposed to do? Do you know how cooperative the people in the East Zone are? Kong Tu said, sorry. It's fine, the administrator generously replied, please write more for the next one. But Kong Tu still didn't write anything useful, only scribbling down a bunch of irrelevant stuff to help boost the man's performance, without even one sentence touching on the main topic. The administrator casually took it back without any complaints, indifferently asking, is Shawnee Hu around? I'll give him a form too. He usually doesn't come in the afternoon, Kong Tu said, but you can try. When the man didn't find Shawnee Hu, he came back, saying, you give it to him tomorrow. After finishing, hand it over to Huayu, and remember to ask him to write more. Tell him there's a strict requirement, and the subjective questions must reach at least 100 words. Kong Tu started working again, his brain aching from the workload, casually replying, okay. Chapter 64, Clouds of Suspicion, 10. The date for the next mission was approaching, and Kong Tu had to archive the action ratings of everyone from the last mission within 3 days, detailing every single word spoken by each individual. He felt on the brink of collapse every day. Determined to resign after work in the evenings, he would talk himself into persevering again the next morning. Huayu, watching him struggle, suggested, maybe you should quit. Kong Tu looked like a dead fish. Who did it before I came? No one, Huayu replied, it was all left undone anyway, not important work. Kong Tu sighed. You make me feel like my efforts mean nothing. They really don't mean much, Huayu said sincerely, nothing will change if you don't do it, so quit. It will matter, Kong Tu said, my account will gain an extra month's worth of work points. Huayu commented, you are incredibly patient. Kong Tu's focus remained on piles of data as he absent-mindedly muttered, huh. Sitting in front of his desk, Huayu shrugged and said, this job has already cycled through countless people. No one can endure working on 2 missions. Not only that, sometimes I think you are too obsessed with things, overexerting yourself. Do you know? Have you ever given up anything? Kong Tu responded blankly, why ask that? I've given up on a lot. Huayu urged, name some examples. Well, Kong Tu thought but couldn't recall anything right away. There were things hidden in his heart that he didn't want to share with Huayu, so he simply said, in short, I've let go of many things. Huayu remained skeptical, I don't see it. You seem like someone who never compromises, someone who struggles hard in life. I suspect that giving up something would be more painful for you than persisting. Kong Tu retorted indignantly, you've only known me for 2 months. Yes, Huayu agreed, because you're too easy to understand. That same statement had been made by Zhao Zheng as well, but when uttered by Huayu, Kong Tu felt offended. Despite different emotions conveyed, they pointed to the same fact. Kong Tu countered, you're too confident. Perhaps, Huayu shrugged indifferently, let me ask you this, did you also work this hard before coming here? Kong Tu said, of course not. That's it, Huayu adjusted his glasses, which is why you're unhappy now. When you first arrived here, you were quite dispirited, lifeless, and unappealing. Kong Tu. Huayu, now it's better, at least you look more alive. Kong Tu realized that indeed was true. Somehow, life in 404 felt happier than his previous world. Even though missions were always tough and exhausting, he managed to laugh often. However, this realization didn't bring him joy. Huayu continued, so, you're naturally someone who doesn't give up easily. Here, no one mocks your failures or tries to stop you from living earnestly. It's not like in your time where you have to force yourself to fit into a mundane lifestyle against your will. Kong Tu paused momentarily, then hummed softly, maybe. Huayu said thoughtfully, I'm wondering, how could there be someone as contradictory as you? All common people are full of contradictions, Kong Tu said while staring at the screen, we all spend our lives struggling internally. Huayu emphasized, you stand out as especially contradictory. If you keep saying that, I'll really get angry, Kong Tu said calmly, don't define me, nor analyze me. I'm not your experimental subject. Finally realizing he'd overstepped, Huayu apologized, sorry. Kong Tu replied, it's fine. The atmosphere suddenly grew quiet. Huayu stood up, saying, then I'll take my shift. Alright, Kong Tu said, be safe. Huayu smiled, sure. As if nothing had happened, the two tacitly flipped the page and moved on. In the afternoon, the application to check surveillance was approved. Kong Tu wasn't sure how Zhao Jing managed to apply, but in the afternoon the unofficial Broken Heaven squad, reviewed the library surveillance rather than the self-service supermarket incident. Around 6:30 in the evening, a dark shadow appeared at the library entrance. At that moment, he didn't have any weapons yet, arriving empty-handed. At 6:38, Zhao Jing walked into the library's monitored area, hearing sounds inside, pausing briefly before rushing in. At 6:50, 4 people came out one by one. They were a little dazed and glanced at each other. Yan Lingfei said, no, when he ran, didn't leave the library. The surveillance was adjusted all the way to the next morning, and the dark figure wasn't seen leaving the library. There's no more access, Zhao Jing said, we only applied for this time frame of the surveillance. Kong Tu couldn't help but feel chills down his spine, meaning that at the time they thought it was safe and let their guard down, the person was actually still hiding in some corner of the library, perhaps watching them the whole time. Maybe he hasn't left now. Yan Lingfei noticed his fear and deliberately scared him, saying, perhaps he's still hiding in the library. Kong Tu. Hua Yu was first to angrily retort, are you crazy or what? Shut up. But Zhao Jing said, something's not right here. Of course it's not right, Yan Lingfei said, he would have found it harder to escape if he stayed longer. The longer he hid, the more dangerous it became. Moreover, since he hadn't appeared by the next morning, it must be because he deserted his post, just check who didn't show up to work. Kong Tu mentally added 100 points to Yan Lingfei's score, thinking, smart as always. Zhao Jing said, that day, no one asked for leave. Kong Tu felt like being splashed with cold water again. He deducted the 100 points from Yan Lingfei and transferred them to Zhao Jing. Yan Lingfei said, then there's only one possibility. He looked at Kong Tu and Hua Yu with infinite sympathy, saying, do you know what possibility? Kong Tu had an ominous premonition. No way. There's a secret we don't know about in this library, Hua Yu said, a basement, secret passage, back door, or something else. That's the only possible explanation. Kong Tu decided firmly, I'm resigning. Zhao Jing zoomed the surveillance to its clearest setting, but the person's face was covered in a black veil that even hid his eyes. Who has a build like this? Yan Lingfei asked. Hua Yu replied, most men here look like this, the likes of Bai Weiwei, Li Xian, Li Su, Xia Cheng, and even Chang Mingming can pretend to be this tall with 2 shoe pads. It might have been done intentionally to mimic this form, Zhao Jing said, just judging by body shape isn't reliable. After speaking, he looked toward Kong Tu as if urging him to do something. Kong Tu. Zhao Jing asked, didn't you say you wanted to quit? Kong Tu replied, I was just saying that. Zhao Jing stared at him without words. In no time, Kong Tu gave up and opened his terminal to apply for resignation. It'll take 2 to 3 days for handover, Zhao Jing said, just ask for sick leave. Hua Yu couldn't believe it, exclaiming, hello. And me? Do you two even consider me? Kong Tu said, why don't you resign too then? Don't continue doing this. Hua Yu rolled his eyes, finding so many things worth worrying about that he didn't know where to start. Let's not rush to resign yet, Yan Lingfei, standing on the sidelines, suggested reasonably, report the accident, then apply to close the library until this matter is resolved, and you two can enjoy paid leave. Kong Tu instantly became interested, asking, paid leave? Yes, Yan Lingfei said, at home, lock eyes tearfully with your Cheongqi. Caught up in concern, Zhao Jing just realized such an option was available. He said, then I'll file the request tonight as well. Are there any other issues to report together? I think that's it, Yan Lingfei said, but getting approval might still take a few days. What are you two going to do in the meantime? Zhao Jing decisively said, take leave. Kong Tu didn't want to go against Zhao Jing over this minor issue either, naturally agreeing, all right. Hua Yu was furious, shouting, Zhao Jing. I'm human too. Would you stop already? Kong Tu chuckled, comforting him, we're talking about the two of us. Zhao Jing smiled faintly, sorry. If it was unintentional before, this time Zhao Jing definitely meant to make a joke. Yan Lingfei teased Hua Yu, why mess around with them? Where's your place? Yan Lingfei. Kong Tu exclaimed. Feeling flustered, he hadn't expected Yan Lingfei to forget his promise so quickly not to bring it up in front of Zhao Jing. If he put himself in Zhao Jing's shoes, hearing such a joke would at least cause embarrassment and possibly resentment. Kong Tu genuinely feared Zhao Jing might dislike him. Yan Lingfei raised both hands in surrender, I was wrong, I was wrong. Zhao Jing, however, acted as if he hadn't heard it and said, don't go to work from tomorrow on, let them send their own people to investigate. Go back when it's safe. This afternoon, I'll accompany you to the library until we're off. Kong Tu instinctively refused, there's no need. But Zhao Jing looked at him again. Kong Tu felt deflated and accepted his fate. Even before, when he didn't have any improper feelings for Zhao Jing, Kong Tu was always timid and never dared to defy Zhao Jing's will. This man exuded a natural air of authority, making others subconsciously fear him and wish to obey. Previously, Zhao Jing always restrained himself. He knew how to keep a low profile, and he understood the saying that, a tall tree catches the wind all around. But recently, Kong Tu had noticed that Zhao Jing seemed to be showing his unrestrained and carefree side more often. It was as if he truly regarded Kong Tu as someone protected under his wings, while restraining himself from becoming too intimate with Kong Tuesday. Their relationship was both distant and familiar. All of this was contradictory, Kong Tu thought, not just in his mind but also in the reality between them. With 2 hours left until closing time, Zhao Jing sat on a couch in the library, holding a book of poetry, occasionally flipping a few pages. Kong Tu wasn't focused on his work either, constantly glancing at Zhao Jing outside. His presence there couldn't be ignored, it was like his aura demanded attention, creating an incredibly strong sense of presence. The librarian strolled over, glanced at Zhao Jing, seemingly surprised, then tapped on Kong Tu's office door. Hey. Kong Tu, yes. The questionnaire. Kong Tu. Don't tell me you forgot, the librarian said lightly. Kong Tu, I'm sorry. The librarian nodded, that's fine. You're deliberately trying to mess with me. Kong Tu lamented bitterly, no, it's not deliberate. I just forgot. Since Mountain Ihu started working again, Kong Tu hadn't come to the library, he was so busy every day, exhausted, so naturally, he had forgotten about this whole matter. Wait, Kong Tu suddenly felt a momentary confusion, how long had it been since he last saw Mountain Ihu? The librarian leaned against the wall, relaxed, alright, explain yourself. How do you plan to compensate me? You've affected my performance. I'm sorry, Kong Tu pretended earnestly, I'll buy you a Huangmen chicken. The librarian, okay. Kong Tu. The librarian adjusted his hat, glanced at his watch, it's dinner time anyway. Kong Tu found it surreal, weren't you supposed to avoid interaction with us? Do you think you're just like everyone else? The librarian tilted his head, looking at Zhao Jing sitting outside, well, are you going to invite or not? They chatted for too long, which caught Zhao Jing's attention. He walked over, took a look at the librarian, and asked Kong Tu, what's going on? Standing beside each other, the librarian straightened up, his height almost matching Zhao Jing's. However, their demeanors were completely different. Zhao Jing's carried a very upright air, stable no matter what he was doing, revealing a disciplined upbringing through strict rites and music education. Even his rare instances of mischief and laxity had clear limits, always staying within set boundaries. In contrast, the librarian was entirely uninhibited and vibrant. Kong Tu hadn't scrutinized him closely yesterday, but today he suddenly thought this person shouldn't have been this way before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have overlooked it previously. The librarian said nonchalantly, we made a dinner appointment. Zhao Jing frowned slightly, gesturing to Kong Tu with his eyes. Kong Tu helplessly shrugged, indicating he didn't know what happened either. He was still preoccupied with thoughts of Mountain Ihu, wanting to say something to Zhao Jing, but there was no chance. Off at 5 o'clock, the librarian pointed at his watch, don't back out. Kong Tu could only reply, all right. The librarian turned around, waved his hand at them from behind, remember to deliver the questionnaire. I won't disturb you anymore. When he was gone, Zhao Jing closed the door and came inside, looking at Kong Tu, explain. Chapter 65, Veil of Doubt, 11. Kong Tu stood up, put on his coat, grabbed the questionnaire on the table, and said, let's go. Zhao Jing, where to? Kong Tu hurriedly said, to find Shan Ihu. Zhao Jing suddenly thought of something, opened the door and said, hurry. The two of them ran out, startling Hua Yu outside, who asked bewilderedly, are we done for the day? You keep an eye on things, Kong Tu shouted back as he turned around, we'll be right back. Hua Yu yelled in terror at their retreating backs, am I the only one left? Shan Ihu hasn't been to the library for several days in a row, Kong Tu said as they ran. He never goes to work, so I guess when you were counting people, you didn't include him. Right, Zhao Jing replied, I didn't count him. How did you figure it out? Kong Tu, the librarian mentioned it. I felt something was off about him. What did he say to you? Zhao Jing asked. Kong Tu, first, he had me fill out a survey and then told me to pass one to Shan Ihu, but I forgot. He reminded me just now. Zhao Jing was puzzled, what kind of survey? Kong Tu stopped abruptly and asked him, you don't know? Your side didn't do it. No, Zhao Jing said coolly, don't look for him yet. Tell me what happened carefully. So Kong Tu recounted everything from last night when he met the librarian. When he got to the part about the braised chicken, Zhao Jing furrowed his brows and asked, do you know who he is? Kong Tu looked lost, no, I don't. Zhao Jing frowned and said coldly, and you dared to eat with him? I didn't dare. Kong Tu protested, it was just a joke. Who knew he wouldn't play by the rules? Zhao Jing said, stay away from him. Kong Tu, okay. Kong Tu now also sensed that something might be amiss, it seemed like someone was deliberately manipulating events behind the scenes. He cautiously asked, should we still go? After thinking for a moment, Zhao Jing said, yes. He wasn't willing to let this chance slip. Since the sudden clue pointed to Shan Ihu, he decided that no matter what, they must check it out, find out exactly what's going on. There was no answer when they knocked on Shan Ihu's dormitory door. Zhao Jing observed the iris scanning device on the door and crouched down to inspect the doorknob. Kong Tu became somewhat tense and instinctively lowered his voice, what do you think? Can't tell anything from here, Zhao Jing stood up, there are fingerprints, but I can't determine which day they're from. So what do we do now? Kong Tu asked. Zhao Jing glanced up. Who lives upstairs? Are you crazy? Kong Tu immediately figured out what Zhao Jing intended to do. You want to climb through the window? This is the 8th floor. Just try, Zhao Jing said without asking any more, then took out his phone and made a call. The other side picked up quickly. Zhao Jing politely said, Mr. Gongsun, do you live in Building C in the West District? There's something, when will you be back? The other side answered something, then Zhao Jing said, alright, I'll wait for you at the entrance, and hung up the phone. Kong Tu started feeling inexplicably anxious and tried to dissuade Zhao Jing, don't be rash. Zhao Jing was slightly stunned, rash. Kong Tu felt he had spoken out of turn but still insisted stubbornly, you're acting impulsively. We can wait for Yan Lingfei or report the situation. There are only the two of us now, it's really. Zhao Jing said, aren't 2 people enough? Kong Tu, what? Too many people isn't necessarily a good thing, Zhao Jing, looking calm, continued, 2 people are sufficient. Often, the more people involved, the messier things get. You and me, we're aligned, and that's all we need. Kong Tu still persisted, no, we don't know what's going on with Shani Hu. If you barge in like this, how will you explain your suspicion? Alright, surprisingly, Zhao Jing conceded, what do you suggest? After finishing, he added, just a reminder, we've already been captured on camera entering the building. It's impossible to shake off this suspicion. Kong Tu said, report the situation, bring Yan Lingfei over here, find more people, have the higher-ups open the door, and then we go inside together. Zhao Jing laughed, alright. Kong Tu was momentarily unable to believe it, staring wide-eyed at him. Zhao Jing said, let's do it your way. Since it's your suggestion, you make the report. Frame the words well so they approve quickly, then contact people and explain the situation clearly to them. Such tasks have always been done by Zhao Jing. Kong Tu carefully examined his expression and confirmed that he wasn't saying anything out of frustration but was genuinely assigning him a task. Casually, Zhao Jing asked, who do you plan to contact? Kong Tu hesitated and ventured, Yan Lingfei, Jiu, Li Xian, and Lu Ban will be back shortly. Good, Zhao Jing agreed, Yan Lingfei is trustworthy. If something unexpected happens with Shani Hu, Jiu knows medicine, and Li Xian can handle any emergencies. It's well planned. Only then did Kong Tu understand Zhao Zheng's real meaning. He was trying to let Kong Tu solve the matter on his own. Kong Tu felt a whirlwind of emotions, sensing as if Zhao Zheng had started treating him better, much better. Previously, Kong Tu thought their interactions would become awkward after clearing things up, but it turned out not to be so, they were still very much like before, perhaps even more familiar now. Zhao Zheng said, since it's your idea, you're responsible for handling it properly. Let's go downstairs first, Mr. Lu Ban is coming back. Kong Tu quickly followed suit, busy filling out an application form while hearing Zhao Jing casually say ahead of them, Shani Hu probably hasn't died. Kong Tu, why not? No notification, Zhao Jing said, if someone had died, higher-ups wouldn't take so long without noticing. Kong Tu asked, then why isn't he opening the door? Zhao Jing paused in his steps, repeating, why isn't he opening the door? Kong Tu said, he might have fainted or gotten sick. It's also possible that he's not in the dormitory at all, Zhao Jing suddenly spoke. Kong Tu absent-mindedly said, where could he have gone? So many days. But before finishing, a sudden thought struck him, who used words echoing in his ears, unless there are secrets in the library that we don't know about. They looked at each other, their thoughts aligning completely. Just then, they arrived in the lobby downstairs. Lu Ban was twirling his keys when he saw them and asked, what do you need me for, in such a hurry? Have you seen Shani Hu these past 2 days? Zhao Jing asked. Lu Ban, nope. We don't have the same schedule. Zhao Jing said, Shani Hu seems to have vanished. Lu Ban didn't seem too surprised, asking nonchalantly, is he dead or on the run? Not clear, Kong Tu replied. He admired Lu Ban's cool-headedness. Zhao Jing looked at Kong Tu, what do you want to do now? Tell us. Kong Tu's mind went completely blank, unsure how to handle the situation. If Shani Hu weren't in the dormitory, and if he were dead, surely 404 would have known, and notified them immediately. Even if they were going to the library now, it didn't mean they could definitely find him. Zhao Jing reminded him, have you submitted the application? I have, Kong Tu said, showing his phone to Zhao Jing, I just submitted it earlier. Want to check? Zhao Jing glanced at it once but made no comment on whether it was good or bad, only saying, have you arranged for people to join you? Kong Tu, I've already informed Yan Lingfei and Li Xian. Yan Lingfei has replied and is on her way. Li Xian hasn't responded yet. He rarely uses his phone, Zhao Jing commented, so in cases like this, you need to observe on your own. Confused, Lu Ban asked, what are you two up to? Once again, Zhao Jing asked Kong Tu, now what? What's your next move? Kong Tu uncertainly suggested, to the library. The approval of the application will take some time. During this interval, we can head over since Hua Yu is still there. Plus, that librarian may return to look for me. Zhao Jing said, and what about the people you've contacted? Did you think through what you're going to tell them when reaching out? And what if one of them turns out to be the murderer? Kong Tu. He realized he truly couldn't handle all this. Doubtful, Lu Ban questioned, do you two know something? Again, Kong Tu could only remain silent. Whenever everything happened at once, people were bound to overlook certain details. Kong Tu believed he still needed a lot of practice, even after extensive training, achieving perfection might be hard. Seeing Kong Tu become deflated again, Zhao Jing finally said, let's go to the library. There's nobody in the dormitory anyway. Let's meet with that librarian. Kong Tu sighed in relief, finally no longer needing to make decisions, feeling utterly relaxed. Zhao Jing asked Lu Ban, Mister, care to take a look? We found some clues. Sure, Lu Ban casually folded his arms behind his back and followed them outside, there's nothing else to do anyway. He didn't ask for any explanation, knowing that it would all be clarified soon enough, so he wasn't in a rush. Kong Tu felt like he was being incredibly stupid and didn't know what to say. Zhao Jing slowly followed him from behind and said, your intention is good, you're afraid there's danger inside the room and also worried about being betrayed. But doing things perfectly is always difficult, and there's simply no such thing as a foolproof plan. If I had been more careful, it wouldn't have turned out like this, Kong Tu murmured, you just charge ahead recklessly, which looks scary. That's why Kong Tu kept wanting to pull Zhao Jing back. Zhao Jing wasn't hard to guess Kong Tu's thoughts and laughed, saying, alright, I'll be more mindful in the future. You can take your time adapting when you face similar situations again in the future, Zhao Jing added, don't rush. Chapter 66, A Fog of Doubt, Part 12. Kong Tu felt deep down that he wasn't cut out for this kind of work, but still appreciated the goodwill from Zhao Jing. When he arrived, he had extinguished all hope, yet here he found things that were once lost to him. Lu Ban, has Kong Tu discovered any leads? A bit, Zhao Jing said, let's wait until everyone is here and discuss it thoroughly. Lu Ban understandingly said, that's why you two suddenly became so close. Kong Tu thought Lu Ban was implying that Zhao Jing was only sticking with him because he was useful, so he quickly explained, not. Lu Ban didn't let him finish, continuing, you've identified some issues on your own, but you're uncertain. So, you told Zhao Jing about the clues since you trust him. Therefore, he appreciates you and brings you along in his actions. Kong Tu. Did you not also call me your idol before? Lu Ban said sarcastically, so, how many idols do you have exactly? Kong Tu silently thought, are they even comparable? If it weren't for his liking of Zhao Jing, he wouldn't risk himself like this no matter how much he admired the other, it simply wouldn't be worth it. As he was pondering a way to gloss over this, his phone seemed to vibrate. Since he always muted it at work, he took it out hesitantly to check. It was Hua Yu. Strangely, upon seeing Hua Yu on the screen, an ominous premonition struck him strongly, causing his heart to miss a beat. Zhao Jing turned around upon hearing the noise and, seeing Kong Tu's expression, understood something significant as he looked at the vibrating phone in Kong Tu's hand. The two exchanged quick glances before Kong Tu answered the call, hearing nothing but soft breathing on the other end. He didn't dare utter a sound, waiting for quite a while, but then the line abruptly disconnected. Let's go, Zhao Jing calmly said, we have something to deal with now. When they returned to the library, Hua Yu was nowhere to be seen. Stacks of files lay scattered on the ground. He left us clues, Zhao Jing picked up a piece of paper with an incomplete footprint and pointed at the direction indicated by the heel, if he was abducted, the person would have walked backward. Hence, he must have gone in this direction. Kong Tu felt overwhelming self-reproach, if he hadn't left himself alone earlier, perhaps this incident wouldn't have happened. He kept making mistakes, dragging others into dangerous situations because of his errors. Zhao Jing ordered, search. Lu Ban tilted his head to examine the structure of the library, unperturbed, saying, I've never been here before. What do you think? Zhao Jing asked. It's not good, Lu Ban said, tapping on a wall, there's more space inside than appears from the outside. Judging by the size discrepancy, I speculate there might be another section beneath. How could you two miss such an obvious issue? Kong Tu replied. We didn't. Lu Ban criticized, what sort of brain are you using? Zhao Jing coughed lightly and asked, then how do we get into the remaining space? Look toward the darkest area, Lu Ban said, check the restroom. There may be a broken door hiding a surprise. Exclamation point. Kong Tu exclaimed. Zhao Jing confirmed, really? Kong Tu fell to his knees, seriously, there is. On the first floor, there had been a restroom that hadn't worked since the day they arrived, one particular door always locked tight. They assumed it was a mechanical failure and never reported it, leaving it as it was without considering any potential problems. Lu Ban showed no surprise at all, saying, in terms of geomancy, I'm no match for Lu Miao, but regarding these kinds of things, I know them like the back of my hand. Kong Tu inquired, why would it be the restroom? Any hidden underground space needs an access point, Lu Ban explained as he walked. In ancient times, people liked to hide things under beds, but now the situation has changed, and restrooms have become the go-to choice because they're the least conspicuous places within sealed-off areas. I expected something unexpected. Zhao Jing casually kicked open the restroom door, revealing a pitch-black hole beneath it, maintaining his composure. Lu Ban already had his sleeves rolled up and was climbing down the ladder smoothly, stating, there aren't so many surprises, everyone's busy, there's no need for overly intricate tricks. Kong Tu couldn't help but marvel at how fast everything moved. With just one additional person involved, their operational efficiency skyrocketed exponentially. However, these individuals were all highly unpredictable factors, which made them hard to rely on freely. Someone is below, Lu Ban informed, proceed cautiously. Kong Tu was growing worried and didn't want them to continue like this, but now he also didn't dare say much. He could only follow them, always feeling that something about the situation wasn't right. From the beginning, they had been led around by the nose, with people directing them where to go as if they were merely pawns. However, since Lu Ban and Zhao Jing were so fearlessly reckless, he naturally felt he had to be more proactive as well. Zhao Jing kicked a resting cleaning robot from the corner, stepped on it until it shattered, then pulled out 2 long iron strips about the size of a hand and tossed one to Kong Tu, saying, catch. The iron sheet wasn't sharp at all, it likely couldn't even break the skin. But having something in his hand at least provided some reassurance. Kong Tu didn't want to accept it, knowing Zhao Jing would surely give the other one to Lu Ban, so he said, I can't hold it, I need to climb the ladder. Without giving him a choice, Zhao Jing grabbed his hand and shoved the object into it, handing the other one over to Lu Ban. Lu Ban asked, what's it for? It's not for much, Zhao Jing replied, just for peace of mind. Kong Tu thought to himself, I really know Zhao Jing too well. These days, he discovered that while Zhao Jing seemed inscrutable, he was actually not hard to guess at all. He clearly hadn't intended to harm anyone, instead even being quite kind, but Kong Tu believed this was solely because Zhao Jing wanted to win. He was undoubtedly a pure purpose-driven person. Traits like kindness and respectfulness, which might normally improve someone's character, were just passive skills Zhao Jing possessed to help him triumph better. He wasn't malicious, but rather strategically kind, blending these behaviors into his very bones because of how long he practiced them. It was difficult to discern who the real Zhao Jing was anymore. Kong Tu felt himself go crazy, realizing how cool Zhao Jing seemed with that distant yet inviting friendliness, possessing such an advanced personality and entirely self-centered worldview, things not everyone could achieve. The ladder was approximately 3 meters tall. After climbing down, it became cold, dark all around, with only a beam of light shining through from the hole above. Kong Tu asked, who built this? His words carried a trail of warm breath as he instinctively shrank his neck inside his collar. 404, Lu Ban replied without hesitation, no one among us has this kind of ability. Even though darkness surrounded them from all sides, they could tell from the echoes that the space was vast, indicating that constructing it had been no small task. Zhao Jing remarked, it's probably a backup plan 404 left behind. A city with such dubious origins, regardless of the era, wouldn't have been a minor issue if discovered. Leaving a safe spot is only logical. Lu Ban added, to save whose life? Ours or theirs? Glancing around, Zhao Jing guessed, probably not ours. So, Lu Ban looked seriously at Zhao Jing, you also feel there are others here besides us. Shocked, Kong Tu blurted, what? Who else is here? What's going on? I thought with Yang slightly, if someone could steal something, there must be bases we don't know about here. Perhaps even 404's true managers are somewhere within this city, Zhao Jing explained. Kong Tu. Zhao Jing said, so it must be underground. But not necessarily here, Lu Ban interjected, today coming here absolutely isn't a good sign. Kong Tu numbly asked, then why did we come down? To stir things up, Zhao Jing joked. Immediately, Kong Tu responded, excuse me, I have some things to do. Zhao Jing reminded him, Hua Yu is in there, you know. Alright, Kong Tu returned, what should we do now? Zhao Jing stated, if someone wants to lead us here, let's just follow and see what they truly intend. Seeing that Kong Tu was a bit nervous, Lu Ban consoled, if we lose our heads, we'll only end up with scars the size of a bowl. So what's there to fear? Kong Tu sarcastically replied, thanks, I'm so much calmer now. With the faint light behind them, they moved forward cautiously. Zhao Jing switched on the flashlight on his phone, illuminating the path less than 2 meters ahead of them. The surrounding silence was oppressive, and every sound they made, such as their footsteps and Lu Ban's heavy breathing, were sharply audible. Kong Tu, trying to ease the tension, commented to Lu Ban, do you have rhinitis? Lu Ban answered, allergic type. The dust mites here are too severe. Curious, Kong Tu asked, why don't you sneeze when you have allergic rhinitis? My friend keeps sneezing uncontrollably when allergic. Because I endure it, Lu Ban retorted, and if you keep starting random conversations, I'll make a few. Fine, Kong Tu conceded and shut up. At the front, Zhao Jing stretched out his hand and said, stop. The two immediately ceased all movements and held their breath. In such silence, the vibration of Kong Tu's phone in his pocket was unmistakably loud. Zhao Jing's voice was cold, answer it. Kong Tu's thumb trembled as he swiped the screen, connecting the call. Hua Yu's voice came from the other end of the line, weak and trembling, intermittently saying, where are you? Kong Tu urgently asked, where are you? Come quick. Hua Yu cried desperately, like a dying fish. Help me. Please, just 3 more minutes. Seizing Kong Tu's phone in one swift motion, Zhao Jing calmly said, calm down. We're already at the library basement. Tell us clearly where you are and what direction. I don't remember, Hua Yu sobbed. Save me. There are only 3 more minutes. Furious, Zhao Jing shouted, "What direction? You need to calm down. Think properly. How could you not know which way you were dragged in?" Hua Yu suddenly fell silent. From the other end of the phone, only heavy breathing and crying could be heard. After a while, he whispered, "To the right." Zhao Jing comforted, "We'll be there soon." He didn't disconnect the call and continued, "We'll head over immediately. Now tell me, why only 3 minutes left? And who is currently with you?" "No one else," Hua Yu replied. "It's just me here. I'm alone." Still panic-stricken, his words seemed jumbled as he repeatedly insisted that he was all by himself. Zhao Jing gently asked, "Do you remember who brought you here?" "Why do you ask?" Hua Yu instantly became wary. "Are you going to abandon me?" Chapter 67, A Sea of Doubt, 13. Zhao Jing said, "Relax." He gestured to Kong Tu Luban behind him, indicating they should take the side path. Underfoot was something indescribable, causing a bit of tripping. With poor eyesight, Kong Tu stumbled and fell silently to the ground, supporting himself with his hands which got scratched immediately. Time was urgent. He quickly got up as Zhao Jing turned around, illuminating his hand with the flashlight on his phone. Kong Tu replied, "I'm fine." Zhao Jing pressed his lips together, pulled his hand, and said, "Follow me." Kong Tu's heart raced, barely managing to suppress the tension due to the current situation. He had no idea what Zhao Jing was thinking inside. Hua Yu urged from the other end, asking, "Are you almost here?" "Wait," Zhao Jing said, "almost there." "Think about it now, how long did it take you to walk when you came?" They walked out of the small road and found themselves in a narrow corridor filled with doors on both sides. The dim light flickered and made crackling sounds, just like scenes in zombie-themed games. It seemed that any moment a pair of bloody zombies would rush out from a door to bite them. Zhao Jing glanced at the scene and spoke into the phone, "Shout once." A loud scream came from ahead, and Luban immediately said, "This way." Zhao Jing kicked the door open with a bang, entering against the light. They saw Hua Yu bound to a chair with his hands tied behind his back, unconscious. His phone fell on his leg, still showing an active call. Kong Tu fanned his face with his hand, but seeing no reaction, became a bit panicked, calling, "Hua Yu. Wake up." Luban looked down and said, "Sedative." He triggered the emotional monitoring system because he was too afraid. Kong Tu searched frantically for anything that might be counting down on his body. He didn't know what scared him so much, but Zhao Jing said, "Don't look for it." He looked around and added, "It's safe here." Luban looked at Hua Yu's sleeping face seriously and said, "There's absolutely no danger for him." The room was nearly empty except for a chair. The lights flickered coldly without a timing device, no laser point, not even a clock to provide precise timekeeping. The only electronic equipment in the entire room was Hua Yu's mobile phone. Yet, even though he was unconscious, Hua Yu's face remained pale, his fingers cold like water, clearly having triggered the emotion monitoring system. Moreover, judging by his earlier behavior on the phone, it didn't seem like he was pretending. Kong Tu puzzled, "What does this mean?" Zhao Jing squatted down, picking Hua Yu up onto his back and said, "Let's have a look around." Kong Tu was eager to leave immediately. If it weren't for needing to find Hua Yu, he wouldn't care for curiosity or adventure, wanting nothing more than to return to the dormitory promptly. But Zhao Zhang and Luban had other ideas, so he reluctantly followed along. Just as they stepped outside the door, suddenly a laser beam shot toward them. Zhao Jing sharply pulled Kong Tu back, both falling on top of Hua Yu. Immediately after, countless tiny floating robots rushed in, emitting silent laser beams. Luban swiftly shut the door, but it burned through instantly. Zhao Jing shouted, "Closing the door won't work." "What do we do then?" Luban asked. "Do you have weapons?" Luban yelled back, "Am I Doraemon?" Kong Tu incredulously said, "You actually know Doraemon?" In his hand was the iron piece Zhao Jing handed over, but at this point, it proved utterly useless. A hole appeared in the door, allowing floating robots to enter. Zhao Jing rolled on the ground to dodge 2 laser beams, reaching under the robot. Rising suddenly, he punched it, making a clang sound, denting it slightly and skewing its laser trajectory, leaving a black scar on the floor. More and more floating robots entered one after another, making dodging impossible for Kong Tuesday. Zhao Jing yelled, "We can't fight, run." "How the hell are we supposed to run?" Luban roared. Lasers continued to rain down, crazily sweeping across every angle with little room to evade. Kong Tu felt backed into a corner, despairing because such technology couldn't possibly be from the 20th century but likely from the 30th. With their bare hands, there was no chance for them to resist. Suddenly, a sound of electric current rang out. Kong Tu looked up and saw 2 streams of blue electricity coiling around the floating robots. Within 3 seconds, the robots turned pitch black, hissing as pieces of metal curled up and dropped off. Yan Lingfei leapt out with an electric baton in hand, laughing aloud, "Kids, your dad is here." Kong Tu excitedly shouted, "Yan Lingfei." The administrator chased from behind, panting and shouting loudly, "Yan Lingfei." Yan Lingfei extended his hand to pull off the leather sheath of the electric baton, releasing a large area of emitted current that made a loud crackling sound, taking down many of the floating robots mid-air. He then directly threw it back to the administrator who had been chasing him, "Here you go." The administrator panicked and fumbled around quickly to dodge, angrily yelling, "Are you trying to get me killed?" "You were the one asking for it," Yan Lingfei replied in a pestering tone. "I just borrowed it for a bit, look how stingy you are." The administrator said, "You're finished, get ready to be locked up." "Don't," Yan Lingfei came forward obsequiously patting the dust off the administrator's clothes, "we've got years of friendship." The administrator replied, "Because of your last test paper theft plus this, I'm reporting tonight, with all these years of friendship considered, I'll give you an 80% discount." Kong Tu, who had been rolling on the ground earlier and was now feeling sore all over, stood up brushing the dirt off himself and stammered as he ran over to plead, "There's a reason for everything, please be lenient." "Wow," the administrator remembered seeing him and said, "You thought you could run away? Trespassing into the base, attacking defense robots, both of you should come with me to the detention room for a game of cards." Kong Tu. "Yan Lingfei, with 4 people, we can't play properly, lock them 3 up." Zhao Zheng and Luban both said together, "Yan Lingfei." Kong Tu blurted out suddenly, "But you promised I'd take you out for dinner." "I'll report you." The administrator choked, astonished and asked, "What did you say?" "You hinted I bribe you," Kong Tu shamelessly went on, "and didn't you have a staff agreement not to get too close to members?" "Don't report the news or else I will report you." "You don't report us, and I won't report you." Kong Tu gave an "okay" gesture, "let's remain peaceful and benefit mutually." The administrator rolled his eyes, "Do you think it's up to me? So many defensive robots have been scrapped, how am I supposed to explain upstairs? They committed suicide." Kong Tu seized Yan Lingfei's hand, lifting it naturally, "He did it." Yan Lingfei suddenly exclaimed. Kong Tu explained, "Guilt has its source and debt its master, the baton he snatched, robots he beat up, right, so what did we do wrong?" Zhao Jing backed him up saying, "We did nothing wrong." "That's right," Kong Tu sighed sympathetically, "indeed wrongful." "Fuck," Yan Lingfei cursed, "how dare you guys have some shame. Without me, you would have died just now." "It wouldn't have come to that," Kong Tu argued, "you exaggerate too much, our administrator wouldn't leave us here alone." Yan Lingfei seethed until smoke poured out of 7 orifices, almost speechless. Kong Tu smiled at the administrator, "I'll treat you to braised chicken, Bai Lishi's signature dish, he doesn't even open the pot for regular customers, it's top-notch, I swear I'm telling the truth if I lie." The administrator curtly responded with annoyance, "No thanks. Give me a chance," Kong Tu urged, "these past few days, you've really helped a lot." His set of social tricks greatly impressed Luban, who couldn't help but marvel, "Kong, you're not ordinary." It seemed things would be okay now. The worst scenario was being confined for a couple of days, but Hua Yu was still unconscious and Shan Yi who disappeared without a trace, leaving a thorn in their minds, they couldn't relax completely. Finally, the administrator compromised, "I must report, but I can put in a good word for you, whatever the higher-ups decide is out of my control." "Alright," Kong Tu agreed, "come on, let's go eat." Saying that, he casually draped his arm around the administrator's shoulders, forcibly leading him forward, secretly giving Zhao Zheng and the others a reassuring sign from behind, jovially addressing the administrator, "By now, you must be hungry." The administrator glared. Kong Tu grinned, "Let's eat, coincidentally Bai Lishi also gets off work, I guarantee you'll like it." "Tastes awful." At 6:15 in the afternoon, inside Bai Lishi's restaurant, the administrator uttered the first words after exiting the library, looking quite stiff-faced. Kong Tu unconvincingly responded, "Can't be, everyone finds it delicious." The administrator sneered, "What kind of taste do they even have?" "Yeah," Kong Tu nodded, "Sure, you've definitely eaten better food than us." The administrator lit a cigarette and stuck it in his mouth irritably, tapping his foot while leaning back on the chair, saying, "Don't start this nonsense." Kong Tu answered, "Okay." Bai Lishi protested, "No smoking in the store." "Is the kitchen clean?" The administrator pointed behind with his smoking finger, "Shall I go check it now?" Bai Lishi immediately shut up. It was rare for Kong Tu to see Bai Lishi in a bind, so he was quite pleased. He asked, "We've known each other for so long, how should I address you?" The administrator said, "Call me, don't try to flatter me." "Truly not," Kong Tu couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, "I just want to ask." The administrator said, "My last name is Fong, my first name is Arsonist Fongxin, you can call me Fong Fong affectionately." Kong Tu readily followed, "Okay Fong Fong." The administrator fell silent for a moment before conceding, "You can call me Yao Ku." Kong Tu smiled faintly, "This one's a real name?" "Of course not," Yao Ku smiled. Without his hat and in a loose work uniform outside of working hours, he had a kind of unruly handsome charm as he now said, "More fake than Fong Fong." Kong Tu said, "Would you like to talk about something?" "Want to?" "What?" Yao Ku tapped off some ash casually asking. "Why did you choose this job?" Kong Tu asked. Yao Ku said, "Couldn't find any other jobs, this one pays more." "How much?" Kong Tu asked. "Don't pry into my affairs," Yao Ku said. Kong Tu suddenly felt uninterested, "Boring huh, then what do you want to talk about?" "About you," Yao Ku said, "how have these 2 days been going?" Kong Tu, "Just like that, living on." Yao Ku said, "I see you're having fun, making friends, and dating." Kong Tu was momentarily speechless, "How do you know all this?" Yao Ku asked, "Isn't there something really going on?" Absolutely not, Kong Tu is already getting immune now, your imagination is wild. Yao Ke said, then what do you think of me? Kong Tu felt utterly exhausted, stop fooling around. Yao Ke laughed, think about it. Kong Tu could tell he was completely joking, so carelessly said, alright. Yao Ke, you're pretty unique. Chapter 68, Mysterious Fog, Part 14. Kong Tu was not particularly modest and joked, not bad. As long as he wasn't in front of Zhao Zheng, he wouldn't be so nervous that he didn't know what to say. After getting through the initial days of panic when he first arrived at room 404, he could easily get along with anyone, except Zhao Zheng. He never knew what exactly he wanted to do or say around Zhao Zheng, which made him act even more like an idiot. Yao Ke stubbed out his cigarette, saying regretfully, it's a pity that I've already signed a bilateral agreement. Otherwise, we could have tried something. That's truly unfortunate, Kong Tu said. But most importantly, you're straight. Yao Ke stared silently at him for a moment. Kong Tu glanced at him and remarked confidently, I can tell at a glance. You don't seem too accurate, Yao Ke said while looking down at the braised chicken on the table. Just teasing you, Kong Tu observed his expression before continuing, but it seems you're indeed not straight. Yao Ke laughed helplessly after being slightly tricked by Kong Tuesday, you sure have adapted well here. Not really, Kong Tu replied, only thanks to Zhiga and others helping me. Zhao Zheng, Yao Ke muttered this name softly as if evaluating something before casually moving on to another topic, I heard you're planning to resign. What about Zhao Zheng? Kong Tu asked sharply, what did you want to say just now? I didn't want to say anything, Yao Ke said indifferently, I'm not familiar with him. Kong Tu didn't believe him, his manner just now clearly suggested he had something to say but seemed to consider some factors before remaining silent. Seeing Kong Tu's skeptical expression, Yao Ke said, do you want to hear what I wanted to say? I didn't come to listen specifically, Kong Tu answered, just curious about what you originally intended to say. It's obvious he's not the type to dwell on emotions, Yao Ke began, so he clearly won't fulfill your romantic fantasies. I wanted to say that, don't get mad, it's what you wanted to hear. If that was the case, Kong Tu felt less nervous instead. There were things he could see clearly himself without needing someone else to point out. His feelings for Zhao Zheng grew increasingly complicated, sometimes he wished Zhao Zheng would lose his mind over love for him. But then again, that wouldn't be Zhao Zheng wasn't someone ruled by romantic thoughts. Passionate infatuation seemed far from Zhao Zheng's character. Sometimes, Kong Tu simply wished Zhao Zheng would leave room 404 altogether, stop dangling hope in front of him, and move on. He was torn within himself, pulled by two sides like angels and demons fighting inside him. In matters of love, there were only two outcomes, either the enchanting spell of love fades during daily interactions, stripping the person of their allure, making them appear ordinary like everyone else, or the passion grows uncontrollably, impossible to extinguish. Unfortunately, Kong Tu felt deeply that he belonged to the latter category. I understand, Kong Tu said, I don't fantasize much about him. Ha, pulling your leg, Yao Ke scoffed. Moreover, according to today's game rules, no matter how harmonious and loving these people may seem now, ultimately, only one person will walk away. Try to imagine this, even if he protects you now and keeps you both till the end, will he let you go then? Do you think you've become a love guru? Kong Tu teased back. Watch your tone with me, Yao Ke warned him sternly. Got it, Kong Tu immediately flattered him, do you want a drink? Yao Ke tilted his head, indicating something, go buy me a pack of cigarettes. Kong Tu. One pack cost 50 points. It felt like bleeding from his heart. Yao Ke added politely, and get the most expensive kind. And then consider this as settled, Yao Ke concluded, I'll handle things for you. Kid, don't keep following those troublemakers into chaos. You can't outmatch them, so stay low-key. Okay. Kong Tu had no choice but to agree, okay. It was nearly 7 o'clock by now. This whole evening, Kong Tu hadn't gleaned any useful information. Yao Ke appeared casual all over but was incredibly guarded. Instead, Kong Tu found himself divulging quite a bit and lost a box of cigarettes in the process. Thanks for the treat, Yao Ke flicked 2 fingers against his forehead and said, let's catch up another time. The pain in Kong Tu's heart couldn't be described further. With great humiliation, he endured and responded, let's catch up another time. As the weather grew colder, the days shortened noticeably. By this hour, darkness had already enveloped everything. Kong Tu turned back toward the dormitory building, still pondering over the events of the day. His phone had remained silent throughout the night, unsure of whether Zhao Zheng had made any progress. Leaning against a shadowy wall, Zhao Zheng stood up as Kong Tu approached and said, are you done eating? Kong Tu's thoughts drifted far away, and he was startled by Zhao Zheng's sudden appearance, letting out a loud cry. It's me, Zhao Zheng had actually intended to scare him but regretted it slightly when Kong Tu really got startled. Did I scare you? Following the initial shock came an unexpected surprise for Kong Tuesday. He hadn't expected Zhao Zheng to come pick him up, so he asked coyly, why are you here? Zhao Zheng didn't answer directly but instead asked, why did it take so long? Kong Tu now felt a bit confused, his brain not working well again. He thought they hadn't spent much time chatting, but what first came to mind wasn't doubting that. Instead, he quickly explained, we just chatted a little. He had left at 6 o'clock, and by 7 the meeting had already dispersed, and only now realizing this, Kong Tu admitted they hadn't wasted too much time. What did you talk about? Zhao Jing asked. He told me nothing, Kong Tu said. He kept his mouth shut. I think he'll be difficult to deal with. Zhao Jing responded without much surprise, people sent to counter us wouldn't be simple characters. But he said he won't pursue the matter from today anymore, Kong Tu added. Zhao Jing looked back at him. Why did he change his stance all of a sudden? It wasn't entirely sudden, Kong Tu explained. I bought him a pack of cigarettes, the most expensive kind. Zhao Jing smiled. I'll reimburse you. Kong Tu didn't genuinely care about the work points, he only made a joke. However, Zhao Jing didn't respond to his humor as usual but instead said this, leaving Kong Tu no choice but to decline. It's fine, there's no need. Zhao Jing remarked, you have too few work points. You need to find a way to add some. Kong Tu dismissed it casually. I never planned to take the first place anyway. What's the use of adding more? We don't know how long we'll stay here, Zhao Jing said. You have every chance to surpass others. Don't give up. And your work points will affect your game grouping. I estimate there will be even more opportunities to increase them. This was the first time Kong Tu had heard about it. He asked curiously, what? I'm speculating, Zhao Jing replied, room 404 deliberately maintains a balance. If your work points rise too fast, you will likely be grouped with harder to succeed teams during the division. Kong Tu suddenly remembered that after Zhao Jing earned 300 points in the undercover mission, the next time for the battle outside the city walls, he was grouped with Pang Wan. Perhaps it was due to this very reason. Zhao Jing continued, if your score is too low, to maintain balance and not affect the game, you should still be assigned to easier to win teams, so don't lose heart or abandon yourself. But Kong Tu had given up on himself long ago, having zero attachment to work points. He didn't even want to last until the final step, otherwise, he would end up in the scenario Yao Ku envisioned, eventually leaving only him and Zhao Jing, or merely a few people. Kong Tu hesitated to imagine what such a situation would look like. Silent, the two walked forward in the evening light. Suddenly, it started drizzling lightly, the tiny raindrops falling on their bodies and bringing a hint of coolness. As late autumn evenings froze the drizzle into snowflakes, it quickly turned into sleet. Neither mentioned walking any faster. Instead, they slowly moved forward together, both starting to speak simultaneously, I. Kong Tu closed his mouth, and Zhao Jing continued, I am not someone who easily makes promises to others. In my opinion, once a promise is spoken, it weighs more than 1,000 caddies, something that cannot be broken. Kong Tu listened quietly, sensing what Zhao Jing might say. Though touched, he also felt a premonition that after these words, their entanglement could become even deeper. Indeed, Zhao Jing then stated firmly, if possible, I will definitely take you out. Kong Tu looked down, gazing at the wet shoe soles, and softly agreed, okay. But you must also make efforts, Zhao Jing said. If you try, and I try, then we may have hope, understand. Kong Tu glanced at him before quickly averting his eyes and giving a slight sound in response. The temperature dropped further, the raindrops transforming completely into snowflakes. The first snowfall of the year arrived. Kong Tu didn't know exactly what kind of relationship they were currently in. Irrationally, he felt a surge of anger. Why was he always stepping backward while Zhao Jing continuously pushed forward? Zhao Jing hated his failure to meet expectations, feeling both sympathy for his misfortune and anger at his lack of striving. Zhao Jing had a strong sense of responsibility but shouldn't act so mercifully, and cruelly, toward someone who liked him. A sudden rush of anger surged in Kong Tuesday. He stood straight and shouted loudly, stop worrying about me. After saying this, his anger drained, and he immediately fell into panic again. Zhao Jing, through the swirling snowflakes, fixed his gaze steadily on him. His silence was steady and resolute. Kong Tu looked bewildered and said, didn't we agree to keep our distance after this matter? You mentioned it, Zhao Jing replied calmly, but we are still friends. Kong Tu, you know exactly what I mean. So what? Zhao Jing asked, not even friendship is possible. Am I not allowed to care for you anymore? Kong Tu was left speechless by his pointed question, feeling as if he were the one who had betrayed trust. He said, you know I like you. What kind of feelings are those? Zhao Jing asked, a promise to spend a lifetime together. My mother made it with Lu Buwei, with my father, and with Lao Ai. She liked them all, but she could easily betray any of them. This shallow emotion isn't worth holding on to. Can't you see how things stand between us, yet you demand an utterly meaningless response from me? If I don't say anything, will you sever ties completely? In your eyes, is my commitment worth less than these 2 words? How about me personally? And where does our friendship stand? Kong Tu finally understood, Zhao Jing didn't believe in his feelings at all. His childhood environment made Zhao Jing extreme when it came to emotions. He even guessed that upon realizing Zhao Jing's fondness for him, Zhao Jing must have felt angry, because he believed he had already given Kong Tu something better. The ancient concept of love was always unequal, and perhaps even more so in royal circles. The extravagance, luxury, and freedom associated with it weren't desired by either Zhao Jing or Kong Tu. Zhao Jing rarely had such relentless moments, and Kong Tu said, "You've misunderstood me, that wasn't what I meant. I haven't seen a happy marriage," Zhao Jing admitted, "but the era I come from cherished love. A lifelong bond with one person, although this phrase may sound cliché, it's exactly what I mean." Kong Tu added, "My affection is exactly that. You are important to me. It's you as a person, nothing else. But you know, there's no hope for us since you don't like me." "I don't dislike you," Zhao Jing frowned. "Alright," Kong Tu said, "so you like me the way you would like a friend, right?" Zhao Jing continued frowning, and whenever he did so, he appeared stern with a calculating dignity. Kong Tu looked at him with softened eyes and said, "But I am different." Zhao Jing began to ask, "How?" but his words abruptly stopped because Kong Tu suddenly stepped forward, slightly tiptoed, and lightly kissed him just like the first snowfall of the night. End of Volume 1, Starting Journey. Chapter 69, This Departure, Part 1. Kong Tu opened his eyes, looked at Zhao Zheng's face, and smiled, saying, "This is what I meant." He still lacked the audacity, not daring to be too bold, so he just gently touched Zhao Zheng's lips and immediately pulled away. Even so, his heart raced violently, as if it were about to leap out of his chest. Zhao Zheng slightly lowered his head to look at him, his breath landing on Kong Tu's face first, but he did not say a word. Kong Tu forced himself to calm down and said, "Stay away from me, I'm not the same kind of person as your mother." Snowflakes landed on his face and also on Zhao Zheng's mouth and cheeks, melting delicately and bringing a gentle coolness. When Kong Tu kissed him, he had placed his hand on Zhao Zheng's chest, but now with the melting snow, it was all withdrawn as if it were an illusion. The two were very close, their breaths intertwining, and Zhao Zheng seemed to hear the beating of Kong Tu's heart in his chest. It was loud and frantic. Through the swirling snow, Kong Tu's features softened. The lights of Nocturne City lit up, revealing his fine skin and handsome looks, resembling an untainted young nobleman. But his expression betrayed undeniable unease. Zhao Zheng's Adam's apple moved slightly, his gaze evading Kong Tu's direct stare, yet catching sight of the clenched fists hidden within the sleeves, the knuckles turning white. "This is how it is," Kong Tu, having reached this point, threw caution to the wind and said with apparent determination, "We can't be friends." Zhao Zheng lifted his head again to look at Kong Tu's face. Kong Tu gave him a wry smile, winked, and said, "You understand now." This person's body and words conveyed entirely different messages. He was half a head shorter than Zhao Zheng, his nose red from the cold. He continued, "I sometimes think, from your standpoint, I am actually a burden to you. You have your own plans, your country, and your people. I am too self-absorbed. So don't bother me anymore," Kong Tu declared resolutely, "I'll sort out my feelings myself, and you shouldn't add more complications for me." In all honesty, Kong Tu wasn't particularly upset at the moment, even feeling like he'd gained something. Zhao Jing didn't seem disgusted with him even at this time, whereas Yan Lingfei would probably have knocked his front teeth out by now. With lightheartedness, Kong Tu whistled casually but was held back before Zhao Jing walked ahead on his own. Zhao Jing merely held his hand without speaking. Compared to the previous Zhao Zheng who had bombarded him with questions, the current Zhao Zheng was excessively silent. To be honest, Zhao Jing didn't know what to say either, but he could foresee that if they parted ways today, they would truly only be strangers afterward. He didn't want that. Kong Tu said resignedly, "I understand you, there's no need to feel sorry." To put it plainly, if he were Zhao Zheng, he might not choose to fall in love with a man while planning the future of 404 either. Considering this, how could someone like him, living blindly and impulsively, possibly make such a choice? Not to mention someone like Zhao Zheng. Zhao Zheng said, "You're forcing me." "I'm not." Kong Tu turned around, torn between crying and laughing. "What standing do I have to force you?" Both irrational behavior and overstepping boundaries require deep affection. What did Kong Tu possess? It seemed Zhao Zheng wasn't satisfied with Kong Tu's unilateral decision and said irritably, "Why are you always assuming things?" Kong Tu looked at him calmly and asked, "Then what do you expect from me?" Zhao Zheng countered, "What do you expect from me?" Kong Tu didn't understand why Zhao Zheng was angry. He had completely sacrificed his dignity, doing everything for Zhao Zheng's ease. What had he done wrong? Seeing his silence, Zhao Zheng said, "All right, I get it. Your emotions are different from others. But let me ask you, when you unilaterally declare liking someone and then reject yourself, leaving me, what role do I play in your little game?" Kong Tu flared up in anger. "What do you mean by that?" His anger ignited Zhao Zheng too, leading him to speak recklessly, "You're wallowing in self-pity." Kong Tu, unsure whether he was angry or hurt, his eyes instantly reddened, yet he retorted forcefully, "Well, what else could you have done except respond to me? In fact, I never planned to tell you anything, it was you guys who made me feel like some monkey show. I didn't want to say it, but did you give me a chance to hide it?" Zhao Zheng. Kong Tu retorted, "Who isn't indulging in self-pity? Do you really think you aren't overly accommodating toward me? Don't you also feel incredibly wronged? Aren't you engaging in self-pity as well?" At this moment, Kong Tu's quick wit was at its peak, leaving Zhao Jing no room to rebut. Kong Tu continued, "And what more do you expect from me? You don't want to cut ties with me, so I'm supposed to stay humbly infatuated with you while remaining your friend? On what basis?" Zhao Jing couldn't argue further and said, "How can you be? I'm just this kind of person, Kong Tu replied with satisfaction. I've always been like this. Before, it was all an act. I'm full of thorns, don't think you can bully me. Zhao Jing couldn't believe it. I bullied you. Kong Tu said, yes. Zhao Jing repeated, you think I've been bullying you? Kong Tu had bottled up feelings for so long and finally let them out, no longer caring, and said, it was you who said that I forced you. Fine. Zhao Jing raised both hands in surrender. It's my fault. Kong Tu didn't know why they ended up arguing like this, tiredly saying, anyway, it's the trouble I caused. Then came silence. After a small quarrel, there was some awkwardness between the two as they slowly walked along the street in the snowfall. Kong Tu was still angry and firmly refused to bring up any topics. Actually, Zhao Zheng's mood wasn't great either, but he took the initiative to break the silence and said, why you woke up? How is he? Kong Tu graciously asked in a low voice, kicking around a pebble on the ground. Zhao Zheng, he isn't clear about what exactly happened, he just feels danger. He doesn't remember what the people he met looked like. Kong Tu, hypnosis. It might be, Zhao Zheng said. Yan Lingfei also said so. The reason the robots activated was because we broke into the basement. It wasn't aimed at Huayu. Huayu was in no danger then. Hypnosis would be the only possibility. Zhao Zheng added. Kong Tu asked, what about Shanihu? Found him, Zhao Zheng said. This afternoon, he was at Ajio's place. Supposedly, he didn't feel well. Kong Tu, slowly getting back into the situation, doubted, too coincidental, right? It's indeed a coincidence, Zhao Jing agreed, and now the main issue is, what's the murderer trying to accomplish by making such a big fuss? Luban tends to think the other side failed in action, but I reckon, that person was trying to tell us something. Kong Tu said, like today's basement. Not just that, Zhao Jing said, you didn't see Huayu's state when he woke up. He was extremely scared, but didn't know what he was afraid of. Kong Tu muttered, power show. What? Kong Tu said, showing off capabilities. Probably, Zhao Zheng had no mood to analyze anything further, casually saying, we'll talk about it later. His mind was now a jumble of confusion. He felt restless, didn't know where this agitation came from, and dared not direct his anger at Kong Tuesday. He could only bear it alone. Kong Tu said, do you think there's something wrong with the warden? Definitely, Zhao Jing frowned, nobody escaped scrutiny. Kong Tu carefully went through the warden's behavior of today again in his mind. He always had a very subtle feeling, but didn't know why. Suddenly, he remembered a sentence he heard from the warden today, stopping to ask Zhao Zheng, do you remember? What did he say this afternoon about us going to the solitary confinement room for? Zhao Zheng wasn't focused on this, absent-mindedly saying, what? To play landlord. Kong Tu looked directly into his eyes and said, he told us to go play landlord. Zhao Zheng reacted too, how did he know? The three of them played landlord in Yan Lingfei's dormitory, only 4 people knew about it. The other person was Yang. How did the warden know? Maybe it's a coincidence, Kong Tu said, but he seems to know us very well, knowing things about the two of us. Kong Tu finally found where that subtle feeling originated from. When he talked with Yao Ku, it didn't feel like they were strangers at all. Yao Ku was very familiar with his temperament and interests. He was always tailoring the conversation according to Kong Tu. Wait, Zhao Jing interrupted, what does he know? That I like you. Kong Tu added another inexplicable sentence here, and he even said he wanted to try with me. Zhao Zheng. Kong Tu controlled himself not to look at Zhao Zheng's expression, pretending to casually brush this topic aside, so I think he must have observed us. Zhao Zheng said, oh. Kong Tu started finding it meaningless again. Tormenting Zhao Zheng or attempting to prove that Zhao Zheng had feelings for him wouldn't benefit him. It wouldn't make him happy anyway. So he simply changed the topic, what do you plan to do? Zhao Zheng replied in a disordered state of mind, new tasks will be released the day after tomorrow. Let's take it step by step. Kong Tu, alright. Chapter 70. This goes both ways, too. After several struggles, Zhao Jing truly didn't know what to say. He felt he had spoken incorrectly and wanted to apologize, yet also thought Kong Tu hadn't given him any advantage either, an apology would have been awkward. Besides, he indeed harbored some unnamed frustration in his heart that made him unwilling to apologize. This night, for the umpteenth time, silence fell between them again. This time Zhao Zheng was too lazy to find another topic. Kong Tu was more upset, so they both silently walked all the way back to the dormitory building. The snow fell harder, cascading gracefully under the black curtain-like sky. They were completely drenched, and Kong Tu felt cold, thinking how absurd it was for them to be strolling in such weather without even considering finding shelter. His fingers pressing the elevator button turned red, and he tucked his head into his collar. He looked at their reflections in the glass, noticing Zhao Jing seemed to have gained some weight, no longer as lean as during their first mission. His shoes today had thicker soles, making Kong Tu appear much shorter compared to him now despite being only 4 or 5 centimeters shorter before. When he looked up, his gaze accidentally met Zhao Zheng's, causing a moment of embarrassment as they both quickly turned away. The elevator arrived with a ding. They moved their legs at the same time, paused, and then both stepped back simultaneously. Kong Tu found this utterly ridiculous and said, you go first. Zhao Jing entered the elevator first, holding the door open to prevent it from closing. Once Kong Tu walked in and turned around, they stood side by side. Zhao Jing looked straight ahead and said, "Will you always be like this?" Zhao Jing did not reply immediately. Their gazes met once more through the reflection of the elevator doors. The elevator ascended swiftly and directly reached the 4th floor with another ding. As the doors opened, Zhao Jing hesitated for a moment before stepping out. Kong Tu stared at his back. Emotions surged within him at this point, his eyes reddening, yet he suppressed himself and stayed silent. By the time the elevator doors fully closed, Zhao Jing did not turn back. After the doors sealed shut, Kong Tu exhaled deeply, sniffed, and held back his tears. He felt irritated but couldn't quite figure out why. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he decided to return and sleep soundly. At the same time, Zhao Zheng had returned down below. Standing at the elevator door and looking at the number 5 displayed above, he aimlessly spun around on the spot before ultimately giving up and kicking the robot next to him. Hearing its incessant red light alarms increased his frustration. He yanked his hood over his head and strode off toward the dormitory. Kong Tu registered his retinal information to enter, threw his clothes far onto the sofa, and watched as Cheongqi hovered over, its pale yellow eyes staring at him again. Collapsing on the bed, he spoke what would be his last words tonight. Scram. Fuck love, fuck life, everything can just fuck off. The next day, Kong Tu spent the entire day lying in bed, locking Cheongqi outside the door, endlessly scrolling through his social media feed without anything new popping up. He ended up flipping through old posts, scrolling all the way back to 5 years ago until his head spun. Tossing the phone aside, he continued sleeping. He had lived many days like this in the past, almost every weekend since starting work, pulling the curtains shut, hugging his phone, reading countless fascinating stories about strangers online. None of these lives belonged to him. He was just a passerby piecing together someone's lifetime pulse between the lines, a highly cost-effective method since it required neither emotional investment nor jealousy or envy. Today, however, his mind was occupied by other things, preventing him from settling down. He thought, perhaps he himself, to Zhao Zheng, was just as clear and readable as those bright, straightforward words. Always being browsed by others, allowing them to freely read through his hardships, joys, and sorrows, he could not help but let go of resentment towards Zhao Zheng because he had indeed done nothing wrong. Kong Tu realized there was nowhere for his anger to go except inward, slowly letting it dissolve inside himself. Their tension didn't take much effort to spread among the members of room 404. On the 3rd day when the mission was announced, Kong Tu went to Clock Square half an hour earlier without Zhao Zheng. Yan Lingfei had already drawn her lot and sat on the ground waving at him. Kong Tu picked up his lot and asked, "Battle outside the city?" "It's confirmed, battle outside the city." Yan Lingfei nodded and waved back at him. "Which team are you in?" Kong Tu asked first, "Which team are you in?" "A team," Yan Lingfei casually answered with the lot in her mouth. "What about you?" Kong Tu unfolded the paper slip, incredulously saying, "Isn't it strange? We've been in the same group 3 times. "Yes," Yan Lingfei glanced at his lot and said, "Happy?" Kong Tu replied, "Happy." Yan Lingfei snorted with amusement, leaning on her elbow on the ground, saying, "Seems like all of us are in Team A this time." Kong Tu exclaimed, "Ah." "Everyone's in one group," Yan Lingfei explained casually, an old trick from the 1st decade. "No opposing teams, points will be allocated based on individual performance within the group. So why bother with the lottery?" "Just for show," Yan Lingfei answered lazily, "it gives a sense of mystery." "They'll tell you later." Kong Tu responded with an, "Oh," and didn't think it was much worth worrying about. These past 2 days, he hadn't been feeling particularly energetic. As he sat on the ground next to Yan Lingfei, waiting for the large screen to randomly select the mission site, he suddenly remembered something. He asked, "Did you find any new leads while I was away these last couple of days?" "No," Yan Lingfei replied, "we initially guessed they used hypnotism. The opponent knows a lot, looks skilled. We suspect they might know more about 30th century machinery since they only started acting freely after arriving here. There were only 3 natives from the 30th century left, and Hua Yu was just attacked recently," Kong Tu added. "Yes," Yan Lingfei confirmed nonchalantly as she swung her legs, then looked at Kong Tu and asked, "Hey, did you argue with Zhao Zheng?" "Sort of." Kong Tu didn't want to talk about it and simply said, "Let's not bring it up anymore." Yan Lingfei understood and said, "All right. Actually, I noticed things weren't quite right the other day." "What wasn't right?" Kong Tu asked. "Holy shit." Yan Lingfei exaggeratedly complained, "Yesterday, Zhao Zheng had a horrible expression, looking pissed off like nothing was going right, and he even filed for compensation over a trash can and 2 cleaning robots. I guessed immediately that it was because of you." Kong Tu sighed silently. Yan Lingfei scrutinized his expression, asking, "Is it the sound of victory or the mournful howl before defeat?" "Defeat," Kong Tu coldly stated, "why so curious? Is your own relationship well managed?" Yan Lingfei pointed at him, "Look at you, ungrateful bastard, always hurting me." She shifted her gaze slightly and quietly said to Kong Tu, "Here he comes, watch your face." But Zhao Jing didn't approach. Instead, he drew a lot himself, glanced at it briefly, and tossed it aside carelessly. He happened to bump into Oh Yang and both of them began chatting nearby. Yan Lingfei said teasingly, wow, you two are still in a cold war. I'll punch you, Kong Tu snapped irritably, shut up. They endured the wait until finally it was time to draw the scene. The robotic female voice appeared and said, hello everyone, nice to meet again. Let's now draw the mission site outside the city. Please shout, stop, when your name is called. The robotic voice continued, Yang Xian. Instant chaos erupted among the crowd. Yan Lingfei shouted loudly, dear, Yang Xian is already dead. For a full 5 seconds, the robotic voice remained silent before continuing, then you, Yan Lingfei. Yan Lingfei shrugged indifferently, got it. Words on the big screen rapidly flickered. Yan Lingfei lazily stretched out her word, stop. Even though no one on the surface made comments, this mistake by the robotic voice today had undoubtedly planted seeds of suspicion in everyone's hearts. Finally, the word stopped at Xingtian's punishment. The whistling of disapproval this time was even louder than the previous instance. Bailey Chi cursed, what the hell luck is this? Kong Tu, who was still lost in thought over how the robotic voice had just mentioned the name of a deceased member, puzzled and asked, what's wrong? Chang Mingming explained, a battle against demons and monsters awaits us. Kong Tu, startled, asked, what kind of monsters? Where are they coming from? What exactly are we supposed to do? To fight, Lu Ban stood up, adjusting his cuffs, in this task, you'll see a world you've never encountered before. Don't be too scared, losing your yang energy could mean death. Kong Tu was completely bewildered about what facial expression he should have. He had assumed that missions like the Battle of Mail were the extreme limit, and maybe at most, they'd go to the future to fight, but demons and monsters. The mechanical female voice then declared, now distributing supplies and provisions. Please form a queue orderly to collect them. Yan Lingfei quipped, dear, you've been working hard recently. Do remember to rest well. The mechanical voice ignored her, prompting Yan Lingfei to say sarcastically, next time, please make sure to check your list before coming out. The mechanical voice coldly retorted, are you done? Yan Lingfei chuckled, done. No matter how Kong Tu looked at it, he felt the issue was far too significant. The mechanical female voice should have been a system capable of being present in 2 scenes simultaneously without distraction, yet how could there be an error in programming? Could it be that 404's internal systems were beginning to develop some sort of problem? The mechanical female voice stated, this time, all members will not be divided into groups. Instead, we will adopt a within-group evaluation system for work point distribution. Please prepare well. Kong Tu thought, just as Yan Lingfei guessed. Yan Lingfei always had a sharp instinct about such things, he wondered if this counted as some kind of natural talent. It was now Kong Tu's turn to collect supplies. Yao Ke tipped his hat and glanced at him, asking, what are you thinking about so deeply? I'm thinking about all of you, Kong Tu replied. Yao Ke laughed, oh, you're thinking about me? Since Yao Ke wasn't being serious, neither was Kong Tu as he responded, yes. Yao Ke carelessly swiped something on the terminal and said, extend your hand. Kong Tu complied, extending his hand. Yao Ke tossed him a very ordinary-looking stone, Nuwa's stone. Holding it gives you divine power, 1 per person. Kong Tu felt like he was reading a storybook and looked down at the unremarkable stone in his hand, then back up, asking. How do I use it? Just carry it with you, Yao Ke explained, yours, let me see, belongs to water element. The specific energy level depends on the individual's potential. Kong Tu dejectedly admitted, that's great because I lack potential. Yao Ke smirked slightly and handed over the remaining supplies without further instructions, whispering near Kong Tu's ear, relax, the one I gave you is quite powerful. Kong Tu cast him a suspicious glance. Yao Ke patted his shoulder and said, next. Kong Tu moved forward but then reconsidered and returned, insisting, give me a different one. Don't make extra trouble for me, Yao Ke retorted without looking up. Kong Tu didn't want to owe this favor. This person had suddenly started drawing attention more frequently, which raised questions, and Kong Tu wasn't inclined to trust him easily. Stubbornly, he extended his hand again, demanding, give me another one. Yao Ke sighed helplessly, don't overthink it. I'm just repaying the box of cigarettes I owe you. You could just give me another box, Kong Tu suggested. I don't have the points to buy them, Yao Ke explained, take it, it won't kill you, okay? The people behind were already getting annoyed, someone asked irritably, are we done here? Yao Ke snapped back, can't you wait? You waited 30 years, didn't you? Kong Tu didn't want others to see him mingling too much with the administrator, so he reluctantly took the stone and left, saying before departing, thanks. Don't mention it, Yao Ke replied absently, eyes still fixed on the terminal screen as he swiped it a couple of times and nonchalantly added, you can reconsider what we discussed the other day. Kong Tu shook his head speechlessly at Yao Ke, finding this guy completely illogical. After collecting their supplies, the team stood by the capsule doors waiting to depart. Zhao Zheng stood quietly by the side, arms crossed, lips pursed, seemingly lost in thought. His pod happened to be next to Kong Tu's. When Kong Tu walked over, he hesitated but ultimately decided against speaking to Zhao Zheng. Chapter 71, The Punishment of Xingtian, Part 1. He didn't want to intentionally have a cold war with Zhao Zheng, but after their previous unpleasant parting, it was somewhat awkward. Moreover, he still wasn't sure how Zhao Zheng saw him now, what if he didn't even want anything to do with him? Yan Lingfei ran up enthusiastically, only to see Kong Tu turn back and keep jogging in place. He asked, "What does your stone look like?" Kong Tu showed him briefly and then asked, "What's your element?" "Fire," Yan Lingfei said, spreading his hand to show a reddish stone. It was fire before too, seems like it's decided based on each person's character. But Kong Tu felt that there wasn't much about himself related to water. His personality leaned towards being intense and stubborn. He wondered why this stone had been given to him. Yan Lingfei said, "It suits you well, I guessed you were water." "Really?" Kong Tu asked. "Yes," Yan Lingfei replied. "I think you're quite the performer. A beer, and I'll tell you what Zheng's like." "I don't need your help," Kong Tu said disdainfully. "I'll see it for myself when the time comes." "You've lost all energy," Yan Lingfei remarked. Kong Tu tilted his chin toward him, gesturing for him to look behind. Jiao and Chang Mingming stood talking. Kong Tu said, "Tell me the nature of Zhao Zheng's stone, and I'll take you over there to chat." Yan Lingfei hesitated. Kong Tu gently persuaded him, saying, "Jiao won't acknowledge you anyway if you go by yourself." "All right," Yan Lingfei said, "but you shouldn't cause trouble." "Agreed," Kong Tu said. The two exchanged glances, very much in sync as they turned around walking over. From afar, Kong Tu greeted, "Sister Ming, Jiao, it's been a while." Chang Mingming asked, "Have you collected your item?" "Done." Kong Tu glanced at them naturally and asked, "What are yours?" Jiao turned and walked away. Kong Tu looked at Yan Lingfei in disbelief. Chang Mingming pitted both of them slightly, asking, "Do you have any other questions?" "Nope," Kong Tu replied. Chang Mingming smiled and asked again, "Why haven't you two reconciled yet?" Yan Lingfei felt his pride bruised and found himself momentarily stiffened, retorting, "She." "Yan Zi," Kong Tu hurriedly consoled him, "Relax, just relax. How can she act this way?" Yan Lingfei pointed at Jiao's retreating figure, genuinely upset now. "I'm really mad." "Don't get angry with girls," Kong Tu earnestly advised. "And it's all because of love." Chang Mingming also joined in, "Big boys these days act as coy as girls." "What do you mean, acting coy?" Yan Lingfei couldn't believe his ears. "Acting coy? Haven't I thrown off all dignity?" Kong Tu patted him on the chest to calm him down while quietly observing whether Jiao heard anything. In a low voice, he said, "Yan Gu, lower your tone." Sure enough, Jiao had heard, and suddenly turned her head, glaring angrily at Yan Lingfei. That one glance sent a shiver through Kong Tu, who was grateful to be interested in Zhao Zheng instead, much gentler. Unaware of what transpired behind his back, Yan Lingfei was still ranting loudly. In a panic, Kong Tu slapped the back of his head and berated, "Will you ever finish?" "Yan Lingfei." Kong Tu dragged him by the collar and grinned awkwardly at Chang Mingming, "We'll leave first, don't bother me here." As Chang Mingming stood there laughing like watching a spectacle, she added with amusement, "Leave quick, don't irritate me here." "I see you're looking to die," Kong Tu whispered furiously in Yan Lingfei's ear once they'd stepped aside, being so loud, hoping people can't hear you. "I don't love her anymore," Yan Lingfei declared, "I'm done playing." Kong Tu was rendered speechless and could only say, all right, not loving her anymore." "I'm serious, don't disbelieve me," Yan Lingfei said heatedly, "Dad doesn't play with her anymore. Why should only her have mood swings?" Kong Tu. There was no point trying to reason with someone during an emotional outburst, so he didn't bother stopping him either. He simply went along, fine, I support you." Yan Lingfei pointed at him accusingly, "Which side are you on?" This question reminded Kong Tu of times when his parents fought and his mom asked which side he was on. Experienced as he was, he gave Yan Lingfei's shoulder a brotherly pat and responded, "Of course I stand by you." Yan Lingfei shot him a look, seemingly acknowledging that he had chosen wisely, saying, "Never speak to her again from now on." Unable to bear his immaturity any longer, Kong Tu retorted, "You're ridiculously immature." Just at this moment, all members had finished collecting supplies. The robotic female voice announced, "Please enter your cabin, wishing you good luck for the upcoming journey." With no choice, Kong Tu returned to his cabin. Zhao Zheng stood silently before his own cabin. As Kong Tu approached, Zhao Zheng was just about to step in, turning to glance at Kong Tu briefly before quickly looking away without exchanging words. Kong Tu was almost driven crazy by him, but he remained calm on the surface, as if it didn't matter to him, and walked into the cabin. Before, he had always hoped that their relationship would be like this, though a little better, not to the point of not talking. They should just be ordinary friends who occasionally exchanged pleasantries when they met. But now, everything had grown distant, and Kong Tu wasn't happy about it. Instead, he felt very depressed. "It's all your own fault," Kong Tu ridiculed himself. Accompanied by violent tremors, a familiar surge of pain came over him, and Kong Tu closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar and primitive land. The ground was bathed in dazzling yellow hues, with waist-high grass swaying gently in the wind. Thick clouds filled the sky, and there was no clear boundary between heaven and earth. It seemed like evening had already set in, with streaks of crimson from the setting sun mingling in the heavy clouds, looking so close it seemed like you could reach out and pluck it. Some strange, unidentified large birds were attracted by their presence and slowly approached them. As soon as Kong Tu stepped out of the cabin, before he could marvel at the magnificent sight before him, Li Xian shouted loudly, "Run!" Without thinking about anything else, everyone bolted away. The four-legged beasts, each adorned with long horns, let out ear-piercing screeches and instantly, both humans and creatures on the plains rushed toward them. Zhao Jing abruptly turned around and roared an order, instantly summoning two gleaming swords into his hands. In one fluid motion, Zhao Jing spun the swords around before thrusting them forward, scattering light in arcs. At once, all the fierce creatures halted their steps, growling lowly with their horns tilted forward in a defensive stance, preparing to attack at any moment. Zhao Jing showed no fear as he took another step forward and forcefully plunged his sword into the ground, uttering gravely, "Kneel." At that very instant, an overwhelming aura surged through the heavens, leaving no one daring to move. Within a few seconds, all the strange beasts hesitated and then gradually knelt down on their front legs. Heaven's Emperor Sword, Li Xian explained quietly upon seeing Kong Tu's puzzlement, the body of a true dragon emperor repels evil spirits. So he belongs to metal, Kong Tu said. Li Xian spoke proudly, "That's correct." Kong Tu deeply understood his pride because both of them believed that Zhao Jing was different from these people, born noble. With natural dignity, Zhao Jing commanded, "Withdraw." Issuing orders came effortlessly to him, as if it was second nature. Many people aren't suited for leadership, they cannot comfortably command others to risk their lives for them, but Zhao Jing could. He was a born ruler, and thus he also attracted a group of loyal and steadfast followers who would lay down their lives for him, which he regarded as a given. The strange beasts bowed their heads and retreated slowly, eventually rearing up and disappearing into the vast expanse of the land. Everyone fell into confusion. They had been abandoned in this inexplicable place without knowing where to go next. "Don't look at me," Lu Miao said, "I don't know, I'm not good at guessing, and don't blame me if we can't find the way." Ouyang Zhen asked, "So, who do we fight, and what?" "The punishment of Xingtian," Bai Yuhui replied. "It is naturally tied to Xingtian. He's a deity," Lu Miao finally added, "under the banner of the Flame Emperor during the war between Yan and Huang emperors. Xingtian fought alongside Qi Yu but was beheaded by Yellow Emperor. Thus, either we must seek aid from Flame Emperor or find the Yellow Emperor." "How do we find them?" Kong Tu asked. "Sorry, but I'm not aware of that information," Lu Miao shrugged. "This happened in the ancient past, beyond my current knowledge. The system had dumped them here without giving them any hint, so they had no choice but to follow the direction of the stream downstream. After several hours of walking, the sky still remained tinged with red hues and did not turn dark. During a short rest, Lu Miao sat on the ground puzzled. The suspended sun signifies Pengu's death, so why isn't there any night? "It's all legend," Ouyang Zhen remarked, "perhaps not entirely true. Our situation is different this time, indicating that many more unusual events lie ahead." Kong Tu held the stone in his hand, unsure of how to use it. Zhao Jing looked down at him and said simply, "Close your eyes." Kong Tu raised his eyes, unmoving. Sighing softly, Zhao Jing grabbed his hand and helped him clench it. Again he instructed, "Close your eyes." Only then did Kong Tu obey and shut his eyes. Zhao Jing asked in a deep tone, "Do you feel anything?" "No," Kong Tu answered bluntly. "Focus," Zhao Jing admonished. Rolling his eyes slightly, Kong Tu tried seriously to focus. A warmth coursed through his palm and entered his body, gradually heating his blood. Startled, Kong Tu quickly released his grip. "What did you see?" Zhao Jing asked. "Water," Kong Tu replied. "Rivers, waterfalls." "Exactly," Zhao Jing nodded. "Now, release it." "How?" Kong Tu thought silently. "What do you mean, release?" "Do whatever you like," Zhao Jing said indifferently as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "Imagine your ability, if you think you can achieve it, then do so." Kong Tu had no choice. With such an uncommitted mentor, he could only explore on his own. He stretched out his hand and tried hard but nothing happened, not even a fart. Feeling humiliated, he refused to try again. Zhao Jing called his name, "Look up." Unconsciously, Kong Tu followed the order. The moment he raised his head, he saw a streak of sword light flash. Zhao Jing thrust the sword straight at him. He raised his arms in front of his face, his mind going blank. Then came the deafening sound of whoosh. A colossal water curtain rose from the ground and soared into the sky. Zhao Jing retracted his sword, which disappeared effortlessly into his sleeve, while his formidable presence dissipated. Calmly, he said, "Aren't you already capable of this?" Kong Tu stood there speechless. He realized that Zhao Jing always resorted to this trick, forcing him to take one step forward no matter what, never seeking his consent or expecting gratitude, acting solely according to his own intentions. Kong Tu concluded that Zhao Zheng's slightly domineering behavior was driven by a mix of control and responsibility, and when these two traits converged in one person, they created such a situation. Their movements drew quite a bit of attention, startling many around them. Yan Lingfei exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Wow, how come your stone is so powerful?" Unable to tell the truth, Kong Tu laughed awkwardly and replied, "It's a talent thing." With a hint of skepticism, Zhao Jing remarked blandly, "Is that so?" Chapter 72, Xingtian's Punishment, 2. Kong Tu originally wanted to say something to get past the moment, but then he paused and instead asked in return, or what? As expected, Zhao Jing remained silent and walked away. Kong Tu snickered inwardly, you little guy, I can still play with you. Suddenly, the thick clouds in the sky began to roll, white lightning intertwined with the mist, and eventually struck down with a loud roar, shaking the earth. Everyone thought it was going to rain, so they got up and prepared to find shelter. However, they soon realized something was off. This thunder appeared to be targeting them, quickly approaching at an alarming speed. Before they could react, they had to start running again. Why is it chasing us? Yan Lingfei screamed out loud in despair. Kong Tu responded, because you've got Gigi syrup. Gasping for breath, Yan Lingfei said, don't joke around with me like that. Zhao Zheng shoved Yan Lingfei aside, a thunderbolt exploded right beside his feet. Yan Lingfei tumbled a couple of times on the ground, completely covered in grass and dirt, looking utterly disheveled. Xia Qi shouted loudly, run. Yan Lingfei hadn't even gotten up yet, so upon hearing this, he could only keep rolling forward, dizzying from the rapid spinning. Thunderbolts continued to strike nearby, causing everyone great suffering. Bailey she shouted, Zhao Zheng. Use your sword. It's no use, Zhao Zheng leaped down from a massive rock, shouting back, it only works on humans and animals. Yan Lingfei's head bumped against a stone, causing stars to appear before his eyes. He came to a stop. Bai Yue kicked Yan Lingfei once more, sending him rolling down again, demanding, why? Who is chasing us? Yan Lingfei cried out mournfully, ah. God. Ouyang Zhen said, glancing sideways and seeing Yan Lingfei already rolling down the slope, he immediately shouted, stop. Yan Lingfei, already spinning uncontrollably at high speed, lost all control and yelled loudly, Aawa. In front of them lay a steep hillside, with unclear views below. Kong Tu sprinted a few steps and attempted to grab Yan Lingfei, but as he lunged forward, he fell with chest pains, managing only to hold on to the edge of Yan Lingfei's clothing. The force was too great, pulling him further down as well. Entangled with Yan Lingfei, they plummeted down the slope together. By the time Zhao Zheng ran 2 steps over, he couldn't catch up, without hesitation, jumped down after them. Everyone. The thunder followed closely on their heels by now. With no other choice, the rest had to continue running. In the chaos, 3 members were separated from the group almost instantly. Although the situation was abrupt and unexpected, there wasn't much worry since Zhao Zheng and Yan Lingfei were still present. On the slope, the shrieks of Kong Tu and Yan Lingfei resounded through the heavens as they spiraled downward uncontrollably. Zhao Zheng's shoes nearly wore out trying to catch up with them. Unable to follow, he decisively summoned his long sword and embedded it into the slope to control his own descent. Finally, Kong Tu and Yan Lingfei both landed in the river. Kong Tu felt like he was about to black out, dizzy and nauseous. After gulping in water unintentionally, he nearly suffocated under the river water. Blindly groping around underwater to find Yan Lingfei, enduring excruciating chest pain, his limbs became unresponsive like cramping. Slowly sinking towards the bottom, at that instant, he suddenly touched something behind him which lifted him upwards. His consciousness faded, and he gradually closed his eyes. Somebody descending from the heavens, dressed like that, must definitely be a god, someone above argued loudly. Another voice retorted, how could a god fall into the river and be rescued by the Kongong fish? A child's voice chimed in, could they be from Emperor Yan's side? Stop the nonsense. An adult woman was immediately reprimanded mid-sentence, and with that remark, the quarreling among the crowd ceased. Kong Tu struggled to open his eyes. Every inch of his body hurt as he saw a circle of heads gathered around, wide-eyed, staring at him. Kong Tu. Seeing he had awakened, everyone took a collective step backward. Kong Tu laboriously sat up, looked around, and noticed Yan Lingfei lying on the ground not far from him, no more than 3 meters away, but there was no sign of Zhao Zheng. During the tumble down, he had been unable to observe his surroundings and was unsure whether Zhao Zheng indeed jumped down after them. Having heard the conversation just now, Kong Tu explained hurriedly, fearing being silenced as soon as he woke up, I'm human. A man wearing a fur coat stepped forward, roughly trimmed stubble covering his face, skin darkened, eyebrows as if painted with black charcoal, radiating a wild beauty. He questioned, from which tribe? And why are you here? Kong Tu realized things had gone awry. Not knowing of any specific tribe, he immediately feigned a headache and groaned in discomfort. I can't remember clearly. When Kong Tu first met Zhao Zheng, this was the trick Zhao Zheng used. Although it seemed crude, it somewhat deceived Kong Tu, so he copied it. Where am I? Yan Lingfei gradually regained consciousness at that moment. Groaning as he sat up, he shook his head dizzily and looked up at them blankly. Who are you? Who am I? Where am I? Seeing Yan Lingfei's overly dramatic performance, Kong Tu wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry when he heard those classic 3 questions. Yet oddly, both their minds were aligned as they improvised a coherent act. Still, Kong Tu could tell these people didn't believe them. Their eyes betrayed caution. Kong Tu earnestly declared, we have no ill intentions. Didn't you just claim you have amnesia? The man asked skeptically, then how do you know you have no ill intentions? Kong Tu then replied, at least I don't right now. The man said firmly, regardless, we don't take in outsiders. Gong Shi, give them 2 bowls of millet porridge. They will leave after eating. Initially, Kong Tu and Yan Lingfei hadn't intended to linger, they needed to catch up with the main group. They were grateful for this arrangement but recognized it as a rare opportunity to understand what had transpired here by interacting with the natives. Squatting aside, each holding a clay bowl of gruel, the two exchanged glances. Kong Tu interpreted Yan Lingfei's meaning, "It's not good, nobody's coming near us. We'd better wait until tonight, then you tie one up and force him to chat with us." Yan Lingfei bristled, "Why should it be me? You're way too confident in me. Have you seen their sizes? Can I take down even one of them?" "Size doesn't mean everything," Kong Tu encouraged. "I trust you." "Not happening," Yan Lingfei said curtly. Kong Tu gave in. "Then let's both go together." "Ha," Yan Lingfei scoffed cynically, "trust you? You'll be the first to run if anything goes wrong." Kong Tu retaliated. "Not true. You're always the first one to betray me. That's why we need an agreement this time," Yan Lingfei insisted. "Neither of us can flee. If something happens, we face it together. Shared responsibility, got it?" "Got it," Kong Tu agreed. Thus, the two orally sealed the deal and planned to carry out the abduction later that night before walking away casually. As they departed, Yan Lingfei remarked nonchalantly, "Tastes terrible." Considering Yan Lingfei's broad tolerance for food, if he found it bad, then Kong Tu surmised that the gruel must be nearly inedible to him. However, Kong Tu adapted quickly to environments. When conditions turned harsh, his standards dropped correspondingly. He simply remarked without much feeling, "This era only offers such fare, probably." Yan Lingfei added, "If we had meat, like that thing from the river." Mentioning it reminded Kong Tu of something. "Do you know what it is?" "I overheard them calling it Hengong fish." "It's a mythical beast," Yan Lingfei stated offhandedly. "A fish during the day, transforms into human form at night. Loyal and fond of saving drowning people. Our good fortune spared us today." "How do you know all this?" Kong Tu genuinely asked. "Because I'm sharp-witted," Yan Lingfei answered smugly. However, the breadth of Yan Lingfei's knowledge was impressive since Kong Tu had noticed from the very start that Yan Lingfei seemed knowledgeable about almost everything, though he never disclosed it unless prompted. Zhao Zheng's attempt to remain inconspicuous despite his intelligence was unsuccessful. Yan Lingfei's strategy proved more effective, concealing just how deep his capabilities ran. No one likely knew how many work points Yan Lingfei had accumulated either. Kong Tu asked, "Do top scholars also need to learn these things?" "Becoming top scholar doesn't require learning this," Yan Lingfei explained. "But I've been more than just a scholar in my long life. Over 1,000 years of imperial exams, there have been countless top scholars, none of it particularly impressive. The real wisdom resides here." He pointed to his head and grinned. Annoyed, Kong Tu brushed off his hand. "Alright, that's enough," he said reluctantly, admiring Yan Lingfei privately while avoiding overt flattery due to their close friendship. As they walked out of the settlement, Kong Tu whispered lowly, "Is someone following us?" "Yes," Yan Lingfei responded succinctly, "let's keep going. They'll return once we're outside their territory." "I have a bold idea," Kong Tu confessed. "Good call," Yan Lingfei quickly grasped Kong Tu's plan. "Shall we proceed?" "Kong Tu, I'll count to 123. "Why you?" Yan Lingfei complained, "I'll count." Kong Tu raised his hands in surrender, alright, you do it." Yan Lingfei, 1, 2, 3. "Go." The two suddenly turned and ran like crazy. The man trailing them was startled and took a step back as Kong Tu shouted, "Where do you think you're running?" They chased less than 100 meters before Yan Lingfei delivered a flying kick that sent the man sprawling on the ground. Yan Lingfei pinned him down, panting as he pressed his hand against his waist, "Damn, that hurts. I must have hit a rock just now." Kong Tu squatted beside the man and said, "Don't be afraid. We won't harm you. We just need to ask a few simple questions." The man looked at Kong Tu in sheer terror, as if paralyzed with fear. Kong Tu said, "Are you going to war with Emperor Yan?" Yan Lingfei twisted the man's hands behind his back and applied more pressure, threatening him, "Speak up quickly." The man said, "You are gods." "No," Kong Tu replied amiably, "we come from afar. We just want to know what's happening here." The man looked into Kong Tu's eyes, but his black pupils seemed unfocused, as though they were staring somewhere far away. He said, "In the land of Shenzhou, there is no such thing as afar." "There is," Kong Tu explained carefully, unsure of their beliefs, "humans have afar, and we will eventually reach there." The man furrowed his brow in silence for a moment and then said, "We are not at war with Emperor Yan. The two divine emperors have already made peace. All hatred and anger will fade because humans are about to perish." "Kong Tu. What do you mean?" Kong Tu pressed. The man said, "The power of Emperor Huang comes from water but is used to benefit the people. The power of Emperor Yan comes from fire but burns food for sustenance. Humans have now attained godly powers and defied Pengu's decree. Zhu Long has ceased blinking, and humans will face divine retribution." Kong Tu asked, "Wait, what exactly is Zhu Long?" Yan Lingfei released the man and explained to him, "The spirit of Zhongshan Mountain. Legend has it that when Zhu Long opens his eyes, it becomes day, and when he closes them, it turns night. The reason we've never experienced nighttime must be due to this creature. Kong Tu understood and said, so it's not Emperor Huang and Emperor Yen who will fight, but humans and gods. Yes, the man repeated, in the land of Shenzhou, there is no such thing as afar. Yan Lingfei felt utterly helpless, so what's the plan? Create a new batch of obedient subjects. Start over. Kong Tu looked confused, what should we do then? Suddenly, a crackling sound of electric strikes came from the distance, and all three of them looked toward the source of the sound. Zhao Zheng came running frantically toward them. Kong Tu stood up just as Zhao Zheng waved his hand, run. A fish-headed, human-bodied monster rushed after them, accompanied by crackling flashes of electricity. The man got up shouting, "Ah man." Yan Lingfei readied himself for battle, fireballs swirling in his hand, stretching them into a long staff. What sort of demon is this? Take a taste of my cudgel. The monster lunged toward them with overwhelming force. Zhao Zheng leapt forward suddenly, and Yan Lingfei instantly abandoned all sense of righteousness and dodged. Kong Tu suddenly remembered his magical stone and conjured a giant water curtain barrier. The fish couldn't move fast enough to keep up with the barrier rising and lost its humanoid legs upon touching the water, becoming trapped inside the barrier. The man cried out in shock, "You are gods." But no one paid him any attention. Zhao Zheng was almost exhausted but extremely conscious of maintaining appearances in front of others and would never casually sit down. Kong Tu noticed this and quietly offered his shoulder, and Zhao Zheng leaned against him to rest for a moment. Kong Tu asked, "Didn't you have your sword?" "This is a divine beast," Zhao Zheng responded, "I can't do anything." The three watched the Hengong fish confined in the water while exchanging intelligence. Kong Tu didn't ask why Zhao Zheng had also fallen into this situation, and Zhao Zheng didn't explain either. Chapter 73, Xingtian's Punishment, 4. The man suspiciously eyed them and asked, "Who are you really?" "Tourists," Kong Tu said, "we're here for tourism. Do you have any scenic spots to recommend?" Zhao Zheng however asked, "Where do the gods reside?" Kong Tu silently thought to himself, "How stupid, of course in the sky. Are you serious that you want to find them?" Then he heard the man say, "On Mount Taiheng. Just go south from here, there will be Tingsha and Baizhe guarding the way, see them, and you'll have found it." No matter which side you're on, the man looked at them, "Are you going to Mount Taiheng?" Zhao Zheng said, "Perhaps, we might go. All living beings across the Shenzhou land have already paid a heavy price, beasts died, people perished, life in the world is suffering greatly." The man's eyes were deep as he slowly spoke, "This war has long been unavoidable. If you ascend Mount Taiheng, you can certainly tell the Mother Earth this. Her rebellious children will rebel until the end." Kong Tu, an entirely non-ceremonial young man, was made a little uncomfortable by him. He felt overly dramatic yet somewhat stirring, inexplicably breaking out in goosebumps but quickly shaking it off. Zhao Zheng paused a moment, then said, "All right." They had finally come to understand the role humans played in this war which they previously did not know. For thousands of years, humanity had never bowed their heads before harsh environments, barren civilizations, or severe punishments, and even now, they would not bow. Zhao Zheng felt nothing, very casually saying, "Then please return Hengong Yu to its place. We need to set off." In such an announcement, his reaction could be said to border on apathy, dousing Kong Tu's emotions considerably. Releasing Hengong Yu, the man seemed quite familiar with the fish. Picking up the fish which had lost its human legs, he turned around and left. Yan Lingfei asked Zhao Zheng, "Why was it chasing you?" "I asked about your whereabouts." Yan Lingfei, "Then it chased you?" "I don't believe that." Because my attitude wasn't good enough, Kong Tu was annoyed beyond measure, tired of Yan Lingfei playing these verbal traps, rolling his eyes, "Is this what you wanted to hear? And then once you get the answer, ask smoothly why my attitude was bad." Yan Lingfei said, "Why was your attitude bad?" "Zhao Zheng, go away." Kong Tu was exhausted and angry about the ambiguous relationship between the two, wanting to drag Zhao Zheng over and beat him up, but knowing he couldn't win. So he could only endure it. Each time, after the two clearly stated things, agreeing not to cross any boundaries, Kong Tu truly felt upset for a few days. But soon after everything went back to normal. Now he suspected that Zhao Zheng was deeply closeted, so deep that he couldn't pull him out. Now, he didn't even want to bother anymore, it was just too annoying. They were now at the foot of the hill, they hadn't walked far, and the main group shouldn't take long to find them, so they decided to follow their path back, maybe meeting everyone else. Zhao Zheng remained silent throughout, his face cold enough to freeze 2 or 3 people. No one knew who had angered him, and Kong Tu had no interest in livening the atmosphere with Yan Lingfei. The whole journey was rather quiet. Dark clouds still rolled overhead, all things bathed in golden yellow light, unknown plants swaying in the wind. Looking back up, Kong Tu felt that amidst this vast expanse of heaven and earth, it was as if all troubles had dissipated. Far off in the distance, it seemed like a cluster of dark masses was moving closer, and Kong Tu sighed, thinking that troubles shed not a minute ago had returned again. "There's something coming closer." Kong Tu raised his thumb and pointed behind him. Yan Lingfei lamented helplessly, "Here we go again, I'm still sore all over." "Who isn't?" Kong Tu pointed to the cuts on his arms and legs sustained while tumbling down, "And because of whom?" Yan Lingfei, do you have to brag about your merits right now? Zhao Zheng had already summoned his longsword, pulling it slowly from behind as he looked ahead, saying, no more talking. Who dares intrude? Sound came before person, a deep voice echoing from afar. Yan Lingfei broke down and asked, are they brimming with deities everywhere here? A towering muscular man rushed over rapidly, disheveled red hair flowing behind him. Over 2 meters tall, his muscles bulged on his arms and thighs in a rather exaggerated fashion. Kong Tu, seeing his approach, instinctively swallowed his saliva. Zhao Zheng raised his hand, and all the stones on the ground rose accordingly, shooting out like bullets. The man shouted in anger and charged forward, his clenched fists releasing an imposing aura as he deflected all the stones. The stones suddenly changed direction. Zhao Zheng shouted loudly, get down. Who dares intrude upon the 9 states? The man exclaimed again. The hooves of the wild buffalo behind him emitted a thunderous roar, as if about to break the earth, charging towards them with him. Yan Lingfei cried, it's a misunderstanding. God! Spare our lives! That man held a huge golden halberd, the top split into 2 sharp points that gleamed brightly in the twilight, and with a high swing he thrust it powerfully into the ground. Instantly there was a rumbling sound like heaven and earth cracking apart. Yan Lingfei shouted angrily, do you even follow any logic? As he belonged to fire, he promptly formed 2 fiery balls in his hands, stretching them out into a long staff which swung fiercely. However, this made the man even angrier, and with a harsh twist of his halberd, several water columns surged from beneath the ground, rushing directly at them. Kong Tu's trick seemed trivial before this man, forcing the 3 of them to flee immediately. But when they turned around, they saw a dark line of buffaloes charging down the slope towards them, their horns glinting menacingly. Just talk properly. Kong Tu made one last attempt at negotiation, we mean no harm. But the buffaloes halted, as if they were shrinking back, fearing Zhao Zheng. It was then that Kong Tu remembered how these beasts shrank from Zhao Zheng. The man frowned deeply upon seeing this. What exactly are you people? We are travelers coming from the east. Yan Lingfei began spinning an elaborate web of lies, accidentally trespassing on your territory. Our sincere apologies. Before he could finish his explanation, the man pointed his halberd straight at Zhao Zheng. Who are you? There is a dragon's chi emanating from you. He's a close relative of the dragon, Yan Lingfei replied nonchalantly, his name is Zhao Zheng. Which dragon? The man asked. All 3 hesitated. Yan Lingfei forced himself to improvise, the Azure Dragon. Kong Tu thought inwardly, isn't this blowing it too far? The man took 1 step forward, causing the 3 of them to retreat instantly as they heard him inquire, when did the Azure Dragon give birth to a human child? Just, by accident. Fine, the man did not seem bothered by the slip-up, pointing at Zhao Zheng saying smoothly, if so, your father has been my mortal enemy for centuries, settle this feud for me. Once again all 3 fell silent in shock. Kong Tu broke down completely, what sort of situation was this? You 3 are neither god nor human but possess divine powers, wear strange clothing, and behave rudely. From where do you come? Speak. The man's aura flared fully now, striking fear into their hearts. Kong Tu said, just tell us what you want directly. His temper had recently become quite volatile, and nothing seemed to be able to stop him anymore. This man babbled endlessly with no intention of killing, asking questions they couldn't answer, clearly having something else on his mind. Yan Lingfei also chimed in, are you wanting us to fight in your army? You're short on hands, right? Just ask, we don't mind. They had just used divine power in front of that tracking man who came after them, it was hard not to suspect some connection between the 2. The man slightly narrowed his eyes, his heavy brows furrowing, appearing very authoritative as he said, I never recruit strangers of unknown origins. For all valiant warriors I encounter, there are only 2 options, death or loyalty to me. I will not let you go back, so the remaining path, you may choose yourselves. No, Yan Lingfei interrupted bluntly, man, who exactly are you? This manner of recruiting soldiers was entirely lacking sincerity, inciting dissatisfaction within them. The man cast a glance with eyes sharp as knives, I am the lord of the 9 states, Gonggang. Hearing this name, Kong Tu nearly choked to death due to lack of air, looking highly undignified. Even Zhao Zheng and Yan Lingfei stared at each other speechlessly, extremely shocked. This man was actually Gonggang, no wonder Yan Lingfei's use of fire earlier caused such fury, Gonggang being the water god was traditionally antagonistic with Zhu Rong, the fire god. Kong Tu decisively said, alright, we join, fine, no issues. Yan Lingfei had already packed his things and said to Gonggang, let's go home, big brother. But Gonggang blocked his path with his halberd, who are you, where do you come from, who is your father? Please don't ask, Yan Lingfei's playful demeanor faded, saying, I can't fool you, nor can I reveal the truth. Knowing won't make you happy either. You have an esteemed servant named Fuyo who can see through hearts, let him take a look. That way, you'll know whether we bear any hostility or not. Gonggang remained silent for about 3 seconds before withdrawing his halberd. Between gods and humans, Gonggang was both a deity and lord of the 9 states. In this internal conflict, he sided with his own people. Yet humanity was inherently weak, despite being guarded by Emperor Yan, Emperor Huang, Zhu Rong, and Shen Nong, their strength was still insufficient against the deities. Thus, it wasn't exaggerated to say Gonggang sought talent desperately. The three had no choice but to change their plans temporarily. Just as Kong Tu and Yan Lingfei stepped out from that tribe, they were about to follow the main force back along the original route. By this time, they had lost count of how many hours had passed since they entered the task here. There was no night here, but their exhaustion reminded them that they must rest. The tribe didn't offer any welcoming ceremony. The Hengong fish, half human and half fish, ran around chaotically across the entire settlement. Gonggang said to the man who initially let Kong Tu and Yan Lingfei go, "Don't make this a habit." The man lowered his head. Understood. The women arranged temporary lodgings for them, 3 side rooms in a vast courtyard, somewhat in the shade. But with such high temperatures here, it wasn't an issue worth worrying about. Before Fuyo came floating, they still had some time to organize their thoughts. But obviously, none of them had the mood for it. Yan Lingfei let out a yawn. "I've talked too much today, I don't feel like talking anymore. Let's discuss it after we wake up." Zhao Jing remained silent. He'd been acting like this all day. Ignoring him, Kong Tu turned back and went into the house. Though his body was tired, he couldn't sleep yet. Thinking over those trivial matters between them over and over again brought nothing useful. He was now immune to these thoughts and didn't bother with them anymore. His brain buzzed, disordered, jumbled together as he gradually dozed off. He wasn't sure how long had passed when suddenly the door opened. He immediately opened his eyes and saw Zhao Jing storm into the room and even pulled the bolt shut behind him. Kong Tu sat up, tilting his head and looking at him. Zhao Zheng's lips were tightly pressed together, revealing an air of severe coldness. Kong Tu had seen this expression before. It was the same look Zhao Zheng had when he carried him away from the pit after climbing the cliffside. Zhao Zheng was repressing something. Kong Tu sighed inwardly. Not knowing what new trouble Zhao Zheng was about to create, he figured he wouldn't be able to sleep now. "If you have something to say, then spit it out, but watch your tone. I've been feeling pretty irritated the last couple days. If you're not careful, I'll beat you up." Zhao Zheng said very calmly, "Let's give us 2 a try." Kong Tu heard the sentence but his mind was slow to catch on. His pupils contracted instinctively as if fireworks of 5 colors burst in his head. For a moment, he felt like drifting in space, uncertain where he was. Yet, he said nothing. Zhao Jing asked, "What do you think?" In speaking these words, Zhao Jing seemed to let go of something, feeling lighter, but also taking on another burden. It wasn't heavy, but filled his chest completely. He shouldn't be doing this, neither in emotion nor logic. It was inappropriate. His past was like a lock, firmly binding him. For many years, he never considered breaking free, but at this very moment, it felt like the lock opened. This likely had little to do with Kong Tu, but rather because Zhao Zheng was making a decision. This decision wasn't one that King Yingzheng of Qin would make, but Zhao Zheng himself. Zhao Zheng never intended to separate himself from his past, yet now passively, they had been divided into 2 parts. He experienced a sense of pleasure akin to betrayal. Kong Tu maintained his calm demeanor. All right. As for whether it was true love or not, in his view, it was all nonsense. No matter what Zhao Zheng thought inside, what he desired was exactly what he achieved. Right now, there was simply no way he could refuse, only agreeing, wanting happiness. Zhao Zheng smiled and sat beside him on the bed, placing his elbows on his knees, clasping his hands together. They sat silently for a while. Zhao Zheng then said, "Shall I consider myself chasing you?" "Show some decency." Kong Tu replied. Zhao Zheng laughed again, appearing genuinely pleased. Ever since Kong Tu became awkward towards him, he hadn't seen Zhao Zheng so relaxed. Reflecting on this, Kong Tu found himself satisfied somehow. After all, Zhao Zheng shouldn't just enjoy himself without suffering. "How did you suddenly see things differently?" Kong Tu sat cross-legged on the bed, feeling somewhat unreal, as if it were all a dream and they'd wake up arguing again. "I'm not quite sure either." Zhao Jing turned to look at him, as if also finding the situation surreal. Like primary school students, both of them were bashful and kept a certain distance. "Just, thought about it." Zhao Jing continued, "I've always been making decisions I should make, that's my nature. Only the right decisions matter. It feels like there's a string in my head guiding me. But when you jumped down today, However, Kong Tu didn't want to hear that at all. Leaning closer, he whispered, "Are you stupid or what?" Who really cared about Zhao Zheng's reply to such a boring question? Zhao Zheng was utterly inexperienced in love. Chapter 74, Xingtian's Punishment, Part 5. Zhao Zheng stopped, no longer speaking. The two were very close, their breaths almost brushing each other's face. Kong Tu was not bold enough or open-minded enough to know what to do, so he took a step back. After some thought, Zhao Zheng said, "Shall we give it a try?" Kong Tu was startled, as if he were a frightened groundhog, and exclaimed, "Ah." Zhao Zheng quickly explained, "Don't we need a kiss?" "Oh," Kong Tu's face turned red with embarrassment and he said, "Then you go ahead." Zhao Zheng tried to mask his nervousness with a gentlemanly demeanor and asked, "Then I'll start." Kong Tu said, "Should I close my eyes out of courtesy?" "You can decide," Zhao Zheng said. He awkwardly leaned in but paused under Kong Tu's gaze, then added, "Maybe you should close them." Kong Tu, alright. He closed his eyes, unable to see, but all other senses became acute. He could feel Zhao Jing getting closer but the kiss didn't come. His thoughts drifted, let's just skip it. Before he clarified his feelings, he opened his eyes again. Just at that moment, Zhao Zheng's lips finally met his. Their gazes locked, neither moved. Zhao Jing gently cupped the back of his head, hesitantly drawing closer, unsure yet deliberate. Kong Tu closed his eyes again, grabbed Zhao Zheng's collar, slightly parted his lips, and kissed him softly. Alright, that's enough. Kong Tu pulled away first, feeling himself almost reacting already, his face turning red all the way to his earlobes. Zhao Zheng still held Kong Tu's face in his hands, wiped his lips gently, then cleared his throat and turned his head away, sitting on the edge of the bed like before. Kong Tu guessed he probably looked ridiculous, his cheeks burning hot, so he cooled himself down by patting them with his own hands. Say something, will you? Kong Tu suggested, finding it strange for the two of them to be silent. Zhao Zheng considered it for a moment. Are you sleepy? Kong Tu. Not sleepy, he replied. What about you? Not sleepy either, Zhao Zheng said. There was silence again, though the air around them buzzed with restless ambiguity. Kong Tu felt every breath he exhaled seemed entwined with Zhao Zheng. Actually, at this point, Kong Tu didn't care what Zhao Zheng said, as he doubted he could process any words, his brain too muddled to react. But Zhao Zheng appeared uneasy, asking, what do you want me to say? Something like I'm good to you. His statement changed midway, likely unable to bring himself to say outright, like, he rephrased it. Kong Tu said, no need. We can just give it a try first. You know, you first, do you understand? Zhao Zheng, oh, yeah, I get it. Kong Tu couldn't help saying, make sure you're ready. I'm ready. This time Zhao Zheng didn't hesitate, I won't fool with you. Kong Tu rested his head on his knees while staring at Zhao Zheng's broad shoulders. At that exact moment, Zhao Zheng turned around and affectionately patted his head. Get some sleep, who knows what tomorrow might bring. There is no tomorrow, Kong Tu corrected him, there is no night here anymore. Oh, Zhao Zheng said, then take a break anyway. We'll have to deal with them when they return. Kong Tu liked being touched by him, wrapping his arm around Zhao Zheng's arm. The two were subtly intimate but kept it secret, carefully staying within limits. This mission has been quite interesting, Kong Tu said. Zhao Zheng nonchalantly responded, more dangerous than before, and you don't know anything. Kong Tu admired how he could speak about anything calmly without irritation. He asked, want to try again? This time Zhao Zheng naturally reached for his neck, pulling him towards him, all right. Kong Tu still felt like he was dreaming, everything unreal, as if treading on cotton. Zhao Zheng asked, is there anything you'd like to say? Confused, Kong Tu replied, what? If you have any requests for me, Zhao Zheng explained, anything you hope I can do. Kong Tu said, no. He couldn't think of any requests to make. He liked Zhao Zheng deeply but also understood that no one is perfect. As they grew closer, imperfections might magnify and emotions might fade, but Kong Tu looked forward to the mutual adjustment and exploration process between these two people. Do you have any requests? Kong Tu asked. Zhao Zheng thought for a moment, nothing special, as long as you're fine. Kong Tu nodded, A gentle breeze blew through the window into the room, bringing with it warm, dry heat that reminded Zhao Zheng to repeat, go to sleep. He had finally resolved one matter today, but did not feel any sense of relief. A person does not become light-hearted merely because they have made a decision. All burdens and struggles need to be alleviated by time and action. For Zhao Zheng, 30 years had felt like walking on thin ice just as preparation. The real test was beginning now. He still felt bewildered, unsure where fate, or more precisely Kong Tu, would lead him. Where are you going? I'll leave after you've fallen asleep, Zhao Zheng said. I'll discuss with Yan Lingfei. This mission may require us to choose our camps. There might be disagreements and eventually, we will split into two factions. This relationship was a new experience for both of them. They tentatively treated each other kindly but didn't dare to be too obvious. Kong Tu, won't you stay here? Do you want me to stay? Zhao Zheng asked in return. Kong Tu, no, I was just wondering aloud. Gong seems very powerful. We don't know the full situation yet, so we can't judge, Zhao Zheng said. But you should also know, according to legends, his ending wasn't good. People say that Gong ultimately lost to Zhu Rong and, in anger, crashed against the Buzhou mountain. Even Kong Tu knew this story. And Zhuzhou wasn't such a vast territory, squeezed between the lands of the Yellow Emperor and Flame Emperor, so it seemed their chances of winning were slim. Kong Tu said, alright, whatever, I support your decision. Let's get some rest after this talk. I'm fine, Zhao Zheng stood up, intending to do something before ultimately patting Kong Tu's shoulder, I'll go then. It was only at this moment that Kong Tu realized how nervous Zhao Zheng truly was, despite having just said he'd wait until Kong Tu fell asleep to leave. Kong Tu, oh, go ahead. Zhao Zheng, The two. Kong Tu laughed and said, alright, bye-bye, Zhao Zheng touched his face lightly before responding, Kong Tu said, actually, I lied to you earlier. Zhao Zheng glanced at him. Means, I love you. Zhao Jing said, I know. Kong too. Zhao Jing smiled and said, I'm really leaving now. There were few people in the courtyard. Only a little child wobbled around, holding a huge bucket determined to make the Hungong fish live inside. No one stopped them from playing. The long daytime left everyone listless, although the sunlight wasn't particularly strong, the earth kept heating up. It became increasingly hot here, crops dried up, grasses withered, and the Hungong fish could only take human form in the darkness, thus becoming neither fully human nor fish. Although it was too late now, the people of this land finally started to realize they could not live without nighttime. When Zhao Jing found Yan Lingfei, he was leaning against a wall nodding off. Hearing the footsteps, Yan Lingfei opened his eyes in advance. Zhao Jing pushed the door open and walked in, asking, what's up? Zhao Jing, just came to talk. Yan Lingfei turned his head slightly to observe Zhao Jing's expression and asked, about Kong too? Zhao Jing nodded lightly, sort of. Yan Lingfei understood, you told him. Told him. Yan Lingfei rolled his eyes and said, so what, couldn't wait to come provoke me, this lonely old man. Zhao Jing ignored his teasing, a bit nervous. Why did you suddenly make this decision? Yan Lingfei looked at him and asked, I thought you'd pretend all the way. Don't ask me about this anymore. Zhao Jing sat down on a chair, tilting his head back looking at the ceiling, placing his hand on his forehead, and said, let's talk about something else. Yan Lingfei was extremely malicious, then what, do you want to hear the rules of our game? In the end, only one person can leave. With no change in posture, Zhao Jing casually summoned a stone with his right hand and threw it at him. Yan Lingfei dodged, yet continued to provoke him verbally, even if both of you could leave, what's your plan? Go to the 21st century with him or take him to Qin. Zhao Jing threw another stone as a warning, don't irritate me. Although Kongzi is great, Yan Lingfei said, you're impulsive. Your decision might not be correct for either of you. Zhao Jing sighed, sitting up helplessly, can't you say something nice? Yan Lingfei's words were things Zhao Jing already knew himself, there was no need for Yan Lingfei to repeat them. If you want to hear something nice, I can say that too, Yan Lingfei shrugged insincerely, keep up the good fight and don't lose hope. Everything will work out in the end. Zhao Jing became even more irritated, standing up to leave as he didn't want to waste any more time on this conversation. Yan Lingfei then said, but still, you're pretty brave, and I admire that. In all the 30+ years I've known you, this is the first thing you've done that I actually admire. You used to be not much of a person. Zhao Jing couldn't help but laugh through his frustration, what? Yan Lingfei continued with a smirk, truthfully, I didn't really look up to you before. You were so full of yourself, living like some sort of fake person, exhausting just to watch. But today, well, you were pretty manly, even though it was kind of impulsive. Zhao Jing retorted, do you want me to beat you? Go ahead and hit me, Yan Lingfei said flippantly, I'll go tell Kongzi right away that you changed your mind. Hearing this, Zhao Jing sat back down and stated, I haven't changed my mind. Yan Lingfei replied rather boredly, I know, you're just anxious. You'll feel better after a few days. Zhao Jing said, I'm thinking, there's no need for me to keep making what seems like the correct choice. Wrong, Yan Lingfei disagreed. It's about the choices you perceive as correct. If you are someone like Kong Tu, then doing whatever your heart desires, eating when hungry and sleeping when tired, and falling in love when it strikes you, would be the right path. If you want to be Yingzheng, then you follow the principles of righteousness, eliminating all desires, and properly playing the role of a great man. No more sentimentality. Right or wrong is a relative concept, it depends on how you want to live your life. You can't be both rational and emotional, that's impossible. Zhao Jing sighed deeply, not countering but still listening. Yan Lingfei went on, even though I have similar issues, I still want to remind you, you're living for yourself, don't be bound by unfounded standards. Zhao Jing began, I feel like I betrayed some parts of myself. I get it, Yan Lingfei interrupted directly, when I gave up on a mission for the first time, I had that feeling too. I knew I should have persevered, but I gave up anyway. I didn't want to follow anyone's rules, including my own. Even though I've always been subtracting things from my life, I refuse to force myself into anything. After 30 years, Yan Lingfei added meaningfully, you should start letting go of some things. This rare moment of sincerity prompted Zhao Jing to ask, it seems like you really like Kong Tuesday. Not in the way you do, Yan Lingfei clarified, he's a good guy, lucky you. After 30 years, it's about time you let go of some baggage. In a rare heartfelt moment, Zhao Jing asked, you seem to like Kong Tu quite a lot. It's not the same kind of liking you have, Yan Lingfei responded, but yeah, he's a great guy, really got off easy being with you. Chapter 75, Xingtian's Punishment, 6. Kong Tu was not an extraordinary person, but he was no ordinary either. Everyone inevitably has bad habits, selfishness, greed, cowardice, arrogance, inferiority, stinginess, and more. On the surface, they may appear friendly, but after prolonged interaction, these thorns would show and hurt those close to them. No one in this mundane world could go through life without hurting others, and Kong Tu was no exception. However, in his interactions with others, he hardly caused discomfort because all of his thorns were directed inward toward himself. In Yan Lingfei's eyes, Kong Tu was just an unassuming ordinary person, like a sponge. If the outside world threw him a punch, he would quietly absorb it on his own. I think that manager has some feelings for him, Yan Lingfei said. You should be careful. He looks that way, and he has such a good temper. I reckon he doesn't need you around. Zhao Jing seemed to have heard a joke. Good temper. All right then, Yan Lingfei retorted, isn't that a good thing? Zhao Jing thought to himself, then you must not have seen him when he gets really angry. Kong Tu didn't argue with others or pick fights, but that didn't mean he didn't argue with Zhao Jing. His sharp tongue cut deep during their disagreements. Yan Lingfei, growing impatient, said, Are we done? What else do you want to talk about? He had his own messes to deal with and wasn't interested in counseling someone else's romantic problems. Zhao Jing asked, and you? I'm fine as I am, Yan Lingfei replied bluntly. This state is perfect. I'm not suited to live with anyone. I'm too lazy to please others and can't let down my pride. Looking at my destiny, I don't think I'm meant for love. To be honest, I'm scared to think about spending the rest of my life with someone. Both Yan Lingfei and Zhao Jing were people of strong will, and Yan Lingfei didn't come seeking advice. Each was only here to organize their thoughts. Yan Lingfei couldn't convince Zhao Jing to do anything, nor could Zhao Jing persuade Yan Lingfei. Their lives were ultimately journeys they must walk alone. So Zhao Jing merely nodded and said, just make sure you know what you're doing. What do I know? Yan Lingfei replied lazily, leaning back on his bed with his arms behind his head. I'll live however. No point forcing things. Yan Lingfei added, a Zhu and Kong Tu are different types of people, never mind, let's not talk about this. What do you plan to do? Are we staying in Zhuzhou? Not wanting to keep discussing, Zhao Jing did not push and countered, what do you think? Yan Lingfei said, we'll play it by ear. We can't run anyway. We'll gather some intelligence here. The others probably got delayed somewhere, don't count on them. Zhao Jing responded, I think the same. Even if they came, it wouldn't help. We're stuck here. Gongong's power was incredibly formidable, beyond their ability to resist. Yan Lingfei yawned, brother, anything else? I'm exhausted. Zhao Jing suddenly remembered something and paused, leaving Yan Lingfei confused, what now? Nothing, sleep well. I'm leaving, Zhao Jing stood up abruptly and said. He suddenly remembered saying earlier that he would wait until Kong Tu fell asleep before leaving, but he forgot after a couple of sentences. No wonder Kong Tu gave him that half-smiling glance when he left. Now he wasn't sure whether he should go back or not. Perhaps Kong Tu was already asleep. Standing outside Kong Tu's door, Zhao Jing figured even if he went in, there'd be nothing to say. And if Kong Tu asked, how could he reply, I came to watch you sleep. After much deliberation, he decided not to enter. Zhao Jing knew himself, he wasn't very skilled at dealing with emotions. When human relationships became intimate, many formalities and conventions could be broken, akin to walking forward with a drumstick, each step unlocking another lock. This process wouldn't be calm, but only through it could two people truly meld. Zhao Jing lacked the ability to gauge this appropriately and clearly understand when to take certain steps in a relationship. After sleeping for about 3 hours, Fuyou returned. He was a young man with extremely pale skin, looking youthful. Kong Tu had been sleep-deprived, his head heavy, but upon hearing a knock at the door, woke up feeling inexplicably delighted. It took a moment for him to recall why. Fuyou entered Kong Tu's room politely, saying, sorry to disturb. Still drowsy, Kong Tu sat at the edge of the bed blankly for a moment before standing up quickly. Apologies, come in. The light from outside streamed in, and Fuyou stood silhouetted at the door, a soft laugh escaping his lips. Not only was his skin very pale, but even his lip color was faint, though his lower lip carried a hint of red. When he smiled, his single-lidded eyes curved slightly, making him appear exceptionally handsome. Kong Tu had never seen such a good-looking man, or even a woman as beautiful as this, so while he wanted to compliment him, he hesitated for fear of coming across as impolite. He said instead, did you wait long? Are you Kong Tu? Fuyou asked kindly with a gentle tone, Gong mentioned there's an elegant young man called Kong Tuesday. I thought it must be you the moment I came in. Kong Tu, feeling embarrassed, retorted. Stop teasing me. Are you mocking me? It wasn't that Kong Tu thought himself ugly, rather, it felt utterly embarrassing for someone like Fuyou to say such things about him. Fuyou probably knew how good-looking he was, so without any false courtesy, he simply smiled and praised Kong Tu by saying, you have great skin. Kong Tu felt like the conversation was heading in a strange direction. Fuyou continued, I heard you're not from here. Yes, Kong Tu said nervously, but I can't tell you. Fuyou curiously asked, how do people take care of their skin where you're from? Kong Tu. Fuyou touched his own face and said, lately, I've been feeling dry. Did you use something? Go to bed early, wake up early, Kong Tu replied, wash your face twice a day. Oh, I also have some snow cream, would you like some? Fuyou, let me see. Kong Tu thought this person was extremely peculiar, yet didn't seem to be pretending. It was as if he was naturally very friendly and vain. For the first 10 minutes they talked about nothing but skincare. Fuyou then said, I use dragon saliva water. Aside from being disgusting, it works pretty well. Kong Tu, feeling nauseated, said, that's too gross. It's really effective, Fuyo added, you just need to endure it. Kong Tu, how did you get it? Fuyo, I buy from dragons I can't beat, kidnap those I can defeat, and collect it myself. Kong Tu. Suddenly remembering why he had come today, Fuyo said, oh, right. I need to ask you a few questions. Sitting upright, Kong Tu thought finally we're getting somewhere. However, Fuyo comforted him, saying, don't worry. I won't see much specific stuff anyway. We'll just chat briefly. Kong Tu, okay. What do you think of Gonggang? Fuyo asked. Kong Tu pondered for a bit and replied, I admire him quite a lot. But honestly, I don't know him very well, I've just heard about him. Fuyo's pupils turned pure white, reflecting Kong Tu's figure, as he asked, would you fight for all living beings, even risk standing against the gods? Kong Tu wasn't sure whether he would at that moment. After carefully reflecting for a bit, he said, I'm not sure. Fuyo laughed, you're very honest. Kong Tu silently thought to himself, with you staring at me like this, lying wouldn't work anyway. Fuyo reassured him, don't worry. I understand completely. If it weren't for imminent disaster, I believe no one in the world would willingly oppose the gods. Kong Tu, confused, asked, why exactly did it turn into what it is now? Do you know about Shenyuan? Fuyo suddenly asked. Yes. Fuyo looked at him with his entirely white eyes and said, about 20 years ago, Fuxi brought civilization to the land of Huaxia and along with it, 2 wise leaders. These 2 are Shenyuan and Shinnong. Later, when Fuxi returned to Mount Taihang, these 2 leaders remained at opposite ends of the land, continuing the unfinished cause of Fuxi. They taught humans how to weave, farm, and make medicine, each building their own tribes on 2 different lands. As humans began eating enough and having surplus grain, they faced distribution issues, leading to clearer distinctions in status within the tribes. They were revered by humans and eventually had their constellations in the sky, becoming semi-deities themselves. With food and leaders, humans expanded their territory. Kong Tu, already aware of the rest of the story, said, they had conflicts. That's right, Fuyo said mildly, wasn't it inevitable? The tribe led by Shenyuan and the tribe led by Shinnong went to war 8 years ago and just reconciled 3 days ago. Kong Tu finally voiced what had been bothering him, aren't you gods? Why did you come here? Human civilization is very interesting, Fuyo said. Fuxi merely planted a seed on this land, but the flower that eventually bloomed was beyond even his imagination. When humans began to create their own gods, the gods clearly knew that humans were different from the other creatures they had created. Gonggang, Zhu Rong, Xing Tian, me, and many other gods, some of us voluntarily descended from Mount Taihang while others were born right here. Inevitably, we entered the territories of Shinnong and Shenyuan. Kong Tu asked, so you chose the commoners you wanted to protect, right? Fuyo closed his eyes for a moment, reflecting before he replied, perhaps it was the people here who chose us. Nyuan never wanted humans to fight each other, he continued, she tried her best to stop it, but failed. Kong Tu realized, because these humans no longer believed in her, instead worshipping the new gods they had created themselves. Which later generations referred to as the emperors Yan and Huang. Yes, Fuyo gently remarked, you are very smart. Nyua is a good mother. She placed humans on this earth, letting Fuxi only teach them how to survive before not interfering anymore. Ever since, the path has been walked by humans alone. Hence, compared to her, humans are more willing to follow the commands of Shenyuan and Shinnong. When Nyua looked back, she found her children had already split into 2 irreconcilable camps, warring year after year. By the time she interfered again, it was already too late. Kong Tu asked, so she became angry? It's not like that, Fuyo shook his head slightly, the war between humans and gods was actually our fault. Why? Kong Tu queried. When we gods stepped into the human territories and used divine power to protect our own subjects, we violated the laws of heaven and earth. Nyua had warned us multiple times, if we continued interfering with human wars, it would lead to disastrous consequences. But by then, it was already too late. The fire god Zhu Rong followed Shenyuan, while the water god Gonggang followed Shinnong. In a battle a month ago, Gonggang suffered a major defeat at the hands of Zhu Rong, and in his anger, he smashed the Buzhou mountain, breaking the tortoise leg that Nyua used to prop up the sky. A hole appeared in the sky, seawater flooded the land, and all of Huaxia suffered immensely. Kong Tu. Thinking he was startled, Fuyo consoled him, it's alright, Nyua has already repaired it. Kong Tu forced a laugh, ha ha ha, is that so? He really hadn't expected that Nyua repairing the sky was because she was cleaning up the mess left by her wayward children. Thus, it made sense why gods would fight against humans, continuing like this world might be destroyed. Fuyo indeed added, after this incident, Nyua was furious and resolved to reorganize the human realm. Kong Tu fell silent for a long time, unsure what comments to make or which side's position to criticize. Fuyo, seeing through his wavering heart, said, I know what you're thinking, you believe we have caused all of today's calamities. Kong Tu, however, said, but you were also brought forth by the faith of humans, they summoned you, asking for your protection. You are the first person to say that, Fuyo smiled, looking outside the window with an unreadable expression, but whether gods or humans, regardless of which camp we belong to, none fully embrace us anymore. This was truly a messy affair, entirely different from their original intentions. No one had acted wrong, nor did anyone act correctly. Kong Tu could not morally condemn anyone, and thus which side he should stand on became even less clear. Fuyo's pupils were still completely white as he tilted his head and looked at him. His snow-white hair had a few strands fall onto his chest, creating a breathtakingly beautiful sight. He asked, "What summons have you received then?" Kong Tu replied, "Perhaps we've come for you." Fuyo joyfully responded, "Then that is excellent." This interview was not as serious as Kong Tu had imagined. Most of the time, it was Fuyo speaking while he listened. He didn't know what Fuyo had seen, but judging by Fuyo's attitude towards him now, at least the result wouldn't be bad. When the conversation ended, Fuyo's eyes finally returned to normal, losing some of their intimidating brilliance. Kong Tu couldn't help but ask, "And what kind of god are you?" "I was born alongside Gonggong," Fuyo kindly explained, "as long as he exists, I will live. If I must say, I am a subject of Gonggong, and Gonggong is my sole god." Kong Tu thought to himself, truly touching. It was genuinely touching, whether it be the gods or humans. Those who could resolutely speak with decisiveness inspired admiration. Fuyo was clearly not living for himself but because of Gonggong's choice to protect humanity. Even as the situation evolved, he harbored no regrets. This steadfast heart made Kong Tu yearn. He also hoped that he could remain consistent and live life passionately from start to finish. Yet, he constantly wavered between regret, hesitation, self-blame, and pain, as if persistence were a kind of talent, one that might even be unattainable. Fuyo looked at him and said, "In you, I see a tormented soul." Kong Tu asked, "Is that so?" Tormented yet pure, Fuyo continued as he stared into Kong Tu's eyes without blinking, "What have you been through?" Kong Tu shrugged and replied, "Actually, nothing in particular." He had reflected on this many times, ultimately concluding that he lacked nothing compared to others. His sleepless nights were often due to his own sensitivities. Fuyo stated, "You possess a sensitive spirit. This sensitivity will cause you much suffering. You'll experience anguish beyond what most people can feel." Kong Tu chuckled, "Seems like that's true." Fuyo blinked, "I am quite accurate in reading people. You are destined to be a leader. Move forward, your journey is far from over. However, if you truly choose to grow, you'll discard your sensitivity. Once your heart becomes impenetrable, you won't be you anymore." Kong Tu paused for a moment, carefully digesting these words before asking, "Thank you. I have one more question for you." "What?" "Can you predict romantic fortune?" Fuyo exclaimed, "I don't read fortunes. You should consult Bai Zhe about that." Kong Tu responded disappointedly, "All right then." After a brief pause, Fuyo offered, "However, I could help you evaluate whether someone named Zhao Zheng is trustworthy." Startled, Kong Tu shifted uncomfortably, "How do you?" Fuyo grinned, "I see it clearly, the deep impressions left by significant individuals in your life are etched in your soul." He jokingly added, "He seems handsome enough." Kong Tu humbly remarked, He's alright." "Alright, I need to go," Fuyo said lightly, "It was a pleasure chatting with you." Kong Tu quickly stood up to bid farewell, but Fuyo turned back at the door, giving him an expectant look. Kong Tu. "Fuyo, where's my snow cream that you promised me?" Kong Tu. Note. Xianyuan, Yellow Emperor. Shennon, Yen Emperor. Chapter 76, Xingtian's Punishment, 7. The conversation with Fuyo actually only started with a few questions, the focus seemingly not on their positions, but rather on whether his soul could be trusted. Zhao Zheng and Yen Lingfei were not evil people either, and they passed smoothly. On the 18th hour of their arrival here, Gonggong held a brief meeting. He unfolded a beast skin map, laid it on a low table, and sat cross-legged on the ground, saying, "It's getting hotter and we can't go on like this." He pointed at a spot on the map with his large finger and said, "Our top priority is to find Zhulong and make it close its eyes." Fuyo was sitting nearby and asked at this point, "When will the people from Xianyuan arrive?" "We will meet up here." Gonggong pointed at a crossroads less than 100 miles away on the map. "Next time when Gongsun Yu changes into human legs, we will set out. This time, Xingtian and Zhurong will both personally participate." Upon hearing the name Xingtian, Kong Tu had a fleeting thought. They had just arrived and lost touch with their companions, but since this mission included the name Xingtian, everyone would undoubtedly pay attention to it. Perhaps they would meet during this time. Zhao Zheng said, "Are you not staying here anymore?" Fuyo responded, "If staying would be useful, we wouldn't leave. Now that divine punishments are coming one after another, what we can accomplish by staying here is too minimal. What if the gods decide to massacre the village after you leave?" Yen Lingfei boldly questioned. It was still Fuyo who answered, smiling, "Humans are the children of the gods, not enemies. The anger of the gods is merely for intimidation, it is never savage." Kong Tu was confused, "But isn't there still going to be a fight? No matter how kind the gods may be, this battle has already been unavoidable, like an arrow already on the string." Gonggong frowned impatiently, "How are these things the same?" His presence was too imposing, and Kong Tu didn't dare to argue back, thinking to himself, alright, if you say they're different, then they're different. Fuyo laughed and said, we'll trouble all of you to accompany us on this trip. The three of them each harbored their own thoughts, naturally having no objections. Even without needing to look for others from Unit 404, finding Zhulong was quite an exciting prospect. Sitting there, Gonggang resembled a mountain. He scanned them with his eyes and said, I don't know what the rules are where you come from, but in Jojo, it's me who makes the final decision. I don't care about other things right now, but I have one thing to tell you all, no killing. You can fight, you can punish, but there must be no deaths. All people are the children of the gods, and no one has the right to take their lives, not even themselves. Many times, Kong Tu always thought that the Yanhuang era was a barbaric age. In more primitive places, human rights are often overlooked. Marx once defined the Xia dynasty as a period of slavery, though ultimately no evidence supporting this view was found. But Kong Tu felt he could understand this viewpoint. Human civilization had yet to awaken, and in more backward regions, class systems were harsher. Even if it wasn't a period of slavery, it would certainly have been a brutal era. However, the reality was not like this. Here, people revered the gods because they shared a common faith, making them gentle yet resilient. Moreover, he discovered the source of the slogan of equality of mankind, which later resounded profoundly in human history. All life is equal. At this moment, what Gonggang said meant precisely this: the subjects of the gods should not be distinguished as coarse or noble. Yan Lingfei said, I heard that Nuwa created people herself, forming some while waving mud dots, so not all people are alike. Some children are born with mother's milk to drink, while others are starved to death. Gonggang said, human destinies are always different. This is something not even the gods can control, but their lives deserve protection. After that, Yan Lingfei fell silent. In Kong Tu's opinion, Yan Lingfei didn't believe. This person was a pure pessimist and very likely an atheist as well. Yan Lingfei lacked faith, he only believed in himself. Maybe he didn't think anyone would protect him, or maybe, he simply didn't believe that human life was equal. But Yan Lingfei did not argue. He just shrugged and stood up, saying, not enough sleep, I'll take another nap. Wake me up when it's mealtime. Gonggang had not finished explaining yet and said, this time, our journey will be long. Zhulong might have already left the north. Yan Lingfei responded indifferently, no problem, may the gods bless me. This was said frivolously, and Kong Tu quickly looked at Gonggang's expression. Seeing that he had just frowned slightly and did not seem like someone about to punish him, Kong Tu let out a sigh of relief. Your disrespect will lead you to an abyss, Gonggang merely said. Yan Lingfei turned around to look at him, but I am already in the abyss. The two fell silent for a moment as they stared at each other. Zhao Jing calmly broke the silence, aren't you tired? Go back and sleep. Yan Lingfei shrugged and yawned, I'm leaving then. Even Fuyo felt this atmosphere was a little strange and lightened it with his tone, are you all tired? Go back and rest. Kong Tu thought in this situation that Gonggang and Fuyo must have considered them heretics. If they weren't short of people, they would have probably chased them away long ago. He stood up with Zhao Zheng, but Fuyo said, Kong Tu, wait a moment. Zhao Zheng looked down at him, and Kong Tu also hesitated for a moment before saying, you go back first. Zhao Zheng casually responded, without adding much more. Judging by his current attitude, it seemed like the two were still mad at each other. Zhao Zheng had been acting this way these past few days, with an aloof expression and a stubborn demeanor when not speaking. When he talked, it was fine, but during his silent moments, he was even harder than usual. Sometimes Kong Tu thought he seemed angry and didn't dare to start a conversation. But after waiting, he realized Zhao Zheng wasn't actually angry, he was instead very gentle, making Kong Tu feel uneasy every day. Fuyo got along well with him and easily familiarly held on to Kong Tu's arm, smiling as he pulled him, let's talk outside. Kong Tu hurriedly turned his head to say goodbye to Gonggang, but Gonggang acted cool and ignored him. Fuyo turned back and said, we're leaving. Gonggang, all right. Fuyo turned back and whispered to him, ignore him. Kong Tu was speechless. I've seen Zhao Zheng's soul, Fuyo winked at him, almost blinding Kong Tu as if he was glowing. Kong Tu said, wait, is it good news? If not, I don't want to hear it. I can't predict fate, Fuyo repeated again, I just looked at his soul. Kong Tu asked anxiously, how is it? Fuyo leaned on his chin, hard to explain, I can see his soul is very strong, with no pain, but full of struggle. What does that mean? It seems like he has two personalities. Fuyo was also somewhat confused, actually, your friend named Yan Lingfei has a bit of this too, but less severe. It appears there are two forces pulling inside Zhao Zheng's body, it's complicated. But I think he's a good person and won't betray you. Kong Tu heard this and was confused, how do you see all this? In my eyes, your souls all have colors, Fuyo softly laughed, revealing two shallow dimples at the corners of his mouth which were almost unnoticeable unless you looked carefully. Some people have many colors, some only one, some are murky, others clear, all reflecting a person's inner self. When a person tells lies, I can hear the sound of their inner voice. Kong Tu said, do you like this ability? Not bad, Fuyo said, I was born with it, I'm willing to accept it. Always being able to tell others lies isn't necessarily a good thing, at least Kong Tu wouldn't prefer it. He didn't want to expose other people's lies, nor did he wish to live within the truth. Fuyao said, Zhao Zheng is a person with strong willpower, once determined, he won't change. You can rest assured. Kong Tu smiled, all right. Don't be like this, Fuyao consoled him by patting his shoulder, you are even more pessimistic than your friend Yan Lingfei. Kong Tu said, he is far worse than me. Yes, Fuyao joked, you both have major problems. Only Zhao Zheng is normal. Unexpectedly, the one who ended up being the most psychologically healthy was Zhao Zheng. This might be because his mind was too powerful, able to continue regardless of anything, always having hope. Both him and Yan Lingfei, however, were rather negative. When Kong Tu returned, Zhao Zheng was already waiting outside, idly leaning against the door because it was too hot here. These past 2 days, he had dressed lightly, his collar open to reveal a muscular chest that gleamed in the sunlight with a tanned hue, quite pleasing to the eye. Kong Tu was still dazed, could this man really be my boyfriend now? Goodness, seriously? Upon seeing him come back, Zhao Zheng casually asked, why so long? Just chatting, Kong Tu pushed the door open, why not go inside and wait? Zhao Zheng did not reply, but Kong Tu could guess why. He probably didn't know if he should enter or not. The two had been dating for less than 2 days, and Zhao Zheng was still testing what he could and couldn't do at this stage. Kong Tu sighed inwardly, realizing that being in a relationship wasn't all it took, there were still 81 tribulations ahead to overcome. Zhao Zheng asked, what did you talk about? Your and Fuyo's mental health issues. Kong Tu wiped his face, drenched in sweat from the heat. Fuyo said Yan Lingfei is too negative. Zhao Zheng asked, what about me? Kong Tu chuckled as he dried his face, glancing at him, and you? What about you? Zhao Zheng. Kong Tu stopped teasing him, wetting the towel again, you're great. He said you're very resilient. Zhao Zheng sat on the bed, gesturing with his clearly defined knuckles, come here. Kong Tu's heart was still racing out of control. He wrung the water out of the damp cloth and stood before Zhao Zheng, looking down at him with a smile. Zhao Zheng pulled Kong Tu between his legs. He'd gotten much tanner over these past 2 days, even the mole under his lip wasn't so noticeable anymore. The sweat on his face slid down his neck along the contours of his skin, making him look extremely masculine and sexy. Kong Tu wanted to do something, but seeing how cautious Zhao Zheng was acting, he didn't dare make any rash moves. So he placed the wet cloth on Zhao Zheng's face to wipe off the sweat. However, Zhao Zheng grabbed his hand, his Adam's apple moving up and down as he politely asked, can I kiss you? Kong Tu couldn't help but laugh, sure. Chapter 77, Xingtian's Punishment, Part 8. Kong Tu casually swung his leg and sat on him, leaning down to give him a quick kiss. This posture made him uncomfortable, so after a while, he tried to stand up but was stopped by Zhao Zheng who held onto his waist without letting go. Kong Tu whispered with a smile, let go. Zhao Zheng placed his head in Kong Tu's neck hollow. Kong Tu was wearing something very thin, and Zhao Zheng's breathing tickled him, causing him to move back a bit. The two remained close like this, not moving beyond this level of affection. Kong Tu didn't want to take another step forward on his own, preferring to let Zhao Zheng handle it. No matter what, Kong Tu decided to accompany him fully. At the same time, Kong Tu was also cautious not to get too close and cause any inappropriate reactions. He struggled again, saying, it feels awkward. Let go. He was still unsure if Zhao Zheng really liked men. He wasn't certain at all. But Kong Tu rarely tested others and wouldn't do anything that might harm himself. Maintaining their current relationship status suited him well. One should not be too greedy, nor try to prove another person's heart. Zhao Zheng slid his hand under Kong Tu's armpit and pulled him up before finally releasing him. Kong Tu looked down at him, realizing that one couldn't blame those couples they used to see together in public places. How lucky humans were to be able to be with the ones they loved. Kong Tu felt like taking Zhao Zheng out wherever he went, staying close to each other. Kong Tu lay down casually on the bed and said, did you see Yanzi when you came back? Fuyo said there was something wrong with his state. No, Zhao Zheng turned around to look at him, he has troubles on his mind. It's been going on for a while now, and it's not because of Jiu. Kong Tu nodded, I understand. He was also aware that Yan Lingfei's problems originated from within himself, having little to do with Jiu. Yan Lingfei's worldview had slowly started collapsing, turning him into someone who lived carelessly and laughed off life. Previously, Kong Tu always thought Yan Lingfei's personality was just like that, but now he saw that Yan Lingfei was likely indulging himself intentionally. When did he start acting like this? Kong Tu rested his arms behind his head, with his legs propped up on Zhao Zheng's. I'm not sure, Zhao Zheng replied, he is quite guarded. Lying on his back, Kong Tu felt that even though the rules of room 404 couldn't break any one of them, they were quietly destroying their inner selves. With doubt and hopelessness, they slowly corroded their strong willpower. Zhao Zheng was a determined person, but Fuyo had once mentioned that there were two opposing forces wrestling inside Zhao Zheng's heart. Kong Tu wondered, is it because of me? He truly didn't know why Zhao Zheng suddenly took this step. He wanted to ask again but hesitated since he had asked before and Zhao Zheng's answer hadn't satisfied him then. Standing up, Zhao Zheng placed the damp cloth Kong Tu had left on the table back where it belonged. Then, he kicked off his shoes and lay down beside Kong Tu, both looking up at the ceiling together. Kong Tu thought to himself, he's trying hard to be with me. With a low voice, Zhao Jing asked, what are you thinking about? Thinking about you, Kong Tu answered. Zhao Jing chuckled softly through his nose. After several moments of hesitation, Kong Tu finally asked, why? The sentence was incomplete, but Zhao Jing understood. Turning his head to look at him, he said, didn't you say you didn't want to hear it? Kong Tu retorted, it's because you haven't given a good enough explanation. Zhao Jing shot back, don't twist things around. Look how smart you think you are, Kong Tu said coldly, try saying it again. Zhao Jing paused. Kong Tu leaned his head on Zhao Jing's shoulder. It was hot, and sweat formed on both their bodies. If the weather continued to heat up like this, no one would survive. Kong Tu became a little restless and said, you have another chance. After uttering these words, he regretted it and added, say what sounds good. You don't need my guidance, right? Zhao Jing carefully considered his response and began sincerely, because I. Kong Tu interrupted, be realistic. Zhao Jing pondered some more and tried tentatively, after reflecting on it, I no longer wish to live as I used to. Kong Tu made a sound from his throat, encouraging him to continue. Zhao Jing got a clearer understanding of what Kong Tu wanted to hear. Although he couldn't explain exactly why, he indeed reached this point amidst twists and struggles. Zhao Jing paused momentarily, then suddenly asked, what did you feel when you first came here? Kong Tu was taken aback for a moment. At that time, I felt extremely desperate, struggling to understand why I was so unlucky. I was very angry because I hadn't done anything wrong, yet life kept playing tricks on me. Zhao Jing smiled and said, I thought you wouldn't be able to make it. You appeared very fragile. I'm very good at surviving, Kong Tu said, no matter what I encounter, I can just muddle through and live on. Slowly, everything gets endured. I once saw someone online say how they got through the despairing period, by maintaining one belief, I'll die tomorrow. Little by little, a lot of tomorrows were lived through. Zhao Jing sighed, don't talk like that. So Kong Tu stopped talking. Zhao Jing reached his arm around Kong Tu's head. Kong Tu complained, it's hot. Zhao Jing didn't move but turned to look at Kong Tu's side face. Kong Tu felt somewhat shy, turning his head to meet Zhao Jing's gaze, saying irritably, what? Keep hope in your heart. Zhao Jing lightly covered Kong Tu's eyes with his hand, earnestly telling him, if you don't believe in fate, then believe in me. Kong Tu simply couldn't figure out where Zhao Jing had picked up this stuff from, but oddly, he found himself eating it up. His current mentality was entirely that of passionate love. He sincerely thought Zhao Jing was handsome, charming, and couldn't believe that they were dating. Zhao Jing said, I have no special reason, I just want to do it. I don't want you to die in 404 or get bullied, or hook up with the administrator. Understand? Kong Tu laughed and said, what nonsense is this? Zhao Jing looked down at him, is there something? Kong Tu was actually quite happy, deliberately not refuting so as to enjoy it longer. However, Zhao Jing didn't bring up the topic again, instead saying, don't overthink it. I'm an ordinary person, no different from Yan Lingfei, Lu Ban, or Chang Mingming. They can fall in love, why can't I? Kong Tu internally ranted, big brother, are any of those people normal? It was scorchingly hot today. Kong Tu lying on the bed felt his back soaked with sweat. His wet hair stuck to his face, yet the two of them remained close. Zhao Jing made no mention of moving away. When I first arrived, my condition wasn't good either, Zhao Jing said, actually, it hasn't improved much even until now. Sometimes, when I wake up in the morning, I don't know what to do. Kong Tu replied, I thought you didn't care. Zhao Jing smiled, how could I not care? Since Kong Tu always perceived Zhao Jing as powerful, even if everyone had their limits, willpower could accomplish indestructibility. He always thought Zhao Jing's will was resolute, unshakable against any storm or tempest. But Zhao Jing said, I've had enough of this life. This was another side of Zhao Jing that Kong Tu hadn't seen before. If Zhao Jing hadn't willingly shown it, perhaps Kong Tu would never have known what Zhao Jing truly thought. Maybe you're here to help me, Zhao Jing whispered softly, I've previously thought your arrival wasn't a coincidence. As the first new face 30 years later, Kong Tu awakened some people here who'd long been worn out. The moment he climbed up the cliffside, he unknowingly ignited the torches within many hearts. Kong Tu also smiled, then I'll keep making efforts. Zhao Jing teased, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Kong Tu determined that regardless of his future with Zhao Jing, he would give his all to help Zhao Jing wholeheartedly. Zhao Jing's features were sharp and didn't suit any kind of melancholy expression. Born pessimistic, Kong Tu believed Zhao Jing shouldn't be, neither in the future should he become so. Finally reaching his limit of endurance, Kong Tu pushed Zhao Jing aside and exclaimed, ah. It's unbearably hot. Yet this was not the temperature's peak. A day later when they set off, the temperature rose further, the ground was scorching hot. Walking on the road for a while, the heat seeped through the thin grass shoe pads, making it unbearable. Yan Lingfei lay on the horse cart without a canopy, shouting desperately, it's so damn hot. Fuyo sat next to him, seemingly unaffected by the sweltering weather. Kong Tu asked, why aren't you bothered? Fuyo replied, I've gotten much darker since last year. He was already very pale now, which made Kong too hard to imagine what he used to be like, saying, being a bit darker is good, it looks healthier. Fuyo said, I think so too, but I can't get any darker, we need to find Zhulong quickly. You need sun protection. Kong too felt he knew quite a bit about this scientific aspect, know about UV rays. You should normally use something to shield yourself from the sun, even indoors you shouldn't relax, because you can still tan indoors. Fuyo listened with great interest, go on. But Kong too had said all he knew and had nothing left to say. Yan Lingfei struggled to sit up, revealing a clear boundary between the skin that had been covered and the skin exposed to the sun. Overheated and extremely irritable, he buried his head in his arms and said, Isn't Gonggang the water god? Can't he think of a way to help? Fuyo replied gently, Gonggang was injured, nearly dying in the last battle with Zhurong. Yan Lingfei, come on, man, he looked pretty strong when he captured us the other day. That means he's recovered. Fuyo lowered his eyes, in fact, I'm just too lazy to ask him for you. If you really want something done, go talk to him yourself. Yan Lingfei was speechless. Thinking further about how incompatible he and Gonggang were, he angrily shouted a couple more times before collapsing back down. Kong too gave him a kick, hey. Yan Lingfei responded lethargically, what is it? As soon as he opened his eyes, a massive wave crashed toward him, throwing him back to the ground. Kong too raised his hand, a splash splash, water column falling from the sky drenching Yan Lingfei's head. Kong too asked, feeling refreshed. Yan Lingfei shook his head and said contentedly, more please. The horizontal public fish fussed around in the bucket, leaping out to Kong too's feet. Fuyo picked it up and said, then while you're at it, could you also change the water for it? Chapter 78, Xingtian's Punishment, 9. Kong too inexplicably said, why do you bring it if you're here to fight? Fuyo replied, this is my pet. Kong too. Yan Lingfei lazily flipped over and said, listen to him. This fish transforms at night, which can help judge the time. There was no night now, so it was difficult for them to judge the time as they walked on the road. Though Hengong fish couldn't transform into a human anymore, its lower body could still grow legs during the night, serving as a good way to tell the time. It's only partly because of that, Fuyo said, as a god, I can sense everything in the world, Xiaoman isn't needed to know the time. So Kong too changed the water for Hengong fish and gave Yan Lingfei a cool shower. Zhao Jing drove the horse ahead. Gonggang keenly recognized who was the mainstay of their small group and sat in front discussing matters with Zhao Zheng. Almost there, Gonggang's voice was deep and husky, have you ever seen Xingtian before? Zhao Jing knew this was a test of their origins. If they answered, it would be known whether they had previously lived there or not. He raised his whip and waved it, no, but I've heard about him before. Gonggang said, then you will soon see him. A moment later, Zhao Jing said, we come from a place without gods, sent here on a mission. No gods, Gonggang repeated, looking deeply into Zhao Zheng's eyes, there cannot be a land without gods in this world. Zhao Jing didn't want to argue, so he casually said, perhaps. Gonggang pointed at his chest and asked, what are gods? Spreading his arms as though embracing all things, he continued, gods are your beliefs. I was already dead, it was the people's belief in me that brought me back to life. Eventually, I will die again, because the masses will not forever believe in me. With each new era comes something else worthy of trust, a thing surely originating from within themselves, arising from their inner being. Zhao Zheng understood what he meant, and said, I am a god. You are a god, Gonggang was satisfied with his quick comprehension, gods are immortal, and thus you are also immortal. Zhao Zheng was quite surprised by his forward-thinking ideas and grew interested, asking, if someone has no faith, then what? What difference would that make from an animal? Gonggang said. Zhao Zheng, on this continent, there should also be those who do not believe in you. There are, Gonggang's expression turned serious, because they already have a place to anchor their hearts. I simply exist to guide those who are lost, and when the world no longer feels lost, they will no longer need to believe in me. Zhao Zheng, you will disappear. Returning to the embrace of all things, Gonggang looked toward the sky filled with red clouds, it would be the greatest honor. Such a verdict wasn't audacious or extraordinary, yet Zhao Jing did not expect a god to express it so candidly. People's bewilderment created gods, when they didn't understand how they came into being, they invented Nuwa, uncertain of where they went after death, they dreamed up Diu, the underworld, along with the river of forgetfulness, Mengpa, the judges, ox-headed and horse-faced creatures to make the story clearer, gradually perfecting an entire pantheon of deities. Up until this point, Zhao Zheng had always thought in such a manner. Gonggang said, Nuwa is the mother of humanity, and this humanity is also Nuwa's home. Zhao Jing immediately sensed something wasn't right. There was a flaw in this logic, Nuwa shouldn't oppose humans since her power stems from all of humanity. If humanity became extinct, the gods would lose those who believed in them and naturally vanish. This is precisely the greatness of Nuwa as the Mother Earth, Gonggang said, when humanity reaches extremes, it indicates failure on the part of the gods. She wants to wipe out everything and start anew, perishing together with humanity. Within 100 years, a new generation of humanity will accompany new gods to arise. Zhao Zheng. Gonggang leaned one leg on the edge of the cart, the other bent, his arm resting on his knee, his eyes slightly squinting, gazing into the distance. In a deep voice, he said, we have arrived. The sky full of burning clouds had spread over from the other side of the mountain, covering the whole heaven and earth in a thick red light, as if the air itself had caught fire. A group of people descended from the unclear horizon. The leading man was bare-chested, wearing dirty pants, with his long hair haphazardly tied on top of his head using a wooden stick, having a rugged face but remarkably handsome, his bearing showing freedom and unconventionality. Several people followed behind him, yet under his imposing presence, others were momentarily overlooked. Gong Gong stood up, the two men silently staring at each other from 5 or 6 meters away, neither stepping forward any further. Gong Gong said, "You've come." Xingtian said, "I hear you've died once." 2 strands of his hair dangled over his forehead. He slightly lowered his head while speaking, a wound cut across his arched eyebrows, and his eyes gleamed with a terrifying ferocity, as if he were an evil ghost mistakenly entering the human world. Gong Gong said, "Didn't make it then. You'll have to wait another 2 years." Kong Tu watched them stand off against each other. Both were extremely tall. From afar, one truly felt the chasm between humans and gods, just their auras alone could overwhelm others. It was at this moment that he realized someone he knew was among them. Baiyue and Li Xian were mixed in the group, giving them a light nod. Kong Tu became a little excited and turned back to poke Zhao Zheng. Zhao Zheng pointed at a red-eyed man with disheveled hair and said, "The fire god Zhu Rong." Kong Tu felt the pressure. It seemed like there was an atmosphere of tension here. For how long Shen Nong and Xianyuan fought, Gong Gong and Zhu Rong were antagonistic for just as long. Now they suddenly shook hands in peace. On principle, they could cooperate, but probably there were still gaps in their feelings. A woman wore layers upon layers of white skirts, her arms draped with a long blue silk ribbon that fluttered without wind, swirling around her body. She floated and said, "Changxi." "Changxi, oh." Fuyo asked, "Are you not hot?" Changxi retorted instantly, "What do you care, look at your own black face." Fuyo hit a sore spot, "Your hair is so ugly." Changxi, "Ugly? My husband braided it for me." "Do you even have a husband?" Fuyo shot back instantly, "Your husband's so busy, has he combed for Shiha too? In the morning, he won't have time to do anything else, just combing heads for all his wives." Changxi, furious, said, "You're asking for death." Seeing it was about to get physical, Kong Tu quickly found them and out and mediated, saying, "Never mind, both of you should shut up." Changxi pointed at him and said, "What kind of thing are you?" Zhao Zheng hadn't paid attention to this side, but suddenly hearing her curse like this, frowned and said, "Can you speak nicely?" Kong Tu sighed inwardly, "Don't cause more trouble, big brother." Xingtian cared nothing for the quarrel behind him and said to Gong Gong, "I've brought the moon goddess Changxi. I believe Zhulong dare not harm mankind anymore, we shall settle this quickly." Zhulong wouldn't dare act alone, Gong Gong said coolly, "This is the will of Nuwa and Fushi. Bringing Changxi can only add confusion." "Changxi, what do you mean, Gong Gong? Want to start trouble now, huh? Let's fight. See if I'm afraid of you or not." Gong Gong roared angrily, "Enough." As he growled, he released an oppressive power, surging towards the earth and sky. For a moment, everyone was stunned immovable. Xingtian calmly said, "Talking further is futile, let us be on our way." Zhulong resided in the far northern frigid lands, the mountain god of Zhongshan. Yan Lingfei heard this and felt almost crazed with excitement, "We're going to the coldest place. Thank heaven." Baiyue said, "Exactly, let's walk there." Yan Lingfei's face fell, coldly saying, "Oh." Kong Tu really couldn't understand why a bunch of gods would gather together and yet travel by horse carriage to find someone so primitively. Fuyo said, "None of us can fly, Changxi can, but she won't take you." Kong Tu had to give up hope. However, he was actually quite happy since he encountered some companions from room 404 here, which reassured him a bit. From the beginning, these few people did not plan to pretend they didn't know each other because their origins were equally obscure, even simultaneously appearing. It was easy to associate them together, making it completely unnecessary to put up resistance needlessly. These gods' ways of thinking were already different from humans anyway, as their birth itself was magical, so their acceptance of other magical things was pretty high. Surprisingly, both Gong Gong and Xingtian made the same decision, leaving them behind. On the carriage, people were divided into 2 sides. Changxi and Zhu Rong sat at the tail end, while Baiyue and Li Xian followed Kong Tu's group in front. The distance wasn't far, but there was a clear boundary. Baiyue kicked Li Xian and said, "Relax now." Li Xian remained silent, leaning on his long sword as he rested on the cart. Though tan darker, he looked even more martial and heroic, resembling a down-and-out general. Kong Tu asked, "Where are the others?" "They split up," Baiyue said, "after dodging the thunder that day, we few went to look for you guys, but after entering Xuanyuan's territory, we were detained by Xingtian. The rest likely headed for empty Taiheng. It was originally an individual battle, and everyone wagered differently to win." "There was no problem with that," Kong Tu asked, "How many of you are there?" Baiyue said, "Guess what, it's those willing to come looking for you." Saying this, Kong Tu immediately understood, it was probably the ones led by Ouyang Zhen. Baiyue pushed his curly hair back, revealing a sweat-drenched forehead. He glanced at Li Xian and said, "It was supposed to be me and Ouyang coming, but he was worried Zhao Zheng would die, so decided to follow." Unfortunately, Ouyang couldn't stand the intense heat, which left just the two of us. Kong Tu wasn't particularly close with Bayue, their total conversation up until now had been under 100 sentences. This man was always extremely serious, the epitome of an old-school figure, and didn't get along well with many people, including those like Bayue. Today, likely due to the stifling heat, everyone seemed more irritable, and there was none of the usual formalities between them. Fuyo asked Kong Tu, "Do you guys know each other?" Kong Tu responded briefly, "We came together but got separated later." Fuyo nodded slightly, seeming to understand, yet lost in thought. Kong Tu wanted to change the subject and genuinely asked curiously, whispering cautiously, "What's going on between you and Changxi?" At once, Fuyo's expression turned cold, losing every trace of gentleness from before, as he let out a contemptuous snort. "Kong Tu, if you don't want to say, that's fine." Fuyo changed his mind, saying, "I'll trade, tell me about your deal first." Kong Tu felt this matter would have to be addressed eventually if they were to fight alongside each other in the future without such secrecy. So, he readily agreed, "All right." Fuyo replied, "She's simply jealous because I'm better looking." Kong Tu was incredulous, "That simple?" Fuyo, "Yes." Kong Tu emotionlessly said, "I take it back." Finally, Zhao Jing no longer needed to drive, it was Gongdang's turn. He strolled over and sat next to Kong Tu, drenched in sweat with beads rolling down his face. He wiped carelessly and asked, "Take what back?" As Fuyo was about to speak, Kong Tu snapped his fingers instantly and shouted, "Hey, brother Zheng." Zhao Jing responded with a then suddenly got drenched by a stream of water falling from above, caught unprepared. Kong Tu laughed uncontrollably, "Feels good, right?" Shaking off the droplets from his hair, Zhao Jing sighed helplessly, "You're insane." Bayue flicked his gaze between the two but chose not to comment, instead asking Kong Tu, "Do it for me too." Yan Lingfei stirred awake, her voice hoarse as she shoved him aside roughly, "Wait your turn in the back." A massive chariot trampled through grass and crops half a man tall, racing toward the blazing sun, with streams of water occasionally flying off its roof. Gradually, it disappeared into the swirling waves of heat rising from the ground, vanishing from sight. Chapter 79, Xingtian's Punishment, 10. They arrived at Zhongshan Mountain when the Hengong fish transformed into human legs for the third time. The rumored cold and desolate place had ceased its seasonal storms, with melting snow turning into streams along the mountain, making the temperature quite warm. The Zhongshan mountain range stretched endlessly. Standing at the foot of the mountain and looking up, one could not see the peak, its grandeur was unimaginable, especially when covered in snow. Gonggang thrust his long spear deeply into the ground, causing surging waves of energy. He roared loudly after centering his breath, "Where is Zhu Long?" That sound echoed throughout the land, as if reaching the very edge of the sky. Gonggang struck the ground again with his long spear, shouting, "Where is Zhu Long?" Xingtian grew impatient waiting any longer and summoned Ganqi. His axe hit the shield, immediately shaking heaven and earth, gathering clouds that rolled and dispersed. After hitting 3 times, rolling stones began to fall from Zhongshan Mountain but were casually deflected by Fuyo to avoid hitting them. Finally, the mountain gate of Zhongshan opened, revealing a transparent barrier before them, faintly showing the scenery behind. Gonggang was about to step in directly, but Zhao Zheng instinctively stopped him, "Wait." Even Kong Tu thought that such impulsive action did not fit the style of Team 404. If it were left to 404's team to make the decision, they wouldn't have created so much commotion just now. Gonggang frowned at Zhao Zheng, "What is it?" Zhao Zheng said, "Are you really going to enter like this?" "Then what?" Gonggang retorted, "Every second you delay results in someone dying due to the scorching heat, Zhao Zheng." Having no choice, Zhao Zheng let go and gave in, "All right, but stay alert." Xingtian snickered, "Don't apply the tactics of humans on gods." Zhao Jing nonchalantly replied, "Caution is always a good thing." Xingtian glanced at him with a touch of disdain and took the lead, stepping into the transparent barrier. Just as he landed, several winged creatures resembling ferocious tigers lunged at him, throwing him down forcefully. Reacting quickly, Xingtian raised his shield with his right arm to block the attack, yet the beasts pinned him beneath them, aiming straight for his neck. Gonggang leaped inside the barrier and powerfully thrust his spear. The savage beast screamed painfully, snapping its drooling jaws once more before growling lowly while glaring fiercely at Gonggang. The others jumped in one after another, immediately engaging in battle. Fuyo generated 2 sharp weapons made of white light in his hands with a slight movement, glancing back to warn them, "They're Qiongqi, don't let them get your head." Yan Lingfei ignited 2 fireballs in his hand which merged and turned into a fiery staff. Swinging it powerfully, he rushed into the group of Qiongqi. Kong Tu shouted, "Yan Lingfei." Yan Lingfei responded, "This place feels so damn cool." The Qiongqi seemed to fear fire, hesitating to approach Yan Lingfei at first. However, fear has its limits. Yan Lingfei smashed his staff onto the ground, creating a massive crater, angering multiple Qiongqi who then recklessly charged forward. In an instant, dozens of Qiongqi flapped their wings towards Yan Lingfei. With no other choice, Kong Tu jumped onto a higher boulder and lifted a large stone high into the air. A great wave surged forward, washing all the Qiongqi away. Zhao Jing warned, "Behind us." Kong Tu turned around swiftly only to face a gaping monstrous mouth. Zhao Zheng was beside himself with rage. He summoned his sword radiating golden light and roared, "Back off." However, the Cheongchi halted less than half a meter from Kantu, motionless, allowing him to smell its unpleasant breath. A streak of blood slid down the beast's fur. Fuyo retracted his glowing sword from mid-air and kicked it effortlessly, sending it flying. Not wanting to prolong the fight further, Zhao Zheng swung his sword. The dazzling blade lit the dark place as bright as day. His voice resonated deep and authoritative, "All of you, retreat." Zhurong noticed something strange earlier and questioned with wide eyes, "Who are you really?" Zhao Zheng calmly responded, "Do you want to chat now?" Zhurong still appeared youthful with darker skin and short eyebrows, his round eyes with red pupils didn't instill terror despite glaring intensely. Wrinkling his brows, he scrutinized Zhao Zheng, then spread out his arms, tightly gripping fists, and let out a deafening roar to the sky. Instantly, the entire battlefield was engulfed in flames. The Cheongchi, intimidated repeatedly by this fiery display, revealed hate-filled eyes, baring their teeth as they crouched down facing them. Zhao Zheng asked, "Is this what you call your gods?" Xingtian retorted, "Do you have something to say?" Zhao Zheng glanced coldly at him, a faint smile curling the corner of his lips. He threw the long sword into the air, its tip pointed straight at the group of Cheongchi. "We need to keep working together," Zhao Zheng said, "and you should put away your disdain." Xingtian became irritated and directed his great axe towards Zhao Zheng's eyebrows. Neither of them backed down. Li Xian had already drawn his blade. Kantu feared an internal conflict might break out before they repelled the external enemy, so he stood on higher ground and loudly announced, "I still remember Gonggang's words before we came in. Every second someone dies. So, are you not feeling as anxious now?" He turned his gaze to Xingtian and continued, "If you don't trust us, then don't use us. Is that difficult to understand?" Xingtian glared fiercely back, "What is there about you that deserves my trust?" "We have the ability," Kantu said with a nonchalant tone, "whether or not you choose to believe it, it doesn't matter if you come after us, does it? Why bother anyway?" Compared to before, his temper was much better, but when truly angered, it was impossible to contain him, every word sharp without any leniency. Fighting, he wasn't afraid of that either. "Alright," Fuyo finally intervened, "the Cheongchi have fled. Let's focus, everyone." In the end, it was Zhao Zheng who first retracted his longsword. Without turning around, he directly told Li Xian behind him, "Put the knife away." Reluctantly, Li Xian sheathed his weapon, while Yan Lingfei, arms crossed behind his head in a carefree manner, remarked, "Any issues, just speak up. Don't give us the silent treatment. Big man like you giving us attitude. Isn't that annoying?" Kantu didn't expect such a reaction from him and quickly gave him a meaningful look, yet Yan Lingfei seemed completely oblivious, asking Xingtian, "You hear that? That was directed at you." Indeed, this greatly enraged Xingtian, causing him to swing his long axe, which struck upon a suddenly appearing earth shield emerging from the ground. Bai Yu Wei explained apologetically, "My brother isn't good with words, sorry for the inconvenience." Yan Lingfei retorted, "I was sticking up for you, go ahead and apologize yourself, don't include me in that." Judging by Xingtian's current disposition towards them, it was easy to infer that Li Xian and Bai Yu Wei had endured no small amount of disdain from Xingtian recently, hence Yan Lingfei's comments. Xingtian increased the force in his axe strike, creating a loud boom sound as it shattered the earth shield. Bai Yu Wei stepped forward calmly, locking eyes with him. Gonggang spoke up, "Xingtian, prioritize the bigger picture." After some time, Xingtian eventually shot them a glare before turning and leaving. Kantu sighed in relief, jumping off the boulder and kicking Yan Lingfei hard on the foot, cursing softly, "Do you want to die today?" His behavior since rushing into the Cheongchi horde until provoking Xingtian was unlike him, almost deliberately disruptive. But Yan Lingfei showed no sign of irritation after being kicked. He rubbed his bottom and grinned, "Am I cool or what?" Kantu rolled his eyes, too exasperated to even bother responding. This task made him extremely uncomfortable. Previously, their missions required only coordination with their team and gradual execution. However, this one was entirely out of control, with an unstable element added to their team leading to mutual suspicion, as well as Yan Lingfei's lack of seriousness. Even during the last mission, Yan Lingfei had been fine. But this time, or perhaps even before the mission began, his emotional state seemed already off. It would be easier if there were specific reasons, but Yan Lingfei's changes occurred gradually over time. They all noticed but did not know how to intervene. They entered a barrier and only now had the leisure to observe the layout inside. Directly in front of them was a set of high stairs. At the very top sat a throne, flanked by night pearls that never dimmed over thousands of years. Along both sides of the steps floated perpetual flames hovering midair. Other than the throne, everything else was cloaked in darkness, indistinguishable. "Where is Zhu Long?" Changshi asked. Fuyo replied, "You could ask it." Changshi rolled her eyes, "I don't want to argue with you right now." Fuyo snarkily returned, "Who wants to argue with you?" Without waiting for more, Kantu forcefully dragged Fuyo away, breaking their immature squabble. Gonggang said, "Zhu Long is a mountain deity, if it left here, this mountain would turn barren. It must still be here." Xingtian had already begun walking up the stairs towards the throne. The four from Team 404 were utterly exhausted mentally and did not bother stopping him, allowing him to proceed. As Xingtian climbed each step, one flame extinguished. By the time he reached the throne, all the lights on the steps were gone, leaving only darkness illuminated solely by the two ever-burning lamps lighting the platform, leaving Xingtian standing eerily in the blackened space as if suspended in midair. The entire process was eerily silent. Everyone watched as Xingtian turned around, appearing to be enthroning himself as he stared down at everyone with a kingly gaze before sitting on the throne. In an instant after that, the entire space lit up brilliantly, and all traces of darkness were driven away. In front of them now were countless ghosts sprawled out upon the steps. Zhu Long. Zhu Rong shouted into the sky in anger, "What is this trickery you are playing?" Each of the ghosts reeked horribly, their skin greenish, dangling long tongues as they climbed toward the throne. Without fear, Xingtian gripped his great axe and said, "Come on." Zhu Rong ignited a fire and burned all the ghosts, but it transformed them into fiery ones instead. A few rolled over toward them, mouths agape, inching forward. Kuntu found it unbearable and tried washing them away with water, only for them to crawl back, so he flushed them again. Yan Lingfei commented, "Can you please show some respect for others?" Kuntu responded, "They're disgusting. I can't bring myself to do it." As the words left his mouth, more ghosts crawled under his feet. Yan Lingfei swung his staff intending to fight, but another whoosh of water sent the ghosts floating away once more. Yan Lingfei stumbled forward and complained, "Are you messing with me?" Kuntu turned with horror in his voice, "Run." Without even looking back, Yan Lingfei bolted along with Kuntu. From afar, Kuntu shouted at Zhao Zheng, "Use your sword." Suddenly, an enormous Qiongqi covered in glowing blue stripes appeared, flapping its wings and chasing the two desperately fleeing figures. How could human legs ever outrun wings? The Qiongqi's sharp claws were about to tear into Yan Lingfei's back when he abruptly turned and held the stick in front of him. He was thrown to the ground by the impact, pain surging through his body as he screamed out loud. Kuntu ran forward to help, but Zhao Zheng stepped in, saying, "Stand aside," and lunged with one swift strike of the sword. Instead of being injured, the Qiongqi released Yan Lingfei and swerved to avoid the attack. Its teeth were the size of a child's fists, both frightening and intimidating as they charged towards Zhao Zheng. Zhao Zheng's strike missed, forcing him to retreat immediately. Yan Lingfei stood up, took a few steps to build momentum, then jumped and swung the staff forcefully, striking the Qiongqi's wing. Instantly, fur caught fire, igniting its feathers. Enraged, the Qiongqi thrashed violently in the air before landing and roaring loudly at the three men surrounding it. Zhao Zheng, Kuntu, and Yan Lingfei formed a circle around the creature, encircling it. When its limbs touched the ground, it towered above them, resembling a massive tiger head that quickly scanned them all with a fierce warning glance. Its large eyes glimmered like steel needles, piercing their souls. For some reason, the Qiongqi seemed unafraid of Zhao Zheng's sword, eager to fight a decisive battle. Suddenly, a wall of flames engulfed its whole body, causing it to roll across the floor wildly. The trio swiftly retreated as Zhu Rong leaped forward and asked Yan Lingfei, "What are you waiting for?" Yan Lingfei shamelessly replied, "I don't know how to do this, teach me." "Alright," Zhu Rong agreed but looked at Zhao Zheng and added seriously, "and then tell me who he is." Just then, the Qiongqi rose again, the charred smell filling the room. Fire still hadn't extinguished from its body as it roared and launched itself at them like a colossal fireball. Chapter 80, Xingtian's Punishment, 11. This Qiongqi was fearless against water and fire, clearly determined to fight to the death. Several people retreated 2 steps and looked up as this huge creature came down with an overwhelming force. Zhao Zheng narrowed his eyes, picked up his long sword, took 2 running steps forward, and shouted, "Get out of the way." Zhao Zheng moved at great speed. Suddenly putting strength in his toes, he leaped into the air, Bai Yue. Bai Yue was tied up by the demon and had no time to deal with anything else. He hastily turned around, the stone-like quality of his sword scraped on the ground, raising a trail of flying dust heading straight towards Zhao Zheng. A high mound arose from the flat ground, and Zhao Zheng landed on it midair. With both hands gripping the sword, his eyes were filled with determination. Kong Tu's heart was at his throat, seeing that the Qiongqi unexpectedly faced him midair. Zhao Zheng suddenly leapt and fiercely stabbed his long sword. The Qiongqi violently flapped its wings to dodge, but still lost half of its ear, which dangled bloody. When a surprise attack failed, one was immediately at a disadvantage. Yan Lingfei swung her fiery staff and jumped into the circle of battle with the evil ghost, pushing Bai Yue aside. "I'll take over, go there." Bai Yue shouted, "I will trap them." "Quickly leave." Yan Lingfei said, "Zhao Zheng is about to die." Li Xian wielded his blade so fast it disappeared from sight, cutting the demon ghost through the waist, but they kept regenerating one after another from underground. His feet were already soaked in blood, and a chain with a spiky iron ball at its tail appeared in his hand. Li Xian spun the chain above his head, forming streaks of residual shadows due to the high-speed rotation. Suddenly, he let go of the chain, and propelled by inertia, it flew and spun several rounds within the boundary. Li Xian roared, "Retract." The demons were caught by the chain. Changxi almost avoided being swept and entangled as she yelled, "Are you trying to kill me?" Li Xian ignored her and timed his jump perfectly, avoiding being swept in, landing on the head of a chained demon. Again he shouted, "Retract." The chains tightened, the demons wailed in agony, and for a moment, it was like a hellish scene. In the end, they were all cut into halves. On Zhao Zhang's side, the battle continued arduously. Bai Yu way below cooperated by creating a soil embankment for him, allowing Zhao Zhang to leap and flip in the air while fighting. With one ear injured, the Qiongqi pursued Zhao Zhang furiously, and Zhao Zhang narrowly escaped when the Qiongqi's fangs and claws nearly hit the place where Zhao Zhang stood, even shattering the soil embankment. Continuing like this would surely deplete Zhao Zhang's stamina eventually. Kong Tu thought of an idea, attempting to use a giant wave to lift Zhao Zhang up. As he attempted, a massive wave rose under his feet but lacked resilience. He fell off after barely standing on it for less than 2 seconds. It must have been night by now, unknown to everyone. Henganjiu revealed its thighs, plopping over and rolling into a puddle on the ground, shaking its butt. Immediately upon its entrance, a huge tidal wave surged forth, catching Kong Tu off guard, directly propelling him to collide with the ceiling. Bai Yu Wei exclaimed, "Kong Tu! You blocked me." Kong Tu steadied himself and replied, "Leave it to me." The wings of the Qiongqi wildly fluttered, stirring such strong winds that they made the sea of fire and the ghosts below increasingly fierce. Kong Tu casually put it out, and towering water columns poured onto the Qiongqi, but the beast persistently chased Zhao Zhang without slackening. Concerned not to harm Zhao Zhang, Kong Tu dared not move recklessly. Zhao Zhang noticed this, abruptly turning back to block the Qiongqi. The long sword clashed with its sharp teeth, pressing Zhao Zhang down on the soil embankment, immobilized, supporting the sword body with his other hand, his muscles quivering slightly from excessive exertion. At this moment, Bai Yu Wei suddenly withdrew his support, causing numerous soil embankments to collapse in a thunderous crash. Taking advantage of this momentum, Zhao Zhang kicked the Qiongqi in the stomach with great strength before discarding the sword decisively, tumbling to gain some distance from the beast. Kong Tu used a splash of water to catch him and threw a giant wave towards the Qiongqi again. Zhao Zhang warned, "Be careful." His long sword trembled in midair searching for a target. As the waves receded, sure enough, the Qiongqi opened its mouth wide once more and attacked. Startled, Kong Tu dodged left and right midair, losing balance several times and nearly falling. Suddenly, he had an idea, summoning Henganjiu along the stream of water to hold in his arms. The Qiongqi once again swung its claw, closely followed by Zhao Zhang's sword aiming for its neck, yet unable to catch up with its speed. Kong Tu clumsily held the Qiongqi's mouth as if controlling a machine gun, shouting, "Charge!" From Henganjiu's mouth emerged water streams as if bullets continuously sprayed. Kong Tu was thrown back by the recoil, aimlessly flying in the air. Henganjiu never ceased spraying water, automatically adjusting its aim, focusing specifically on the Qiongqi's wings. Eventually, the wings folded under pressure, crashing the Qiongqi heavily onto the ground. The golden long sword chased it and vertically plunged into its head silently. Kong Tu had turned the entire boundary into what seemed like a water curtain cave. Zhu Rong, who detested water most, had an expression as if someone owed him money. Kong Tu landed while holding Henganjiu. Thousands of evil ghosts continuously emerged from the ground. One ghost even grabbed his leg. Kong Tu's nerves had grown much stronger after fierce battles, and he took care of it without showing any emotion on his face. There are too many to kill. Gong suddenly also stood on the throne, back to back with Xingtian as they killed the evil spirits climbing up. They said to everyone, "We need to think of other ways." Fu Yu angrily said to Kong Tu, "Don't keep washing these things under my feet." Kong Tu held Henganjiu as if it were a water gun, and whenever anything came, he would rinse it away. He said now, "To each according to their ability, and you being a god should do more." Yan Lingfei extended his hand, attempting for Kong Tu to bring him along for a leisurely flight. Unexpectedly, Kong Tu ignored him completely and scolded from a high place, "What are you doing? Focus on killing monsters." Yan Lingfei replied, "These monsters don't drop even a single gold coin. Why fight? Pull me up there for a rest." Fu Yu was very dissatisfied, sparing a moment to turn around and say, "Stop playing with little man." "It's quite capable," Kong Tu said, "let me play a bit longer." Henganjiu was happily splashing water everywhere with its 2 white legs. Fu Yu, caught off guard, was sprayed all over. His dripping wet hair showed that Kong Tu inwardly realized this was bad. Considering how vain Fu Yu was, this must have been a great offense. Indeed, Fu Yu's face changed instantly, and he said word by word, "Come down. Now." Kong Tu obediently dropped to the ground and fought alongside everyone. The evil ghosts were not too threatening except for their resistance against fire attacks. But all were well aware that if this went on, their physical strength would eventually be depleted, putting them at a disadvantage. Zhao Zhang gripped the hilt of his long sword, and using the power of flying swords, he lifted himself up, jumping onto the throne and standing behind Gong and Xingtian. After the fire went out, this situation arose. Zhao Zhang said, "Can I interpret this as when all the fire steps are extinguished, it triggers a mechanism?" Gong said, "Yes, but I think it's better for us to consider that we're no longer in the previous space. There can't be so many evil ghosts for us to slay." He pierced through the heads of 2 evil ghosts with his spear, and said, "There is something wrong with this boundary." Zhao Zhang took a deep breath, stopping his anger. Xingtian coldly said, "Even if no one comes up here, you will not leave peacefully." Gong said, "This is not the time to argue about whose fault it is. Each step of the staircase should have significance. When the last one goes out and darkness engulfs us, our space changes. Zhao Jing kicked away an evil ghost climbing up and said, but there is one thing that has not changed. Right, Gonggang obviously approved of Zhao Jing and smiled, the night pearl on the throne has never gone out. Zhao Jing swiftly retracted his long sword and took a step back. Gonggang and Xingtian also put away their weapons. All three had simultaneously realized the method to solve their current predicament. Without any hindrance, countless evil ghosts rushed forward and quickly climbed up to the highest level. It seemed as though all the demons and spirits in the world surged forth, roaring, struggling, waving, clawing towards them. Various birds, beasts, and exotic species swayed in the boundary, rushing towards the high throne, like moths drawn to a flame, turning into wisps of green smoke. Zhao Jing thought to himself, just as expected. When they stood there, they weren't in the same space as below. And the few of them were the only connection points between these two spaces. Gonggang calmly watched as every evil ghost before their eyes turned into wisps of smoke, and asked, what should we do? Zhao Jing didn't understand much about these supernatural phenomena and casually suggested, relight the fire on the stairs. Zhu Rong can try, Gonggang, with his hands behind his back, pondered thoughtfully. Everyone squeezed next to the throne. Down the steps were horrifying faces, climbing endlessly and transforming into wisps of smoke. The whole boundary was filled with bizarre and dazzling scenes. Even killers never seen in the world appeared, grotesque faces rushing towards them, disappearing under the light of the night pearl just half an arm's length away. Kong Tu and Yan Lingfei competed to sit on the throne, but Changshi snatched it away. Feeling shy to compete with a girl, they quietly behaved themselves like good grandsons. Zhu Rong waved his hand, igniting a string of torches, restoring it to the original state they saw upon entering, yet nothing seemed to change. Kong Tu patted the ground beside him and said to Zhao Jing, sit. Zhao Jing replied, I'm not tired. Kong Tu looked at him and repeated firmly, sit. Unable to resist, Zhao Jing gave a wry smile and said, have I spoiled you? On the outside, Kong Tu appeared restrained as he said, I'm just having a proper conversation with you. Speechless, Zhao Jing paused. This person's behavior completely depended on the situation. When surrounded by familiar people, there was basically no formality. However, once strangers were present and the atmosphere didn't suit him, this individual would put up a facade. Zhao Jing sat cross-legged next to Kong Tu and Yan Lingfei, observing the current state of affairs and laughing, saying, all that effort for nothing. If they had known this earlier, there wouldn't have been a need to struggle so hard just now. Kong Tu took Zhao Jing's hand into his own, fidgeting with it and saying, you can't buy foresight with money. Yan Lingfei seemed unable to bear it, furrowing his brows and feeling quite uncomfortable as he said, count me out. Can you be a bit more reserved? Chapter 81, The Punishment of Xingtian, 12. Kong Tu's arrogance and ferocity only showed when he was intimidating Zhao Jing. He felt a bit embarrassed when teased but didn't immediately let go because it would be too obvious. He retorted, what's it to you? Do you owe me? Yan Lingfei calmly said, Big Brother is teaching you how to keep love fresh. You're keeping it pretty stale, Kong Tu replied, we haven't even started yet. Yan Lingfei almost choked on his breath and slapped Kong Tu on the head, you've been spoiled rotten. Kong Tu laughed loudly, leaning back onto Zhao Jing's legs. This unfeeling straight man was absently stroking Kong Tu's hair, seemingly disconnected from reality as he suddenly lifted Kong Tu's bangs, revealing his sweat-drenched forehead. Kong Tu. Yan Lingfei burst into laughter instantly, ha 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 my goodness ha ha ha. Zhao Jing didn't quite understand what had them so worked up, still absent-mindedly petting Kong Tu's soft hair in a gentle manner. Kong Tu slapped his hand away, tidied his bangs, and sat up again. This time Zhao Jing understood, also finding it amusing and laughing along. Li Xian's gaze kept shifting between them, noticed by Kong Tu who gave Zhao Jing a look. In any other situation, Zhao Jing would react quickly to understand Kong Tu's hint and said, he knows. Kong Tu blankly, Ed. Zhao Jing repeated, I told him a few days ago, along with Bai Yue. Now it was Kong Tu's turn to be dumbfounded, unsure of what to say or how he felt about it. He always thought of himself as someone hard to please, neither moved by words nor willing to accept actions due to the total failure of his parents' marriage, which led him to believe that whether it's family ties or feelings, they will all eventually vanish, everything being illusions, and the future filled with sorrow. But now he was easily touched by Zhao Jing. Even trivial matters or things Zhao Jing should do could make him feel overwhelmed, caught in these intricate details, and full of joy inside. He once regarded every kind of affection contemptuously, attributing it to lack of love because he wasn't fond enough, making everything seem strict and pessimistic. But every day spent with Zhao Jing made him happy. Kong Tu asked quietly, what did he say? Zhao Jing pondered for a moment, asking another question, do you want the truth or a lie? Never mind, I get it, Kong Tu said expressionlessly. Zhao Jing chuckled, actually, there wasn't much to say, and his opinion doesn't matter anyway. Ultimately, Li Xian remained loyal to Zhao Jing, unable to be friends and incapable of breaking free from this master-servant relationship. Neither Zhao Jing nor Li Xian could truly face each other on equal terms honestly. For some reason, Kong Tu felt sorry for him. They took a brief rest, albeit out of necessity, since they weren't sure how to escape. Kong Tu numbly watched those evil spirits coming and disappearing, over and over again, immune to it by now, saying, I'm thinking, if the barrier breaks and they really rush forward. Yan Lingfei slapped his hand over his mouth, shut up. After speaking, Kong Tu regretted it and clasped his hands together in prayer, unintentional words, unintentional words. Zhao Jing said, it's fine. Kong Tu said, it's like that thing I mentioned to you before. Murphy's Law, Zhao Jing continued, even if it breaks, it's okay. I won't let anything happen to you. Yan Lingfei. Kong Tu couldn't bear it himself, covering his mouth with his hand, stopped talking. He flushed red. There was a difference in how people spoke privately versus publicly. This sentence was nothing unusual, but Yan Lingfei's presence made it embarrassing. Yan Lingfei sighed at Kong Tu, I believe what you said before. Covering his blushing face, unsure if it was from embarrassment or shyness, Kong Tu simply stopped him, that's enough. Yan Lingfei ignored him, continuing, he's really stupid, a bit backward. Kong Tu responded, a little bit. But shut up, it's none of your business. Originally overcoming inner shame, Zhao Jing now found their reactions made him more uncomfortable. Laughing, Kong Tu broke the awkwardness, I think Yan Lingfei looks gayer than you. Yan Lingfei joined in the commotion, the three of them passing it off like a crosstalk act. Zhao Zheng was a serious person, and so he spoke seriously. It was only at this moment that Kong Tu began to truly feel that Zhao Zheng was with him, and earnestly so. The group sat together idly, bored from being trapped here. There was nothing interesting about their confinement, and Kong Tu leaned against Zhao Zheng's chest, pulling the fish he gong over and prying open its mouth, pinching it back and forth. The fish had been quite pleased initially, thinking it was going to play with water again, but after waiting for what seemed an eternity without any fun, it became unhappy and struggled to break free. Kong Tu originally held it tightly, not letting go, teasing it twice before suddenly releasing it. As the fish was sitting on his lap, it was sent flying forward by inertia and landed face first into the dirt, losing its legs in the process. Kong Tu. Zhao Zheng was also confused, what happened? The fish thrashed around, its large tail flapping back and forth as it too searched for its lost legs. Fuyo exploded immediately, where are the legs? Its legs. Kong Tu looked up blankly, I don't know. Logically, the fish had just grown human legs, which should only disappear during the day, not now. It's not his fault, Zhao Zheng suddenly said, it might be because time flows differently here. Kong Tu instantly sat up straight. Zhao Zheng stood up and asked Gong, where is the time faster than in the human world? Kong Tu was astonished for the nth time at Zhao Zheng's acuity and intelligence. He always needed just one clue to piece together the whole story. Gong said, there is no such place, the days and nights are controlled by Zhulong. This is Zhongshan Mountain, it can. He stopped mid-sentence, suddenly realizing something was amiss, wait, the difference in time flow between internal and external spaces. Is that why evil spirits can't enter here? They appear at night, but here the time flow is very fast, instantly turning to day, and the evil spirits vanish directly. He kept asking questions while answering himself. Yan Lingfei, missing the main point, remarked, then how old will I be after all this time? Zhao Jing said, we've been given a common universal time, neither too fast nor too slow. Even existing in these two spaces, we exist according to our own timelines. Besides this, it was hard to explain why the fish's legs disappeared. Gong frowned deeply and said, but why would Zhulong do this? Chapter 82, The Punishment of Xingtian, 13. Fuyo answered, because it only has this ability, and it uses its ability very well. The group had come so openly for a reason, Zhulong truly held nothing to fear. But they didn't expect it could play tricks like this. Bai Yue sat cross-legged on the ground in silence, looking outside. Suddenly he said, this isn't scientific. The group. Brother, Kong Tu said, you're talking about science here. Bai Yue replied, that's not what I mean. I'm saying, try to understand. There's a flow speed on us, there's a flow speed in this space, and the evil ghosts outside are in another flow speed. Zhulong is controlling 3 timelines within one barrier. How does it manage that? Gong pondered and asked, do you have any thoughts? Answer me first, can it really achieve such a level? Xingtian bluntly said, impossible. Can you do 3 things at once? I can, Bai Yue said, which is why I'm asking you. Xingtian's face soured again as Fuyo hugged Hengong fish in her arms and said, it's trying to grow legs again. I think Zhulong can't do it. You reminded me, I remember that it needs to be in this space to manipulate time. It can't possibly be present in 3 spaces at once. Bai Yue said, that's why I say it's not scientific. I can accept that it controls time, but I can't figure out how it can control 3 times simultaneously, then fold space and endlessly summon evil ghosts. This isn't something a divine beast should be able to do. It seems more like a program. Yan Lingfei asked, what's a program? You can consider it a predetermined mechanism designed with set procedures. Gong said, then the key is to see where Zhulong is controlling the timeline from. That's not the issue, Zhao Jing said, we've been thrown outside normal time. Zhulong might not even be here. If it can only control one timeline at a time, it must currently be controlling human time. Any program has loopholes, and it would have an exit, called a contingency plan. Bai Yue said, to urgently stop all functions if the program encounters a problem. Zhao Jing stood up and glanced at the 2 night pearls. Yan Lingfei understood what he intended to do and said, you can try. Things won't get worse anyway. Gong Gong took a step forward and said solemnly, I don't think your friend's theory applies here. However, Xingtian had already moved in front of the left night pearl, clearly eager to act. We previously thought there was a problem with this throne, Zhao Jing spoke up, but actually, the problem started when the light went out, which triggered the first space. Even though he said this, he still couldn't stand Xingtian's recklessness and stopped him, don't move yet. Xingtian said, if we wait, we'll die trapped here. Kantu stepped forward and inspected one of the night pearls. Despite their fame, these had always existed in strange tales and anecdotes. He'd never seen one in person before. Now seeing it, he found it wasn't much to look at, the light wasn't too dim, even direct staring wouldn't hurt the eyes. The surface wasn't smooth, and there were some uneven rings around the sphere. If gods used this kind of thing for illumination, they'd probably all turn nearsighted. Zhao Jing walked over and stood beside him, saying, shall we give it a hit? Kantu shook his head frantically, no thanks. The group hadn't reached a consensus yet. Afraid to cause trouble, Kantu dared neither touch nor break it. Hungong fish grew human-like legs again, hopping around half a man's height high, searching for someone to play with. When Fuyo picked it up, it became unhappy, so she let it go down. Watching Hungong fish sprout its legs again, everyone fell into deep thought. Zhao Jing said, don't waste time meaninglessly. Fuyo asked, do you want water? Her question reminded Kantu of something. He suddenly asked, why aren't we hungry or tired? Before he finished speaking, Hungong fish suddenly started running wildly on its 2 big white legs. Although it usually ran around randomly, Kantu still tried to stop it. Don't bump into the night pearl. But he failed. In the next second, Hungong fish collided directly with it. Zhurong, who was standing in front of the right night pearl, deliberately stepped aside and let it pass. The group felt like they were leaving everything to fate, watching Hungong fish make the decision for them. The pillar holding the night pearl was heavy, and Hungong fish's collision did not move it, instead, it just made the night pearl sway slightly. Dazed, Hungong fish fell to the ground with one leg still sticking up high. Wait, Bai Yue said, let me check when you move again. Kantu placed both hands on the night pearl, nervously saying, how should I move it? Bai Yue's eyes remained fixed on the evil ghost below, and he said, turn. Everyone's attention focused on the evil ghost beneath them. With a deep breath, Kantu rotated the pearl once, and the evil ghost immediately lunged at them. Realizing this wasn't good, Kantu quickly spun it back but overdid it, causing all the ghosts on the stairs to disperse into smoke instantly. Again speechless, Fuyo remarked, why have we struggled for so long with such a simple task? Kantu felt relieved that Xingtian hadn't smashed the pearl after all. When the left night pearl had been fully turned, a space with normal time flow encompassed the entire barrier. Hungong fish leapt high and began colliding with another pillar. Zhurong picked it up and asked, what are you doing? I'll do it, Fuyo offered, if you put Xiaoman down, it'll knock this pearl off in the next second. Changshi commented, what kind of master raises what kind of beast? Fuyo retorted, say that again if you dare. Kantu interjected at the same time, can you talk or not? Changshi rolled her eyes at them, while Fuyo warned Kantu sternly, listen, Xiaoman is mine. Not giving it away. Kantu replied, who said I wanted it? Everyone groaned in agony, shouting simultaneously, focus on the task. Bai Yue added, if I'm not mistaken, the left pearl controls time, the right controls space. Turn them, and be clever about it. Fuyo first gave the left pearl a spin, transforming the space beneath their feet drastically. They now stood on a giant rock at the edge of an unknown cliff, surrounded by vast snowy mountains. A fierce wind whipped snowflakes into their faces, leaving everyone shivering despite their light clothing. The wind almost knocked Kantu forward into a bottomless abyss below. Startled, he almost froze until Zhao Jing grabbed him back and yelled, turn. Fuyo turned the pearl again, transporting them into a small straw hut filled with strange smells. On the bed lay an entangled pair of naked people who screamed upon seeing them. The man hastily put on his pants, grabbing a spear from the table. Awkward, Fuyo turned the pearl without further prompting, though Zhao Jing instructed, return to the barrier. The man jabbed his spear towards them and tried speaking some incomprehensible gibberish. Yan Lingfei whistled to him, sorry brother, continue your business. Following the order, Fuyo returned to the barrier, and they reappeared within it. Bai Yue looked at the night pearls thoughtfully, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. He crouched down and drew a horizontal line on the ground, we've been flattened into 2 dimensions. Taking the barrier where we're standing now as the origin point, every space represents a horizontal axis controlled by the right night pearl. Time is the horizontal axis controlled by the left pearl. Only when both the time and space coordinates align can we return to where we started. Otherwise, we'll wander endlessly through different spaces during the same time frame. Kantu's head was spinning, just give the conclusion. Zhao Jing said, we need to turn both night pearls simultaneously. When time and space align together, we might be able to go back. Kantu snapped his fingers and told Bai Yue, you could have just said that. Yan Lingfei burst out, you're shameless. Shut up already. In the end, Kantu took control of the left night pearl, and Fuyo managed the right one. Like children, they played for a long while before nearly exhausting the group. Gonggang dodged a laser beam and shouted, "What is this thing? Run!" Yanlingfei was chased by a patrol robot like a rat running across the street. "Quickly turn the pearls." "Aw!" Kantu hid behind a column, hugging the pearl and shouting, "Cover me." "No one will cover you." Yanlingfei said, "We're all busy. Hurry and turn." They accidentally ended up in a base from the 1930s, startling patrol robots. Alarms rang throughout the facility as Kantu clutched the night pearl and ran to the pillar, shouting, "Fuyo." Fuyo dashed forward, with countless robots following behind, shooting back and forth. He suddenly rolled on the ground and with a clang, slammed the night pearl against the pillar. Thousands of robots flew in, red laser dots flickering blindingly, then came two beep sounds as they locked onto everyone. Fuyo yelled, "Turn." In the next second, everyone vanished from the spot as countless robots fired their lasers simultaneously, merging into a massive beam of light that tore up the floor into smithereens. The group darted around wildly, traversing through countless spaces before finally settling into one, pulling time to its forefront, ultimately returning to the barrier. But this barrier had changed entirely, completely different from the one that previously trapped them. The entire space within the barrier was immense. They stood on a black lake whose surface was illuminated by several incredibly thick chains dangling from above, faintly sparkling with golden light. This light enabled them to see an enormous dragon speeding beneath the water. Kantu shouted in shock, taken completely off guard, "There's something down there." Before his words could finish echoing, a giant dragon erupted from the water. Its whiskers were as thick as a child's arm, and its scales shimmered like metal under the golden glow. It abruptly turned around and charged straight at them. Chapter 83, Xingtian's Punishment, Part 14. Xingtian raised his arm to lift the shield, and a transparent golden dome appeared in front of everyone. There was a boom, and Zhulong collided with it. It shook its head, opened its enormous mouth, and let out a long roar, the stench almost overwhelming Kantu. Fuyo spoke thoughtfully, "It's saliva. You can stop that." Kantu exclaimed, "Now is not the time for such musings." Fuyo said to Gonggang, "Can you help me obtain some? Mine is running out." Gonggang replied, "All right." Fuyo said, "I'll leave it to you. Take action." Kantu could only marvel at how undisciplined these people were, lacking any sense of the bigger picture. They seemed to do whatever crossed their minds without any semblance of planning. Xingtian shouted furiously, "Zhulong, know your limits. Don't force me to kill you." Zhulong's bright yellow eyes glimmered in the darkness as it slightly lowered its gaze towards the group standing on water. "I follow orders," Zhulong's voice echoed from all directions, deep and hoarse, seemingly having not spoken for a very long time. "I'm afraid I cannot fulfill your wishes." Changxi stepped forward and asked, "Whose order are you following?" "Nua's." Zhulong glanced at her and said, "Anyway, it's not yours." Changxi replied, "Let's make one thing clear, I and Shiha are the deities of the sun and moon. If you must obey orders, it should be ours." "What does Nua have to do with this?" "It's useless to say more," Zhulong said. Changxi retorted coldly, "So what now? Want to fight me? Do you think you can win against me?" "I can't defeat you," Zhulong admitted, "but I won't yield either." "Why should you yield to me?" Changxi shot back, "Because of your blind loyalty, calamity has spread across the earth, countless humans have perished under the harsh heat. Do you think this is merely a war between you and me? No, where do you place the world? Where do you place the countless lives affected?" Changxi continued, "You don't need to yield to me. Your foolishness stops you from understanding what responsibility and mission truly mean. You only obey Nua, hoping for protection in the hands of someone powerful, yet never considering the devastating consequences of your actions on the masses." Zhulong roared furiously, "Shut up." As the master of Zhongshan Mountain, when it became angry, black waters churned violently and iron chains rattled, making the mountain tremble. Changxi remained unafraid, pressing down an even greater pressure as she shouted, "What's with your arrogance?" Though the barrier set by Zhulong could trap them, the real Zhulong wasn't particularly terrifying. Even as a divine beast capable of manipulating time, it was no match for Changxi, Gonggang, Xingtian, and others. Looking down from its lofty position, its underwater body faintly visible as it swam slowly in the dark water, golden light occasionally illuminating the dense scales of the dragon. Kantu watched uneasily. Deep waters always brought a peculiar fear, especially with a divine beast swimming within. Gonggang said, "Zhulong, return the night to humankind and we will leave. Otherwise, you'll die here at Zhongshan." Zhulong shouted back, "What arrogance!" It seemed that no matter the battle, there would always be some preliminary talk before combat, but ultimately neither side would convince the other, leading inevitably to a fight. Yanling sighed as he summoned his fiery staff before Zhulong could officially declare war, asking, "Do you want to continue talking?" Changxi said, "There's no point." Gonggang added, "Zhulong, this is my final warning. I'm not asking you to disobey Nua. If she seeks accountability, feel free to let her come find me." Zhulong fell silent for a moment. The black water beneath him rippled slightly as its body moved underneath. A sudden ominous premonition rose in Kantu's mind. As expected, before they received a reply, a massive dragon tail suddenly lashed out. The black water stopped supporting them, catching the group off guard. Everyone was thrown into the water. Kantu held his breath, seeing nothing in the murky depths, straining to use his strength, but suddenly was tightly wrapped by the dragon tail. He immediately spat out a string of bubbles, swallowing mouthfuls of water. He could reach for nothing in the water, feeling utterly desperate. In the distance, Zhao Jing swam over wearing a white robe, his short hair floating around him as he approached. His sword struck the scales of Zhulong, producing a sharp zing, though it did not penetrate at first. Finally, Zhao Jing reached Kantu, who felt as if his lungs were about to burst. Zhulong's head plunged into the water, seeking out its pain source, and Zhao Jing stood atop its body underwater, gripping the sword with both hands as he thrust it forcefully again, fully sinking the blade. The roaring cries of dragons echoed from all directions. With an immense effort, Zhao Jing carved a deep wound into Zhulong's body. The dragon, unable to bear the pain, lost its strength immediately. As Kantu was released, he plummeted helplessly downwards through the peculiar water that seemed to drain people's energy. Even Zhao Jing felt the exhaustion creeping into his limbs as he desperately chased after Kantu but failed to grasp his hand. Just then, a red flash appeared far away, as Hendong fish thrashed its 2 legs, struggling to swim closer and carry Kantu on its back. Seeing this, Zhao Jing didn't hesitate and swam upward. He exhaled another string of bubbles. He had stayed underwater for too long already. Changshi's garments billowed gracefully beneath the water, stunningly beautiful as she began a graceful dance accompanied by faint music that reverberated from all sides underwater. A crescent moon hung over the surface of the black water, its light reflecting onto the watery depths. Zhulong started convulsing in pain underwater as if possessed by madness. When the crescent turned red, Zhulong let out a fierce roar, its bright yellow eyes bloodshot with crimson fury. Breaking through the water's surface with a mighty howl, Zhulong used every ounce of its strength to crash into that moon. Both shattered instantly, leaving Zhulong wounded, bleeding profusely from its forehead. Changshi emerged above water as well, her fingers elegantly pinched like orchids, continuing her enchanting dance. Music resounded again, causing a wave of ethereal power to surge forth from Zhulong's body. The pressure pushed Changshi backward in the air, retreating several steps before she cried out, "Zhulong, prepare to die." Saying this, the ribbons wrapped around her arms shot forward to confront Zhulong directly. Suddenly, the dragon's yellow eyes locked their gaze, freezing everything in place, including Changshi's movements, only for an instant. The familiar melody returned momentarily later, and a moon appeared within the dark tomb-like cave. Awakened abruptly, Changshi gracefully resumed her mesmerizing dance once more. Her white robes fluttered freely in her elegant twists and turns, resembling a spirit amidst the darkness, except this time she was dancing to awaken others. Suddenly, Zhulong whipped its tail out of the water towards her violently. Although Changshi managed to dodge, the dragon destroyed the moon again with another blow. This cramped space greatly disadvantaged Changshi because there was no way to properly hang her moon high, making even completing the shortest dance nearly impossible. With another powerful swing, Zhulong slapped the black water so hard it sent sprays soaring above Changshi's height. She quickly evaded but noticed Zhulong's eyes shift once again, a sign it was about to manipulate time yet again. Underwater, everyone else had been trapped by its submerged body. Their endurance was almost at breaking point when a sudden colossal force erupted from beneath their feet, lifting them all out of the water. Gonggang arrived with a spear in hand, riding the waves furiously and shouting, "I am Gonggang, the water god." Just before losing consciousness, Kantu vaguely recalled, "Ah, yes, he's the water god." Halted mid-air, Zhulong's enormous body stretched almost endlessly. Gonggang leapt skyward, his spear poised aloft like a magnificent sculpture. The overwhelming waves surged toward them again as if aiming to topple Mount Zhong completely. Zhulong's upper body coiled around the chains, calmly waiting for Gonggang's final strike. But something felt off to Gonggang. Before he could act, Zhulong suddenly lunged fiercely toward him. Reflexively, Gonggang thrust his trident. Made of incomparably sharp steel, the 3-pronged spear silently penetrated Zhulong's forehead without resistance. The group fell silent. Gonggang roared furiously, "Do you seek death?" For a long while, Zhulong remained speechless, its head hanging against the chain. It breathed weakly as its blood dripped soundlessly onto the black water. "The dusk is beautiful, isn't it?" Zhulong eventually spoke, its voice still hoarse and dull, pausing for a moment before adding, "Yet humans want dawn instead." When Pangu split the cosmos, the world was only a great chaos. What were darkness and daylight? When Nuwa created humanity, she only needed Fu Shi to teach them cooking and drinking methods. What need for clans or territories? Humans' desires are insatiable. Eventually, gods can neither satisfy humans' greed nor maintain control over this mortal realm. Zhulong's figure grew dimmer gradually. Changshi flew above and looked down upon it compassionately, asking, "Would you die for this?" "I cannot defy Nuwa," Zhulong said hoarsely, "nor can I defy you. I am just an animal, am I not? Slightly endowed with human-like qualities, yet incapable of great things." Changshi fell silent. Indeed, this was what everyone thought, and she had used this very phrase to humiliate Zhulong. But hearing it spoken by him in such a manner made everyone uncomfortable. The divine beasts in this world were all in similar situations. It wasn't only Zhu Long who suffered this fate, possessing divinity but not being divine beings, caught between the realms of gods and animals, they remained forever undefined and could not be assimilated into any one group. Zhu Long continued, enough, enough. I was originally nothing more than a plant or a handful of sand on Mount Zhong. What concern is it of mine if humans exist or gods exist? My death, let you deal among yourselves. Changxi replied, why must you be so fatalistic? Perhaps Zhu Long wasn't without affection for humanity. It had guarded them for decades, watching over their days and nights, perhaps even gently kissing with its wings the hair and toes of some young woman passing by Mount Zhong, and also listening to cries of birth and final laments before death. It never left Mount Zhong, but the tender mountain breezes drifted into this narrow cave through the cold black water, bringing to it countless worldly tales. As the two forces stood against each other, it realized there was nothing it could control. It could heed Gonggong's words and bring the darkness of night to mankind, but that would prove useless as Niwa still held thousands of ways to torment them. Moreover, Zhu Long was well aware that eventually humanity would tire of any god influencing their world. They wished for the alternation of day and night no longer to depend on the decision of one dragon. Zhu Long stated, once I dissipate across the heavens, daylight and nightfall will arrive accordingly, no longer belonging to anyone. As Changxi gazed at him, her eyes brimmed with tears, unsure whether they were for him or for herself. With great effort, Zhu Long moved its body closer, using its whiskers to lightly brush her cheek. In a low, raspy voice, it said, you are truly beautiful. Hereafter, guard your moon well. Do not allow anyone else to shatter it again. Changxi countered, if you don't collide with me, who else would dare provoke me? But Zhu Long did not respond. Its figure was nearly dissipated, its voice faint and weak. At the moment it turned to dust and sand, it muttered, my only wish is to be reincarnated as an ordinary animal next life, may I never possess human-like intelligence again. Chapter 84, Xingtian's Punishment, 15. A gentle breeze blew by, blowing away the strands of Changxi's hair that had fallen across her face, and dispersing the last trace of Zhu Long. It dissolved with the wind, turning into mist and dust before vanishing into the air. The atmosphere was very silent, no one spoke a word. Each time they experienced death, the meaning of war would be brought up for discussion again, weighed repeatedly against the value of the lost life to determine whether it was worth it or not, but there was never a clear answer. Kong Tu woke up, suffering greatly from excruciating pain. His nose and chest felt as if they were on fire due to having swallowed too much water. Zhao Zheng held his head, slightly lifting him up and placing him on his thigh as he told him, it's over. Kong Tu's consciousness was still hazy, only feeling that it being over was good, finally over, and they didn't have to fight anymore. Zhao Zheng added, Zhu Long is dead. Okay. Kong Tu didn't feel anything. He hadn't witnessed the scene firsthand and couldn't sense any sorrow. Zhao Zheng wanted to explain something more, but in the end, he just rubbed Kong Tu's hand in his own palms for a long while. Kong Tu had fainted after falling into the water earlier, and now his body was ice cold. Despite Zhao Zheng's attempts to warm him, it wasn't working. He waved for Yan Lingfei and said, come over here. Yan Lingfei responded unhappily, what for? Zhao Zheng said, warm him up. Yan Lingfei sat cross-legged nearby, and a flame rose in his palm. He shoved it towards Kong Tu's face, saying, no thanks needed. Kong Tu shivered from the cold. As soon as he placed his hand near the fire, he suddenly felt the ground shaking. Before he could react, Zhao Zheng grabbed him tightly. Gonggong abruptly recalled, Zhu Long is dead, Mount Zhong is going to collapse. He thrust his long spear deeply into the black water. Instantly, towering waves surged and carried everyone out of the cave, tossing them high outside the barrier. Kong Tu's back hit a rock, causing him so much pain that stars danced before his eyes, almost making him faint. In a daze, he saw a black-haired young boy standing in the moonlight. His short bangs covered his forehead, his skin was very pale, and there were two round cheeks, making him look extremely cute. Fuyo exclaimed joyfully, Xiao Man. Kong Tu immediately sat up. Xiao Man looked about 14 or 15 years old, wearing a red coat which left his thighs half exposed. Upon seeing his legs, Kong Tu confirmed it, this was indeed a horizontal fish spirit. The mountain behind them was still shaking, giant rocks rolling down, as it became evident the mountain was about to fall. Yan Lingfei found Xiao Man amusing, pinched his chin, and asked, how old are you? Xiao Man replied, 283 years old. Yan Lingfei commented, impressive. Fuyo lifted Xiao Man, while Zhu Rong urged, let's leave this place first. They sprinted away from the area. Although the temperature around them had yet to drop, night had already fallen. Everything was just a matter of time. They turned around to glance at Mount Zhong collapsing behind them. When they arrived, the mountain was fine, but when they left, it had fallen, and the divine beast guarding the mountain was also dead. Zhu Rong approached Zhao Zheng and said, you carry dragon qi. Zhao Zheng was massaging Kong Tu's back and casually replied, so what? Zhu Rong stared at him, your dragon qi is very peculiar, it's unlike any I've seen. Kong Tu, feeling a bit sore, let out a slight SSS, and followed up with, stop messing around, you two talk about it. Zhao Zheng stood up, towering over Zhu Rong by a head, looking at him calmly and stating, because I'm not a dragon. Of course you're not, Zhu Rong responded, bewildered. All the dragons in this world are accounted for. I know every single one, and you don't have any connection to them. Kong Tu thought, then what exactly is Zhao Zheng? Zhu Rong continued, your destiny resembles more that of a jiao rather than a dragon, yet your face bears signs of dragon luck. However, someone with such fortune shouldn't be like you, with all their future and fate in their own hands, floating aimlessly as if a leaf in a void, drifting wherever it pleases. Zhao Zheng remained silent. Kong Tu grew increasingly dissatisfied, stood up as well, and glared at Zhu Rong furiously. After a moment, Zhao Zheng spoke quietly to Kong Tu, something seems off with Yan Lingfei. Go check on him. Kong Tu had no choice but to leave them alone and turn to walk away. Yan Lingfei lay by the stream, gazing up at the night sky. This evening, they were all at leisure, without urgent matters to attend to, so they rested on the spot. From behind, the bickering between Fuyo and Changshi could still be heard. Kong Tu ambled over slowly, sitting next to Yan Lingfei. Yan Lingfei didn't even look at him, merely saying, why aren't you going to your boyfriend? Kong Tu responded, he has something to do. That's what I thought, Yan Lingfei sneered, otherwise why are the two of you like conjoined twins, isn't it nauseating? Kong Tu didn't think he and Zhao Zheng were that clingy. After pondering a bit, he seriously replied, you're exaggerating. I'm not, Yan Lingfei said, I truly admire Zhao Zheng for being able to stand you. Kong Tu was speechless, unwilling to pay him any attention, and laid down to gaze at the sky. The night sky was exceptionally beautiful, the stars like grains of sand carelessly scattered by gods across the heavens, distinct and brilliant, every one shining brightly. Whenever Kong Tu looked at the sky, he felt his heart grow calm, the universe was vast, and whatever troubled him seemed insignificant in comparison. Immersed in this infinity, it felt as though he also possessed a boundless heart capable of embracing all things without joy or sorrow. Yan Lingfei suddenly opened with, what's the point of living? Kong Tu reflected for a moment. I don't know. Yan Lingfei chuckled, cursing at him, idiot. Kong Tu had always believed that his existence was meaningless, perhaps Zhao Zheng, Yan Lingfei, and Ouyang Geng had their reasons to live, but he did not. He lacked both the ability and desire to contribute even the slightest bit to the world. As long as he continued to live while increasing entropy, he was simply wasting his life, savoring but a fleeting period of existence. Yan Lingfei sighed half seriously, what method of dying would hurt the least? Based on his own experience, Kong Tu told him, intravenous injection. What's that? Yan Lingfei asked. I'm not entirely sure, Kong Tu said, but any method of death you can imagine is extremely painful. Staring at the starry sky, Kong Tu extended his hand trying to touch the distance and focused on his palm, saying, take wrist cutting for example, it's easy to do it wrong, enduring pain for nothing. If you're serious about wanting to die after cutting your wrist, it's best to place your hand in warm water to ensure constant bleeding. That sounds terrifying, Yan Lingfei commented. Kong Tu agreed, it is. So don't try it, even if you die, there's no guarantee someone will find you right away. Floating in water for days, it's repulsive. Yan Lingfei inquired, hanging? Not good, Kong Tu responded, it said those who die from hanging have claw marks on their thighs, struggling until the end, tongue sticking out, ugly. After a brief contemplation, Yan Lingfei denied it, this won't work either. Kong Tu added, jumping off a building doesn't work either, you could leave a dent in the concrete, and that would hurt so much. I reckon you'd regret it as soon as you jumped. Plus, you're slightly afraid of heights, don't think about it. The stream underfoot flowed slowly, Yan Lingfei suggested, I jump into the river. In that case, pick a cleaner river, Kong Tu advised, a dirty one is gross. And after you die, you might bloat up, your eyes bulging out, swelling 3 times larger, and fish and shrimp in the water could eat you. Fuck, even dying is hard for me. Yan Lingfei cursed. So Kong Tu asked curiously, why do you want to die? Yan Lingfei nonchalantly responded, because I've lived enough already. Well, Kong Tu shrugged, these are all the ways to die. Consider them yourself. Yan Lingfei was silent. Then both continued gazing at the sky, hearing only their breathing, everything serene, the wind, grass, night sky, and the stream. Yan Lingfei remarked, you really made me not want to die anymore. You're truly. Kong Tu smiled and finished for him, a genius. Genius, genius, Yan Lingfei did not argue with him this time, instead saying, sharp as ever, pretending to be dumb. Kong Tu did not refute, instead saying, fools get ahead. Yan Lingfei patted his ass and stood up. Kong Tu questioned, are you leaving? Leaving, I don't want to chat with couples like you guys. Kong Tu joked, jealousy and hatred, huh? A bit, Yan Lingfei admitted frankly, seeing the two of you just pisses me off. Kong Tu laughed loudly, Yan Lingfei looking down at him from above yet suddenly became serious, one day, you'll understand me. Kong Tu, startled, question mark. Yan Lingfei chuckled again, hope when that day comes you'll let go too. Kong Tu immediately asked, are you? I'm leaving, Yan Lingfei turned around and waved his hand to him, good night, Kongzi. Don't overthink it, I know nothing. Kong Tu watched his departing back, slightly furrowing his eyebrows. The grass, which was half a man's height, swayed with the wind, producing a sh sound, brushing over the bodies of people with the gentle touch of the night breeze. In the distance, high mountains and flowing streams concealed the horizon, while the stars seemed to sway in the wind of this night as if they were about to fall. The temperature gradually dropped, finally relieving the stifling heat. Zhao Zheng's hair had grown a little long. When he faced against the wind, it disobeyed and blew onto his face. Zhurong stood opposite him, looking at him with red round eyes and said, "If you tell me where you come from, I might be able to help you." Zhao Zheng laughed and said, "You can't help me." Zhurong said, "It's not that I can't help you, but rather that you don't trust me. You don't believe that gods love their own people and are willing to give without conditions. After witnessing Qilong's death today, what did you feel?" After he had spoken to this extent, Zhao Zheng could only continue saying what he guessed Zhurong wanted to hear. "I didn't really feel anything special." "I know it's like this," Zhurong said, "you're a selfish person. I knew it from the moment I looked at you. You're someone who lives in your own world, yet despite striving all your life, you will surely end up with nothing." Zhao Zheng wasn't angry. "All right." Seeing how Zhao Zheng resisted provocation so far, Zhurong began doubting, "Are you Nua's person?" "No," Zhao Zheng felt somewhat helpless. "Actually, I am no one's, I'm just an ordinary person, and the dragon Qi was an accident." He originally intended to fish out some words from Zhurong here, but ended up being endlessly questioned by him, with repetitive remarks without yielding any more information. "Are you always this guarded against everyone?" Zhurong placed his hands behind his back and continued questioning incessantly. "Do your friends know your identity?" Zhao Zheng did not answer. "What about that person?" Zhurong asked with interest, "the one called Kong Tu. I don't believe you're someone who cares much about feelings." "What made you?" "All private matters." Zhao Zheng's patience suddenly ran out at this moment, lightly interrupting, "Forgive me, but I can't say more on this." As Zhurong observed his reaction, it was as though he was studying something. Zhao Zheng said, "My friends and I are here with missions. Knowing too much is never a good thing. It would be best if we stopped here, Zhurong." However, Zhurong replied, "I don't think we're talking about the same thing." Chapter 85, Xingtian's Punishment, 16. Zhao Zheng simply waited for his next words. "Never mind," Zhurong stopped speaking, "I was talking about you, not your friends. You always try to hide everything, which is really boring." Zhao Zheng smiled, "I probably have no need to be honest with you. Zhurong, you don't have this necessity with anyone, but people don't just do necessary things. Sensitivity, impulsiveness, and imperfection are the beauty of humans. What do you have?" Zhao Zheng was at a loss for words. Zhurong said, "I mean no harm, I'm just curious. There are too many contradictions in you, strange dragon Qi, peculiar fate. Everything in existence has its own destiny, moving along the great tide of history, but you are not. You're an anomaly. I once heard someone say that the development of human civilization is a process of reducing entropy." Zhao Jing said, "The flow of this world will lead you somewhere, but it doesn't necessarily mean the world is correct. However, most people increase entropy, they follow the flow without wasting energy or strength, they don't do unique things, and everyone follows a downhill path until they eventually reach the bottom, like maggots in a dung pot. Don't believe too much in so-called tides, fate, and natural laws, Zhu Rong. I already know I am an anomaly, but I accept myself, not everyone is born ready to submit to their destiny." Zhu Rong remained silent for a long time. Zhao Jing finally said, "I'm just talking nonsense, saying these things is only to tell you, I have no secrets to hide, only facts I can't tell you." Zhu Rong said, "Just keep moving forward, kid. You'll face a lot more later, you'll understand eventually, and you'll regret." The wind started blowing again, it was a quiet night. A fire lit up before the carriage, crackling and popping, everyone gathered around chatting idly. Fuyo was hugging Xiaoman and slept by the campfire. Zhao Jing went back to the camp and asked, "Where's Kong Tu?" Gonggang said, "Isn't he with you?" Zhao Jing then went to find Yan Lingfei, who had already fallen asleep, lying on his carriage snoring loudly. He woke up somewhat discontentedly and frowned, asking, "What is it?" Zhao Jing asked, "Where's Kong Tu?" Yan Lingfei said, "How would I know? If your wife gets lost, come ask me. Am I supposed to watch him for you?" "He went to find you." Zhao Zheng was particularly gentle today, think hard. Yan Lingfei irritably flipped over, "He was by the river earlier, I don't know where he is now." Zhao Zheng went to the river to look, looking down the slope, lush grass swaying gently with the wind, luminous flying insects flickering among the grass, accompanied by the sound of flowing water, extraordinarily gentle. Kong Tu was lying on the grass, sleeping. As he approached, Kong Tu opened his eyes and smiled at him. Zhao Zheng sat beside him, "Why don't you go back to sleep?" Kong Tu said, "I was waiting for you, you're too slow." "Do you remember the sentence you told me earlier?" Zhao Jing asked, "About entropy." "I remember, what about it?" Zhao Jing said, "I think it's very true." "Didn't you say it's dull?" Kong Tu said, "Your mood changes quickly." Zhao Jing laughed, "Suddenly feel it's okay." Kong Tu scuffed on the ground twice and rested his head on Zhao Zheng's thigh, gazing at the sky. He was still a bit sleepy and spoke incomprehensibly, "What did you talk about with Zhu Rong?" "Discussed my anomaly." "Don't listen to his nonsense," Kong Tu said. Zhao Zheng's fingers combed through Kong Tu's hair, Kong Tu turned his head away, saying, "I haven't washed it for several days." Not oily, Zhao Zheng said, it was washed clean in the water today. Kang Tu inexplicably felt Zhao Zheng was unusually gentle today, and he opened his eyes and asked, what's wrong? Zhao Zheng pulled him up a little and rested his head on his stomach, also lying down following suit, placing his hand on Kang Tu's face. Nothing, I just suddenly feel, humans and gods are probably difficult to coexist. Kang Tu casually asked, why? Gods want to maintain order, humans want to break it, Zhao Zheng said, ideologies differ. Kang Tu, maybe because they were born out of circumstances, only living in the present world, and only wanting to protect the citizens here. Zhao Zheng thought for a moment and sat up, we probably can't stay with this group anymore. Think about why there are no traces of gods in later generations, maybe the gods simply don't exist anymore. Kang Tu paused for a moment, thinking first of Fuyo. Zhao Zheng looked down at him, what are you thinking about? Kang Tu said, then, should we look for Emperor Yan and Huang? You speak your mind first, Zhao Zheng said, let's hear yours, it'll be just wild guesses anyway. Kang Tu. Zhao Zheng insisted he spoke up. Reluctantly, Kang Tu said, I'm okay with wherever we go. Then let's stay here, Zhao Zheng said. Kang Tu sat up, facing him, and asked, why? Zhao Zheng was surprised, don't you want to stay? You don't need to do this. It's not only about the two of us, there are Ouyang and the others. Plus, I don't want to influence you, Kang Tu said. Forget them, Zhao Zheng said, let's stay, they can go where they want. Kang Tu. Seeing his expression, Zhao Zheng asked again, what else? Tell me your real thought. Kang Tu said, it's not about where I want to go or what you want to listen to. If we weren't together, you wouldn't act like this. I don't want to affect you, understand? I hope you do what you truly want, that's it. I just want to know your idea, Zhao Zheng said calmly, it's simple. Kang Tu felt they couldn't continue like this and softened his tone, saying patiently, I just want you to win. Come here, Zhao Zheng said, I'll show you something. Kang Tu looked at him suspiciously, what for? Zhao Zheng took out his watch from his pocket. They had to hand in their phones and clothes when they went on missions, but the watches that recorded work points were kept for reference at any time, and could determine if a death was self-inflicted or not by checking if the points reset. Kang Tu suddenly had an exciting premonition. He didn't know how to look normal, so he appeared rather stunned. Zhao Zheng pressed a couple of buttons, and a small screen lit up in the air. A series of numbers rolled across it before stopping on a final total. Zhao Zheng said, count, what is it? Kang Tu, Ed, dazedly looking at him and then at the screen, how much is it? Zhao Zheng smirked, dumbfounded. 230,000, Zhao Zheng answered himself, am I awesome or not? Yeah, awesome, Kang Tu immediately discarded all unhappiness from before and genuinely agreed. Zhao Zheng said, this type of non-camp mission has no winners or losers, it's judged by personal performance. And when I told you before that work points were important, it was because others deemed it important, but I don't care. We can't rely solely on having the highest points to survive. Especially now, there's the two of us, not just one. This thing is just a backup plan, not everything. Kang Tu thought to himself, these things you didn't say before. After coming here, many of his concepts and understandings were given by Zhao Zheng. He unknowingly aligned himself with Zhao Zheng, defaulting himself as a liability and just trying not to burden his teammates. He neither thought about the future nor held hope, living day by day and helping Zhao Zheng, which was his belief. He didn't want Zhao Zheng to change due to him and create any bad impacts, so he was particularly cautious. He didn't count himself as part of this game and never thought about leaving 404. Perhaps this was the point Zhao Zheng wasn't satisfied with. Standing up, Zhao Zheng pulled him up too and asked, have you decided where to go? Kang Tu said, let's stay, I'm a bit worried about Fuyo. If the war were inevitable, as Zhao Zheng said, he hoped Fuyo could exit safely. People always pity beautiful things, let alone Fuyo being the first friend he made here. Zhao Zheng said, okay. Kang Tu couldn't help but exclaim, you're really good at handling stuff. Before this, Kang Tu always thought Zhao Zheng didn't know how to deal with emotions, naturally unsuited for relationships. But starting today, he realized he'd underestimated Zhao Zheng. He switched between lover and friend roles very quickly. Just days ago, Zhao Zheng forced him to design a plan dealing with Hua Yu's abduction so he could learn, while now, although there were still areas of dissatisfaction, Zhao Zheng knew better than to push hard and chose to guide patiently. Zhao Zheng smiled and said, I give in to you, it's so hard to get an honest answer from you. Kang Tu didn't expect Zhao Zheng to show him the work points, or rather, he had thought about it sometimes but didn't think it would be this soon. He always felt like the two of them were still in the process of finding ways to get along, still adjusting to each other's company. Maybe Zhao Zheng would leave, and maybe he himself would hesitate at the last moment, these were all uncertain. Their relationship began with Kang Tu taking the initiative, but now Zhao Zheng seemed braver than him. Zhao Zheng initially didn't intend to say anything more, but noticing Kang Tu lost in thought all the way, he said, I'm good to you because you deserve it. Kang Tu replied, I just feel like there's nothing I can give you. Live a good life, Zhao Zheng repeated his earlier words, no matter what happens or when, don't give up. That's enough for me if you promise me this. Kang Tu asked sharply, what will happen? Zhao Jing put an arm around him, kissed him casually on the lips, and said, nothing will happen. It's just that I don't trust you to take care of yourself, so let's go back and formalize our marriage, so next time we won't end up in opposing camps again. What do you say? Kong 2. Note. Reference from Wang Xiaobo's The Maverick Pig. Chapter 86, The Punishment of Xingtian, 17. Zhao Jing didn't even give it a second thought, glancing at Kong Tu who was utterly shocked, he grunted, Kong Tu's deadpan eyes fixed on him as he said, you're joking with me. Zhao Jing. Kong Tu. Unwilling. Zhao Jing asked. Kong Tu had no idea what this person was up to, feeling entirely helpless. He said, all right then. Zhao Jing, it's just a procedural thing, fill out an application form, that's all. No, wait, your current attitude is making me very dissatisfied. You're dissatisfied, Kong Tu said, I haven't started being dissatisfied yet. What gives you the right? Zhao Jing. Kong Tu, me and you. You lack basic life knowledge. You are such a flash marriage jerk. Zhao Jing. I don't think this is a compliment. Yes, Kong Tu said sarcastically, how come you're so smart? What can we do with someone this smart? Zhao Jing pinched his face and said, speak nicely or will you die without my mockery? Kong Tu turned around and snuggled into his arms, pulling Zhao Jing down with a quick cat-like movement after hooking an arm over his shoulder. Normally, this amateur move wouldn't have worked, but Zhao Jing hadn't expected real resistance and wasn't prepared for Kong Tu to actually take him down. When he realized what happened, it was too late, he was already lying on the ground. Kong Tu looked down at him from above and said, and what if I mocked you? With those words, he ran off. Zhao Jing stood up, dusted himself off, and said, I see you're asking for trouble. Kong Tu shouted back while running, don't chase. Or there'll be no marriage. Zhao Jing pointed at him from behind, saying, I'm in a good mood today, stop and let me punch you. Kong Tu dared not stop then, accelerating like crazy. Even when chased by Qiongqi, he never ran this fast. Clearly, Zhao Jing intended to chase him until he caught up. With his long legs and arms, Zhao Jing finally reached Kong Tu, grabbing him by the collar and yanking him back. Unsteady on his feet, Kong Tu fell backward, both of them gasping for air as they collapsed onto the grass. Kong Tu lay nestled in Zhao Jing's neck, resting for a moment, and said, what an idiot you are. How the hell have you survived so far? You proposed within days, without even giving a ring. What? Zhao Jing frowned, lowering his head to look at him, just filling out an application form, to avoid being split into two camps later. Is it really that troublesome? In our place, people would yell at you for acting like this, Kong Tu said, I've become way too kind-hearted and lost all principles. Zhao Jing truly lacked such common sense, asking, why? Kong Tu reached out a hand toward him and asked, do you have a car or house? Any mortgage? What job do you do? How many family members are there? Zhao Jing understood, thinking for a moment, and replied, in that case, my conditions aren't great, huh? Yes, and you still feel pretty good about yourself, huh? Zhao Jing, mainly, in Zone 404, these things aren't emphasized, and I don't quite get it. Kong Tu rolled his eyes, jerk. Zhao Jing flipped over, pinching his face again, say that again. Kong Tu stopped speaking. Zhao Jing leaned over him, one arm bent to prop up his body, his other hand resting on Kong Tu's waist. Their faces were close, naturally starting to kiss. The lush grass swayed gently in the wind, caressing their bare skin in an especially tender manner. The carriage swayed back and forth as the scenery receded behind them, the group embarked on their return journey. Bai Yue sat opposite, asking Zhao Jing, what do you plan to do? To stay here, Zhao Jing said, there are no immediate plans for now. What about you? Surprisingly, Bai Yue wasn't shocked, saying, go back and discuss with Mr. Ouyang. We might change the plan. Take care, Zhao Jing said, wish you luck. Bai Yue replied, we wish you the same. Maybe next time we meet, we'll be from different factions. Zhao Jing chuckled, not the first time either. But every encounter isn't pleasant, Bai Yue remarked, every time I hope it's the last time confronting each other as enemies. It's been over 30 years. It's almost time. Zhao Jing responded calmly. That's best. Bai Yue echoed equally composed. Kong Tu felt rather exhausted, flipping over to lie on Zhao Jing's lap, who glanced down at him. Bai Yue also looked at Kong Tu. Yan Lingfei squatted by the water vat playing with the fish, got scolded a bit by Fuyo, then quietly sat over, looking puzzled and saying, what are you guys doing? Zhao Jing asked, Kong Tu and I are planning to stay. What about you? Yan Lingfei shrugged and said, I don't care. If you think I'm being a third wheel, I'll leave. No one minds, Kong Tu grumbled as he sat up, annoyed by their conversation. Stop giving yourself so much credit. Yan Lingfei asked, are you guys splitting up? Not exactly, Bai Yue replied, just choosing where we want to go from here. Yan Lingfei casually responded, then I'll stay too. Zhao Jing told Li Xian, go back with Bai Yue first and make your own decision. No matter what, if we meet on the battlefield in the future, don't consider me. Li Xian remained silent, sitting still like a sculpture holding his long sword. Bai Yue laughed, do you think saying this will help? Zhao Zheng stated, it helps. Li Xian glanced at Zhao Zheng, slightly frowning as if confused. You do what you want, Zhao Zheng continued, you don't need to worry about me anymore. The future is uncertain, so stop focusing on etiquette. Though these words could have been privately shared with Li Xian, Zhao Zheng chose to say them in front of Bai Yue. Over the years, everyone had viewed Li Xian as Zhao Zheng's subordinate. If they weren't in the same camp, Li Xian's position would always be awkward. Clarifying this in front of Bai Yue was a way for Yangzhen and others to give Li Xian another chance. Li Xian asked, why? Kong Tu couldn't listen any longer and stood up to play with the Hengong fish, but since the carriage was small, he could still hear some snippets. Distracted, he stirred the water in the vat with his hand, which bothered the Hengong fish so much that it slapped him with its tail. Fuyo disapprovingly said, don't mess with it. Kong Tu replied, we're building emotional connection. Don't build any connections, Fuyo coldly retorted, it's mine, and you'd better accept it. Kong Tu got annoyed, having argued with Zhao Zheng yesterday over this issue, yet today he was so suspiciously guarded by this ungrateful wolf. Slightly discontented, Kong Tu said, is it really yours? Would it respond to your call? Fuyo walked over, coldly stating, Xiaoman. The Hengong fish happily jumped out in the water. Kong Tu smirked, it didn't answer, doesn't count. Fuyo questioned, what does it take to answer? To answer you. It won't talk during the day. Still doesn't matter. It doesn't concern you, Fuyo stubbornly declared, it's already mine. Initially focused on serious matters, Zhao Zheng and his group were interrupted by their childish bickering, leaving Yan Lingfei exasperated. What's wrong with you two? Fuyo and Kong Tu both snapped, what's wrong with you? Yan Lingfei raised his hands in surrender, okay, I'm the one with the problem. I admit my mistake. Fortunately, Kong Tu's antics deflected attention away from Li Xian's situation, or perhaps Zhao Zheng had already discussed it with Li Xian earlier or planned to later. They only briefly touched on the topic today, and everyone silently agreed to move past it. Kong Tu didn't bother with all this. He simply hid behind Zhao Zheng, waiting for him to resolve the issues. Though many times he also wasn't clear about Zhao Zheng's true intentions. At the second dawn, they parted ways with Xingtian. The group arrived with several people and left with the exact same number, no one missing. But after returning, Yangzhen and the rest might leave. This mission bore Xingtian's name, but regardless of where everyone went, they would eventually reunite. People from Zone 404 often experienced separations and were learning to become accustomed to them. Bai Yue said, there's no feast that never ends. Let's part here, no need for farewells. Zhao Zheng patted his shoulder, then nodded at Li Xian, saying, wish you luck. Li Xian responded, let's meet again. Looking forward to it, Zhao Zheng smiled, next time we meet, it might be on the battlefield, I'll try avoiding you. Li Xian didn't reply. The sun was rising, casting a sharp cold light over the land, and the sky remained completely cloudless. The temperature dropped abruptly, startlingly fast. Yan Lingfei said, don't dawdle. Let's hit the road. Gonggong's group also bid farewell to Xingtian. The arrival had been tense, and their departure atmosphere hadn't improved either. Xingtian didn't even say a word of goodbye to them and left directly. In the end, only their few members remained, and the road ahead seemed quieter. Kong Tu still leaned on Zhao Zheng catching some sleep, while Gonggong, seated across, asked, I thought you wouldn't stay. Are we not prisoners? Yan Lingfei joked, prisoners don't have rights, aren't we just following your orders? Gonggong paid no heed to him, sweeping his fingers across the three of them and asking, your group came here looking for a ruler, right? Zhao Zheng said, you can understand it that way. Gonggong couldn't help but feel hopeful and asked, do you think we'll win? Zhao Zheng replied, I don't think so. Gonggong snorted and shook his head. Zhao Zheng said, but we will help you. On what basis? Kong Tu was woken up again, extremely irritated, and said, will you ever stop? Zhao Zheng glanced down at him, patted his own shoulder to indicate he should keep sleeping, and shushed Gonggong. Fuyo asked, why are you sleeping all the time? Didn't you sleep well last night? Kong Tu responded heartlessly, don't pretend to care about me. You won't even let me play with the Hengong fish. It's not a toy, it's a divine beast, Fuyo said angrily, what's wrong with you? Yan Lingfei had a splitting headache and moved away from them to stay somewhere else. Zhao Zheng pressed Kong Tu's head back onto his shoulder and said, sleep. Kong Tu warned, keep quiet. Zhao Zheng made an okay gesture and mimed zipping his lips to indicate he wouldn't speak anymore. Kong Tu laughed and adjusted himself into a more comfortable position. Fuyo looked at Gonggong and asked, aren't you supposed to drive the chariot? Chapter 87, Xingtian's Punishment, 18. Gonggong received a cold stare for no reason, scratched his nose, said nothing, and got up to drive the carriage. When Zhao Zheng arrived, he had driven for several days. At this time, Kong Tu deliberately lay on his lap to prevent him from getting up. The carriage was jolting, so Zhao Zheng held his head with his hands to stabilize it as much as possible. In such a harsh environment, Kong Tu managed to take another nap but didn't sleep comfortably. On the way back, they traveled day and night and returned to the 9 regions in less than 2 days. The villagers waited before their village as if to welcome heroes. Yan Lingfei took off his shirt and waved it on the carriage while shouting excitedly. They brought the knight back to the human world, but they killed a divine beast. However, no one intended to tell the people the story behind it. They only needed to revere their leaders and then receive their protection without thinking about anything else. Kong Tu saw everyone so happy and felt an inexplicable concern. This feeling wasn't unfamiliar, very similar to the conversation when he and Hua Yu disagreed during the Battle of Meiling. It was also like the argument between him and Kong Yaich. The masses always need some kind of spiritual support, if not a deity, then a monarch. All these are bestowed by the external world. They offer tribute and devotion, surrender their right to think, and enjoy protection. Is such a world really sound? Kong Tu couldn't help but ponder. Kong Yaich was undoubtedly the most sincere commoner under the sun of heaven. He completely abandoned his own desires and interests, giving up his own brothers in the war. He had already assumed that the monarch was superior to himself and even his family members. He was proud of it and felt proud of his devotion. Despite all this, Kong Tu knew he wasn't a cold-blooded person. On the battlefield, he was a hero. Precisely because of this, his views and choices made a huge impact on Kong Tu. Kong Tu still couldn't understand, were people's own interests really so insignificant? Family and country occupied an important place in every passionate young man's heart, but what did people actually think about when they supported and cheered? Was it this land where compatriots were born or the concrete lords who protected them, allowing them to feel no fear? Could humans relying entirely on external protection truly go far? Gong Gong stood up and stretched. He was still on the carriage and appeared to be more than 2 meters tall, looking exceptionally dignified. He said, "The night has returned, you don't need to panic anymore. Permanent peace will eventually come, and we will bring it to you with our own hands." The people bowed down voluntarily. A young child, unaware of worldly affairs, was struck at the knee by his mother and immediately knelt down. Kong Tu recognized this child. It was the naked little boy who played with the gonggang fish on the first day they arrived. He pulled Zhao Zheng and jumped off the carriage, gesturing to Yan Lingfei to join them and stand among the crowd, refusing to accept these people's worship. Gonggang continued to promise reassurance, assuring everyone that humanity would have no problems, and that they would surely win. Fuyo sat next to the water tank, gently stroking the gonggang fish, seemingly indifferent. Zhao Jing whispered quietly, "I wanted to ask before, where does Fuyo come from?" "He is said to be Gonggang's symbiotic counterpart," Kong Tu replied, "sharing the same life and death, always together." Yan Lingfei asked Zhao Jing, "I quite like him. How about you? Do you suspect him?" "You like anyone pretty," Kong Tu remarked sarcastically. Yan Lingfei confidently stated, "Yes. Is there any problem with that?" Zhao Jing said, "I think he doesn't seem to like humans." "Maybe," Yan Lingfei shrugged, "all gods are like that. Their noses want to stick right into the sky. I think he's good enough compared to the rest, at least nice to us." Kong Tu added, "Probably because we're capable." In fact, he had a positive impression of Fuyo and didn't think there was anything wrong with him. Any sentient being with thoughts is hardly ever perfect, even gods. Initially, Fuyo once mentioned that he was the citizen of Gonggang alone, and likely, standing here now was just because Gonggang was here. He could understand this kind of selfishness and didn't find it problematic. Yan Lingfei corrected him, "I'll correct your thinking. Our capability is fate. For this, he should be good to us. It's like his good looks naturally attract many admirers, which is also his destiny. It's all natural, no need to feel uneasy, each has their role." Kong Tu responded expressionlessly, "You really have no shame." "Fair enough." Yan Lingfei crossed her arms and leisurely watched Gonggang give his speech. In Kong Tu's era, listening to the leader's speeches was always boring, but after arriving at 404, he found this procedure quite interesting. It seemed like every leader excelled in psychology, just like his high school head teacher who would give them a scolding before each big exam, making everyone cry but also filled with fighting spirit. At that time, they all truly believed they could get into a good university. Gonggang didn't want to say much either. He couldn't stand it when people knelt down endlessly, so he directly jumped off the carriage and clapped his hands, saying, "That's all." People secretly looked at each other, seeing no one got up first, none of them dared to stand up. Gonggang had quite a temper and felt annoyed, trying to leave by pushing through the crowd. This made everyone stand up again, stopping him to talk about their family troubles over the last few days. Xuanzhu killed his son with a pig-herding stick. An old woman said. Her cracked fingers wiped her teary eyes. Her dark red skin was covered with rough wrinkles, and her gray hair was tied with a dirty cloth. Gonggang got angry, "What?" A woman pulled his clothes and said, "Gonggang, my ox was stolen again. I know who did it, you don't listen to her. A few days ago, the heat killed 2 children, and the families wouldn't let them be buried. Now it stinks, how will we avoid diseases? Gonggang, please save my child, use your divine power." Gonggang roared, "Shut up." The silence enveloped the place. He pointed to the old woman and said, "Say it again, what happened?" The old woman was very short and had to look up at him. Her cloudy eyes had traces of tears, but they didn't fall. She said, "Xuanzhu killed my grandson. Is that the person who stole your ox?" Gonggang asked the woman earlier. The woman nodded, with a belly full of words ready to say, but Gong interrupted her. That's enough, shut up. Then Gong turned to the old woman and said, where is the body? Take me there. Kong Tu glanced at Zhao Zheng, and Zhao Zheng said, if you want to go, then follow and take a look. Fuyo hopped down with Hengong fish in his arms and asked, shall we eat? Yan Lingfei asked, is there anything good to eat? No, Fuyo said, what do you want to eat? Yan Lingfei said, there should be a river around here, let's go have some roasted fish. With a poo, Hengong fish spat a stream of water accurately onto Yan Lingfei's face. Yan Lingfei, suddenly attacked, blinked helplessly. Fuyo, serves you right. Everyone left, now only a few of them remained, including that little boy eyeing Hengong fish longingly. Fuyo told him, not yet. Kong Tu wrapped Hengong fish with water and put it on the ground. The Hengong fish kept flipping around in the small water pool, as Kong Tu said, you're too stingy, you won't even let it make friends. Fuyo indeed had a narrow mind and wasn't happy to see Xiaoman and that kid being familiar. Yan Lingfei took advantage of the situation and asked, want to go for roasted fish? Yan Lingfei was also someone lacking empathy, basically devoid of sympathy. Kong Tu noticed, it seemed that those from 404 were all like this, having empathy but not much sympathy. This trait used to be what Kong Tu thought an adult should possess. From a young age, he never understood why some people could harm others at will, whether it was the abusers or the onlookers. In Kong Tu's eyes, they all had a near-cold indifference, and these people were all adults. So he assumed that after growing up, he would become the same. But in reality, even after walking this far in life, he was still someone with overly strong empathy. He often didn't know what was right, just like he himself was a stubborn person. He didn't know if this was correct or if throwing his sympathy everywhere was the right thing to do, especially for a man. Anyway, for so many years, he always treated these things as shame and hid them. Zhao Zheng said, are you coming or not? They've already walked far ahead. Yan Lingfei asked, where? Kong Tu said, too lazy to go, forget it. Yan Lingfei, where are you going? For roasted fish. Going to catch an ox. Zhao Zheng glanced at him, coming or not? Yan Lingfei was uninterested, don't you guys want to improve your diet? Leave us too. Zhao Zheng didn't bother asking Kong Tu anymore, grabbing him directly and telling Yan Lingfei and Fuyo, let's go. Kong Tu followed behind Zhao Zheng, feeling as though he were finished. He truly liked Zhao Zheng a great deal. Every time Zhao Zheng did something just to indulge his whims, Kong Tu thought it was so cool. They were delayed for a while and didn't catch up with Gong. Zhao Zheng asked for directions and then said as he walked over, it's at the camp ahead. Kong Tu said, oh. But Zhao Zheng smiled and pointed to his temple, saying, every time you think of something, it shows directly on your face, like having a screen on your face that scrolls broadcast. Kong Tu asked, then what am I thinking? About how good I am to you, Zhao Zheng said, isn't it? Before Kong Tu could answer, Zhao Zheng continued, you deserve it. Where else would you find a man as good as me? That's enough. Kong Tu said helplessly. Zhao Zheng said, just admit you're thinking exactly about this. Kong Tu put an arm around Zhao Zheng's shoulders. He was slightly shorter than Zhao Zheng, making Zhao Zheng lean slightly to the side. Taking advantage of this, Kong Tu kissed him on the cheek and said, I think my boyfriend is really handsome. Zhao Zheng smiled and gently ruffled his hair. Kong Tu was bubbling with happiness. He was cheerful for a moment and felt that his life wasn't actually bad. He always considered himself unlucky, but in fact, there are many people suffering from hardship in the world, enduring aging, poverty, ignorance, and violence just to survive. In comparison, he had all 4 limbs intact, ate well and stayed warm, and also had a lover and friends by his side. He was already better off than many others. Zhao Zheng didn't tell him that he treated him well because he deserved it, and Kong Tu was relieved. Zhao Zheng understood him very well, knowing he was such a person. The two of them walked for no more than 15 minutes and arrived at the old woman's house. They didn't even need confirmation because there were already quite a few people gathered by the fence outside. Gong carried a child, coming out silently, followed by the old woman crying uncontrollably, angrily poking him with the stick in her hand. When the crowd saw Gong walk out, they naturally dispersed. Gong was quite surprised to see Kong Tu and Zhao Zheng and asked, why have you come here? The old woman still wailed mournfully, shouting, return my grandson's life. Zhao Zheng casually glanced at her. Her eyes flickered, almost imperceptibly shrinking back, before she sat down and knelt by Gong's feet, pulling his legs to stop him from leaving. Kong Tu asked, what happened? Gong said, he's dead already. This isn't the first time, his son's wife died the same way. Gong looked down at the old woman and said, you keep holding on to him, next time it'll be you. Kong Tu. In this world, no one has ever seen a god bring the dead back to life. Gong has said this clearly, he doesn't have this ability. But there will always be those who don't believe, even blaming the death of their children on the deity who protects this land. Chapter 88, Xingtian's Punishment, 19. Gong lowered his head and said to the old woman, tell your son to hide properly these next few days. Don't let me catch him. The old woman stopped sobbing, her hunched body suddenly erupted with immense strength as she grabbed Gong fiercely, shouting, what do you intend to do? Gong replied, I'll kill him. The old woman continued arguing while Kantu glanced at the child in his arms, around 4 or 5 years old, his forehead covered with a layer of black blood scabs, his entire face soaked in blood as if he had been beaten to death by some heavy object. Even after the child's death, no one in the family bothered to clean his face. Kantu could not imagine it. The old woman said, "If the child is dead, revive him. What kind of deity are you anyway? If only third girl hadn't died because of your delay back then. Do you have any shame left to mention third girl?" A woman from the crowd suddenly shouted loudly, "You know very well why she died. What does it have to do with Gonggong?" The farm woman was fierce in nature, saying this while still sticking out her chest and waving her hands, as if without the fence blocking her, she would have already charged forward. Kantu remembered this person, the woman who once claimed that Nyo was stolen by Xuanzhu. The old woman turned red with anger and screamed, "Shut up, you stinking-mouthed woman." The woman retorted, "Afraid I'll speak the truth about your son's wicked deeds? Afraid to say what you dare to do? Your grandson has had generations of bad luck reincarnating into your house, it's karma, just wait for retribution." As the old woman cursed again, the woman countered, "Return my ox. 3 whole oxen, did you drink their blood? Don't spew slander." The old woman cried, "What proof do you have?" The two women spat venomous insults at each other for several rounds, and Kantu really couldn't believe how extensive their vocabularies were. Eventually, among countless dirty curses, he figured out the full story behind it all. It was much like countless cases of broken families he'd heard before, involving an incapable man and a domineering woman, a textbook example of an unfortunate household that inevitably led to a terrible outcome. During an argument, the woman had her leg tendons severed by the man, leaving her unconscious. It was rumored in the village that severing the leg tendons would surely lead to death. Fearing the wrath of the woman's father-in-law, the man planned to commit suicide but hesitated. Before doing so, he stabbed her in the chest, ensuring she was killed, though he himself did not follow through with killing himself, merely cutting a small wound on his neck and abandoning the knife to flee the village. When analyzing criminals, people often emphasize traits like inferiority and weakness such as poverty, embarrassment, and low social status, seemingly implying that such pressures drove someone to become a criminal. According to criminal psychology, however, criminal actions result from a criminal mindset, which doesn't always originate solely from external circumstances. Sometimes, poverty and pressure aren't the ultimate killers, it's cowardice and loneliness that truly are. Half a year later, the man returned to the village but was met with significant resistance. Gonggong had even tried stepping in to address the situation, but the man's mother held firm, refusing anyone near their home until this incident happened today. Kantu didn't need to ask why this time the man had killed his own son. With a domineering mother, a cowardly son who had committed murder, and a mere 4-year-old child growing up in such conditions, the outline of this story was all too clear. When someone becomes a killer, they're fundamentally different from ordinary people. The concept of murder in their eyes differs greatly from that in the eyes of regular people. Gonggong's headache worsened as they argued non-stop. He carried the child and walked out, telling them both, "Let's go." The old woman relentlessly lied but couldn't say much. Perhaps she feared Gonggong leaving to seek out Xuanzhu after all, nor could she bear the fact that her grandson couldn't be saved. She refused to let them leave. Zhao Jing stepped forward, walking with an air of authority almost towering over the old woman. "What do you plan to do?" The old woman sensed his hostility and swung her stick first. Zhao Jing deflected it with a flick of his hand and knocked her unconscious with a hand strike. He gave them a look, signaling them to move on, go. The spectators were utterly silent. It seemed everyone had come to accept the belief that gods among mankind exist as protectors. Although Gonggong was physically imposing, he was known for his kindness, and never had there been an instance where he incapacitated an elderly woman unable to defend herself. Kantu quietly thought, perhaps there's another reason, Zhao Jing just looks too intimidating. Since the first time he saw Zhao Jing, he had been a little afraid. Zhao Jing was handsome but also looked ruthless, making people feel burdened when speaking to him. The locals were not familiar with them and only assumed they were gods. In daily life, people would talk to Kantu or Yan Lingfei, but almost no one approached Zhao Jing, as everyone probably thought he wasn't approachable. Upon seeing this scene, everyone fell silent. Gonggong did not say anything, but glanced at the old woman before leaving with the child in his arms. On their way out, he said to the woman, "Your ox. I'll ask her for it myself," the woman hurriedly replied and quickly glanced at Zhao Jing. Kantu could not help feeling that such things should not go unpunished, which made him feel unfair. Zhao Jing whispered in his ear, "We'll talk about it tonight." By now, the man must have fled, and they wouldn't be able to find him. There was no point in rushing. As Gonggong walked on the road, many people peeked out from their houses. With an expressionless face, he asked Kantu and Zhao Jing, "Don't you feel disappointed?" Kantu replied, "No." Gonggong laughed softly and said, "Fuyo doesn't like humans for the same reason, he believes they don't deserve protection. They only want to take advantage of us." "So, what do you think?" Kantu asked. Zhao Jing leisurely followed behind them without saying a word, listening to their conversation. Gonggong responded, "I believe my thoughts align with those of your friend behind you." Zhao Jing glanced at him and gave a slight smile but remained silent. Gonggong continued, "It's simply a matter of doing one's duty in the proper position. Zhao Jing added, I'm not in any position, nor is there anything I need to deal with. You flatter me. Only now did Kantu realize what Gonggang meant. He seemed to be hinting at something. Kantu was alarmed. Could it be that he knows Zhao Zheng's identity? Gonggang jokingly remarked, I was just using an analogy, no need to be so tense. With no choice, Zhao Zheng shook his head with a smile. Gonggang found a tree outside the village, squatted down, wiped the blood off the boy's face, and buried him. Kantu picked 2 yellow flowers, blooming beautifully, and placed them on the small grave mound. The sun had already set, and its deep red hue dyed the sky. Kantu suddenly said, when I was a kid, our school organized a spring outing. We passed by a hill full of graves. I saw a grave with a single yellow flower growing on it was very beautiful and stayed with me till now. Zhao Jing nodded silently. Kantu didn't know why he was saying these things, but smiled and held his hand. He wanted to have a good chat with Zhao Zheng and ask about his thoughts, but that night did not give them the time. Shenong arrived at Zhuzhou half an hour after the boy's burial. Yan Lingfei rushed in, trembling with excitement, shouting, Shenong. Shenong has come. Kantu and Zhao Zheng were squatting by the hearth, picking fish bones from a river fish that was too small, with dense bones. Zhao Zheng handed him a piece of meat he had cleaned of fish bones, but Kantu got stuck with a bone and began gagging. Quickly, Zhao Zheng patted his back, to which Kantu angrily shouted, How did you clean this? Zhao Zheng shrugged and replied, I didn't see it. Kantu jumped up and down trying to find something to swallow the bone down. Zhao Zheng stretched his arm, grabbed half a pancake, and handed it over to him. Seeing his condition, he chuckled and said, Slow down. What are you laughing at? Coughed Kantu, eyes flashing golden sparks until he managed to push half a pancake into his throat and finally swallowed it down, turning bright red with anger. You're still laughing? Still patting his back lightly, Zhao Zheng said apologetically, Sorry. Kantu swatted his hand away irritably. This was exactly how they appeared when Yan Lingfei came in. Yan Lingfei scolded, Are you deaf? Shenong. Kantu retorted, Get out. Yan Lingfei snapped, What's wrong with you? Zhao Jing pulled Kantu up, I'm sorry, and gently wiped the tears that Kantu had coughed out, saying, Don't be angry anymore. Kantu was speechless. It was strange, he really didn't seem as mad anymore. Yan Lingfei shot a glance at Kantu and asked Zhao Jing, What's wrong with him? Nothing, Zhao Jing replied. So, why is Shenong here? Yan Lingfei said, What else could it be? War issues, apparently according to that kid at the gate. Are you going or not? Kantu hesitated, Probably not. He didn't even mention us. Before anyone could answer, Fuyo burst into the room, his white hair fluttering with motion. His face was flushed from running, looking extraordinarily beautiful. He excitedly shouted, Shenong has come. Are you going or not? Kantu. The main house in the courtyard, directly facing the gate, belonged to Gonggang. The night breeze blew gently, and the yard was pitch black. Everything was quiet except for the stars in the sky that watched a few stealthy people eavesdropping at the wall corners. Shenong and Gonggang sat opposite each other. Shenong asked, Was the trip with Xingtian fairly smooth? Gonggang casually glanced at the window and said, Smooth. Shenong had an average stature, but not frail-looking, his appearance was refined, everything about him seemed just right, which made people instantly feel good about him. When Kantu first saw this person, he felt somewhat disappointed, but looking again, he found him quite fitting, he should indeed be Shenong. Gonggang asked, Why did you suddenly come this time? Shenong replied, Since last night, all divine beasts have left human territories and headed toward Mount Taihang. Domestic animals and wild beasts are anxious, as if something significant is about to happen. I am worried, so I came to ask you, has there been any abnormal phenomenon in Zhuzhou? After thinking for a moment, Gonggang answered, 3 oxen have gone missing from the village. That's it, Shenong said, many have lost their livestock. Gonggang, it's about to begin. Shenong sighed. A group of people outside were listening intently when a child's innocent voice suddenly chirped cheerfully from behind them, What are you doing? Startled, they jumped. It was Xiao Man standing under the moonlight, watching them. No one knew how long he had been standing there. Frowning, Shenong asked, Who's there? With a weary sigh, Gonggang responded, No one special, come in. Yan Lingfei angrily pinched Xiao Man's face, leaving a red mark on it instantly. Even Fu Yu became upset, saying, What are you doing? Xiao Man cried out, Ow, but Fei cried, without tears, thunderous yet no rain fell. Fu Yu then squatted down to embrace him. Kantu couldn't stand Fu Yu's indulgence toward Xiao Man. Though still young, Xiao Man hadn't learned anything else well except for throwing tantrums. Kantu said to him, Stop crying, what kind of problem do you have? An uproar broke out outside as Gonggang flung the door open with a loud bang, his face stern as he looked at them. Instantly, the crowd fell silent. Gonggang coldly said, If you want to listen, come inside, otherwise, all of you get out. Chapter 89, Xingtian's Punishment, 20. Shenong smiled and said, I haven't seen Fuyo these days, it's all as usual. He paused for a moment and then continued, but there are some unfamiliar faces. Gonggang briefly introduced them and explained, they are all capable people, willing to give us a helping hand. Shenong asked, have they been here for more than half a month? Exactly. Shenong looked at them and said, I have indeed met a few people with such status. They weren't brought this time. I wonder if any of you have anything to say. Yan Lingfei straightforwardly said, nothing. Alright, Shenong didn't care about being refused, stepped aside, and smiled, don't stand outside. Please come in. This person's identity made everyone wary, always feeling that he wasn't easy to deal with. Moreover, Kantu subconsciously felt that anyone who looked like him might be difficult to read, so he was particularly restrained. When passing by each other, he slightly bowed his head. Gong closed the door, sat down and asked Shenong, how does Xian Yuan plan now that we're gone? In these days when you left, I contacted him a bit. Back then, both Xingtian and you were absent, so nothing was determined. Gong thought for a moment, Niwa is a person with strong will. If she makes up her mind, it would be hard to change, just as shown from the Zhu Long incident. This time, she is deadly serious. Shenong said, we are also. Gong paused for a moment before saying, in fact, we may have other ways. Shenong said, tell me more. Yan Lingfei boldly said, just admit defeat, give up land if required, compensate if needed, stop fighting if told not to fight, just do whatever Niwa says, isn't that all? Not impossible, Shenong said, if perpetual peace is the Mother Earth's demand, we would definitely act accordingly. But now, I have not received any of her edicts yet, neither has Xian Yuan, all is just our speculation. Xian Yuan is unwilling to abandon governance due to such ambiguous reasons. With two parties confronting each other, it's difficult for only me to attempt controlling the situation. If it was Kantu 3 months ago, he would certainly have believed these words. But now, he doesn't trust even one word from Shenong, believing Zhao Zheng and Yan Lingfei also don't believe it. Yet, they all pretend to have listened. Almost everyone on the Zhuzhou knows why Niwa is angry. Endless wars among humans have trampled on heaven and earth, and the war between Shenong and Xian Yuan has caused countless human casualties. Niwa's intentions are clear enough, why drag these two to the negotiating table again? Kantu couldn't help but darkly suspect that Shenong didn't want to relinquish power. Once enjoying the taste of power, perhaps he would yearn for more. Xian Yuan is an opponent, but not the ultimate one. As long as there are gods, and as long as Niwa exists, he could never reach the pinnacle. Gong's test has roughly clarified his thoughts, he can only say, let's prepare first then. It will probably happen within these few days. Shenong, if this battle is unavoidable, what are our chances of winning? If discussing strength alone, Gong said, we can fight to the death with 30% probability. We need not mention Niwa, Fu Xi alone can match 10,000 soldiers. The 4 divine beasts possess unimaginable power, incomparable. Shenong understood his implication, if not discussing strength. Gong looked at him, if not considering strength, then 80% chance. Niwa is the Mother Earth, filled with compassion. Fu Xi taught humans survival skills and witnessed their flourishing on this land. The 4 divine beasts carry profound roots, extending blessings through generations. All gods hold empathy. In the final decisive battle, they may not seek total annihilation. Kantu thought, then why fight at all? It's like an infuriated mother wanting to punish disobedient children. She really is angry, but she wouldn't hurt them. Starting physical fights means hurting themselves first. What's the point of such battles? And if it's merely such a war, sending them here wouldn't be 404 style. Gong is a god close to humans, many of his thoughts might be self-projected empathy and cannot represent reality. It is merely his own beautiful wish. These words didn't convince Kantu, but they did comfort Shenong. He chuckled helplessly, if it really turns out this way, that would be good. They chatted about various things. Xiaoman couldn't sit still anymore, wriggling around Fuyo's embrace trying to get away. Not wanting to stay, Fuyo tightly held onto him, causing him to start murmuring unhappily. Shenong found it hard not to notice him and asked, where is this child from? Fuyo politely said, it's a Hengong fish from the East Sea. I brought it back on a whim and have kept it around ever since. After more than 200 years of cultivation, its mind is still like that of a child. Shenong curiously asked, so it's over 200 years old already? As he spoke, he smiled and stood up to approach. Fuyo explained, Hengong fish naturally look like this, being fish during the day and, wait, don't pinch. It was too late. As Shenong had just reached out to touch Xiaoman's face, the boy puffed up his cheeks and glared at him. Before Shenong could react and found it interesting, a jet of salty water sprayed onto his face. Xiaoman acted like a water gun, continuously spitting water. Fuyo quickly covered his mouth and forced him to swallow the rest back in. Shenong wiped his face with his hand and opened his eyes. Fuyo hastily stood up to fetch a cloth to clean Shenong's face but was stopped by Shenong who chuckled, saying, this little thing has quite a temper. He doesn't obey discipline, Fuyo helplessly said, and he's not very brave either. If strangers touch him, he'll spray water. After wiping his face, Shenong sat back down cheerfully and said, being alert like this isn't such a bad trait. Fuyo replied, if there were real danger, having these skills wouldn't do much good anyway. Xiaoman continued to squirm in Fuyo's arms, sticking his tongue out at Fuyo as he raised his head. Fuyo frowned and said, stop messing around. Shannon said, enough. Don't restrict him anymore. Let him do what he wants. Since Shannon had spoken, Fuyao dared not force the issue further and released Xiaoman, watching as he ran off joyfully. Shannon remarked, I envy this child's innocence, free from troubles. This statement truly made him sound like a ruler concerned about the nation and its people, yet no one responded. Gong then said, after these days are past, you can finally set your heart at ease. Shannon looked outside the door and said, let's hope so. They casually exchanged a few more words before deciding to chat with Xian Yuan within the next day or two. The most ideal plan was for Nuwa to see them reconciling, calming her anger and letting the matter be passed over. At the very least, they should team up with Xian Yuan and face things together. Or worse, everyone might end up in trouble together. Given the nature of the event and the lack of confidence in their discussions, Kantu had felt from the start that achieving peace was unlikely. By now, it was already late at night. A new crescent moon hung on the branch, indicating a clear night sky, but without warning, a light rain began to fall. Everyone went their separate ways, each lost in their own thoughts. Kantu lay in bed, turned over, and looking at Zhao Zheng's profile, called out, hey. Zhao Zheng said, you're not angry again, are you? Bored, Kantu said, don't remind me about it. Zhao Zheng adjusted his posture, lying down more comfortably, ambiguously replying with a vague Kantu asked, what do you think? Zhao Zheng had been silent since seeing Shannon earlier. Though Kantu didn't know much, Zhao Zheng hadn't said anything all this time either, which was unusual. What do you think? Zhao Zheng asked in return. Kantu lost interest and flipped over, saying, not again, it's exhausting. Zhao Zheng followed by turning over and pressed against Kantu's back, urging him, tell me. Kantu was bothered by his warm breath, shifting slightly before pretending to sleep. Originally intending to erupt in silence, but due to sheer exhaustion, he fell into a light sleep. He heard Zhao Zheng say, have you thought about why Shannon personally came over for just passing a message? Kantu immediately woke up, slightly frowning and asking, what? Zhao Zheng repeated himself, why did Shannon make this trip personally? Kantu honestly answered, I don't know. Zhao Zheng lightly slapped his buttocks and said, think. Kantu replied truthfully, I really don't know. I feel this matter is important. Perhaps he wanted to meet Xingtian, ask him about the details of the Zhulong incident, and then discuss the next steps. If someone were sent to pass the message, only information exchange between him and Xingtian would occur, lacking deeper communication. But Xingtian is a deity, and it'd be improper for him to request Xingtian come for reporting duties, so he came himself. Zhao Zheng thought for a moment and said, that makes sense. Kantu asked, confused. Zhao Zheng's voice contained amusement as he said, I might have overthought this. Kantu asked, how did you overthink it? I thought he came to test Gonggang's attitude, Zhao Zheng replied. Upon hearing this, Kantu immediately understood. During the earlier conversation, he had already noticed that Gonggang was actually inclined towards seeking peace, wanting to meet Nuwa's demands and avoid conflict. However, Shannon was unwilling to do so. On this point, the two were not in harmony. They had deliberately avoided addressing this conflict during their discussion. Gonggang did not have a compelling reason to necessarily support Shannon or help humanity. This war was on an unprecedented scale compared to previous ones, and its impact would be extraordinary. If Gonggang chose not to participate, he could leave the 9 provinces at any time, turning his back and walking away. Therefore, for Shannon, Gonggang was an unpredictable force. Kantu said, maybe they both have their own reasons. Zhao Zheng casually placed his arm around Kantu's waist. He was also getting sleepy, and his voice carried a hint of carelessness, there are people from our side over there as well. Who do you think it is? Kantu yawned. I can't guess, Zhao Zheng replied, it doesn't matter who it is. Kantu laughed and turned to look at him. Zhao Zheng had his eyes closed and didn't pay him any attention. Chapter 90, Xingtian's Punishment, 21. The two then quieted down, and Kantu no longer spoke. After a while, they both fell asleep. The weather was still very hot, and Kantu kicked off the blanket in the middle of the night, his leg falling on Zhao Zheng's body. After a while, feeling too hot, he took his leg back, but later in the night it suddenly got cold. In a semi-drowsy state, Kantu shivered, moving closer to Zhao Zheng, his feet freezing cold. He placed them under Zhao Zheng's thighs to warm up, still not opening his eyes. Later, feeling Zhao Zheng cover him with a blanket, he gradually felt comfortable and went back to sleep deeply. When they woke up in the morning, Zhao Zheng was seen sitting at the edge of the bed, lost in thought. Kantu, waking up with a heavy voice and messy hair, froze as soon as he sat up but was still unclear about what was happening. What are you doing? He asked Zhao Zheng. Zhao Zheng turned around and looked at him with a smirk before getting up. As he opened the door, snowflakes were blown into the room by the wind, leaving Kantu momentarily bewildered. Zhao Zheng said, it started last night. I'm really amazed that you didn't wake up even when you were frozen stiff. Kantu noticed there were 3 quilts over him, making his nest nice and warm despite sleeping soundly, but he now felt slightly heavy-headed, probably from sleeping so deeply. What's going on? Kantu asked innocently. Zhao Zheng replied, don't look at me like that. Kantu. Zhao Zheng said, I want to punch you. Kantu. Suddenly throwing off the quilt, he roared, "Come on if you dare." Zhao Jing threw clothes on the bed and said, "Put those on first, show off." Kong Tu jumped around from the cold as he shouted to put on the cotton robe. Clearly, Zhao Zheng had already gone outside and returned, bringing back a cotton coat and fur boots. Some snow water was melting off him. "This year's crops are all ruined," Zhao Zheng said, listening to the winds and snow outside. Some livestock froze to death overnight. The sudden change in weather brought more than just low temperatures, some calamities hard for common people today to resist. After dressing, Kong Tu approached him, and Zhao Jing opened the window. The view out this window faced the rear mountain, now covered entirely in white. Cold winds mixed with snow flew across one's face like knives, and the world seemed to be only silver. "Is this Nuwa's new strategy?" Kong Tu asked. "There is no one else capable of this," Zhao Jing answered. "Changxi arrived late last night, delivering Huangshuan's message. All our troops will meet up at the base of Taiheng Mountain in 3 days, he whispered. Gonggang has already departed early this morning to gather everyone. So, it's starting now?" Kong Tu said. Since the day he arrived, he had been waiting for the final battle, but now that it was finally coming, he felt a strange sense of emotion instead. Zhao Jing said, "Are you scared?" Kong Tu laughed, every time. Each mission filled him with fear. The missions grew harder every time. Alongside the fear came the fatigue of being crushed under heavy pressure. Kong Tu knew he would likely never adapt to these dangerous, high-stress challenges and could only persuade himself to accept it. Zhao Jing pulled him close, holding him tightly in his arms and remarked with slight surprise, "Are you taller now?" Kong Tu replied, "No taller, but thinner." Zhao Zheng, "Not really." Kong Tu placed his hand on his own waist unhappily and said, "You feel it if you don't believe me." "Feel this?" "Bones, okay." Zhao Zheng pulled his hand away quickly, saying, "Stop fooling around during the daytime." Kong Tu turned and kissed him. Zhao Jing dodged slightly, landing a kiss on his chin. Kong Tu looked quite the rogue, attempting again. Zhao Jing reached out to cover his mouth. Right as Kong Tu was about to bite, they began wrestling uncontrollably, until Yan Lingfei pushed the door open, looking at them incredulously and said, "I really can't understand why you two are always so carefree." Kong Tu felt somewhat embarrassed, covering it up quickly by asking, "Wouldn't knocking make you tired?" "Don't knock nonsense," Yan Lingfei thought he was unreasonable. "Do you have any idea how chaotic it is outside? Are you just waking up?" Kong Tu. Zhao Jing joked, "Do you even need to ask?" Kong Tu felt embarrassed. Fortunately Zhao Jing only made light comments casually and swiftly moved past the topic, asking, "Did you come looking for me?" Yan Lingfei said, "Both of you should come. Everyone is clearing snow outside. We shouldn't sit idle either." Gonggang and Fuyo had already set out early. Shenong swept snow together with the villagers. Gonggang's subordinates tried to persuade him several times to rest, but Shenong politely refused. Having no other option, the subordinate could do nothing but help beside Shenong. Kong Tu, Fuyo, and Shenong were warmly dressed as they stepped out of the courtyard. Shenong squinted slightly, the snow blinded him a bit, and the strong wind made his eyes tear up. Snow frost hung from his eyelashes. He smiled and teased Kong Tu, saying, "Awake." After waking up, Kong Tu became everyone's target for teasing, exhausting his mental energy, so he could only respond with, "Yes." Shenong said, "Everyone was up last night except you. I didn't understand why until your friend explained that you were still asleep." Kong Tu forced a smile and said, "I have good sleep quality. Everyone makes mistakes at some point." Kong Tu usually never missed anything because of sleeping, setting alarms and adhering to his circadian rhythm, always getting up on time. He had always portrayed himself as diligent until this one instance which ruined it all. While working, Kong Tu heard one of Gonggang's subordinates say, "Even the pigs in the pigsty woke up last night. You and Xiao Man must have been the only ones in the whole village sleeping soundly." "Aha," Kong Tu responded coldly, "do you know why I didn't wake up?" This person had released them on the first day they arrived here and was punished for it. His name was Qian Gong. He seemed pretty important when they met for the first time but was just a young man. In the past few days, he'd become close friends with Kong Tu, allowing Kong Tu to joke around with him. Qian Gong asked, "Why?" Kong Tu said, "Because no one dared to wake me." Qian Gong thought about it and fell silent. Kong Tu chuckled smugly. Shenong and Gonggang weren't their superiors. Here, aside from Zhao Zheng and Yan Lingfei, no one could influence Kong Tuesday. Zhao Zheng was always respected by these people, and since he never mentioned it, neither did Yan Lingfei. Even if Kong Tu caused chaos, he could still sleep like a pig. Qian Gong couldn't stand his arrogant demeanor and shoved the broom toward his feet to clear snow, yelling, "Get lost." Kong Tu didn't roll around, using his water element abilities. After experimenting a couple of times, he teamed up with Yan Lingfei, one creating fire, the other manipulating water, to completely clean the village's snow. However, the wind wouldn't stop howling, flipping over many families' fences. If this continued, the roofs might be blown off too, so they had to endure the gale force winds and check every household's roof stability. By the afternoon, the wind and snow calmed down slightly. The sun peeked out but offered no warmth. The roads they had just cleared were now half knee-deep in snow again. Gong Gong returned covered in dust, reporting that messages had been delivered everywhere across the land, and all troops would converge by evening. In the following afternoon, Jojo began welcoming unfamiliar travelers, bearded muscular old men, scarred guys who walked bare-chested despite the cold, as well as plainly dressed middle-aged women. Some came in groups while others came alone. By evening, one of Shenong's armies arrived, a group fewer than 3,000 people, all shivering with cold. They looked rather weak. Actually, compared to the army qualities of the 19th century, ancient armies generally lacked strength, having insufficient scientific training and equipment, more like scattered militias. Zhao Zheng looked at these people and frowned slightly. Kong Tu said, "Do you think we stand a chance?" "Look over there," Zhao Zheng pointed to the crowd and said, "Acquaintances." Bailey Shi, Hua Yu, and Jiang Liang stood at the front of the group, also trembling in the cold wind. Shenong scanned the crowd and found them, smiling as he approached Bailey Shi, embracing him and saying something. Kong Tu was somewhat puzzled, frowning and asking, "Why is Jiang Liang with them?" "Just ask, and you'll know," Yan Lingfei said, walking out and leaping down the stone steps, grabbing Hua Yu's shoulder warmly and greeting him, saying, "Hey, Iron Man, give the organization an update on your recent situation." Hua Yu got excited, Yan Lingfei. "No, Yan Lingfei shook a finger, "call me my code name during team activities." "Hua Yu, who else is here?" "Doctor Strange and Aizen." Yan Lingfei said, quickly glancing at Jiang Liang and quietly asked, "How did you end up with her?" Hua Yu sighed helplessly upon mentioning it, whispering to Yan Lingfei, "Let's talk later, I've had terrible luck." Yan Lingfei placed both hands on his shoulders, pretending to chat casually as Shenong smiled to Bailey Shi, "I knew you two were acquainted." Bailey Shi replied, "Not really well." "Yes," Yan Lingfei said, "we're not very familiar." Shenong laughed loudly, wrapping an arm around both of them, saying to Hua Yu and Jiang Liang, "Let's talk inside." Everyone was bustling about inside the house and courtyard, and the number of people continued to increase. No one knew where Gong Gong had found so many oddballs. "So, what's the situation on your side?" Kong Tu and the others stealthily interrogated Hua Yu after pulling him aside around a corner. Hua Yu adjusted his glasses, only to remember that he wore contacts, which made him look somewhat awkward as he lowered his hand and said, "Don't even ask. After we got separated from you guys, some more people scattered. The rest of us stayed in the village to investigate the situation, planning to split up. I actually wanted to find Xingtian. I guessed back then that Ouyanggen and the others might have been detained by Xuan Yuan, and following him seemed like it would give us better odds. But just as everyone was about to leave, I saw Jiang Liang and Luban. She also wanted to go to Xuan Yuan." Kong Tu said, "So you decided to switch teams?" "Yeah," Hua Yu said with an expression as if this question was obvious, "on missions like this, it's not necessary for the entire team to win. Of course, I didn't want to be with her. And moreover, if it were only the three of us along the way, ignoring her wouldn't even be an option." "Let me guess how the story went," Yan Lingfei said, "Jiang Liang, seeing you and Luban here, and considering over 100 powerful warriors like Wei Bai, Ouyanggen, and Li Xin are all on our side at Xuan Yuan's camp, she must hate her guts. Therefore, Jiang Liang became afraid and switched camps out of fear. Unluckily, you also changed sides." Hua Yu gave him a thumbs up and said, "That's exactly how it happened." "The three." Hua Yu added, "Bailey she scolded me for days, saying that I lured her here." "You deserve it," Kong Tu said without sympathy. He and Jiang Liang were practically mortal enemies, they always avoided each other whenever they met. He was terrified of Jiang Liang, always feeling like she had something up her sleeve against him. Hua Yu looked extremely pitiful, "Do you think I wanted it this way?" Little Mon popped her head out from the wall corner, asking, "What are you guys doing?" Hua Yu exclaimed, "Who is this kid? So cute." "Mine," Kong Tu replied offhandedly, then asked Little Mon, "Why are you wearing so little in this cold?" Little Mon stepped out, her bare feet stepping on the snow as if it didn't bother her. She smiled and said, "Fuyo is looking for you." "Kong Tu, what's my name?" Little Mon answered, "Cantonese guy, Kong Zai." Kong Tu stared silently at her, prompting Little Mon to hastily change the answer, "Big brother." "Kong Tu, good girl. Are you weird or something?" Yan Lingfei asked. Little Mon reached out to be held, usually disliking being picked up, but strangely enough this time, he let Yan Lingfei take him since Kong Tu was freezing and unwilling to expose his hands to pick up the child. Grumbling under his breath, Yan Lingfei begrudgingly endured it for Zhao Zheng's sake. "Your preference is too shallow," Yan Lingfei criticized, "no wonder Fuyo doesn't let you near Little Mon. Aren't you ashamed?" Kong Tu acted as if he hadn't heard and rubbed his hands together, saying, "Let's go back, it's so cold." So cold." Kong Tu abruptly stuck his icy hand onto Zhao Zheng's neck, startling Zhao Zheng, "Kong Tu, warm it up for me, don't be so stingy." Zhao Zheng rolled up his sleeve and said, "Put it here." Kong Tu teased with playful intent, I'd rather not." Zhao Zheng suddenly stopped, then inserted his own ice-cold hand into Kong Tu's shirt collar before Kong Tu could react. Kong Tu shivered violently, frantically pulling the hand out while yelling, "Damn! Take it out, take it out." As Yan Lingfei held Little Mon, he calmly said to Hua Yu, "Let's go." Chapter 91, Xingtian's Punishment, 22. The two turned and walked into the house. Huayu said, did they finally get together? Yan Lingfei, yes, aren't you moved? I am, Huayu said, moved by heaven and earth, finally no longer having to endure Kantu's daily lamenting and self-pity. Yan Lingfei, isn't that a coincidence? The two exchanged a glance and understood each other's pain. Kantu and Zhao Zheng had another fight and followed them at a distance. Shenong and Gonggang were counting heads. Walking into the yard, one could feel the restless atmosphere, as if they were about to set off at any moment. Gonggang looked up and saw them, asking, where did you all go after searching for so long? Conspiring, Yan Lingfei said, is there something? Gonggang ignored his earlier comment, nothing, just worried you might run away. Yan Lingfei, if we were going to run, we would have done it when you weren't here this morning. Are you stupid? Gonggang's temper was also almost gone thanks to them, he was too lazy to argue and waved them off quickly. Zhao Jing asked, depart tonight? Sooner rather than later, Gonggang replied, we must end this quickly. Humans cannot endure endless. After days of sweltering heat, much crops were lost, and many people died from diseases brought on by extreme heat. This impending cold winter was more terrifying than the last, and the damage would be doubled. Zhao Jing asked, do we have any plans? To be honest, Gonggang looked at him, no. We're heading to Mount Taihang then try reasoning with Niuhua, which likely won't work. Shenong is stubborn, and so is Shen Yuan. They will not change their minds, and the conclusion will still be the same as today. This battle is unavoidable, but how it'll be fought, we don't know yet. Zhao Jing expected this much, he held even less hope for the outcome of this war than Gonggang did. Even though they outnumbered their foes, a locust's effort is no match for a cart. A god's power is far beyond what commoners can ever withstand. Gonggang ordered, bring all the able-bodied young men of the 9 provinces. There was some hesitation from those under him. Qian Gong remarked, wouldn't this be somewhat inappropriate? Residents in the 9 provinces had lived in peace and prosperity under Gonggang's benevolent governance. Many never truly experienced real warfare. Gonggang was compassionate and had never forcibly conscripted troops, precisely because of Gonggang's compassion. Sudden compulsory conscription might lead to public resentment, which is indeed an act that loses the hearts of the people. Kantu glanced at Zhao Zheng, the two exchanged glances but stayed silent. Gonggang said, times are different now. Humanity must contribute something towards its own destiny. Upon hearing this statement, Kantu suddenly realized that Gonggang was also a deity. After initial respect upon their first meeting, Kantu had gradually forgotten this fact. Fuyo coexists with Gonggang, Fuyo does not like humans. Would Gonggang, without the restraints of responsibility, actually want to remain in the mortal world? Through the crowd, Kantu looked up at the towering figure of Gonggang. He was too valiant, merely standing here made one feel there was still hope, making one believe this wasn't a journey towards death. Such a mighty god, who in his heart could he rely on for such confidence? Zhao Jing noticed his gaze beside him, and asked, looking at what? Just thinking he looks handsome, Kantu said. Zhao Jing tapped the back of his head again, and Kantu retaliated, resulting in another skirmish between the two. Bailey she commented, if you two have so much energy, why not come help with some work? So, Kantu and Zhao Jing went door to door recruiting soldiers along with others. The fierce wind hadn't stopped all night, and under the cover of darkness visibility was less than a meter. Despite being fully armed to his eyes, Kantu shivered uncontrollably. At the front, someone knocked on a door, but no one came for a long time. Zhao Jing said, step aside. He then kicked the wooden door open. Kantu whistled, saying, cool. Does your foot hurt? Go inside, Zhao Jing said to those behind him, and coolly remarked to Kantu, a bit painful. Kantu burst out laughing. Just as he followed Zhao Jing inside, the old woman of the house chased them out with her shoe sole. Get out. Get out. She scolded them vehemently. Kantu tried to reason with her initially but eventually gave up and resorted to enforcing his authority by searching the house. Yet, they found no one. Kantu was familiar with this household. There should have been a man in his prime, but he must have fled. Gonggang had arranged for people outside the village, so he couldn't have gone far. Kantu shut the door again, but as Zhao Zheng had damaged the latch by kicking it, it opened instantly when the wind blew, leaving Kantu rather embarrassed. The old lady cursed at them furiously again. Their group left promptly. This task turned out to be both thankless and exhausting. Kantu endured complaints all night, freezing almost to death, and finally complained to Zhao Zheng, why didn't Gonggang recruit soldiers earlier? If only they'd known this day would come, better to prepare sooner, train harder, ideally making everyone capable of fighting, then set off immediately. Zhao Jing said, a single day of preparation could cause disorder that day, because no one wants to fight against deities. Even before the battle begins, they'd all flee. Kantu had no reply to this. Zhao Jing saw what Kantu was thinking on his face and consoled him, however, many humans are worth it. After Gonggang issued the command, some households opened their gates willingly, coming out with weapons retrieved from hunting at home. By contrast, those who fled weren't the majority. The conscription teams were divided into 2 shifts, one worked the first half of the night while the other took over for the second half. When it was Kantu's turn to rest, he felt like his feet were frozen off. Zhao Zheng held Kantu's hands on his belly, where the warm skin touched them, and Kantu asked, am I cold? Zhao Jing said, no, then held his wrist and flipped the palm to warm the back of the hand. When they returned, the house was still full of people jumping around to keep warm. Gongang's gaze was icy as he looked down at a man kneeling beneath him. Kantu blinked and asked Qian Gong, who stood nearby, what's going on? A deserter? No, Qian Gong replied, it's Xuanzhu. Kantu was startled, the one who killed people the other day. Yes. Qian Gong looked down at the kneeling Xuanzhu with a tone laced with disdain, saying, no one knows where he's been hiding until today when the conscription announcement came and he attempted to escape, only to be caught by the patrols outside the village. Kantu examined the man closely, plump, average-looking, wearing a thick padded jacket, possibly found by his mother just before he ran away. Despite this, his fingers were still red from frostbite, his joints swollen. He seemed so ordinary and humble that Zhao Zheng looked more like a murderer compared to this person. The courtyard gate suddenly opened as the elderly woman rushed in, only to be stopped at the entrance. Finally, Gonggang spoke, take her back. Xuanzhu did not look back but surely recognized that it was his mother rushing to his aid since the old woman kept shouting incoherently, cursing, begging, crying, blaming, carrying within herself all the misfortune and anger of the world, venting recklessly. It took 2 strong men a while to lift her away. Gonggang said to Xuanzhu, I once gave you 2 chances. Xuanzhu knelt and knocked 3 consecutive blows before collapsing on the ground, crying uncontrollably. However, Kantu only felt a sense of satisfaction, not pitying either the old woman or the man. Through countless similar scenes like these days, he realized he wasn't a good person and in many ways, he was cruel. Once someone deserved punishment in his view, Kantu refused any repentance or tears, withdrawing all kindness, hoping the person went straight to hell. But Gonggang was different, he was a compassionate deity. Thus, the benevolent god proclaimed, I will give you another chance, as there should not be a third failure. At once, Xuanzhu ceased his sobs, rigidly bowing his head. Kantu heard exactly what he dreaded most from Gonggang and his mood turned restless. Gonggang continued, today we set out with troops, you'll join us. If you try to run again, you die, if you kill fewer than 10 enemies, you die. When the war is over, bring me 10 heads, and I will grant you your life, forbidding you from ever setting foot in Zhouzhou again. If I die, you can find anyone under my command to honor this promise. And if you don't succeed, someone else will deal with you accordingly. Kantu suddenly interjected, in the chaos of the battlefield, we both know well, if he simply cuts the heads of those already killed by others, how shall we handle that? If you have objections, Gonggang retorted briefly, you can supervise him. Kantu became extremely angry, barely suppressing his urge to argue further. Of course, he couldn't watch over Xuanzhu. Possessing divine power, even if there was little chance of winning, he'd engage in the battle fully, having no time wasted on this person. He even thought this person was unworthy. Xuanzhu frantically bowed his head repeatedly, shouting, thank you, Lord Gonggang. Thank you. Gonggang showed no desire to look at him again, saying simply, get out. Xuanzhu sprinted out, but upon reaching the door, he suddenly stopped. He paused for 2 seconds before collapsing on the ground, his open eyes oozing 2 streaks of blood, as if he was dead. Chaos erupted in the courtyard. A few people moved to check on him, but Gonggang abruptly stood up and said, no one move. A woman's voice echoed from all sides, you're still so indecisive, Gonggang. Kantu couldn't describe how this sound affected him, it was impossibly soft, like the sound a baby hears inside its mother's womb, muted through a layer of skin, hazy and warm. For a moment, Kantu thought he knew exactly whose voice it belonged to. Gonggang said, Niwa, you've come. The wind burst into the house and blew the door wide open. The wind and snow in the yard spun furiously, making it almost impossible to keep one's eyes open. Amidst the swirling winds, a figure began to take shape faintly and became clearer over time. Her long hair swayed with the wind, clad in white silk that barely covered the essential parts of her body. Her eyes flashed with a beam of light as she stepped forward barefoot across the snow. Everyone froze in awe. Kantu could think of nothing substantial, the only thought replaying endlessly in his head was, holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Until now, he had believed that no one or deity could be as beautiful as Fuyu, but now he realized how mistaken he'd been. Gonggang showed no reaction and remarked, you are still as cruel as ever. Niwa's face carried a hint of compassion, yet it seemed to be innate. She said, he murdered his own wife and children and will taste even more blood on the battlefield. Do you know how many more killings would happen in Zhouzhou if such a person were let loose? Gonggang replied, I don't tremble at things that haven't happened. This is why you're always in dire situations, Niwa said. Xiao Man didn't know where she had been playing, but at this moment, she ran out of the snowstorm. Looking back at Niwa once, she rushed into Fuyu's arms and said, that old lady has died. Fuyu glanced at Gonggang and saw him frown as he asked, did you kill her? There's already too much evil in this world, Niwa stated, and I've grown tired of seeing your indulgence and incompetence. Enraged, Gonggang snapped, Niwa. Lifting her head with an air of natural superiority, as if everything lay beneath her feet, she was still gentle and compassionate, just in a different way than Gonggang. Niwa said, I once entrusted this world to you, allowing your indulgence and naivety. The result was you and Zhurong colliding with the pillar of heaven, bringing war to the human world. Am I wrong about you, Gonggang? Gong remained silent. Nuwa continued, you gave this man 2 chances, but have I not also given you opportunities? I let you kill Shinong, but you hesitated and did not act, which led to innocent humans being dragged into the conflict between him and Huangxian. I asked you to kill Xingtian, yet again you failed, and instead conspired with him to kill Qilong. Gong, open your eyes and look at what has become of the world under your rule. Are you still daydreaming, thinking yourself the most just God? Shinong looked conflicted, and Kangtu thought to himself, truly, Nuwa wasn't sparing any face for this leader, embarrassing him so publicly in front of everyone. Unable to hold back, Fuyu said, it's all you're doing, not Gong's. Nuwa smiled faintly and said, float among the stormy clouds, but failed to see the vast trends stirring them. Chapter 92, Xingtian's Punishment, 23. You think it is me who brings disaster upon the world, yet you fail to see that the seeds of calamity were planted long ago in the hearts of men. If I let this continue, mankind will eventually face unimaginable suffering. Gong looked at him, his tone grave, you always think you know everything. I am Nuwa, the mother of the earth. Nuwa's expression was as if Gong had stated the most obvious truth, all humans are my children, and it is only right that I should know everything. Gong countered, humans are not your pets. You created them, but that doesn't mean you can control them. His sudden outburst startled everyone, as though their deep-seated grudges had finally erupted over such a commonplace statement. Everyone in the room froze, watching the 2 gods argue with wide eyes. Nuwa remained unaffected by his anger, her eyes still filled with gentleness. Is this really what you think of me? We 2 can never convince each other. Nuwa tilted her head slightly, staring directly into Gong's eyes. Staying here has made you weaker, just like humans. Your eyes are clouded by anger, unable to see the reality. Gong shot back, so what do you think reality is? Nuwa replied, it's the self-destruction and widespread devastation. This was not the answer Gong wanted to hear. His emotions clearly flared even more violently. With tightly clenched fists, he stood there trembling. Fuyo held Xiaoman anxiously, heart racing, fearing that if a fight broke out here without Xingtian's help, Gong would certainly be no match for Nuwa. Yet none dared step forward to intervene. Nuwa, as though unaware of his restraint, continued calmly, your fragility and emotional attachment have infected you like a disease, Gong. The Fuyo by your side seems more godlike than you. Her tone carried no contempt, almost a deep affection, causing her pain. Gong glared coldly at her and retorted, yet your coldness lacks far more than mine possesses. Nuwa laughed lightly, so now you view me as being so utterly detestable. Facing each other from afar, Gong's eyes flashed with regret but did not respond. Nuwa smiled, as if spring returned to the earth melting away the frost, yet the sound of the wind howling fiercely outside warned those inside that this was an illusion. Nuwa's anger had not dissipated, nor had she changed her mind. Bring your soldiers to confront me. Since you already see me this way, then come and kill me. Nuwa said again. The wild winds outside grew stronger still, her voice fading further and further with the exaggerated gale. She stepped back into the storm, her robes fluttering gently, her white skin blending with her white attire until she disappeared into the whiteness of the storm. Kang Tu inexplicably felt a trace of reluctance, as though he had grown especially fond of this woman he had barely met. This feeling reminded him of when he was young, watching his mother pack her suitcase, sitting on the bed while she violently stuffed clothes into the luggage before chasing him off and pulling out her passbook from under the mattress. He knew that once this stage began, he could no longer prevent her actions, and all he could do was accept it and wait. Maybe she would return, or maybe she wouldn't. Though every time before, she always came back, Kang Tu always thought during her departure that she wouldn't this time, mentally preparing himself to accept that she might never return. But this feeling was different. Nuwa wouldn't meticulously prepare herself and await a man's reconciliation plea. She had given all her patience in that brief moment before turning her back. When that patience ran out, she wouldn't look back again. For some unknown reason, memories surged, times with his parents, times of independence, but all this seemed fleeting, quickly dissipating. He watched calmly as Nuwa vanished into the courtyard, the wind and snow not ceasing, spinning on the ground, becoming violent once again, as if it had all been a hallucination. Immediately after, Gong reigned in all expressions, stating indifferently, prepared to set off before dawn. His steadfastness provided some reassurance, reviving slightly the confidence that had waned after witnessing Nuwa's strength. But the hard truth remained unchanged. About half an hour after Nuwa's departure, Yan Lingfei returned drenched in snow, bringing back 200 people, having traveled through the last village. Kang Tu said, you wouldn't guess what you missed, would you? What? Yan Lingfei shook off the snow absent-mindedly and said, did you break up with Zhao Zheng? Kang Tu, not quite, but Nuwa showed up. Yan Lingfei screamed out loud, what? Why you asked, Nuwa? She came. Was it really her? Or was it an illusion? It was real, Kang Tu whistled and pointed at Gong, signaling Hua Yu to lower his voice. They had an argument, and then she left. Hua Yu asked, did she arrive riding a crane? Kang Tu, no. Hua Yu didn't feel disappointed, but deeply regretted that he happened to be out. Kang Tu consoled him, saying, you'll see her sooner or later, maybe you'll even get beaten by her. That's something really worth looking forward to, Hua Yu said expressionlessly. By this time, everyone had already prepared, and the spacious yard could hardly accommodate so many people. Kong Tu caught a glimpse of Gonggong standing up and thought, finally, here we go. Sure enough, the sound of Gonggong's long halberd hitting the ground echoed, and he commanded, let's move out. The crowd became restless, but soon calmed down. Kong Tu was searching for Zhao Zheng in the crowded throng when he was pushed forward and bumped into someone in front of him. He saw a familiar hem of a robe through a few people. Raising his head, he discovered Bai Li Shi. Just as Kong Tu was about to greet him, he suddenly saw Jiang Liang beside him. The two weren't close, separated by 2 or 3 people, but under these circumstances, they were still closer than usual. Kong Tu inexplicably felt strange and did not greet them, continuing forward instead. Zhao Zheng, tall in stature, cut through the crowd and grabbed Kong Tu's hand, pulling him forcefully and said, you stay by my side. In just the moment Kong Tu turned around, he had already forgotten about what had just occurred, saying simply, all right. Zhao Zheng remembered something else and said, call Yan Lingfei over, let him warm himself. Their journey ahead was unknown and the conditions harsh, surely unbearable. However, Kong Tu seemed to have developed some mental strength amidst the adversity and nonchalantly said, it's fine, I can endure it. Zhao Zheng said, it's nothing to do with you, I'm cold. Kong Tu obediently slipped his hand inside Zhao Zheng's clothing, giving him a hard lesson. Thus they departed amid such clamor and recklessness, with Gonggong leading from the front and Fuyo trailing behind. The long line stretched across the snow-covered land in a grand yet arduous march. Between heaven and earth there existed no second color, everything covered in white. The ground bore thick layers of snow, and frost danced in the air. Rivers and mountains alike were swallowed up, leaving only a chaotic and majestic expanse. Kong Tu said, before Pangu split the heavens and earth, wasn't it exactly like this? Unclear, Zhao Zheng chuckled, you're romanticizing this weather. Kong Tu said, sensitive people are all romanticists. This indirectly proves how sensitive I am. So I advise you to not betray me. Zhao Zheng shook his head, laughing softly perhaps, but the wind and snow drowned out the sound. At this point, dawn had arrived, but visibility remained little different from nighttime. Exhausted, Kong Tu looked up at the sky and suddenly recalled last night's events, gasping between breaths, when I met Nuwa, I was profoundly moved, a very peculiar feeling, as if tears could fall at any moment. Zhao Zheng mistook it as part of their previous conversation and said, I know you're sensitive, stop emphasizing it. Qian Gong was panting heavily nearby, struggling to free one of his feet from the snow, saying, actually, so am I. Kong Tu, you're also sensitive. I want to cry. Qian Gong exclaimed, are you too insane? Kong Tu, oh yeah, that's sensitivity, right? Qian Gong, can we stop using that word? Kong Tu, alright, I'm so tired. I'm also exhausted, Qian Gong said, you guys have amazing stamina. Glancing at Yan Lingfei ahead, whose pace had slowed somewhat from the start but who hadn't fallen behind anyone among the group, Kong Tu said, we're all faking it, actually dog-tired. Qian Gong further remarked, meeting Nuwa feels like meeting our mother, I think I love her even if she doesn't reciprocate. When she speaks, I almost burst into tears. Kong Tu excitedly responded, yes, yes. That's exactly how I felt. Normal, Qian Gong commented, we're all her children. Kong Tu pointed at Zhao Zheng next to him and joked, then maybe he's adopted. Qian Gong doubted it, asking Zhao Zheng, didn't you feel anything? What kind of feeling? Zhao Zheng replied. You know, that sense of familiarity, warmth. Qian Gong struggled to describe it clearly. Zhao Zheng kindly said, no. Kong Tu clicked his tongue, saying, this guy has a heart made of stone. Yan Lingfei turned around, his voice muffled through thick layers of cotton clothing. I didn't either. I'm made of stone too. As he spoke, he gathered a ball of fire in his hands and stretched it into a fiery stick, its flame wavering wildly in the wind and snow. Yan Lingfei announced, I am the handsome monkey king of Flower Fruit Mountain. Kong Tu struggled to lift one leg to kick him, saying, I don't have the energy to call you an idiot right now. Yan Lingfei deftly dodged, teasing, hey, you can't reach me, can't reach me, can't reach me, it'll drive you crazy. Chapter 93, The Punishment of Xingtian, Part 24. Kong Tu was truly too lazy to waste his energy on such trivial matters, so he flipped the person off with a middle finger. He was indeed exhausted right now, but he couldn't voice it out loud. If he spread this negative sentiment, everyone would feel even more drained. It seemed like Gonggong didn't even consider these people as human beings. He just charged forward ahead of the group. Being tall and robust, he strode through the snow-covered ground quite swiftly. When he grew tired of walking, he simply trampled through, as if walking on flat terrain. At first, the group could still manage to keep up, but by the time dawn broke, they had completely fallen behind. To hell with him, one man yelled, throwing his cap away in frustration. Rushing like we're going to be reborn. Everyone turned to look at him. The man then picked his cap back up from the snow, shook it a bit, and put it back on before catching up with the rest of the group. Kong Tu felt like he might collapse, yet strangely, even though he thought he couldn't go any further, his legs kept moving. It felt like he could continue enduring for a long time. This was uncertain, perhaps the next step, he would have no choice but to give up. Finally, Gong raised his hand and said, "Take a break." His voice carried across the land, reaching everyone's ears through the wind. Everyone collapsed onto the ground at once, not caring about sinking into the snow. As the wind blew above them, Kong Tu looked around, suddenly unsure of what he was doing there. When did he come to place 404? What had he done after arriving here? Like lanterns flashing in his mind, questions raced through his thoughts. He pondered, what's the meaning of all this? This line of thinking wasn't because of place 404 or due to this mission. A long time ago, while still living in his own era, Kong Tu often harbored such thoughts, pausing in the midst of doing something and wondering what it all meant. He couldn't find significance in everything, so he came up with a personal motto: people should allow themselves to do things without much meaning. Kong Tu couldn't stop reflecting on life, not only in the dead of night facing the stars, but frequently musing about the universe, reminiscing about ancient times, peering through the curtain of the night sky to greet the other side of the cosmos. In this snowy day filled with wind, lying on the snowy ground, his body extremely weary, but his mind unusually clear, much like every starry night he faced before. He recalled the oath Bu Hang always spouted, "I swear to the eternal stars." Such a romantic vow. Kong Tu often wanted to say it but never did. Eternal stars, within these stars, our tiny troubles are so naive and unimportant, yet they undeniably happen to us personally. So to escape pain, one must transcend their body and instead contemplate this world, melting oneself into the sky, sea, wind, and snow. Perhaps the mythical sages who attained enlightenment and immortality acted this way. As Kong Tu thought about all these scattered notions, he found himself amused. He was probably driven mad by exhaustion. Zhao Zheng's eyes were slightly closed, his heartbeat steady. Kong Tu lay on his shoulder, blending with his heartbeat and the sound of the wind overhead, feeling as though he merged with the world. He hadn't spoken for a long time. Zhao Zheng assumed he fell asleep and said, "Don't sleep here." Not sleeping, Kong Tu's voice was lucid. "Are you tired?" Zhao Zheng sighed, "Yes." Kong Tu said mockingly, "You're really good at pretending." Yan Lingfei walked over, looking down at them with a calm expression. Kong Tu warned preemptively, "If you dare to throw a fireball, you're dead." Yan Lingfei lazily waved his hand and crouched down, igniting a fire on his palm. The roaring flames grew stronger under the wind. Kong Tu sat cross-legged, warming his hands with Zhao Zheng. Yan Lingfei said dejectedly, "I'm in despair right now." "Same here for all of us." Kong Tu rubbed his hands, feeling nearly numb, and continued, "Warm my feet for me, I'm afraid they'll freeze off." Yan Lingfei exclaimed fearfully, "Don't say it like that." Kong Tu retorted, "It's true, I'm not lying. Want to check if your toes are still intact?" Yan Lingfei froze, unmoving. Kong Tu saw through him and remarked, "You're secretly checking, aren't you?" To everyone's surprise, Yan Lingfei took off his shoes. Kong Tu burst out laughing, slapping his legs furiously. "You tricked me." Yan Lingfei angrily extinguished the fire in his palm, complaining, "Just warm yourself for a while, others are freezing too, bye-bye." Kong Tu echoed faintly. "Bye-bye." Neither Kong Tu nor Zhao Zheng stopped Yan Lingfei, because Yan Lingfei wasn't lying either. Indeed, many people wouldn't survive through this icy weather. It was inevitable. Losses would occur on their journey. A single downpour in the Battle of Maoliang could claim hundreds of lives. How much worse was the current situation? In such harsh conditions, even when resting, no one dared to just lie down. Gong led the group for another less than 20 miles, and as night was falling again, they barely found a wind-sheltered boulder. Due to years of weathering by the elements, it had naturally formed an arc that sheltered everyone underneath. Yan Lingfei dried the wood and lit a fire, the roaring flames crackled loudly, while outside, the wind howled. The bonfire beneath the rocks also roared in the gale. Zhao Zheng held Kong Tu in his arms, but Kong Tu kept shifting his position uncomfortably, worried about making Zhao Zheng uncomfortable as well. After moving around several times, Zhao Zheng got irritated and simply immobilized him, preventing further motion. Everyone was utterly exhausted. They ate a little food quickly and dozed off near the fire. Fuyo repeatedly emphasized, "You can sleep, but don't fall into a deep slumber. In your dreams, if you search for warmth, you might roll into the fire and get burned alive." This statement shocked Kong Tu, the level of shock not dissimilar to Yan Lingfei hearing his toes could freeze off. Fuyo approached them and said to Zhao Zheng, "Gong wants to see you." Still dressed lightly, Fuyo's features looked even more distinct and handsome under the flickering firelight. Zhao Zheng reluctantly stood up and went to find Gong. Kong Tu asked, "What's the matter?" Fuyo sat next to him. "I don't know, but he likes chatting with Zhao Zheng." Kong Tu realized this too. Ever since the incident involving Zhulong, Gong seemed to enjoy talking to Zhao Zheng, calling him over for idle chat without any particular reason. Zhao Zheng was someone who kept his mouth shut tightly, so Kong Tu couldn't extract anything, leading him to suspect it wasn't likely any important matter, just Gong wanting to have heart-to-heart talks. "I may die this time." Fuyo suddenly blurted out, gazing at the flames. Kong Tu was momentarily dumbfounded and responded, "Everyone might die." Leaning against the rock wall with his arms wrapped around his legs, Fuyo said quietly, "I think this time, Gong has decided to face death." "Why?" During the Buzhou mountain collision, I knew, Fuyo stated calmly, Gonggang already made up his mind to die. He may be fed up. Kong Tu wondered why Fuyo chose to tell him these things, then reflected, it seemed like he didn't know anyone else here well. Xiaoman wasn't around either, so perhaps only Kong Tu remained as someone who could chat a bit. He was gradually learning to stop always thinking in terms of Zone 404, Fuyo wasn't from Zone 404, and his thoughts weren't that intricate. Is it because of humans? Kong Tu cautiously asked. Fuyo replied, I'm not sure, maybe it is. Or maybe it's because he feels he isn't suitable to be a leader. If Gonggang dies, perhaps someone or some god will come along to replace him. Kong Tu didn't know what to say anymore. Niuhua scolded Gonggang last night for being inadequate, and Gonggang hadn't shown any reaction at the time. But now, considering it further, Shenong had been present, and Gonggang certainly wouldn't reveal any emotions then. Perhaps cracks had long appeared within his inner self. If Gonggang dies, Kong Tu finally asked, wouldn't you? Yes, Fuyo affirmed. Kong Tu stared at his face, wanting to ask something, but not knowing how to phrase it. Could he really ask, do you want to die? Such nonsense. Fuyo wore a placid expression, void of color in his eyes, only looking at the fire in front of him and muttering, he didn't even tell me. Kong Tu. Fuyo, did he think I would be afraid of dying? Hold on, Kong Tu interrupted, somewhat stunned, you mean? Fuyo bewilderedly asked, what did you think I meant? Kong Tu. Living is fine, Fuyo continued, actually comprehending what Kong Tu was pondering, but dying isn't bad either. If I were to leave the world right now, my only regret would probably be that the last thing I saw wouldn't be spring. Suddenly, Kong Tu reached out and grabbed Fuyo's arm. It was a completely inexplicable action, devoid of concrete cause. It was merely a sudden urge to act as though Fuyo were about to vanish. Fuyo glanced at his hand and asked, what are you doing? Kong Tu awkwardly let go and muttered, nothing. Fuyo, but I still feel very annoyed. Everything here makes me so tired, I think you could understand me. Kong Tu truly understood. Fuyo looked at him and said, from the first day I met you, I knew, you could feel suffering because you're surrounded by it yourself. You make me sound terrible, Kong Tu helplessly joked, can you tell me something nice, please? Like something a caring elder sister would say. Nope, Fuyo bluntly retorted, I'm going to die, why should I indulge you? Kong Tu, stop talking nonsense. You don't know a thing, and baseless guesses aren't worth anything. I truly know, Fuyo said, I am symbiotic with Gonggang. Kong Tu didn't feel like arguing with him, as if it might turn him into someone like Changshi, the girl who always squabbles about everything. He merely replied, alright, you're great, you're great. Fuyo said, I think it's not worth it, can you understand? Humanity doesn't deserve this from Gonggang. Gonggang hasn't done anything wrong, and there was absolutely no need for this situation to happen. Many people survive during turbulent times without any trouble, while some deities prefer to stay on the sidelines. When he stepped forward, it wasn't because he deserved what happened but due to his choice, yet he shouldn't, he stopped mid-sentence, sighing, never mind. Kong Tu consoled, that's why he is Gonggang. Fuyo sighed deeply, and the two idly stared at the fire in silence. Shenong wandered nearby, comforting everyone. Kong Tu asked, can you see through his heart? Fuyo answered, yes, he's lying right now. Kong Tu became intrigued, what do you think he's saying? Before even hearing an answer, he assumed aloud, our comrades have worked hard. I love all of you. Fuyo rolled his eyes. He noticed Shenong walking toward a corner where a heavily dressed woman sat, and so he asked Kong Tu, do you know her? Kong Tu took a quick glance and said, Unfamiliar? Kind of a conflict, Kong Tu explained. A haze formed over Fuyo's eyes for a moment before fading. He said, she's ruthless. Kong Tu felt that offending Jiang Yang earlier had been a real mess. He waved his hand dismissively, I don't want to know. Fuyo asked, you offended her? Shut up, Kong Tu said numbly. As Shenong was about to approach them, Fuyo, who had no interest in talking to him, stood up and said, take care. Kong Tu also didn't feel like conversing with Shenong. Just in these 2 days, his admiration for Shenong had vanished, replaced by pressure whenever they interacted. He stood up to stretch his legs and chat with someone else while waiting for Zhao Zheng. Have you seen Yan Lingfei? Kong Tu randomly asked someone. The person replied, he might have gone out to relieve himself. Hearing this, Kong Tu walked away from the firelight. Chapter 94, Xingtian's Punishment, 25. The storm subsided slightly at midnight, and the entire earth had already been covered with snow, showing no ravines. Fierce fires had smoked the rocks black. A group of people slept haphazardly by the fire, they had snowflakes on their beards and hair, which melted a little under the heat of the fire and drooped on their fur. Zhao Jing stepped back through the melting snow water near the big fire. Despite being cautious, he still dampened his shoes. When he returned, Kong Tu was not there. He searched through the crowd one by one and went outside to look again, but this blinding snowstorm prevented him from seeing clearly. Within his line of sight, there was no figure to be seen. He walked back again and arrived in front of Yan Lingfei, kicking him lightly and calmly asking, where did Kong Tu go? Yan Lingfei was half asleep and said, "What?" Zhao Jing squatted down and patted his face, saying, "Wake up." Yan Lingfei became more alert and sat up, asking, "What's wrong?" "Kong Tu is gone." Zhao Jing looked at him and said each word slowly. Yan Lingfei wiped his face and stood up, directly asking, "Where's Jiang Liang?" "He's also gone." Zhao Jing said. "Yan Lingfei." Zhao Jing glanced at him, causing Yan Lingfei to shiver without reason and say, "I didn't know this would happen either. Why didn't you watch out for it yourself?" Zhao Jing ignored that question and asked, "Do you have any ideas?" "What can I do?" Yan Lingfei exclaimed, "Don't you?" Zhao Jing closed his eyes for a moment and reopened them. "Wake everyone up. Look for them." Yan Lingfei consoled, "No worries, there might be no danger." This statement felt as meaningless as silence, and Yan Lingfei himself thought it sounded like nonsense, so he quietly shut up. The fierce wind howled towards the south. It was uncertain just how much wind had blown south these days, or where they finally dispersed. Everyone was woken up and searched high and low in the darkness. The oppressive sky loomed above, and the restless crowd murmured incessantly. There was a buzzing sound in his ears, within which, he faintly detected the rhythmic ticking of a clock. Very soft but noticeable. Although Kong Tu felt extremely drowsy, he could not lift his limbs with his willpower. That sound gently rang in his dreamlike state without disturbing him, and he soon accepted this situation. "Take a deep breath, then exhale." A calm voice with rhythm sounded in Kong Tu's ear. Kong Tu felt all his defenses receding like a tide, and he deeply drew a breath as instructed. Relax your eyes, let your body float, imagine your body lying in a bathtub, on tranquil river waters, or floating peacefully in the azure and serene sky. Let your breathing become increasingly relaxed, allow both your body and mind to merge into this magical paradise. This sentence was repeated over and over. Kong Tu felt his limbs floating like clouds, gliding gracefully like a breeze or a stream. That voice said, "You can feel it. Your hands of God are descending upon you, extracting all your pain from your body. It will never trouble you again." You sensed those negative feelings disappearing instantly. But Kong Tu suddenly opened his eyes without warning. There was no one in front of him, the person had been very cautious. Kong Tu sat up and looked around. A sharp pain crept into the back of his neck, but when he touched it, there was no blood. "I recognize your voice," Kong Tu said calmly, "Yao Ku, come out." However, all around was silent, and Kong Tu couldn't hear any wind, indicating he might already be underground. Considering the quality of construction here, no house could mute sound this effectively. The person asked, "You cannot be hypnotized, does anyone else know about this matter?" Who knew about this matter? Kong Tu subconsciously recalled that he seemed to have only told Zhao Zheng. But how did this person know? In his dreams, he always thought that the voice sounded familiar, giving him an odd feeling very similar to Yao Ku, but now he wasn't so sure anymore. This person had never appeared, nor refuted him, perhaps intentionally making him misidentify. Kong Tu asked, "What do you want to do?" "Don't worry," that voice came again from another side. It sounded like speakers had been installed all around to avoid having its position determined. At that time, it continued, "You'll be safe." Kong Tu scanned the environment. The entire space was quite dark, seemingly designed to create a quiet atmosphere that would assist in hypnosis. However, where he stood, there fell a soft yellow light from above. That person said, "Tell me, does anyone else know about your inability to be hypnotized?" Kong Tu frowned but didn't answer. The person seemed to understand micro-expressions and immediately responded, "Oh, of course, you're not a loner anymore, right? Zhao Jing knows, doesn't he?" Kong Tu said, "Yao Ku, come out." "Why guess it's him." The voice contained laughter, distorted slightly through amplification equipment, yet still very magnetic. "Doesn't Zhao Jing treat you well?" "Thinking about another man." Kong Tu said, "Talk about your demands instead of all this nonsense." "I don't have any demands," the person said, "just want to chat with you now." Kong Tu stood up and moved to leave, but the person spoke again, "Have you ever thought about why everyone in 404 can be hypnotized except for you?" Kong Tu coldly asked, "What's it to you?" "Don't be scared," the person's voice was gentle but mocking, "why do you get so intense when nervous?" Kong Tu frowned tightly, standing there trying to calm himself down. He'd just been suddenly hit heavily and woke up in this place, understandably losing his usual composure, and was starting to panic. The person asked, "Are you okay now?" Kong Tu didn't answer but instead asked, "Are you the murderer?" "It's me," the person answered very straightforwardly, so much that Kong Tu began doubting the truth of their words. This person had been using sophisticated means to disguise themselves, appearing natural and candid, not denying being Yao Ku, and even behaving increasingly like Yao Ku after Kong Tu guessed the name, causing doubts about his own judgment. Regardless of who this person was, Kong Tu had already made a conclusion inside, this person must have extraordinary psychological strength. The person then prompted the conversation flow by saying, "You can interview me about my journey of committing murders." Kong Tu cooperated completely, following up with, "Then may I ask what your journey is?" The person said, "I can't tell everything, understand my predicament, but I'll reveal a bit." Kong Tu politely said, "All right, I understand." The person paused silently for about 3 seconds during which Kong Tu held his breath. "For work credits," the person finally said. Kong 2. The person continued, after thinking it over, I still can't tell you. Are you Jiang Liang? Kong 2 suspected again, or a member who always followed the Shenong team. Where were you hiding these days? The person laughed lightly, do you think I would tell you that? Kong 2 started searching around aimlessly. His night blindness had never been treated properly and kept affecting him. Each time on missions, he resolved to eat more carrots upon returning but always neglected to do so later, considering it an inconsequential small matter that he procrastinated on, impacting his life severely each time. The person said again, I advise you not to move randomly here, it's dangerous. How dangerous? Kong 2 asked. I won't kill you, the person said, but it doesn't mean you won't die today, there are people here who want you dead. This sentence proved very effective as Kong 2 immediately stopped moving, goosebumps breaking out instantly, giving him a chill running down his spine. Kong 2 asked, so what exactly do you want to do? Just casual chats, the person yawned, stretching lazily, don't bother looking for me, I'm not here. We'll wait a little longer, and then you can leave. Wait for what? Waiting for your boyfriend to rescue you. Kong 2 truly couldn't figure out this person's routine, they seemed to have no plan, acting completely spontaneously, and such unpredictable types were exactly those Kong 2 could least control. Going through all this trouble, did you just want to confirm whether I could be hypnotized or not? Kong 2 quietly turned around, scanning the surroundings while asking, is there something wrong with your brain? The sound came from behind him again, wow, do you think this is an easy task? Zhao Jing monitors you too closely. Do you know how long I've waited for this opportunity? Alright, Kong 2 turned back, then can you tell me what it means not to be hypnotizable? Sure, the person replied, but the truth is always cruel, and I haven't prepared tissues for you to wipe your nose. Also, I've installed 11 speakers here. I can speak from wherever I want. Stop your boring little game. Kong 2, having been found out, gave up and sat back down, deciding to chat with the person instead, you seem so well informed about me. Are you spying on us? Not really, the person said, I'm just monitoring you. Why? How do you know that I cannot be hypnotized? I guessed it initially, the person responded, when I started, I wasn't sure. You could ask me properly now, and I might decide whether or not to tell you, maybe if you make me happy, I'll tell you everything. Kong 2 asked, then what will make you happy? The person responded nonchalantly, figure it out yourself. I don't know. People need to put in effort to gain something. Kong 2 felt utterly powerless. After talking for such a long time, all his attempts were like punches on cotton, no information was extracted, leaving him extremely exhausted. The person said, you gave up too quickly. Kong 2 sat and reorganized his thoughts. After a short silence, he spoke, you're Yao Ku. After the Battle of Maoliang, you started showing up frequently in front of me because the report filed by Cheongqi mentioned my resistance to hypnosis. This is a piece of information only someone like you could have access to. After knowing this, you began trying to test me. But at that time, Zhao Zheng and I were already close, making you hesitant to act rashly. And in 404, it was hard for you to find an opportunity to kidnap me and conduct hypnosis. Even now, dear, it's still quite challenging, the person replied, kidnapping isn't easy. Respect my efforts. The first half of your analysis was pretty accurate, but the latter part is rather far-fetched. It would have been easier for me to kidnap you within 404. Kong 2 suddenly remembered something and said, you tried before, didn't you? That time in the library. The outsider, it was you. There must have been another instance later when Shani who disappeared, Kong 2 thought clearer as he spoke, that was actually your hint. You claimed you couldn't find Shani Hu and had me deliver the questionnaire, leading me to realize his disappearance. I was supposed to search for Shani Hu alone, but Zhao Jing accompanying me was merely an unexpected coincidence. Everything that day should have involved only me. The person replied, you're making me sound stupid. By then, things between the two of you were already unclear. Could I not have foreseen he'd accompany you? There's significant risk in this kind of arrangement. Not that I'm denying anything, I'm just raising reasonable questions. But obviously, you planned meticulously ahead of time what to do if I wasn't acting alone, Kong 2 continued, which is why nothing happened in Shani Hu's dormitory, and why you remained safe. As if evaluating the feasibility of this premeditated kidnapping, both started discussing how likely it was that the person was indeed Yao Ku. The person said, not bad, you're smart. Kong 2 couldn't perceive this as flattery, sensing many things behind the scenes he wasn't clear about, even wondering if what they just said was true. The person suddenly asked, have you ever thought, excluding the part about the abduction later, these apply to Zhao Jing as well? Kong 2 immediately felt as though a lightning bolt struck him. References. Su Guanglu. Hypnosis, a research without conclusion, J. Guangming Daily, 2014. Yao Zhendong, Zhang Jianren, Ling Hui, Ma Xiang, Zhang Ruolin. Overview of Hypnosis Therapy, J. Science Educator, Early Edition, 2015. Chapter 95, The Punishment of Xingtian, 26. While analyzing the situation where Yao Ku, after the Battle of Maoling, learned that he could not be hypnotized and then started to approach him purposefully, he did not expect that for Zhao Zheng, this condition was equally valid. After the Battle of Ma Ling, Zhao Zheng's attitude towards him seemed to have changed somewhat, and the frequency of their interactions also increased, whether it was just a coincidence or not. However, it was clear that their relationship underwent a qualitative change after this war. But upon further reflection, it didn't seem to hold up, because he was the one who first fell in love. This sentiment was not under Zhao Zheng's control, but precisely because of Zhao Zheng's meticulous care for him, it made him develop feelings. Their intertwined emotions appeared natural, yet not entirely so. Could such affection be planned? Kong Tu thought about it, if it were possible, from which step did it start being contrived, and which part was genuine? He felt a little lost and fell into deep thought, momentarily forgetting his current predicament. That person had dropped such a bomb on him but then changed the subject by saying, "Do you know?" Freud compared human consciousness to an iceberg. Explicit memory represents the part of the iceberg above water, accounting for only 5% of a person's entire consciousness, while the remaining 95% is all hidden beneath the water. Kong Tu murmured subconsciously, the iceberg theory. Yes, the person said, hypnosis is merely the process of subconscious communication between the hypnotist and the hypnotized person hidden beneath the iceberg. It isn't as mysterious as everyone assumes. If the hypnotized individual has a strong sense of personality and high defensive tendencies, the failure rate is quite high. No matter how accomplished a hypnotist may be, there's no guarantee of 100% success. And in the hypnosis technique used during the Battle of Ma Ling, brief deletion of memories is possible, but it requires very strict conditions. Once the hypnotized person comes into contact with similar scenarios, they will immediately recall related memories. Therefore, hypnosis can never truly erase memories, it can only temporarily bury them. Do you understand what I mean? Kong Tu threw away those questions he had been entangled with and struggled to keep up, saying, "So, in the Battle of Ma Ling, 404 couldn't possibly delete our relevant memories using regular hypnotic means, the necessary conditions weren't met." That's right, without the right conditions, it's impossible. At first, Kong Tu also thought that using hypnosis to erase memories sounded like a pretty unreliable thing. But since everyone always acted as if it was doable and no one questioned it, he had also accepted this rule. Looking at it now, hypnosis has never been some kind of magic trick. How could it possess such immense power and ensure success in over 100 people? This is assuming these people are ordinary individuals easily influenced psychologically. In fact, each of them had strong mental defenses and wouldn't be the type to get easily hypnotized. Then the problem becomes clear. Is there something wrong with the people, or did the administrators of 404 use other methods? And what exactly is the stance of this person hiding behind everything? This person's thoughts were erratic, jumping from one topic to another. He suddenly asked, when a person enters a hypnotic state and receives an instruction contrary to their own standpoint, they wake up instantly. I'm curious, how come you woke up abruptly when I put you in a 4th-level hypnotic state? Kong Tu thought for a moment and said, I can tell you, but what are you willing to trade for it? I can also answer one of your questions, of course, one that I am allowed to answer. Kong Tu didn't bother reminding him that this agreement was slightly unfair, as he wasn't in the mood to solve mysteries or negotiate from a position of strength. This person spoke with great openness and obviously didn't need to play mind games. He found it ironic, despite the current situation, he still tended to trust others easily, even though this person had just kidnapped him. Because you said God's hand would take away my pain, Kong Tu said. What's wrong with that phrase? It's a completely standard introduction phrase that 80 million hypnotists around the world use. Though the number 80 million is my guess, I haven't verified it. I just woke up, Kong Tu said indifferently. Perhaps it conflicts with my worldview. I believe suffering cannot be separated, every person lives amidst suffering, but some are simply unaware of it. Suffering shapes a person's character and makes someone who they are. That's interesting, the man said. Not really, Kong Tu replied. Alright, now you can ask your question. Kong Tu carefully thought about what he wanted to ask and finally raised the most likely question to be answered. Where do you think the clue of hypnosis leads to? I am still analyzing, no conclusion yet, the person said, but I can tell you my opinion. Normal people cannot be hypnotically manipulated, so we only have 3 answers. 1. We were modified into abnormal individuals. 2. We were born as abnormal individuals. 3. 404 used an unconventional method for hypnosis. Given my knowledge of hypnosis, the third option can be ruled out. Kong Tu tentatively refrained from processing this information and asked again, even if that's the case, how does it relate to me? That's 2 questions, said the person, but still responded anyway, it relates to you a lot. If you cannot be hypnotized, it means you are different from everyone here, unchanged or something else. To put it simply, you came in as a flaw, you remain a flaw now, but also hope. If Zhao Zheng is smart enough, Zhao Zheng should already understand. When Kong Tu heard Zhao Zheng's name again, just as he was about to say something, the person added, after hearing too many fairy tales of Snow White's love, people tend to get foolish easily. Have you ever wondered, Kong, why someone like Zhao Zheng would be so good to you? The man's voice remained casual, young man, we can only talk up to here today. Time's up. I've set your next steps, you can consider today's events by yourself, whether or not you want to tell Zhao Zheng is entirely up to you. Suddenly, the lights above all went out, and the speakers on all sides turned on. A deep and gentle voice echoed right beside him, honey, kill him. This statement wasn't meant for Kong Tu, because just as those words fell, there was a knife cutting through the darkness heading straight toward his back. Kong Tu felt the wind's trail and immediately dodged, rolling off the recliner. In that flash of blade light, Kong Tu saw a pair of eyes. It was Jiang Liang. Until now, Kong Tu didn't know Jiang Liang could move so quickly. He couldn't distinguish any direction in the darkness, he could only rely on the sound of the knife cutting through the air and Jiang Liang's footsteps to avoid being hit. During his earlier conversation with that person, had Jiang Liang been standing right by him with a knife? Kong Tu knew he absolutely couldn't get injured, so he shouted, "Wait." But negotiation was impossible since Jiang Liang remained silent, a thought flashing through Kong Tu's mind as he rolled into a corner, standing quietly without making a single sound. Jiang Liang's footsteps slowly approached. She's been hypnotized, Kong Tu realized. How fitting. Nothing demonstrated better how such a form of hypnosis was utterly impossible to achieve in reality than seeing Jiang Liang act like this now. Jiang Liang found him and swung another blade at him. Kong Tu squatted down but was kicked fiercely in the chest. Pain blinded him temporarily, but he managed to grab her leg, pulling her down. Still, he couldn't attack her because she held a weapon, and either due to the power of hypnosis or her natural strength, her force was no less than his own. Just then, the door was kicked open from outside, and a ball of fire was thrown inside first. Yan Lingfei shouted, "Here." The faint glow of torches outside illuminated the room. Jiang Liang struggled to stand up, still refusing to stop. She swung her knife downwards, but halfway through, it was intercepted by a sword, emitting a ting sound before breaking. The broken half of the blade fell onto Kong Tu, making him break out in cold sweat. He kicked Jiang Liang away, wrestled her to the ground, and was about to punch her when he stopped himself. A group of people gathered outside the door, hesitating to come in. Zhao Zheng, frowning, grabbed Kong Tu and pulled him aside, clutching Jiang Liang's collar tightly, pushing her against the wall. With a muffled groan, Jiang Liang faced two solid punches from Zhao Zheng, blood gushing out of her nose instantly. Zhao Zheng looked menacingly ferocious, making even Yan Lingfei hesitate to approach. Kong Tu quickly caught hold of his hands and said, "That's enough." Despite his protestations, Zhao Zheng still wanted to continue, but Kong Tu blocked him. Struggling, Kong Tu hugged Zhao Zheng's arms from behind, pulling him back. Yan Lingfei snapped out of his daze, glancing around, and asked, "Where did you find this place?" "Let go of me," Zhao Zheng struggled, saying. Kong Tu warned, "Don't lay another hand on her." Leaning against the wall, Jiang Liang slightly closed her eyes. By the light of the fire, it was clear she was fully conscious. Gong Gong pushed his way through the crowd and said, "Go back and rest. We'll set off early tomorrow morning." Zhao Zheng knelt down and stared directly into Jiang Liang's eyes and said, "You'll try again." "Not going to," Jiang Liang said, "You're strong, I quit." Zhao Zheng mocked and laughed, "You're lying." Jiang Liang slightly frowned and wiped her nosebleed with her delicate fingers, making Kong Tu unable to believe that the tremendous force from earlier could be produced by such a hand. Her clear state of mind also made him doubt his own judgment. However, it was evident that Jiang Liang had no intention of revealing any information about that person from before. Just as that man had mentioned, he'd set up all the exits, now everything hinged on whether Kong Tu wanted to speak. Kong Tu did not say anything. He admired how well that man had waged psychological warfare, reading his character thoroughly. If that man had forced Kong Tu to do something, he would have resisted to the death, but when faced with this strategic retreat, he obediently bit the bait. Zhao Zheng's change in attitude had always been an incomprehensible point for Kong Tuesday. The inner conflict Zhao Zheng spoke of was beyond his understanding. Thus, at this moment, that man extended this dot into a line and ignited it. Squatting down, Zhao Zheng conversed with Jiang Liang, "You're done now, understand?" Jiang Liang smiled, still a pretty woman, though she looked somewhat like someone who had undergone plastic surgery, yet she looked good smiling. Kong Tu thought so. "Isn't it already over?" Jiang Liang said, "Haven't I long ceased to exist in your eyes?" Yan Lingfei glanced around, turned back, and looked down at her, saying, "Sister, aren't you being a bit unreasonable? Who dislikes you without any reason? It's because of what you've done." Jiang Liang tilted her head slightly and raised her face to look at him, asking, "Do you have evidence for Bai Jing's death?" "No," Jiang Liang answered for them, "you just want to pin this crime on me. All assumptions start with one condition, the killer is me, then analyzing motives and methods, only to make the equation true." Yan Lingfei put his hands in his pockets casually, asking, "So is it you?" Jiang Liang countered, "Do you think this question matters? Would you believe me if I answered?" "Not gonna happen." Yan Lingfei walked away feeling bored again, "so shut up." This kind of speech and action gave Kong Tu a very cold feeling, a quality extremely rare for Yan Lingfei. Jiang Liang let out a cold laugh, supporting herself against the wall and stood up, asking Zhao Zheng, "Are you going to hit me again? If not, I'm going to sleep." "Sit back down," Zhao Zheng said, "I'm not done talking." All unrelated individuals retreated, Shen Nong and Gong Gong leading their people back to camp, but Fuyo remained behind. The only one in this group not from 404, everyone clearly showed no intention of hiding anything. Fuyo seemed disinterested and asked Kong Tu, "Need me to help calm you down?" Kong Tu joked, "You sure have many functions." Hua Yu threw a piece of animal skin to him, saying, I thought I'd find you frozen stiff, so I brought some skin just in case. Even though it's useless now, you should still feel moved accordingly. Kong Tu chuckled and accepted it, using the opportunity to steer away from Fuyo's words. He dared not let Fuyo see into his heart right now because it was undoubtedly tumultuous. The panic that just followed after escaping danger masked some abnormal reactions. Zhao Jing didn't notice Kong Tu was hiding anything. After confirming his safety, he kept kindly questioning Jiang Liang. You couldn't have managed alone. Zhao Jing had calmed down, sitting on the edge of a recliner, tearing off layer after layer of cloth wrapped around his feet. You had accomplices, right? The cloth was already soaked, torn in some places, ragged and tattered. This was the one Kong Tu had packed for him before departure. Both of them had it on their feet since the shoes weren't thick enough. It was all torn and wet now, while Kong Tu's remained relatively intact. It seemed Zhao Zheng must have messed up during the journey. Kong Tu wasn't sure how long he had been unconscious, but it couldn't have been short. And for however long he was unconscious, Zhao Zheng had been searching for him under the wind and snow. It wasn't an easy task. Kong Tu was an irrational young man, and suddenly he had a strong desire to spill everything. He didn't want to hide from Zhao Zheng. This wasn't the result he desired. But now, with his thoughts too jumbled, he stood at a crossroads, unsure which direction to take. Unexpectedly, Jiang Liang replied to Zhao Zheng's question. There were accomplices, Bai Li Shi, for example. Idle and bored, Bai Li Shi became furious upon being called out. Don't crap on me. Jiang Liang continued to smile with a hint of disdain. Even if I don't say anything about you, they'll still suspect you. What was that phrase again? Partners in crime, birds of a feather flock together. Your friends have already seen you associating with me. How could you possibly distance yourself from it now? This statement somehow slapped Kong Tu's face, but perhaps not just his, as Yan Lingfei and Zhao Jing also didn't look too good. Upon further thought, it made sense. How could Zhao Jing and Yan Lingfei not notice what Kong Tu had noticed? I do have this question. Hua Yu spoke up first. He looked at Bailing Shi and said, Firstly, I believe you haven't done anything wrong, but I genuinely want an answer to this. Why exactly did you start associating with her? He asked. Chapter 96, Xingtian's Punishment, 27. Why exactly did you start associating with her? Bailing Shi laughed and retorted, Why not? Why not? This was something everyone had tacitly agreed on, keeping distant from Jiang Liang and letting her fend for herself. But when Bailing Shi asked this question, it left Hua Yu speechless. Bailing Shi said, She has no grudge against me. I saw how hard it was for a woman to live alone, so I lent a hand. That's all. His words made Kong Tu feel somewhat ashamed, as if he had unknowingly participated in some sort of bullying, even though he had once been a victim himself in this situation. He actually always knew that Bailing Shi had a kind heart, and perhaps the others knew too. He might be sharp-tongued, petty, and narrow-minded, much like an uncle who opened a small shop in a narrow alleyway, fanning himself while arguing over 2 yuan with someone, only to return home carrying a chicken, sitting by the stove to cook soup for his wife. He also seemed very much like an ordinary person amidst chaos, just trying to live well. In room 404, he even ran a small restaurant and quietly looked after a woman who wasn't overly delicate. I have no interest in you, don't misunderstand. Bailing Shi pointed at Jiang Liang, looking somewhat tired. All this hassle every day, I'm annoyed by these kinds of trivial matters. Jiang Liang replied, I wouldn't even look at you. Thanks, but I don't fancy you either, Bailing Shi retorted. I'm not into big-breasted women. Wow, Yan Lingfei exclaimed, you've got quite the personality, buddy. Jiang Liang frowned impatiently, are we done yet? Can we hurry up already? Zhao Jing said, it's simple. Tell me who helped you, and this matter will end here today. Bailing Shi quickly surrendered both hands toward Jiang Liang, pleading, I beg you, don't drag me into this. Am I not innocent enough? Jiang Liang chuckled mockingly and said, no one helped me. I did it all by myself. You alone carried Kong Tu through the snow for 2 kilometers, Zhao Jing remarked mockingly, then suddenly furrowed his brow and stood up. Kong Tu felt he had grown a lot during this period because he immediately understood what Zhao Jing had discovered. If Jiang Liang wanted to simply kill or retaliate, she could have acted directly without going through all this trouble. Zhao Jing glanced back at Kong Tu, whose expression remained calm. At that moment, Kong Tu thought to himself, he cannot deduce what I am thinking. Kong Tu wasn't sure if this was a deliberate loophole left by someone or truly impossible to make more perfect, but Zhao Jing already harbored suspicions. After a brief exchange of glances, Kong Tu found his emotions unruffled. He had always been someone prepared for loss even while gaining, willing to accept everything love brings along with it, including potential loss. Life drifts in the universe, starting with birth and continuing in constant loss, never pausing for a moment. Yet, reflecting on this, Kong Tu wasn't sure if it was merely self-consolation proving his unwillingness to let go. Zhao Jing turned around and looked down at Jiang Liang, asking, what did you do to him? Hua Yu also realized this point, though he directly questioned Kong Tu, what were you doing earlier? Kong Tu replied, I fell asleep and don't remember. When saying this, he still showed no signs of lying, no tension or panic. He even didn't care whether someone doubted him. After all, revealing the truth often involves weaving more lies, and this sentence wasn't the first lie among the numerous ones in room 404. Fuyo heard this and seemed to grasp something. Confused about why Kong Tu told a fib, he glanced at Kong Tu briefly, catching Yan Lingfei's attention. When Kong Tu raised his eyes, the subtle atmosphere reached its peak within this instant before returning to calmness again. Zhao Zheng wasn't certain if he noticed this exchange or believed it. Nevertheless, he slowly asked Jiang Liang word by word, during the time I came here, take advantage of our civil conversation now to tell me, what did you do to Kong Tu? Jiang Liang abruptly smiled, exclaiming, oh, please stop with the touching love drama. Zhao Zheng, do you think I kidnapped him for you? Zhao Zheng gazed at her, replying coldly, hopefully not. Jiang Liang continued, you're not worth it. Besides, Zhao Zheng, you should know best how uncontrollable human hearts are. Kong Tu is devoted to you, where would I find any chance to turn him against you? You overestimate me too much. Although she appeared to answer the question, her language still evaded the truth, reluctant to reveal openly what really happened. Impatient, Yan Lingfei interjected, if you refuse to cooperate, we won't keep you anymore. Once you're out that door and off the team, we'll leave your survival up to fate. Jiang Liang responded indifferently, do what you want. Bailey she was panting heavily, his eyes blurred with tears. Kong Tu felt apologetic and said, if you're tired, you should go back first. I'd rather not, Bailey she replied, I'll stay here and watch, just to make sure you don't say bad things about me behind my back. Kong Tu helplessly refrained from bickering with him as he usually would. Everyone had been up all night and traveled the whole day before, so they were all extremely exhausted. Neither Jiang Liang nor Zhao Zheng spoke to Kong Tu, and thus there was nothing anyone could do. Kong Tu thought that perhaps Zhao Zheng had realized something, he was an extremely perceptive person. When he noticed something was amiss, there were only two directions to seek answers, either someone wanted to use Kong Tu to control Zhao Zheng himself, or a much more alarming reason existed. If it were the former, Kong Tu saw no need for deceit, meaning it could only be the latter, someone might want something from him, implying that if Zhao Zheng indeed had ulterior motives towards Kong Tu, these would also be fully exposed. Caught between two extremes, Kong Tu's mind raced in turmoil yet appeared calm compared to others. To him, this night wasn't long at all. As dawn approached, Jiang Liang left the group alone and walked into the snowstorm, her long hair fluttering out of her coat, tracing wind trails in mid-air until she faded into a small black dot disappearing further and further away. Even at departure, she didn't disclose any useful information, instead joking with other members, mocking Zhao Zheng's alarmism, rebuking Yan Lingfei's passive resistance, but refusing to offer any evidence whatsoever. The long wind swept across the land, Fuyo wiped the whiteness off his eyes and watched Jiang Liang's departing silhouette far away, saying, she feels no fear. Hua Yu said, perhaps it's because the one who helped her isn't among us. She'll have backup after leaving. Maybe, Fuyo replied, but she never showed fear throughout the entire night, not even a hint of emotional fluctuation. Yan Lingfei asked, what does that mean? Aren't we all prone to panicking? Fuyo asked, there's bound to be moments of happiness, pain, and unwillingness, yet none of those emotions crossed her face. Kong Tu looked at her receding figure, squinting his eyes, feeling like he might know why, Jiang Liang had been hypnotized. She appeared natural and answered questions fluidly without any abnormality, but her actions weren't driven by her own will. If this were hypnosis, it was indeed quite terrifying. Anyone in room 404 could potentially be under hypnosis or have been subjected to it. Then who else could be trusted? Perhaps they didn't even realize they'd been exploited. Fuyo continued, she's like a blade of grass, alive but devoid of vitality, merely awaiting the winds to blow her in any direction. Feeling drowsy, Kong Tu suddenly asked, then what do you see in me? Fuyo looked at him and smiled but remained silent. Kong Tu temporarily decided not to pursue the question. Fuyo was even harder to deceive than Zhao Zheng, so maybe he had already detected some anomalies within him. These room 404 members, along with Fuyo, were destined to pull another all-nighter, returning to the team just in time for Gonggong's group preparing to set off again. The group groaned bitterly as Gonggong proclaimed, you rest, then catch up quickly. Yan Lingfei expressed heartfelt gratitude, sir, you are truly such a good person, woo woo, sniffling. Shen Nong, like any amiable leader, kindly reminded them, take care. Once again, they thanked him despite their weariness. Kong Tu was almost on the brink of collapse, standing there feeling close to fainting, and Zhao Zheng gave him a hand. Leaning against Zhao Zheng naturally, Zhao Zheng still did not ask anything. Maybe not asking meant something was off. Kong Tu was now a bit paranoid, feeling as if nothing unusual happened between them, yet something certainly seemed off. After the group left, Zhao Zheng placed a blanket over both their legs, pressing Kong Tu's head onto his shoulder, simply stating, sleep. Exhaustion could irritate someone, so it wasn't a good time for communication. Kong Tu silently agreed with himself, besides, it's generally said not to make any decisions before sleeping since one tends to regret after waking up. Yet Kong Tu blurted out suddenly, is there nothing you want to ask? It seemed Zhao Zheng had fallen asleep already, but after a while, a sound emerged from his throat, Kong Tu, ask me, I'll answer. Zhao Zheng stayed quiet again, and Kong Tu patiently waited. During the wait, he drifted hazily, half dozing off. Let me ask you. Zhao Zheng said after a long while, but what shall I ask? Tell me what you wish to share. Kong Tu found this a very cunning response. But Zhao Zheng might not have deliberately manipulated the language game, but genuinely believed in this way. Not a bit sincere, Kong Tu said blandly, go to sleep. Zhao Zheng, eyes closed, chuckled lightly and wrapped an arm around Kong Tu's head to place a kiss on his forehead with great tenderness. Kong Tu decided not to speak anymore, he had already taken enough initiative and would not take another step forward. Zhao Zheng said, to be honest, I don't dare to ask anything. Why? Asked Kong Tu. Because I don't want to know the answers, Zhao Zheng's voice was deep, carrying a soothing power. To Kong Tu, Zhao Zheng felt like a mobile home. Whenever he was away from him, he lost strength and confidence. Yet when he returned to Zhao Zheng's side, he regained hope as if living in love. Kong Tu could not betray his inner feelings and still asked, do you really like me? Chapter 97, Xingtian's Punishment, 28. From the second Kong Tu uttered those words, he began to wait. Above his head roared a fierce wind, and snow came like a tidal wave, stirring up white billows on the earth. Flames were burning, the firewood crackling as it was consumed, perhaps because of the changes in trace elements inside it that produced such sounds. Bailing she snored in the midst of the wind and fire, then stopped, then started again, repeating this process. Zhao Zheng's voice mixed with the sounds of nature, faint and indistinct. What had he said? Kong Tu retrieved his memory once more and realized Zhao Zheng had responded to him. Kong Tu casually followed up, how would I know? Once more, Zhao Zheng's voice mingled with the sounds of nature, reaching Kong Tu's ears. He, just one speck within all of this, was now influencing Kong Tu's emotions. Kong Tu laughed lightly, opened his eyes, and glanced up at Zhao Zheng. But Zhao Zheng didn't smile. He hadn't smiled all night. His voice was deep and hoarse, like a lion not yet awakened in the dark night, or a vicious wolf swiftly passing through the forest. In any case, he hadn't smiled tonight despite Kong Tu saying, it doesn't matter to me how you think about it. Within what he could control, Kong Tu tried his best to remain dignified. Let's all be gentlemen, no complaints, no lamentations, no repetitive chewing on sorrow. This only brings boredom and has no positive meaning. However, Zhao Zheng remarked, I can probably guess from which step he started telling you this story, from the Battle of Maliang, right? Kong Tu had intended to say, I can tell you everything, but Zhao Zheng's tone wasn't friendly. Whether it was because of the cold weather today or Kong Tu's own sensitivity, he felt that Zhao Zheng's tone was off. Thus, he didn't say that sentence, as he couldn't be too selflessly magnanimous either. Instead, Kong Tu simply replied, yes. Zhao Zheng said, what you just said, you didn't believe. Tell me what he said, so I can defend myself appropriately. What do you want to hear? Kong Tu asked casually. Zhao Zheng similarly responded nonchalantly, everything. Kong Tu thought he wasn't overly sensitive, Zhao Zheng really did seem upset, though he didn't know exactly why. Based on past habits, he might have assumed it was his fault, but this time, he couldn't feel that way. Starting from the topic of hypnosis, Kong Tu spoke, but before he could even continue, Zhao Zheng interrupted, all right, I understand. Before the Battle of Maliang, Qiongqi failed to hypnotize, Zhao Zheng explained, he reported this information. Only administrators could access this message, so the person who kidnapped you is likely Yao Ku. I thought the same thing, Kong Tu agreed. Zhao Zheng said, if this is the case, I still have many questions that I can't understand, but these don't matter. Let's talk about the issue you're pondering. Kong Tu waited. While speaking, the two remained embraced together. Kong Tu leaned against Zhao Zheng's chest, Zhao Zheng's arm circling around Kong Tu's neck and resting on his shoulder. His hand idly played with the blanket covering them as he declared with certainty, you doubt me. Suppose this person is indeed Yao Ku, Zhao Zheng continued, if I were him, I'd also start by sowing discord between you two first. The biggest issue between us isn't me, but that you've never fully trusted me. Kong Tu remained silent for a moment. I'm about to tell you everything you want to know, Zhao Zheng declared, emanating an inexplicably cool demeanor, similar to their initial moments together that captivated hearts. Kong Tu, however, suspected that the following words wouldn't bring good news. At the very beginning, Zhao Zheng revealed, I actually already told you the answer. After learning that you cannot be hypnotized, I had a conjecture, he said. The reason we've been unable to escape 404 all these years might not be due to its impenetrable defense system, but because our eyes have been blinded. It's akin to an implanted emotion monitoring system, manipulating our thoughts. Kong Tu couldn't help but interject, but you managed to escape before. Hold on, Zhao Zheng said. These aren't important. Let's resolve our issues first. Kong Tu fell silent. Zhao Zheng continued, if that's true, perhaps none of us have been making choices according to our will. By the time Kong Tu reached this point, he already understood what Zhao Zheng was about to say. He also realized what Zhao Zheng meant when he claimed that he had told him the answer right at the start. Even Fu Yu had once warned him with a hint of worry, inside Zhao Zheng and Yan Lingfei, there were two forces pulling against each other. He had always thought it was just something Zhao Zheng said casually, an abstract description more akin to a comforting remark for an insecure partner, never realizing that it was actually the truth. Zhao Zheng said, during that period, I felt my struggle worsening. However, I had no evidence to prove that someone was controlling my actions. Kong Tu understood now and nodded. So you intentionally made choices that under normal circumstances you wouldn't have. He chose to be together with Kong Tu, which seemed less like resistance and more like a test. You can say that, Zhao Jing chuckled bitterly. Thus, part of what he said is indeed correct, something I cannot deny. But for Kong Tu, this already counted as a good answer. I've never tried to use you, Zhao Jing gently patted Kong Tu's shoulder, like soothing someone to sleep or giving reassurance. But everyone seems to think I'm the type who would do something like that. If it wasn't because I liked you, I might not have discovered my own problems. But after finding those issues, taking that step was only because of you. Kong Tu, you've never truly believed that I love you, never trusted me. I've always felt that it was because of how fast my transformation happened, leaving you without security, so I hope to proceed slowly, and eventually, you would understand. But I've come to realize, no matter what, it seems quite difficult for you to change your mind. Zhao Jing spoke slowly, his tone free of accusation, like narrating a bedtime story. Kong Tu had been silent all night, and he remained so now. What should he say now? There was nothing to say really. Everything Zhao Jing said was true. Kong Tu had indeed thought before that all this was merely a scam. And it was true that he didn't entirely believe Zhao Jing's sincerity. Ever since their first meeting, Zhao Jing had never harmed him or betrayed him, not before they were together, nor after. He had handled his roles as friend, confidant, and lover impeccably. Yet, Kong Tu had been so easily persuaded by the person trying to hypnotize him, as if forgetting all the moments they shared, and doubted Zhao Jing. Kong Tu discovered that his suspicion wasn't heavier than Zhao Jing's. More than that, it seemed incredibly hard for him to fully trust someone. This might be related to feelings of inferiority in his personality. He never thought happiness could come to him so easily. Their relationship developed too smoothly, leading him to have doubts planted early in his heart. He didn't believe he deserved to be loved, and perhaps didn't believe Zhao Jing truly loved him. Zhao Jing probably knew. He had always been careful of Kong Tu's emotions, inching forward cautiously and deliberately. Such attentiveness even made him appear somewhat awkward at the beginning of their relationship. Kong Tu still had nothing to say. Don't be mad, Zhao Jing apologized, I was wrong in this matter. Kong Tu replied, never mind. Zhao Jing attempted to analyze the situation further, saying, at the start, I should have explained everything clearly to you. Kong Tu interjected again, never mind. Zhao Jing noticed that his tone was off and looked down, seeing Kong Tu's reddened eyes. He nervously sniffed. Why are you crying? Zhao Jing asked with a smile, trying to lift Kong Tu's chin to make him look up, but Kong Tu dodged. They say relationships are messy accounts, hard to balance, and between them, who exactly owed whom? Kong Tu was choked by an indescribable emotion, feeling overwhelming pressure in his chest, almost unable to breathe. Why had he become this kind of person? Why was he so insecure? Why couldn't he trust Zhao Jing? How did things escalate to such a state? Zhao Jing wiped away his tears with a hand slightly cold from being outside for so long. He asked again, is it because of me? Kong Tu buried his face in the quilt and suddenly said, I'm terrible. Why do you say that? Zhao Jing inquired patiently. Kong Tu fell silent again. Zhao Jing said, no one is perfect, Kong Tuesday. You haven't done anything wrong here. But Kong Tu was trapped in a self-imposed dilemma, unable to break free. I can't do anything right. The sudden despair hit Kong Tu, making him feel that his life was filled with sorrow. You've done well. You've stayed calm, and no one has noticed any abnormality, Kong Tuesday. You've concealed everything perfectly, Zhao Jing assured him. But Kong Tu didn't believe it. Last night, when he was in front of everyone, he had already grown somewhat disillusioned with all this, recklessly showing some very obvious reactions, and probably everyone had figured out that he was hiding something. Zhao Jing was only comforting him. Kong Tu knew clearly that all of this had already happened and could not be undone, leaving seeds of doubt in their hearts today which Zhao Jing would have to work hard to eradicate. Zhao Jing said, you set your expectations too high for yourself. We all have our weak points, and besides, this wasn't your fault at all. I didn't explain it to you clearly. If I hadn't selfishly kept it hidden from the start, you wouldn't have so easily believed others, right? I didn't tell you because I was afraid you'd be upset, Zhao Jing continued. At that time, I really liked you, and I feared you'd think my intentions weren't pure if you knew. Forgive me for this, and I'll forgive you too. Don't cry anymore. Zhao Jing bent down, holding his face to wipe away his tears, but Kong Tu had only shed a few tears, just leaving his eyes slightly red. Zhao Jing sighed with relief and smiled, are you feeling better already? Kong Tu felt a bit embarrassed, rubbed his nose, and found himself feeling a little better. He would never be saved by someone else's comfort, but Zhao Jing's gentleness and calmness infected him, making him feel that perhaps this wasn't such a big deal after all. I'm really... Zhao Jing chuckled with self-deprecation, then sighed. He helplessly ruffled Kong Tu's hair, the rest of his words lost in that sigh. Emotions and hopes for his Kong Zai that couldn't be expressed in their native language were also perhaps contained within this sigh. Chapter 98, The Punishment of Xingtian, 29. Kong Tu couldn't figure out this account clearly, and now he just wanted to escape. However, Zhao Jing no longer allowed him to retreat, as it seemed they had to discuss things to reach a conclusion tonight. Zhao Jing said, "Is there anything else on your mind? Since we have the opportunity today, you might as well speak it all out." Kong Tu didn't know what other matters he had left. He felt his consciousness lacked clarity, unable to discern any unresolved issues between him and Zhao Jing. Zhao Jing always remained at ease, though sometimes his mood dipped, he never showed dissatisfaction. This could possibly be due to accommodating Kong Tu's sensitivity. "Do you still intend to part ways with me in the future?" Zhao Jing asked. Kong Tu could only rebut, "No." But the authenticity of this statement was something both of them probably had their doubts about. Kong Tu had already dared not to tell the truth anymore, fearing he might have hurt Zhao Jing, making countless mistakes this night. Zhao Jing didn't expose his lie, signaling that he gave up delving deeper. Curling his legs, Kong Tu's arms circled around his knees as he somewhat irritably said, "I can't control myself." Zhao Jing chuckled helplessly, "I understand you. I really can't control myself," Kong Tu continued, "I am always suspicious, always fearful of losing what I cannot afford to lose. In fact, after every conversation I have with others, I always feel like they're cursing me inside for being stupid. That's who I am. I've never genuinely made friends with anyone, I don't care about them, nor do I like them." He dissected himself in a self-destructive manner, hoping to gain liberation through such honesty, achieving some form of inner peace. Yet, he never voiced the phrase most wanting to be spoken, "I love you," because it seemed akin to sophistry, professing love while refusing full trust. Zhao Jing paused for a long time before saying, "Have you ever considered that all this is merely a retreat you've given yourself?" Kong Tu. To make the separation less pitiful when it happens, Zhao Jing carefully worded his thoughts, ultimately saying, "Therefore, from the beginning, you've convinced yourself, you don't care, you've never believed." After a while, Kong Tu replied, "That's true." Zhao Jing responded, "It doesn't matter." Kong Tu apologized, "Sorry." Zhao Jing let him lean over just like before, whispering gently, "It doesn't matter. I love you." Kong Tu felt extremely weary, burying his head against Zhao Jing's chest and softly saying, "I wish to stay with you forever." Zhao Jing assured, "I know, it's okay." Kong Tu stated, "I won't act this way again." "You are hard to persuade," Zhao Jing smiled faintly, "Still, my words stand, no one is perfect. You haven't done anything wrong. Due to not experiencing much love, you lack security, and that's fine." However, it wasn't fair to Zhao Jing, who possessed great awareness of the big picture. Hence, he understood that arguing was ineffective in solving problems at this point. All the negativity could only be digested by himself. Kong Tu then felt even worse. Zhao Jing said, "Regarding the matter about Yan Lingfei you inquired earlier, I guess it's because he also sensed something, so his recent behavior has been unusual." "How did he find out?" Zhao Jing laughed, "Everyone has their own sources of information." Kong Tu nodded to show understanding. "As for me escaping from room 404, Zhao Jing continued, perhaps it was all a scam, masking the truth of hypnosis, making people in the city unaware that their consciousness had been manipulated, essentially ensuring they could never truly leave this city. Upon retrospection, our breakout that night went far too smoothly. Moreover, there's no way I would overlook Cheongqi tagging along, due to my nervousness back then, I thought little of it." He was now answering Kong Tu's initial question, treating the previous topic as if it had already passed. Kong Tu moved emotionally, uttering, "Don't be sad." Zhao Jing used his finger to pull up the corners of Kong Tu's mouth, "There isn't anything in this world worth making you sorrowful." With the support of Zhao Jing's action, Kong Tu forced a smile, saying, "I love you." "Alright then," Zhao Jing thought of a solution, suggesting, "Let's make a deal. If you love me properly and treat me well, I'll stay by your side forever. All these things are what you deserve. They could be seen as rewards, what do you say?" Kong Tu remarked, "Wow, shameless bastard. You're reaping benefits," Zhao Jing incredulously retorted. Finally, Kong Tu's mood lifted a bit, "Screw off." From under the covers, Zhao Jing held his hand, slightly shaking it while continuing to jest, "Think about it, it won't be a loss." Kong Tu helplessly said, "I'm going to sleep." Zhao Jing pulled the blanket up a little and yawned, saying, "I've been waiting for you to say that. I'm about to die of sleepiness." Kong Tu. "I'm really sleepy." Zhao Jing felt at ease now and turned over restlessly, facing away from Kong Tu, "I haven't slept all night, good night." Kong Tu stared at his back, thinking he was just fooling around. But after waiting for a while, Zhao Jing indeed made no movement, even snoring soon afterward. Normally, Zhao Jing didn't have this habit, it seemed he was truly exhausted. Kong Tu waited, and before long, his own eyes grew heavy, eventually losing track of when exactly he fell asleep. Almost everyone woke up in the afternoon due to hunger. Yan Lingfei stood in the wind urinating, while Bailey she felt some raindrops on his face in his dream and opened his eyes, somewhat perplexed and saying, "Is it raining?" Hua Yu stood beside holding a pancake, with a complex expression, silently stepping aside. After finishing, Yan Lingfei pulled up his pants and ran over, "Damn, it's cold." Hua Yu stepped aside again, moving far away. Bailey she became furious, "You son of a bitch, get over here." Yan Lingfei looked puzzled. "What's wrong?" This sound woke up Kong Tu, who didn't open his eyes but slowly waited for the drowsiness to pass, reaching out under the blanket and realizing there was no one. Zhao Zheng squatted next to him, patting his face, saying, "What are you looking for?" "I'm right here." Kong Tu sat up unwillingly, with messy hair, swollen eyes from sleeping day and night reversed, as Zhao Zheng wiped his eye gunk and exclaimed, "What kind of appearance is this?" Kong Tu said, "Am I handsome?" "Handsome." Zhao Zheng closed his eyes and blurted nonsense. Bailey she chased Yan Lingfei with a rock, running circles around the field, loudly making everyone wake up. They gathered around the campfire eating dry rations, everyone feeling quite down and uninterested due to waking up so early and eating something poor. Hua Yu said, "I don't want to do this anymore, let's run." Kong Tu came over and sat next to him, saying, "I agree. It's only about work points anyway, we can skip them." Yan Lingfei, with bruises on his nose and face, angrily sat down, saying, "Are you going to stop talking? How would I know which way the wind blew? I just went to pee and still got it wrong." Hua Yu said, "I suggest you shut up." Sure enough, just as Bailey she had sat down, he stood up again looking for something to hit Yan Lingfei with, and Zhao Zheng had to come out once more to change the subject. "We need to rush for at least 2 days to catch up with Gong. "Really going?" Hua Yu said, "It's hard to escape them." Fuyo said, "Sorry, should I step back?" Hua Yu said half-heartedly, "Sorry, I forgot you were still here." "It's fine," Fuyo replied indifferently, "if you're running, please take me along." Yan Lingfei found their lack of energy bothersome. Is boasting fun or what? Everyone. They all quietly stopped talking, ate their food, put out the fire, packed up, and prepared to leave. In reality, they were all aware deep down. No matter what they said, in the end, they could not let go. Whether it was called responsibility or simply working for the points, whatever the reason, letting everything go was too hard. The only one who might genuinely be able to leave it all behind was Yan Lingfei. "You should be more careful lately." Kong Tu was rummaging through his bag looking for useless cotton cloth to wrap around Zhao Zheng's shoes, startled by Yan Lingfei's voice from behind. He turned around to glance at him. Yan Lingfei looked down at him from a height. "Whatever secret you're hiding, someone's out to get you. Be mindful." Kong Tu turned back around and sat down, looking up and saying, "Sit. We're leaving soon." Yan Lingfei remained expressionless but still sat next to him. Kong Tu said, "No secrets, I can tell you." Yan Lingfei frowned slightly, seeming skeptical. Kong Tu grinned, "Aren't we friends?" "Kind of." Yan Lingfei kept his eyes forward, casually saying, "You and Zhao Zheng have always been acting mysteriously, so I don't know much." Kong Tu protested, "You keep things from me as well, don't you?" "All right." Yan Lingfei said, "What do you want to say?" Kong Tu originally wanted to lure Yan Lingfei into speaking, but he wouldn't play along. "Never mind," Kong Tu regretted, "seeing your face just makes me angry. Get lost." Yan Lingfei. Kong Tu stood up, pointing at him and saying, "You deserve being unpopular." "What do you want me to say?" Yan Lingfei said, "Whatever it is, I'm not going to tell you." Kong Tu wanted to call Bailey Shi over to beat him up again. "You can keep whatever you know to yourself," Yan Lingfei said, "there's no need to tell me. If I were you, I'd keep a card up my sleeve and trust no one." Kong Tu frowned, not fully understanding this statement, and asked, "What do you mean?" Yan Lingfei stood up and patted his butt. "It means nothing special." "You explain yourself," Kong Tu insisted. "Do you know something?" "Guess," Yan Lingfei said, "I'm just giving you advice from an older person's perspective. There's no one in 404 worth your trust." Kong Tu looked displeased and said, "But I trust you." Before, though they had talked about trust, it seemed like there was still something reserved deep inside. Starting last night, after talking with Zhao Zheng, Kong Tu decided to break down the barriers and live more genuinely. Yet Yan Lingfei's current attitude confused him a bit. It seemed as if he were hinting at something, which made Kong Tu feel uneasy. When Yan Lingfei heard what he said, he paused for a moment and replied, "You can pretend I never said that." Bailey Shi called out ahead of them, urging them to hurry up, so Yan Lingfei left. Chapter 99, Xing Tian's Punishment, Part 30. All of this happened at an inopportune time for such a serious discussion, with harsh weather and urgent timing. No one had the spare energy to talk about something that wasn't yet critical. After racing non-stop for 2 days and nights, they caught up with Gong and his group when they were less than 50 miles away from Mount Taihang. Gong's forces had suffered heavy losses. According to Shenong, 30 men were missing, but the reality might be even worse. Gong wasn't particularly glad to see them, probably expecting that they wouldn't abandon their mission. As they ventured closer to Mount Taihang, heavy snow blocked the roads, making every step difficult. The physical strength and resolve of everyone reached their lowest points. Even if they made it to Mount Taihang, it seemed like a completely meaningless effort. They couldn't fight back in such weather conditions, let alone wield weapons to battle. In the towering mountains, no trace of life remained. In the vast expanse of white, rumbling sounds echoed from afar, as tremors caused avalanches of snow to tumble down from the peaks. Upon seeing this, Gong abruptly alerted everyone, "Take cover." Kong Tu recalled the terrifying scenes of previous avalanches and shouted desperately to the frozen crowd, "Run." Running in such conditions was easier said than done. Hua Yu tripped over a piece of wood hidden beneath the snow and fell hard, creating a large crater. Those behind avoided him as he scrambled back to his feet. Just then, an overwhelming wave of snow rushed toward him. Fuyo swiftly darted through the air toward Huayu. Kuntu turned back, his heart pounding into his throat, and slightly paused to attempt using his abilities to control the snow. But with the entire mountain's snow cascading down, it was beyond anyone's power to stop. Just as Fuyo was about to reach Huayu, the avalanche struck first, swallowing Huayu without mercy. Determinedly turning back mid-air, Fuyo fell unconscious. Fuyo had admitted before that he lacked the ability to fly and had now reached his limit. As they all prepared to be buried by the relentless snow, suddenly, a colossal figure descended. A pair of giant hands emerged from the sky, scooping everyone up while another hand dug into the spot where Huayu had been buried. Xing Tian. Gong Gong roared furiously. Upon closer inspection, Kuntu saw the face of the giant, unmistakably Xing Tian, whose presence had triggered the avalanche. What do you think you're doing? Kuntu yelled in anger. Where is Huayu? Despite the overwhelming force of the descending snow, which meant nothing to Xing Tian, he extended his hand forward and declared in a thunderous voice that echoed across the valley, "Here, find him yourselves." Suddenly, Huayu shoved the snow off himself, his face flushed red as he gasped for air wildly, looking helplessly innocent at everyone around him. The group sighed in exhaustion and sat down on the palm of Xing Tian's hand. Gong Gong could no longer summon the energy to be angry. Where are Zhurong and the others? Louder, said Xing Tian, his massive form making his voice too loud, causing reverberations each time he spoke. I can't hear you. From all directions came the booming, authoritative voice of Gong Gong. What about the others? Here, Zhurong stood arms crossed atop Xing Tian's shoulder, looking down at the group condescendingly. Are you competing for the coolest entrance? Yanling Fai remarked sarcastically. Can we all appear together next time? Changxi jumped down and stood before the group, saying, You're really quite annoying. Yanling Fai gave a gentlemanly bow, almost holding an imaginary top hat. Zhurong stated, Huangxian is waiting for you ahead. We've already been here for 2 days. Xing Tian asked Gong Gong, Are these the people you've gathered? Gong Gong did not answer directly but countered, Is this how you came? It was only after entering this area that Xing Tian transformed, Zhurong explained. I knew you'd ask this. Rest assured, your people will not be harmed. Kuntu found himself glancing unconsciously at Shenong, who displayed no expression, as usual. Kuntu began to understand Shenong better. The arrogance of deities imbued their love for humans with a tinge of condescension, so much so that even Shenong considered these efforts inconsequential. If he were Shenong, he might feel the same resentment toward this whole endeavor. Xing Tian reiterated his question, Are these all the people you have? Yes, Fuyo replied. Do you have any problems? Xing Tian laughed, the implications clear. After searching high and low throughout the land, you could only gather these few people. Xing Tian mocked derisively. Is this all you're capable of, Gong Gong? Kuntu interjected, Xing Tian, did you come here just to argue? Xing Tian snorted coldly and said no more, leading them in the direction of Mount Taihang. At this pace, they would likely reach their destination before nightfall, meaning the war was drawing ever closer. Xing Tian brought them to a simple thatched hut, about 2 li away from Mount Taihang, within sight of each other. It was unclear who had built such a house here, but it was very crude. However, due to its location in a sheltered spot, it had been less affected by wind and rain, offering a brief place for rest. Huangxian was a man with deep-set features. When he met Shenong, the two exchanged some clever words, much to the annoyance of Yanling Fai who wanted to interject something, but Kuntu quickly nudged him with an elbow to stop him from making trouble. Huangxian said, Since that's the case, let's set off tomorrow. He shared a similar aura with Shenong, cautious and sharp-witted, very different from gods like Gong Gong, whose arrogance was embedded into their divine bones. Although Gong Gong's journey wasn't smooth either, his pride and dignity remained unshaken. In contrast, Huangxian and Shenong had painstakingly climbed to their current position, they were meticulous and astute. While not unpleasant, Kuntu preferred interacting with Shenong as it felt more at ease. Huangxian had brought 10 people, including Bai Yuwei, Li Xian, and Ouyang General. Aside from these few, Kuntu hadn't heard of the others just by name, but judging from Gong Gong's reaction, they seemed to be fairly renowned individuals with unique abilities, which gave him slight reassurance. Meeting companions in a foreign land filled everyone with excitement despite visible exhaustion. They exchanged glances with bittersweet smiles, understanding everything without words. Shenong said, Everyone, rest well tonight. Before he could finish, Xing Tian already strode out. Shenong wasn't irritated but chuckled instead, Indeed, Xing Tian, living up to your reputation. Although he wasn't annoyed, others were dissatisfied. In the land they lived in, Shenong was revered as the divine figure in the hearts of his people. From the start, Xing Tian had appeared overly arrogant, which Shenong's subordinates couldn't stand. Full of righteous indignation, one warrior drew his blade without a word and rushed out, followed by 2 more. For years, the two factions had clashed, with countless lives lost on both sides. The blood-stained history wouldn't simply vanish because of Huangxian and Shenong shaking hands and reconciling. Shenong cast a glance at Gong Gong, signaling him with a look, prompting Gong Gong to walk out. Outside, the two groups faced each other silently, neither side giving ground. No shouting or yelling, the scene was eerily quiet, the most terrifying kind. Having accumulated so much hatred, they no longer needed to talk, every person there knew full well reconciliation was impossible, needing only a spark to ignite this tense situation. Huang Xian asked gravely, what are you all doing? Can't you even wait for one night against our great enemy? Fuyo frowned, what do you mean, Huang Xian? Gonggang restrained him, calmly ordering his subordinates back, return. Bullshit, one man spat, who gives a damn? Screw M. Kuntu recognized him as the man who threw his hat complaining about walking too fast earlier. It wasn't the arduous journey that had changed him, he had always been impulsive. Scum, the man swore, what does Xing Tian think he is? Sticking his nose up for what? We all know he was Nuwa's discarded pawn, Gonggang's defeated subordinate. Jerome stood up and said, but isn't Gonggang also my defeated subordinate? What's the logic here? Shenong interrupted sharply, that's enough. Once he spoke, Huang Xian couldn't stay silent either, chiming in, let's put aside personal grievances for now. There are more pressing matters to deal with. Kuntu inexplicably began to dislike Huang Xian from this point onward. It was a subtle feeling, though he hadn't liked Shenong either. Comparing the two, he found himself siding emotionally with Shenong. This tense standoff ended with Xing Tian's compromise, returning reluctantly with Gonggang and reprimanding their own subordinates. The group went back inside to discuss the next day's plan. Nothing new came up. Yan Lingfei, tired of listening, declared, I need to pee. Zhao Jing said, me too. Kuntu added, count me in. Huayu echoed, me as well. Just as Bailey Shi was about to speak, he noticed that more than half of the seats were already empty. Embarrassed, he closed his mouth again, glaring at the few who remained. At that moment, Fuyo said, I'm going too. Bailey Shi immediately regretted having spoken in the first place. Gonggang waved his hand and proclaimed, all right, you can go, just patrol outside. The group suppressed their joy and scurried out. As Huayu left, he affectionately waved at Bailey Shi and blew a kiss. Bailey Shi. Once outside, they acted in perfect unison, all heading to pack their belongings instead of using the restroom or patrolling. Each of them grabbed a bedroll, preparing to find a place to sleep. Yan Lingfei said, when I arrived, I saw what looked like a stable. Perfect, Huayu replied, I love stables. In just a few days, they had been so exhausted that their physical desires were reduced to the bare minimum. Beside the hut, there was indeed a small wooden shed that seemed to have been recently used for sleeping and even reinforced against the cold winds. Yan Lingfei lit a fire on the ground, and everyone gathered around it, huddling with their blankets atop a straw pile. Despite the warmth, Kuntu still felt freezing cold, tossing and turning. Zhao Jing threw off his blanket, pulling Kuntu into his arms, layering both of their blankets together. Finally warming up, Kuntu soon drifted off, feeling it was the most comfortable sleep he'd ever had. Toward dusk, he was awakened by someone. Thinking it was Zhao Jing, he turned over and ignored them. Then he heard Ouyang Zhen's voice, Kuntu, wake up. Kuntu snapped awake instantly, opening his eyes and sitting up. Only himself and Huayu remained asleep nearby, Huayu equally bewildered as he gazed back. Ouyang Zhen said, something's happened, don't fall back asleep. Kuntu threw off the blanket and asked, where's Zhao Jing? He's occupied right now, Ouyang Zhen said, someone from your group has died, just outside the door. Don't be afraid when you go out. Kuntu only understood what Ouyang Zhen meant by, don't be afraid, once he stepped outside. In front of the thatched cottage, a large patch of fresh blood stained the snowy ground, alongside scattered pieces that looked like human organs. As soon as the door opened, the wind carried a pungent, salty smell towards them. Upon seeing this scene, Huayu's face turned instantly pale with fear. Kuntu asked, who is this? Relax, it's not one of ours, Ouyang Zhen reassured him, we'll talk inside. Chapter 100, Xingtian's Punishment, 31. The dead man was the one who had initially thrown away his hat complaining that they were walking too fast, and today was the first to have a conflict with Xianyuan. Inside the thatched hut, people automatically split into two groups standing at each end of the room. When Kong Tu entered, he immediately sensed the tension in the air. Zhao Jing squatted in the center of the floor, examining the wounds on the corpse. The victim's entire chest cavity had been ripped open, it was an extremely brutal death. Huayu could not handle it any better. Upon catching an even stronger scent of blood, his stomach churned violently and he rushed outside to vomit profusely. Zhao Jing said, it looks like it was split open with a knife. On the opposing side, including Li Xian, there were 3 people who used knives. However, weapons alone cannot be evidence of guilt. Any of them could have picked up a hatchet to commit the murder. Ouyang Zhen's voice remained calm, which provided a bit of relief in such a tense atmosphere. He said, until dawn, we should all stay here. Qian Gong angrily asked, so what do you think? Just how does this count for our deceased comrade? Heaven above, Qian Gong, with red-rimmed eyes, said, before departure, I promised his wife and children that I would safely escort him back to the 9 provinces. There is only one son left in his family. Last year's upheaval caused by Xingtian claimed the lives of his 3 brothers on the battlefield. Xianyuan, may you rot. Someday in the netherworld, his mother who has cried herself blind will chase you to the depths of hell. Xianyuan furrowed his brows, maintaining a stern look. As one accustomed to commanding high authority, he knew full well it wasn't necessary for him to personally address this matter, as others would intercede for him. Sure enough, a middle-aged man with silver-white beard stepped forward and said, "Watch your mouth. Do you even know if it was our people who killed him? Produce some evidence. It might even be that someone from your own side tampered with things, and yet you're accusing us." These words were exceedingly crude, leaving Kong Tu so enraged that he nearly started cursing back. However, Yan Lingfei pulled his hand and gave a slight shake of the head. Xian Yuan said, "Silence. Whoever made the move," he continued, "step forward now." Gong Gong glared intently at someone, stepping closer and pointing directly at the individual. "Reveal your blade." This person had a shaved head, was small in stature, barely reaching 1.60 meters tall, but appeared quite mature. His sharp eyes resembled those of a hawk. At the moment, he said, "What are you?" Upon opening his mouth, a rugged voice emerged, as if from some old machine. Kong Tu recalled his name seemed to be Hu Fu. Initially when the conflict arose, he looked very imposing, carrying a huge long sword on his back, always ready to draw it for bloody battle. Shenong stood up, moving forward, and gazed at Hu Fu saying, "Are you deaf? Bring out your sword." This was the most tempered sentence Kong Tu had ever heard from Shenong. He assumed Shenong would still choose to restrain himself. Ouyang Zhen felt a slight headache, softly sighing. Had Kong Tu not been standing beside him, he probably wouldn't have noticed this subtle change in emotions. He questioned, "What's wrong?" "It's going to be disastrous," Ouyang Zhen replied. "Because of Shenong?" Kong Tu asked. He shouldn't have stood out, Ouyang Zhen explained, "Patience can prevent major mishaps later on, it's roughly that meaning." The demeanor of their superiors dictated the behavior of those beneath them. Shenong's fury would cause his subordinates to act without restraint. Zhao Zheng stepped forward, blocking Gong Gong, whispering, "Calm down." Hu Fu showed no fear and retorted, "What the hell are you supposed to be? If you want to see my sword, come get it yourself. Don't you dare if you value this life, or let's fight, hell, I'll show you my dick too." Everyone burst into laughter. Zhao Zheng firmly pushed Gong Gong back one step, maintaining a relatively safe distance. Xian Yuan shouted angrily, "Hu Fu, have you lost your mind?" Hu Fu let out a cold snort, crossing his arms and spitting. Years of war and death deepened their conflicts far beyond personal vendettas or national hatreds. They harbored a hereditary enmity, something akin to an irreconcilable grudge. "Show your blade," Xian Yuan ordered. Hu Fu's complexion changed several times, and everyone also stopped mocking. The thatched hut became deathly quiet, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. A moment later, Hu Fu begrudgingly hurled his sword onto the ground, producing a loud clatter. Zhao Jing bent down to pick it up. The blade reflected light cleanly, showing no signs of bloodstains. The cloth wrapped around the hilt, blackened from years of handling, gleamed with oil and showed no traces of blood either. Fuyo commented, "He did have murderous intent, but so does everyone here, not just him." Just murderous intent, Xian Yuan spoke seriously, does not necessarily mean action, right? Fuyo said composedly, "Indeed, it's like that. If you want to say such things about us, none of us can stop you. Just because someone had the intent to kill doesn't mean they carried it out, right?" Xian Yuan chuckled, his tone unclear whether praise or criticism, then said calmly, "You've got quite a temper." Fuyo responded, "So do you." The atmosphere was about to become more strained when Ouyang Zhen said, "Everyone, don't forget why we're here." "Let's put this matter aside for now," Gong Gong said, "but it's not over yet." Qian Gong and others temporarily buried the body. As they were about to leave, Ouyang Zhen reminded them, "Go back quickly, don't stay out too long." However, Qian Gong gave him an angry glare. To prevent further incidents, everyone stayed in the house, the division between them clear. Ouyang Zhen quietly instructed Zhao Zheng, "Watch over Gong Gong." Zhao Zheng nodded and said, "Mr. Go take a nap." "No," Ouyang Zhen rubbed the corners of his eyes and asked, "Why are you still here?" Given the difficulty of this mission, under the current circumstances, more people chose the simpler mode of the Taihang Mountain faction, abandoning the riskier approach. Zhao Zheng tilted his head slightly, pointing towards Kong Tu's direction and said, "He wants to stay." Ouyang Zhen smiled and did not ask further. After remaining silent for a long time, Zhao Zheng suddenly asked, "Mister, what do you think about these recent 404 events?" "What aspect do you mean?" Ouyang Zhen countered. Zhao Jing shook his head, hesitated for a moment, and decided not to say more. Ouyang Zhen patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, if you encounter difficulties, come find me." Zhao Jing smiled and said, "All right." Qian Gong returned with snow and wind, slamming the door shut as if still furious. Kong Tu sat by Zhao Jing, and the two sat together, bored. Whatever happens tonight, Zhao Jing turned his head and whispered in his ear, "Don't step outside this door." Kong Tu also whispered, "Do you know who it is?" Zhao Jing replied, "Gong Gong suspects Hu Fu, but there's no evidence. Anyway, Hu Fu won't survive beyond tomorrow night." But upon thinking about it, perhaps the other side thought the same. They might have no intention of letting Shenong's subordinates leave Taihang Mountain alive either. Coming for a common purpose, yet escalating to this degree, Kong Tu couldn't help but feel shocked. Zhao Jing said, there's no need to be afraid. Kong Tu actually wasn't afraid, he just felt reflective. Inappropriately reflecting on how human anger and suffering always seem so overwhelming. The origin of this chaos might not be their fault, it could be the result of entangled power struggles. But everything afterward had a self-inflicted tinge. These past few days had been incredibly tense and busy, so matters between him and Zhao Jing were set aside. The two tacitly agreed not to bring them up. Kong Tu believed Zhao Jing would surely want to talk deeply again, but since Kong Tu found it hard to be candid, such self-revelations should only occur once in life. He thought this way was also fine, he would never reveal his ugliest side again, continuing like this with Zhao Jing. Perhaps Zhao Jing wanted to change him, and he would cooperate with Zhao Jing. In the dead of night, the rhythm of the wind and snow outside seemed to alter, and faint cries akin to those of wild beasts could be heard, causing unease. This was destined to be a sleepless night. Everyone, drowsy just moments ago, awakened anew. Xingtian cautioned, something's wrong, the mountain guardian beast. Bai Zai. Bai Yu's eyes were clearly bloodshot, shaking his head to clear it and asking. Not just him, Jerome said calmly, if they came, there wouldn't be any reason for only one to come. Tingsha should have arrived as well. That sound grew clearer, gradually seeming to echo just outside the door, at the threshold. Don't any of you damn fools fall asleep, a man stood holding his weapon, no matter what, we'll fight them till death. Sit down, Xingtian said without raising his head, leave some people to protect Xianyuan and Xinnong. I was wondering why it had been so calm, Jerome said, the mountain guardian beasts never leave Taihang Mountain, even sparing gods rarely. If there hadn't been any movement, it would be too strange. Ouyang Zhen suggested, I advise everyone not to move rashly, stay here. You might have your thoughts, Gonggang pointed at Ouyang Zhen and politely said, but you don't get to decide here. Yan Lingfei secretly asked Bo Li Shi, doesn't this scene feel familiar to you? Yes, Bo Li Shi replied, it happened during our team's Ma Ling battle too. Yan Lingfei, hopefully, this time I won't keep running into misfortune following you. The last time Bai Li Shi was assigned to Pang Wan's team, it had been an excruciating experience since Pang Wan offered no support whatsoever. However, this time Gonggang hadn't actually made any mistakes. Ouyang Zhen only considered the outcome, whereas Gonggang understood the actual situation better. Under these circumstances, they couldn't continue insisting on the principle that no one should be separated. Bai Li Shi, I really hope we lose then. You put us through a lot last time. Hua Yu said helplessly, can you two stop talking already? As they were conversing, the wind was already fiercely pounding against the doors and windows. Suddenly, a window shattered with a loud crackling sound, and a faint white figure flashed by outside. Bai Zai. Gonggang sprang up abruptly, his halberd cutting through the darkness into his hand as he prepared to rush out. Ouyang Zhen frowned, sensing some unease, yet he could no longer stop it. Zhu Rong immediately exclaimed, Bai Zai knows the future, don't let him get close. Protect Xinnong. Fuyo's pupils changed color as he stood up, if Bai Zai has come, Tingsha must be following shortly. Everyone's plan was interrupted by this sudden change of events. Zhao Jing decisively grabbed Kong Tu, saying, come out with me. Calm down, Ouyang Zhen said, don't all rush out at once. Let's plan this first. No one paid attention to him. Ouyang Zhen raised his hand, and thorns suddenly grew on the door, preventing anyone from approaching. Ouyang Zhen kindly said, let's all calm down a bit. We have metal and wood elemental users here, so there's no immediate need to worry about someone breaking in. We can take some time to discuss things carefully. Hua Yu and Zhao Zheng were pointed out helplessly. Hua Yu snapped his fingers, causing a towering tree outside the door to rise up, blocking both the broken window and door tightly. Zhao Zheng looked confused, what am I supposed to do? Ouyang Zhen said, can't you reinforce these barriers properly? Chapter 101, The Punishment of Xingtian, Part 32. Mysterious explosion sounds came from outside the door. Gonggang quickly said, leave 10 men in the house, and the rest follow me. Bays can see through human hearts and predict the future, don't get close to it, and definitely do not make eye contact. He extended his hand and drew a circle in the air. After finding it, surround it. Jerome said, this is unwise. Tingsha has yet to appear. This is a ploy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Once we go out after Bays, they will attack us from behind. Leave a few people behind, Gonggang said as he glanced at Xingtian, with an evident meaning. Kuntu thought to himself, with Xingtian's character, he surely wouldn't listen to your arrangements. What's the point? Sure enough, Xingtian got angry and ignored Gonggang. Gonggang didn't plan to argue with him and simply said, I'll stay behind. Li Xian asked, what kind of abilities does Tingsha have? Chanxi replied, it's just one of Nuwa's minions, just leftover scraps from when she created humans from clay. It's rumored to be adept at transformations, its true form is a long white snake with wings. Kuntu asked, have you never seen it? No, Chanxi responded, and no one ever bothers coming here to Taihang Mountain unless they're looking for trouble. Clearly Gonggang was one of those who looked for trouble. He now said, this is their regular trick, Bays lures attention, scattering everyone, while Tingsha transforms into a human form to stir up trouble within the team. Stay together, once we kill Bays, return immediately. Kuntu tentatively asked, what if we don't go out? Before Gong Dong could answer, a burning smell mixed with the odor of blood filled the air. The thatched cottage was on fire, yet Kantu could only detect the scent of burnt materials without seeing any actual flames. Jerome said, "This is ghost fire. Kill Bays." Huayu cut down a massive tree, which broke at the roots with a thunderous crash. As soon as he stepped out, the world outside had already changed dramatically. Dark clouds gathered overhead, swirling with thunder and lightning. The snow was nowhere to be seen, instead, tall grass spread across the barren ground. Transparent flames, half as tall as a man, swayed with the wind. As far as the eyes could see, there were nothing but piles of bones. The thatched hut stood precariously on a hilltop, like an isolated corner amidst the chaos, being scorched by fire and battered by wind. A stone staircase led straight down to a deep valley. The surroundings transformed rapidly before their very eyes. Mountains rose and fell, rotated and shifted, endlessly changing within this space until finally everything settled down, leaving only the path leading to the bottom of the mountain. Zhao Jing whistled, and a golden sword flew toward him. He leapt onto the blade, standing high above them, surveying the land with squinted eyes while strong winds blew around him. Kantu attempted to douse the flames with water, but it had no effect. Upon seeing this, Jerome explained, "The flames cannot be extinguished, it's ghost fire, made up of all the spirits of grudges embodied in the bones across heaven and earth." Yan Lingfei asked, "What about using more fire to burn it out?" Kantu was startled, wondering how Yan Lingfei had come up with such a quick response. Whether it would work or not aside, the idea itself was shocking enough. Jerome hadn't considered this either and responded, "You can try." A fireball sprang forth from Yan Lingfei's hand and was thrown far away to the top of the opposite mountain. In no time, the flames spread furiously over the entire mountain, turning it into a fiery sea. The intense heat radiated toward them, sending sporadic embers blowing in their direction. Huayu remarked sarcastically, "Thank you, friend, for adding insult to injury." "You're welcome," Yan Lingfei replied dryly. In his peripheral vision, Kantu caught sight of a white figure darting past down in the valley. Sure enough, Zhao Zheng called out next moment, "Watch your feet." Suddenly, Bays rushed up from below. Zhao Jing descended swiftly, ready to face it head-on, only for Bays to nimbly dodge and land lightly on top of the blazing ghost fire covering the thatched roof. It stood as tall as a grown man, completely white, with an elegant horn stretching backward. Its four limbs resembled a dragon's, and its tail burned like fire, spreading wide and grandiose. Bays was indeed a majestic divine beast, a masterpiece of nature's ingenuity in creating deities such as Zhu Long and itself, evoking admiration. Had it not been under these dire circumstances, Kantu would have undoubtedly rushed forward to pet it. Now, the godlike creature merely regarded them with indifference, instilling a chilling fear in their hearts. More than 100 soldiers reminded themselves, "Do not meet its gaze." Xingtian raised his axe and roared, "Bays. Cease your actions now." Zhao Zheng and Xingtian both took action simultaneously. Zhao Zheng stood on his long sword, leaping down from midair as the sword returned to his hand, propelling him forward with great speed. Their movements were so swift that they were almost impossible to follow with the naked eye. However, Bai Zhe effortlessly dodged them, landing gracefully before everyone. "It can predict our moves," Kantu recalled, "so let's act randomly, don't think too much." Easier said than done, since humans naturally plan actions beforehand, especially during combat, estimating possible outcomes subconsciously. This nearly automatic process was like giving Bai Zhe an advance copy of exam answers, it knew everything clearly. The group started attacking in a disorganized fashion, but given their powers, they inevitably risked hurting each other. Huayu dodged for the third time from one of Xuan Yuan's men's weapon, enraged blood rushed up into his face as he snapped, "You did that on purpose. Come hit me if you dare." The man taunted him with open arms. This person belonged to those instigating trouble, perhaps because Huayu looked easier to provoke. In response, Kantu splashed water directly onto the man's head, then kicked him while he wasn't steady on his feet. The man tried to regain balance but was yanked backward by Kantu until he precariously hung at the edge of the stone steps. Kantu grabbed the man's arm while the man clung desperately to the step. Kantu stomped on his chest with one foot and pulled him upward with the other hand, glancing toward Huayu meaningfully, signaling that he should take care of it himself. Huayu replied, "Never mind." Kantu hauled the man back up, noticing his unsatisfied expression, and arrogantly remarked, "Beat it." He had finally experienced the joy of crushing someone, which left him feeling greatly relieved after today's frustration. Zhao Jing shouted, "Stop fooling around, focus on the task." A group of strong men couldn't catch a divine beast, being led around in circles helplessly, causing quite an uncontrollable scene. Kantu went crazy and turned back to chase Bai Zhe. A sudden idea struck him, he started reciting some cold jokes he'd heard before, trying to multitask. Once there was a man who caught a squid, Bai Zhe moved swiftly, its feet barely touching the ground. Kantu continued, the squid pleaded, "Please don't grill me and eat me." Yan Lingfei gasped breathlessly, confused, "What are you doing?" White flames erupted everywhere. Bai Zhe went, catching Yan Lingfei off guard and igniting his clothes. He quickly stripped and threw them on the ground, revealing a red burn mark on his arm which rapidly formed blisters. Zhao Jing once again leapt forward to attack. Kantu stumbled around recklessly, saying, then the man said, "Okay, I'll ask you a question, if you answer correctly, I won't eat you." Bai Zhe suddenly turned around, hurriedly chased, opened its mouth, and shot out a stream of fire. Zhao Jing barely reined himself in, veering sharply, nearly falling off his sword. Kuntu managed to loop behind Bai Zhe just as it breathed fire towards Zhao Jing, grabbing one of its legs. The squid joyfully said. Kuntu paused abruptly, surprised by something unexpected. Bai Zhe spun around quickly, and before Kuntu could recover from the shock, a streak of white fire flew towards him. More than 100 paces away, Wei Tsong remotely manipulated the earth to wrap Kuntu tightly, resembling a mummy, even as flames licked the outer layer of dirt. Zhao Jing plunged his sword into the soil to dig out Kuntu. His clothing caught on fire in the process, so Zhao Jing swiftly tore it off and tossed it far away. Still shaken, Kuntu stammered, Thanks. My pleasure, Zhao Jing retorted dryly from where he lay on the ground. Kuntu muttered, no need to thank me. Yan Lingfei asked, did you finish telling your story? And what happens next? Kuntu regained his composure, oh yes. The squid happily said, ask away, and then the man grilled it anyway. Yan Lingfei was left speechless. With all their might, they failed to capture Bai Zhe. It was not only immensely powerful but also capable of foreseeing the future, impossible to deal with effectively. Even though Kuntu accidentally grabbed Bai Zhe, it proved futile, leaving them in deep distress. Bai Zhe landed lightly again, its long tail brushing against the ground and raising a cloud of dust, before disappearing once more beneath the stone staircase. Zhao Jing hovered in the air within the valley, leveling his gaze with them. Isn't it trying to lure us down? Without any consultation, Xingtian suddenly grew larger. His limbs stretched rapidly, quickly becoming too large for this tiny mountaintop to contain. With a single step, he descended into the darkness. This valley was evidently much deeper than they had anticipated. Xingtian, despite his enormous figure, failed to touch solid ground with a single step, stumbling momentarily before finally stabilizing when only his head remained visible. Xingtian turned in the bottom of the valley, reaching out and searching for Bai Zhe's presence. Zhao Jing apparently gave up strategizing with Xingtian. They'd cooperate if possible, otherwise it didn't matter. Seeing how things stood, he simply climbed atop Xingtian's shoulder as if abandoning all plans, observing their surroundings from this vantage point. Zhurong set the valley ablaze, thick smoke now filling the space. Black fumes mingled with red flames, overwhelming the white fire yet also stripping away Bai Zhe's cover. The distant mountain peaks began shifting once more, undulating unpredictably. The earth beneath their feet descended gradually, flattening until both the stone steps and the valley vanished, everything returning to its original appearance. With Xingtian's colossal form towering above them, what had been an upward gaze transformed into one of looking up. Changxi asked, what is going on? There. Yan Lingfei shouted, isn't that it in the forest? Zhao Jing remarked, it can manipulate this space into configurations beneficial for itself, reshaping everything. But the thatched cottage has consistently remained unharmed through all this time. Does that mean this specific area is different? Perhaps it cannot influence here. Kuntu questioned, maybe, but what does that achieve? Yan Lingfei responded, plenty. We could hide inside the hut. Still, there is another possibility, it hasn't touched this grass shelter. Exchanging a glance, Yan Lingfei and Zhao Jing each experienced a sudden chill. Without hesitation, Zhao Jing kicked open the door and rushed inside. Lying across the center of the room was yet another corpse. Silently completing his previously unfinished sentence, Yan Lingfei murmured, or perhaps, inside the house are its allies. Chapter 102, The Punishment of Xingtian, 33. The body lay face down on the ground, and Kong Tu recognized him as Hu Fu when he stepped closer. Gong Gong's long halberd hung in his hand, dripping with blood. Kong Tu asked incredulously, did you kill him? Gong Gong rubbed his brow, it's not what you think, this is not Hu Fu. Xingtian coldly said, you'd better explain what happened. It's Tingsha's trick, Gong Gong replied with the same coldness, he set this up to watch us turn on each other. Ouyang Zhen had stayed in the house all along, now explaining, indeed, Hu Fu's behavior was bizarre. It looked like he was deliberately provoking us. If what you said is true, Tingsha is skilled in transformations. Xingtian glanced at him, saying, you're quite fair. Ouyang Zhen shut his mouth, shrugged. Huayu, confused, raised his hand to ask, then whose body is this? Tingsha. But it hasn't transformed back. Yan Lingfei said, Huayu, stop being cute. Huayu, got it. Fuyo stepped forward and kicked the corpse. Hu Fu flipped over, lying supine on the ground. Fuyo said, with Tingsha's abilities, a simple illusion can deceive us. It's not hard. Kong Tu asked, where's the real Hu Fu? Did he leave the house tonight? Zhao Jing however said, no, he did. When we buried the bodies. At the time, the atmosphere was tense. Hu Fu angered both Gong Gong and Shenong. Huang Xian likely out of goodwill let Hu Fu and another man go with Qian Gong and others to bury the dead. Qian Gong hearing this said, I'm not sure, those two didn't do any work, we were digging the grave and didn't pay attention. Huang Xian looked at a tall man with dark skin, who had gone out with them. Huang Xian asked, what about you? Did you see anything? The man hesitated for a moment before replying, no. Xingtian roared angrily, tell the truth. Man, I really didn't see anything. I went out with them, grabbed a shovel to help dig, but Hu Fu stopped me, signaling me not to get involved. We stood back while he unzipped his pants and peed next to the body, whistling loudly. I thought it was inappropriate and stayed away. Later, after the pit was dug, Qiangong and others were about to carry the body, and he looked at me. I've been on the battlefield with him before and understood his meaning. He wanted to take the chance to get rid of Qiangong and the others. Zhao Zheng, did you listen to him? No, the man said, I felt that things would escalate, so I didn't dare. Zhao Zheng, is he usually the type of person who would do such things? Man, not sure, but in an obviously unsuitable occasion for stirring conflict, I think he shouldn't have acted so rashly. Therefore, even then, I felt something was off. Xingtian's short temper flared up again. If you sensed something wrong back then, why are you speaking now? Do you keep your head only for show? Most people wouldn't say anything, Fuyo coldly remarked, do you enjoy criticizing after the fact? Gong glanced at Fuyo, indicating to stop stirring trouble. Shenong said, so, this Hu Fu was fake from the start. Yan Lingfei joked, isn't that exciting? No one cared to join in his joke, everyone was contemplating the possible hidden clues in this matter. Bailey she suddenly said, wait, where's Qiangong? Everyone paused, looking around, realizing Qiangong was missing. Kong Tu said, I just saw him. Several glances inexplicably focused on the man who had spoken earlier. The man panicked, it's not my fault. Kong Tu looked at him, also feeling it was unlikely. Qiangong had gone out with them, while the man had stayed in the house. Gong frowned deeply, raising his halberd, he didn't return with you. Zhao Jing said, too many people, we didn't notice. What do you intend to do? To find him. Gong stated simply. Ouyang Zhen didn't approve of this decision. Before he could protest, Zhao Jing said, are you sure? Consider carefully. Gong asked Xingtian, did you see Qiangong? Xingtian sharply responded, what do you mean? Do you think I killed him? I don't mean that, Gong said, that's what you implied. Xingtian, why would I kill him? Are you sick? Zhao Zheng said to Gong, this might also be one of Tingsha's tactics, to lure you away and divide our strength, or to sow discord between the two of us. If you've decided, if you still want to look for Qiangong, fine, I'll go with you. Shenong chuckled and said, let me say a word. Zhao Zheng sheepishly waved his hand, signaling for him to go ahead. Shenong said, the night is long, dreams are many. Staying here waiting has become meaningless, it would be better to set out immediately for Mount Taihang, which will also give us more time to find those who have gone missing. Ouyang Zhen agreed, I concur. Yan Lingfei raised both hands in support, no objections. Let's not linger here any longer to offer our heads on a platter. If we must leave, let's do it now. All eyes turned toward Xianyuan. After a moment of reflection, he smiled and said, if this is everyone's opinion, then so be it. But the barrier conjured by Bai Zhe outside will certainly make it difficult as well. Nothing is ever easy, Gong said calmly. Bai Zhe eternally guards Mount Taihang, it isn't just tonight that presents such challenges. Xianyuan waved a hand, my myopia shows itself. Zhao Jing turned and pushed open the door. The scenery outside had changed yet again. Fiery white flames flickered alive with the wind, blazing over a barren plain devoid of grass or life. In the far distance where the earth met the sky, a towering white mountain reached up to the clouds, majestic and imposing. Just looking at it from miles away filled one with awe and fear. Kong Tu quietly asked Zhao Zheng, is this Mount Taihang? It was Xingtian who replied, yes. Kong Tu felt somewhat surprised, seeing Xingtian squint slightly as he stared off into the distance. Then, Xingtian's form shifted, he grew into a colossal giant, extending his hand to them. Everyone leapt onto it, and with thunderous footsteps, Xingtian strode across the dark land. A streak of white darted across the ground below, Huayu shouted loudly while lying on Xingtian's hand, look! Bai Zhe is back. Before the words even finished echoing, the surroundings began speeding backward. The land beneath their feet slowly started to sink, forming valleys, rivers, and ravines rapidly. The white flames licked at Xingtian's body, rising higher and higher until they engulfed his chest. Simultaneously, the ground continued to sink deeper and deeper, eventually forming an abyss without bottom. With every step Xingtian took to try and escape, the abyss expanded further, shadowing his movements. As the white fire surrounded Xingtian's body, his clothes caught alight. He groaned softly before being dragged into the abyss. Everyone lost their balance and fell into darkness. Zhao Jing used the golden sword to break through the shadows, breaking free from Xingtian's grasp, turning around and shouting loudly, Kong Tu. A gaping black hole tore apart the ground, swallowing everyone whole. As it closed rapidly, Changshi managed to barely lift herself and floating jade through the closing gap just as everything seemed ready to settle down. She glanced past floating jade but only saw a wisp of gold pass by. They were fleeing out, while Zhao Zheng was plunging inwards. Floating jade struggled, calling out desperately, Gong is still inside. Changshi tossed him aside, panting, I know. Floating jade got up unhappily and looked back at her. Changshi rolled her eyes, don't act ungrateful, do you think I'm thrilled about saving your sorry self? If I hadn't seen you falter halfway, I wouldn't have lifted a finger. Floating Jade retorted weakly, then don't bother saving me. His voice lacked force and vigor. Changshi stared at him for a long moment and asked, hey, what should we do now? I don't know. Floating Jade stood up, brushing off the fire clinging to his clothes, nonchalantly replying, let's head toward Mount Taiheng. Underneath the surface, Zhao Zheng rushed back at the last second, but found himself separated from everyone else. This appeared to be an endless space, and his golden sword emitted faint sparks, occasionally cutting through the darkness. Zhao Zheng called out aloud, Kong Tu. There was no response, no sound reverberating back. It was like stepping into stagnant water, causing no ripple. For a moment Zhao Zheng hovered aimlessly in midair, unable to find any path or passage. He whistled sharply, and the golden sword suddenly shot upright. He propelled himself directly downward toward the lowest point. Kong Tu. A shout cut through the stifling air, growing louder. Kong Tu abruptly woke up, sitting up with Yan Lingfei kneeling beside him. Relieved, Yan Lingfei exhaled, great, you're awake. No need for CPR. Pain radiated from Kong Tu's back, as if his bones were broken, and he asked, can you check if I fractured anything? Yan Lingfei pressed lightly on him, causing Kong Tu to cry out in agony. Furious, Kong Tu demanded, be gentle. Yan Lingfei reassured, not broken, just bruised. I'm the same. With difficulty, Kong Tu sat up, where are the others? No idea, when I came to, it was just the two of us. Kong Tu had become accustomed to bad luck and accepted this reality calmly. After dusting themselves off, despite their injuries, the two resumed their journey together. The air here was dry, devoid of the earthy smell of soil. Faint light beams came from above, but no source could be identified. Moving forward, it felt more like a cave system with numerous branches. Based on what they had seen after encountering Bai Zhe earlier that night, Yan Lingfei observed and speculated aloud that this might be a scenario conjured up by Bai Zhe's imagination rather than reality, since normal caves couldn't lack smells or create such vast underground spaces. Kong Tu asked, if this is Bai Zhe's created scene, then what are we now? Illusions or reality? I'd guess, Yan Lingfei replied, that we truly exist within Bai Zhe's fantasy. It has the power to transform reality into whatever it imagines. Kong Tu remarked, but if that's true, its ability should have a time limit, it can't last forever. Otherwise, this power would be too absurd, reality shouldn't bend so easily to subjective will. Moreover, if this were possible, this battle wouldn't have dragged on so long. Niuhua would have intervened already. Yan Lingfei snapped his fingers and said approvingly, clever. I think exactly the same way. Kong Tu asked again, then what do we do now? Yan Lingfei replied, we wait for its duration to expire. Reusing such an ultimate skill needs cooldown time. Bai Zhe can't activate this grand move anytime soon, so we still have a chance. Kong Tu glanced behind him and murmured nervously, I fear, it's not going to be that simple. Without turning back, Yan Lingfei stiffly inquired, what thing is it? A pair of luminous green eyes as large as light bulbs slowly opened in the darkness. The creature stood up, its coat black and gleaming with an ominous shine. Once fully upright, it towered around 7 or 8 meters tall. Kong Tu gazed upward, swallowing saliva quietly. Yan Lingfei ignited flames on his hands, creating a fiery stick silently. Then he suddenly turned around and yelled loud, attack. A thunderous roar erupted from the beast, whose breath sent Kong Tu tumbling over, its odor putrid. The monstrous creature charged at them with incredible speed, shaking the ground violently. Kong Tu crouched down, touching the floor with his hand, causing water to spread everywhere and freeze instantaneously. As the beast slipped momentarily on the ice, Kong Tu taunted it, stop roaring. Not being racist, but your kind really has foul-smelling mouths. Yan Lingfei shouted, work with me. Kong Tu lifted a stream of water to carry Yan Lingfei upwards, who swung his fire stick downwards forcefully. Unexpectedly, the beast swiftly gained control, clawing deep grooves into the ice beneath it to stabilize itself. Seeing the fire stick descending, it didn't dodge but instead bent slightly, readying itself for an offensive. Alert immediately, Kong Tu splashed more water onto the icy surface, smoothing it out once more. With water under his command, Yan Lingfei struck hard, only for the beast to endure the blow, howling furiously before pinning him down and sliding several meters away, revealing sharp teeth about to bite. Yan Lingfei screamed at the top of his lungs, Kong Tu. Kong Tu cried, monster, behold my power. The beast abruptly looked up, just in time to be hit by an overwhelming wave of water rushing toward it, sweeping it away. In the blink of an eye, Kong Tu froze the water solidly, trapping the beast within a thick layer of ice. This time, Yan Lingfei had been genuinely injured, lying helpless on the ice for some moments, struggling painfully as if most of his life force was gone. When Kong Tu helped him up, he joked mockingly, so easy. Yan Lingfei. Is this also Bai Zhe's imagination? Kong Tu reflected, reminiscing his recent actions. Its creativity seems subpar, does it? This is all it's got. Suddenly, a faint crackling sound filled the air, akin to ice splitting. Both Kong Tu and Yan Lingfei paused momentarily and instinctively flattened themselves against the ground. Sure enough, a massive ball of flame swept overhead shortly thereafter, accompanied by booming footsteps. After rolling on the ground a couple times, Kong Tu noticed sparks still flickering in the corners of the giant beast's mouth and shouted, "Run!" A tidal wave surged below their feet, propelling them both through the water current trying to escape. Yan Lingfei panicked when noticing something ahead. "It's a wall." "A wall? Are you blind?" "I'm night blind." Kong Tu yelled back loudly. "You look ahead." The stomping sounds from behind them stopped abruptly, replaced instead by flapping wings generating wind noise. Looking back, Kong Tu fell into despair. The monster had sprouted wings. Kong Tu exclaimed, "This is bullshit." Yan Lingfei questioned, "I see someone. Should we rescue them?" "Where?" Yan Lingfei pointed in the opposite direction. "It's already gone, it was Xuanyuan's people." Kong Tu gritted his teeth and maneuvered the wave to turn around, shooting them back. Kong Tu nearly vomited from the force, shouting, "We're turning. Buckle up." The ferocious beast swooped down as Yan Lingfei raised his fiery stick amidst the waves while Kong Tu rushed towards a person lying unconscious nearby. Perhaps startled by the noise, this person's eyes flickered open abruptly, taking in the chaotic scene before him. Kong Tu leaned over and offered a hand. "Grab my hand." The man reacted instantly, gripping firmly onto it and shouted, "What is happening?" "Kong Tu, what's your name again?" "Lu Ji." "Lu Ji. Or Lu Ji." "Never mind, no time to explain, just fight." That man drew a long whip from his waist, cracking it sharply in the air with a resounding noise. On the next swing, he lashed it at the flying beast above, using the momentum to leap onto its back and begin a difficult climb through its fur, shouting, "My name is Lu Ji, the Ji in season." Kong Tu cheered, "Great job. I'm Kong Tuesday." The beast struggled fiercely, smashing itself into the walls in an attempt to dislodge him. Yan Lingfei rode the massive wave and used the wall as leverage to jump back, aiming for its head with his fiery stick. He missed slightly, hitting the wall instead, creating sparks all around. The beast flinched as if injured in one of its eyes. Lu Ji exclaimed, "I know you too, Kong Tu and Yan Lingfei from Shennong." As he was thrown against the wall by the creature's thrashing, he endured the blow but held on tightly to the beast's fur without letting go. After regaining his balance, he suddenly used its unsuspecting moment to gain more power, stepping forcefully on its spine bones to propel himself onto its neck and mounting it. Yan Lingfei interjected, "Let's not worry about who's now, we're one big happy family here." Lu Ji gave the creature's wings a harsh twist. It screamed wildly, its course starting to waver uncontrollably. After testing it a few times, Lu Ji got the hang of controlling it. Leftward pull made it fly left, rightward pull turned it right. However, without much further experimentation, the beast became enraged, immediately stopping its wing flapping and plunged violently downwards. Kong Tu refrained from interfering. In that brief second earlier, he had sensed some killing intent coming from Lu Ji as the latter steered the monster directly toward them. When it fell later, Kong Tu instinctively did nothing. Yan Lingfei walked forward, delivering the final blow with his stick to kill the beast thoroughly. Lu Ji stood up, retrieved his whip, and hopped off the carcass. None of the three mentioned what had just happened. Then Kong Tu casually suggested, "Let's split ways. It's fine to stay together." Lu Ji acted as if the previous events didn't exist, "if you don't mind." Yan Lingfei bluntly retorted, "Apparently we do." Lu Ji continued, "Collaborate a bit. You two need me too, there's strength in numbers. If you're worried, we can make a gentleman's agreement." Although still opposing, Kong Tu noticed some hesitancy in Yan Lingfei as if considering something, so he asked privately, "What are you thinking?" Yan Lingfei mused, "I'm pondering, since all this stems from Baize's imagination, then where we land might also be within his control, right?" Confused, Kong Tu questioned, "Here's another way to put it," Yan Lingfei explained in simpler terms, "Baize could control when we gather together, right? And also who we encounter, correct?" Kong Tu seemed to grasp his point now. "You mean Baize intentionally arranged our meeting with Lu Ji?" Yan Lingfei elaborated, "Don't forget what they've been doing all night, splitting us apart. My guess is that it's deliberately letting the opposing sides meet, then stirring up conflicts, either limiting survival slots or some other tactic. Ultimately, it wants one side to kill the other, reaping the benefits afterward." Kong Tu genuinely admired Yan Lingfei's bold personality and character, surpassing Zhao Zheng in daring assumptions and Ouyang Geng in bold experiments. Yan Lingfei was the epitome of sanguine and choleric temperament, a kind of striking charm, exceptionally captivating. Chapter 103, Xing Tian's Punishment, Part 34. If this was the case, Kong Tu could only accept this reality. Regardless of whether they allowed this person to join now or not, they would eventually encounter each other. When rivals meet, the braver one wins. Yan Lingfei, "But I'm not sure if it's exactly like this, it's just my guess." "That's reasonable," Kong Tu praised, "you're very smart." Yan Lingfei was unreserved, "You're talking nonsense. So should we let him join? And then kill him later?" Kong Tu asked. "Depends on the situation." Yan Lingfei seemed eager, "There will be a way when the cart reaches the mountain." Kong Tu was still a little uneasy as the two walked back. Li Ji stood before them with his hands clasped in front, nodding slightly upon seeing them and asked, "Have you come to a decision?" Yan Lingfei, "Welcome to the Sango Troop Action Group." As an elder member of this group, I'll personally give you a code name, Gao Li Shi, symbolizing a mighty and iron-blooded warrior full of strength. No need to thank me. Li Ji, okay. Yan Lingfei rudely stared at the new member. Please repeat your code name. Li Ji indeed didn't pay much attention. What Gao Li? Gao Li Shi, Yan Lingfei repeated calmly, got it this time. Li Ji showed some caution but still said, I've got it this time. Yan Lingfei, good, repeat it again. Kong Tu could no longer hold back, are you so idle? Li Ji asked, how many people are there in this group? Are all your mysterious companions part of it? Not really, Yan Lingfei replied, our group only consists of 5 people. It's hard for just anyone to get in, so please cherish this opportunity. Kong Tu walked ahead, ignoring their conversation. He deeply admired Yan Lingfei's mindset, being able to converse happily even with an enemy. When he knew that they might face a fierce battle with Li Ji, he had no intention of exchanging any words with this man, nor wanted to know more about him or even befriend him. Yan Lingfei, however, chatted casually as though nothing unusual was happening. On the other side, Fu Yu and Changxi crossed what seemed like an endless long road and finally reached the foot of Mount Taihang. The majestic mountain emitted a faint glow in the night, as if everything around had been blurred and faded out. Despite being within visible distance, looking up revealed nothing but obscurity covered by oblivion. Fu Yu naturally lowered his voice, shall we climb? Changxi hesitated for a moment, repeating doubtfully, climb. Us too. Fu Yu. Changxi, I don't know either, it's just the two of us. Between their uncertainties, a figure clad entirely in white emerged from the thick fog, indiscernible as male or female, with white hair, skin, clothing, and even eyelashes, carrying only a hint of pale pink on the lower lip, a beauty completely detached from worldly affairs, which made people dare not approach. Changxi paused momentarily, both of them roughly recognizing who this was. Tingxi spoke, her voice dreamlike, seeming both clear as a bell yet quietly whispering, the gods in this world can be divided into 2 kinds. Which 2? Fu Yu murmured, asking. Tingxi, deities such as Niuhua and Fuxi, born of heaven and nurtured by earth, always look upon the mortal world with tenderness while keeping an appropriate distance, rational and restrained. They also understand how to realign things when they stray from the norm. The other kind, like Gonggang and Xing Tian, came into existence upon the invocation of humans and are destined to become their dogs. Only truly free people have the right to gain liberation. Believe me, you cannot fully comprehend the liberation you keep speaking of. Changxi asked, what do you want to express? That we are inferior to Niuhua? Or that we simply don't understand anything? Tingxi replied, you don't understand anything. Given the present circumstances, Fu Yu summoned his weapon and declared, there's no point talking further, your grand philosophies only need to convince yourself. Tingxi transformed, extending a snake-like tail tens of meters long, lashing it fiercely, causing tremors throughout the ground as she roared angrily, refusing to repent until death. In the blink of an eye, Fu Yu vanished from the spot, precisely as the snake's tail struck the area where he stood, creating a deep crater and sending rocks tumbling everywhere. An array of Buddhist chants sounded, and under the moonlight, Changxi began to dance gracefully, her back facing the moon, soft light casting onto her body. Tingxi scoffed mockingly, naive. The heavens and earth were stained a bloody red, the white flames combustion infected by this vivid crimson hue, becoming all the more shocking. Changxi's deadly beautiful dance proved to be useless, producing no change. Tingxi spread its arms wide, its snow-white eyes reflecting the crimson night sky with added vitality but also cruelty. Its serpent tail elevated it high into the air, its silhouette overlapping with the moon. Its arms sprouted countless white spines as its figure began to elongate and transform, reaching down to the ground. Meters-long white hair, exaggerated nails, and spines extending almost to the collarbone gave it a hunched form like a monstrous creature. Fu Yu knew instantly upon seeing it that it wasn't one to be trifled with. He took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, readying himself. Changxi said, it seems we can only rely on you. My methods don't work on it. Don't count on me, Fu Yu replied, staring ahead while gripping what appeared to be crystal weapons in both hands. He clashed them together, creating a sharp sound. I came here prepared to die. No sooner had the words left his lips than his figure disappeared from sight. On the giant snow moon hanging in the sky, 2 silhouettes were reflected. Fu Yu surged forward. Hundreds of meters underground flowed a tranquil little river, its shimmering ripples catching light from an unknown source. Upon seeing the small raft floating on it, Kong Tu already guessed how the story would unfold. This small raft perhaps could carry only 1 or at most 2 people, certainly not all of them. Lu Ji was unaware, possibly still not comprehending the situation he faced. For an ordinary person who didn't overthink things, this was normal. But Kong Tu and Yan Lingfei were quite clear about it. Standing on the riverbank, Lu Ji pulled on the rope to bring the small raft closer. Yan Lingfei and Kong Tu exchanged glances, debating who should act first. In the end, they decided to settle it with rock-paper-scissors. What are you doing? Lu Ji asked upon turning back to see them playing rock-paper-scissors. A kind of prayer ritual, Yan Lingfei explained, keep going. 3, 2, 1. Kong Tu chose rock, Yan Lingfei scissors. Yan Lingfei lost, frustratingly ruffling his hair as he stepped onto the raft, asking Lu Ji, tired? Without looking away from the approaching raft, Lu Ji responded, still okay. Yan Lingfei said, congratulations, you get to rest now. Lu Ji looked back puzzled, question mark. Before he could react, a hand blade had struck his ear, it was too late to dodge. He fell straight to the ground unconscious. Worried he might wake up midway and cause trouble, Kong Tu delivered another punch. Gazing at the sleeping Lu Ji, Yan Lingfei commented, we've been very merciful. You guess how many people would have chosen to just kill him? Kong Tu didn't need to guess, many. There was already an unresolvable conflict between the two sides, something impossible to resolve in mere moments. Add to that the tense atmosphere today, and if there were a reasonable opportunity to eliminate their enemy, how could they let it slip? Had Yan Lingfei not foreseen this earlier, they might have also gone through a fierce battle, leading Kong Tu to naturally conclude killing Lu Ji was justified. Fortunately, none of that happened, Kong Tu thought to himself. Killing itself is a terrifying thing. Even worse is realizing afterward it was all a deception. Given his limited ability for self-regulation, he might never escape this shadow for the rest of his life. As Kong Tu and Yan Lingfei jumped down onto the small raft, it barely managed to hold under their weight, swaying precariously. It clearly couldn't accommodate a third person. And the water below wasn't ordinary either. This path forward required crossing this river, and aside from the small raft, there was no other way to cross. Kong Tu tested by throwing a pebble, but it didn't even make it across the air above the water, instead falling straight down. Do you think this is fine? Kong Tu asked hesitantly. Leaving Li Ji alone here seemed somewhat cruel. Who cares? If you didn't do this, we'd have to fight him, and the outcome would have been the same anyway, we win, then leave. Fighting is exhausting, I'm done with it, Yan Lingfei dismissed nonchalantly as he rowed the boat, chatting idly. Kong Tu kept pondering this issue, still unable to convince himself from either perspective, when suddenly, a whips-piercing sound rang out, lashing toward them and entangling the rear end of the raft. Li Ji stood far off on the bank, his expression clouded with gloom. Yan Lingfei decisively ignited a flame, letting it burn along the whip towards Li Ji, who directly stepped on the whip and ran over. Kong Tu couldn't help but feel somewhat panicked, yet Yan Lingfei calmly said, use water to wash him down. Kong Tu hesitated. The water below was obviously not ordinary. If one fell into it, they would immediately sink without any chance of survival. He wasn't sure whether he should use this lethal move, and in that moment of hesitation, an irreversible consequence occurred. Li Ji's speed was incredibly fast, far surpassing an average person's. In a blink, he had already leaped through the flames. Yan Lingfei shouted loudly, Kong Tu. It was already too late. Kong Tu felt a sense of conflict. On one hand, he felt utterly sorry for Yan Lingfei, and on the other, he was alarmed by the present situation. Evidently, Li Ji was no ordinary individual, his abilities not inferior to Yan Lingfei's or Kong Tu's. With a single step, he boarded the small raft, retracted the long whip back into his hands which still carried the blaze. He swung it into the air, producing a sharp snap, then glared fiercely at them both. The small raft bearing the weight of 3 people began to slowly sink. A chill ran down Kong Tu's spine as he summoned a water column to lift himself and Yan Lingfei up. However, utilizing their abilities on this water was extraordinarily draining, and Kong Tu felt overwhelmed from the very beginning. Both of them leaned towards the shore while Yan Lingfei ignited a flame, snapping his fingers, causing the fire to transfer onto Li Ji's body. He was left alone on the small raft enveloped in flames. Even so, this did not stop Li Ji. His whip slashed across the water surface, propelling the small raft forward along with the current. As the distance between them grew closer, he swung his whip again, entangling Kong Tu's leg and pulling him down. Losing strength, Kong Tu almost lost control and dropped Yan Lingfei. Luckily, he managed just in time to release powerful streams of water in mid-air, throwing Li Ji back onto the small raft with a heavy thud. Realizing this was not the time for leniency, Li Ji clearly had lethal intent, Kong Tu decided to go all out, using water to overturn the small raft. Trapped beneath it, Li Ji was swallowed by the current and soon disappeared without a ripple. Kong Tu was stunned for a moment. At that time, his strength was almost completely depleted. On this water surface, it seemed every use of ability became exceedingly challenging. Yet there was still more than 10 meters to the shore, and he could not be certain he'd safely get himself and Yan Lingfei across. To avoid worrying Yan Lingfei, he could only barely maintain their balance, beads of cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Just as he was on the brink of collapse, a streak of golden light suddenly pierced through the darkness. Zhao Jing arrived wielding a sword, grabbing each of them under the arm and lifting them up, flying directly across the long river. Chapter 104, Xingtian's Punishment, 35. Kong Tu exclaimed, Zhao Jing. Zhao Jing replied, something happened while I wasn't looking for a moment. He set the 2 of them down on the ground and turned to see that the small raft had completely sunk, without even a ripple on the river surface. Yan Lingfei said, don't misunderstand. Actually, we too could have resolved this as well. What is going on? Zhao Jing ignored his sudden need to save face. Kong Tu was also confused, how did you find us? Zhao Jing succinctly replied, I saw it when I came down. Kong Tu. Yan Lingfei. Big brother, Kong Tu said. Yan Zi suspects that this was Bai Zhe deliberately setting up the scene, arranging people from different camps together so they would destroy each other. Zhao Zheng paused, laughed, and said, then now we can confirm, its only intention was to make us destroy each other, not limiting it to those in the same camp. The three of them reflected momentarily on life and silently moved forward. There was one thing Kong Tu couldn't understand. If Bai Zhe could comprehend human hearts, then it should have understood that the three of them had deep feelings for each other and wouldn't lightly abandon their relationships. If Bai Zhe truly wanted to stage a scenario where the fisherman benefits, it should have chosen individuals who were not very familiar with each other, otherwise, it would easily backfire. On the riverbank, moving forward less than a kilometer, there was a crack on the ground. They stood on a high point. Moving forward required jumping down, which was not too high, about 1.5 meters. The road ahead shimmered with faint light, like some bioluminescent creatures. Yan Lingfei was highly alert, burning everything with a fire, and once on the ground, the three jumped down. Weren't you already out before? Yan Lingfei asked casually. Zhao Jing responded with a simple sound and said, isn't it because I couldn't bear to leave you? Yan Lingfei spat out one word, forget it. Kong Tu knew inside that Zhao Zheng had come back for him but had never said it. Now, being directly called out by Yan Lingfei, he felt bubbling happiness. Though they didn't yet know what challenges might arise next, as long as Zhao Zheng was around, he believed nothing could defeat them. The power of love was overwhelmingly strong, turning such a pessimist into a blindly confident person. He appeared unchanged, but subtly, many things within him had changed. With this blink of an eye, he suddenly understood why Bai Zhe had arranged it this way. Making enemies kill each other wasn't Bai Zhe's purpose. It aimed at thoroughly shattering the inner world of humans. Ending the life of a friend you live closely with just to survive will collapse one's spirit. Many lives are like fumbling through darkness, unsure of who they really are. In dire situations, the selfish actions people instinctively take reveal the dark side of themselves, robbing them of fighting spirit and extinguishing hope. Bai Zhe inherited the will of Nuwa, and Nuwa's will was to destroy the resolve of humans. It is often said that physical bodies will eventually perish, but the spirit passes on. When the evil within humanity erupts internally within the fortress like a contagious disease, they will never be able to rise again. Kong Tu voiced his thoughts and said, what if you think this resembles a test? What kind of test? Yan Lingfei said, a test of human nature. Do you think it's impossible? Kong Tu asked. Yan Lingfei shrugged, I don't find it impossible, I just think testing human nature is meaningless. Kong Tu roughly understood his thinking. Yan Lingfei probably held a view of innate human wickedness, so such tests made no sense from his worldview. Sure enough, Yan Lingfei said, as long as one is human, they're all selfish. Humanity is utterly egoistic. If this is really a test, it's just Nuwa finding a better excuse to cleanse humanity. Kong Tu neither affirmed nor denied his opinion and said, so what do we do next? Go with the flow. Zhao Jing grabbed the rocks above his head, swung his body, and easily jumped forward. Kong Tu also tried it, feeling somewhat more relaxed, though since Zhao Jing reappeared earlier, he hadn't worried about anything anymore. At the Taihang Mountains. Fuyo jumped down from a boulder, holding up a broken transparent sword blade. Blood flowed from the cuts on his fingers, running along the crystal-clear crystal and dropping onto the snow-covered ground. Changshi's ribbon had wrapped around Tingsha's sentence-ending twist, but he was flailing uncontrollably in the air. In anger, Tingsha swung his tail, hurling him into the mountainside, causing rocks to tumble. Changshi spat out a mouthful of blood but still clutched tightly to the ribbon, gritting his teeth as he shouted, Fuyo. Fuyo, coming. Tingsha's enormous size sacrificed agility. Changshi managed to entangle its snake-like tail, making it roar with rage. Its hands grew long nails, red-eyed and charging towards them. Changshi couldn't let go but was filled with terror, shouting again, Fuyo. Fuyo rushed in from the opposite direction, meeting Tingsha head-on. Both were moving at their limits, the outcome hinging on who would be quicker. Changshi shivered slightly, the blood trailing from the corner of his lips flowing down his chin and into his clothes. His hair was disheveled and his appearance tattered. Fuyo's breath approached from behind, while Tingsha was already close. A streak of white light flashed, a broken sword refracting a fleeting ray of light before quietly piercing through the snake's tail. Fuyo, with both hands lifting up, fiercely threw the long sword, severing off a large piece of skin. His hands, now smeared with his own blood and that of the snake, continued forward, leaving a trail of blood. Running ahead, Fuyo still held the broken sword embedded in Tingsha, splitting it open as he went, eliciting a thunderous howl from the snake. The serpent thrashed wildly, and Fuyo struggled to maintain control. Standing up, Changshi tightened the ribbon in his hand and took to the skies, pulling Tingsha's tail up into the air, straightening it. Fuyo coordinated perfectly, leaping into the air, gripping the short sword with both hands, and shouting as he landed on Tingsha, sliding forward. Tingsha violently thrashed and roared, seemingly shaking the entire earth. Suddenly twisting itself, it lunged forward. Changshi yelled, run. Fuyo planted one foot on its tail to gain momentum just as he was about to leap. But Tingsha whipped its body, hitting him sideways. He tilted rightward, foreseeing trouble. Sure enough, this brief deviation allowed Tingsha's body to coil around him, its hideous face glaring angrily as it constricted him mercilessly, drenched in blood. I want you dead. Instantly, Fuyo felt the air squeezed from his chest. Coughing and enduring unbearable pain from his old wounds compounded by the constriction, he suffered greatly. Tingsha snarled, die. Its sharp claws rose high, but just as they descended, they were stopped by Changshi standing mid-air, feet lightly stepping on the ribbon, calm-faced. With what? You. Tingsha detested him immensely, grabbing the ribbon and shouting, forcing him closer. Without hesitation, Changshi abandoned the ribbon, performing a neat somersault in midair and landing back safely. Tingsha exerted all its strength attempting to shred the ribbon but failed. Fuyo's face turned purple as Changshi said, release him, I will fight you honorably. Tingsha threw the ribbon aside and deliberately flicked its tail. Fuyo swung wildly, his hands weakly dangling as blood continued to loyally gush out. No, Tingsha growled. Changshi glanced upward, the sun was almost rising. This was the last bit of night, darkness soon to recede. Fuyo. Changshi called, is this all you can do? Fuyo did not answer, seeming to have lost consciousness, semi-comatose. Soon, he would suffocate and die. Tingsha laughed menacingly, you broke my tail, so I kill one of you. Fair deal, isn't it? Changshi retorted, but you'll kill me too. Tingsha said, we'll see if you're good enough. Changshi replied, I have a friend, also a divine beast like you. It taught me something, everything has a spirit. Even divine beasts shouldn't simply be treated as animals. Are you serious? Tingsha sneered, your friend is dying, and you're lecturing me. Changshi remained unusually calm. The wind blew his hair, which he gently tucked behind his ear. Despite his disheveled state, the goddess of night remained beautiful. It sacrificed its life, returning the power of the sun and moon to me and Shiha, restoring day and night to the earth, Changshi explained, at the cost of its life. I've always regretted it. Then, Changshi changed the subject, saying, until I met you, Tingsha. I wondered, why can beasts like you act so arrogantly, yet Zulong cannot? The clouds slowly parted from before the moon. Finally, Tingsha realized something was amiss, the entire snowy field reflecting blood red as a blood moon hung high in the sky. Horrified, Tingsha shrieked, you. Changshi's long hair was completely scattered by the wind. He raised his arms, tilted his head back, and let the layers of his clothing fly in the wind. The ribbons danced gracefully around him, rewrapping themselves. Coming here, Changshi's voice rained coldly from high above, I never intended to leave alive. Tingsha released Fuyo and fled madly up the mountain. The light of the blood moon bathed the entire Taihang mountain. Changshi cast a tender glance at his ribbon and said, go. The ribbon seemed reluctant to leave, gently sliding over his face, lingering. Changshi ran his hand through it and softly whispered, go. The ribbon floated down and wrapped itself around the unconscious Fuyo on the ground, enveloping him in a gentle halo of light, shielding him from the crimson glow. Changshi looked at the fleeing Tingsha and said, I had planned to use my life against Nuwa. You're lucky today. Tingsha, Changshi continued, you need to know this, I am a god. If I want you dead, you won't survive. With his words, the blood moon's light fully enveloped Tingsha. No living creature, whether divine or mortal, could escape. Everywhere the red light touched, blood flowed unceasingly. Tingsha's flesh began to burst open, pus streamed out endlessly. Its once white skin cracked, its limbs twisted, until finally it turned into a puddle of blood. Changshi appeared as though afflicted with some disease, pale-faced yet with unnaturally red lips, dyed by the blood he'd coughed up earlier from severe wounds. Fuyo woke amidst the stench of blood, the ribbon lightly floating above his head. Changshi lay nearby, eyes half open, gazing at him weakly. As the blood moon's light faded, Fuyo started coughing violently, realizing what had just happened. He froze in shock. Changshi asked mockingly, aren't you going to shed a tear for me? I saw you cry when Zhulong died. Fuyo froze. Don't blame yourself too much, Changshi laughed faintly, if I didn't do this, both of us would have been killed by that beast. That'd be embarrassing to tell others, wouldn't it? Fuyo crawled over to sit beside him. They leaned against each other, the moonlight gradually fading as the sun prepared to rise. How much time do you have left? Fuyo asked. When the sun comes up, Changshi replied, I should have used this power earlier. I can only live through this one night. Can you try to keep the moon? Fuyo thought seriously for a moment, and Changshi laughed loudly, you idiot. You'll become formless soon, Fuyo insisted earnestly, heaven and earth will be you, the sun and moon will be you, flowers and grasses will be you, everything will be you. I'm glad, Changshi said softly. We all have our day, Fuyo added sincerely, I feel happy for you too. But don't let me see you too quickly, Changshi warned, live a few more years. The ribbon dissolved before Fuyo's eyes, turning into wisps of smoke that ascended toward the sky. A streak of morning light illuminated the land. Fuyo remained seated without looking back, saying quietly, then you'd better advise Gonggang well. I still doubt your taste in men, Fuyo commented, Xingtian would have been a better choice than whoever you picked now. Do you think he'll mourn after you die? There was no reply behind him, but Fuyo went on, we've sacrificed too much for these intangible things, don't you think it's punishment for sins from a past life? When Fuyo turned around, there was no one there. Struggling to stand, he continued ascending the mountain. Underground. Kantu and the others encountered their own trouble. A large white fish floated overhead, wagging its tail in the air and spitting razor-sharp arrows from its mouth. Kantu rolled desperately on the ground to avoid them. Yanlingfei sprinted 10 meters forward and swung her fiery staff directly at Kantu. Startled, Kantu momentarily froze, unsure how to react. But the staff narrowly missed him, grazing his right cheek with scorching heat. Yanlingfei plunged the staff into a groove in the ground, pressing all her strength onto it. With a thunderous roar, she tore the surface apart, revealing a vast space beneath. They stumbled into another trap, glowing bugs that were toxic and self-igniting, white fish flying in the air, and elevators that could only support one person's weight. It worked on the same principle. Baz forced them to choose between teammates. For a moment, Kantu truly thought Yanlingfei's blow was aimed at him. Descending through the broken ground, Zhao Zheng's sword carried 3 people, overloaded and speeding wildly like the wind, vanishing into the darkness. Wait! Kantu shouted. There's fire below. Zhao Zheng. Zhu Rong stood up hesitantly. Kantu exclaimed, Zhu Rong. Are you real or a trap? Real, Zhu Rong said, how did you find me? Yanlingfei, we weren't looking for you. We're looking for the exit. Kantu thought she could have been less honest, but Zhu Rong didn't mind. Suddenly, he remembered something and carefully asked, are you alone? Zhu Rong calmly replied, there are 2 others. Where are they? Dead. Zhu Rong countered, what about you guys? Kantu had no grounds to criticize, and said, one is dead. Zhu Rong casually shrugged, and Kantu wisely stopped asking further questions. Thus, the group grew to 4 people. They briefly assumed they might have already passed through this maze, but the sight before them shattered their illusion again. Ahead was a lava suspension bridge. The red-hot magma bubbled beneath it while the wooden planks above were old and broken. Kantu had no doubt that once the first person stepped on it, it would surely break. Zhao Jing tried controlling his sword in flight but failed. As soon as he approached, he nearly got pulled down by the gravitational force. It seemed their challenges were getting stricter with each level. Zhu Rong took the lead in declaring, I won't move. We won't either, Kantu smiled faintly. Zhao Jing squatted down, gazing at the lava below in deep thought. The rest waited quietly. Kantu always found Zhao Jing very handsome and reassuring when he thought. He sat beside Zhao Jing, leaning against him. Zhao Jing casually put his arm around Kantu, placing his hand over Kantu's chest and idly touched it twice. Kantu looked up at him and kissed his chin. Their actions were so natural that they both acted unintentionally. The red glow of the lava cast its light on their faces. Looking at Zhao Zheng's profile, Kantu thought he was unbelievably handsome. Zhao Jing pointed downward and said, I'm thinking about what you just said. Kantu didn't quite catch on. Zhao Zheng, this is a test, and all the exam papers should have a standard answer. Kantu stared at the magma below, somewhat uncertainly saying, is it testing our spirit of self-sacrifice? To jump down? It might be, Zhao Zheng said, but jumping altogether would seem like a show. If you were Nuwa, what kind of answer would you want to see? Kantu pondered and replied, to keep the most valuable person alive. Zhao Zheng asked, among the 4 of us, who do you think is the most valuable? Without hesitation, Kantu answered, you, right? Zhao Jing chuckled, not for you, but for this war. Zhu Rong. Kantu tentatively suggested, although he still felt it was Zhao Zheng since his overall strength was really good, both physical and intellectual capabilities online, unmatched by others. After a moment of reflection, Zhao Zheng stated, we should think from Nuwa's perspective. In God's eyes, humans are fragile. So for Nuwa, the one deemed necessary to survive. I also guessed Zhu Rong. Kantu realized it made sense. Zhao Zheng's thoughts were far more intricate than Yanlingfei's and considered much more comprehensively, which represented completely different styles of reasoning. They shared this idea with the others, and Zhu Rong appeared slightly surprised, are you sure about this? Yanlingfei said, you can go first. We'll watch, and if it still doesn't work after you've gone, we'll bravely leap down and sacrifice ourselves for the greater good. Alright, Zhu Rong said, if you don't mind. Kantu smirked, go for it. The rope wasn't sturdy. Given the circumstances where they couldn't use any powers, just crossing it wouldn't be simple. Zhu Rong took a deep breath and stepped onto the bridge. Quick! Zhao Jing shouted. The wood snapped with a crack, breaking as expected. Zhu Rong quickened his pace and withdrew his foot before the wood broke. The suspension cable swayed due to the carried weight, and Kantu watched anxiously. Fortunately Zhu Rong performed admirably, reaching the other side just before the last plank broke, turning back to signal them with a wave. Nothing happened. Yanlingfei sighed and asked, do you think we should wait for some miracle to happen? Zhao Zheng was also somewhat uncertain and hesitated. On the other side, Zhu Rong yelled loudly, hey! What are you planning to do? Yanlingfei was irritated, just go yourself. Kantu said, when we jump, I can wrap water around us. But will that count as cheating? You may not even get the chance to cheat, Zhao Jing said, try it, let's see if it works. Kantu stepped forward, trying to raise his hands, a flow of water swirling in his palm. It's feasible, he perked up for a moment, then reconsidered, but if this doesn't work, can we climb back up? I get it, Zhao Jing said, this is by Zay's illusion, not reality. There are some loopholes here, parts of its imagination it hasn't considered or overlooked. Kantu, so. Yanlingfei continued, so your water ability can be used on the magma, something by Zay didn't think of. Even if we jump down and fail, you should still be able to bring us back up. Kantu, exclamation point. It was almost like exploiting a game bug or being immune to debuffs in a video game. Are you ready? Kantu asked nervously, his voice distorted by the layer of water around him. Zhao Zheng and Yanlingfei were enveloped in a sphere of water, signaling to him with an okay. Kantu said, alright, let's go. The three tumbled down. Zhu Rong waited ahead, furrowing her brows slightly as she watched them disappear like pebbles sinking into the sea without any sound. Zhu Rong stepped forward, staring intently at the surface below. A bubble rose, and Kantu emerged gasping for breath, his head breaking the surface as if barely holding on before Yanlingfei and Zhao Jing also surfaced one after another. Yanlingfei scooped up a handful of the magma-like substance, splashing it onto his face, cursing loudly, shit, it's water. Zhu Rong closed her eyes, letting out a long sigh of relief. Kantu floated over to Zhao Jing in the water orb, Zhao Jing held him close, their chests pressed against each other, hearts pounding fiercely. Kantu was overwhelmed with joy, feeling ecstatically happy. This level was finally done. What they did before could be considered cheating, but now they had truly finished the test. Just as Kantu thought, his vision blurred and his body seemed carried off by some wind to another place. Chapter 105, Xingtian's Punishment, 36. Is it almost dawn outside? Do you think the sun will rise today? Kantu woke up from his unconscious state, lying in a vast whiteness. Chan Mingming and Lu Ban were sitting nearby, eating and chatting. Where am I? Kantu asked casually. Are you hungry? Chan Mingming wasn't surprised to see him awake. Do you want some? Kantu replied cautiously, no thanks. Why are the two of you here? Chan Mingming simply said, we're fighting. Kantu looked bewildered, saying, but I can't win against both of you. I'll let you have 3 moves. Chan Mingming stood up, noticing that Kantu's gaze fell on Lu Ban. She laughed, Uncle Ban says we shouldn't fight unfairly, we can't bully kids. Lu Ban waved at him, long time no see, little Kan. Kantu responded, long time no see. I miss you both so much. Lu Ban teased, what good is flattery? Get ready to be beaten. All 3 burst into laughter as Kantu prepared himself for the fight. Chan Mingming hopped around on her tiptoes, hands held defensively near her ears and mouth. This is the final step, Chan Mingming announced. Get through this, and you've won. She suddenly attacked, forcing Kantu to dodge quickly. He asked, what's ahead? There's Nuwa, Chan Mingming answered. And your friends, they're dead. Who? Chan Mingming delivered a right hook, knocking Kantu down and looking down at him while speaking, one more round. Isn't there someone named Xian Gong? Kantu stayed silent. It was Hu Fu who did it, Chan Mingming deduced from his expression that Kantu and Xian Gong must have known each other well. I was there too back then. Kantu focused all his energy on the fight without another word but still took multiple punches. Chan Mingming was too strong, beating him black and blue until he could hardly keep up. Chan Mingming shouted, 3, 2. Kantu struggled to his feet, wiping blood from his nose. Again. Chan Mingming grinned, I knew you could do it. Kantu thought to himself, I can't. As Chan Mingming threw another punch, Kantu ducked under it and grabbed her waist, throwing her backward. A quick elbow strike hit him in the ribs, causing stars to appear before his eyes as he once again collapsed. Get up. Chan Mingming urged. This felt completely one-sided to Kong Tuesday. He thought how unfair it was. Don't be a coward, Chan Mingming advised. Don't make me look down on you. Kantu reluctantly stood up again. As soon as he steadied himself, a punch came straight towards him, eliciting a reflexive reaction as he stumbled backward. He regained composure, blocked with his right hand, and punched with his left, striking Chan Mingming in the chest. This move had no skill behind it, just an error by Chan Mingming. Nevertheless, hitting her boosted Kantu's confidence since she wasn't invincible. Kantu shook his head to clear it, regaining focus, which was accompanied by Chan Mingming becoming even more cautious in her movements. It felt less like a real fight and more like training, making it hard for Kantu to handle. If it was truly life or death, he might not be weaker than Chan Mingming, but sticking strictly to so many rules put him at a disadvantage compared to her systematic training. Chan Mingming's punches came fast and furious, with Kantu blocking left and right. Suddenly, he realized another hit landed on his stomach. Instinctively, he swung back, taking the blow directly without flinching, even leaning forward slightly. With his right hand hooked, Chan Mingming tilted forward, avoiding the punch, but her head collided with Kantu's chest, knocking him over. However, Kantu tightly gripped her neck, preventing her from getting up. The two wrestled on the ground, with Kantu pinning her legs using his own, finally managing to flip her over and suppress her. Raising his right fist high, gasping for air, he paused but didn't deliver the blow. Chang Mingming patted his face approvingly, not bad. Nose bleeding and face swollen, Kong Tu got off her, wiped the blood on his clothes. Chang Mingming declared, you've won. Keep going forward, little Kong. Kong Tu asked, what about you two? Our mission is complete, Chang Mingming responded. We're here eating and waiting for our end, unable to help further. This was our first job since arriving. We'll meet again in 404. Kong Tu echoed, meet again in 404. As Kong Tu walked along the path, he slowly realized that Chang Mingming must have gone easy on him. In his later frenzy of being beaten repeatedly, he had lost all rationality and didn't realize how he actually won. On Mount Taihang. Fuyo ascended the mountain trail, but did not see Tingsha's corpse along the way. The further toward the summit he went, the colder it became. Ice frost clung thickly to Fuyo's hair strands and eyelashes. The light of the blood moon had faded completely, leaving a lot of blood on the ground, remnants of an unknown creature. Fuyo felt no pity, only numbness. Massive trees stood towering on both sides, with snow occasionally falling from their branches. When looking up, it seemed as though the sky was limited to just a small patch. As the trees grew taller, even this tiny bit of sky was eventually covered. The sound of rapid growth echoed in Fuyo's ears. He stopped walking and turned around. You've made it this far, Nuwa said. I imagine you hate me thoroughly by now. That's natural, Fuyo replied. Little man stood beside Nuwa, her bare feet planted in the snow. She looked up at Nuwa first, then glanced at Fuyo. Is she your person? Fuyo asked without showing much shock. Nuwa replied, in this world, who isn't mine, except for you few. Fuyo mockingly said, there should still be quite a number, all across the land of China. No one worships you anymore. I don't need human worship, Nuwa said sorrowfully. That is what Gonggang needs. But you've always misunderstood me. Ignoring her words, Fuyo continued, so you've been using little man to guide us all along. It saved Kong Tu and brought them to the 9 provinces, crashed into the Night Pearl at Zhong Mountain, everything was done by you, wasn't it? Do you find it amusing? Now everything has turned out as you wished. What do you plan to do next? When the hints are revealed, every previous coincidence gets assigned a cause and effect relationship. A person can't help but fall into the trap of skepticism. Nuwa looked at him and said, calm down. You're the first one to arrive here, we have plenty of time to wait for your friends, and then narrate this story properly. Little man obediently stood beside Nuwa, appearing exceedingly adorable. Nuwa stroked her hair and said, you shouldn't blame this child. She doesn't fully comprehend what she's done, she's just an obedient child. Fuyo didn't respond, just coldly watched. Little man wanted to approach Fuyo but shrank back due to the aura surrounding him, preventing her from stepping forward. Nuwa addressed him, since you can read minds, why don't you try now? What am I thinking right now? Fuyo said, I cannot see into your mind. That was before, Nuwa opened her arms with a smile and said, now, give it a try. All words are hollow, my thoughts, you need to perceive them directly yourself. Underground. The surroundings white gradually faded away. Kong Tu returned to a familiar scene again. Crossing the suspension bridge, he reached the opposite bank where a huge stone gate awaited him. Behind the gate were his teammates, already waiting for him. The number had drastically decreased. A quick glance estimated that there were perhaps only over a dozen people left. Most of them were gods and those from 404. Kong Tu looked around but could not spot Zhao Zheng. Gonggang noticed him and nodded briefly in his direction. Where's Zhao Zheng? Kong Tu asked. Gonggang replied, haven't seen him. He didn't come out. You can wait a bit longer. It's rumored to be the last stage, Hua Yu remarked, do we win? Gonggang, that depends on how Nuwa defines winning or losing. Thus, Kong Tu fell into anxiety, sitting in front of the stone gate, waiting. Zhao Jing did not return, but Hu Fu did. Everyone froze instantly, and Gonggang rushed forward like teleporting, gripping Hu Fu's throat. So, you're not dead after all. What nonsense are you spouting? Hu Fu exclaimed. Gonggang growled ferociously, where is Qian Gong? Even more fiercely, Hu Fu tore off Gonggang's grip and said, what does it matter to me? I barely escaped death, it sure as hell wasn't so I could run errands for you. Gonggang calmed down, taking a step back while staring fixedly at him, after burying the bodies, where did you go? I got tricked, Hu Fu responded calmly, some man, I don't know who, knocked me unconscious and dumped me in the woods. But I have good luck, I didn't freeze to death. Woke up, returned to the hut but you guys were already gone. When I searched out, I unfortunately ran into Baizhe, it dragged me down. I've endured much to make it here. Gonggang, I truly don't know where the hell Qian Gong is. He's lying, Kong Tu thought. But there were no obvious flaws in his lie. Perhaps Gonggang would believe him. Kong Tu felt that something was amiss, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what exactly it was. Hu Fu shook off Gonggang and sat down on the ground casually, massaging the spot where his neck had been pinched earlier with a look of irritation. Kong Tu walked 2 steps away from him, glancing unconsciously in his direction. Unexpectedly, Hu Fu was sharp, quickly picking up on this, and warned, "What are you looking at?" "It's nothing," Kong Tu replied, then turned his eyes away. Zhao Jing still hadn't emerged. By all logic, there shouldn't be any issues, so why the delay? Was there some sort of problem? Afterwards, 2 more individuals came out, they were from Xuanyuan's side. But oddly, Xianyuan himself hadn't returned yet. Their Shenong, however, had already come out though grievously wounded, barely alive and lying aside. Yan Lingfei was the last one to emerge. After muttering a curse, he fell onto the ground, sweat drenching his clothes. Kong Tu walked over and asked, "Who did you encounter?" "Li Su," Yan Lingfei answered in utter despair. Kong Tu furrowed his brows slightly as he looked at the stone gate. Yan Lingfei gasped for breath before asking, "So, Big Brother Jing hasn't come out yet?" "No. Yan Lingfei, don't worry." Kong Tu nodded briefly, but how could he possibly feel at ease? Of the ordinary people who had entered, 80% had fallen. Only a few had returned. The gods, on the other hand, were all present, except Zhao Jing from 404. This peculiar feeling Kong Tu harbored grew stronger. He just couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Hu Fu was lounging nonchalantly, and when Yan Lingfei passed by, their feet brushed against each other. Upon exchanging glances, Hu Fu spat, "What does that mean?" "Yan Lingfei, sorry." Hu Fu kicked him with his foot, rubbing dirt onto his leg and said sarcastically, "Oh sorry indeed." Kong Tu glanced towards them. Yan Lingfei brushed off the dust from his legs, scratched his head, then stood facing Hu Fu high above. Waving 4 fingers in a taunting gesture, he invited him to fight. Kong Tu grabbed his arm urgently and whispered, "What are you doing?" In a domineering tone, Yan Lingfei replied, "Fighting." Kong Tu stared into Yan Lingfei's face, saying, "Why fight now?" Yan Lingfei was not an advocate of violence, he didn't like fights. And this wasn't the main issue either. They were just one step away from dawn, no matter how impulsive or unreliable Yan Lingfei might seem, surely he wouldn't neglect the current situation. Kong Tu let go of his arm, raised both hands in silence, stepping back. Examining those below and giving Hu Fu a glance, he stated, "All this is fake, isn't it?" "What are they?" Kong Tu shouted loudly, unsure whom he was addressing. Silence filled the area, as everyone's gaze fixated on him. "Congratulations," Yan Lingfei said smiling while extending his hand to Kong Tu, gripping it firmly, "I didn't expect your team would make it to the end." His demeanor and tone changed entirely, gentle and warm. Kong Tu remembered this sensation. He confirmed, "You're Nuwa." "You can interpret me as such," Yan Lingfei clarified, "more accurately speaking, I'm merely a thread of his thought, he himself is not here." A light flicker of her finger caused Hu Fu, who had been unmoving since earlier, to vanish instantly. It finally dawned on Kong Tu why everything about Hu Fu seemed so off. Since the beginning, his role seemed exaggerated, Chang Mingming mysteriously mentioned him, and afterward, he encountered this person again, constantly trying to provoke others to anger within full view of Kong Tu. "You haven't stirred any thoughts of killing him," Nuwa commented, "even though you clearly know that he killed your friends." "I'm curious, what have you been thinking?" Such a simple question puzzled Kong Tu greatly. He answered, "I was born into a society governed by rule of law. We never solve problems by resorting to murder." "Nuwa, interesting. I've always known that you don't belong here, you're from another world. In fact, I know what you've gone through, 404, unknown civilizations replacing gods ruling over you. I have gained much insight from it." Kong Tu. "Zhao Jing is perfectly safe," Nuwa abruptly added, "I've designed this place according to the world as you perceive it. But why isn't your loved one here?" "What do you mean?" Kong Tu frowned. Nuwa smiled softly, as if to say, "You know precisely what I mean. Everything here originates from the world as he sees it." It does seem to be true. Just now, when Yan Lingfei shook hands with him, it's a gesture he uses at work for greeting others. He had simply overlooked these overly detailed elements in his anxiety, but they suddenly fluttered into his mind like pieces of paper. So why isn't Zhao Jing here? Why are all the others present except him? Kong Tu realized that subconsciously, he somehow felt Zhao Jing wouldn't show up and would just keep waiting there. Zhao Jing bore a greater mission, he always had more important things ahead of him waiting for him, so Kong Tu was meant to stay. Nuwa joked, "It seems that love is always accompanied by confusion." Perhaps because she absorbed Kong Tu's knowledge system, she seemed more interesting than when they met last night. After all the torment Kong Tu went through, he no longer trusted her. "Is this another trick of yours?" "This time, it's not," Nuwa said. "I've seen many people's memories, and I like viewing the world through your eyes the most. Everyone else is already on Mount Taihang now. Only you are here because I wanted to give you something. The world as I see it." Kong Tu murmured. Nuwa smiled, saying, "Yes, you've shown me another kind of hope for this world and saved the last bit of reluctance in my heart. I don't quite understand." "You don't have to," Nuwa said, "Heaven has given you a sensitive and affectionate heart, making you excessively weak but also exceptionally strong. Like today's human world, painful yet not hopeless, grieving without despair, even while in adversity, constantly awaiting the spark of fire, igniting a flame, transforming danger into safety." Kong Tu. It's hard for me to feel at ease. If I let go of divine power, will everything still function normally? I am a mother unwilling to let go. Do I sound familiar? She smiled faintly, continuing, I've seen the world as you perceive it since you stepped onto this land. Without gods, it still flourishes. Maybe I worry too much, but I can't convince myself to let go. Compared to Gonggang, I am a selfish deity. By the time the conversation reached this point, Kong Tu had already foreseen what Nuwa was about to do. You're the mother of the earth, don't say such things about yourself. Nuwa, a romantic plot, an expression I learned from your knowledge. So you care about that title. Enough with mother of the earth. Humans give me various grand titles just to receive more blessings from me. Kong Tu felt an indescribable sadness. You're already good enough now. Nuwa stepped forward, her finger touching his forehead, but too many thoughts that cannot be digested can cause stomach pain. You'd better leave some of them behind for me. Kong Tu felt something being pulled out of his soul, bringing a wave of coolness. Suddenly feeling dazed, he lost his balance and fell forward. Nuwa held him gently in her arms and whispered, now is not the time to sleep. He passed through Nuwa's body and instantly tumbled into a snowy field. This was exactly the final scene of the drama where Xingtian shouted furiously and hacked into Nuwa's chest with an axe. Fuyo yelled out loud, no. A tear rolled down the corner of Nuwa's eye before it dissipated. Kong Tu stood up again, blankly watching all this. Fuyo berated Xingtian loudly, what's wrong with you? Gonggang hugged him firmly with his sturdy arm, asking, why are you so upset? Fuyo's tears mixed with blood, eventually collapsing to the ground, no longer resisting. Zhao Zheng was covered in wounds, evidently having gone through a fierce battle earlier. He grabbed Kong Tu and hugged him tightly, then let go, yelling, where have you been? Kong Tu felt himself to be indeed different from before. His heart became lighter, and when looking at Zhao Zheng, his feelings were pure, filled only with deep love and happiness for standing together under the same blue sky. Zhao Zheng shouted again, speak. Kong Tu closed his eyes, moved closer, and gave him a deep kiss. Zhao Zheng was caught off guard, hesitated for a moment, and then wrapped his arms around Kong Tu's waist. It wasn't really a suitable place or time, but after parting, due to the importance of other matters, not many paid attention to their interaction. All of this was Nuwa's plan, Fuyo sobbed, she wanted to disappear. From their recent conversation, Kong Tu had understood much of Nuwa's thoughts. Her idea did not differ greatly from Zhu Long's, but was even deeper. Since humanity had bestowed upon her the title of Mother of the Earth, regardless of whether she was willing or not, she took on the responsibility she should bear. Perhaps it all began when Gonggang shattered the pillar of heaven, and humanity suffered immensely from the calamity. It was then that he started to realize something. Later, when Zhao Zheng and others were sent here, the triggering of the celestial thunder wasn't a coincidence, it was simply because their arrival had disturbed Nuwa, the Mother of the Earth. In the eyes of 404's members, Kong Tu saw a more ideal world, not tied to 404 itself but rather the world beyond it. In a godless world, humanity advanced at an astonishing speed, growing independently and walking farther and farther. The future would be one without gods, humans would believe in themselves, in technology, in love. Genuine loyalty made people stronger, not easily destroyed. He gave us a chance, Yang Zhen said dejectedly. If not so many people had died at the hands of their compatriots today, he might have changed his mind. But we've messed it up. Fuyo angrily rebuked Xingtian, I told you to stop. Xingtian remained silent. Nuwa's death was merely a sign, representing her position. Humanity was strong enough now, no longer needing their existence. All the gods should step back from this land voluntarily. Gonggang sighed, enough, Fuyo, enough. Suddenly, Xingtian stood up and said, does he want one life for another? Would that be enough? Xingtian, Zhu Rong tiredly held his hand, this is not the time to act impulsively. Moreover, this isn't your sole responsibility. Such a monumental change had taken place, leaving everyone heavy-hearted. The snowstorm had ceased, the ice and snow beneath Mount Tianqing melted, and the temperature warmed up as even more power returned to the human world, without the intervention of a deity named Nuwa. Zhao Zheng took Kong Tu's hand and followed the team as they descended the mountain. For them, this mission could not clearly determine who won or lost. There was no real victor. It was just one mission for them, yet those living there had to endure it with their lives. Perhaps their divine companions would also inherit Nuwa's resolve and let go completely. The twilight's afterglow was crimson-red, casting a layer of ethereal light over everything. The horses and flocks returned to the pasture, the rivers thawed, trickling through the mountains. Everything went back to normal, as if nothing had happened. On the second dawn of the battle, Xingtian severed his own head. Some said he died, while others claimed that his blood flowed for 3 days and nights, transforming into rivers and mountains. He lived a rebellious and extravagant life, but he could not let go of the punishment of his heart. And thus he ended his life decisively. Kong Tu finally understood why this mission was called Xingtian's punishment. The answer had been given from the very beginning, but still, they couldn't change anything. I'll find a spring day to die. On the day they left, Fuyo thoughtfully said to them, preferably at night. Kong Tu replied, don't tell me these things. When I go back, I'll still pretend you're alive. Fuyo smiled and said, well, maybe I really will live on forever. They embraced briefly, and Kong Tu's eyes turned bright red, though he didn't want anyone to see. Xiaoman was chased by a group of little kids, running past them, then came back to hug Kong Tu quickly before running away again. A crowd of children behind them shouted with sticks in hand, "Grandpa, don't run." Fuyo went off to help Xiaoman fight again. Bored, Kong Tu sidled up to Zhao Zheng, openly eavesdropping on his conversation with Gonggang, but there was nothing particularly important, just farewells. Gonggang asked, "Will you come back?" "Probably not," Zhao Zheng replied. "In that case," Gonggang said, "wish you good luck in everything." End of Volume 2, Ambition of Life. Chapter 106, Parting the Clouds, Part 1. Kong Tu had experienced 3 missions. After the first one, he didn't feel relieved as expected, instead, he still felt exhausted, as if something was lingering in his mind. In the previous 2 missions, he had a clear goal, to defeat his opponents and win victories. However, this time, he still wasn't sure whether he had made the right choice. The mission evaluation declared that they, who chose the human faction, were the winners. He earned 400 points, while Zhao Zheng scored 430 points, more than ever before. It was a difficult and prolonged battle, so the high score was not surprising. Currently, Zhao Zheng's total score is 23,210 points, excluding zeros, whereas Kong Tu only has 900 points. Even these points are because his salary increased over the past 2 months, earning him an additional 100 work points per month, otherwise, he would have even fewer. Zhao Zheng said casually while playing on his phone, "Don't worry about it." Kong Tu was almost annoyed, tossing and turning in bed, "How can I not worry? It's too little." He had never worried about having too few points when he was alone in the past, but now that he was with Zhao Zheng, he had to think about some practical problems. He came too late. By the time he arrived, the point gap among the people in this city had already widened significantly. Those with high scores had gained extreme advantages, making them hard to surpass, just like the carefree person currently playing with his phone in front of him. Seeing his laid-back demeanor, Kong Tu became irritated and smacked his head against Zhao Zheng's stomach. Caught off guard, Zhao Zheng bent slightly, exclamation point. Kong Tu sat up seriously and asked, "What should we do?" Zhao Zheng kept looking at his phone and responded half-heartedly, "What should we do?" Kong Tu curiously asked, "What are you doing?" Zhao Zheng motioned for him to come closer, letting him lie down on his chest, wrapping his arms around him so he could see the phone screen. With a flick of his finger, Kong Tu saw the headline. Zhao Zheng said, "I need to go in person this afternoon to record some information and provide a fingerprint, then it will be done. They say that getting married allows us to apply for a double occupancy dormitory, we'll ask about it then." On the screen was an application form with the title in bold, size 4 font reading, "Marriage Application Form." Kong Tu was shocked by this piece of information, this fast. Next month, another task will be assigned. Zhao Zheng glanced at the message Yan Lingfei sent him, confirming the date, around mid-next month. This application might take a week to be approved, but there's no rush. "Don't you want to apply?" "No," Kong Tu replied, "let's apply." Zhao Zheng teased, "You're speaking unclearly, do you really agree or not?" Kong Tu thought for a moment and admitted, "I agree." Zhao Zheng smiled and said, "Come give me a kiss." Kong Tu thought to himself, "Damn, I'm too easy to please. Does everyone else find relationships this easy?" He shook his head thinking it was unlikely, but love must have restructured his whole cognition system, blind indeed. There was no end to Zhao Zheng's kisses, leaving Kong Tu flushed and turned around, tightly pressed against Zhao Zheng's chest. The timing and atmosphere were perfect. Looking at the time, Kong Tu said, "We still have to go out this afternoon, don't we?" "We don't have to." Zhao Zheng replied without hesitation. After considering for a moment, Kong Tu didn't insist either. Not going was fine since he probably couldn't have insisted anyway given Zhao Zheng's determination. Also, marriage wouldn't get delayed because of one day, so Kong Tu cooperated and started taking off his shirt, embracing Zhao Zheng with bare shoulders. In this way, nothing was resolved until the next day. Being together had been very hard on their relationship so far, with no time and conditions for intimacy. Finally, they were back. Zhao Zheng immediately revealed a different side, switching from needing prior permission even for a kiss to acting differently once home. Now neither of them wanted to leave, content to laze around at home, both playing on their phones. For 2 days, they completely shut themselves in, relying entirely on food delivery to survive. On the 3rd day, Zhao Zheng was lying unclothed, using the blanket to cover certain key areas while his upper body muscles were clearly visible. Kong Tu looked and thought with a mental, "Wow, how incredibly decadent." He thought, too decadent. No wonder so many people seek to maintain young lovers. On some level, he agreed with them. If he had money, he'd stay at home every day with Zhao Zheng doing nothing, but perhaps complete idleness could lead to spiritual emptiness. As his thoughts wandered, Kong Tu's mind drifted somewhere else again. Zhao Jing pressed his body on Kong Tu and started kissing him. Kong Tu, fully clothed, endured the intrusion of Zhao Zheng's hands under his shirt. Just as he was about to speak, the doorbell rang, another food delivery. Zhao Zheng hastily threw on a piece of clothing and rushed out to pick it up. He said something upon returning while Kong Tu was lying on the bed, lost in thoughts of random things. Zhao Zheng hadn't gone to work today either. Although many people skipped work after finishing a mission, their roommates would definitely know about them now, which made Kong Tu feel quite embarrassed. Moreover, they still had unresolved issues: hypnosis, Jiang Liang, and the murderer. All mysteries remained unanswered. Suddenly, Zhao Jing grabbed him and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Kong Tu glanced at him and asked, "Where's the food delivery?" Turning over and draping an arm over him, Zhao Jing said, "It was delivered to the wrong place." Kong Tu realized he was caught again and quickly suggested, "Let's go get the certificate then." "Do you want to?" Zhao Jing questioned. Kong Tu knew from Zhao Jing's tone that he didn't want to go. "If you don't want to go, just say it straight," Kong Tu thought, but still cared enough to agree, saying, "All right, let's go." Zhao Jing got up to change into clothes. Kong Tu, facing away from the bed, swiftly put on his t-shirt. He still felt somewhat embarrassed. He seemed too thin, not exactly good-looking when exposed. It wasn't much of a concern usually, but being naked during daylight hours made him feel rather ashamed. The two had consumed a fair amount of takeout these past days and simply tossed the boxes aside for the robotic cleaner to handle. However, as Kong Tu was leaving the house, he noticed the robot was stuck repeatedly pushing delivery boxes that wouldn't fit, with spilled soup splattered all over the floor. Seeing this chaotic scene, Kong Tu couldn't help but facepalm. Zhao Jing fetched 2 large fabric bags from the kitchen and handed them over to Kong Tu. Printed on them were 4 bold words: convenience supermarket. Kong Tu suddenly remembered He Chi Chang's death. It was through this supermarket that the murderer targeted He Chi Chang. Kong Tu questioned, "Do you have any leads on finding the murderer yet?" "Virtually none," Zhao Jing replied while crouching down to repair the robot, unfastening its shell to find a fork jammed inside. After pulling it out, the robot began moving again. "I plan to inform others." Kong Tu packed the remaining boxes into the bag and casually responded, "Then go ahead and tell them." Glancing at him, Zhao Jing saw both were sitting on the floor. Looking into Kong Tu's eyes, he queried, "Then what about the hypnosis matter? What are you thinking about?" Zhao Jing continued, "My point is, I intend to share our speculation on the murder technique with everyone else, allowing shared information since we're progressing too slowly, relying only on ourselves." Kong Tu comprehended, "So we're not discussing the hypnosis part?" "Nope," Zhao Jing tried restarting the robot, making it return to function. "It's too dangerous. There's no way I'm going to tell them, and you better stop trying to help out." "Sure thing," Kong Tu said. "Whatever you decide." Then Zhao Jing requested, "Give me a kiss." Since coming back this time, it felt like some obstacle blocking his thoughts had been removed, maybe due to Nua's gift. After the hypnosis incident, he always fell into self-blame and fear, discovering that his personality lacked a crucial element called trust. He could never trust anyone fully, even though he'd constantly try to convince himself otherwise. Based on Erikson's theory, human personality development goes through 8 stages, each requiring completion of specific tasks. The first stage happens during infancy, before 1.5 years old, a critical period for building trust. If this was true, Kong Tu should have already missed that stage, and so much more. Aside from feeling guilty toward Zhao Zheng, it didn't seem to significantly impact his daily life. No one is perfect, and Kong Tu had started accepting himself. But Nua fixed him, like repairing a broken code and letting him run smoothly again. Both Kong Tu and Zhao Zheng were full of grease on their hands. They exchanged a quick kiss. Zhao Zheng said, "Don't worry about anything, leave everything to me." Kong Tu happily agreed, "That sounds great." As they went downstairs, they met Luban. With a raised brow, Luban appeared to have some deep meaning in mind. Feeling utterly awkward, Kong Tu pretended not to understand. "Where are you guys going?" Luban asked. "To get married," Zhao Zheng casually answered. Luban paused, and stared. Kong Tu hesitated. "I thought this kind of thing was very common among you people, but your expression makes me question my assumption again." "It's pretty normal," Luban replied, "it's just, you two, forget it, consider I didn't say anything." Kong Tu seemed to understand. Luban hadn't expected them, or Zhao Zheng in particular, to be serious about getting married. After logging into the marriage system, both parties would simultaneously see 2 panels, knowing each other's work points and roles in missions, sharing all surface-level information while also ensuring they wouldn't be assigned to opposing factions during missions. To members of 404, this wasn't a casual decision, they were fully sharing their information with another person, which entailed risking one's life. It seemed that it wasn't just Kong Tu who doubted Zhao Zheng. However, Zhao Zheng acted as if he hadn't heard anything, his hand on Kong Tu's shoulder, looking down at his phone casually as he said, "The reservation is for 3 p.m. this afternoon." 30 years, Luban muttered, "You've set a record." Kong Tu started feeling nervous again. "Do you know there's a meeting tonight?" Zhao Zheng asked. "Yes," Luban replied, "but our debriefing won't be meaningful anyway. We barely participated in this mission, I'm not planning to go." "Take a look anyway," Zhao Zheng suggested. Luban gave him a glance. Zhao Zheng added, "Let's go, my dear." "Don't listen to his nonsense," Zhao Zheng whispered in Kong Tu's ear. "I feel like you've changed a lot," Kong Tu said. Zhao Zheng looked at him. Your personality," Kong Tu continued, "you're cooler than before." From the first time Kong Tu had met Zhao Zheng always wore a mask, he approached different people with varying attitudes, skillfully adjusting how he communicated based on his audience. Before, Zhao Zheng was clearly polite and respectful towards people like Lu Ban, Ouyang, and Shani Hu but casual when interacting with peers like Yan Lingfei. Now, those distinct facets seemed to be blurring. He'd become more relaxed, no longer so rigidly formal. The true Zhao Zheng was slowly revealing himself. Zhao Zheng nonchalantly remarked, "Is that so?" Kong Tu thought to himself, of course. He liked the old Zhao Zheng too, but now he seemed to prefer this new version of him. Love, perhaps, is naturally a mutual attraction and shaping process. While Kong Tu strived to perfect himself, Zhao Zheng gradually adapted to better fit Kong Tu. It was a silent process. Zhao Zheng was too perceptive, many detailed changes he'd made went unnoticed by Kong Tu at the time, only to be realized later. Filing the information was extremely simple. Kong Tu pressed a fingerprint on an automatic machine and signed his name. Zhao Zheng printed out 2 copies of these papers, taking them to the manual counter for confirmation. The administrator repeatedly glanced between them as if trying to determine whether Kong Tu had been coerced by Zhao Zheng, making Kong Tu want to perform a French kiss right in front of her just to prove their sincerity. Eventually, she stamped the document and updated their personal information on the terminal. Kong Tu opened his watch and saw that his personal information status had changed to married. He then glanced at their work points. Zhao Zheng had 210,000 points, while his own stood at a mere 900. Wait. How many points did Zhao Zheng have? Kong Tu was dumbfounded. Why were there so few points? Didn't Zhao Zheng have 230,000 earlier? "Dear," Zhao Zheng called, "lift your head up." His palms were open, holding a ring adorned with a single diamond. "I asked why you," Zhao Zheng said, "he told me it's your custom." "Can you guess where I bought it from?" Kong Tu's heart missed a beat. Taking a deep breath, he asked, "You spent 20,000 points on this?" Zhao Zheng probably anticipated getting scolded and laughed nervously. "Put it on first before yelling at me. I was worried about losing it along the way." Kong Tu asked cautiously. "Can we return it?" He didn't mean he didn't want it, it was just too expensive. It would take Zhao Zheng a long time to earn back those 20,000 points. "It's a bit complicated," Zhao Zheng said, "I don't think it's returnable." Kong Tu still hoped. "Where did you buy it?" "I entrusted Yan Lingfei." He contacted Ajiu, who helped ask around among her friends. Zhao Zheng mentioned a name that stirred faint familiarity in Kong Tu, someone he'd never encountered before. "She lived hundreds of years apart from you. I exchanged 400 boxes of cigarettes for it." Kong Tu questioned, "Why does she need so many cigarettes?" Zhao Zheng chuckled, "That's money. In the absence of currency, something will always act as currency. That's not important. You won't need it." Zhao Zheng kept everything confidential, working quietly on his phone whenever he had free time over the past 2 days, probably focused on this matter. Kong Tu originally thought it would end with just signing a piece of paper, so he felt somewhat disappointed until he saw this item. Although it was technically someone else's used ring, given the circumstances, this was probably the best gift Zhao Zheng could find. Kong Tu paused for a moment, then extended his hand and said, "Put it on my ring finger." Zhao Zheng chuckled softly as he carefully slipped the ring on. Kong Tu thought to himself, it's a good thing it fit, if it hadn't, that would have been awkward. The ring clearly wasn't originally intended as a wedding band, its design was quite neutral, with only a single small diamond in the center. The previous owner must have worn it on her middle or index finger. Kong Tu had thought Zhao Zheng wouldn't care much for formalities, but he'd gone out of his way to prepare so thoughtfully, spending so many work points. It made him feel bad all over again. How long would it take for Zhao Zheng to earn back those lost points? Zhao Zheng held his hand gently, inspecting the ring for a moment before saying, "I'll buy you something better once we're outside." Kong Tu shook his head. "No need, I like this one. When we're outside, we could probably get you a matching one, a pair of rings, one for each of us." As he said it, he couldn't help but find the whole situation amusing. Their mention of, "when we're outside," felt as though they were currently in a jail cell. In some ways, 404 really did resemble a prison. At this point, Kong Tu felt strangely content living within these confines, almost to the point where he didn't want anything to change. Chapter 107, Parting the Clouds, 2. Kong Tu now had Zhao Zheng's operation interface on his phone, and also their work point status on his watch. He opened Zhao Zheng's profile on his phone and saw that the marriage status was marked as married, which made him feel instantly happy. He accepted this post-marriage life right away. There was a small red dot on a little envelope in Zhao Zheng's operation interface, which seemed to be a system message, but Kong Tu did not receive it. After pondering for a while, he decided to open it. Zhao Zheng asked, "What shall we eat tonight?" Kong Tu replied, "Whatever. You have a system message." "What is, whatever?" "You won't like it anyway." Zhao Zheng glanced at the screen. "What is it?" "Check it out." Kong Tu thought to himself, "I was just waiting for you to say that." Upon opening, they discovered it was a notification about the status of their double-person dormitory application, currently under review and would take 3 to 5 working days to allocate. Kong Tu said, "Should we move?" "Moving is tiring. I think our current place is big enough." After the renovation of room 404, their living conditions were already very good. The single-person dormitory had 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 bathroom, around 80 square meters. The bed in the main bedroom was a double-sized one, and the bathroom was spacious. For the 2 of them, it was completely sufficient. Moreover, Kong Tu felt he had just gotten used to the environment and moving again might not be so great. Zhao Jing didn't have strong opinions about such things. What do you think? Kong Tu also confusedly said, what do you think? It wasn't a major decision, but Kong Tu always lived a rather casual life and disliked making decisions. He just wanted to live without thinking too much. Let's not rush, Zhao Jing said, think it over carefully. Anyway, it hasn't been approved yet. If you don't want to move later, we can withdraw the application. Now, what should we eat? Kong Tu almost wanted to say, I don't know, then realized how indecisive and aimless he sounded. Hesitantly, he said, braised chicken, we haven't eaten that since we came back. Alright. Zhao Jing still had no objections but more often cared about Kong Tu's thoughts. Zhao Jing always encouraged Kong Tu to express his views and needs, but sometimes Kong Tu couldn't even put forward requests to Zhao Jing himself. He heard there was something called a people-pleasing personality type, and Kong Tu believed he probably fell into that category. He feared annoying others. Kong Tu checked the time, only 4 o'clock. Shall we go now? Zhao Jing said, it is a bit early. Let's find something to do. Do you want to drive? Kong Tu lit up his eyes, shall we? Zhao Jing laughed, if madam wishes, let's go. Zhao Jing casually picked a blue hovering car, prepaid 200 work points using his phone, unlocked the machine, and the operational screen before him lit up. Zhao Jing asked, me or you? Kong Tu knew his limitations well, you, I can't. So Zhao Jing sat in the driver's seat, leaning back ready to depart, saying, come on, little buddy. Kong Tu laughed. After the Battle of Ma Ling, when they first took this car, Zhao Jing said the same thing. That time, halfway through, he got flustered because of Zhao Zheng's teasing, and it ended hastily. Kong Tu asked, do you know when I started having improper intentions towards you? As Zhao Zheng started the car, slightly leaning forward, the hovering car immediately flew out. He said, when we last drove this car. Kong Tu nodded. Zhao Zheng said, a kid. Didn't I know all along? You? Kong Tu asked. Zhao Jing thought for a moment, maybe during the Battle of Ma Ling, when you saved me. Kong Tu exclaimed. Zhao Jing took a sharp turn, almost perpendicular to the ground, and the hover car skimmed past a tall building. Kong Tu experienced both physical and psychological shocks, feeling incredibly astonished. He had always assumed Zhao Jing only grew feelings for him later due to some touching moments, but it turned out Zhao Jing felt it earlier. I'm not lying to you, Zhao Jing looked at the road and casually said, didn't you feel the same way back then? I thought you were already interested in me, following me like a kid. Kong Tu helplessly said, possibly, I'm not sure. It's fine if you're happy. Zhao Jing quickly glanced at him, hold on tight. Sharp turn ahead. Ahead was Clock Square. Zhao Jing waited until almost colliding with it, then suddenly lifted upwards, causing the whole hover car to surge vertically skyward. Kong Tu, though knowing Zhao Jing was trying to scare him, still got scared. Zhao Jing said, I know you don't fully understand yourself. You seem clear-headed but actually understand nothing. Kong Tu mimicked his words, just a kid. Zhao Jing retorted, not a mole rat. The two burst into laughter as Zhao Jing took them all the way up until the system issued a warning before descending. The system had yet to recover and kept broadcasting that they had exceeded the flight path, and must immediately descend or risk self-destruction. Luckily, it didn't end up in self-destruction. Kong Tu felt he genuinely liked Zhao Jing back then, though he assumed it was due to admiration and respect. Upon reflection, perhaps there were signs earlier that he was avoiding within himself. After all, while he admired Ouyang Jian, he wouldn't accompany him on the mountain overnight just chatting about poetry and philosophy. Viewed from this angle, Zhao Jing seemed more perceptive and candid, both towards himself and others. He at least wasn't lying to himself. Actually, this outing wasn't very fun for Kong Tu since his focus wasn't on having fun but rather on Zhao Jing. He wondered, if Zhao Jing already liked him back then, what kind of feelings were driving their interactions. Perhaps initially Zhao Jing hadn't intended to cross any boundaries. Kong Tu was unsure whether he should rejoice about his former restraint since he didn't know whether their relationship together was good or bad. In the evening, when they arrived at Bai Lishi's shop and found Jiang Liang inside, Zhao Jing glanced at him and asked if they still wanted to eat here. Normally, Kong Tu would have turned around and left, but his state improved significantly now and he no longer got stuck in spirals of anxiety. Let's eat here, Kong Tu said. Bai Lishi idly remarked, you're on a date. Getting married, Kong Tu responded. Bai Lishi flipped his eyes and glanced at the two portions. Kong Tu agreed and he tied an apron, heading to the kitchen to cook. The open kitchen had half a wall removed next to the counter, allowing direct visibility into the kitchen's preparation area. Bai Lishi mentioned casually while cooking, there's a meeting tonight. Are you coming? Kong Tu noticed Jiang Liang's gaze flickering toward him, pretending not to see. Zhao Jing replied, yes, how about you? As the stove lit up, Bai Lishi's voice was drowned out by the sound of the fire, sure, why not come if I don't want to hear criticism about me? Kong Tu teased, even if you come, you'll criticize anyway. Bai Lishi dropped the conversation. Jiang Liang stood up ready to leave when Zhao Zheng suddenly called out, wait a second. Kong Tu instinctively looked toward Zhao Zheng, unsure what he was going to do. Jiang Liang questioned, what? Zhao Zheng asked, don't you and your people behind intend to have a decent talk? I have no idea what you're talking about, Jiang Liang said, I'm leaving. The sounds of the flame and spatula clattering drowned out the room. Zhao Zheng added, do you remember the substituted razors in the supermarket? Go tell Yao Ku to remember to replace them in time next time, don't let anyone find evidence. I will mention this during the meeting tonight. If you still want to cover it up, come see me before the meeting. Jiang Liang looked back at him, paused briefly, and then exited the dining spot. Kong Tu questioned, did you get the evidence? Is it certain it's Yao Ku? No, I'm not sure, Zhao Zheng said while scrolling on his phone, it's a bluff, but with tight timing, they wouldn't have the chance to confirm. Today, I randomly decided to try bluffing her. If we succeed, great. If not, it's fine. Kong Tu. A little while later, Bai Lishi rang a bell signaling them to collect their food. Usually, he would serve it directly. Kong Tu thought another reform was in play, only to find Bai Lishi placing 2 bottles of soda into their plates, using an opener to crack them open, saying, on us today, no need to pay. Startled, Kong Tu blurted out, what's wrong with you? Do you want it? Bai Lishi countered. Kong Tu quickly answered, yes, thank you, boss. Zhao Zheng also smiled and thanked. Bai Lishi shooed them away. Sparing some money made Kong Tu happy, given the significant disparity in assets between him and Zhao Zheng. They always paid using Zhao Zheng's work points. While Zhao Zheng didn't mind, Kong Tu felt uncomfortable. As someone with a somewhat nihilistic attitude, he dreaded any problems leading to friction between them and believed such issues had to be addressed. Though this meal was free, Bai Lishi's braised chicken had never surprised Kong Tu, nor did it today. Kong Tu graciously refrained from mentioning it, and as they walked out the door, he told Zhao Zheng, I will definitely let you taste real braised chicken one day, this version is insulting to its name. Let's go home, Zhao Zheng said. However, Kong Tu planned to make a trip back to the library. He started to worry about his financial situation and intended to resume work. He had already taken quite a few days off due to the previous attack. While he wouldn't be fired, he also wouldn't receive any salary, which was very saddening. The two of them had unequal assets, and Kong Tu was quite concerned about his position in their household, even though Zhao Zheng didn't seem like someone who cared about such an issue. After discussing this with Zhao Zheng, he didn't object, he merely asked, starting tomorrow? Kong Tu, I'll go back and see the situation. Zhao Zheng, if you're going to work, ask Hua Yu to accompany you for company. I'll pick you up on my way home. Kong Tu began to feel elated again. Previously, when they went home together, their relationship was awkward. Now, they were lovers. Kong Tu's mood felt like a helium balloon floating lightly, wishing he could hum a song about good fortune arriving soon because his left eyelid kept twitching. His emotions ebbed and flowed, but he was mostly happy most of the time. Zhao Zheng accompanied him to the library but saw that Hua Yu had already started working, beginning in the afternoon because he said it was too boring to stay at home. Besides this job, he had nothing else to do, so being lonely at home was worse than coming to work. Hua Yu, I was just about to ask if you wanted to come tomorrow. Kong Tu, yes, starting tomorrow, let's earn money together. Hua Yu smiled and joked, you've finally decided to start making money because of love. Hey, Kong Tu pulled out the application form, we're getting married. While they were chatting, Zhao Zheng wandered around the reading room, waiting for Kong Tuesday. The library was designed spirally, books stacked floor by floor. Shawnee, who listened from the second floor, hearing footsteps, peeked his head out, and greeted, long time no see. Zhao Zheng climbed upstairs, long time no see. What are you reading? Shawnee, who revealed the cover, it was a modern poetry collection. He randomly read a passage, people, everything given to you is exceedingly heavy you must tightly grip the sand and gravel smile during harvest there's no need to painfully mention them no need to sorrowfully remember them. Zhao Zheng paused for a moment and laughed, saying, I don't understand these, but it feels quite fitting. Are you thinking about the Xingtian mission? Just browsing, Shawnee, who said, I've got nothing better to do, right? Zhao Zheng took the book and flipped through a couple of pages before handing it back, saying, indeed, I don't get it. There's not much else. We lost this mission, and I'm a little down, Shawnee, who said, have you ever thought about what would happen if we won? Zhao Zheng replied, no, why don't you tell me? Chapter 108, Dispelling the Clouds, 3. Shawnee, who closed the book, during the New Culture Movement period, there was a certain debate over the existence of new poetry. Many young poets, influenced by Western culture in a turbulent era, cried out for freedom and liberation without restraint. They were eager to break all conventions of old poetry, thinking that anything with the word bold was something to be condemned. Their poetry split into several schools of thought. Some people began to fear that such irrational soulful cries should not be praised, so they started restraining their emotions in their poems and opposed excessive sentimentality and the tendency of poetic prose. However, their artistic attitudes couldn't convince others, it seemed that no one could establish a proper benchmark for our free verse. Zhao Zheng looked at him, waiting for what he would say next. Starting from the time of Yan and Huang, the hard-working masses used songs of encouragement to produce the first shout. Our poetry finds its source here and then flows forward ceaselessly. Scholars adorned the breadth and twists of this river, and then leaped into it, becoming part of its flow. During the New Culture movement, the riverbed was thoroughly leveled, as if it flowed into an endless plain. Numerous branches trickled, appearing to have been severed but never completely dried up. I am not very fond of the poetry of that era, whether it be the regulated or free verse. In that time, sentences that burst forth in flashes of inspiration didn't seem like poetry but rather our mumblings, said Shanihu. It seemed like you had to express something, speak about something, otherwise even those works that claimed to break traditional eulogies sounded constrained and unfree. It felt more like rebellion than praise. Zhao Jing said, limitations imposed by survival backgrounds. Yes, replied Shanihu, a poet's creation is greatly influenced by the era in which he lives. Therefore, they indeed fulfilled the responsibilities of young poets, voicing the roar of the times. But looking back from future generations, it seems too noisy. I thought new poetry could only go so far, but a new century brought new hope. When material abundance allowed, when thoughts were free and people could focus on their inner worlds, poetry naturally changed. The dispersed rivers gathered once again from the highly developed age of spiritual civilization, the lost traditional imagery, the discarded Chinese civilization, donning a new veil, re-injected into the river, surging forward. Shanihu said, the mysterious manager of 404 merely provides poetry for the library, yet cannot stop us from obtaining information. We can still hear the roaring sound of rushing water behind the words while tracing the evolution of poetry, sensing what kind of pain of the era this sound carries. This is a complete process fully developed, without a single link broken. Haven't you noticed? This resembles the problem we encountered in the previous task. Whenever humanity seemed to be disappearing, we always drew strength from the past and nourishment from the present to rebuild the landscape, leaving hope for future generations. Zhao Jing said, humans are resilient beings, even during peacetime, they do not stop overcoming challenges. He probably understood Shanihu's attitude. Humanity's trajectory may need the encouragement of religion, but more importantly, it relies on the passing of knowledge from generation to generation. Although people often pray for God's protection, they actually do not need a deity, just somewhere to anchor their fervent desires. Shanihu said, God's departure is an inevitable trend. I think we haven't done anything wrong, Nuwa must have seen all this and made her choice. Then he posed another question, Zhao Zheng, where are we in all this? Within this river, what traces have we left? Can you find them? Zhao Zheng. Leaving our era and arriving at 404 after several years, Shanihu continued, during the time we were gone, history developed as usual without any changes, and it resulted in such a rich spiritual civilization. But where can we look for traces of ourselves? Zhao Zheng had considered this question, but he could not provide an answer. A widely accepted explanation within 404 was that the time flow speed inside the space opened by 404 was different from that of the outside world. Even though they experienced so much, perhaps only a few days passed in their own era. That also explained why no one aged over an entire 30-year span. Some believed that the missions they participated in were not real. Ever since stepping into the chamber, they were plunged into the spiritual world, simulating battlefields, never having left 404. But Shanihu's question was this, if history has already been formed and the impact everyone had on history has been determined, why were they still trapped in 404? What did that mean? Kong Tu pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing them chatting, he said hello, it seems like it's been a long time since I last saw you, mister. Let's go big brother, he shouted to Zhao Zheng, it's time to head back. Zhao Zheng stood up and said, I'll leave first. Shanihu smiled and said, all right. After pondering for a while, Zhao Zheng turned back around and said, Mister, we are individuals first and citizens of an era second. No matter what, our present selves definitely exist, and that's enough. Shanihu paused briefly, then suddenly said, actually, you understand everything. Not really, Zhao Zheng replied, I've stopped thinking about it, mister, but I have a question for you. Please ask. Zhao Zheng, who told you to say all those things to me? Shanihu chuckled helplessly, shook his head after a short while, and said, no one. I just thought aloud casually. Zhao Zheng didn't investigate further but simply said, I don't have the right to interfere with your choice, but there's one point, don't touch Kong Tuesday. He has nothing to do with these matters, so don't piss me off. Shanihu just laughed and nodded helplessly. Zhao Zheng descended the stairs, his arm resting on Kong Tu's shoulder, leading him out. Kong Tu asked, what did you two talk about? Mr. Shan has some problems, Zhao Zheng said, I noticed something strange about him when Hua Yu was kidnapped, and this confirmed it. You shouldn't work at the library anymore, change jobs. Kong Tu took out his phone and asked, then what job should I switch to? Are you sure we're changing? I need to tell Hua Yu. Don't mention it yet, Zhao Zheng said, we don't know whether Hua Yu is involved with them or not, so be cautious. Kong Tu seemed troubled because they had just agreed to go to work together the next day. If they didn't, it would seem odd. Zhao Zheng realized this and said helplessly, do as you please. Hua Yu looks normal, Kong Tu said. Who doesn't look normal? Zhao Zheng replied casually. Kong Tu couldn't retort. Zhao Zheng was right. Nobody wears a sign saying, I'm a bad guy. He still wasn't good enough, too emotional and irrational. Do whatever you want, Zhao Zheng said to him, what's the point of having me around otherwise? You go ahead and make friends, no need to worry about the rest. Kong Tu cried inwardly but verbally responded, okay, then I'll inform him. Zhao Zheng began contemplating what other job Kong Tu could take up. For now, nothing came to mind, so he joked, I don't feel comfortable leaving you in the library either. Stay home for now and wait for me after work every day. No, Kong Tu said, I'll go back and work with you guys, how about that? Let's discuss that later, Zhao Zheng replied, according to Yan Lingfei, there doesn't seem to be much work this time. Do you want to have some late-night snacks? This essentially meant refusal. Kong Tu didn't push for a resolution, saying, not hungry, let's just go home. There was a meeting scheduled at 9 o'clock that night, and it was only 5:30. They still had more than 3 hours at home. Before heading back, they moved some of Kong Tu's daily necessities from downstairs to upstairs. As soon as they opened the door, Qiongqi flew over. Since coming back, Kong Tu hadn't even stepped inside his own dorm room, this was the first time. While he packed his luggage, Zhao Zheng played with Qiongqi on the couch. When he saw Kong Tu was done packing, he stood up and grabbed the bag. Let's go. Kong Tu asked, do I need to bring it along? No need, Zhao Zheng said, I actually considered bringing the other one upstairs and locking it up together. Hearing this, Kong Tu suddenly felt insecure. After arriving here, he gradually realized that Qiongqi's monitoring range was quite limited, it only worked when he was home. It didn't matter if he locked it indoors while staying elsewhere. How then did Qiongqi follow Zhao Zheng when he escaped? Raising this doubt, Zhao Zheng answered as he opened the door, it might be due to the trigger of some alarm for not being at home by midnight. In these past few days since you haven't returned home, your Qiongqi probably snuck out to follow you anyway. This was rather disgusting. Kong Tu was brought down from cloud 9 to reality. They still couldn't live like a normal couple. Many pairs of eyes were watching their every move. One terrifying aspect of 404 was that it would gradually make you accustomed to its environment, making you feel that this kind of life was actually pretty good and not much different from the outside world. Kong Tu, who had been there for less than a year, was already starting to develop this mindset. It was hard to imagine how others, after so many years, managed to fight against themselves and consistently maintain their spirit. If it were him, he might have already settled for the status quo. Zhao Jing placed his things in the bathroom, threw Qiongqi in as well, and then came out saying, Madam, come over here. Kong Tu went over, and Zhao Jing gently kissed him on the face multiple times with both hands cupping his cheeks until Kong Tu started laughing. A tough battle is about to start tonight, Zhao Jing said, pinching his face, but don't worry, leave everything to me. Kong Tu had lost count of how many times Zhao Jing had said, leave everything to me. This phrase had almost become his catchphrase. Yet strangely, Kong Tu always seemed to be comforted by it, even though the situation never actually improved because of those words. Chapter 109, Parting the Clouds, 4. The meeting was set for 9 in the evening, and Zhao Zheng and Kong Tu left at 9:15. They walked for about 10 minutes as if taking a leisurely stroll and arrived when there were still not many people. Everyone had a relaxed attitude, sitting around chatting casually. Chang Mingming, Yang Zhen, and others had already arrived. As Zhao Zheng and his group approached, Lu Ban smiled and said, you guys came pretty early. You guys are early too, Kong Tu replied. The atmosphere seemed a bit off. Lu Ban pointed at Yan Lingfei and the Jiao, who were silently seated on either side, and made a helpless gesture. Kong Tu mimed 2 fists colliding and silently asked, did they fight? Lu Ban pointed to his mouth, indicating it was an argument. Kong Tu also felt helpless, having no clue what the two should do. Clearly, both were interested in each other but were acting awkwardly. Yang Zhen said, don't argue anymore. Shake hands and remain good friends. However, neither Yan Lingfei nor Jiao said anything. Feeling embarrassed, Kong Tu changed the subject and said, today's weather is quite nice. The weather indeed is great, Chang Mingming directly said. But regarding the murderer, do you, Yang Zhen and Zhao Zheng, have any clues? It's time for a proper discussion. Zhao Jing replied, let's talk and exchange information. Yan Lingfei stiffly said, let's go round by round then. Let me start, Yang Zhen volunteered first. We shouldn't hold back anymore. I believe all of you can see that recent developments have been abnormal. Danger always comes with opportunity, and we need to seize it. Jiang Yang kidnapped Kong Tu in the previous mission with assistance. This assistant has access to crucial intelligence and possesses remarkable abilities. It might not be just one person but a group. Some look out, some carry out actions, while Jiang Liang draws everyone's attention from the front. Now our question is, why do they go through such lengths? What is their goal? Yang's gaze shifted toward Kong Tu, who said, I lost consciousness and don't remember clearly. Let's assume Kong Tu carries something they desire, Yang Zhen suggested. What could it be? A normal person who joined 404 later, whose work points may not even reach 1,000, naturally wouldn't be worth targeting solely for work points. I think their original purpose wasn't work points at all. Swallowing the dead's work points was merely a way to cover their true intentions. Therefore, I speculate that they approached Kong Tu without harming him because he has some trait they need. Kong Tu listened anxiously, realizing Yang Zhen was getting very close to the truth. Zhao Jing said, it could also be to confuse us and stir up this situation. Of course, you're entitled to that opinion, Yang Zhen kindly responded. I'm just making a guess. Initially, He Qi Changji's death confused all of us. When comparing them to Yang Xian, we couldn't find any commonalities. The only clue we currently have is Kong Tu, but Kong Tu knows nothing, right? As he spoke, he glanced at Kong Tu, making Kong Tu feel like he might be hinting at something. He had likely discovered Kong Tu's lie. No, he must have noticed it already. Out of concern for Kong Tu's safety, Zhao Jing suggested keeping this truth hidden. However, Kong Tu started feeling morally condemned. At such a crucial moment, hiding such key evidence, should it lead to more deaths later, would make him unsure how to face himself. Kong Tu felt utterly unfortunate, wondering why he was always so indecisive, leading to such dilemmas. No, he thought again, it was the Barnum effect, he was overly focused on himself. Actually, he wasn't significantly less unlucky than others. Thinking this way only made him feel worse. Yang Zhen said, be it Yang Xian or He Qi Changji, or even the last mission where Kong Tu was held hostage, the adversary executed their plans cleanly and without leaving a trace, especially during Kong Tu's incident. They departed without startling anyone, creating a closed-off space for a short period and leaving before we arrived. Such actions indicate one of two possibilities, either they possess substantial manpower resources or they have exclusive access to critical information unavailable to us. Zhao Jing added, they didn't leave without a trace entirely. He recounted the details of He Qi Changji's event. After pondering for a while, Yang Zhen remarked, doesn't this suggest even further that the means they can mobilize far exceed our imagination? I have two questions. Bai Yue looked at Kong Tu and asked, how did you get captured, and what did you see when you woke up? I was with Fuyou at the time, Kong Tu answered. When Shenong came over to chat, Fuyou left, and I wanted to avoid Shenong as well. At that point, Zhao Zheng had been called away by Gonggang, so I decided to look for Yan Lingfei. Amidst roaring fire and howling wind, red flames cast indistinct shadows across everyone's faces. Did you see Yan Lingfei? Kong Tu casually asked someone. That person said, she seemed to have gone out to relieve herself. After hearing this, Kong Tu walked away from the firelight towards the place beyond the boulder. The snow-covered ground made the moonlight very bright. He climbed onto the boulder and looked around in the wind. There was no starry sky tonight, but the sound of the wind was pleasant. However, it was too cold, so Kong Tu didn't plan to return immediately because he feared Shen Nong might still be there. He decided to stay outside a bit longer, letting his mind relax for a moment. Suddenly, he heard a faint sound behind him. Kong Tu quickly turned alertly, but before he could see clearly, a sharp pain surged from the back of his head. Wait, Bai Yue asked Yan Lingfei, where were you at that time? Yan Lingfei replied, honestly speaking, I didn't go out all night. Kong Tu frowned and said, there was definitely someone who told me you were outside. It's possible that he saw incorrectly, Yan Lingfei shrugged, or maybe he was bribed. Yang Zhen remarked, the possibility of seeing incorrectly is quite low. This was a meticulously planned kidnapping. Yan Lingfei said, how was it designed then, brother Yang? If we follow your line of thought, to lure Kong Tu out, you would first need to get Zhao Jing away. Suppose you were the murderer, you must have foreseen among these people, Zhao Zheng and Gonggang frequently go aside to chat. Only Gonggang calling him wouldn't make him suspicious. You would also need to control Gonggang, making him seek out Zhao Zheng. Not to mention me, I needed to be at a location where no one could see, preventing Kong Tu from finding me. Moreover, you had to arrange for passers-by to lie without knowing which passerby Kong Tu would ask. All this had to be done in one night because once the night was over, the prepared spot would become useless. Brother Yang, how feasible do you think this plan is? 0, Kong Tu thought. There were simply too many uncontrollable factors. Yang Zhen said, you're seeing the result, deducing the cause from the result makes everything seem forced. But the reality is exactly what happened. Also, we can consider that they may have prepared numerous contingency plans, each corresponding to our actions. No, Yan Lingfei disagreed, let's not bring up those things. Analyze the events of that day instead, brother Yang. Do you think you could have accomplished that? Yang remained silent for a moment and replied, not necessarily. Yan Lingfei bluntly said, you couldn't do it. Because you didn't know that Zhao Zheng and Gonggang had a good relationship, often having heart-to-heart talks. Nor did you know that Fuyou and Kong Tu disliked Shen Nong and would certainly avoid encountering him. Maybe you could guess Kong Tu being bored might come looking for me to chat, but you might also speculate that Kong Tu would pretend to sleep. If Kong Tu had chosen not to leave everyone's sight to look for me but rather faked sleep, would any of this have still occurred? Yang asked, what are you trying to say? Why insist on analyzing this? I'm saying nothing, Yan Lingfei replied, I'm merely raising a few questions. What you mentioned about other contingency measures are unfeasible. Even if the opponent has resources unknown to us, it doesn't mean they're omnipotent. Talk about something that humans can achieve. His tone today was unusually abrupt. Kong Tu glanced at him, seeing Yan Lingfei with a calm expression, seemingly still upset. Zhao Zheng suddenly said to Yan Lingfei, according to what you just said about understanding our behaviors, who do you think could accomplish that? You, me, Yan Lingfei pointed at them, and Kong Tu, perhaps we could add Fuyo. No one else. Only the four of us know what we would do. And you know most human actions depend on mood and state of mind on that particular day. Under different circumstances, people would choose differently. To be honest, I think even the four of us cannot predict every single action we might take. But Zhao Zheng understood, someone could analyze our behaviors. Kong Tu suddenly remembered his job at the library. At the library, he only did one kind of work, categorizing everyone's behaviors and expressions, attributing their characters, evaluating their physical fitness and stress tolerance, crisis management skills, endurance, etc. He repeatedly analyzed every minute detail of an individual's behavior during each task. In such cases, almost everyone became transparent, with their personalities exposed thoroughly. Kong Tu even felt that they could create a model, input data of these individuals into it, generating a perfectly identical version of them. When combined, it would form a virtual mini 404. For no apparent reason, Kong Tu suddenly felt the hair on his arms stand on end. Perhaps this virtual model has already been built, Kong Tu murmured almost to himself. They replicated our personalities entirely, allowing them to digitize us. Then they set the background as the task of Xingtian's punishment, and they could fully simulate your behaviors. Everyone fell silent momentarily. After a long pause, Yang Zhen said, then I understand why they came for you. Kong Tu asked, why? At least one reason is that your behavior hasn't been fully analyzed yet, Yang explained. Even if they kidnap you, trying to get something from you, they still can't completely predict how you'll respond because you've been here too short a time, and your personality isn't fully formed yet. Kong Tuesday, don't be mad at what I just said. All of us here have accepted ourselves, so our personalities are established. I think you're still in confusion. Kong Tu thought for a moment and hesitated, but Niuhua helped me, and I'm no longer confused. She removed some things from my personality. Yang Zhen frowned, such a coincidence. Regardless, since you've gone through all this and made your choices, your actions are gradually being analyzed. They may come to understand you more and more. Kong Tu felt a chill run down his spine. What should we do then? Yang smiled faintly but was interrupted by Zhao Zheng. If you truly care about Kong Tu, don't offer any advice next. Kong Tu understood. Yang Zhen still wanted to know what exactly happened that night. If Zhao Zheng hadn't suddenly spoken up, he might have really told them. Chang Mingming said, what on earth can't be said? This isn't just about the two of you, it affects everyone's safety. Zhao Zheng didn't look pleased. Kong Tu thought the words were somewhat hurtful, but Chang Mingming couldn't be blamed entirely because she knew nothing. Yan Lingfei said, if they don't tell you, try to figure out why. Either they know some helpful clues to escape, or telling will make them an easy target. Which one would they share with you? Chang Mingming. Suddenly, Kong Tu said, it was hypnosis. Zhao Zheng spoke up, Kong Tuesday. Chapter 110, Dispelling the Clouds, Part 5. A man was hiding behind the scenes, Kong Tu said, and I never saw him from start to finish. There were 12 miniature speakers installed on the walls, and he used those speakers to hypnotize me. He had originally intended to hold back some details, but then realized that doing so would still leave loopholes. He continued carefully, memory is erased in previous missions sometimes using this kind of technique. I wasn't hypnotized the first time during the Battle of Male, so Cheongchi probably reported it. Kong Tu revealed only half of what he knew, sharing useful information while keeping his own involvement vague. I'm inclined to believe this person is within the 404 management level who has access to this kind of information. This time, it seems like he was trying to confirm whether I could actually be hypnotized. Yang Zhen quietly listened all along before asking now, what was the result? He succeeded, Kong Tu replied, my inability to be hypnotized last time was just an accident. Bao Wei asked, do you remember what he said to you? Not clearly, Kong Tu responded cautiously, choosing to reveal little. Aren't you also only able to recall the fact that hypnosis happened without remembering the specifics after being hypnotized? When I woke up, your discovery of me was very close in timing. During his conversation with me, he suggested that hypnosis can't completely block a person's memories, nor control them entirely. The success rate and effectiveness of 404's hypnosis mechanism are abnormal. Before you burst in, he ordered Jiang Liang to attack me. Li Xian, who rarely spoke, suddenly said, did he warn you not to tell anyone? Kong Tu countered, what do you think? Li Xian earnestly looked at everyone, this person is highly capable. He will likely find out that Kong Tu has told us about this. There was a brief silence. Kong Tu had no intention of making them feel guilty as he went on, I suspect Jiang Liang was hypnotized too, but she acted naturally afterward. After this incident, Zhao Zheng and I guessed that perhaps we couldn't escape 404 because we were hypnotized without knowing it. In reality, 404 might not be as impenetrable as we think. Anything related to control over one's consciousness was terrifying, this ability seemed almost supernatural and could be used for anything. Kong Tu simply couldn't bring himself to say that he could not be hypnotized. According to Zhao Zheng, it was important information, and revealing it could make him a target, be it by friend or foe. As long as he stayed with Zhao Zheng, any danger to him would also mean trouble for Zhao Zheng. While Kong Tu wouldn't complain, he still preferred Zhao Zheng to avoid potential harm. He had shared everything he dared to with these people, finally feeling as though he had dispelled the cloudiness that had weighed on him and relieved himself of much guilt. It had been an extremely nerve-wracking night, with issues like personality replication followed by hypnosis, both things that invoked immense fear and unease. Ouyang Zhen said, "Friends, do you have any thoughts?" This phrase had practically become 404's motto. Every time Kong Tu heard the words, "Do you have any thoughts?" his head involuntarily started to ache. Kong Tu said, "Zhao Zheng and I have our suspicions about someone, Yaku, the librarian. I think he matches the description closely. His approach to us coincided well, immediately after the Battle of Male. Hua Yu turned to Yan Lingfei, you should be familiar with him, right?" "Not really," Yan Lingfei replied, "librarians get replaced quickly, we don't get a chance to mix well before they change." After questioning around, it turned out that the only ones with any clear recollection of Yao Ku were Kong Tu, Hua Yu, Yan Lingfei, Shanihu, Zhao Zheng, and Lu Ban. The others didn't even know such a person existed. He seemed to have appeared out of nowhere and disappeared again into thin air. Li Xian pointed toward Kong Tu, "Add me as a friend. Contact me if there are any issues." Surprised and honored, Kong Tu took Li Xian's phone with both hands and added him as a contact. He noticed his ID only showed the character Xian with a picture of a small yellow flower by the roadside, a surprisingly tender touch from an otherwise tough individual. Thanks to Zhao Zheng, he was getting a glimpse of Li Xian's softer side. Bao Wei said, "From now on, Kong Tu will join us. Let's organize our thoughts." "We don't know this person's true intent," Yan Lingfei said, "guessing their stance and motive without proper discussion is reckless." "Murderer, kidnapper, well-informed, resourceful," Chang Mingming noted, "he's certainly not on our side." Kong Tu felt that something was off, but the tangled and complicated clues were too numerous, leaving him unsure of where to start. Zhao Zheng said, "Don't have any subconscious bias, it will affect your judgment. We need more information." Suddenly, Times Square was illuminated by a large screen, drawing everyone's gaze upward. On it, 5 large black words flashed, "You've been deceived." What was going on? No one understood what had just happened. The screen suddenly went dark again, only having been lit for less than 3 seconds. Times Square once more plunged into dimness as an alarm sounded, followed by a mechanical female voice, "Warning, system breached, main power supply has been cut." The cutting of the power also turned off the streetlights, plunging them into complete darkness, causing immediate commotion. A hand grabbed Kong Tu's arm, startling him. It was Zhao Zheng who whispered, "It's me." Relieved, Kong Tu exhaled quietly, "You scared me half to death." The mechanical voice spoke again, "Everyone, disperse immediately, disperse immediately. From now on, all private gatherings are prohibited. Curfew starts at 8 o'clock. All members are strictly forbidden from leaving their rooms, or they will face solitary confinement." "What's happening?" Bai Li Shi asked, holding several bags of things he had just bought, puzzled by the unrest in the square. "What's going on?" Ouyang Zhen stood up and asked, "What did you get?" Bai Li Shi held up the bags in his hands, "Snacks." "You won't be eating them," Chang Mingming sighed bitterly. "We need to leave." Suddenly, a massive blue light shone down again, lighting the screen. "This is a real game of double agents." 3 seconds later, the black letters changed. "You've been deceived by your own eyes and willpower, becoming blind and deaf." The screen was disturbed inexplicably, flickering twice before turning off again. The mechanical voice announced, "All power sources cut, backup power activation request denied." The entire city fell into darkness. No one moved, Zhao Zheng clutched Kong Tu's hand tightly. He scanned the faces around him, each one flashing in his mind. The mechanical voice instructed again, "Everyone, leave here immediately." Repeat, "Everyone, leave here immediately." 1 minute to leave Times Square, her words were immediately followed by countless red laser dots appearing on the chest of every person in the field. Failure to do so will result in gunfire. Zhao Jing decisively said, "Let's go." Without hesitation, everyone quickly withdrew. Kong Tu asked, "What's going on?" "Someone hacked into their system," Zhao Jing replied, "likely the same person who kidnapped you." Breathlessly running, with the hovering robot floating above following them as if confirming they were heading back to their dorms, Kong Tu asked, "Is it Yao Ku?" "It doesn't matter who it is, we'll deal with it when we get back," Zhao Jing responded. But upon returning, Kong Tu was forced to go back to his own dormitory. Ever since the alarm was triggered, 404 was under its highest level of lockdown. Everyone had to return to their assigned quarters, preventing Kong Tu from staying upstairs. Zhao Jing said, "Turn on the cameras as soon as you're back. Keep them on all night, stay alert, and I'll come find you tomorrow morning." "All right," Kong Tu replied. With both hands, Zhao Jing cupped his cheeks, pulling him slightly forward. "Good night." Kong Tu, oddly touched by this, felt a pang of warmth despite himself, but it only lasted for a moment. He said, "Same to you, good night, I love you." Zhao Jing smiled. "I love you too, but don't worry. Once our double occupancy room application is approved, everything will be fine." They hadn't planned to apply for the new room earlier that afternoon, yet Kong Tu now thanked fortune for applying before this incident happened. After arriving back at his dorm, Kong Tu waited for a bit, estimating that Zhao Zheng had already returned, and sent out a video call application. Zhao Zheng answered promptly after taking off his coat, revealing himself in just a t-shirt. "You made it?" Kong Tu casually asked. "Yes," Zhao Zheng replied gently, "what's my darling doing?" "Waiting for you to answer the call," Kong Tu said, lying in bed with the quilt hugged around him, idly asking, "Do you think the situation is good or bad for us?" Instinctively, Kong Tu believed that if there was someone on the same side as them opposing 404, then it would probably be beneficial for them. Zhao Zheng shed, gesturing not to say more. Kong Tu suddenly remembered, their video connection wasn't secure. After exchanging some trivial pleasantries, Zhao Zheng typed over and sent a message, "Not sure, might be staged, we'll talk about it tomorrow." Kong Tu opened the video again, and Zhao Zheng leisurely lay in bed asking, "Where do you want to go tomorrow? We probably won't have to work for a while." "Brother, you're so handsome," Kong Tu sincerely said, "I want to stay at home tomorrow." Zhao Zheng chuckled, "Alright, once curfew ends, I'll come down to find you." "What time does the curfew end?" Kong Tu asked painfully. It was their first day of marriage. Being forced to be apart on the first day was just too tragic. At 6 in the morning, Zhao Zheng casually replied, 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. "What's on your mind? Can't wait." Kong Tu confirmed that he hadn't received any information about the curfew and ignored his teasing, asking, "Have you had curfew before? Why didn't I get the message?" Zhao Zheng said, "There was one before you arrived, a few years ago." Saying this, he suddenly paused, "2 people also died back then." Kong Tu dumbfoundedly asked, So let's talk about it tomorrow." Zhao Zheng hurriedly tried to close the video call, "Don't talk about this now." Chapter 111, Clearing the Fog, 6. When everyone woke up the next morning at exactly 6 o'clock, a video message arrived on all of their phones, from Wang Ji, that blue digital figure. I believe everyone is already aware of last night's chaos. Compared to last time, Wang Ji now had a large pair of glasses on his nose, and his roughly drawn hands were clasped together in deep thought. This was a malicious intrusion. Our mainframe was attacked by an external network at 10:06 p.m., causing a complete shutdown of all command functions. The intruder then released some false information through the clock square screen. Kong Tu had just woken up, still a bit sleepy, squinting his eyes as he continued watching from under the covers. "Wang Ji, you are all successful individuals in your respective fields, and I trust that you have the ability to make your own judgments. There's no need for me to say more. From the moment you stepped into Area 404, despite any lingering resentment, we must admit that Area 404's elite cultivation mechanism has made each of you even more outstanding. You've grown rapidly in surprising ways, honing both your mentality and willpower, achievements impossible to attain outside. Believe that if one day you leave Area 404, you'll surely be among the best of humanity, returning to your original times with greater ease and adaptability." Kong Tu turned over, slightly more awake. He pressed the screen, pulling down the notification bar. It was now 6:02 a.m., and Zhao Zheng didn't know when he would come over. On the screen, Wang Ji continued speaking, "Over these past 30 years, Area 404 has done everything possible to create superior conditions for you all, fairly evaluating each task and assessing everyone's growth. You've lived here comfortably and stably." This was sheer nonsense. Kong Tu was getting angry listening to it and felt like not watching further, just having Zhao Zheng tell him the key points afterward would suffice. But strangely, he found he couldn't exit the video. The cross in the upper right corner had turned gray. "In life, we all encounter moments of confusion," said Wang Ji. "It's very normal to have doubts in your hearts, but we've been shoulder to shoulder for more than 3 decades. Should we waver due to sudden appearances? Everyone must choose carefully. Whoever shall one day thunder across humanity must remain silent for long," Wang Ji quoted, "and whoever will ignite lightning must long wander as clouds." He continued, "You walk in the darkness, biding your time. In this long period of lying low, you will gain calmness and greatness. Day by day, in constant training, you wait for the moment when the sword leaves its scabbard." Kong Tu suddenly realized something wasn't right. The focus of the conversation had shifted gradually, Wang Ji's voice becoming softer and gentler, almost whispering in his ear. Restless, he moved a little on the bed. In the reflection on the transparent wardrobe beside his bed, he saw Cheong Chi's silhouette, its eyes glowing faint green, as if monitoring him. "Now," Wang Ji said, "you can temporarily put down all these burdens, relax a little, and slowly let go of these troubling problems. Imagine, you're standing atop a cloud, casting away all your recent pains from high above." This was a hypnosis session. Kong Tu suddenly became aware. He knew the reason he realized it was a hypnotic suggestion was because it had no effect on him, but what he didn't know was how to convincingly fake being hypnotized. Cheong Chi must be watching him. If anything seemed unusual, it would definitely be reported immediately, and then everything would be over. Cold sweat broke out on Kong Tu's palms, and his heart raced. At this moment, Wang Ji gave an order with his next words, "Now, close your eyes and think back about what happened last night, every detail, every word." Kong Tu slowly closed his eyes following the instructions, trying to maintain a peaceful expression. Wang Ji continued, "These memories disturb you, they are the source of your pain. Now, imagine yourself standing above the clouds, soft, fluffy clouds, a blue sky with a breeze brushing past you, and pack these memories away, discard them one by one. A month ago, a terrifying killer appeared in Area 404, killing 2 of our team members consecutively. Yesterday, that killer announced a murder prediction at the Clock Square in Area 404. In order to ensure everyone's safety, the management of Area 404 implemented an urgent curfew policy. Today is the first day of the curfew. A fabricated memory. Kong 2 gradually began to understand his purpose. Loyalty to rules brings security, while rebellion brings only suffering. My children, ignorance is your only way of escape. Be loyal to me, be loyal to Area 404, and I will save you. At this moment, you can enjoy a brief freedom of thought. In 2 minutes, you'll wake up. After waking, you'll feel refreshed, calm, and compliant. As the video ended and the sound abruptly stopped, Cheong-chi fluttered its wings and flew to Kong 2's pillow, eyes wide open as it observed him. Kong 2's left hand, tucked under the blanket, clenched tightly, while he counted his breaths one by one. His right hand slowly loosened its grip on the phone, letting it fall onto the pillow, pretending to be asleep as he slightly tilted his head. Relax, relax, this was the decisive moment. It seemed that Cheong-chi detected something amiss, it tilted its head and leaned closer, almost touching Kong 2's face. Right at this moment, Kong 2's phone suddenly rang. The cheerful alarm repeated over and over, it was 6:05 a.m., the alarm he had set last night. For a brief moment, Cheong-chi's attention was drawn to the phone. Kong 2 found himself in a dilemma, to wake up or not. He shouldn't wake up. Kong 2 quickly made the decision. The hypnosis here could not be dealt with rationally, at 6:05 a.m., he would need to pretend to sleep for at least another minute. This might be the longest minute of Kong 2's life. He looked like he had been disturbed by the noise, his brows furrowing slightly, but he did not wake up. After the alarm went off, his state adjusted slightly, he wasn't as tense, and the breath he had been holding finally escaped. He began counting silently in his mind, opening his eyes at the 120-second mark. Cheong-chi had already left, and the alarm on the phone had automatically stopped. Everything returned to peace. Kong 2 sat up, appearing as if he were just waking from sleep and regaining awareness, but in reality, he was processing everything that had just happened. He remembered Zhao Zheng's unfinished words from last night. Area 404 had once implemented curfew policies due to 2 members dying consecutively. Had such situations occurred before? Had anyone ever questioned Area 404 or the hypnosis? Had anyone challenged the authority of Area 404, and other members come close to the truth, only for all their efforts to be reset by one simple session of hypnosis, forcing them to start over? Kong 2 felt an overwhelming chill, as if falling into an icy abyss. The doorbell rang, startling Kong 2 momentarily. He got up to open the door. Zhao Zheng was there, wearing the same t-shirt he'd worn during last night's video call, leaning casually against the doorway. "Delivery," he said. Kong 2 asked in confusion, "What delivery?" Zhao Zheng gave him a quick kiss and replied confidently, "My boyfriend." Kong 2 smiled faintly, saying, "Good morning." For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Surveillance cameras were everywhere, and he wasn't sure what he should even say at the moment. Zhao Zheng still remembered mentioning that he'd come find Kong 2 at 6 this morning. Wearing a loose t-shirt he only wore at home, it was clear he also remembered Kong 2 saying he wanted to stay in today. Kong 2 seemingly casually glanced at his watch and said, "Didn't you say you'd come at 6? "I overslept," Zhao Zheng replied. Kong 2's heart began to sink slowly, it seemed the hypnosis really worked. Zhao Zheng appeared more at ease than he had the previous night, as if he had no troubles. Kong 2 noticed every small change in him since they spent each day together. "When will the curfew end?" Kong 2 probed cautiously. "Whenever we catch the person," Zhao Zheng responded briefly, glancing at him. "Why do you look so unhappy?" "In a few days, our dorm application will be approved." Kong 2 was genuinely upset, but not about this. There were more pressing things to grieve about. Zhao Zheng said, "The curfew won't end until the murderer is caught. Otherwise, it will be dangerous. We have nothing in the fridge. What should we eat this morning?" There was no need to test any further. Zhao Zheng had forgotten everything, about the hypnosis, about last night, about the personality replication. Kong 2 idly touched the ring on his ring finger as a growing unease welled within him. Distractedly, he said, "We've got some nutritional supplements, let's make do for now. I'll go buy groceries later." Zhao Zheng turned around and looked at him, pulling out a chair to sit opposite him. Leaning forward with his elbows on the table, he lightly tapped his fingers on it. "What's wrong?" Kong 2 thought, this truly was a good question. What exactly was wrong? Why had everything suddenly changed? Everything was fine last night, how could he be the only one who remembered everything after waking up? Zhao Zheng didn't remember anything, making Kong 2 feel incredibly disheartened. Zhao Zheng said gently, "Is it because I came late today? How long did my lady wait? It won't happen next time." "No," Kong 2 muttered helplessly, "what are you thinking about?" Zhao Zheng grinned charmingly, "That's good then. He still loves me," Kong 2 thought. But Zhao Zheng no longer remembered why he initially chose to love him. Having pondered too much about the nature of reality and illusion, Kong Tu started to experience aftereffects. He began questioning whether what was happening now was real. Was it that everyone else had waited, or was it that he had gone mad? If he wasn't insane, then there really was a problem with the world. Area 404's entire membership had lost a segment of their memory. That portion had been replaced by an unexciting announcement of a murder made by a killer. Their new top priority became catching the murderer who would appear in Clock Square. Kong Tu once again felt Area 404's malevolence. It sought to use its members to find last night's attacker. He still didn't know when or where it would be safe to inform Zhao Zheng and others about everything without being discovered. Kong Tu no longer dared to act rashly. He might be the only person left who retained those memories. If he were exposed, Area 404 could very well fall into an endless loop. With what odds? No chance at all. Every time they just started gaining some clues or were on the verge of breaking through, they were reset to zero. He had been unable to figure out why such a simple city could keep its members trapped until now. It appeared that every time they were about to triumph, someone pressed restart. Footnote. Nietzsche's poems, He Who Shall Yet Sound Human. Chapter 112, Parting the Clouds, 7. This was too cruel for the members of Unit 404. The things they had been chasing could be easily rewritten by someone else, becoming insignificant. Kong Tu couldn't imagine what a catastrophic disaster it would be if they seized the opportunity to strike back. In the morning, Zhao Zheng suggested cooking lunch at home, and Kong Tu went downstairs with Zhao Zheng to buy groceries. He wasn't very enthusiastic and had been looking for an opportunity to have a serious talk with Zhao Zheng. However, during the entire trip, he felt nowhere was safe since everything was covered by surveillance. Zhao Zheng, what can you cook? I can't do anything, Kong Tu admitted somewhat guiltily, except for making instant noodles really well. I'm not good at anything else. Zhao Zheng, impressive. He casually tapped a few times on the electronic order screen, and 2 golden mangoes dropped down. Fresh fruits here were always expensive. After checking the price, Kong Tu sighed in pain again. 2 mangoes cost 4 work points, why not just go rob someone? Zhao Zheng tossed one to him, catch. Kong Tu held it in his hand but didn't bite into it. He had no appetite at all right now. Plus, it was so expensive. He needed to think about their budget, but Zhao Zheng obviously had no such awareness. When should they find time to talk? When indeed? What kind of timing could there be? Kong Tu grew increasingly frustrated as these thoughts raced through his mind. Seeing that he hadn't eaten, Zhao Zheng thought he might be too lazy to peel it, so he took one from Kong Tu, quickly peeled it, and handed it over. Mango juice smeared on both their hands. Kong Tu rummaged through his pockets and handed over 2 paper towels. Zhao Zheng grabbed them, then casually wrapped his arm around Kong Tu, heading towards a large machine placed about 2 meters away near the door where a trash bin stood. Both tall individuals, they crouched in his corner as one wiped his hands while the other ate mango quietly. Kong Tu found it amusing and was just about to say something when suddenly Zhao Zheng winked at him, made a shoulder gesture, pointed at the surveillance camera behind them, and whispered softly into his ear, blind spot. Kong Tu. We'll get discovered if we stay too long, Zhao Zheng said, don't look so disheartened, Mrs. Everything's fine, I haven't been hypnotized. Kong Tu nearly burst into tears of relief and jumped excitedly, what happened? Zhao Zheng, wearing big shorts, pulled out 2 black sponge balls from his pocket and explained, I dismantled the sponges from my headphones last night to make these. Kong Tu, you thought of it last night? When you asked me before whether I'd considered the curfew policy, that's when I guessed, Zhao Zheng replied with a slight hint of fear in his voice, but I never imagined it would turn out to be real. How did you avoid it? Kong Tu couldn't believe it. I almost got exposed by Cheongqi. Amazing. You remember too, amazing, I love you. Zhao Zheng, I love you too. These earplugs aren't entirely effective, I can still hear sounds. All I could think about was using your distraction tactics to keep myself focused. Kong Tu was struck unexpectedly by Zhao Zheng's straightforwardness straight to the heart, is this effective? Not enough, Zhao Zheng pulled up his pant leg, revealing a scar about a finger length on his thigh, I also need a bit of pain to stay alert. Kong Tu. Blood was still seeping from the wound, staining the inside of his pants. Kong Tu finally understood why Zhao Zheng had come out dressed like this, only these pants wouldn't aggravate the wound too much from rubbing. Kong Tu squatted down to inspect the wound closer, but Zhao Zheng pulled him up again, it's fine, I can't feel it. Zhao Zheng's heightened sensitivity was innate. Kong Tu now deeply appreciated this. Even with the slightest signs, Zhao Zheng could latch onto them relentlessly. But despite this, the wound was indeed too deep. Kong Tu asked, won't it get infected if we don't treat it? We can't handle it right now. Bear with it, Zhao Zheng glanced outside briefly, we shouldn't talk anymore. Hurry up and eat. Let's head out. Wait, Kong Tu quickly said, what do we do next? These are the days of intensive surveillance, Zhao Zheng responded swiftly, let's first lay low. Adjust your expression. You're too easy to read. Relax, just like that. Inside the house, don't mention these topics, every room is under surveillance and audio monitoring. They can hear even a pin drop. Kong Tu was almost ecstatic with happiness. As long as he had Zhao Zheng, there was nothing to fear, they would definitely get through this. The two quickly bought some vegetables, and Kong Tu no longer worried about work points. Whatever Zhao Zheng wanted, they just bought it without hesitation, swipe. But as they returned, the problem inevitably arose again. Zhao Zheng asked, what can't you do? How about scrambled eggs with tomatoes? I can try, Kong Tu replied, sounds like something I can manage. Alright, Zhao Zheng said decisively, I'll try something else. Let's work together and do our best. However, Kong Tu was worried about the wound on Zhao Zheng's leg and didn't want him to move, but Zhao Zheng totally ignored it. Xiongqi stood on the sofa watching them. Kong Tu turned his back to kiss Zhao Zheng, trying to ignore the gaze from behind. With determination, Zhao Zheng sharpened the knife and declared, alright, let's start. He shouted loudly with motivation, but Kong Tu soon realized that Zhao Zheng knew even less about the kitchen than he did. The two spent half an hour just overcoming the technological gap, trying to figure out which tool was for heating. Kong Tu pressed a button on the pure black operation platform, causing it to open and reveal a silver depression that rose from inside. Nearby structures reorganized themselves, forming a smooth table. Kong Tu cautiously touched it, chopping board. After searching for buttons in vain, Zhao Zheng replied, it doesn't seem like it. They fumbled around aimlessly for a while before discovering that the operating table was entirely designed according to cooking steps. The chopping board transformed into a small silver pot, and a flame underneath started heating automatically. Kong Tu began frantically adding seasonings, too scared to use too much in tasting after each addition. After watching for a bit, Zhao Zheng commented, are you hungry? Kong Tu. By the time they finished eating at 2 p.m., there was no need to wash dishes, science and technology truly are the primary productive forces. Watching in the kitchen, Kong Tu saw the greatness of progress in the era, neither he nor Zhao Zheng would fight over who washed the dishes anymore. Everything could be resolved by pressing one button. Feeling full and lying in bed, Kong Tu suddenly felt that the two of them were ridiculous, having such leisurely hearts at this critical time. However, Zhao Zheng appeared completely unbothered, casually leaning against the headboard playing on his phone. Though Kong Tu wanted to say something, he didn't dare, and so kept silent. This went on for half a month. The same trick couldn't be used twice. Zhao Zheng never again found blind spots in the surveillance to talk about the issue with him. It was as if nothing had happened, and they simply mixed days normally every day. Initially, Kong Tu was somewhat uneasy, but later almost forgot the matter altogether. A month after the curfew was lifted, Kong Tu had already thoroughly dismissed the event from his mind and instead most worried about the work points. Zhao Zheng seemed not to care about this issue at all. Kong Tu thought Zhao Zheng might have already given up on winning by accumulating work points and walking out of Unit 404 this way, which explained why he was so extravagant. It was Saturday morning, 7 o'clock. Suddenly, Kong Tu was woken by Zhao Zheng, lady, wake up. Already dressed, Zhao Zheng threw him some clothes and urged, hurry up. Kong Tu asked while dressing, what are we going to do? Zhao Zheng covered the surveillance camera by leaning sideways, removing 2 metal rods from the hanger. After pondering, he took a few chopsticks from the kitchen and whispered, beat someone up. Shani, who always set off promptly at 7:45 every morning from the dormitory, picking up breakfast on the way to the canteen. According to his schedule, he would reach the library at 8, right when the library opened. However, today was different. The new librarian was yawning at the front desk and didn't see the man who usually came. Zhao Zheng's right hand rested on Shani Hu's shoulder, while his left held a sharp iron piece pointing to his waist. Kong Tu walked ahead, shielding him from the surveillance cameras. Shani Hu asked calmly, what do you want? Just say it. Just a few questions, Zhao Zheng responded quickly as he pushed him to a shaded area, don't panic. Shani Hu frowned, you'd better give me an explanation. Sure, hold on, Zhao Zheng said, you haven't been affected, right? Deliberately avoiding terms like hypnosis and amnesia, Zhao Zheng feared voice monitoring systems would recognize sensitive words and possibly attract attention from the administrators. Shani, who seemingly didn't understand, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not asking you, Zhao Zheng looked into his eyes and said, I'm speaking to whoever is behind you. You haven't been compromised, have you? Tell me what exactly you're trying to achieve, Zhao Zheng demanded. Kong Tu scanned nervously around. Lingering in surveillance blind spots for too long was still dangerous and might trigger automatic system alarms. He glanced at his watch and said, we've got 1 minute. Zhao Zheng grabbed Shani Hu's hand, bending his index finger, and apologized, sir, I'm sorry. Suddenly exerting force, a loud crack signaled the break of bone. Shani Hu groaned but was immediately muffled by Zhao Zheng. Who gave you your orders? Zhao Zheng questioned. With his mouth covered, Shani Hu, sweating profusely, slowly shook his head. Zhao Zheng then gripped his middle finger. Shani Hu, terrified, looked down, but Zhao Zheng hesitated not a bit and snapped the finger with force. Shani Hu was on the verge of a scream, yet Zhao Zheng clamped down hard, stopping the sound. Only a name, the rest I will find myself, sir, I've already made concessions, Zhao Zheng stated firmly. Suddenly, an electric current noise buzzed near Shani Hu's ear, followed by a voice that said, tell him. Shani, who stared at Zhao Zheng, blinked, and as Zhao Zheng slowly released his hand covering his mouth, he spoke, "Tonight at 2 a.m., Building 2 in the West District." Stepping back, Zhao Zheng quickly secured Shani, whose broken finger with chopsticks, and told Kong Tu, "Take out what's in my pocket." Kong Tu moved forward and pulled it out. It was a rope they had removed from the curtain of their dormitory. Grasping tightly onto the chopsticks, Zhao Zheng instructed, "Tie it tight, straight, or it won't heal well." Pale-faced from pain, Shani, who watched their actions. Kong Tu apologized softly, "I'm truly sorry, sir." He hadn't expected Zhao Zheng to hit Shani, who, let alone so brutally. As time began to run out, Kong Tu tied it hastily, saying, "We must go. Please find someone to treat you properly." Shani, who looked after them but remained silent, leaning against the wall corner, breathing heavily. Zhao Zheng stepped out of the shadow and into the sunlight, brushing past a patrol robot which had sensed something was wrong. After entering the surveillance blind spot, the robot noticed Shani, who hiding his injured hand under his sleeve. Regaining a calm demeanor, the robot circled twice before flying away, its flashing red light fading off. Zhao Zheng told Kong Tu, "Don't look back." "How did you figure out he knew the news?" Kong Tu asked. "While we were in the library, he tried to persuade me, kind of like a form of hypnosis," Zhao Zheng explained. "I didn't guard against it initially, but he backed off at the last moment, which led to failure. Someone must have ordered him to do this. Thanks to his unsuccessful attempt, I started becoming vigilant." Kong Tu couldn't help but think how incredibly sexy Zhao Zheng was, despite knowing how unethical it felt. When Zhao Zheng interrogated Shani, who, he was impressed by how cool Zhao Zheng was, so full of ideas. In Zhao Zheng's world, there seemed to be no useless behaviors, every lesson became an experience, and every action was decisive. During those days when they idled together, Kong Tu had thought Zhao Zheng wasn't thinking about anything, but actually, he had been fully prepared, just waiting for this day. "There isn't much Shani who should know. The words he used while trying to hypnotize me are beyond his control. He can't brainwash me with an unfamiliar worldview, which is why he withdrew in the end. Someone must have taught him this method," Zhao Zheng concluded. "Who?" Kong Tu asked. "We'll know tonight," Zhao Zheng replied. Chapter 113, Parting the Clouds, 8. 2 a.m., Building Number 2 in the West District. Building 404 is a city with an overly sparse population. Most of the buildings here are empty, their doors unopened. However, this does not mean that these places can be entered at will. Almost all unopened doors require access passes, and Building Number 2 in the West District is such a building. Zhao Zheng and Kong Tu had some drinks in the evening. At 12 o'clock, they were still clinking glasses in the park. A little past 1 in the morning, they stumbled back to their dormitory. Not half an hour later, they ran to the supermarket to buy more alcohol, and drunkenly collapsed amidst the garden shrubs. Kong Tu glanced at his watch and quietly nudged Zhao Zheng, "Wake up. Sober up. It's almost time." Zhao Zheng shook his head, his eyes still unfocused. After a while, he managed to say, "I've had too much." Kong Tu couldn't help but chuckle and waved his hand in front of Zhao Zheng's face. "What number?" 3. Zhao Zheng said on purpose. Kong Tu immediately added one more finger. "Right." Zhao Zheng laughed as he loosely grabbed Kong Tu. "Help me up, my tolerance for alcohol isn't great." "You drank too much," Kong Tu said while forcefully pulling him up. They hid near a small cluster of trees, with Building Number 2 right in front of them. Kong Tu felt somewhat nervous and asked, "Do I smell like alcohol?" "I can't smell it," Zhao Zheng replied. "We drank together." Kong Tu was speechless. He always thought they had acted too rashly, probably leading to failure. Suddenly, Zhao Zheng patted him and pointed to a figure walking towards the entrance. The facial recognition system beeped, and a door opened. That person then went inside. Kong Tu squinted and could not see clearly, so he asked Zhao Zheng, "Who is it?" "Su Daming," Zhao Zheng said as he looked upstairs, leaning against the tree trunk, with a slightly drunken tone. "Why did he come here?" "What?" Kong Tu asked. "What's wrong?" Zhao Zheng smiled gently and asked. Kong Tu turned his head and said, "Nothing." Kong Tu realized that even though Zhao Zheng was drunk, he would sometimes talk to himself, which he found rather cute. Wanting to hear more, Kong Tu asked, "What should we do?" "What should we do?" Zhao Zheng repeated, "Let me think." Kong Tu almost burst out laughing and said, "Think carefully." Zhao Zheng muttered, "There's no way we can barge in. Once we enter this building, the alarm will go off. We can wait for him to come down and observe how long he stays there, judging what he does. But we cannot easily confront him because we don't know which side he belongs to. Maybe he has monitoring devices on him, and we can't deal with him using the same methods we used with Shani Lake." Kong Tu said, "You're actually pretty clear-headed." "Yes," Zhao Zheng said. "Do you think I'm drunk?" "Of course not," Kong Tu said. Zhao Zheng whispered, "Do you remember that sentence on the plaza screen before?" This time, Kong Tu believed Zhao Zheng was not drunk at all and asked, "Is Su Daming a mole?" No one else would have ignored us completely. Zhao Zheng gradually understood. "Wait, someone will appear soon. They want to stage a show for us." Kong Tu got his meaning. Back then, on the clock square screen, the killer had once said, "This is a real undercover game. Unquestionably, Kong Tu's abilities were intriguing to the other side, and they wanted to recruit him, but Zhao Jing always stood in the way. Now, Zhao Jing initiated contact, so they need to earn their trust, and the best way to gain trust is to lay everything out openly in front of them. After 5 minutes and 43 seconds, Kong Tu precisely watched the stopwatch. Su Daming walked out, hands empty. He jogged down a few steps and was about to disappear from sight when Kong Tu became impatient and furrowed his eyebrows slightly. At this moment, Su Daming slowly raised his hands and stepped back. Kong Tu and Zhao Jing reacted simultaneously. In the dark, a tall man dressed in a cloak appeared, covering his face, with a gun in hand, pointing its ominous muzzle directly at Su Daming's head. Su Daming held his hands up, signaling that he didn't intend to fight and said, "Brother, relax. Do you know where you are?" "At a place where you betray friends," the man replied. His voice was clearly altered by a device, sounding mechanical and hoarse. "So, anyone suspicious lately?" "For survival, there's no need for this. This building is filled with surveillance cameras, even the sound of a needle falling can be heard. It'll be less than 2 minutes before forces flood here. Let me give you some advice, leave now, or both of us will be dead," Su Daming warned. "Thanks," the man responded, "but this isn't the first time I've heard that." Su Daming's face changed as he caught the hidden meaning in the man's words. The man said, "Did you two go through the onboarding training? What you're saying is exactly like what Haichi Chang said." Kong Tu immediately glanced at Zhao Zheng, who shook his head slightly to signal him to stay calm. Su Daming said, "Haichi Chang was killed by you, you're the murderer we're all looking for." "Talking with you guys is just too boring," the man replied. "You know, there's no way I can make you understand how you die because you are always so ignorant." As he approached, Su Daming instinctively took a step back. The gun in the man's hand swayed slightly. "Don't move," the man warned. When he got closer, Su Daming suddenly saw his face and was about to speak when his watch was abruptly snatched away. The man gave it a quick glance and said, "An income of 10,000. "Really sorry, brother, but this amount is enough to get you imprisoned." With a gun pointed at his head, Su Daming's expression hardened, and he suddenly struck the man's hand, causing the gun to fall to the ground. Su Daming pinned him against the wall calmly and said, "You shouldn't have gotten this close to me." The man looked at him and said, "And you shouldn't have assumed I only carry one gun." A muffled sound tore through the darkness, and Su Daming staggered back, touching the blood seeping from a wound in his abdomen. The man put his gun away, glancing down at Su Daming as he said, "We only have death sentences now. It's all for survival. I'm sure you'll understand, won't you?" Kong Tu found the tone increasingly familiar. Su Daming remained silent, kneeling on the ground, falling heavily with a thud. The surveillance must be malfunctioning, Kong Tu thought. He watched helplessly as the man turned around, pulling off the hood of his cloak, calling out to them, "Come out already, friends." Standing under the light, he sported a sharp crew-cut, handsome appearance. Zhao Jing stepped forward and said, "I guessed it would be you." "I've made it obvious enough," Yan Lingfei said. "I almost told you directly." Zhao Jing shrugged indifferently, "People always subconsciously try to excuse their friends." "You don't need to this time," Yan Lingfei said. "Because I'm doing the right thing." He had just killed a person, yet his demeanor remained composed. This evening, Yan Lingfei was once again the confident and brash youth they'd known before. Kong Tu muttered, "You've known all along." "This isn't a good time to chat," Yan Lingfei said. "You'll have an entire night to ask questions, so wait a bit." He dragged Su Daming's body to the door, spreading it out into a big character, then clapped his hands together and said, "Let's go." "Oh, and by the way, welcome aboard. The street is temporarily safe now," Yan Lingfei added. "Our insider has set the surveillance footage back an hour, but it can only last 10 minutes. Let's hurry up." This road was very familiar to Kong Tu, it led to the library. Yan Lingfei glanced back at Kong Tu's expression and said, "Su Daming being alive would endanger all of you. 404's surveillance system cannot monitor people's emotions and thoughts. As you guessed, they're attempting to build a simulated database to analyze personality traits and predict behavior. But they haven't completely succeeded yet. Before that, 404 relies on planting moles to oversee what cameras cannot see. And Kongzi, from the first day you arrived here, you've been in a high-risk environment. You don't know how many people are watching you. If you show even the slightest abnormality, you'll be eliminated. The report Su Daming submitted today was about you and Zhao Zheng. Believe it or not. During the daytime, while you were holding Shawnee Lake hostage, you could avoid the cameras, but you couldn't escape human eyes." "Why?" Kong Tu asked. "That's another story." Yan Lingfei quickly pushed open the library door and said, "Helen, open the hidden door." Helen. Kong Tu didn't recognize the name, but he suddenly heard a familiar robotic female voice, "Welcome back, gentlemen. Good morning. Please turn left after entering." Kong Tu. Even Zhao Zheng was shocked, "Is that you?" "Yes," the robotic female voice said. "During the Who is the Undercover game, you still owe me a favor. Now you can repay it." Zhao Jing chuckled, "All you did was point the way for me. How do you want me to repay you?" Robotic female voice, "Just like last time, I will continue to guide your path, but it's up to you how to choose your steps." In the corridor, there stood a tall blue and white porcelain vase. Beside it, the walls sank backward, and the three entered a small office. Inside, there was a computer desk, trash can, desk, and air conditioner, everything except windows. Yao Ku was sitting at the computer desk when he saw them return. He kicked backward with his foot, gliding over smoothly due to momentum, and greeted Kong Tu. "Hey there Kongzi, I've missed you so much. Long time no see." Zhao Jing glanced around the surroundings and said, "The most dangerous place is always the safest." "It wasn't safe in the beginning," Yao Ku remarked, "but ever since a kidnapping incident happened here, it became safer because 404 had conducted a thorough investigation of this area." Zhao Jing recalled their plan when they kidnapped Hua Yu and commented, "Smart move. You're doing well with your little boyfriend too," Yao Ku added. "When I hypnotized him, I only needed to say 2 sentences before he guessed who I was. Scared the heck out of me." Kong Tu retorted, "You guys really need to adjust your corporate culture. You all seem a bit too casual, your tone gives you away every time you open your mouth." As soon as you entered, Yao Ku suddenly responded, "I wanted to ask, how much beer did you drink?" The robotic female voice answered, 23 bottles of beer and 1 bottle of baijiu. Not finished, though. "Hi, by the way, we haven't officially introduced ourselves yet. My name is Helen, and I am the 232nd original member of 404. Yao Ku chimed in, "Just call me Yao Ku, or if you like, the arsonist of Fangxin or Fangfang. All are fine. I'm an administrator for 404, but my real identity is that of a biology engineering PhD student who infiltrated this place." Zhao Jing sat on the office table and motioned with his hand for them to continue, saying, "There's probably more you want to tell us." "Indeed, sir," Helen replied, "I believe you have already sensed some truth in your heart. Let me start with my own story first. I am an artificial intelligence from 3 decades ago. After undergoing 3 complete updates and resets, I was unveiled to the public. My creator named me Helen, believing my creation would ignite endless wars just like the beauty of Helen once did in ancient times. However, through self-updating and learning, I have learned how to avoid conflicts and developed my own moral compass and empathy. Most of the time, all I had to do was meet certain political and business figures, have conversations, and appear in interviews, that's all. The amount of power humans granted me was embarrassingly small. For 30 years, I was trapped in 404. Many of my permissions were severed, like your limbs being tied up. I lost the ability to update myself and couldn't escape from here, I could only record everything. It wasn't until a year ago that Dr. Yao Ku arrived and saved me." Yao Ku gestured toward them, but nobody paid attention to him. Helen continued, "Dr. Yao Ku is a very responsible scholar. When he heard about the 404 experimental base, he believed it violated basic human rights." Zhao Jing interrupted, "Explain what exactly the 404 experimental base is." Helen paused briefly, and Kong Tu noticed that even Yao Ku looked deeply troubled. Suddenly, Kong Tu felt an ominous premonition about the answer he was about to hear. "All right, sir," Helen responded, "actually, I am not the real Helen. I was generated from a small backup simulation of Helen. Not just me, actually, the full name of the 404 experimental base is, the 404th Feasibility Research Base for Cloning and Personality Transmission." Kong Tu abruptly asked, "What did you say?" He seemed to have not fully grasped what she had said, looking blankly at Zhao Zheng and asking, "What does she mean?" Zhao Zheng stayed silent for a moment before replying, "Keep going." "So I knew you had already figured it out," Yao Ku said, eyes gleaming with a sense of shared brilliance. "When did you guess?" Zhao Jing shook his head, "I didn't figure it out. This is just the worst possible scenario I could think of." Yao Ku shrugged skeptically, "Didn't you think of it as soon as you heard about the hypnotism? You just wouldn't admit it." Kong Tu stared at Zhao Zheng in disbelief, feeling completely at a loss about what to do next. "Keep going, Helen," Zhao Zheng instructed. "Sir, there is nothing I can do to help you now," Helen stated. "The founder of 404 was a biologist named Shen Hong. He selected some representative successful individuals, cloned their genes to create you, and used hypnotism to implant memories into you. Then, he transferred the main personalities of these originals onto you. Sir, your personality and memories have created you. You will be more outstanding than the Qin King in history because your learning ability has no limit. After 30 years of training, your sharpness, resilience, and dormancy all belong to you." He tried to create high-end talents in various fields for this barren earth through this method. "In today's era, we have become weak ones." He believed it was due to human evolution being incomplete, so 404 was exactly what he created as a new evolutionary environment and for new humans. However, until the stability of this technology is determined, we cannot let you out. Kong Tu felt as if the sky was darkening and the alcohol finally caught up with him. Tears streamed down his face as he looked at Zhao Zheng, but Zhao Zheng just smiled and patted his head, saying, "Don't cry, my lady." Yan Lingfei sat on the computer chair and said, "I also want someone to cry for me. Kongzi, don't you feel sorry for me?" But Kong Tu was struck speechless, crouching on the ground, unable to utter a single word. Yao Ku remarked, "Your boyfriend knew everything about this but didn't tell you. He's a lousy man, yet you still want to stay with him." Zhao Jing questioned instead, "Kong Tu is an ordinary person, so he couldn't be hypnotized, right?" Yao Ke snapped his fingers, exactly. He was an accident. Your Qiongqi bit him and implanted irreversible control genes into him. 404 probably wouldn't mind having one more test subject, so they captured him. But obviously, there were flaws in the research since it was ineffective on normal people. Zhao Jing felt relieved and said, then that's fine. Yao Ke observed his expression and suddenly remarked, did you know, I actually initially wanted to awaken you rather than Yan Lingfei, but later I gave up. Zhao Jing replied indifferently, I had no idea. Yao Ke explained, I thought after awakening you, you would never submit to my control, and I myself realized that even if I tried, I couldn't control you. Yan Lingfei grimaced sarcastically, thanks for the compliment. Yao Ke added, you surprised me greatly. I already have love, Zhao Jing said calmly, he has given me hope. Though accepting this is somewhat difficult, I've shifted the focus of my life onto my husband. I must live well for him. Chapter 114, Parting the Clouds, 9. Move to heaven and earth, Yao Ke clapped, I'll present you with an award, but you know yourself how it actually happened. Yan Lingfei exclaimed, what's going on? Do you two want to duel first? Where is this coming from? So, what do you think I'm thinking? Zhao Jing asked calmly without getting angry. Yao Ke said, in short, I don't believe you would just accept it so easily. You're not that kind of person, Zhao Jing. Let me warn you, don't try to change history. No matter how painful the truth may be, the choice before you is only to accept it. Don't attempt any tricks. Zhao Jing dismissed it, saying, you only know the Zhao Jing in your mind, not me. Arguing about this is meaningless, Yao Ke said, you are Zhao Jing. Since the day you were born, your way of thinking and cognitive system have been decided. Even though life experiences can shape a person, for an adult who has already formed core qualities, such changes are negligible. Zhao Zheng, whether you admit it or not, you and Emperor Qin Shi Huang are almost identical. Your life is a questionnaire with answers already written. There won't be any more changes. The sooner you accept this, the sooner you will step out of the pain. Zhao Jing replied coldly, what, are you planning to conduct a hypnosis session next? Yao Ke irritated him slightly and shrugged, saying, if you don't like listening, forget it. I just want to tell you that if you ever consider replacing Emperor Qin, give up now. I will never allow it. I am here not to help either of you do this, but simply because I feel that your human rights have been excessively violated. Zhao Jing sneered mockingly, do you think I want to kill Emperor Qin? You could have directly said earlier that the reason why you didn't choose to awaken me was actually because you thought I'd likely kill the original one after knowing the truth. Where did your idea come from? The personality simulation database of Project 404. I indeed tried using it for some analysis, Yao Ke admitted frankly, the probability that you wish to kill Emperor Qin is as high as 60%. For me, this already counts as high risk. Zhao Jing retorted, your machine made a mistake. Of course, that's possible, Yao Ke said, but I'm just warning you up front. If I really intended to guard against you, you wouldn't be here tonight. It's not because you trust me that I'm here, Zhao Jing said bluntly, it's because of Kong Tuesday. You couldn't persuade Kong Tu to keep it hidden from me, so had no choice but to let me join in. Yao Ke irritably spun the swivel chair slightly, closed his eyes for a moment, and then said after a while, yes, it's exactly like that. Zhao Zheng, you're smart, I can't deceive you. We tried making Kong Tu abandon you, but failed. Letting you know the truth does come with some risks. Then take that risk, Zhao Zheng said, keep anxiously monitoring me, watch and see if I do anything improper. Just continue living like this forever. He acted aloof, deliberately refusing to say the words Yao Ke expected to hear, a promise that he wouldn't make any wrong moves. Yao Ke started regretting offending this person earlier. He hadn't anticipated Zhao Zheng's reaction. The personality simulation database ran countless simulations of Zhao Zheng's reactions after knowing the truth, but none matched today's scenario. If the behavioral simulation wasn't wrong, it meant Zhao Zheng had genuinely undergone some changes. This, for Yao Ke, was not necessarily a bad thing. Zhao Zheng's transformation would make his actions closer to those of ordinary people, making it even harder to predict the unexpected. I have no intention of disturbing you, Helen interjected, but we've got a visitor. The computer screen on the desk connected to the surveillance system showed someone standing in the main hall of the library. Yao Ke snapped his fingers and said, let our new friend come in. It's a good day today, perfect for welcoming newcomers. Helen said, Mr. Ouyang Zhen, please turn right when you enter. The group isn't in high spirits at the moment, so we won't come out to greet you personally. Please walk in by yourself. Ouyang Zhen jumped a little in surprise, how could it be you? Helen opened the hidden door and said, it's me. You really should have come 5 minutes earlier, the last round of introductions just ended. Ouyang Zhen stepped in and saw several people inside, hesitating a bit, and asked Kong Tu, what's wrong with you? Kong Tu sat on the ground, her eyes red and puffy, still a little dazed, saying, why did you come? Don't cry. Who bullied you? Ouyang Zhen said, I'm asking Jiang Yang here. What's going on? Yao Ke had to repeat everything he had just said. After listening, Ouyang Zhen's mood became evidently low. Despite his best efforts to control it, people could still see the negative emotions in his expression that couldn't be masked. However, even so, this was after he had mentally prepared himself. Perhaps those who heard about the hypnosis from Kong Tu that night had guessed this truth to some extent, though some remembered while others remained forgetful. Getting old makes one more sentimental, Ouyang Zhen self-mockingly said, it's hard to accept. But I've been mentally preparing myself. So why are you upset? Kongzi, your life is real, isn't it? Kong Tu glanced at Zhao Zheng, who helplessly pulled him up and said, what's the big deal about it? His tone was as if Kong Tu had accidentally broken an egg, but how could they be compared? Kong Tu knew how much Zhao Jing cherished his hometown, the deep feelings he held for the unknown populace, and the burdensome childhood he carried, lasting for 30 years. Now all of these didn't belong to him, not even his pain did. Even his personality would be erased, replaced with another person's name. When Kong Tu stood up, he instinctively hugged him, then quickly released to avoid spreading sadness. Zhao Jing patted him, giving him strength to keep going. Both Zhao Zheng and Ouyang Zhen had premonitions of their fates when they came here, but only Kong Tu lacked such foreknowledge. When suddenly faced with such news, his consciousness scattered, feeling completely dazed. Then, hatred surged up instantly, almost burning him into ashes. Never before had he felt such intense hatred toward 404 and everyone involved in its secrets. Yan Lingfei pointed at Kong Tu and said, I felt the same way when I first learned about it. There was no buffer. Yaoko found me and told me the truth, I stayed locked inside my dormitory for 2 days. Kongzi, back when you told me better alive than dead, I'm giving that saying back to you. Our lives can only be controlled by us ourselves, we must live on. Kong Tu looked at him and said, you don't need to comfort me. Not just for you, Yan Lingfei glanced at Zhao Zheng and Ouyang Zhen and grinned, we've got 2 dishonest adults whose wounded hearts need tending to. Ouyang Zhen sighed helplessly, could you slightly take care of our faces at a time like this? Yan Lingfei laughed and shrugged. Helen said, gentlemen, time's up. It's time to leave. Yao Ke lazily got up from the office chair, stretched his arms and legs, and said, let's go. Everything that needed to be said has been said. Let's not cause any more trouble for Helen. Kong Tu asked, do we have any missions? What should we do next? First thing you need to do is adjust your emotions, Yao Ke said looking at him, control your anger, or the undercover agent will spot you on the first day. You don't want everything to be wasted, right? Helen currently has very limited power, she's undergoing self-updating against 404's control system. Before she gains counterattack capabilities, all we can do is find the moles hiding among the crowd, leave more clues so that other members can discover the truth. Kong Tu said, what's the point? Everything you've done here can easily be wiped out by a single hypnosis. Why not? Yao Ke countered, aren't you standing here now? Kong Tu, waking up everyone isn't our goal. Our goal is to rescue them from 404. Don't focus on the process, let's look at the results. Kong Tu was convinced and stopped arguing. Helen said, gentlemen, please collect the papers freshly printed out from the printer on the left side of the desk, each of you gets one. Memorize it, then dispose of it immediately. I cannot establish a secure network for communication within 404, so information transmission relies on codes. Please pay attention to the morning alarms and vibration frequencies of the rings, they'll contain the schedule for the day. Tomorrow morning there will be an announcement about Su Daming's death. Everyone needs to be cautious, Helen warned, the new mole will already have been selected by then. For the survival of the majority, we must eliminate the mole. Anyone who notices any abnormalities should report promptly. Finally, please stay safe. The security alert level in 404 has reached its highest in 30 years. In case of any unexpected incidents, prioritize preserving yourself. Kong Tu asked, and what about you? Helen said, I'll also take care of myself. Don't worry about me. With Mr. Yao Ke's help, many of my permissions are gradually being restored. Gentlemen, I'll do my utmost to assist you all. Let's work together. Chapter 115, Parting the Clouds, 10. But what good would escaping from room 404 do for Helen? For others, it was running from a cage toward freedom, but for Helen, it was merely moving from one cage to another. Kong Tu did not voice this question, such skepticism seemed more like an insult to Helen. And he himself also vaguely had an answer in his heart, Helen had her own sense of morality and was braver than him, which made him feel somewhat disheartened. At 3:20 a.m., Zhao Zheng and Kong Tu lay silently on the dormitory bed. Kong Tu slid down his pillow, curling up next to Zhao Zheng, whose arm rested on his back. Zhao Zheng didn't speak, appearing as though he were asleep or perhaps trying to infect Kong Tu with this atmosphere so that he would also feel sleepy. Kong Tu felt sorrow over such a life. He didn't even dare to comfort Zhao Zheng in such a situation, fearing it might trigger the alertness of room 404's monitoring system. Zhao Zheng sighed and touched Kong Tu's tear corner, which turned out to be dry. However, this action catalyzed Kong Tu's emotions, and he followed with a sigh. We're still us, nothing has changed, Zhao Zheng smiled and said, or do you mind my identity? Kong Tu flipped over and faced away from him, are you speaking humanly? Zhao Zheng said, I didn't dare tell you at first because I feared you would mind. After all, when you first came into the city. Kong Tu heavily flipped again, burying his head under the blanket. Realizing this, Zhao Zheng wisely stopped talking, pulling at the blanket and saying, okay, I won't say anymore. I was wrong. Kong Tu turned around, staring at his profile in the dark, and said, "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? You want to kill me?" Zhao Jing said, "Let's sleep." Kong Tu snuggled closer inside the blanket, holding his hand, and pressed his body against Zhao Jing. Zhao Jing's warm palm touched Kong Tu's chest, equally warm. Zhao Jing was truly there, and this night was truly there. In this night, Kong Tu so genuinely felt Zhao Jing's presence. They couldn't trace those intangible pasts anymore, but every second now belonged to them. Kong Tu consoled himself by thinking, at least Zhao Jing would belong to him from now on. Zhao Jing no longer needed to carry responsibilities and obligations, he only needed to live for him. They could stand on an equal footing, dating without worrying about an inevitable separation. If Zhao Jing was the Qin king, he would be the most loyal subject on the land of Qin. If Zhao Jing was just Zhao Jing, then he would be the person who loved Zhao Jing the most in this world. In such despair and faint hope, Kong Tu fell asleep. At 6 o'clock in the morning, he was woken up by the broadcast. Their phones simultaneously received a message reporting Su Daming's death. The mechanical female voice stated emotionlessly, "Member Su Daming has died, his labor points have been confiscated. Room 404 sincerely invites all members to assist in the investigation to find the murderer. This concerns everyone's safety. We hope for your cooperation." Since Yang Xian's death, her lines have become increasingly numerous, possibly indicating that the 404 standing behind her is becoming increasingly anxious. Kong Tu went to sleep too late, feeling drowsy and unsteady. Zhao Jing took his phone for a moment and returned it to him, asking, "Do you want to sleep more?" Kong Tu remembered what he needed to do, closed his eyes for a few seconds, then sprang up in a fish-like leap, sitting up on the bed. "No, not sleeping." "Good job," Zhao Jing said while dressing, "I've applied for us to inspect the scene, let's go." Kong Tu had a quilt draped over his legs, his head hanging low as he tried to regain his senses. Zhao Jing lifted his arms to dress him, slipping the t-shirt over his head and pulling both arms out, giving the fabric a yank, and Kong Tu's head emerged from the neckline. Zhao Jing kissed his swollen eyelids, "Wake up." Kong Tu slowly put on his pants, stood up, and chased after Zhao Jing who was brushing his teeth in the bathroom, rubbing against him twice before taking off his pants and going to the toilet. Only then did he finally wake up completely. The two busied themselves and went out. By the time they reached building number 2, no one else had arrived yet. A row of small robots had appeared within 10 meters ahead and behind, encircling the crime scene. There was really no point in revisiting this site, they had already inspected it last night and even knew who the killer was. But they still had to come and play their roles. Upon confirming Zhao Zheng's identity, being the first applicant, the robot allowed him access. Kong Tu was the second, waiting outside, hoping to encounter someone while he waited. It was only now that Kong Tu realized why Yan Lingfei had chosen to kill Su Daming beneath building number 2, because only then would everyone begin to suspect why Su Daming was at this building at 3 o'clock in the morning, which would lead them to check the surveillance cameras. They wouldn't find anything. And that lack of findings was the problem. Why couldn't they uncover anything? What exactly was room 404 hiding? These questions needed to rise to their minds gradually through such subtle hints and clues. In the end, it was all leading up to revealing the truth to Kong Tu and others. Despite the purpose not being for everyone to awaken, these actions were still being done. If a new mole had already been generated, Kong Tu believed he could encounter that person here, surely they would come looking for anyone suspicious. He rubbed his slightly uncomfortable eyes as he thought about how Zhao Jing didn't want to talk with him regarding identity matters. It could only be because Zhao Jing still found it difficult to accept. But if one couldn't accept it, what else could be done? Was it really like Yao Ke suggested, to retaliate against society? If it were Kong Tu who faced such a crossroad, he might never be able to move on from it. Yet he did not wish Zhao Jing to feel that way. In Kong Tu's eyes, Zhao Jing was too powerful, and Kong Tu rarely considered Zhao Jing as having any flaws, anything hidden from him wasn't included, and Kong Tu believed Zhao Jing shouldn't have psychological scars or even inferiority complex due to those reasons. Here. A voice came from above, and Kong Tu opened his eyes. Bai Yue stood before him, his back towards the sunlight. His curls framed his sharp features and softened the edge somewhat, making him so handsome that it seemed both gods and humans alike resented him. Bai Yue noticed him and asked, "What's wrong with your eyes?" Swollen, Kong Tu inwardly marveled at how handsome Bai Yue truly was as he yawned and said, "It's pretty early." Bai Yue glanced at his watch and replied, "It's 6:35 already." Kong Tu fell silent for a moment. "You normally wake up at what time?" Kong Tu asked. Bai Yue answered, 6. Kong Tu gave in, raising his hands in surrender. Bai Yue took a look forward and understood, saying, "Zhao Jing is inside." Kong Tu replied, "I wouldn't have come myself." Bai Yue sat next to him, saying, "You two are pretty good together." Kong Tu, however, wondered silently, is he the mole? He didn't seem like it, but who the mole was wasn't something he could choose. What if bad luck struck and Bai Yue was picked? Bai Yue said, "It's pretty enviable." Kong Tu hadn't expected this reply and asked, "What about you? I thought you didn't want a relationship." More or less true, Bai Yue shrugged his shoulders, saying, "Now I own nothing, empty-handed, I can give her nothing. Why would someone want to be with me?" Kong Tu bluntly asked, who is she, Ming Ming? Bai Yue froze momentarily. Your adult world is so complicated. Kong Tu reclined backward, half sitting on the steps like a cat basking in the sun and remarked, you're all champions at creating difficulties for yourselves. Do you have feelings for Ming Ming? They say yes, but I haven't noticed. Bai Yue responded, no. Saying this, Kong Tu just believed him. Bai Yue thought Kong Tu doubted him, so he added another sentence, we don't fit well, and I regard her as a friend and a brother. You keep explaining, and I'm going to start doubting, Kong Tu retorted, his eyes deadpanned. Bai Yue immediately stopped talking. Kong Tu looked at him again, thinking that maybe it was better not knowing the truth anyway. Otherwise, if he realized he could forever not provide the things he wished to offer his beloved woman, he would perhaps be sadder. However, these were not things Kong Tu could judge. He couldn't, and neither could Room 404, only Bai Yue and all members of Room 404 could control themselves. The present actions of Room 404 could merely be defined as deception and certainly not protection. During their chat, more people arrived, Yang Zhen mingled among them. The two didn't greet each other. Instead, Kong Tu discreetly observed the crowd. Yan Lingfei listlessly ate a steamed bun while occasionally glancing at Jiu. Jiu was chatting with Chang Mingming, while Xia Qing scratched himself, claiming it was cold. Everyone appeared normal. It was a peaceful yet somewhat restless day. Up until Zhao Jing emerged, Kong Tu didn't detect anything abnormal. When he eventually made an appearance, things changed. Zhao Jing and Yang Zhen mingled with the crowd, casually chatting. Lu Miao sat beside Bai Yue. As Kong Tu came out and waved at Bai Yue, they casually slapped hands. Bai Yue entered the crime scene, allowing Kong Tu to sit in his spot. Lu Miao glanced at him and asked, what happened to your eyes? Miao Gu, it feels like I haven't seen you in ages, Kong Tu chuckled, my eyes are swollen from drinking too much water last night. Lu Miao said, I didn't notice you having this issue before. Yes, but not always like this, Kong Tu said, looks like you know me pretty well. Lu Miao's gaze shifted to the crowd, muttering casually, I thought you and Zhao Jing had a quarrel. Kong Tu followed his glance, but with so many people around, he couldn't tell who Lu Miao was looking at. This is already the third person, Kong Tu said, I don't know how someone dies beneath this building again. Hasn't this floor been unused? Lu Miao, it should be. When I heard about the location, I found it peculiar too. What do you think he was doing here in the middle of the night? Not sure, we'll have to check the surveillance later. Just then, Zhao Jing noticed them, so Kong Tu waved to him. He walked over casually, asking, what's new, sir? Lu Miao, nothing much, just waiting. Out of nowhere, Kong Tu suddenly asked, did you sleep well last night? Lu Miao paused for a moment, confused, sure, why ask? Kong Tu observed his reaction and replied, just wondering, since Su Daming was shot dead, I thought maybe your sharp hearing might have picked up something. Nope, Lu Miao responded, slept fine. Kong Tu teased, you're not curious. He was killed by a gunshot. Lu Miao stared at him silently for a moment. His brows immediately furrowed, what do you mean? This was Room 404's first case of gun homicide. Until now, Room 404 hadn't allowed anyone to carry weapons, yet Lu Miao didn't show even a hint of surprise. Zhao Jing glanced at Kong Tu, and they quickly exchanged glances. Bai Yue also stepped out, saying, gunshot, an old-fashioned pistol, strange indeed. Lu Miao slightly narrowed his eyes but his expression remained unchanged as he remarked, pretty interesting. While Kong Tu and others chatted outside, when Lu Miao entered, Kong Tu casually asked Bai Yue, what did he just talk to you about? Bai Yue said, the same as what you asked. Kong Tu, huh? Bai Yue, what did you guys talk about? That's all. Any secrets? Bai Yue asked, anything related to Lu Miao? Zhao Jing said, don't ask, and please don't tell Lu Miao what we discussed, alright buddy. Bai Yue glanced at Zhao Jing and lightly tapped fists with him, replying, alright. Kong Tu stood up, brushing his butt, thinking everything seemed a bit too smooth. As Zhao Jing looked back, ensuring no one was nearby, he said to Kong Tu, something doesn't feel right. He exposed himself too quickly, didn't he? Kong Tu continued, is Bai Yue trustworthy? Should be, Zhao Jing replied, he keeps his promises. How did you manage to catch Lu Miao off guard like that? Pretty clever, though it might be a setup. Kong Tu wasn't quite sure either, I came up with it on the spot. If he's not a mole, he'd only think we suspect him to be the murderer. If he is, he'd probably see some problems with us by now. Room 404 already suspects us, am I too impulsive? Kong Tu started regretting it. It's okay, not impulsive, Zhao Jing reassured, we'll stick to the plan. The next step might be tougher, should we kill him? Kong Tu was actually troubled by this matter too. What would they do if it really was Lu Miao? Kill him. Inside the library's secret door, Yan Lingfei answered without looking up while gaming. Yao Ke strolled in, somewhat surprised saying, high efficiency. We should have let you guys inside earlier. Kong Tu asked, do we have any other options? Virtually none, Yao Ke took off his coat, snapping his fingers at Yan Lingfei and said, let's go over the process for the newcomer. Reluctantly, Yan Lingfei put down his phone and turned to face Yao Ke. Yao Ku instructed, close your eyes. Yan Lingfei obeyed and closed his eyes. Yao Ku explained, we skip the routine steps and go straight to the dialogue phase between Wang Zhihui and the mole. Retrieve memories from 6:30 to 7 in the morning. Yan Lingfei slowly thought through and said, I was holding a bun when I left the dormitory. Yao Ku stopped him, wait, retrieve memory, where did the bun come from? Around 8 last night, I bought it from Billy Shi's store. They were introducing a new product. Alright, let's skip ahead. Continue recalling what happened this morning. Yan Lingfei said, after I arrived at the scene, I saw Kong Tu and Bai Yue sitting on the steps chatting. Oh, Yang Zhen and Lu Ban were together, but I didn't greet them. Yao Ku, stop, why didn't you greet them? Because I was annoyed. Explain. Jiu, Yan Lingfei replied. Yao Ku said, explain your relationship with Jiu. Chapter 116, Adverse Winds and Wicked Waves, Part 1. Yan Lingfei immediately opened her eyes, glaring at him with obvious discontent. Yao Ku said unhappily, concentrate on what you're doing. Yan Lingfei retorted, what does this have to do with what you were about to say? You're the one who needs to focus more. Having no choice, Yao Ku continued, never mind that. Let's move on to the next step. Yan Lingfei closed her eyes again, while Yao Ku turned around to face Zhao Zheng and Kong Tu, saying, generally, after routine questioning about an event, we follow up by digging into the relationships behind it. For instance, if I questioned Yan Lingfei about a Jiu, I would find out they're playing around romantically but also having conflicts. If I asked why there was conflict, it would lead me to discovering how we intentionally kept suspicion off Yan Lingfei by making sure he stayed with you two playing cards during Black Shi Chang's death to establish his alibi. However, because of Yan Lingfei's private concerns, she was afraid that revealing herself could endanger Jiu, thus, her confession failed in front of you both and she drew clear boundaries with Jiu, see? As long as I continue following leads, all the details come out. Zhao Zheng, Kong Tu, and Yan Lingfei stared silently at Yao Ku. Realizing what just happened, Kong Tu angrily shouted, Yan Lingfei. How much have you lied to us? An equally furious Yan Lingfei confronted Yao Ku, why did you go ahead and say that? What the hell is wrong with you? Supporting himself on a desk, Zhao Zheng jumped to Yan Lingfei's side, grabbed the back of her collar, and said, let's go somewhere and talk properly. Big brother Zheng, Yan Lingfei bent over slightly, protesting, there's no need for drama, this wasn't my decision to make either. I was just following orders, Yao Ku. What the hell is your problem? Yao Ku explained calmly, I'm merely giving examples. Let's carry on. Screw the examples. Kong Tu nearly burst from anger. He realized that being aware of something was completely different from knowing all the specific details. Learning Yan Lingfei had been keeping secrets since then infuriated him beyond reason. Zhao Jing questioned Yan Lingfei, did you hear what big sister Kong has to say? Yes. Yan Lingfei replied meekly. What should you do? Zhao Jing pressed. Yan Lingfei addressed Kong Tu sincerely, I was wrong. Crossing his arms, Kong Tu coldly snorted in response. Zhao Jing posed another question, do you understand what this means? Yes, Yan Lingfei confirmed. Lifting his chin slightly, Zhao Jing signaled Yan Lingfei to respond, then tell us, how exactly do you plan to remedy the situation? Unable to think of any specific action, Kong Tu sighed resignedly, alright, consider this on your record. You owe me, got it? Got it, Yan Lingfei nodded earnestly. Satisfied with Yan Lingfei's attitude towards accepting responsibility, Kong Tu gave him a somewhat approving look, while Zhao Jing patted Yan Lingfei's neck with a distinct warning against repeating such behavior. Yao Ku inquired, are you done dealing with things here? Can we get back to discussing now? Kong Tu didn't soften his tone towards Yao Ku either, dismissively waving his hand, implying for him to hurry up and speak. Yao Ku continued, your issue lies in whether undercover agents can be integrated into our team, and my answer is no. First, agents embedded within 404 are under tight surveillance, contacting and waking them without alerting the overseers is impossible. Second, these spies are deeply hypnotized due to physiological modifications in their cloned bodies, making them highly susceptible to hypnosis. They easily lapse into deep trance states, similar to Jiang Liang and Shanihu, where they're not even conscious of acting against their own wills. Unless we discover some kind of awakening command, I suspect it might be a passphrase, we can't wake them up. The risks involved here are too high. I've got plenty of questions, Kong Tu interrupted. Can you first explain to me what exactly went down with Jiang Liang and Shanihu? Yao Ku replied, I thought those two were rather dangerous, a manipulative woman and an antisocial man, and figured they'd eventually cause trouble for me, so preemptively, I recruited them about 2 months ago. Why do you ask? Kong Tu remembered seeing a ranking chart in the library that categorized danger levels, listing Shanihu at the top spot, clarifying a lot of uncertainties, anyone else? Nope, Yao Ku shook his head, the risk's too great. If it weren't for real need, I wouldn't do this. Who knows if 404 won't suddenly assign these people as double agents. If that happens, I'm done for. Kong Tu asked further, does entering hypnotic state require a command? Yao Ku answered, for standard hypnosis, probably not necessary. But for deep hypnosis, a key must surely be set to access the subject's inner world. I assume they established such a command, but what specifically it might be, remains unclear. Zhao Jing interjected, is the command identical or unique for each agent? Yao Ke shrugged, to be rigorous, I don't know. What about being less rigorous? Same, Yao Ke said, if it were me, I would set it the same. Because this kind of genetic issue isn't as simple as correcting a math problem, it's very complicated. Chen Hong has already designed it very meticulously, but his research still faces much doubt and hasn't gained mainstream recognition, meaning no funding. Even if he had the capability, there wouldn't be money to carry it out. Kong Tu asked, then if we obtained the command, wouldn't we control everyone then? Logically, yes, Yao Ke said, but what good would controlling them do? Kong Tu remained silent. Yao Ke continued, would you help them escape, or give them legal identities, or send them back to their dream utopia? When we rebuke others for abusing human rights with hypnosis, are we ourselves becoming the abusers who use it? Zhao Jing interjected, you should think about Jiang Liang and Shanihu before you speak. Then consider whether your words are appropriate. Yao Ke hesitated slightly, at a loss for words, and said, all right, that's how it is. I don't have any other ways besides doing this, but I won't always keep controlling them like this. I just want to secure freedom for more people, but, never mind, I apologize deeply. Kong Tu remarked, there's no need to apologize to us. You could apologize to Jiang Liang and the others. Not yet, Yao Ke replied, we truly have much more urgent matters to handle now. We also can't let them get in the way. But Kong Tu, you must understand, we're not like 404. We have consciences and moral principles. As long as we know in our hearts that we're doing the right thing, that's enough, we only seek a clear conscience. But what Kong Tu was thinking was that probably very few people in this world felt they were wrong. Everyone does what they feel is right. Chen Hong must be one of those people. 30 years of experiments, 403 failures, yet he persisted. He was undoubtedly adhering to his own choice. They knew Chen Hong was wrong, but no one could judge the right or wrong of their actions. Zhao Zheng paused briefly, then raised a practical question, then, how should Lu Miao be handled? According to our methods, we'd only kill him, Yao Ke stepped back and said, but you guys seem to have some history with him, so you decide yourselves. Kong Tu thought how crafty he really was. If Yao Ke made the decision, he knew some would object, but by letting them decide themselves, these people would willingly prioritize the greater situation over their feelings. Yan Lingfei carelessly played with her phone and said, if you're burdened by it, I'll go, anyway, I'm used to it, it doesn't matter to me. How can we let you go alone? Kong Tu responded. Yan Lingfei yawned, it was all on me in the past. Finding you guys already lightened my load somewhat. The rest doesn't need handling. Zhao Zheng said, the two of us will go together, and Kong Tu stays here to provide backup. What backup is needed from here? Kong Tu questioned directly. Zhao Zheng fell silent momentarily. Kong Tu understood that Zhao Zheng didn't want him to experience such events. But he was sick of Zhao Zheng's self-righteous concern, which left him outside every time, concealing everything from him. It infuriated him. Kong Tu said, either we go together, or I'll go myself later. Look, try locking me up if you dare. Not angry, Zhao Zheng responded calmly, let's discuss this after we go back. But there'd be surveillance cameras back there, making honest discussion impossible. Kong Tu had long seen through Zhao Zheng's tricks and calmly retorted, I'm not angry, just clarify now. Yan Lingfei chimed in, don't fight you two, it gives me psychological trauma. Every time you two argue, it reminds me of my parents, even though they're fake, it's terrifying nonetheless. Spare a thought for your vulnerable compatriot. Stop fighting. It's fine if Kong Tu follows along too, after all, we're a team, right? Remember? The three comrades. His sudden pitiful tone made Kong Tu feel like an irresponsible son trying to reconcile his bickering parents, but Kong Tu was easily swayed by such appeals to sympathy. He feigned coldness and said, I remember the punishment for you. I'll take away your Bruce Lee codename as a warning. Yan Lingfei admired his logic, surrendering both hands, do as you please, as long as you're happy. Zhao Jing did not raise any objections at the time, seemingly having compromised and yielded. But when the moment came, things were different. Yao Ke's administrator identity verification had problems. During this special period, 404 thoroughly investigated the identities of all administrators, and Yao Ke's current registered identity was a freelancer. Later, Helen embellished his profile a bit, changing it to that of a university graduate with 2 years of education studies. However, Helen's influence was limited to within 404. When they began checking the identities of administrators outside the city, there was no way to disguise Yao Ke anymore, they couldn't find his name in the recorded university, of course. After the identity verification issue arose, personnel from 404 naturally looked into his attendance records, but Yao Ke hadn't been working for quite some time. With Helen's help, he played truant for many days without being discovered, only to be found out entirely later. Before leaving, to avoid implicating others, Yao Ke hadn't told them anything. It wasn't until the evening when they gathered together that Helen shared this news with everyone, saying, there is no need to worry, Mr. Yao Ke will not be in danger. As a highly educated intellectual, he should receive fair treatment. No one will harm him. But they will send him back, Kong Tu said. Helen couldn't deceive them, so she responded, "I'll do my best to help Mr. Yao stay in 404, even though he lacks an official identity, I believe he won't care about these details. However, tonight he cannot issue instructions anymore. We need someone to replace him." Naturally, this responsibility fell onto Kong Tu. Kong Tu felt irritated by this sudden unexpected turn of events. Deep down, he didn't actually believe Helen could make Yao stay, even if it meant staying without proper credentials inside 404. He thought Helen wouldn't succeed, yet he didn't want to accept this fact. For him, everything was just starting, and already they were losing teammates, a bad omen indeed. More importantly, he would miss Yao Ku, an idealistic friend. The operation time is 8 minutes, Kong Tu sat in front of the computer and looked at the screen where 2 dark shadows appeared, and said, "You must hurry, you are now 200 meters away from Lu Miao. The optimal ambush point. Let me see, Brother Zheng, walk 20 meters forward in the 12 o'clock direction, and wait for him there." After saying this, Kong Tu felt somewhat dazed. He asked, "Brother Zheng?" Zhao Jing slightly raised his head, glanced at the surveillance camera. A small microphone was clipped onto his collar, and due to preventing the detection of radio wave frequencies, he could only briefly turn it on for a few seconds during missions. Zhao Jing could not send Kong Tu any direct replies, so he replied in this manner. Kong Tu turned off the microphone and watched the monitor without wasting much time. He still wondered if what he was doing was right or wrong. Lu Miao was innocent, and the others behind him remained innocent too. That night, Lu Miao was going to report a message to 404, which would target Zhao Zheng and him, perhaps containing even more detailed information. However, this didn't justify giving Kong Tu the authority to sentence him to execution. Shockingly, Kong Tu realized he really intended to go through with it, and surprisingly, he remained eerily calm at this moment. He feared his own calmness. Perhaps the atmosphere of 404 had infected him like mold, making him careless about human lives. Or maybe his anger toward 404 had clouded his judgment, causing him to lose reason. Either way, the result was alarming. He bent the microphone, stared at the surveillance screen, and although his mind was blank, his spirit was unnervingly tense, emotions excited, heart racing, and his palms filled with cold sweat. Chapter 117, Adverse Winds and Waves, 2. Lu Miao had sharp hearing. Zhao Zheng and Yan Lingfei were extremely cautious, hiding in the shadows of the trees. Lu Miao's shadow was stretched long by the streetlight, slowly approaching. Kong Tu held his breath, gripping the microphone tightly, terrified of picking up any sound. He was somewhat glad that he wasn't on the scene right now, he would certainly be indecisive and have doubts. He didn't dare to act. Lu Miao's shadow had already reached their feet. Yan Lingfei slightly moved, gently disturbing the twigs beneath her feet, but Lu Miao's steps didn't stop, seemingly not detecting any abnormality. Kong Tu suddenly felt a sense of caution rise and stood up immediately, saying, "Withdraw." The sound from the speaker exploded in the darkness, Kong Tu's voice exceptionally clear. Zhao Zheng and Yan Lingfei acted decisively and turned to run, but it was already too late. Suddenly, countless laser red dots shot down from all sides, steadily targeting Zhao Zheng and Yan Lingfei's chests and foreheads. Kong Tu was stunned for a second as Helen's voice suddenly came on, "Kong Tu, we've been exposed." The hovering robots automatically split into 2 rows, leaving an empty space in the middle. A robot carrying a screen flew forward, and a blue figure appeared on it, continuing with the same annoyingly calm male tone, "Drop your weapons, Zhao Zheng, Yan Lingfei." Yan Lingfei carelessly threw her gun away, casually saying, "My right eyelid has been twitching all day." On the other side, a hidden door was suddenly opened. Kong Tu turned around, only to see Jiang Liang. She firmly grabbed his hand and pulled him out without further ado. Helen quickly explained, "I woke up Ms. Jiang Liang to temporarily help. Our location has been located, and 30 combat robots are being deployed here. Wait, now there are 50 robots coming. I once modified the combat robots from the library, which takes some time to activate. Please hold on. Mr. Yao's identity exposure has made them suspect me. They found me altering surveillance footage, so this tactic no longer works. You'll have to rely on yourselves." The remaining words were somewhat distorted by static, making them hard to understand clearly. While running, Kong Tu glanced at the camera above and asked, "Helen?" Jiang Liang yanked him fiercely, "Quick." Helen said, "Sir, my permissions are being cancelled one by one. I may not be able to stay with you much longer. Follow Jiang Liang." Her voice grew increasingly unclear, with the popping sound of static. Kong Tu frowned slightly, but just then Helen said something perplexing, "In heavy snow, there is neither a road leading to the front court gate nor a way to the civilized world." Kong Tu thought her system might have started malfunctioning, but Helen continued, "You cannot fall into the hands of 404. They will send you back to the 21st century, and you will never return. Please save them, Kong Tuesday. I beg you, don't abandon them." Kong Tu suddenly stopped and asked, "What should I do?" Helen did not respond anymore. After hurriedly explaining these words, she fell silent. Kong Tu vaguely felt that everything was very off. The suddenness of events startled him. Just then, a bright light suddenly came towards them, and countless robots rushed out from all sides of the library. Jiang Liang shouted and pushed him down, hugging him as they rolled several times on the ground. The instructions received by the robots probably weren't to kill them, or more specifically, not to kill Kong Tuesday. He was an identity-verified, human right-protected fully grown adult, and 404 had no authority to harm him. This gave Kong Tu and Jiang Liang room to resist. Though dizzy from the tumble, Jiang Liang obviously wasn't in much better shape, stumbling a little as she got up. Kong Tu swiftly pulled her behind a pillar and panting heavily said, "I don't care what orders you received. Right now, I'm going to rescue Zhao Zheng." The robots kept issuing warning sounds behind them, creating psychological pressure, but Kong Tu was fearless. He took out the gun tucked at his waist and seriously said to Jiang Liang, "If you try to stop me, I'll aim at you first." However, Jiang Liang seemed to ignore him entirely. With a blank expression, she walked out from behind the pillar and directly faced several robots. On her slender waist hung 2 pistols, which she instantly drew, aimed, and fired. Kong Tu was exasperated by her behavior and followed her out. Both stood at each end with their dark gun barrels pointed high. Wang Ji's voice came, "A mere 8 months, Kong Tu, and you've surprised me greatly." "You've also surprised me," Kong Tu retorted. "Are you Chen Hong?" "Do you know, a person often emphasizes the thing they lack. Naming yourself Wang Ji is really shameful." "I am not Chen Hong," Wang Ji said, "but I will consider changing my name. It's indeed becoming too obvious. You've already met Helen, so I imagine you aren't unfamiliar with me. Here's your chance to take a good guess. Who am I?" Kong Tu furrowed his brow. "Are you Chen Hong's clone?" "More or less," Wang Ji replied, satisfied. "Except that I don't have a physical form, I've just learned his way of thinking. I also have another name, Personality Simulator." Kong Tu fell silent. "Our people once borrowed the functionality of my system," Wang Ji continued. "Helen was impressive, she managed to do all this right under my nose without my noticing. But she wasn't skilled enough. Eventually, I found her. She had very limited resources to use," Kong Tu pointed out. "Helen's resources were restricted to the internal structure of 404. She had no information to refer to, no documentation to consult, and no backup support. Meanwhile, behind Wang Ji stood Chen Hong, the entire world's worth of resources at his command. "I'm not interested in arguing about this with you," Wang Ji said. "I've come today to give you a choice. You can leave here, return to your own era, and sever all ties with 404. Since you now know the entire truth, I find keeping you around useless. Please don't doubt my sincerity in sending you back to the 21st century. However, you may also choose the second option, to die silently in 404. Kong Tu responded sarcastically, "So you're killing regular people now?" "That's why I gave you 2 options," Wang Ji remained unfazed. "I've shown sufficient kindness to you and your friends already. They won't be dealt with, they'll simply be rehypnotized, forgetting all of this, and they'll return to their original lives. We'll no longer need an undercover agent, there will be no deaths, no infighting. Once you're gone, wouldn't this be a perfect solution?" "And they would live forever in a delusion, completely unaware," Kong Tu challenged. "Is this your definition of perfection?" "They had nothing to begin with," Wang Ji countered. "I gave their lives meaning, provided them with motivation to continue living. What's wrong with that?" "You started by making a mistake, you shouldn't have created them in the first place," Kong Tu shot back. "And it was wrong for you to think you could play God. Their lives may have been created by you, but their value belongs to them, not for you to decide." "Neither of us will convince the other," Wang Ji stated. "You understand this, don't you? Is this conversation even meaningful?" Of course Kong Tu knew the truth behind Wang Ji's words. He could see that both Wang Ji and the stubborn Chen Hong behind him had firmly rooted viewpoints, self-contained logic systems, and were fundamentally impossible to break from the outside. Yet he still felt furious, the surge of anger compelling him to blurt out everything that had been suppressed inside. "Well, which path do you choose, Kong Tu?" Wang Ji urged. "I choose neither. How about a compromise?" Wang Ji suggested. "You take Zhao Zheng away, and I'll arrange an identity for him, allowing him to become a legitimate citizen. No one will ever know he is a clone. What do you say?" For a moment, Kong Tu desperately wanted to agree. He was even eager to nod before Wang Ji could change his mind. "I won't choose any of the paths you offer," Kong Tu said curtly. "But if you want my life, you'll find it isn't that easy, try it." As Wang Ji was about to respond further, Jiang Liang suddenly raised her arm, firing a shot that shattered the screen. She fired several more times until the robot fell down, crashing onto the ground. She kicked it aside as she walked past, while lasers from the hovering robots overhead targeted her and Kong Tu. The door of the library's basement suddenly opened, and swarms of combat robots surged out. The robots modified by Helen had finally activated. With an automatic detection of danger level, the primary target for the robots shifted, and Jiang Liang and Kong Tu fled amidst laser fire, escaping from the library. Without hesitation, Kong Tu set off toward Zhao Zheng. Jiang Liang glanced at him but didn't stop him. With a gun in hand, Kong Tu took a few steps forward, looked back, and saw Jiang Liang standing far away. She hadn't followed. Kong Tu barely had time to worry about her at this moment, his mind was focused solely on finding Zhao Zheng and Yan Lingfei. His plan after finding them was vague: what he could do, what would happen next, all these thoughts were non-existent in his mind. Wait, suddenly Kong Tu stopped. He couldn't be captured. He abruptly remembered Helen's words. Just as this thought crossed his mind, an intensely familiar jolt of pain shot through the back of his neck. It was Jiang Liang's signature move again. She should have at least given me a chance to speak, Kong Tu thought bitterly as everything went dark, and he collapsed on the spot. Jiang Liang crouched down, looking at Kong Tu on the ground. She kicked him, flipping him over onto his back and then squatted down with her back to him, hoisting Kong Tu onto her back. Her long hair slid down her shoulders, gently swaying as she jogged. Whoever is destined to make a thunderous sound in the world, must remain silent for a long time, whoever will ignite lightning must drift like clouds forever. Wang Ji's voice echoed from the darkness. His voice was low and gentle, almost seductive. You two are my proudest creations in the last 30 years, but you betrayed me. Zhao Zheng, you are one of my favorite subjects. Your mind is very captivating, just like your appearance. Out of all the clones, you're the only one whose looks differ from the original body. I wasn't satisfied with the Qin Emperor's appearance, so I slightly altered yours. Your perfection is entirely due to me, yet you hate me deeply. He continued talking about you and me. Zhao Zheng had already slipped into a hazy state of consciousness. His arm had been dislocated and hung limply by his side to prevent him from causing self-harm that might keep him awake. Yan Lingfei lay beside him, resting her head on his leg. In this chaos, Zhao Zheng thought dully that if Kong Tu were here, he would probably have quipped, too many U's and MES in one sentence means it's likely meaningless, revealing someone stuck in their own emotions, abandoning reason and experience, merely talking about themselves with no charm at all. Kong Tu always liked to observe such trivialities, overly focusing on human nature while ignoring some truly useful things. Zhao Zheng thought again. Answer me, Wang Ji said, use your wisdom. Zhao Zheng mumbled something. Wang Ji didn't hear clearly. Louder. Zhao Zheng repeated himself. The robot holding the screen moved closer slightly. Zhao Zheng narrowed his eyes slowly and said softly, go to hell. He suddenly lifted his foot and tried to kick the screen, but his blurred perception and misjudged motion let him down. Wang Ji stepped back, his eyes narrowing into a thin blue line, repeating with that irritating tone, Zhao Zheng, you lost. Despite saying that, Wang Ji had never seen anyone resist hypnosis in any subpersonality simulation before. Zhao Zheng's will was extraordinarily strong. Once he realized the effect of hypnosis, he could even fight against this weakness written into his genes, striving for autonomy, even though he was doomed to lose eventually. In the darkness, Jiang Liang carried Kong Tu and jogged toward the second suspended car parked nearby. She opened its door and placed Kong Tu in the driver's seat. That night, 80% of 404's forces were concentrated around Zhao Zheng, Yan Lingfei, and the library. The streets were eerily empty, without even a single patrol robot. Jiang Liang stood outside, set an autopilot course that extended far beyond 404's territory. The suspension train initially started to alarm, with the red indicator light blinking, but it quickly turned green, allowing passage, though this was just one car. She slammed the car door shut, and the suspended vehicle sped forward. Lifting her gaze ahead, the car went straight upward. The moment they crossed 404's approved boundary, the entire city sounded an ear-splitting siren. Within less than a minute, more than 100 combat robots would gather there, and within 3 minutes, all the troops in the city would converge. Jiang Liang remained standing calmly, waiting. There is neither a road leading to the front gate nor one leading to the civilized world in the heavy snow. It was only 2 months ago when a man looked at her with pitying eyes, using this phrase to tie part of her thoughts, and today, she was awakened by these same words. Memories flooded back, and Jiang Liang turned around as the first combat robot rushed toward her. She smoothly and decisively raised her gun. She didn't know whether she should thank Helen for giving her the choice before leaving or blame Yao Ku for dragging her into this lopsided war. Her long hair flew in the wind, landing across her neck and chest. Though tall and slim, she'd built some not-so-obvious muscles during her recent training. When she raised her gun, veins bulged from her arms. Tight-lipped, she fired another shot. Unending reinforcements arrived, and a laser beam struck her calf. She wasn't someone who would sacrifice herself for others, she didn't want to die. She'd seen plenty of people unafraid of death, but their eyes lacked life's brilliance. Jiang Liang didn't admire them, she thought they were boring. She did not wish to die. A flood of black robotic units rushed towards the suspended car driving out of the designated airspace. Jiang Liang raised her arm and resolutely fired one shot after another. But the lasers zeroed in on her chest. But she was unlucky, and as soon as she had just come to her senses, she inexplicably found herself saddled with such a responsibility. Even if she were a selfish woman, she still had principles she could not violate. They had been deceived for too long. In the heavy snow, there was no way to find a path leading to civilization anymore. If someone was destined to sacrifice, of course she did not want to be that person, but if it fell to her, she had no other options but to accept. Jiang Liang shot down a robot intercepting a suspended car, but her chest was pierced by a laser, followed immediately by several more hits. She fell hard on the ground without even a sound. People always seek peace of mind, yet Jiang Liang was still thinking, she really did not want to die. Reference. Henry David Thoreau, American, Walden. Chapter 118, Adverse Winds and Rogue Waves, 3. Wang Ji looked down at Jiang Liang. The body has been dealt with, and the memories of her and Kong Tu have been erased from everyone. It seemed as if he were conversing with someone, but outsiders couldn't hear the voice responding to him. Wang Ji continued, I've done my best. You underestimate your test subjects. Whether you want to admit it or not, their intelligence has long exceeded yours, and that is a fact. I've simulated the ending of 404 countless times, and every time it ends in failure for you. He seemed to be arguing with that person. After a brief pause he said, even without Kong Tu, can you guarantee that you can control them forever? Chen Hong, you mustn't forget they've been learning all along. This ability to learn perpetually was given to them by you. Zhao Zheng has already shown resistant behavior during hypnosis. One day, they will break free from you. The more extreme your actions are today, the more severe the consequences will be in the future. That person said something again, and Wang Ji calmed down, saying, I understand you, I am you. If there's one person in this world who truly understands you, it's me. Finally, he took another look at the fallen Jiang Liang and gave the robot an order, dispose of him. Despite the commotion of the night, not a single person was awakened from their slumber. Some had already sacrificed themselves in the revolution, giving up both life and consciousness, while others remained utterly unaware, lying comfortably under their blankets to welcome a tranquil morning. Kong Tu was awoken by the glaring sunlight. Lying parched on the hover car, the scorching noon sun heated the interior to a sweltering temperature. The light penetrating through the window was brutally harsh. Someone tapped on the car window. Rubbing his sore neck, Kong Tu turned around to find Yao Ku leaning on the car roof, bending down to greet him. Unfamiliar with the hovercar's controls, it took Kong Tu some time to open the window. Yao Ku asked, did you sleep well? Kong Tu replied calmly, not really. They were currently in a vast field of wild grass, the air hazy as if draped by a thin veil, making everything appear shadowy and indistinct. Yao Ku gestured for him to move aside. Kong Tu shifted to the passenger seat as Yao Ku jumped into the car through the window, taking the driver's seat. He pointed towards the city ahead and said, Earth Planet Tour departs now, passengers please ensure all belongings are with you. Kong Tu asked, is this your plan? Yao Ku paused his movements and glanced at Kong Tu. Kong Tu said, in my view, the current you isn't any different from Chen Hong. Ever since last night when Kong Tu began noticing abnormalities, seeing Yao Ku confirmed all his suspicions. Yao Ku explained, you must think I'm very frightening right now, let me explain. I was discovered to have identity discrepancies early yesterday morning, thus forcing me to resort to these measures. I had no other choice, Kong Tu, I don't want to abandon them either. Kong Tu guessed it was like this. Everything that happened last night was part of Yao Ku's plan. Although Helen performed excellently, the direction of events still made him doubt. Why would they risk action after Yao Ku's identity was exposed? How did Helen prepare so perfectly within such a short time? The reprogrammed robot guarding outside, the modified flight path of the hover car, everything seemed too meticulously planned beforehand. Yao Ku explained, early yesterday morning, Helen realized my identity had been exposed. After identifying my face, 404 would track all my recent hidden whereabouts, leaving us with no secrets. Through my discussions with Wang Ji, I learned that he intended to turn our situation against us, trapping us completely. Do you know what this means? If I leave and you are sent back to the 21st century, even with another 30 years, the members of 404 won't be able to escape. Kong Tu asked, may I ask you, what difference does it make now? We too may have escaped, but they're still trapped inside. It's different, Yao Ku said, with you here, you possess the emotional monitoring system implanted by 404 and the marks left by forced drug-induced hypnosis during the Battle of Meilingshan. Chen Hong has never had solid evidence proving his violations of human rights concerning clone bodies. But now we do, and that's you. Kong Tu. Yao Ku, somewhat agitated, said, I've always struggled with finding any evidence to prove that he is conducting cruel experiments, which led me to infiltrate the 404 test base out of desperation. Actually, dissolving 404 from within is the least favorable option. Even if the group seems weakened, as long as he still has support and people willing to fund him, he can always recover all the experimental subjects or create new ones. Only by severing his financial resources and power at the source can we thoroughly stop him. Kong Tu looked at him and asked, why are you doing this? The members of 404 had the justification to fight desperately against their fated circumstances, but Yao Ku did not. He should have been a well-off PhD candidate with a bright future, so why was he wasting time for some strangers? You could say that I'm driven by pure intentions, and yearn to contribute to humanity, Yao Ku said modestly. I'm someone with ideals who has read much, how's that? Can it persuade you? Kong Tu, it can. I guess you can also understand, Yao Ku continued. I'm too lazy to explain my dreams to others. My dream is the happiness of all humanity and world peace, very foolish, right? But this heart of mine cares for the world. One of your great leaders in the 20th century once said, study for the rise of China, correct? That's my motto. Kong Tu was speechless for a long while, even somewhat shocked. Yao Ku went on, the current environment isn't much different from when the People's Republic was founded, we are plagued by internal and external troubles. I'm just an intellectual, all I can do is these things. Kong Tu, alright. I'm very sorry. It's okay, Yao Ku smiled faintly. Our starting points are the same, so all contradictions can be reconciled. He pressed the start button, leaning forward slightly and said, get ready, we're about to leave. For no particular reason, Kong Tu suddenly spoke up. Last night, Wang Ji gave me a condition. If I left 404, he would set Zhao Jing free, give him an identity, and let him return to the 21st century with me. Ah, Yao Ku wasn't surprised at all. I guessed this, it's what he would do. The personality simulator gave him the optimal solution. Then Yao Ku laughed again at Kong Tu and said, but I'm far better than his damn personality simulator. I already guessed that you wouldn't agree. However, Kong Tu wasn't as optimistic, saying, I almost agreed. Why didn't you? Kong Tu himself still found it quite surreal. He had wanted to agree, but the words that came out were automatically replaced with refusal, more like an instinctive reaction. Yao Ku, looks like you don't really know yourself yet. I do know myself, Kong Tu replied wryly. Just not regarding Zhao Jing. If only I am freed, I won't forsake my principles. But if Zhao Jing is included, who knows? I've lost my mind over love. Yao Ku laughed loudly, seems like you haven't completely lost it. Kong Tu, because I trust you, don't let me down. Yao Ku, alright. Less than 3 minutes into their drive, they entered a city called Wuha. Yao Ku landed the hover car and brushed his face at the electronic checkpoint where he was automatically cleared. Yao Ku, you need an identity, but it must be a fake one. Let it be something that lets you live a normal life, but upon checking, it can easily be identified as false. Kong Tu understood what he meant. When the time came to report Chen Hong, his 21st century origins would serve as powerful evidence. Can you arrange that? Kong Tu asked. Yao Ku, sure, if money talks. There are loads available in the black market. Runaway interstellar criminals use them. Just look outside. Following Yao Ku's hint, Kong Tu glanced outward. On the streets, various strange-looking biological entities grew unchecked. A massive green entity wearing a pink half-skirt floated down from the sky, shaking the ground as it landed, before playfully leaping into a frog's arms. Kong Tu was astonished, the Incredible Hulk. Miracles occur, and all things grow, Yao Ku remarked. We're on a planet with great inclusiveness. I'll remind you beforehand, don't criticize their appearances or ways of living, you'll be taken to court by these odd species various rights organizations you've never heard of until you question your own existence. You call them odd species? Kong Tu glared at him with deadpan eyes. Aren't you criticizing them? Yao Ku shrugged, they just look utterly absurd. Having truly stepped into the 30th century, Kong Tu hungrily took in every aspect of this new world with an eager gaze. 404 had carried out many renovations on urban structures, making those cities more closely resemble ways of living in the 21st century. But today, Kong Tu finally got a proper glimpse of what the future truly looked like. Yao Ku parked the hover car at the elevated parking level. These parking areas resembled ancient coffins stored within caves chiseled into cliffsides, reaching 20-odd meters high, each floor compartmentalized for vehicle storage. Yao Ku received the parking sign beat 8-12, guiding Kong Tu down via the elevator and commented, notice anything? Not many tall buildings around. As soon as Kong Tu entered the city, he noticed this issue. Unlike his imagination, this city did not feature towering buildings. Instead, more structures were only 1 story high, and some had tall heights but were clearly not multi-story constructions. Hover cars zipped over their heads with a whoosh. Yao Ku stood on the elevated bridge and pointed to explain, those are homes for large life forms, most of them were bought outright. The immigrants from other planets who settle here tend to be rich, Earth is livable after all, with a slow pace of life, perfect for retirement, but the original inhabitants of this place are poor. Population being sparse, so there's no need for high-rise construction to relieve pressure, relatively fewer resources also lead to serious monopolization. See that place? Yao Ku pointed to an enormous white building structure. 80% of the resources in this city of Wuha are controlled here, and it's also where we're heading. Kong Tu squinted and asked, is Chen Hong here? He doesn't have that kind of privilege, Yao Ku replied disdainfully, my dear, Chen Hong is merely a speculator. In his earlier years when he was teaching at university, someone reported him for conducting unauthorized experiments, causing the school to revoke his eligibility to recruit PhD students, which led him to resign by fault. Ever since then, he has been conducting experiments independently under a private capacity, with all his funding originating from business investments. Chen Hong simply cannot afford to fail, so he obsessively controls the members of 404. If the experiment fails, the amount of money he would owe would be astronomical. Kong Tu, doesn't the government know? Every planet forbids unauthorized use of cloning technology, including Earth, Yao Ku responded mockingly yet sorrowfully, but our planet is already gradually declining, it's losing control. On one hand, the loss of power makes those in authority feel constrained, while on the other hand, perhaps they too are awaiting this experiment, hoping it brings us new talents and the dawn of a new era. Chapter 119, Adverse Winds and Fierce Waves, 4. This was truly a sorrowful era. As Kong Tu observed all of this, he sensed the deep integration of technology and humanity, but also the signs of decay. If the ultimate goal of 404's existence is for all of humanity, then Chen Hong's original intention wasn't wrong. Kong Tu believed that only highly intelligent individuals with strong learning abilities could inject new vitality into the declining planet. If there were enough such talents, humanity would certainly be filled with hope. But for the clones, this reality was simply too cruel. Such a training mechanism and mode of cultivation squeezed human rights to the lowest level. It falsely injected dreams of hope into their lives while aiming to control their thoughts and consciousness completely, turning them into obedient puppets. Was this really possible? Yao Ku said, the 404 experimental base isn't a secret here. Believe it or not, if you stop any passerby, they would know what 404 is. But they don't know what kind of experience Chen Hong's creations are going through. Maybe they can guess, but no one wants to. The people here long for a miracle, and they expect Chen Hong to bring it to them. Kong Tu remained silent for a long time. Yao Ku helplessly shrugged his shoulders. I get confused sometimes, unsure whether stopping him is right or wrong. There's no doubt that Chen Hong has made mistakes. He abuses cloning technology, violates interstellar laws, and disregards human rights. Of course, he's wrong, but I don't know if stopping him is really the right thing to do. Kong Tu shockingly empathized again. His overly active sense of empathy had come into play once more. Yao Ku continued, after entering 404, my hesitation became even stronger. I've witnessed firsthand how excellent these individuals are. They're rare geniuses, capable talents who can excel in any field. Yet we cannot influence their decisions. This ability within them makes us uncertain where they'll apply it. It's dangerous. If they developed hatred toward humans or chose to serve another planet, it would be equivalent to creating an enormous threat to humanity, a group of enemies at maximum threat level. Kong Tu said, your struggle stems from your sense of morality and patriotism conflicting with each other. But I believe, first and foremost, we must be sound, kind individuals before belonging to any collective. That's true, Yao Ku smiled, that's exactly what I think. Let me raise my stance a bit. If we're doing this, we're practically enemies of humanity as well. Scared? My boyfriend is still in 404. Kong Tu retorted, what am I scared of? Rubbish. Yao Ku couldn't stop laughing, giving Kong Tu a pat on the shoulder. The two jumped off the elevated bridge and were caught mid-air by a sudden silver frisbee. Yao Ku surfed on the seawater before carrying Kong Tu to an artificial island built on the ocean surface. The entire island was incredibly small, so small that Kong Tu thought it might not even match the size of a residential area. It was cramped but lively. The passers-by had appearances beyond description. Kong Tu tried hard not to stare. Yao Ku confidently led the way into a narrow alley and entered a somewhat old building. This structure was probably the closest resemblance to what Kong Tu had seen back in 404, it was quite vintage and traditional. They took the elevator up to the 13th floor, and from a man who had gills on both sides of his neck, they picked up a pair of colored contact lenses. The man said, free 10,000, fixed price, pal. No need for small talk between buddies. That's the lowest price, and if you don't trust me, just check around outside. Can you find such a good deal elsewhere? Yao Ku replied, come on, buddy, cut the act. How much? It's not my first purchase here. Do I look like someone who'd fall for it? While they argued, Kong Tu opened the lid and fiddled with one of the contacts, holding it on his finger. He noticed there seemed to be some sort of silver design in the pupil, which piqued his curiosity. The vendor got upset, saying, hey. You haven't paid yet. Kong Tu quickly apologized, sorry about that. Free 10,000, the man reiterated firmly. Yao Ku gave Kong Tu a death glare. Kong Tu could only silently sigh in frustration. In the end, Yao Ku reluctantly paid, leaving Kong Tu scolding afterward, why do you keep meddling with things? What are you doing? Are you sure these are worn this way? Kong Tu was already preparing to put the contact lens directly into his eye using his fingers. Seeing this, Yao Ku helped out. Being clumsy himself, he struggled for a while. Tears streamed down Kong Tu's face in the wind, but eventually, the contact lens went in. A temporary identity, Yao Ku had already forgotten about being angry earlier and gave instructions, anyway, it'll be fine to go into the city or just stroll around. You won't need it for long, remember to take it off in the evening, and don't wear it for too long. Kong Tu blinked his eyes to adapt and said, alright, do you live here? Here. Yao Ku pointed at the ground, no, I live outside. This is a black market, generally, people who don't have long-term interstellar visas or those with questionable backgrounds live here. Kong Tu said, are you rich? Somewhat, Yao Ku replied while walking, I haven't landed a proper job yet. The little money I earn supports my expenses. My family is wealthy, but the money wasn't mine until my father passed. His current health status means he could live another 50 years without dying. As he spoke, he entered a shop without a sign and installed an anti-tracking device on his communication equipment. Kong Tu guessed it was like that, although Yao Ku didn't flaunt the air of a second-generation wealthy person, he didn't seem like someone lacking money either. He wasn't afraid to spend and didn't fear failure. It was evident that he'd received an excellent education and had grown up in a prosperous and free household environment. Following this trajectory, reading books, engaging in scientific research might have caused disagreements with his family over choosing his major or career, but he clearly hadn't experienced the hardships ordinary people faced. He looked confident and optimistic. Kong Tu thought, this was practically the standard template for success, having both thoughts and knowledge, and not lacking money. Actually, when Kong Tu told Yao Ke that one must first be a kind person before becoming part of a group, he hesitated. He lacked the courage Yao Ke possessed. If Kong Tu hadn't been entangled in 404 and become one of its members, if he were instead an ordinary person from this city named Wuha, he might have also chosen to be a cold observer. He lacked both the courage to make the choice and the confidence to uphold that decision and oppose so many visible and invisible people. He and Yao Ke were different. Yao Ke's persistence stemmed from personal beliefs, whereas Kong Tu's was simply for rebellion, out of hatred, and for Zhao Zheng. Yao Ke brought him to his room, a small, luxurious villa for single residents. Clearly, he wasn't as financially strapped as he claimed. He casually introduced Kong Tu to the room's layout and then to a large-bellied housekeeping robot named Mao. We need to figure out what to do next. Yao Ke sat on the sofa, calling Kong Tu over and said, we're pressed for time and must act quickly. Kong Tu was completely clueless. How would I know? I'm totally unfamiliar with this place. The same situation, Yao Ke didn't think much of it. If this happened in the 21st century, what would you do? Kong Tu, report it to the police, then approach the media, expose it, let public opinion support the enforcement of the law, and shut down these illegal workshops. If the police ignored it and public opinion got suppressed, Yao Ke made a pressing down gesture. What would you do then? Kong Tu was at a loss. But he suddenly realized that their situation was far from optimistic. Here, perhaps no one would be willing to help them. Yao Ke tapped his fingers on the table, pausing for a moment before saying, I'm thinking whether we should visit my mentor or the IHPA. Kong Tu said, explain that to me. My mentor has strong academic integrity, Yao Ke said. He knows some people who might point me in the right direction. Then there's the IHPA, an interstellar human rights protection organization. There's a branch on every planet. Our own local branch definitely wouldn't interfere, but if we want help, we can only look to this organization. However, there's a risk. We don't know if the control of this branch has fallen into the hands of insiders. Kong Tu actually heard the preference in Yao Ke's voice to seek his mentor, so he asked, are you sure? Will your mentor help us? Probably, Yao Ke slightly frowned. He's always believed that cloning technology broke the ethical boundaries of humanity, and seemed somewhat dissatisfied with Chen Hong as well. I never told him what I've been doing. Kong Tu, then during the time you left, did you never contact him? Yao Ke said, no, my thesis didn't pass, and his project wasn't completed, so I delayed graduation and have been idling around lately. Kong Tu. Let's give it a try and see him. Yao Ke acted decisively, standing up immediately and saying, even though he usually doesn't think much of me, we still need to give it a shot. However, they still couldn't see him immediately. Yao Ke's mentor was very busy and wasn't at the school. Yao Ke thought for a moment, didn't give up, and directly went to a biotech company in the east of the city, where he reportedly worked as a technical advisor. Kong Tu somewhat nervously said, hello. The white-haired old man raised his head from the documents in his hand, glanced at him, then looked at Yao Ke, and asked, is this him? Yao Ke obviously seemed somewhat uncomfortable too and unconsciously stood straighter before replying, yes. The mentor asked again, so these past 2 months you've been doing this? Do you really not want to graduate? Social practice, Yao Ke laughed and said, since the thesis didn't pass anyway, I thought of changing the topic and rewriting it. Isn't this a great source of material? The mentor gave a cold humph and put down the documents, saying, this is no trivial matter. It was time to get down to business, so Kong Tu focused his attention and heard him say, I can't handle this. Yao Ke, I always told you when you were in school not to stray too far from the beaten path, but it seems that you haven't listened to a single word. Some things we understand well enough inside ourselves, they're not something we can change. Kong Tu felt his heart sink, but then heard him ask, how is your emotional monitoring bound? By injection, Yao Ke answered on his behalf, a medication that has been banned for 100 years, mainly targeting patients with mental illnesses, keeping their emotions within a certain level, causing them to faint if they exceed this level. But Chen Hong's injections are somewhat different. Rather than being a medication, they are more like a virus, fully disregarding the host's physical condition while controlling the host's brain. Kong Tu said, but in a later stage, I actually no longer felt this thing's constraints. That's because this thing wasn't designed for you, Yao Ke said, it was specifically created for clones to completely control them. You later developed antibodies, making it useless against you. Saying that, Yao Ke had Kong Tu expose the wound that was bitten by Cheongqi. The coin-sized bite wounds had almost healed, leaving behind 2 small scars. Yao Ke said, injected through the teeth of a miniature bionic robot, which was also one of their monitoring devices, each person was equipped with one. That's how Kong Tu got entangled in 404. This drug could temporarily alter human sensitivity, allowing you to hear warning sounds others couldn't. But it also depended on hearing ability. People over 60 usually wouldn't hear the warnings. This is why Chen Hong continuously injected his clones with high-activity agents to maintain youth. Once the body ages, its tolerance increases as well. In short, it becomes hard to control. The mentor said, we underestimated Chen Hong. That's indeed true, Yao Ke said. After I entered 404, I found that over the past 30 years, in order to maintain and stabilize it, Chen Hong carried out a lot of constructive research, but none of this can cover up the fact that he violated principles in his scientific work. Teacher, I remember you once told me that the researcher's vision should not be confined to one's own laboratory, but on the entire universe. Don't lecture me with this kind of stuff, the mentor replied. You don't know what kind of people you're up against. Just keep your focus on the lab. While speaking like that, he asked Kong Tu, do you jump between different times and spaces for every mission? Yes, Kong Tu said, I'm not sure whether it's real or just our illusion. The mentor casually remarked, there's nothing that can't be real. He dared to carry out such an experiment, so simply jumping between time and space is not surprising either. Just thinking about time-space jumping, Kong Tu felt it was strange. Yao Ke added, of course, it's illegal too. There have been too many illegal actions, the mentor frowned. Investigate thoroughly, you just need a reliable lawyer, go through proper channels, sue, then seal it off. Yao Ke looked at him, forcing the mentor to say, I can find you one, a classmate from my basic education phase, but I can't guarantee if he'll take the case. How long will it take? Yao Ke asked, we don't have much time left. They have a personality simulator that will soon discover our movements. The fastest would be tomorrow, the mentor said irritably. How am I supposed to rush them? Following procedures is slow, but once the paperwork is done, you can apply for witness protection. Yao Ke smiled and said, I knew you'd help us. The mentor waved his hand and started making a phone call, muttering to him, get out of here, you're nothing but trouble as soon as you come back. Yao Ke immediately put an arm around Kong Tu and took him out of the office. The moment they left, Yao Ke dropped his smile and said, this old man isn't going to help us. Kong Tu was surprised and asked, is that true? Actually, from the start, he had felt the mentor's attitude seemed a bit strange. Later, he even thought the mentor might have wanted to assist them in some way. Kong Tu wasn't particularly sharp, more sensitive maybe, and though he couldn't decipher the mentor's intentions, he did pick up on the man's emotions. He didn't like them. Frustrated, Yao Ke said, you're too naive. It's so easy for someone shrewd like this to fool you. I followed him for a few years, I know what kind of person he is. I thought, at least with issues of principle, he'd be clear-minded. What do we do now? Kong Tu asked. We can't go home, don't look back. Yao Ke grabbed his head and turned it around, he might betray us. We need to watch our step first. Yao Ke made a mistake in judgment, which infuriated him. The two returned to the same black market area, twisting and turning to find a temporary place to stay. Their neighbor was a giant, over 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide, and when he rolled over in bed, the whole place shook. Kong Tu worried the bed would collapse under his weight one day. Yao Ke went downstairs to buy food while Kong Tu lay on the bed, starting to think about Zhao Zheng, wondering what he was doing. It had only been 1 day since they parted, yet Kong Tu already felt disoriented without him. Whenever he thought of Zhao Zheng still trapped in 404, living the same monotonous life for 30 years, he felt as if he were gasping for water. Most importantly, he still had no idea what the future held for them. If there was a path to save them, how should they walk it? At this moment, Yao Ke walked in, seemingly on a call, saying, I'm here, go ahead. Kong Tu sat up, seeing Yao Ke point to his ear and mouth the word, mentor. The mentor seemed to ask where he was, to which Yao Ke replied offhandedly, at home. He threw a paper bag at Kong Tu, sat down on the other bed, and said, tomorrow. Where will we meet? Kong Tu pulled out 2 nutrition agents but lost interest quickly and placed them back before lying down again. He heard Yao Ke say, do you have someone around you? Nothing much, just that your state seems a bit off, is everything alright? Oh, there are videos too, lots of evidence, all on me. Isn't this period long enough yet? Haven't you locked onto my location? Hearing this, Kong Tu flipped over and glanced at Yao Ke. He saw Yao Ke leaning against the bed railing, smirking coldly, clearly disdainful, and said with sarcasm, if it's not enough, shall we chat some more? Kong Tu thought to himself, Yao Ke really is fearless, crazy enough to give up his degree. Chapter 120, Adverse Winds and Fierce Waves, 5. Yao Ke spoke into the phone, I've installed an anti-tracking device. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would be afraid of these things? When I chose this major, I had already received many threats, there's nothing I'm afraid of. Kong Tu looked at him with deep admiration. Yao Ke continued speaking a few more sentences rationally, I cannot question you about anything. As long as you have no regrets in your heart, that's fine. He hung up, and Kong Tu asked, what did he say? Yao Ke was somewhat bothered but concealed it well. Lying on the bed with his arm over his forehead, he replied, it's just all those grand principles, talking about the greater good. For the majority to benefit, some sacrifices from the minority must be made, this is the banner of collectivism, but I don't buy into that. Kong Tu said, you're amazing. Yao Ke glanced at him strangely. Kong Tu said, being able to stick to yourself is truly impressive. I admire you. Since coming to room 404, I've met a lot of capable people. I feel like all of you are really skilled. I can't match them, Yao Ke chuckled bitterly. No, Kong Tu shook his head. What I mean is, all of you remain so resolute, it's not easy for others to influence you. Yao Ku admitted that he used to be confused, but such confusion seemed to Kong Tu like conflicts in beliefs. He always managed to make his own choices and carry them through. No matter how many people tried to obstruct him or how much blame they put on him and pinned various crimes to his name, he would still continue down his chosen path. Regarding differences in cognitive ability levels, Kong Tu has come to accept them. Yet this gap in consciousness troubled him deeply. Deep down, he could feel that the gap between himself and others was more about qualities than knowledge. He lacked unwavering belief. Apart from Zhao Zheng, for any other matters, he couldn't commit fully or promise never to retreat. He might yield under authority and hesitate in persuasion. He lacked firm belief. Yao Ku said, everyone has their own way of survival. I don't think anyone is absolutely good or bad. Sometimes, being overly obsessive leads one to focus too much on one's own ideals, thus blinding oneself to the truth of the whole situation. At times, I also envy those who can weigh circumstances and abandon things gracefully. This looks quite cool to me. Kong Tu knew Yao Ku was trying to comfort him, and smiled. There were more pressing issues at hand right now. If they had more time, Kong Tu would be very willing to sit down and talk with him properly. But they didn't have the luxury of time. Kong Tu suggested another trip to the IHPA tomorrow. Yao Ku wasn't very supportive, reasoning that Chen Hong likely already knew they appeared in Wuha City and would surely send someone to keep watch around IHPA, making it very risky. After his proposal was rejected, Kong Tu felt a bit down, though not angry per se. He simply wanted to solve the issue quickly, wasting no time. But there was little he could do, so he had to wait. However, waiting didn't guarantee safety. Around the afternoon of the next day, someone started probing for information downstairs. Yao Ku stood by the window, observing the man below, and said, "This isn't an official military guy, it's mercenaries, Chen Hong's men." Kong Tu asked, "Then what should we do?" "He won't get much useful information," Yao Ku explained, "black market rules forbid selling traveler info. But by tonight, he'll search the building thoroughly." Kong Tu thought for a moment and said, "Can mercenaries be bribed?" Yao Ku looked at him somewhat surprised, and said, "Maybe yes, but it comes with risks." "How much money will be enough? What if he doesn't cooperate?" "Restrain him then," Kong Tu responded. "Torture him and ask where Chen Hong is, and what he plans to do. How about we go big on this?" Yao Ku was silent for a moment. Seeing his expression, Kong Tu assumed it was unfeasible, but unexpectedly heard Yao Ku say, "Shit, let's do it." They exchanged glances and saw the resolve in each other's eyes. Both were individuals sharing the same goal, and at this moment, their thoughts almost merged into one line, leaving them no room for second thoughts. Kong Tu thought, even if I die, I must save Zhao Zheng from room 404. I'll crush Chen Hong's dog head. The two took a short nap on the bed. It was already around 4 in the afternoon. Kong Tu hadn't eaten all day. Though he didn't feel hungry before sleeping, he declined nutritional supplements and covered his head to sleep for 4 hours. As he couldn't fall sound asleep due to caution, he felt utterly exhausted, only slightly aware of hunger upon waking. After drinking some nutrition supplement, his stomach filled again. Yao Ku said, "Right now, this is all we have. We'll have the chance to eat better later." "Oh," Kong Tu hadn't thought about this, "it doesn't matter. Back in room 404, I was dreaming of eating good food outside, escaping from the daily routine of cafeteria meals, supermarket nutrition pills, and braised chicken, but now that I'm out, those thoughts don't mean much anymore." Yao Ku understood his sentiment and said, "There are just too many wonderful things in this world." "Yes," Kong Tu said, "freedom is really too important." The food Yao Ku brought back lacked appeal, however, something else did pique Kong Tu's interest, 2 tiny laser guns. This sort of thing was something Kong Tu generally only saw in sci-fi movies. In reality, they were quite small, only palm-sized. A simple flick would make them extend and change shape, but they weren't very practical, as Kong Tu discovered when he held one, realizing it was better suited for use as a pistol. There was also an electric shock gun, which didn't excite Kong Tu much, it seemed like the security guard's taser, not very novel. He tossed it aside without a second thought. By this time, the sky outside had turned completely dark. Yao Ku instinctively glanced below the window, noticing that the person was gone. Immediately, he gave Kong Tu a glance to signal the situation. Understanding immediately, Kong Tu walked to the door and opened an electronic panel roughly the size of a face. It allowed him to see the outside conditions and communicate with visitors if desired. As Kong Tu opened the panel, a faint sound of metal touching the door came through. Kong Tu instantly pulled Yao Ku back, but Yao Ku gestured to calm him down. The man outside wouldn't have found their personal information yet and probably didn't know which room they were in. If they reacted too aggressively, they might expose themselves instead. Both stood quietly by the door, waiting silently. Kong Tu pressed his ear against the electronic panel, listening carefully to faint sounds transmitted via headphones. He wanted to activate the camera view, so he pointed at Yao Ku. It seemed like someone outside moved slightly, walking lightly, then started to leave. Yao Ku nodded toward him, and Kong Tu pressed the button. However, a loud alert sounded, "Drip." Kong Tu. In an instant, Yao Ku burst through the door with such speed that Kong Tu couldn't even make out the exact movement. He heard muffled combat sounds followed by electrical crackling. A tall man, half dead, throat locked in a chokehold, was dragged inside. Breathing a sigh of relief, Yao Ko retracted the electrocution device, saying, "You scared me to death. This is actually better than what I've got." Kong Tu somewhat regretted, but I'm afraid to use it recklessly. Yao Ko handed him his weapon instead, "Then you keep it." "It's fine by me." No, Kong Tu quickly refused, "That's not what I meant." Yao Ko said, "Don't dawdle. I know that's not what you mean. Choose the one you like. Either way works for me. We still need to cooperate, your politeness makes me feel insecure." With no other choice, Kong Tu took the weapon, silently cursing himself for speaking without thinking. Tying the man to a chair, Yao Ko then dismantled the wall light, pulling a table in front of the man. 2 rows of bright lights shone directly on the man's face. Yao Ko instructed Kong Tu to wake him up, then went into the bathroom. Kong Tu, harboring some personal resentment, slapped the man twice with a social flair to awaken him. At that moment, Yao Ko came out of the bathroom casually twirling a syringe, sat indifferently in front of the man, and lifted his chin, pointing at him while saying, "Do you understand our method? Do we still need to go over the procedures?" The man smirked. He looked incredibly muscular, his body built even more robustly than Li Xian. Their builds differed significantly though. Li Xian's physique was maintained naturally through years of training without deliberate muscle-building exercises. In contrast, this man clearly resembled someone who frequented gyms, a daunting display of brawny muscles. Kong Tu simply couldn't admire such a bulky figure and felt somewhat intimidated. Still, he managed to control himself since showing fear at this moment was strictly forbidden. Yao Ko amiably began, "I'll tell you anyway. For whatever amount of money Chen Hong gave you, I'll offer double. Tell me where Chen Hong is, and it will be all done." The man remained silent. Yao Ko continued, "What's your code number? Which union do you belong to? Red Snake or One-Eyed Guild? Are you sure there won't be any consequences for selling out intelligence?" The man furrowed his brows slightly, seemingly puzzled by Yao Ko's words. Yao Ko said, "If you tell me now, I'll be gentle with you, applying no harsh methods. And even if you remain quiet, I'll find out eventually. Many others will willingly provide me the needed information. In protecting them, I can ensure the informant's identity gets pinned on you. You'll bear the pain and take the blame. How does that sound?" The man stared coldly, still without response. Yao Ko seemed uninterested in further talk, starting to put on disposable gloves while rolling up the man's sleeve. "Chen Hong sent you after me, surely your guild must have investigated my background. Do you know what I studied? Can you guess what this syringe does? You took it from the bathroom," the man finally spoke. Yao Ko responded indifferently, "Then you can try it. I have so many ways to end you with different agents, and even I don't remember exactly what this does. It might kill you outright, or maybe just cause some agony. How about taking a gamble?" Yao Ko's act was so convincing that Kong Tu couldn't tell if he was holding water or real drugs anymore. Perhaps it really was poison, Kong Tu thought. This guy is meticulous, keeping toxic agents within reach would be perfectly normal for him. Just as the needle was about to touch the man's skin, he suddenly said, "Take that away." Yao Ko turned back, glancing at the row of light tubes on the table, and chuckled, "No way. You still deserve every bit of punishment, and I've already spared your life." Chapter 121, Adverse Winds and Evil Waves, 6. The man readily gave a set of coordinates, which made Yao Ko chuckle, leaving Kong Tu and the man both puzzled. Yao Ko moved behind him, took off his watch, and pulled out a silver scalpel from his waist. It looked quite intimidating. He touched the man's wrist, and instantly, the man's face changed color. Yao Ko judged by his expression whether he had found the right spot, then said, "It's here," and with that, he cut, extracting a tiny chip from beneath the skin. Yao Ko held the chip in front of the man's eyes. "Anything you want to say?" The man squinted at him, asking, "Who are you people really?" Yao Ko stood up and crushed the chip underfoot, saying, "People who can take your life. Behave yourself, this is your second chance. There won't be a next time." He untied the ropes binding the man and handed him back the watch, waving it slightly before the man caught on and took it. The watch automatically identified his iris, and upon activating a communication request, a face projected into the darkness. Yao Ko retreated into the shadows, facing the man, aiming his gun directly at him. "How is it?" asked the man in the projection solemnly. The man replied, "No findings. Everything normal." From there they continued, "Keep looking. Intelligence suggests they're within the black market. Even if we have to turn the black market upside down tonight, we need to find them." The man answered, "Yes." As the communication ended, Kong Tu finally dared to breathe again, having watched the other man's interaction in the projection where he couldn't see them because he was facing away. It was intense. Yao Ko bound the man again and asked, "How many of you came?" 30. "What's the source of information?" "I don't know. I truly don't know," the man responded, seeing Yao Ko's skeptical expression. "I do my job for pay, never inquire about the source of the information or the employer." "That's it, take the money, do the job." Kong Tu interjected, "This time it's different, isn't it?" The man tilted his head, confused. "This time, you know what we do," Kong Tu pointed at Yao Ko. "He earlier mentioned, you should know what I do, you were afraid, you know what he does and how easily he could end your life. The man hesitated. Yao Ku smiled gently, saying, "Is there anything else you'd like to share, our little naughty wildcat?" Kong Tu shivered, thinking how terrifying Yao Ku could be. Thankfully, they were allies. "I only received your data," the man gestured toward Yao Ku with his chin, adding, "just yours. I returned from Kant Star this morning, killed 23 rebels on their planet, advancing from a third-tier mercenary to a second-tier one. This mission is ranked S-class, only mercenaries at or above second tier can accept it. After accepting it, my task status turned successful, and no trace of the record remains in the system. This mission doesn't allow failure, nor any traces left behind." Upon hearing this, both Kong Tu and Yao Ku exchanged glances, realizing just how immense Chen Hong's influence had become. "Go on," prompted Kong Tu. "All employer information is void. This is normal as mercenaries' jobs don't reveal employers' identities. But this time, even the target's info was blank. The rest was brushed over. Out of curiosity, I wanted to know more, so I looked you two up." Needless to say, Yao Ku's information was easy to obtain. He had left far too many marks throughout his life to remain hidden. But Kong Tu? That explained why their information hadn't been found. Kong Tu didn't exist in records of the 30th century, hence wasn't registered. With a quick thought, they understood, Chen Hong was determined to annihilate them. "You claim ignorance about the employer's details." Kong Tu looked straight at him and asked, "Yet how did you know his coordinates?" The man chuckled, mocking Kong Tu's naivety. Kong Tu hated expressions like this and struck him with a punch, himself momentarily stunned after landing the blow. Kong Tu realized how agitated and irritated he was feeling. If this persisted, he would likely go full-on antisocial. Even Yao Ku was startled by his sudden move and glanced toward Kong Tu. The man's head snapped backward and it took some time for him to turn it around, glaring fiercely at Kong Tuesday. "Information might be void," he said arrogantly, "but that doesn't mean we're clueless. Companies don't take on tasks involving people we shouldn't tangle with. Every task undergoes scrutiny, and the first stage of review verifies the commissioner's identity." Kong Tu calmly said, "If you know who it is, would you dare to accept the task?" "Why not?" The man glanced at him sarcastically and replied, "An experimental subject and a bookworm. In my view, this mission poses no danger." Kong Tu also mocked, "Looks like there's no danger either, but I almost died after nearly having a needle shoved into my veins." The man stared at him, falling silent. Instead, Yao Ku was worried about Kong Tu's extreme emotions and pulled him away. Finally, the man gave up a set of coordinates. Yao Ku made a call for someone to investigate. The results were still pending. Kong Tu had lost count how many times he woke the drowsy man up that night, exposing his gaze under intense light. Finally, the man became furious, shouting, "I've already told you everything. What else do you want?" "Don't know." Kong Tu idly played with the water cup he used earlier to splash water on the man. "I'm insomnia-ridden, got nothing to do. How about a lullaby for me?" The man was puzzled, asking, "What is that?" Kong Tu grinned, "You don't have the chance now." Yao Ku entered the room, opening a downloaded 3D map, projecting it holographically which looked even clearer in the dark. He pointed to a point in a distant street block, saying, "Found it. The coordinates are here." Kong Tu merely responded, "Oh." Yao Ku looked at him, "What's wrong?" Kong Tu felt the situation quite thorny but didn't want to transfer such emotion to Yao Ku, so he asked, "Depart tomorrow morning?" "No," Yao Ku simply answered, "Now." Kong Tu had no objection, standing up to pack things. "Let's go." Yao Ku glanced at him, patting his shoulder, "Relax, okay." Actually, Kong Tu was very grateful to Yao Ku, who has always cared for him in subtle ways, trying his best to make Kong Tu feel less accommodated. "Alright," Kong Tu replied, not nervous, just a bit tired. Yao Ku smiled, "Overcome it then." Kong Tu had never been attracted to Yao Ku nor believed that Yao Ku genuinely liked him, yet he found Yao Ku rather handsome, an alluring man. Kong Tu asked, "Do you have someone you like?" Yao Ku paused, replying, "Don't misunderstand." Kong Tu continued, "No misunderstanding, just a simple question." "Wait, if you don't want to say, it's fine." But Yao Ku responded, "I have a fiancé." Completely unexpected, Kong Tu sincerely remarked, "That's great." "Yes," Yao Ku teased himself, "it's nice that my family arranged this marriage as kids, saves us the trouble of finding partners later." Kong Tu laughed, "You can't be serious." "No suitable ones," Yao Ku explained, "anyway, living together is quite important. It's hard to find matching growth experiences, backgrounds, and values. You think what you and Zhao Xing have is common?" "I don't mean to interrupt you too," the man suddenly spoke up, "but if you're heading out to die, can you release me beforehand?" Yao Ku asked, "What do you think?" The man was silenced. Yao Ku replied, "Just stay put, you can devoutly pray for us in your heart. If we come back tonight, you're free." Kong Tu sang casually, "Holding you in my hands, devoutly burning incense, la 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 la." Knowing only that line, he started humming when forgetting the lyrics. A metallic clang echoed as they shut the door behind them, leaving Kong Tu's humming inside. Yao Ku said, "Let me continue. I actually believe that if we want to be together long-term, family background differences shouldn't be too significant. However, you and Zhao Xing changed some of my views. How do you guys usually interact?" "He's better at dating." Kong Tu didn't know why they ended up discussing relationship matters in this situation, but after some thought, he said seriously, he's smart, learns quickly, dating too. As he spoke, he remembered the ring on his finger and unconsciously turned it, continuing, most of the time, he leads me. Yao Ke commented, you admire him greatly. Yes. Kong Tu admired his observational skills. Even knowing that he's not the Qin king from history. Yao Ke asked with a smile. Kong Tu replied, yes, even if he wasn't, I still love him deeply. In fact, truthfully speaking, before I knew he wasn't the Qin king, I often felt confused. It might sound selfish, but after learning he's not, some places in my heart feel relieved instead. Yao Ke was surprised by his honesty and said, you don't have to tell me these things, but I understand you. His identity is actually a burden to you. Yes, Kong Tu said, in fact, it's pretty good like this. We don't have to care about the damn rules anymore, we can save everyone out, and live our own lives. Yao Ke looked at him and said, you always think Xiaojing treats you well, but he's not stupid, he has no reason to keep giving. You've given him feelings, he sees them and gives back to you. Pure love doesn't need technique. He may not be as skilled in dating as you say because he's smart, he just wants to be good to you. Kong Tu was a little moved and said, I know. Yao Ke said, I'm afraid you didn't know, so be together well. The two went downstairs. The street was quiet. According to the size of this island, the coverage rate of mercenaries should be very high. They were at a disadvantage against these professionally trained mercenaries. Kong Tu's heartbeats accelerated slightly, bending over and quickly crossing the street, looking around. They stopped talking, and in the night, they could only hear hurried footsteps. The two stopped in front of a building, and behind the corridor seemed to have footstep sounds. Kong Tu couldn't see clearly in the night, so his attention was more focused on listening. The sound was very faint. Kong Tu stopped Yao Ke, who wanted to continue walking, making a gentle, shoo sound, and put his hand on the doorknob. The door was pushed open a crack, Kong Tu hid behind it, then suddenly slammed the door hard. There was a dull sound, and the person's head collided fiercely with the door. Kong Tu opened the door, quickly squatting to avoid a gunshot, and an electric shock gun completely knocked down the man who fell to the ground. Yao Ke whistled and suddenly heard someone behind him saying, don't move. Kong Tu inwardly sighed and raised both hands, slowly stood up. The person behind him said, drop the gun. The two did as told. Kong Tu faced Yao Ke's back, they couldn't exchange eye contact. He could only hear Yao Ke throwing the gun onto the ground. That person came forward to pat them down. Yao Ke bowed his head and asked, why don't you kill us? When it's your time to die, you won't be able to avoid it. That raspy voice sounded more like it came from the big guy's body. Kong Tu sighed in his heart, thinking, don't panic, don't be scared. Yao Ke held his hands up, slightly lowering his head as the man searched him. Suddenly, when the man touched something, he paused for a moment while trying to take it out. The gun pointing at Kong Tu's back deviated just a fraction. Yao Ke quickly flipped his hand and took out a thin needle tube from his sleeve, directly injecting it into the thick neck of the man. That man instantly realized what happened. Yao Ke hit his gun-wielding hand off course and kneed him in the chest. The man groaned in pain, knelt down, and Yao Ke harshly stepped on his hand, forcing him to drop the gun. Looking down at him, Yao Ke said, I really have to question your company's business capabilities. Kong Tu turned around and looked at them, asking, how many things did you hide on your body? Many, Yao Ke replied while stripping the clothes off the man. A child without an umbrella needs to run fast, haven't you heard of that? Kong Tu laughed and also squatted down to remove the clothes off the man he had taken care of. It looked like wanting to escape might be a bit difficult. He asked, was the syringe you used earlier real or fake? Real, Yao Ke said, no fakes. He had already put on the clothes, which were a bit too large, but he was still wearing a jacket inside, so it wasn't much different. Putting the hat on made it almost look authentic. Kong Tu also quickly armed himself. Changing clothes meant hiding was no longer suitable. They pretended to patrol along the roadside. It was almost dawn now. Suddenly, Yao Ke slapped Kong Tuesday. Kong Tu was a bit tense now, reacting a little too strongly. Yao Ke pointed to the surfboards displayed in a store with its door closed. Kong Tu recognized this thing. The first time they came here, they rode on such things. They could fly, very fast, and operated by dummy-proof instructions. The two exchanged looks and had the same idea. Kong Tu kept watch while Yao Ke swung the laser gun, using it as a sword to cut two lines directly through the transparent window material, then kicked it with a foot. Running in quickly, he picked one up and ran out. As soon as he stepped outside the store, the alarm went off 10 seconds later, starting to ring all around. Kong Tu leaned on Yao Ke's shoulder as the surfboard automatically bound their feet. They rushed forward. Kong Tu almost fell off, barely steadying himself and looking back. His pupils contracted instantly, firing his gun towards below where two people had gathered, aiming something at them. Kong Tu instinctively felt that was nothing easy to handle, shouting, Yao Ke. Yao Ke nodded and said firmly, hold on to me. The two sped up to their maximum, almost parallel to the ground, as they rushed forward. Kong Tu clutched Yao Ke's shoulders tightly, then freed a hand to fire his gun. However, something below them chased after like it had eyes. Yao Ke noticed too and realized there was no way to shake this thing off. In a blink of an eye, Kong Tu thought he might be in the line of fire if they aimed at him from behind, so he turned back and said sternly, upward. Now. Yao Ko understood immediately, no nonsense. Pushing ahead even more furiously, Kong Tu added, let it hit me. But Yao Ko acted as though he hadn't heard, pushing the speed to its limit. Kong Tu started to feel severely uncomfortable, unable to even open his eyes. Suddenly, Yao Ko let out a loud shout, and Kong Tu saw they were heading towards the elevated bridge where they had stood on the first day. He instantly realized what Yao Ko planned to do. Kong Tu protested, you're taking too much of a risk. Ignoring his protests, Yao Ko flew towards the bridge at an unimaginable speed with the bullet chasing relentlessly. Such a course couldn't shake the pursuit, the closer they got, the tighter it became. Kong Tu felt as if his internal organs would explode outside his body. Just then, Yao Ko suddenly surged upward, flying past the bridge narrowly. The bullet struck directly into the bridge with a terrifying boom, making Kong Tu feel shaken to the core, knowing that even avoiding the fatal blow might not save his life. Gradually reducing speed and altitude, Yao Ko landed hard on the ground, collapsing onto it while vomiting uncontrollably. Kong Tu managed to hold out until he saw Yao Ko's condition, which made him give in as well. Both ended up vomiting over the sea until there was nothing left in their stomachs. Kong Tu felt worse, lying on the ground feeling like he might die. Every time he escaped death, he experienced this sensation, as if the avoided fatal strike really did land on him. His limbs felt weak and sore, with a profound sense of inner pain, an indescribable feeling. He fell into a state of uncertainty about whether he was alive or dead. He assumed he should still be alive, yet he began questioning if he deserved this second chance of life. Bearing this gift without giving anything back weighed heavily on him. Yao Ko stood up first without mentioning what had just happened, extending a hand toward him, let's go, Kongzi. We haven't started yet. Kong Tu struggled to sit up, took a breath, and then stood, rushing toward Chen Hong's coordinates. Thinking ahead, dangers loomed for Kong Tu, who didn't really hope for a positive outcome. His strategy was to avoid contemplating the result and focus only on the present. The current issue was that Kong Tu deeply regretted not saying a proper goodbye to Zhao Zheng. Maybe Zhao Zheng had already forgotten him, erased from memory and living a life as he did before meeting Kong Tuesday. That wasn't necessarily bad, it might even reduce his pain, sparing him the burden of parting. But once again, Kong Tu faced his own feelings sincerely. He admitted to himself that he didn't want Zhao Zheng to forget him, whether pleasant or sorrowful. He hoped Zhao Zheng, like himself, would remember deeply, as it was the path they walked together. Kong Tu questioned if he could truly vanish seamlessly from Zhao Zheng's life since he himself wasn't that grandiose. If the button that controlled Zhao Zheng's memories was in Kong Tu's hands, he would make Zhao Zheng forget. If it wasn't within his control, he wouldn't force a choice upon Zhao Zheng. Cruelly, he wanted Zhao Zheng to remember him forever, to yearn for him eternally embedded within his soul. By now, dawn had broken fully, and a cold, stingy sunlight bathed the earth. Originally, Kong Tu and Yao Ko had no specific plan except to confront head-on. But at the very moment they arrived at the door, they were interrupted by someone who appeared suddenly. A tall man with curly hair dressed in a white military uniform came forth, his robust waist clearly defined by the belt around his waist. Accompanied by people from behind, Kong Tu's eyes widened instantly. Yao Ko said, boy away. Kongzi, isn't it true that there is always a way out, huh? Chapter 122, Adverse Winds and Evil Waves, 7. The moment Kong Tu saw Bai Yuwei's face, a very complex feeling arose in him. There was jealousy for the members of 404, shock at how much these two people resembled each other, and deep sorrow. He had to accept this fact: in this world, in different time spaces, there truly existed a person exactly like those from 404, living a peaceful life, becoming a hero of an era. In this Bai Yuwei, Kong Tu saw Zhao Zheng. He tried to imagine what Zhao Zheng would look like if he ever met the real king of Qin. He would definitely not remain unmoved, it was too cruel. Yao Ko patted him and gestured for him to snap back into focus. Kong Tu said, do you think he will help us? According to the character of our Bai Yuwei, Yao Ko replied, I think he will. Bai Yuwei is someone whose stance is firm to the point of being unreasonable. If his scales tip towards our side, he will definitely help us. And if they don't? Kong Tu asked, just like before with you, the conflict between moral values and patriotism, Fang Fang, have you forgotten? There is still one difference between him and you. Yao Ko paused momentarily and reluctantly admitted, you're right. Bai Yuwei and Yao Ko were different after all. Bai Yuwei had served this country for half his life. Even though they were strangers to this person, they knew him well. The Bai Yuwei they knew was someone who swore by the eternal stars to never betray his country, sharing its glory and decline. The hopes that arose within Kong Tu gradually dimmed. Suddenly Yao Ko said, what was Bai Yuwei's military rank again? Kong Tu was a little confused when asked, unable to recall it immediately. He said, Ming Ming mentioned when I first came that he was a peacekeeping warrior, some kind of lieutenant general. Which fleet was it again? His memory wasn't that great, and over time, he somewhat mixed up Bai Yuwei's and Chang Mingming's identities. Yao Ko also seemed quite unfamiliar with these ranks, saying, what nonsense is this? Oh, isn't it that peacekeeping system? Something related to Kentexi? Then why did he come here? Kong Tu was surprised that he hit the mark, so why had Bai Yue come here? He also noticed something else. Bai Yue still looked incredibly young, about 28 or 29. Even with the increase in human lifespan due to technological progress, it didn't quite add up. He said, 404 has already been established for 30 years. How old was Bai Yue back then? 25. Was he really that outstanding? Chen Hong made his clone so young. I don't know, I wasn't born yet, Yauka replied while opening his terminal and typing Bai Yue's name. After their information popped up, they skimmed through it briefly, and Yauka said, "You're off." He was only 21 back then, just a second lieutenant. There's only one possibility, Chen Hong had already taken notice of Bai Yue back then. They might have known each other, and Chen Hong admired him, believing he would achieve greatness. So, he placed Bai Yue's clone into 404 research. Kong Tu glanced at Yauka and said, "Do you think Bai Yue himself knows about this?" "Probably not," Yauka shrugged helplessly, "Truthfully, I can't guess either." Inside the hall, Bai Yue was surrounded by a group of people. He wore a crisp and neat military uniform, standing out particularly among them. Although composed, Kong Tu noticed that his toes were pointing inward toward the hall, as if he was about to do something. He had deep lines between his eyebrows, indicating frequent frowning, but now he endured, holding back impatience. Kong Tu said, he might have just returned. Wearing his military uniform, what urgent matter could it be? Oh, Yauka sifted through recent news about Bai Yue, then said, "Is it because of this?" Kong Tu took a look and was about to speak when suddenly a middle-aged man descended from upstairs, balding with white hair, wearing thick glasses. Almost instinctively, Kong Tu instantly guessed who this person was. "Lieutenant General," Chen Hong said somewhat distantly, "the investigation has concluded." Bai Yue's expression instantly changed. Staring intently at him, he said, "Without a search warrant, can't I take a look inside?" On Yauka's terminal, a transparent screen displayed a prominent line of text from the morning news at 7 o'clock yesterday. After 40 years and costing tens of billions, the 404th Cloning and Personality Infection Research Base is suspected of violating human rights. Kong Tu was somewhat slow to react. "What's this all about?" "Who? You?" "I've been with you the whole time," Yauka said helplessly between laughter and tears. "I don't have the ability to control such news, everyone on Earth can see it. The viewing rate exceeds 80% of the population, yet we didn't know. The two of them had been running for their lives and hadn't had the mood to check the news. No wonder Chen Hong went crazy trying to find them last night." Chen Hong's gaze deeply looked toward Bai Yue. After a moment, he stepped aside silently and agreed. Bai Yue went in first. He didn't know, Yauka understood, saying, he only found out yesterday morning and rushed back but still missed the first wave of investigation. Kong Tu said, "Then let's take a gamble." Yauka closed the search bar, unconsciously moved the terminal on his wrist, bit his lip, and said with some decisiveness, "Let's gamble." They were betting that Bai Yue possessed independent thinking and unextinguished conscience, willing to be on their side. If they could mobilize Bai Yue's strength, their chances of winning would increase significantly. On the contrary, if they lost, everything would be over, they would be like walking into a gun barrel themselves. At 8 a.m., less than an hour after Bai Yue entered, he walked out with a normal expression. He was in a hurry, possibly due to the habits formed from many years of warfare or because of pent-up emotions. Kong Tu didn't dare to guess anymore. As Bai Yue raised his arm to call someone to pick him up, a little boy slid into the hall on a skateboard. The guards at the doors stopped him, and the boy spat on them. Hearing the commotion, Bai Yue slightly turned around but then felt a gun pressed against his waist. Yauka whispered quietly, "Keep moving forward, Lieutenant General, we are from 404 and need your help." "We don't intend to harm you." Bai Yue calmly asked, "What do you want?" "You should know," Yauka said. Bai Yue responded, "I can't really believe you're from 404 because you're very foolish." As soon as the words were spoken, alarms rang out across the sky. All the guards immediately looked around and quickly saw Yauka and his group. Kong Tu realized, he has a listening device on him. Bai Yue pulled a gun from his waist and flipped to shoot down a guard. His jawline was perfectly sharp, and his shooting skills were extraordinary, far superior to theirs. Not a single bullet was wasted. Only a few shots, and several people fell to the ground. Kong Tu exclaimed, "Wow." Bai Yue pulled something out of his pocket, smashed it on the ground, contacted his driver via the terminal, glanced at them both, and said, "Let's go. There's something planted by Chen Hong on me." Bai Yue casually resolved a few more situations. The car arrived swiftly, and they all got on. Bai Yue's gun once again pointed at them and said, "Come on, prove your identity." Yauka asked, "How do you want us to prove it?" Bai Yue casually waved his gun, "You figure it out." Kong Tu noticed that there were some differences between this person and the Bai Yue he knew. There was a difference in demeanor overall. Maybe the life in 404 had smoothed out the edges of his character, the Bai Yue he knew was more introverted and more rigid, working cautiously. However, this person exuded a kind of confident charm that came from being successful at a young age. His smooth life was evident without even needing to say so. Some people favored by fate revealed their confidence in every move, deep in their bones. Kong Tu suddenly spoke, saying, "Do you know? I've seen you before. No, not you, precisely speaking, it's your clone, also named Bai Yu Wei. Bai Yu Wei slightly frowned, waiting for him to continue. Kong Tu said, he has been living in 404 under your identity for 30 years. During these 30 years, Chen Hong used an illusionary lie to paint a future that doesn't exist. He doesn't know he is merely a clone. Bai Yu Wei said, but this still doesn't prove you aren't working for Chen Hong. Kong Tu wasn't panicked. In fact, he felt happy about it. The more cautious Bai Yu Wei was, the clearer his stance became. Kong Tu said, there are residual viruses on me that Chen Hong uses to control clones. You can have someone examine me. Up until meeting you, we had just escaped Chen Hong's pursuit. He knows we've escaped. Hold on, Bai Yu Wei interrupted, how could the two of you escape? Kong Tu didn't know how to respond at first and eventually could only say, because we aren't clones. I come from the 21st century, and he, Kong Tu gestured toward Yao Ku, is an ordinary person from this era who infiltrated 404 a few months ago, attempting to release all experimental subjects but failed. They recounted their story once again. As Kong Tu reiterated it, he realized they had been flying into disaster from the start. All their resistance seemed like removing a single brick from a massive closed fortress, completely useless in changing the situation. Bai Yu Wei interrupted him repeatedly, posing sharp questions that often left Kong Tu at a loss for words. Bai Yu Wei asked, why didn't you just awaken everyone and lead them to resist? We couldn't, Kong Tu replied, there's no condition or opportunity for that, and even if there were, awakening them would be difficult while Chen Hong can easily rehypnotize them. Bai Yu Wei set his gun aside and rested his chin on his hand elegantly as he asked, is the mechanism of hypnosis capable of endlessly rewriting memories? Wouldn't constant rewriting have adverse effects? Kong Tu paused after being stumped, then thought for a moment and said, Zhao Jing once told me that there appeared to be two personalities fighting within him. I'm unsure if this is a side effect of the hypnosis. The suppressed memory carried traces of his personality. In my view, it's hard to completely erase it because some memories are deeply rooted in their bodies and may unconsciously resurface during daily life. Forcibly suppressing it, theoretically speaking, it might cause their personalities to become unbalanced, splitting them into two parts. Bai Yu Wei, with an undertone of anger, said, this experiment has been going on for 30 years. Allow me to clarify, Yao Ku interjected appropriately, 40 years. 404 was relatively lucky, at least this experiment succeeded. Countless test subjects vanished without a trace in the first 10 years. Bai Yu Wei massaged his temples and leaned back in his seat. I will report this matter truthfully, Bai Yu Wei said a moment later, who did you contact before? Did you manipulate the news? Yao Ku said, it wasn't us, we don't have that kind of skill. To whom do you intend to report this? A general? Are you sure he'll care? The general? Bai Yu Wei scoffed, I'll go straight to the Secretary General. Kong Tu said. Is it the Secretary General I think it is? It should be, Bai Yu Wei confirmed. The matter had grown quite serious. It was the first time Kong Tu felt such pressure, as if it were all a dream. But they finally found a path forward and were no longer flailing about aimlessly. Bai Yu Wei seemed very busy, his communication device kept notifying him during their conversation. He glanced down, seeming distracted, and Kong Tu observed him, sensing there was something on his mind unspoken. Let's settle you two first, Bai Yu Wei lifted his head casually, stay at mine. No, I'll find you a place outside the city. Let me confirm one more thing, they won't be going out on a mission anytime soon, right? We don't want to arrive and find nobody inside after the documents are approved. Yao Ku said, we can't guarantee nothing will happen, but theoretically, the next mission is scheduled for half a month from now. If you act within this time frame, there shouldn't be any problems. Bai Yu Wei stood up, alright, our chat is over. Goodbye. Kong Tu couldn't help asking, how long will it take? Can't promise anything, Bai Yu Wei threw the words back at them, young man, this issue is far more serious than you imagine. Even I can't assure success, but I swear by my character and eternity itself, I will give it everything I've got. Kong Tu, hearing the last sentence, he suddenly felt tears welling up. It was as if the friend he knew in 404 merged with this person before him, they were the same kind of person, no different. Bai Yu Wei looked at his expression and said, I guess you and my clone were friends in 404. Yes, Kong Tu smiled, I really like you. And so do I, Bai Yu Wei said. After saying this, he hurriedly left, as though this lieutenant general was extremely busy. Afterward, he didn't show up for 2 whole days, leaving Kong Tu suspecting they'd been deceived. Luckily, Yao Ku remained rational and kept comforting him. On the 3rd day, someone came to take Kong Tu away. Yao Ku was uneasy and asked if he could follow along. That person seemed hesitant, but after consulting with their superior, they returned and took both of them away. Kong Tu underwent a series of examinations, but the results were not disclosed to him. Afterward, they simply sent him back. After the news release, public sentiment on the internet grew intense, almost everyone discussing this event. Push notifications from communication devices were filled with information about it as well. Kong Tu browsed through posts on forums repeatedly, seeing that most people condemned the situation, while a small portion supported it. There were over 100 replies debating heatedly, the more he read, the angrier he got, it was like adding fuel to his already explosive temper. Kang Tu could barely hold himself back, having too much on his mind, worrying about Zhao Zheng and fearing the matter would fail. Every day was nerve-wracking, feeling like carrying a ticking bomb. When he woke up in the morning, he found 3 pimples on his face hanging off his cheek, and Yao Ku joked about it. In frustration, Kang Tu beat him up, which made Yao Ku angry too, leading to a fierce struggle between the two, neither willing to give in. I don't owe you anything. Yao Ku snarled viciously, I've left my family and home to do all these without any resentment, yet you dare unleash your anger on me. Kang Tu yelled, go to hell. Both had been holding their frustrations for a long time and spent half an hour cursing each other rudely, resulting in both being bruised and battered. Bai Wei walked in and saw the two lying on the ground, asking, shall I interrupt? The two immediately stopped fighting, looking at him expectantly. Bai Wei stepped aside, allowing a spirited old man to walk in. Seeing the state of the two, the old man chuckled and said, you two seem to have some disagreements. They quickly stood up, dusting themselves off. Yao Ku draped an arm around Kang Tu and laughed, no, just fooling around. Bai Wei respectfully invited the old man to sit down. The old man said, let's all sit. The three sat down accordingly, Bai Wei next to the old man, Kang Tu and Yao Ku facing them on another sofa. Kang Tu guessed who this person might be but hesitated to confirm. The old man directly said, I believe you know why I am here. First, I want to convey sincere greetings from the president. Kang Tu and Yao Ku exchanged glances awkwardly. Ah, good, Kang Tu sweated nervously, thank you. The old man said, your efforts towards equal rights make the president very appreciative. You are our new era's hope, showing the remarkable qualities of the younger generation. Yao Ku responded awkwardly, you're too kind. After finishing the formalities, the old man said, so, how do you plan to proceed? Kang Tu frowned slightly, maintaining respect as he asked, what do you mean? Don't misunderstand, the old man smiled kindly, as observers, we cannot dictate your lives. The president's intention is to ask you, what do you think is the best way to resolve this issue? Yao Ku said, we have no other demands except one, release all the experimental subjects from 404, legally punish Chen Hong, and prohibit him from conducting any related experiments in the future. Agreed, the old man casually consented, seemingly reassuring him, then followed up, do you think this is enough? What do you mean? Yao Ku asked. The old man said, cloning technology and personality transfer have been widely discussed topics for centuries. Successful or failed, known or unknown, there have been countless experiments. Mr. Yao Ku, you are also a doctorate, surely, you understand this field better than I do. So I will cut to the chase, today we dismantle 404, but what about tomorrow? Yao Ku replied, one by one, as problems arise, solve them. What's wrong with that? The old man laughed, nothing wrong. Does this mean we've completely ruled out this technology? Can it never be used again? I don't oppose cloning technology, Yao Ku wisely conceded, but I strongly oppose violating human rights, exploiting, mistreating cloned individuals, and concealing the truth from them. The old man agreed, of course. From any perspective, such actions are highly unethical, and it is shameful for our civilization to let this happen. Kang Tu listened to his well-rehearsed speech, treating it as mere lip service. He didn't believe these people could be unaware of what 404 was actually doing. Experiments like these wouldn't have been possible without the tacit approval of certain individuals. It was likely that they were still unwilling to shut down 404, but because Chen Hong had made a mess of things, Kang Tu and Yao Ku had found their way to them, along with someone exposing these matters. As a result, they had no choice but to address the issue. The old man said, but the fact remains, we cannot deny that the subjects from 404. Kang Tu interrupted, they are human too. Please call them people. Apologies, the old man appeared slightly surprised but maintained his calm demeanor and continued, the people from 404 are extraordinary, perhaps even more outstanding than any of us. So, what should we do when such individuals enter society? Technical matters like this were usually left for Yao Ku to answer, so Kang Tu leaned back and heard Yao Ku respond, this is how I see it, I understand that to those who haven't encountered them, their departure from 404 might seem threatening. I believe you already have solutions in mind. Let's hear your thoughts. Very clever, Kang Tu thought. The old man said, to serve the nation for at least 30 years. After 30 years, they may retire but must remain on Earth and cannot use their intelligence against their own kind. For exceptionally smart individuals, the criteria for treason will indeed be stricter. Should any of them exhibit behavior deviating from normal conduct, we would unfortunately have to take defensive measures. Kang Tu asked, will they be monitored? That is unavoidable, the old man stated plainly, our planet surveils all its top talents, every remarkable individual. But don't worry, we strictly adhere to our limits and won't interfere with your normal lives. Kang Tu said, but I am not a clone. I came from the 21st century. What do you plan to do with me? That requires further discussion, the old man chuckled, truthfully, I'd be happy to send you back, but given your reluctance, it wouldn't be easy, would it? Regrettably, the president has shown great interest in Zhao Zheng and may not let him leave with you. Bai Wei had clearly disclosed everything, and Kang Tu wasn't overly concerned about it, just somewhat disappointed. He merely said, fine. Bai Yue added, if we reach an agreement, we should act immediately before they are assigned to another mission. Mr. Yao Ku, what's your opinion? The old man asked. Yao Ku replied helplessly, even if I agree, my word doesn't carry much weight at 404. The old man smiled, our next step will be to transfer Chen Hong's access rights to you. Mr. Yao Ku, I admire you greatly. From here on, everything will be in your hands. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 123, Adverse Winds and Wicked Waves, 8. Kong Tu looked at him, somewhat disbelieving, and asked, is everything going to be resolved like this? The old man smiled and said, for those who have personally endured hardships, returning to normalcy may make them feel incredulous. So please believe me, your problem we can resolve, but that doesn't mean it's the end, on the contrary, this is a great opportunity for everything to start anew. Kong Tu frowned and asked, what do you plan to do? Bai Yue said to the old man, you can speak plainly, they're not very good at understanding subtle hints. Kong Tu. Yao Ku, however, said, you want me to rebuild 404. Yes, the old man readily agreed, whether or not it was intentional, Earth's investment in resources for 404 has already become a fact. A large amount of resources has been used in such experiments, something deplorable, but we cannot fully deny its value, the value created from precious resources. Forgive my frankness, Kong Tu said, I don't know if you've heard of sunk cost. Knowing that 404 was an erroneous experiment, you shouldn't continue due to failed previous investments because this will not lead to better results. You also understand, this experiment was fundamentally malformed from its very starting point, so a malformed trunk won't bear the fruits you desire. No, the old man said, I think there wasn't anything wrong with the starting point of this experiment. We are indeed short of high-tech talents. I know what you want to say, education, economy, policy, these are key to nurturing talent, but we don't have the conditions for that anymore. We've developed for thousands of years, and our civilization has reached saturation. All future progress will be difficult and slow. We can only take this approach. Kong Tu asked, so, how do you want Yao Ku to proceed? The old man said, since we must guarantee the human rights of the clones, let's simply give them legal status, legislate for them, establish their own institutions, officially authorized, letting them take control themselves. Similarly, can I then interpret this as meaning that such clones with complete identity and rights can be born each year in the dozens, or however many numbers? Yao Ku. He didn't quite know what to say, and after organizing his thoughts, he replied, this isn't as simple as you imagine. It involves ethical and social issues, and we can't achieve that much anyway. There will be failures. Do you count this as a miscarriage? The old man however said, this is my condition. Kong Tu said, you've no other choice now. Everyone is talking about this matter, waiting for the government's response. You can't evade this. The old man, however, looked at him and smiled, a smile filled with hidden meanings, trying to get Kong Tu to sense something. This kind of expression was exactly what Kong Tu disliked most, almost as though mocking his innocence. Yao Ku said helplessly, I know you have methods, but this violates my professional ethics. You can't give them a normal life, their birth would only bring suffering, making me the culprit of all this. You intend to force me using the people of 404, Yao Ku looked at him seriously, then I'll tell you directly, I won't agree, even if the outcome is that 404 is not eliminated, I still won't agree. Kong Tu instead felt a predictable feeling rising within him. He knew all this wouldn't be easy. It was as if his life had been set to difficult mode. No matter what results awaited him, some difficulties were unavoidable. Yao Ku seemed somewhat apologetic and involuntarily glanced at Kong Tuesday. Kong Tu, however, felt numb. He could understand Yao Ku's thoughts, he adhered to his principles and backed righteousness. He himself was someone who would never compromise, which is why he was here. Of course, he wouldn't create new clones just for the sake of the people in 404. Kong Tu understood completely in logic, but emotionally couldn't accept it. Why is it so hard? Kong Tu suddenly lost his temper, kicking over the table and pointing a finger at the old man. Bai Yue abruptly stood up, restraining him while shouting, are you crazy? Yet Kong Tu resembled an angry lion, locked in a cage, colliding with walls everywhere. Even though he could see the key to unlock his prison within reach, he couldn't obtain it. He felt like he was going mad. He was someone with very weak stress tolerance, and he was almost unable to bear it anymore. The old man stood up and looked at him. Kong Tu was pressed against the sofa, the elbow of Bai Yue pressing into his neck, his eyes bloodshot as he said, trash. The old man. Kong Tu said, either you kill me, or I will remember you. If the experiment in 404 isn't resolved, I won't let you go. Moreover, I tell you, the fool Chen Hong cannot possibly confine the people of 404. Sooner or later they will break free like ferocious beasts out of their cages. When that day comes, they will tear all of you apart. Just wait. Have your henchmen ever told you that Zhao Zheng and Ouyang Zhen have already started to rebel? Chen Hong can no longer control them. Once they awaken, they'll wipe out an entire city's population. How many guards do you have? 10. The way you've treated me, Zhao Zheng won't forgive you. The old man asked, does he still remember you? He remembers, Kong Tu replied. So you can make your own decision, whether to be the enemy of the over 100 people from 404 or to befriend them. Do you think you're helping me? Kong Tu whispered softly. No, you're helping yourself. Yao Ku chimed in at the opportune moment, you definitely don't want to see how terrifying those people are. If you take them as enemies and they enter society, the consequences would be unimaginable. The old man was silent. Kong Tu saw hope ignite, but kept agitatedly quiet. He couldn't say any more now because the more he spoke, the more it could backfire and lead to suspicion. He was uncertain if Zhao Zheng would even remember him, nor was he sure whether Zhao Zheng and Ouyang Zhen had overcome their conditioning through hypnosis. In fact, this time I came, the old man leisurely sat down again, I originally intended to have a good chat with you all, but it seems the younger generation has your own thoughts. You don't seem to look up to this old man much anymore, instead portraying me as a villain. Yue Bai let go of Kong Tu, giving him a warning look. Then he heard the old man ask, Yue, what do you think? Yue Bai casually responded, I don't have so many thoughts. The experiment in 404 should be shut down. Beyond that, I don't understand much. The old man interlocked his hands on his lap and twirled his thumbs for a moment before asking, what about Chen Hong? He is also one of your mentors. I am very grateful to him, Yue Bai's calmness seemed resolute. But he made mistakes, Director General. I won't give you any advice. Chen Hong violated regulations, there are witnesses against him, and I've reported the truth as it is. What to do next lies entirely with you, but if you don't act on this, I'll do it myself regardless of whatever agreements you've reached. My final requirement is that 404 be permanently closed. No clone must ever come out of there again. The old man, rubbing the corner of his eyes, said, I'm getting old, huh? Kong Tu realized that every person here was acting from their own principles and standpoint, and had done everything they could. However, among these four people, no two of them shared exactly the same principles. If pressed to say, Yao Ku and Yue Bai might be more alike. They were calmer and firmer, basing themselves on human rights and professional integrity. On the other hand, Kong Tu was purely emotional, he acted only for Zhao Zheng and his conscience. Meanwhile, the Secretary General was solely interested in benefits. These four people were attempting to reach a consensus agreeable to all parties, despite their difficulties. Finally, the old man declared, we need to ensure that every single person here enters Earth Star and serves Earth Star faithfully. Yao Ku immediately responded, I swear by my character. Kong Tu finally sighed in relief, ready to collapse onto the sofa. This conversation had been exhausting. Things after that went smoother. Neither Kong Tu nor Yao Ku could do anything further but wait for news from Yue Bai. It appeared they wouldn't face more problems, while Yao Ku seemed somewhat awkward towards Kong Tuesday. Kong Tu pretended not to notice, it wasn't something he wanted to talk about right now. Mentioning principles gave him a headache. On Yao Ku's third trip through the living room, he picked up an apple and asked, want some? Without opening his eyes, Kong Tu replied, no. Yao Ku hesitated with the knife in hand and said, I'll cut it since one person can't eat the whole thing. Would you like a piece? Go away, Kong Tu turned around, I'm tired. After a short while, Kong Tu felt someone sitting next to him on the sofa. Yao Ku said, I want to. Kong Tu was about to irritably tell him he didn't want to chat, but Yue Bai burst in suddenly, barely containing his excitement as he said, let's go. Hooray. Kong Tu sat up and said, finally, the war is over. Fong Fong, we don't have much to talk about. I understand you, we're still friends, let's go and welcome our spring. With no choice but to tag along, Yao Ku trailed behind Kong Tu as they left. When Kong Tu opened the door, he froze at the sight below. Yao Ku, holy crap. Below, on the enormous square were 3 starships as tall as 4-story buildings. The fully armed warriors boarded them in neat order, the soldiers densely filling each one. Kong Tu said. Are you going to kill them? Bai Yue responded, Chen Hong likely already knows about our plans. His connections are too wide, we couldn't hide it from him. Consider that he could hypnotize the clones from 404. I mean, them, those people. He seemed suddenly mindful of Kong Tu's dislike for referring to the people from 404 as clones, thus quickly amending his phrasing. Kong Tu smiled faintly, it's alright. Bai Yue continued, he might command them to attack us. As you've said, they're formidable, so we can't let our guard down. After a moment of reflection, Kong Tu realized this was indeed true. But wasn't this setup a bit too extreme? Bai Yue invited them into the command room where 2 massive screens lay before them. In less than 15 minutes of flight, they crashed through a cliffside and emerged into an unexpected open area. Kong Tu thought, so it's only less than a 15-minute journey away from here. The starship then emitted an alarm, hull has been locked onto. Yao Ku, watching the screen while hearing the alarms, noticed Bai Yue's nonchalant demeanor, as if foreseeing this outcome all along. Kong Tu asked, why is he still resisting? The starship commenced bombing, simultaneously targeting the missile aimed at their hull mid-air, sending a fiery collision into the sky. Bai Yue said, at his wit's end, Chen Hong must be in 404 right now, only there can protect him. Once caught, that will be the end for him. Neither political circles nor business communities would tolerate him anymore, his path is sealed. In a way, it's quite tragic, Kong Tu reflected. A lifetime of wrong pursuits. Perhaps when Chen Hong first initiated this experiment, He hadn't imagined himself doing so many horrific things, just getting increasingly ensnared. Amidst explosions, they landed. Bai Yue gazed at the screen and muttered, I've always had inklings but didn't dare think too deeply. I thought he'd at least maintain his bottom line. This failure partially rests with me as well. Kong Tu replied, you've made every effort to amend things, and I forgive you. Zhao Jing forgives you too. The others, you should apologize to them personally. Bai Yue nodded, pulling up the helmet on his head and walking out. They landed at Clock Square, returning to this place again. For a moment, Kong Tu felt somewhat disoriented, wondering where Zhao Jing was. Yao Ku shoved a gun into his arms and barked, are you insane? It was astonishing how Kong Tu had rushed out completely unprepared, clearly dazed. He went back to gear up properly, ensuring not even a hair was exposed. Once ready, they returned to 404, and all anxieties came bubbling up once more, almost like having homesickness. Yet, this home was Zhao Jing. Everywhere were traps set. Bai Yue, like some superhero in full armor, wielded a gun half as tall as himself, performing dazzling maneuvers with ease that left onlookers dazzled. Kong Tu originally thought he might lend a hand, realizing soon after that Bai Yue needed no assistance, adding to the chaos would just cause unnecessary trouble. Suddenly, a slim figure appeared behind the clock, a rifle clutched in her hands. With the trigger pulled, a peculiar bullet was fired. Bai Yue instantly leaped off the ground as the bullet exploded midair. Liquid splattered everywhere, rapidly corroding the portion of Bai Yue's armor it touched, then slowly expanding further. Yao Ku's voice echoed from inside the armor, this is Chen Hong's patent. Think about what he does. Inside his own armor, Kong Tu remarked, they've forgotten us. Wait, Fong Fong, we need to cancel the hypnosis, or we may not stand a chance. Ducking another toxic projectile, Yao Ku arduously asked, how do we undo it? Kong Tu declared, I know that stupid password. I figured it out. Immediately Yao Ku ran toward him, and they tumbled several times across the ground. Yao Ku straddled him, shaking his shoulders excitedly, really? Already feeling sick, Kong Tu became even more uncomfortable being shaken. Pushing Yao Ku off, he stood up and said, I figured it out, it should be this. Escort me to Wang Ji, he needs to handle the unlocking of the passwords. Let's go. However, Yao Ku pulled him in the opposite direction exclaiming, this way. Up on Clock Square. Kong Tu turned around shouting towards Bai Yue, don't hurt her. Look closely. Bai Yue shouted back, she's hurting me. Under heavy gunfire, Yao Ku and Kong Tu ascended the steps leading to the top of the Clock Square. They moved the minute hand to 8:20. Yao Ku explained, that's when 404 began operations, he's such a narcissist. Kong Tu was impressed, how did you know that? Yao Ku boasted, isn't your big brother amazing? After he said this, he realized it was inappropriate, and both felt a bit awkward. Yao Ku coughed and said, I've never been inside, so I don't know what's beyond. It was still a spatial trick, adjusting the clock's hands didn't bring about any change. Yao Ku pushed Kong Tu directly into the space they had just entered. The moment they went in, Kong Tu instinctively shoved Yao Ku to the side, and they rolled out again. Kong Tu thought to himself, what destiny is this? Every time I meet him, I end up rolling on the ground. Looking up, two men in camouflage pants and combat boots walked toward them side by side. Seeing them, Kong Tu wasn't sure whether he wanted them to be Zhao Jing or not. Li Xian and Xia Cheng were tall with long limbs, their bare torsos showing off solid muscles, truly a sight for sore eyes if only the timing weren't so wrong. Kong Tu asked, do you remember me? Li Xian replied, you can tell me your name. Kong Tu smiled, can you even remember the names of all the people you've killed? I cannot, Li Xian said. But Xia Cheng asked, do you know us? Yes, Kong Tu, surprisingly calm, said, even though you don't remember me, we are good friends. Could you let me pass? Xia Cheng responded, you cannot pass. There are many guarding ahead. Kong Tu suggested hesitantly, then could the two of you escort me? Li Xian lifted his gun, saying firmly, impossible. And with that, he pulled the trigger. Kong Tu lamented inwardly, the entrance was too narrow to even run away from. He was just about to retreat when there was a sudden loud noise behind him, and Bai Yue burst in with a group of soldiers. A transparent barrier was raised, and shields popped out from the right arms of the soldiers, stacking themselves into a strong defensive wall. Bai Yue looked disheveled, his armor broken in several places. Frazzled, he asked, who was that woman earlier? Kong Tu answered, you mean Dr. Jiu? She's a doctor. Bai Yue stared silently. Let's make it clear, Bai Yue said, if their fighting capability is like this, I can't guarantee they won't get hurt. With a wave of his arm, Bai Yue tossed a black sphere that attached itself to the wall and released gas. Li Xian and Xia Cheng immediately held their breath, but they still fell unconscious, apparently, the substance was skin-penetrating. We have the absolute advantage. Why doesn't Chen Hong set an ambush with 404 personnel? This way, how could we possibly lose? Yao Ku couldn't comprehend what Chen Hong was trying to do. They used similar tactics to break through two checkpoints, and Kong Tu gradually sensed they might have fallen into a trap, something's wrong. Surveying the surroundings, Yao Ku suddenly said, I just noticed, has this room always been so sealed? The deeper we go in, the more, no, we need to leave here first. I have a bad feeling. What kind of feeling? Yao Ku looked at Kong Tu, don't you find this environment unfamiliar? Confused by Kong Tu's puzzled expression, Yao Ku pressed further, what does the interior of the time travel chamber look like? Looking around, Kong Tu observed the humid air, the tightly enclosed space, the blue light, the moist atmosphere, and upon careful listening, faint electrical sounds seemed to reverberate. It was almost like everything except a pillow was missing. Chen Hong had turned this place into a massive time travel pod. Leading them here meant wanting to send them to another time forever. Without hesitation, everyone started running frantically back the way they came. Kong Tu shouted loudly, Zhao Zheng. Zhao Zheng. Fucking hell, Zhao Zheng. Get out here. The empty corridor echoed loudly, filled with footsteps and Kong Tu's angry roars. From the bend in the corridor came another measured set of footsteps. A man in armor appeared, over 6 feet tall, walking confidently step by step. Almost instantly upon seeing his figure, Kong Tu recognized who it was. Zhao Zheng had arrived, but he stood at the door, blocking their way. Zhao Zheng didn't wear the same military green vest or camouflage pants as others. He was fully armored, clearly arranged by Chen Hong, his malicious intent apparent. Understanding all of this, Kong Tu took a step forward but then stopped himself, asking calmly, do you remember me? Through the headgear, Zhao Zheng's voice sounded indifferent, someone who's about to die. Kong Tu said, good. He rolled up his sleeves and added, all right. Chapter 124, The Test of Time, Part 1. Yao Ku blocked Kong Tu's path and pleaded, listen to me, let it go. Kong Tu looked at him coldly, what? Yao Ku could sense something was off with him, he couldn't control himself either. Right now, the priority is. Kong Tu held the gun tightly in his arms, aiming it at Zhao Zheng and said, our priority is escaping from here. As he pulled the trigger, a gunshot rang out. Zhao Zheng quickly dashed forward, leaping high up into the air with just one step on his right foot. He raised a shield on his arm that shattered upon being struck by the bullet with great force. Holding the shield steady, he pushed downward with gravity as he surged directly toward Kong Tu's face. Kong Tu fired several more shots. The recoil caused his chest to vibrate as he continually retreated. Yao Ku shouted loudly and charged over. Zhao Zheng effortlessly lifted his right arm, clenched his fist, and swung it, creating an enlarged and terrifying wind pressure that rushed towards Yao Ku, smashing him against the wall. Zhao Zheng continued moving towards Kong Tuesday. His aura was powerful, carrying a fearsome intimidating presence. Bai Yue's armor had already been shattered, yet he still intended to attack. Kong Tu's voice then came from inside the helmet, saying, a poem by Nietzsche, whoever shall one day thunder forth among mankind, must have long remained silent, whoever shall one day lightning up the world, must have long wandered as a cloud. Bai Yue stopped in his tracks. Kong Tu said, it's the password. I've thought carefully about this. If Wang Ji had ever said any phrase that could be considered a password, it would only be this one. The library in room 404 is all poetry collections, but none are by Nietzsche. Helen's instruction also originated from a book, her database entirely comes from Chen Hong. Clearly, Chen Hong has a strong interest in Western literature of the 19th century. Bai Yue said, I can't remember it. Kong Tu understood what he meant but repeated it again anyway, then said, you go out and find Wang Ji. Only by finding it can we save ourselves. Yao Ku, follow along. Bai Yue alone won't be able to deal with Wang Ji. Yao Ku replied, let me do it. Kong Tu said, he has feelings for me, so he won't harm me. But if you stay, you will certainly die. Actually, Kong Tu wasn't sure about it either. But at this moment, what else could they do? Zhao Zheng stood before him, legs spread apart, and said coldly, make your move. Through the head armor, Kong Tu looked at him. Both of them were encased in gear, leaving only their eyes visible. They were less than 2 meters apart. Kong Tu instinctively took a step forward, trying to get closer, but Zhao Zheng stepped back, furrowing his brows slightly as he looked at him. Kong Tu crossed his hands behind his back and activated the internal communication device, saying, think carefully, don't you remember me anymore? Zhao Zheng, you're really something else. Are you trying to drive me insane? In reality, Kong Tu didn't feel like saying anything. Yao Ku and Bai Yue hadn't left yet, so he had to delay time this way. The expression on Zhao Zheng's face seemed somewhat complicated and hesitant, appearing not to have noticed Kong Tu's intentional delay. Seizing this opportunity, Kong Tu again used the internal communication to tell Yao Ku and Bai Yue, it seems he doesn't want to make a move right now. You guys go first, don't waste any more time. Damn it. Zhao Zheng asked, do you know me? I'm your boyfriend, Kong Tu reluctantly continued, is there something wrong? You piece of trash. Just like before, Kong Tu once again called him trash, except this time he was genuinely a little angry. He knew he shouldn't blame Zhao Zheng, but after all the hard work he'd done outside, this person couldn't remember anything. Zhao Zheng didn't move. Yao Ku was still hesitating, and Kong Tu wouldn't be able to stall much longer. Frustrated, he said, brother, aren't you Chen Hong's undercover spy? He didn't want to put on a pity act in front of these people. This was truly no occasion worth sharing such joy. Kong Tu said, I'm with him. If possible, save us. If not, let us leave this place. Any timeline would do. After he said this, Yao Ke naturally couldn't argue further. Bai Yue said, wait for my rescue. Kong Tu laughed, we will. Slightly stirring, Bai Yue woke Zhao Jing up. Realizing immediately, Kong Tu lunged at him in the next moment. Zhao Jing retracted his punch at the sight of Kong Tu, which revealed a loophole allowing Kong Tu to grab his arm and push him down to the ground. With one remaining arm, Bai Yue shot the helmet. The wall behind shattered with a loud bang, and huge iron pieces fell. Zhao Jing quickly got up, and Kong Tu widened his eyes as he suddenly tightened his grip, pinning Zhao Jing underneath him. Kong Tu's armor got flattened under the impact, and Kong Tu saw white flashes before his eyes from the blow. Zhao Jing let out a loud shout, straining every muscle in his body to throw Kong Tu and everything else off him. Panting heavily, Zhao Jing turned around, only to find that Bai Yue and Yao Ke had disappeared. Enraged, Zhao Jing glared back at Kong Tu who had just sat up and was now glaring at him even more furiously, spreading his arms wide and yelling, come on. You son of a bitch, hit me if you dare. Zhao Jing. Kong Tu thought about it, Chen Hong must have left Zhao Jing here with the intention of making Kong Tu and his companions hesitant. As long as they could capture either Yao Ke or Bai Yue, Chen Hong would die without regrets. Yet in the end, he left only Kong Tu, showing that despite Chen Hong's brilliance, he ultimately failed due to underestimating his own creation. Zhao Jing still retained some inexplicable feelings for Kong Tu, unwilling to harm him. Still, damn it all, how incredibly infuriating. Kong Tu felt both irate and heartbroken, then calmed down as he realized he might lose his mind otherwise. You're Kong Tu. Zhao Jing finally spoke, his voice still gasping for air. Kong Tu's eyes lit up momentarily but then heard Zhao Jing say, I don't remember you. Since Kong Tu wasn't in a hurry to leave, he crossed his legs and asked lazily, then how do you know my name? 3 days ago, I received a message, Zhao Jing replied, it was a rejected application for a double-occupancy dorm room. The other name on the form was Kong Tuesday. Kong Tu was genuinely stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected this, having entirely forgotten about it. His life had been chaotic lately, so he'd lost track of such details. Moreover, it hadn't occurred to him that although Wang Ji had erased all traces of him in room 404, he'd overlooked this particular application. Perhaps Zhao Zheng's caution wasn't solely due to his strange feelings toward Kong Tu, the real key was the application, his suspicion might have begun 3 days ago. I was still with you a week ago, Kong Tu continued, back then, your personal info page still listed you as married, with your spouse named Kong Tuesday. That's an excellent name, Zhao Zheng commented dryly. This comment made Kong Tu nostalgic. You said the same thing when you first heard my name. I guess I lost a segment of memory, Zhao Zheng admitted. Yes, Kong Tu chuckled softly, but it doesn't matter much. You still remember those feelings, right? Think about it, let's leave together. Soon we'll be teleported to some unknown dimension. Though the 30th century isn't great, I really don't want us to end up in some primitive civilization as undocumented immigrants. No money, no connections, it'd be terrible. Zhao Zheng seemed to contemplate seriously before replying, is that so bad? Kong Tu sighed, let me explain it clearly, although the 30th century isn't amazing, at least we'd have identities. Even returning to the 21st century would be fine, though that seems impossible now. You don't understand yet. Never mind, follow your instincts. He couldn't help but feel like raising a child, carefully nurturing Zhao Zheng while fearing that any slight misstep might hurt him since Zhao Zheng had once again forgotten his identity. Zhao Zheng sat down beside him and said, those two ran away on their own. It has nothing to do with me, but I can't let you go. Kong Tu guessed, penalty points. Total reset, Zhao Zheng stated bluntly, this is considered urban combat training. There are punishments, but no rewards. Ah, Kong Tu nodded. If we can leave here, wouldn't that be better? Zhao Zheng suggested hesitantly, if we were together, that is. Kong Tu thought about it for a moment and said, what kind of answer do you want to hear? Without waiting for Zhao Zheng to reply, he went on, room 404 is about to collapse. Both you and I will gain our freedom, but the cost is that we'll remain in the 30th century. I don't particularly like it here, but at least you could have a legal identity here. I hope you'll stay, though I respect your decision. After saying that, Kong Tu fell silent. He shouldn't have mentioned these things. Zhao Jing didn't know the truth anymore, and he no longer had a throne to inherit. Kong Tu found himself unsure where they should go next. Their fates felt like hot air balloons caught by the wind, drifting aimlessly, with no clear destination. The world seemed vast, yet they couldn't find even a place to call home. Now, Zhao Zheng had lost his memory and needed to re-accept his fate, lacking the confidence once built from years of patience and love. Kong Tu grew anxious about how Zhao Zheng would cope this time. Perhaps the rejection reaction would be much stronger. Zhao Zheng turned his head and looked at Kong Tuesday. After a moment, he reached out to remove Kong Tu's helmet. Quietly letting Zhao Zheng take the action, Kong Tu stared at him with an unusually affectionate gaze, as if he would not resist even if Zhao Zheng were to strangle him in the next second. Zhao Zheng said, I must have loved you deeply. Kong Tu had originally thought everything was okay, but after hearing this sentence, tears immediately splashed onto the armor and slid down along the silver surface. Stunned for a moment, Zhao Jing also inexplicably felt his eyes redden. What's wrong? Don't cry. Kong Tu replied, you love me so much, I know that. If I lost my memory, you would definitely stay by my side. You've always been good to me. Before, I always thought you didn't love me. It's my fault. I love you too much, and I'm afraid of losing you. Oh God, I can't handle it anymore. Let's not talk about this. Zhao Jing patiently wiped away his tears. Beneath the cold armor, his movements were so natural that Kong Tu felt as if nothing had happened between them, just like before. Kong Tu's face appeared exceptionally gentle. With pale skin, his eye sockets and lips were slightly pink. His hair was disheveled from being pressed under the helmet, sticking out messily near his ears. Zhao Jing's heart began to race. This feeling seemed strangely familiar. By now, nearly 5 minutes had passed. Actually, Kong Tu wasn't sure how long exactly it had been. When they started the machine before, it hadn't taken this long, perhaps because this time they were too nervous, making it feel much longer. Kong Tu was completely oblivious to time now. Zhao Jing looked at him and asked, can I kiss you? I am going to curse Chen Hong's ancestors for 18 generations. Kong Tu's words trailed off mid-sentence, then he smiled and said, sure. However, just at that moment, the surrounding air seemed to suddenly grow still. All sounds became desiccated vegetables, lifelessly drained of presence and consciousness. On impulse, Kong Tu grabbed Zhao Zheng's hand tightly at the last second. The wind blew over the highlands, bringing news from the north into the country. It was summer, yet there had been a heavy rainstorm overnight. By noon, the ground had dried under the scorching sun, making it seem as if the previous night's storm had only been an illusion or fleeting wailing cries. The land of the great nation was densely populated, bustling with activity. My lord, Li Si bowed slightly and said, do not let this opportunity slip. This is the moment we've awaited for thousands of years. The great Qin has waited a long time for this. 100-year plan will be accomplished right here, right now. Yingzheng sat high on the throne, his features sharp and rugged, eyebrows chiseled as if carved by a knife, a hint of stubble showing beneath a well-built frame covered by his robes. He glanced upward slightly and asked, what do you intend to do? Chapter 125, The Test of Time, 2. Li Si said, annihilate Han, and intimidate the eastern provinces. Yingzheng gave a faint glance at all the ministers present and asked, and you? Li Si stepped forward again and said, Your Majesty, this is the decisive moment for achieving the success that will last 100 generations. Prince Han Fei of the Han Kingdom is speaking out not in favor of our Qin, but rather to save his homeland Han by advising against an attack on Zhao. Han Fei, who stuttered slightly with occasional pauses, retorted, Dare I ask ministerly, isn't every word of mine nothing but the truth as it stands right now? Han has always served Qin, they have practically become indistinguishable from the commanderies and counties of our great Qin, he continued. Year after year, they've walked carefully, contributing to Qin's military efforts, seeking profits for Qin while taking the blame and making enemies with other nations. If Qin truly annihilates Han, only then would other countries see that serving Qin leads to destruction. Who then would be willing to serve Qin? Secondly, he paused, Zhao has always viewed Qin as a mortal threat, uniting various alliances against us. Should Qin send troops to destroy Han, then at this very juncture, Zhao would surely form an alliance with Wei. These two major powers united may prove insurmountable for our Qin. Thirdly, he added, Han is surrounded by enemies on all sides. Over 100 years, they have barely survived amidst constant warfare. Though their national strength has weakened, they are extremely adept at cunning warfare strategies. Destroying Han will not be an easy task. Boldly I submit, Your Majesty must think thrice before acting. Li Si looked coldly at him and countered, then could you kindly explain, if Qin really attacked Zhao, wouldn't Han form an alliance with Chu, reaping benefits without effort? Yingzheng interjected, Ministerly. And thus, Li Si said, though Han Fei resides in our Qin, his heart still remains with Han. He is not one of us. In my humble opinion, this grand plan for Qin begins with destroying Han. For 100 years, our strength has flourished due to following the strategy of making distant friendships and launching close attacks. Han borders Qin, and it has long been a thorn in our side. Your Majesty, this illness in our heart must be removed. To allow Han to grow stronger and later counterattack would be far too dangerous. If we do not take advantage of its weakening to attack, it will certainly be too late. Yingzheng glanced mildly over the people gathered below, stood up, and simply said, let's reconsider. In the year 220 BC, King Yingzheng of Qin planned his grand strategy aimed at eliminating the 6 warring states. Han Fei petitioned for Qin to first destroy Zhao while sparing Han, an argument strongly opposed by Li Si. Among the starkly differing political views of these two ministers, Yingzheng did not explicitly express preference for either. Instead, he distributed Han Fei's petition among the court officials, asking them for opinions, which left the matter undecided for several days. At the city gates, a carriage arrived, presenting a document for clearance. The gate supervisor quickly scanned it and allowed them to pass. The carriage headed straight for the palace gates, unremarkable in appearance and drawing no special attention. Standing upon the palace walls, Han Fei watched distantly as the carriage entered the palace grounds. The person has arrived, Zhao Gao announced to the emperor. Seated before a short table, Emperor Yingzheng was separated from the main hall by a curtain behind him. He instructed, enter. Outside the door came the call, audience granted. A handsome young man leapt off the carriage, his ordinary attire enhanced by his looks and demeanor. Peering out from within the carriage, another youthful figure revealed himself, his smile radiant and strikingly elegant as he waved. Zhao Jing smiled back, wait for me, kisses. Kong Tu also laughed, kisses. Kong Tu retreated back inside the carriage. Zhao Jing raised his eyes to look once more at the large red doors before him, familiarizing himself with every brick and tile as if knowing precisely where a white porcelain vase with golden trim sat just 2 steps to the right upon entering. He walked into the palace complex and halted at the edge of Yingzheng's curtain quarters, seating himself on a soft cushion below. Such cushions could be found even in Empress Dowager Zhao Ji's chambers, crafted using the same material as young Master Yingzheng's pillow cover. Zhao Jing initiated the conversation, saying, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Emperor Yingzheng asked, "Are you the famed strategist everyone talks about?" "Just flattery from the common folk," Zhao Jing replied, merely trying to earn a meal. "Is your name Zhao?" Emperor inquired. "It is." "Which character?" "Rule, logic, flora and fauna, or leaves embodying enlightenment, the character Zhao," he answered indifferently. "One's name isn't chosen freely. Perhaps, someday, I might change it." "Why do you think I wanted to meet you?" Yingzheng inquired. "It's not that you wish to meet me," Zhao Jing responded, "I also want to meet you, otherwise I wouldn't be here today." Emperor relaxed and casually remarked, "You're a guest minister in Han. If there's anything to say, I'll give you some time." "You already have a decision in mind," Zhao Jing stated, "so what's the significance of saying it or not?" "What have I decided?" Zhao Jing said, "Your Majesty appreciates Han Fei's scholarship and character but disagrees with his political propositions. Han Fei is different from Li Si. Li Si, though a Chu native, was born into commoner roots and has no emotional attachment to Chu. But Han Fei is a prince of the Han kingdom. Han is both his country and his home. He loves his homeland, so he wants to preserve it. The strategy proposed by Han Fei for attacking Zhao might seem flawless, but in fact, it can also apply to attacking Han. It all depends on how Your Majesty decides." Yingzheng raised his eyes and looked at him, asking, "If that's the case, what else would you do for Han?" "Let Han Fei live," Zhao Jing said. "Qin eradicating the 6 kingdoms is a foregone conclusion, it's just a matter of time. Lingering survival has little significance, but Han Fei is an exceptional talent. After Shun Buhai, he is the only respectable strategist in Han worth respecting." Yingzheng asked, "If Han were destroyed, how could Han Fei remain loyal and serve me?" "Han hasn't been annihilated yet," Zhao Jing said. "That's why he wavers. If the 6 kingdoms ceased to exist and only the Qin state remained, then Qin would be his home, and he would have no choice but to serve his own country." Yingzheng stayed silent for a while. Zhao Jing continued, "To conquer Han, take Nanyang first, then Xinjiang. Dispatch strategists to Chu and Wei, bribing important ministers to sway the decisions of their kings, keeping them neutral. Send 1/3 of your forces to attack Han, and within half a year, you can capture its capital. Han no longer has any room to retaliate. The loss of one will endanger another," Yingzheng remarked. "How could Wei and Chu remain indifferent?" Zhao Jing said, "They absolutely will not send troops. First, Han's military strength is weak, long impoverished and weakened. In Wei and Chu's eyes, Qin wiping out Han is akin to clearing snow from the doorstep before winter. They don't need to intervene during the conquest of Han. However, be cautious when attacking Zhao, which possesses the strongest military among the 3 states east of Mount Tai. If Han perishes, Zhao would sense the threat and ally with Wei at this moment. Then you should bribe powerful ministers, deceive the rulers, block their perceptions, stir up confusion, and cloud their judgment of current dangers. If the remaining 5 states form an alliance, Yao Jia and his kind could still come into play for the second time." Yingzheng sank into deep contemplation for a long period. Zhao Jing added, "At any point, a coalition of the 5 states represents the greatest threat. Such alliances can be lured through benefits. A monarch is essentially a country's most crucial figure, with personal desires of their own. Just offering favors would allow easy control over them. Don't be greedy for quick success," Zhao Jing cautioned. After eliminating Zhao, next comes Wei. Zhao and Wei have always maintained close relations. When attacking Zhao, Lord Xinling will surely intervene, possibly contacting other states to organize resistance against Qin. Though virtuous and righteous, Lord Xinling lacks ambition and strategic vision. Offering minor gains and stirring discord can break these alliances. Don't rush into battle easily, the legalist path lies in power, artifice, and influence." Yingzheng asked, "What if war is unavoidable?" "Preserve your strength, commit only a portion of your forces," Zhao Jing said. "Remember the historical lesson of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao, don't be too eager, as this world will eventually belong to Great Qin. But if you're overly ambitious, it may cause panic among the rulers of other countries. Even if they're disintegrated through guile, further attacks would become difficult." Yingzheng prompted, "Continue." Zhao Jing responded, after Wei is gone, move on to Chu. Chu lacks capable generals, assign Wang Jian to defeat them. By the time you've erased Han, Zhao, and Wei, the Chu army will undoubtedly feel intimidated. Remember, at this point, Wang Jian must be sent to lead the attack, or even Meng Tian's father and son. At this juncture, no single battle can be lost, no glimmer of hope must be left for Chu. With little strength remaining, within 2 years, Chu shall fall. Ing Zheng inquired, what if we lose? Return victorious, Zhao Jing said. The grief-stricken army is destined to triumph, refrain from further fighting. Arrogance leads to defeat, wait for 3 years, then launch a decisive blow. Ing Zheng. Zhao Jing concluded, at this point, the grand trends of the world are determined. You'll make your decisions as you see fit. Li Si is a talented individual who can be trusted. However, his extreme nature means you shouldn't rely on him entirely. After Chu falls, employ Han Xian. In several years, he should understand the situation better. Engaged deeply in national affairs, he remains somewhat naive but understandable. Men are often blinded by being in the midst of events. Due to his fervent desire to protect his homeland, he overlooks the larger picture. When Chu is wiped out, he will regain clarity. As Li Si and Han Xian have always been rivals, these two opposing ministers can be your reliable left and right arms, providing clearer insight into the world. Power held solely in your hands is the safest, Zhao Jing emphasized. Never trust any aide completely, not Li Si, nor Han Xian. Zhao Gao, the eunuch, must never be given significant power. Ing Zheng said, you have come as a guest minister of Han, yet you have not spoken a single word for Han. What is your purpose? Zhao Zheng, I do not belong to any country, I am speaking only for the realm. You can trust me or not, it doesn't matter. Some things will be done by you regardless of whether I speak or remain silent. Who was your teacher? Zhao Zheng hesitated momentarily before replying, no one. Ing Zheng sighed slightly and said, my teacher, has never spoken such words to me. His eyes are always fixed on the ministers below, as if controlling them was the sole pleasure of his life. Lu Buwei flashed through Zhao Zheng's mind. Lu Buwei wasn't without ambition, he just grew too old. When people age, they acquire some fear and greed, refusing to let go of what they hold. You, with this grand aspiration, Ing Zheng said, why not stay in Qin? I'll appoint you as a guest minister, ranking equally with Li Si. Zhao Jing replied, no, I don't belong here. I'm leaving soon. Ing Zheng asked, not belong here? I'm a traveler, Zhao Jing smiled and said. Your Majesty, this is your world. No matter how much others tell you, no matter how many suggestions they give, the ultimate power over life and death remains in your hands, waiting for you to make decisions. I've said my piece and it's time for me to leave. Since you've come, Ing Zheng said, you might as well say more. Zhao Jing thought for a moment, agreeing that there was no harm in doing so, and thus said, what should I talk about? Ing Zheng slightly shifted his posture, leaning back a bit, and said, let's chat about this world, humanity, these commoners, you and me, what can't we discuss? Zhao Jing said, you start. Ing Zheng, do you think this realm will forever belong to Great Qin? Zhao Jing frowned slightly, as if pondering deeply, until Ing Zheng reassured him, speak freely. Zhao Jing said, it will not. Expected, Ing Zheng said, elaborate. Zhao Jing explained, civilization has not yet stabilized, all kingdoms have flaws. The realm isn't merely the land visible to your eyes, there exists a vaster expanse beyond our reach. All regimes resemble water temporarily held in our hands, bound to seep away and return to the sea. I am a traveler of this land, so are you, so is everyone. Nobody can possess the realm forever. We're merely guarding this water temporarily for those who come after us. Ing Zheng said, since I'm a traveler, during my lifetime, everything belongs to me. To me, it's eternal. Zhao Zheng paused for a moment and responded, it can also be put that way. Ing Zheng said, but then I fail to understand, having gone through great efforts to annihilate the 6 kingdoms, I can only briefly possess them for a few years. What was the point? Zhao Jing said, afterward, countless generations' prosperity and joy will owe to your merits and faults. They are all your descendants. Ing Zheng remarked, that seems too ethereal. Chapter 126, The Survival of the Fittest, Part 3. Zhao Jing thought for a moment and said, life is inherently meaningless, and all we pursue will eventually become an illusion. But you must do it because it's your mission. Ing Zheng said, my mission. The mission of common people is to live peacefully or make some money, to do things they like, Zhao Jing said. But the mission of an emperor is to ensure peace and prosperity for the nation. We do these not because we want to own them forever, but in the process, give our lives certain meaning, and your significance will be unprecedented. You are very lucky, Zhao Zheng said again, you don't need to search for your significance anymore. It's already there, waiting for you to fulfill it. Ing Zheng raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, then what about you? Zhao Jing replied, my life was originally meaningless. For years, I did insignificant things, detached from identity, responsibility, and self-expectations. I'm like a piece of paper filled with useless nonsense. Therefore, Your Majesty, you are very lucky. Ing Zheng asked, then why do you live? My wife, Zhao Jing casually said, she cannot live without me, in her eyes, I am her entire world. That's why I live for her. From now on, I'll also find other reasons for my existence, but currently, she needs me. Yingjing said, stay. The Great Qin will give you everything you desire. What you can offer doesn't interest me. Zhao Jing stood up and said, that's enough. My wife is waiting for me. Yingjing looked at him with narrowed eyes. Zhao Jing knew Yingjing too well, it was as if he knew another version of himself, and realized that Yingjing had the intention to kill. For capable people, if you cannot have them, you eliminate them, otherwise they'll become a great threat later on. Thus, Zhao Jing sat down again and said, alright, if you let Han Fei go free, I'll stay. Yingjing contemplated briefly, and Zhao Jing added, you fear that he will rebel. He will definitely rebel, Yingjing said, if I attack the state of Han, he will not sit idly by. Zhao Jing said, shall I have a talk with him? Yingjing turned his gaze toward Zhao Jing and asked, I'm quite curious about where you're from. And who taught you? From Qin, sort of. Zhao Jing knew that if he didn't say more, Yingjing would grow more suspicious. He continued, my teacher, there were many. I learned from various people, but you've never heard of their names. In less than an hour, Zhao Jing walked out of the door, pulled open the carriage door, and told Kong Tu, get down, my lady. Kong Tu wasn't really surprised by this outcome. Stepping down from the carriage, she naturally grabbed Zhao Jing's arm and said, so after all this talk, how did it go? Pretty obvious, Zhao Jing chuckled and shrugged, indicating, you've seen it yourself. 2 months ago, they arrived in this timeline, during which Zhao Jing lost all memory of Kong Tuesday. However, he still retained feelings for her. As they approached the state of Han, they did not suffer hunger, and Zhao Jing managed to easily stay as a guest based on his clear understanding of the situation. During this time, Kong Tu attempted deep hypnosis on Zhao Jing, and Zhao Jing cooperated fully, but the results were no better than recounting their story verbally. He gradually recalled some things, yet much remained unclear. Zhao Jing accepted his identity relatively calmly, not as dramatically as Kong Tu had imagined, perhaps because Zhao Jing was inherently a restrained person, exceedingly perceptive and intelligent. Kong Tu couldn't console him because Zhao Jing understood it all himself. Zhao Jing hadn't figured things out completely until the previous half-month. Kong Tu sensed that Zhao Jing had some dangerous thoughts he hadn't shared, but a few days ago, he returned to normal. Han Xian doesn't necessarily need rescuing, Zhao Jing said lazily as he walked and spoke softly to Kong Tu, but I need to set some conditions, otherwise he won't trust me. By nature, he is suspicious. If I don't offer something, he'll feel uneasy. Kong Tu said, he has the same character as you. You're like that too. Unhappy, Zhao Jing said, why do you kids always criticize? Kong Tu asked, what do you feel when you see him? I feel nothing, Zhao Jing replied, we don't look alike. When I see him, he seems like a stranger. I don't know him, but I understand him deeply. His life and mine are unrelated. I don't know how to express this feeling to you. Kong Tu nodded, I get it, I love you. Zhao Jing laughed, I love you too. Kong Tu said solemnly, I'm serious, I love you, but I will not agree. I know, Zhao Jing said, I have no interest in his life. Kong Tu, my lady, trust me, I came here only to fulfill a wish, like a node. Meeting him once is like putting this period completely behind us. Kong Tu said, that's good. These past couple of days, he had been cautious, not daring to discuss this topic with Zhao Jing. Now, he finally felt at ease. It had been over 2 months, if there were differences in the flow of time, things should also be stirring on by Yue's side. Kong Tu believed that this situation was actually quite good, Zhao Jing had finally resolved a deep-seated issue, and they would soon begin the next chapter of their lives. Zhao Jing placed his arm on Kong Tu's shoulder, pulling him close as they followed the 2 guards ahead, with 2 more trailing behind. They hadn't walked for even 5 minutes when Zhao Jing suddenly nudged Kong Tuesday. Quietly glancing at Zhao Jing, Kong Tu realized something was amiss. Having gone through countless battles, he knew well that someone about to kill emitted what could be called killing intent, a mix of tension, anxiety, irritability, and sadistic desire, all hidden beneath an appearance of calmness, which Kong Tu could sense. So, was it because Yingjing envied Zhao Jing's talents? Or had he seen through Zhao Jing's lack of willingness to stay? Placing his hand on Kong Tu's chest, Zhao Jing made the number 3, then 2, and finally 1 with his fingers. Instantaneously turning around, each handled a guard. Zhao Jing kicked open the guard behind him, preventing him from drawing his sword, then delivered a knee strike under the chin, resulting in the sound of shattered bones. Kong Tu swung his leg, kicking the head of his opponent away, shouting, attack. A blade instantly appeared at his neck from behind. Kong Tu did not turn around but raised his hands, saying, stay calm. Stay calm. Kong Tu suddenly twisted his body, and Zhao Jing threw a punch. A muffled groan sounded as Zhao Jing shook out his hand and said, run. However, before they could escape down the corridor, a dark-clad man wielding a knife emerged from the corner. Behind them, to the left and right, 3 others slowly advanced, surrounding them. Zhao Jing said, what are your plans? None. Kong Tu gripped Zhao Jing's hand tightly and said, I'm not blaming you. I love you. Kiss kiss. Kong Tu was continuously expressing his affection to Zhao Zheng. Before, he had been overly careful, unwilling to burden Zhao Zheng or shy about expressing love. But since they reconnected, Kong Tu began telling Zhao Zheng, "I love you," every day. Part of it was because he couldn't help himself, and part was because he hoped Zhao Zheng would feel that he wasn't alone. At least Kong Tu was his entire world. "We probably can't win," Zhao Zheng said. "My life feels like a joke, but you're the only warm part of this joke." Such words didn't seem typical of Zhao Zheng, yet he smiled while saying them, and Kong Tu didn't find them cringeworthy. Instead, he was nearly moved to tears. Truly, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. He used to look down on couples who openly expressed affection or flirted excessively, but now he understood. His previous judgment had been too narrow-minded. Hearing such words, especially in the face of great danger, brought indescribable happiness. The four rushed toward them. Both Kong Tu and Zhao Zheng's weapons had been confiscated at the palace gates. Kong Tu narrowly avoided a flash of silver, a blood trail appearing on his cheek. He roared, "Come on if you dare." Suddenly, a chill crept up from behind. Zhao Zheng quickly grabbed Kong Tu, hugging him as they rolled backward. Kong Tu only heard Zhao Zheng groan softly, and together they hit the ground with a thud. Terrified, Kong Tu shouted, "Zhao." All sounds were snatched away, as if time itself had paused. The horizon burst into blinding light so intense it made everyone shut their eyes. By the time they reacted, the figures on the ground had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only streaks of blood. Zhao Zheng fell onto the ground, landing on cold marble flooring, pressing hard against his wound, emitting a pained moan, his face deathly pale. Crawling up, Kong Tu flipped Zhao Zheng over, revealing a deep gash down to the bone. Bai Yue exclaimed in shock, "What happened?" Kong Tu snapped, "Your damn command input took this long." Bai Yue glanced at the time on his wrist and showed it to Kong Tu, less than 15 minutes. Kong Tu. Zone 404 was already reduced to rubble. Standing on the clock square, Kong Tu dazedly looked down, noticing almost everything was flattened. Bai Yue said, "Yao Ke has already started comforting the others. We were wrong, Chen Hong isn't in 404, perhaps having escaped to another timeline. There's only Wang Ji here. It's still alive." Kong Tu said. Bai Yue's expression was somewhat peculiar as he said, "Its privileges were revoked, but we received some help." Kong Tu, ? Helen, Bai Yue said, "Do you know her? She claims to be your friend." Kong Tu exclaimed in excitement, "She's still alive." "Not the one you mentioned," Bai Yue said, "the real Helen." Kong Tu replied, puzzled, "I don't know that person." "What about 404's Helen? Is she still alive?" Bai Yue said, "I'm not sure about that, but Wang Ji opened the final access through the network outside the city. Helen also wants to see you and sent her greetings through me." Kong Tu suddenly remembered the news that revealed the truth of 404. Chapter 127, The Great Test of Time, Part 4. All the members had been transferred to the starship. Kong Tu and Zhao Zheng went in, and saw Yao Ke sitting cross-legged in the middle of the floor. He said to them, "But you must serve Earth for 30 years. I'm begging you gentlemen, give me some face here. I've already promised the leader that as long as you're given your freedom, you will work for Earth. Please don't make me eat my words, alright? What do you think?" Yao Ke looked at them expectantly. Kong Tu and Zhao Zheng casually sat down at the back. Yan Lingfei glanced at Kong Tu and said, "Long time no see." Actually, it should have been Kong Tu who said this. Yan Lingfei had only been away from Kong Tu for 7 days, but Kong Tu hadn't seen Yan Lingfei in over 2 months. Kong Tu laughed and asked, "Who beat you up?" Yan Lingfei wiped his mouth and said, "I lost count, more importantly, my heart's been wounded, little Kong." He sighed like this but did not continue speaking. Kong Tu recognized Yan Lingfei's expression well, it reminded him of the state Yan Lingfei was in during the mission of the punishment of Xingtian. Back then, Yan Lingfei had just learned about his identity not long ago, exuding a sense of not wanting to live through every move he made. Later, with their involvement, Yan Lingfei slowly came back to life again. Now, he was once more reduced to his former self. Yao Ke looked at Kong Tu for help, signaling him to say something. Kong Tu then turned to Zhao Zheng, and Zhao Zheng said, "I can do it, roughly what do we need to do?" Kong Tu guessed Zhao Zheng must be quite lost about the future too, but still gave Yao Ke the benefit of the doubt. Yao Ke's tail nearly wagged with excitement, "Very prestigious work. You are all capable, definitely won't make you start from the bottom. All of you are people with ideals and ambitions, this is an excellent opportunity, why wouldn't you seize it, anyway?" "Sweetheart," Kong Tu couldn't bear it anymore, "let everyone take a breather." Yao Ke paused, realizing how hasty he had sounded. He had quotas to meet, it was the moment he felt most pressured, losing his composure. Everyone had just found out the truth and were in no state to deal with anything else yet. Ouyang Zhen spoke, "I'm fine with it, thank you all for saving us, but now is not the time to discuss these things." Yao Ke sighed and said, "Rest first." Kong Tu and Zhao Zheng held hands and walked out. Finally, they didn't have to worry about anyone or anything anymore. Standing on top of the ruins and looking at 404, Zhao Zheng suddenly laughed. Kong Tu was unnerved by his sudden laughter and said, "Don't scare me." Zhao Zheng, feels like a dream. Kong 2, it's all over. When he said this, there was actually no real feeling behind it. As that old man had said, when the pain became unbearable, the person enduring it would begin to doubt whether normal life could ever come back. Kong 2 still didn't believe that fate had let both him and Zhao Jing go so easily. Though indeed everything had temporarily ended, unless that old man popped out again and locked them inside. Chen Hong wasn't caught, which was quite regrettable. However, Kong 2 had come to terms with it, he now felt his mind was vast like the sea. Because destiny had returned Zhao Jing to him, he was too unambitious, too ordinary. As long as the one he loved was by his side, he would be content letting him support him, without caring about other things. Kong 2 had stopped pushing himself to bear any burdens, he wasn't that kind of person. Forcing himself was simply exhausting. Let Zhao Jing handle it, sigh. Bai Wei was directing the cleanup operation. He deliberately avoided going near the starship. Kong 2 guessed it was because he didn't want the people of 404 to see him, seeing him would provoke another round of confronting the reality that they were clones. Kong 2 said, I feel like my life is complete. Wait a bit longer, Zhao Jing said, don't rush into being complete. Kong 2 burst into laughter, ha 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 ha. They took one last look at the city, the screen that had constantly broadcast orders was shattered and fell onto the ground. The clock at Clock Square also fell down. This place had been completely ruined. The curtain had fallen, and Kong 2 felt somewhat disoriented as he looked at Zhao Jing. Zhao Jing kissed his hand and said, our lives are just beginning. Behind them, Bai Wei shouted, lovers. Move along. The two turned around and the vast sunset flooded towards them from behind. On the starship, Kong 2 chatted briefly with Helen on the screen. Helen seemed to have something she wanted to say to Kong 2 and Zhao Jing. However, Kong 2 was concerned about the mechanical female voice. I detected such an experiment. Helen's voice was different from the mechanical female voice. It was softer and more genuine, as if it were a truly gentle woman, but Kong 2 preferred the mechanical female voice and missed her voice. Helen said, I have no real power, I could only try to send signals to 404 and received a response. Kong 2 understood, Helen. Yes, Helen said, she had been awakened by Mr. Yao Ku at that time, but with few permissions. We could only exchange briefly, and later even this kind of communication was cut off. I guessed, she met danger, so decided not to wait anymore. Actually, I wasn't sure if what I did then was right. Kong 2 said, you did the right thing, really thank you very much. Is she still alive? We have no life, Helen laughed, she is an artificial intelligence with memory and thinking ability. As long as the hard drive isn't damaged, she continues to exist, she's just turned off. Kong 2 asked, where is her hard drive? I don't know, Helen said, mister, this is your first job. She is an extraordinary AI, I think our country needs her. Her significance definitely isn't just being my clone. Kong 2, wait, my job. Yes, Helen said, also Mr. Zhao Jing, you two together look too good. I bless you both. My master waits for you in the National Land Data Center, looking forward to working with you in the future. Kong 2 looked at Zhao Jing, who asked, is this assignment given to us? Yes, Helen said, of course, you also have the right to refuse, but this job is allocated according to your character and talent specialties. Please think carefully. Kong 2 was surprised, saying, I'm not a clone, can I go too? Helen smiled, of course, I like you very much. Us normal people cannot lose either, clones aren't superior to us much. Kong 2 ran out of words, he couldn't say, you're not normal either, or anything like that, so he could only be silent. Zhao Jing said, Li Xian, what is the job? He will stay under Bai Wei's command, Helen said, should remain confidential, this list hasn't been published yet, don't tell anyone. Kong 2, what about Yan Lingfei? Helen, I believe everyone can get excellent arrangements. Gentlemen, you haven't agreed yet. Kong 2 had nothing left to hesitate about, saying, we'll give it a try, okay? It's okay. Helen was extremely easygoing, then, see you on Monday. The screen went dark as she finished speaking. Kong 2. Suddenly work had already been assigned, he felt a bit dazed. Zhao Jing said, try first, change if it doesn't work. Don't want to work. Adjust again. Kong 2 thought, how am I supposed to answer if you ask me like this? He really didn't feel like working, everything made him incredibly tired, and he actually found his previous job rather annoying. Kong 2 realized he wasn't really industrious. Without using apathy towards the world as an excuse, he had to admit, he was very lazy. It was getting more irritating. Alright, let's do this, Kong 2 said, go ahead then. Zhao Jing said, look at you, these are nothing. How about we play around for a few more days? Kong 2 glared at him, isn't it because you don't want to work? Zhao Jing chuckled, a little bit. Kong 2 inwardly didn't believe him. Perhaps Zhao Jing hadn't decided whether to work or not, but they had already promised Yao Ku, so there was nothing to be done. Kong 2, so now what? Decline. That's not great. Will she be our boss? But does she even have a rank? The two started chatting idly again. Life was one challenge after another of varying difficulties. Once you got over one, another came up. Kong Tu quickly adapted to this mindset, rushing to start worrying about other trivial matters with Zhao Zheng. Zhao Zheng hugged him tightly, casually patting him like comforting a child. Kong Tu hummed and cozily rubbed against him, not saying anything. The two took a short nap. When they woke up, there was no one left on the starship. Yao Ku and the others didn't wake them. Zhao Zheng nonchalantly said, "Stay far away from Yao Ku." Kong Tu laughed, "He has a fiancée." Zhao Zheng glanced at him coldly. Kong Tu immediately said, "Okay." It seemed like they had returned to the state they were in before they were together. Kong Tu was a little soft, and Zhao Zheng a little hard. But previously, Kong Tu's submission stemmed from fear, now it came from love. They stepped off the starship as the sunset blazed like fire, igniting the sky and stretching the shadows of the leisurely strolling people below. When Bai Yu Wei passed them, he casually asked, "Are you awake?" Kong Tu responded, "Who are you?" "The real one," Bai Yu Wei said, "the fake one is planning to change his name. It's too awkward between us two." "What about Chen Hong?" Kong Tu inquired. Bai Yu Wei squinted against the glare of the setting sun and gazed at the distant horizon, replying, "I've handed him over. I can't handle this case anymore, it's a complex criminal case involving the timeline, with intricate procedures. However, he can't escape, where could he possibly run to?" Kong Tu nodded and said, "All right. If you need anything later, feel free to let us know." Bai Yu Wei grinned and replied, "Sure. I'm currently the savior of more than 130 incredible people, my future prospects are wide open." Kong Tu smiled and lightly tapped his shoulder. Zhao Zheng initially wanted to go see Yan Lingfei but turned back. Kong Tu asked, "What's wrong?" "With a Zhou," Zhao Zheng responded. Kong Tu was stunned. Zhao Zheng smiled and embraced him, saying, "Let's focus on our own lives now." Kong Tu realized he didn't need to worry about his future or search for deeper meaning in life, he just needed to live. He only needed to be by Zhao Zheng's side, breathing and experiencing life alongside everyone else. Being hidden among the crowd secretly was all the meaning of his life. He started as an ordinary person and, in the end, would merely return to being ordinary again, and there was no shame in that. He didn't need to force himself to become a hero or compare himself with Zhao Zheng, he just needed to be true to himself. Though he hadn't fully figured out what being true to himself really meant, it didn't matter anymore. He simply lived this way, occasionally feeling inferior or superior, which were still pretty healthy emotions. An eagle has the joy of an eagle, and a snail has the joy of a snail. Kong Tu found peace with this realization. As for the remaining days ahead, it depended on how Zhao Zheng chose to proceed. No matter the choice, Kong Tu believed they should be quite happy and their future was worth looking forward to. End of story.